This dude woke up all groggy because someone kept yelling right into his ear. Lu Sheng hadn't even figured out what the hell was going on before the teacher above started cussing him out hardcore. His friends looked down at him, laughing and teasing. "Why you always so spaced out, man? Like Lu Sheng, you've been zonked out all day." The teacher was seriously pissed about Lu Sheng's lazy attitude toward school. Now, with only 200 days left until the big exam, Lu Sheng just lay there like a lazy piglet on the first day back. That really ticked off the teacher. The more he yelled, the more fired up he got, like he was about to blow a fuse. The teacher threatened Lu Sheng, saying if he kept this up, no one would even hire him to carry bricks after graduation. Then he tested Lu Sheng, asking if he knew the minimum blood vitality standard for a cement worker. Thought Lu Sheng wouldn't know, but surprisingly, he shyly answered 0.8. The teacher got even angrier and asked if he'd even met that standard yet. The classmates jumped in, mocking Lu Sheng. They laughed and said his blood vitality barely hit 0.7, if that. Besides sleeping, what the hell does he even do? The teacher shook his head, sighing in disappointment. No clue what to compete for. Just as school was letting out, Liu Kaiming ran over to Lu Sheng, smiling and asking how he was doing. This guy was one of the few friends Lu Sheng had. Lu Sheng nodded tiredly, closing his eyes and thinking about the scenes from his dreams. They were all barren, ruined deserts. No one around. Just weird-ass monsters everywhere. He told Liu Kaiming to stop bringing up that crap. Those nightmares every night were wrecking his spirit. His blood vitality even dropped by 0.02. He had to take tons of supplements and train hard just to get a little better, but still couldn't dodge the daily scolding from the teacher. Liu Kaiming didn't really care about blood vitality stuff. He told Lu Sheng, "Don't sweat what the old man says. Just accept being normal. Leave the hero stuff and saving the world to the geniuses." Thought his friend's words would give him hope, but nope, just made him feel even more hopeless. After that, Liu Kaiming invited Lu Sheng to go hang out like usual, but Lu Sheng wasn't in the mood for anything. He just wanted to go home and turned down the invite. Liu Kaiming was shocked since they'd always been tight. He even offered to cover all the internet and snack money, but Lu Sheng just shook his head no. Liu Kaiming kept trying to convince him to come, but his other friends called, so he finally said they'd hang out another time, said bye to Lu Sheng, and ran off with the crew. On his way home, Lu Sheng's mind was still restless, haunted by the nightmares from the past few days. He couldn't believe he'd already crossed into a new world but still had to stress about exams. He felt drained thinking about subjects like math, physics, chemistry, and keeping up with hot news. This new world wasn't much different from the old one. Lost in thought, some random person yelled at him for blocking the street, standing still in the middle of the road instead of moving. The guy was carrying a crazy heavy load on his head. Lu Sheng looked and thought, damn, when will I ever be strong like that? The body he crossed into was just a damn lump. Over 300 years ago, this world went through a massive change. The sky and earth cracked wide open, and ugly freaks crawled out, messing up the whole world's path. Heat weapons stopped working, but humans suddenly got a new power when a gene in their bodies broke free. Their physical strength could break through limits no one could imagine. That's why humans started down the martial path. But even so, in the fight for survival against monsters, humans were still at a huge disadvantage, with towns falling every day and constant defeats. Facing this, the teacher stood in front of the whole school to announce to all the students, "You were born in a violent era, forced to carry the weight of the times. You train in martial arts for humanity's progress, and each of you is a flame of the martial path." Lu Sheng leaned against the locker, panting. He'd trained 3 times straight, but his blood vitality hadn't changed at all. Meanwhile, his little sister's vitality quickly hit 0.9. And he couldn't even recover the vitality lost from those nightmares. It hurt thinking about how hard his parents worked, spending money on supplements for him. Even the heavens gave him a second chance to cross into this martial world. Was he really gonna let this crap keep happening? He muttered to himself, deciding to try harder and get serious. If 3 times didn't work, then he'd keep going for 4, 5, 6 times. Suddenly, everything blurred and then went pitch black. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in another world. The scene was so devastated it was terrifying. Bodies were scattered everywhere. Lu Sheng pinched his cheek a few times, but he couldn't wake up. He just sat there, taking it all in, not paying attention. Behind him, a monster had appeared, showing off its stuff. The dark shadow behind him started attacking, jumping onto Lu Sheng. Luckily, Lu Sheng wasn't clueless anymore and managed to block that monster in time, or else he'd have lost his first kiss to this ugly little sis. Now he could clearly see the face of that dark shadow. It was a freaking zombie. Seeing those sharp teeth about to bite his ass made him panic. Damn it, I've been running away for so many nights, and now this thing caught me. The demon lunged in to kiss Lu Sheng, but since he's cool and sharp, he dodged his head to the side, and the zombie's kiss landed on the ground. Lu Sheng gritted his teeth, telling it not to underestimate him. Even though his combat class record sucked, his bloodline was only 0.7. Even if others saw him as trash, that still counted as half a martial artist. Then he kicked the zombie straight in the chest, making the girl's heart ache like it was cut 1,000 times. After getting kicked, the zombie fell flat on its back, rolling on the ground. Before it could get up, Lu Sheng grabbed a huge rock and ran over to smash the zombie's face in. After a few solid hits, the zombie lay still. Lu Sheng sat down, panting hard because that fight took a lot out of him. Looking at the zombie at his feet, Lu Sheng said, "Phew, guess this thing's done for, huh?" The zombie's weak spot must be its head. Suddenly, strange black things floated out from the zombie and sucked into Lu Sheng, making him a bit freaked out. "What the hell is this? More and more weird stuff is sticking to me," Lu Sheng shouted in despair. Suddenly, strange memories flashed in his mind. A conversation between two men appeared. One talked about his dream to join the Defense Corps base. The other said training there was brutal and super dangerous, like the six-pack guy who didn't hesitate about that. Then came images of grueling training and memories of a riot, with monsters attacking humans everywhere, all freaks. Lu Sheng realized these were the memories of the zombie he just killed, but he didn't get why killing it gave him those memories. His body started changing weirdly. His limbs trembled uncontrollably. While losing control, another zombie suddenly appeared and lunged at Lu Sheng. But weirdly, Lu Sheng got way stronger. Like no joke. He easily took down that zombie with just a few punches. Compared to Lu Sheng's power now, even the green giant was nothing. The poor zombie collapsed like that. Lu Sheng snapped back to reality. The strange black stuff wrapped around him again. He could feel power surging through his body. With his years of grinding experience, Lu Sheng guessed that every time he killed a zombie here, he not only got its memories but also its strength. Looking at his hands, Lu Sheng thought this was crazy, just a few punches, and he could casually absorb someone else's lifetime experience like that. Kinda cheap, but also kinda dumb. Still, thinking about it, if this isn't a dream, it's got its perks. But the dream world here felt kinda off. Like, does a dream really need to feel this real? After walking a bit, a glowing corpse appeared, catching Lu Sheng's attention. The skeleton was melting, and its memories started pouring into Lu Sheng. The memory showed base 1359. Lu Sheng remembered seeing this base in the earlier memory too. Looks like he needs to find base 1359 to uncover the truth behind this weird dream. Absorbing this zombie's memories didn't feel as intense as before. Lu Sheng realized that to inherit power, he had to fight the zombie first. Suddenly, blue-green tendrils appeared in the sky. Lu Sheng's head started spinning and feeling dizzy. Just like earlier at home, everything turned pitch black before his eyes. When he opened them again, he was back in his familiar bedroom. Outside, someone was knocking nonstop. Lu Sheng woke up drenched in sweat. "Lu Sheng, hurry up and come eat. How long you planning to camp out in your room?" He dragged himself out and opened the door. The one calling was Lu Qinghe, Lu Sheng's only little sister. The pretty sis kept complaining about her bro. "Don't tell me you were training in your bedroom and totally lost track of time again." But when she looked up and saw her brother sweating like that, her eyes went wide, especially when she noticed his six-pack abs that somehow showed up out of nowhere. Lu Sheng looked confused and explained he'd dozed off while spacing out and didn't notice. Lu Qinghe turned away and told him, "Now that you're up, come eat. Don't keep mom and dad waiting." After she left, she couldn't stop thinking about her bro's messy body. Suddenly, her face flushed red. Once Lu Qinghe was gone, Lu Sheng suddenly remembered stuff from when they were kids. Back then, Qinghe clung to him like a leech. But after they started the academy and got their first test results, her attitude changed. Lu Sheng didn't blame her, since her bloodline had surpassed 1.0 and her combat stats had skyrocketed. If she kept this up, it wouldn't be long before the girl's gonna get into the top martial arts academy. If I had to sum up Lu Qinghe in one sentence, she's a straight-up genius, no doubt. Even Lu Sheng feels a little powerless thinking about it. He figured this was just an unbearable combo, useless older brother and genius little sister. Suddenly, Lu Sheng's eyes shifted to his reflection in the mirror. Not sure when, but his body looked way more handsome than before. Seriously. Lu Sheng stretched himself out. Even though he just woke up from a nightmare, he didn't feel tired or sluggish at all. On the contrary, he felt more energized than ever. Plus, he clearly remembered all the zombie memories from before. Now, he even had inherited combat skills. This was totally unexplainable. Even his energy aura got a little stronger. It made Lu Sheng wonder if he could really bring powers from his dreams into real life. Others grind their whole bodies, training hard, but he just had to dream once to get way stronger. Total game hack. Lu Sheng stepped out to the dining table, where his parents were smiling and chatting. The table was loaded with food his mom had brought out, so full there was barely any space left. With parents spoiling him like this, if he still didn't pass, that'd be ridiculous. Today was kinda weird though. Lu Sheng ate like a starving wolf. He kept shoveling spoonfuls of rice non-stop. While eating, he thought maybe his mom's cooking skills had leveled up or something, because the rice tasted strangely amazing today. He raised his bowl, asking for more rice, but the table was already cleared out. The dishes he'd just eaten were stacked high. Lu Sheng really gave the family a show today. Seeing the table empty, he sheepishly pulled back his bowl. "Nah, I'm full now." Even he didn't know when he started eating this much. But his dad snatched the bowl from his hands and said, What are you talking about? You think we'd let you go hungry at home? Then he told his mom to cook another pot of rice and whip up some more dishes. It was rare to see their son like this today. How could they let him starve? Dad happily patted Lu Sheng's shoulder. When you're growing, son, it's like this. No matter how much you eat, you don't feel full. That's how you grow taller. He added that tomorrow they'd go buy more food, because this puberty phase was prime time to boost blood and energy. So they couldn't waste this golden time. Lu Qinghe, sitting nearby eating, teased, Lu Sheng's already 18, but last time his blood energy was only 0.8. You can't just say it's increased and expect it to be true. Dad looked super annoyed hearing his daughter talk. Hey, don't provoke your brother. Even a little increase counts. The top martial arts academy and the prep academy are worlds apart. Qinghe didn't care about Dad's words and just snorted, turning away. Lu Sheng sat there helpless. His little sister kept teasing their dad, and Dad was about to blow a fuse. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng was still thinking maybe his blood energy really did get stronger in his dreams, but he was scared he was just imagining it. Whatever, he had to get to the dojo and check it out. By nightfall, he was at Hongshuan Martial Arts Dojo. The owner here was Nge Hongshuan, the head of a family martial arts legacy who ranked top 10 in the 23rd Citywide Martial Arts Exchange in Bakha. He was a level 4 martial artist. According to the martial world standards, level 1 martial artists have a blood energy standard of 1.5 and a combat power of 150. Level 2 blood energy standard is 15, with combat power at 1500, 10 times the level 1 standard. Level 3 blood energy standard is 100, with combat power soaring to 10,000. Peak blood energy over 200 and combat power of 100,000 is needed to become a level 4 martial artist. Lu Sheng thought to himself. Nge Hongshuan's blood energy over 200 was like 300 times his own. Martial artist ranks were worlds apart. High-level martial artists were legit superhumans. Plus, only rich family kids could join this advanced class. If Lu Qinghe wanted to join, their parents would probably cover the cost. But for him, no way he'd get that chance. Looking on the bright side, he had a way to absorb zombies in his dreams, so he didn't really need this prep class. Lu Sheng smiled as he stepped up to the front desk. Welcome to Hongshuan Martial Arts Dojo. Are you here to register for our advanced martial arts class? Lu Sheng replied. Nah, I'm just here to check my blood energy value. The receptionist smiled on the outside but was judging him silently. No family trainer by his side, probably not from a rich family. She directed him down the hall to room number 8. Inside, there'd be machines to check his stats. She politely asked if he wanted her to come along for support, but Lu Sheng declined. Once inside the room, he got ready, then placed his hand on the round device to check his blood energy. The screen showed his current blood energy value at 0.963. Seeing the number, Lu Sheng looked thrilled. The dream wasn't lying. Defeating zombies really could boost blood energy. Just 1 hour and he'd gone up by 0.2. At this rate, he might even catch up to his little sister. But Qinghe was already a genius. Putting that aside, Lu Sheng was ready to go further down the martial path. So what would his combat power be? Lu Sheng stepped up to the power level testing machine. Reaching out, Lu Sheng got up and flipped on the light. Glancing at the clock, it was only 9 o'clock at night. If he went to bed now, that'd be way too early anyway. Better to train a bit first, then crash when he got tired. Lu Sheng took a deep breath, riding the wave of his full blood energy to push himself harder. The 30th sports training session officially kicked off. Lu Sheng started with the first form, but suddenly his limbs didn't obey him. Instead of the first move, his body was throwing some weird dance moves he didn't even get. He'd been drilling all 24 forms since elementary school, so there was no way he messed up the moves. The zombie's memories flashed again in Lu Sheng's mind. Now he got it because the zombie's memories were in his head. His body was training the martial arts the zombie had learned before. Most apartments had their lights off for sleep, but one teenage shadow kept grinding on his bed. Lu Sheng swung his arm hard, panting like crazy. He slowly realized this move required over 200 more motions than the previous drills. His hand swung out, sparking a strong blue electric current. He could feel it crystal clear inside himself. Plus, every time, he could sense power surging through his body like sweat pouring out. Lu Sheng was breathing hard, realizing something was off, not just the martial arts training, but also his breathing technique. Memories popped up with a voice constantly reminding him how to breathe and train, even how to eat and sleep, training all the time, everywhere. This was insane. Just a few moves already surpassed a whole year of his training, even beating the results of years of effort. Turns out the real genius class was in his dreams. Lu Sheng closed his eyes, clasped his hands, and channeled his vital energy out. He gathered his power tightly into a perfect circle. The rising air suddenly froze when a gurgling sound came from Lu Sheng's stomach. He clutched his belly in agony and collapsed, his face hollow like he'd starved for 1,000 years. And honestly, that wasn't far off. He was so hungry he could barely stand it, and this kind of hunger was brutal. Lu Sheng looked like a walking corpse, drooling as he thought about dinner with pure craving. Probably because his blood energy had spiked, his body's energy wasn't enough, and regular food just didn't cut it nutritionally. Lu Sheng figured he needed some body tonic. He was shaking from hunger now, but his family's income couldn't cover expensive supplements. If this kept up, his progress speed would definitely take a hit. He looked around his room and suddenly remembered something. He had to make money for supplements. He recalled that every semester, there were rewards for top students. He remembered the top-tier scholarship at White River Academy was 50,000 yuan, but to snag that cash, he had to prove his skill and talent matched up. Lu Sheng's gaze hardened like never before, determined to win that scholarship and buy food. The next morning, at the gym's locker room, Lu Sheng and others were changing clothes. Liu Kaiming zipped up his jacket and started chatting happily. It was rare today the teacher didn't quiz them on old lessons, and it'd been a while since they had a real combat class. Just as he was about to say more, Kaiming's eyes popped, seeing Lu Sheng's ripped six-pack. Huh? Lu, since when did you get those insane muscles? Kaiming wanted to check out the abs more, but Lu Sheng quickly threw on his shirt. Kaiming didn't mind and kept hyping him up. Just a few days apart, and you're so jacked I barely recognized you. Look at those pecs. Lu Sheng shrugged coolly. Yeah, been grinding hard lately. Don't go touching me just 'cause I'm looking good. He brushed his bangs away from his eyes and said, speaking of which, my hair's grown out, time for a cut. Kaiming pouted. Yeah, I bet you just want to show off in today's combat class to get the girls' attention. I see right through your lame plan. Lu Sheng rolled his eyes at his friend's thoughts, but didn't care much. Then they slapped shoulders and walked off together. As they went, Lu Sheng thought about how to show off. Maybe this really was his shot at the martial arts hall. Combat teacher Zhang Zhenguo spoke up. Today's combat class will focus on reinforcing the basic sparring techniques I taught you before. Liu Kaiming whispered to Lu Sheng. I heard teacher Zhang is a level 2 martial artist, fought on battlefields, even took on weird beasts. Then he told me to check out the scar on his arm. Sure enough, Zhang Zhenguo had a big, clear scar right on his arm that caught everyone's eye. He'd been to the battlefield and fought against freak beasts before, then told me to check out the scar on his hand. Seriously, Lu Qinghe's hand had this huge scar that just slapped you right in the face. Lu Sheng stared intently at the guy, thinking to himself, a level 2 martial artist? From what I see, this teacher's fighting moves are way too basic and clumsy. The stuff I learned in my dreams is way more advanced than this crap. Right now, Lu Qinghe was warming up and demonstrating the moves. After a bit, Lu Qinghe threw a few strong kicks, huffing and puffing, then pulled his leg back to finish. All right, the main focus is exactly what I just mentioned. Then, Lu Qinghe pointed directly at a student below. Yang Difi, come up and spar with me for everyone to see. The crowd below looked super hyped about this guy showing up, especially the girls. Yang Difi quickly stood up. Yes, sir. He swaggered forward under admiring gazes and compliments. A girl with hungry eyes kept fangirling, saying how cool Difi was, plus he was strong, and her friend chimed in. Yeah, that's the top brain and hot boy of our class. Everyone really wants to train with him. The crowd buzzed when the teacher called out Difi's name. The girls weren't even teasing each other anymore. What training? They just want to devour him alive. Meanwhile, the guys, including Liu Kaiming, snorted with disdain, complaining it was always this dude's chance to shine. Sure, he's handsome and rich. Even his blood tonic supplements at every stage are top-notch. Last time they checked Difi's blood energy, it was already 1.2, and the teacher still favored him in guidance. Liu Kaiming grumbled. How are regular folks like us supposed to survive? While Liu Kaiming was whining, Difi had already stepped up and demonstrated some powerful kicks. Seeing that, Lu Sheng thought silently, if it were the old me, I'd just be whining about unfair fate. But now, everything's different. Even Lu Sheng's eyes were glowing with determination. You gotta fight for everything yourself. On the field, the two kept demonstrating for everyone, ending with a hand strike. Lu Qinghe dusted off his clothes and praised Difi. Good, not bad moves. Your center of gravity needs some work. I'll fix that for you later. Train hard. Your future's limitless. Next is real combat. Call some students up to fight you. Yang Difi clasped his hands respectfully. Yes, thank you for your guidance. But deep down, Yang Difi looked down on the teacher, a low-level level 2 martial artist who didn't even compare to his family's personal coach. Lu Qinghe obviously didn't catch that sarcasm. He scanned the crowd to see if anyone wanted to spar with Yang Difi. Anyone want to step up? The students below all avoided his gaze, trying to look anywhere but at him. Liu Kaiming snorted with contempt. Who could beat that guy? Going up there would just be a stepping stone for him. Seeing the students' reactions, Lu Qinghe frowned in disappointment. Every time real combat was mentioned, these students acted like scared ostriches. What kind of teaching is this? The school says they train blood energy and martial arts, but once you graduate and join the army, only the elite survive the martial path. Lu Qinghe looked around again and thought, everyone says I favor the top students, but these kids don't even consider that besides Yang Difi. Who else dares to step up? Lu Qinghe's sweeping gaze accidentally locked with Lu Sheng's fierce, determined eyes. Lu Qinghe was shocked to see that look filled with battle spirit, like he'd actually fought before. The eyes are the window to the soul, so Lu Qinghe pointed directly at Lu Sheng, sitting below. All right, you. Come up and spar with Yang Difi. Lu Sheng calmly stood and said one word. Yes. Liu Kaiming anxiously grabbed his friend's arm. Just admit defeat, man. The test's coming up. Getting hurt now would mess everything up. Don't force your pride, okay? Lu Sheng flexed his arm, looking damn sexy, and told Kaiming, not FL. I've been training hard lately, too. He stepped onto the training field, and the teacher announced the time limit was 10 minutes. Rules the same as usual in combat. Safety first. Especially remember the key points mentioned last lesson. The two faced off, and Lu Sheng suddenly remembered the pre-fight advice. Stay super calm. So simple. Why hadn't I thought of this before? Well, if I had, I wouldn't be stuck in this life. The teacher asked Lu Sheng about his blood energy level. Although he tested at 0.963 just yesterday, in front of the teacher and classmates, Lu Sheng humbly said he was only at 0.8. Lu Qinghe found that number confusing. He didn't expect Lu Sheng's blood energy to be that low because the guy didn't look like someone with just 0.8. Finally, he reminded the students to focus on technique exchange and shouted start. Defy openly looked down on Lu Sheng, asking if he was ready, even bossing him around not to land on his hands if he fell, or he'd break bones. Most importantly, protect vital spots, especially the head. Lu Sheng showed no emotion, politely thanked Defy. I'm ready too, please teach me. Defy rushed forward, fists flying, with a scornful attitude. Lu Sheng, do you know what's the most important thing in real combat? You gotta control the distance between you and your opponent, watch their moves, and predict the attacks they're gonna throw. He's running a bunch of theories in his head, but it all boils down to one thing, blood energy gap. The crew watching this sparring match couldn't help but gape at how fast and light Dutfy moves. Dutfy charged forward like a storm, already convinced the outcome was set in stone, certain he'd win. But shockingly, the strike he threw with all his might just hit thin air. Dutfy's face froze stiff right there because Lu Sheng easily dodged his last attack and even countered. While Dutfy was still searching for his opponent, Lu Sheng landed a thunderous punch right on his cheek, sending him flying hundreds of meters. Dutfy got hit so hard he passed out, crashing into the crowd sitting below. Everyone around looked shocked and worried. They were all stunned by Lu Sheng's insane power. Just one punch, and Dutfy got a one-way ticket to the hospital, no fuss needed. Teacher Duong Dutfy was out cold, unable to wake up. The teacher shouted for the stunned students to call medical help. One of the students nodded quickly, then rushed off to follow the teacher's orders. The medics arrived with a stretcher to take Duong Dutfy away. He looked pathetic now, all because of his arrogant attitude. Lu Sheng approached Teacher Trung to explain he didn't mean to cause trouble. It had just been a while since he last controlled his power, which led to the accident. Trung Tren Kwok looked at Lu Sheng with deep, thoughtful eyes. He put a hand on Lu Sheng's shoulder, encouraging him that getting hurt in real fights is unavoidable. He told him not to worry because Dung Dutfi's injury wasn't too serious, but asked him to come to his office for some tea. Lu Sheng agreed and hurried after the teacher, asking Kai Min to take attendance for him in the next class before leaving. Kai Min watched Lu Sheng's retreating figure, puzzled. He wondered if Lu Sheng had been secretly taking some kind of candy or something to suddenly get this strong. Just a slight lean and he knocked Dung Dutfi out cold on the ground. Was this really the same Lu Sheng he knew? Cut to Trung Tren Kwok's office. Lu Sheng was surprised to see bonsai plants in the teacher's workspace. Didn't know Teacher Trung had that kind of hobby. Teacher Trung smirked coldly and said, "Everyone's got their own interests, and besides, everyone's got secrets, don't they?" Every word the teacher said was cryptic, hinting at something deeper. Tell me, am I right? Student Lu Sheng's blood energy value was 0.8. Lu Sheng wasn't shocked by the teacher's words. He calmly explained that the teacher had just asked about the last test's stats, so that's what he said. The teacher's face immediately turned serious, confirming that Lu Sheng hadn't used any blood energy enhancement drugs and reminded him that such substances were strictly banned at school because they were super dangerous. If caught, there'd be no easy way out. Hearing the mention of drugs, Lu Sheng's expression changed. He swore to the teacher he'd never touch that stuff. Hearing Lu Sheng's firm answer, the teacher opened a box containing a blue orb to check Lu Sheng's current blood energy level. Placing his hand on it allowed an easy scan, because if drugs were used, the blood energy would spike wildly, showing extreme fluctuations. After checking blood energy, they'd test combat power using the robot behind them. If Lu Sheng's combat power matched his blood energy, it'd prove his true strength. Lu Sheng didn't hesitate to accept the teacher's offer. He placed his hand on the orb, which lit up with blue light and quickly displayed the results. Shockingly, Lu Sheng's blood energy reached 1.5, making the teacher's jaw drop like he lost all his teeth. The teacher sat dumbfounded, staring at the screen, thinking that 1.5 was already first-level martial artist territory. But a first-level martial artist at 18? Not just this school, even the whole city of Bach Ha would call that a prodigy. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng stepped up to the robot to test it for the teacher. Sure enough, when he touched it lightly, the robot's head flew off. The teacher couldn't stay seated anymore. He slammed the table, jumped up, and yelled, "What the hell? What just happened?" Lu Sheng not only wrecked the teacher's robot but also blew up Trung Tren Kwok's bonsai. The once lush green tree, full of leaves, was now just a bare trunk couldn't look more dead. Trung Tren Kwok's tears fell for the life of his tree. The teacher screamed in pain, trembling as he called for his beloved tree. God, my family's legacy is destroyed. Why did you leave me? Boo-hoo. Lu Sheng was busy pulling the robot's head off the wall, looking panicked. Sorry, teacher, I went a bit too hard. But who told you to insist on making me test it? If you hadn't pushed me, the bonsai would still be intact. Trung Tren Kwok hugged the tree, thinking about Lu Sheng's power. That robot was just a student model, but facing a real martial artist's attack, it should have at least held its ground. The more he looked, the more he realized Lu Sheng's combat power was definitely beyond first-level martial artist. After everything settled, the two men faced each other. Lu Sheng quietly sat down, folding his legs, waiting to catch every emotion from the teacher. After all, you just committed a huge offense. The teacher spoke first. Didn't you say earlier that your last blood energy test result was 0.8? So, how long ago was that last test? Lu Sheng calmly replied. Half a month ago. That answer surprised the teacher even more. You mean it only took you half a month to raise your blood energy from 0.8? To boost it beyond the level of a full-fledged martial artist? That's just insane. Zhongzhen Guo asked Lu Sheng. Which big family are you the heir of? Or which grand sect are you training under to be moving like a demon like that? Lu Sheng gave a sheepish smile and said his situation was pretty normal. There's no big family here. He didn't have any master teaching him either. As for why his strength improved so fast, that was a secret he couldn't reveal. Zhang Zhenguo fell into deep thought. Less than a month, and his blood energy nearly doubled like that? Plus, his combat power surpassed the standard of a level 1 martial artist. Back in his student days, his achievements weren't bad either. He had trained hard for many years, broke through to level 2 martial artist, then joined the army. Once he stepped into the battlefield, he realized a truth. Humans can't beat monsters. Facing irrational power, you see how powerless and insignificant humans really are. And if anyone could beat those monsters, they'd have to be just as unbelievable. They're people who can't be explained, basically. Monsters themselves. Thinking too much gave Zhang Zhenguo a headache, so he decided not to bother anymore. He leaned back in his chair and let out a big sigh. I get it. With your achievements, you should definitely join the school's elite class to get the best teachers guiding you. I'll contact the academic office. Lu Sheng jumped when the teacher mentioned the elite class. He thanked the teacher for the offer but refused to join that level, because even with guidance and classes, it wouldn't be faster than training on his own. Zhang Zhenguo was pretty surprised by the refusal. No need, but for a prodigy like you, the school would definitely go all out to help. If you have any difficulties during training and need the school's help, don't hesitate to say so. Hearing this, Lu Sheng dropped his pride and casually made a request. If that's the case, I won't be polite. I have 2 requests. First, I want a martial arts scholarship. Second, I hope the school lets me have flexible class time. Zhang Zhenguo agreed to Lu Sheng's requests. He promised to get Lu Sheng the most special scholarship, about 30,000 yuan. As for class time, he'd talk to the academic office later, but it would take 2 days for the scholarship approval. But we can't delay your training time. Zhang Zhenguo pulled out a black card and handed it to Lu Sheng, saying, I'm giving you this card first. Pay me back when you're financially stable. Lu Sheng happily took the card. This was the martial arts black card, with at least 100,000 yuan inside, way more than the scholarship. Thank you so much, Teacher Zhang. Haha, don't slack off training. I hope you bring glory back to the school. All right, now hurry back to class. Saying that, Lu Sheng turned and left Zhang Zhenguo's office. After Lu Sheng was gone, the teacher suddenly laughed out loud. Our Baiha Academy suddenly has a Lu Sheng who's under 18, but already has the strength of a level 2 martial artist. Before the upcoming exam, we have to hide him well. Turn him into the school's secret weapon, then scare the other academies good. Turns out the teacher's just as flashy as anyone else. After rambling, he remembered to quickly report this news to his superiors. But it seemed Zhang Zhenguo's ambitions didn't stop there. He wanted even more. After all these years, they finally had someone who could reach that place. Scene shifts to a supermarket. Right now, a staff member was advertising a newly released Lan Xin wine from Ren Xin Tang that nourishes blood energy. After blood energy reaches 0.8, this is the best to strengthen it. Plus, this type is specially for female martial artists. There's a discount now, only 30,000 yuan per bottle. The woman immediately told the staff to wrap it up. The little girl happily grabbed her mom's arm and promised that in the upcoming mock exam, she'd definitely get first place in her grade. Lu Sheng watched their backs as they left and fell into thought. That bottle of wine costs 31,000 yuan. His parents worked day and night, but could only afford blood energy supplements worth 3,000. The stronger a martial artist is, the more money they can make. With more money, they can nurture their martial strength. The reality shows how hard it is for poor kids to excel in school. Lu Sheng thought of his little sister Wei Lan, who's a true genius with the talent to change her own fate, but got dragged down by a brother like him, forced to share scarce resources so pitiful. He recalled how, in his past life, he refused to accept being ordinary, but never gave his all to change his fate, just drifting through dull, meaningless days. At that moment, two students walked by, chatting about today's gaming. Round-headed Huang Huang said, "Today I'm pulling you up to gold rank, a newbie swordmaster. I'll lead you on a rampage." The other guy, probably a good kid, was clearly admiring the street-smart player who spent all day at the internet cafe. Lu Sheng watched them chatting and thought deeply, then suddenly understood. Yeah, the craving for knowledge is something a martial artist in this world just can't explain, but they hide it in the game, greedy for a bit of connection from their past life. It's like those fish stuck in a pond wanting to swim freely in the endless ocean, but still clinging to the comfort and peace inside the water. But that's just the past, because now everything's changed. Lu Sheng has finally broken the surface and seen the world outside. Once again, he's got a shot to change his fate. In this life, whatever he wants to do or has to do, he's damn sure he won't screw it up this time. Lu Sheng looks up at the sky, full of hope and ambition burning inside him. It's like something's hit him hard. His eyes suddenly snap wide open, and his body starts showing those familiar signs. Lu Sheng realizes he's absorbed a massive amount of battle memories in a short time, so in the blink of an eye, he's understood a ton of stuff. His old martial arts techniques are shattered now. From here on out, he's gonna make those moves his own. Lu Sheng clenches his fists, determined to make it happen. On this new path, he's already taken another step forward. He thinks about his family, his sister Lu Qinghe, and their parents, then promises himself he won't stop getting stronger and will snatch everything he's ever wanted. The scene shifts to Lu Sheng's next training session in his dream. A zombie with a busted set of teeth lunges to attack Lu Sheng but fails. Now, Lu Sheng's at a level where one swing sends these amateur zombies flying hundreds of meters. This zombie went down flat after just one punch, couldn't even get up to fight back. After beating it, Lu Sheng can't help but complain a bit. Just a zombie from his past life who trained in martial arts, turned into a walking corpse, but still using fighting techniques. After taking this one down, its memories instantly flood into Lu Sheng. Based on this zombie's memories, the base number 1359 he's been hunting is right in front of him. He scans the distance looking for it. This base must have been destroyed during that black bone storm and the endless waves of those freak beasts before. Even the beasts he's run into seem kinda weird. Speak of the devil, and here they come. As soon as he says it, a few creatures rush out, flashing their pearly white teeth like porcelain, running straight at Lu Sheng. But they barely take a step before getting beaten so bad they can't even cry out. After clearing them, his vision clears up. As they fall, base 1359 appears right before Lu Sheng. Finally found it. The scene of a once beautiful city now lies in ruins. The city is surrounded by a massive, sturdy wall. Lu Sheng slides down from a hole in the wall to get inside. Standing there, he realizes just how gigantic the wall really is. Compared to it, Lu Sheng looks like an ant next to an elephant. He can't help but marvel. What a massive wall. But that's just getting into the city where the actual base is. Who knows? He thinks to himself, if some random giant beast crawls out now, he wouldn't even be surprised in this place. Lu Sheng keeps exploring. The deeper he goes, the more surprises pop up. The wall is about 20 meters thick. It's hard to imagine what kind of war could smash through a base this massive. The more he thinks about it, the more confusing it gets. Whether it's martial arts or civilization level, this world far surpasses his current one. How could such a powerful civilization fall to the claws of those freak beasts? What does their future even look like? Lu Sheng spots a building whose architecture doesn't match the others. This has to be the military base or command center. There's a huge hole in the middle of the building, like something attacked it. Looking closer, someone's sitting quietly in a corner. It looks like a jiangshi. Before Lu Sheng can think more, a mysterious force rushes at him, catching him off guard. He falls down, clueless about what just hit him. That person used a shockwave to mess with his mental strength. But who the hell is this guy with such a threatening power? If Lu Sheng could beat him, he'd definitely get stronger. But first, to keep his skin intact, it's better to stay away for now. So he puts that dream aside and focuses on finding his target. First, he needs to check everything around here. All around are just zombies wandering aimlessly. The city doesn't look threatening at all. These guys are weak, barely above beginner level, and fall easily. Lu Sheng kicks each one down as he passes. Every single one crashes to the ground. When they were human, they got bitten by zombies. Now as zombies, they can't bite anyone and just get kicked around all day. The real losers here are these clueless zombies who don't even know what's going on. After dealing with them, Lu Sheng jumps onto the city wall. When he enters an apartment, he's surprised there's no sign of zombies inside. But this house looks like a battlefield now. After checking around, Lu Sheng guesses this family was eating when the apocalypse hit, because the dishes on the table are still there, untouched. And even the windows show no signs of being smashed. Lu Sheng wonders, could it be that no normal people turned into zombies after the Black Bone Storm attack? Turning back, Lu Sheng saw a round gadget glowing with a blue light that caught his attention. Curious, he reached out to touch it to see if it did anything. The moment he touched it, a bunch of sparkling lights danced around, Then a beautiful girl dressed in revealing clothes appeared. Lu Sheng's eyes went wide. He guessed this was probably a 3D hologram from virtual reality. Words started appearing on the device. Lu Sheng realized this machine was using his language. Crap, could this be a trap? He felt uneasy because the language used here was the same as his own world. He suspected maybe because it was more advanced, there was some high-tech device automatically translating for users. The machine started introducing itself. It was a tech product from Tianheng, an AI integrated with 16th generation brainlight energy named Ngai Yi. This little thing was responsible for managing the server network base 1359. Lu Sheng muttered, "Damn, this really is future tech." He called out Ngai Yi, then asked the machine to show him the latest news from the past week. The device obeyed, pretending to scan and connect data for a bit. Then after successfully connecting, it displayed a bunch of important info. Among all the new info, what caught Lu Sheng's attention the most was the 10 realm martial artists, currently at year 11,024. He thought, if the hierarchy of this world and his own are that similar, there's no way to imagine what level their martial arts have reached. Suddenly, a huge dragon with a terrifying face appeared, lunging to attack. Even though it was just a recorded video, it scared Lu Sheng. No matter how you look at it, the martial arts and tech in this world are insanely powerful. They've developed at a speed that's hard for him to even imagine. But no matter if it's the 10-level martial path or the tall, sturdy fortress walls, under the shadow and claws of those mutant beasts, nothing is safe. Some even decided to abandon their home planet, sending out search teams on interstellar trips to find a second planet to live on. But on the day human civilization completely collapsed, there was no uplifting info left behind. Lu Sheng moved toward a seat, thinking to himself that Earth really couldn't escape its fate of destruction. He felt sorry for such a mighty and glorious civilization that couldn't keep growing. After sitting down, Lu Sheng asked Ngai Yi to show him the world's history. Ngai Yi started fetching info about world history. In just a moment, Lu Sheng had all the info he wanted. He read while deep in thought, this world is so strong, yet it still couldn't avoid destruction. He wanted to study this world's history, to maybe learn something from their experience, then help his current world avoid the same fate. The news board began narrating the world's history. In the first year of the martial calendar, huge cracks appeared all over the world, spawning countless alien creatures. 34 years into the martial path, the ancient dragon nation gave birth to the world's first internal energy martial artist, and that year also saw the founding of the Martial World Alliance. Lu Sheng started sweating bullets as he listened. Isn't this the history of the world he's living in? He lowered his head, looking thoughtful. So that's how it all went down. Sharing the same language and martial hierarchy isn't a coincidence. What he just saw wasn't the destruction of another world, but the future of his world 10,000 years from now. But Lu Sheng also realized something else. He understood that what he thought might be the same world could actually be a coincidence or a parallel universe. Lu Sheng quickly called Ngai Yi, asking if he could search for info on a human. The person he wanted to find was himself. Very quickly, Ngai Yi gave Lu Sheng the answer he wanted. The screen showed 36 results for Lu Sheng. He didn't expect there to actually be info about himself. But shockingly, the info said he could only live until age 28 and was still just an ordinary person. His marital status was single and happily so, with no partner. The historical evaluation on him was nothing special. After searching for himself, Lu Sheng couldn't sit still. He remembered he had to find out more about his little sister. He ordered Ngai Yi to continue searching for March 299, a person named Lu Qinghe. Unexpectedly, when it came to Qinghe's name, Ngai Yi didn't have enough clearance. The system notified that the guest user couldn't query info on this martial artist. It required genetic blood samples to create a user. Lu Sheng stared at his hand, thinking, how the hell am I supposed to provide a blood sample? At least there should be a syringe or something in that weird machine, right? Before he could figure out what to do, Ngai Yi suddenly moved close to Lu Sheng, closed her eyes tight, and bit his finger. Maybe the realistic sensation down to every millimeter, plus being touched by a girl, made Lu Sheng blush red with embarrassment. After Ngai Yi's effort, drops of blood appeared on Lu Sheng's hand. The system announced the blood sample collection was complete and was now under testing. Everything was done, but Lu Sheng still couldn't shake off the earlier awkwardness. He thought to himself, future people really go all out. Even if it's just a fictional character, why does it feel so real? Suddenly, Ngai Yi's appearance changed. Her expression shifted. The info on the screen was no longer blue, but had turned red. The system announced that the human genetic blood type has been detected. The official planning has been launched. The system is connecting to the Fire Tribe Library resource number 1359. Once the connection is successful, Lu Sheng's permissions will be unlocked. Lu Sheng is curious about what the Fire Tribe is. Could it be a plan to leave Earth and find a new world? The screen displays Lu Sheng's personal information. The details now are nothing like what he initially received. All the info about him is now shown in the fullest detail. Lu Sheng suddenly realizes his future has changed. The info board is no longer basic like before. His martial power back then was at level 4 fighter, his permission level had reached level 2, and his life experience had grown. He graduated from Bakha Academy in Bakha City, ranking top 1 in the server and 23rd in the whole city. After that, he got admitted to Bakha University in Wuhan. After college, he joined the military zone and later served in the Southern Sky military zone. But one thing hasn't changed much from the old info board. That is, Lu Sheng still kicked the bucket young, only this time he died at 37, and his marital status remained unmarried. Especially, his history rating jumped from 0 to 2 stars. Lu Sheng was stunned. Could it be that after he got stronger, his future changed too? He couldn't believe his eyes and dug deeper into the AI's info. But according to the data, even his life trajectory before 18 was exactly as shown here. Even the power boost before his college entrance exam was recorded. But facing such a heavy history, that little shock was barely a ripple. In humanity's massive database, there's no such thing as a genius. Lu Sheng sneered, thinking that in over 10,000 years of history, there have been countless geniuses. So the so-called famous names in history are just a tiny fraction. Still, this data has some errors. The data says Lu Sheng's blood energy score was 2012 during the college entrance exam, and his combat ability index was 257. But ignoring space, based on current speed, just training, physical exercise, breathing methods, and maintaining existing resources, it would normally take him over 200 days to reach this result. But if Lu Sheng added cultivation and gains from the dream space, then his achievements should be even further. Just thinking about being only 23rd in the city is unacceptable, not even making the national list. Lu Sheng can't let this slide. His name has to be known by way more people. Determination lit up in Lu Sheng's eyes. His future definitely can't stay like this. If he keeps getting stronger, he might just change the future. Humanity's civilization can't just march toward extinction like this. Lu Sheng clenched his fist tightly with resolve. He's sure he'll rewrite history and flip the script. Back in the real world, Lu Sheng's mom was setting breakfast out for the kids. Seeing Lu Sheng still dozing in his pajamas, she asked, "Little Sheng, why haven't you changed clothes yet? Aren't you going to school today?" Lu Sheng peeled a steamed bun and said, "The teacher said I can choose to study at home from now on. No need to go to class." Both Mom and Wei Lan found this a bit sketchy, especially Wei Lan, who goes to the same school but never heard of anyone choosing to study at home. Big bro's getting weirder by the day. Lu Sheng finished eating and stood up to leave. "I'm heading to the training room first." Seeing her son so dedicated to training lately, Mom was super happy about this change. She even urged him to keep it up. "Go on, keep that fire burning." Wei Lan frowned, watching Lu Sheng's back as he left. She also felt Lu Sheng was changing more and more lately. He no longer looked clueless like before. He was becoming calm and mysterious. When Lu Sheng got to his room, he saw his phone ringing on the table. At this hour, it was easy to guess who it was. It had to be Teacher Trung. Lu Sheng picked up, and sure enough, it was him. The teacher called to tell Lu Sheng his scholarship was ready, and he could pick it up at school this afternoon. Lu Sheng politely thanked the teacher. The teacher didn't forget to ask why he wasn't at school today. "By the way, why aren't you coming to school today? Weren't they supposed to discuss your school schedule?" Before the teacher could finish, Lu Sheng cut in, saying he didn't have much time and couldn't waste it anymore. He wasn't ready to explain everything yet, so he told the teacher to contact him if needed, then hung up immediately. Lu Sheng thought he no longer had time to worry about being envied or hated for being too outstanding. He had to train hard and show off his talents, make everyone's jaws drop. To do that, he had to reveal more talents to get more resources. Lu Sheng imagined himself standing on a mountain, needing to climb to the peak as fast as possible, then find a way to change that future. The scene shifted into Lu Sheng's dream, where he was ordering the master to unlock his permissions and then search for all cultivation methods. Enlightenment and notes related to martial arts. He immediately received orders and set out to gather information for Lu Sheng, risking his life. After a successful search, he produced a total of 465,715 results. Faced with such a massive amount of information, Lu Sheng felt overwhelmed. He then asked him to filter out the most suitable martial arts techniques for first-level cultivators, while also extracting the most valuable content. He filtered again, this time, limiting the scope to first-level cultivators as requested by Lu Sheng. The result was 34,521. After sorting and selecting the highest corresponding results, they finally narrowed it down to 3 unique search results. These were the best martial arts techniques in the past 10,000 years. First was the stellar body refinement technique created by Wang Hang, the strongest level 10 martial sage, included in the Fire Seed plan. Next was the natural breathing method created by Yang Yiden, the strongest level 11 martial sage, also part of the plan. And finally, the crystal mind perception technique created by Duan Yifeng, the strongest level 11 martial sage. Lu Sheng was shocked to realize that the creators of these techniques were all level 11. Currently, the strongest person hadn't surpassed level 9, so having level 11 techniques here seemed totally off. Although still just beginner versions, the value of these techniques was priceless and hard to describe because they were all part of the Fire Seed plan. It seemed the strong warriors of the martial sage sect had long predicted this fate, but knowing their own limits, they could only pass down all the essence they learned in life, hoping future generations could continue the Fire Seed plan. Unfortunately, they never expected the one to pick up the Fire Seed wouldn't be their descendants, but Lu Sheng. Setting that aside, Lu Sheng's main goal here was training. He started with the stellar body refinement technique, turning his body into a miniature universe. Lu Sheng clenched one fist, placing the other hand in front of his chest. The first move was clear mind, void thought, and divine unbound release. Refining blood and chi to strengthen body and soul, calming and training the mind, this would penetrate every single cell. Each cell would become a planet with unbeatable power, turning the blood flowing inside into constellations, internalizing into the body to become a star realm. The density of a martial artist's body at peak cultivation, strength, and defense reaching unimaginable levels. Blood and chi would be as strong as stars and as thin as constellations. After a tough session, Lu Sheng was drenched in sweat. He recalled the moves he had practiced before. If regular body refinement had an effectiveness of 1, then the stellar body refinement technique had to be 1,000 times better, maybe even more. Although at first it felt like simple exercise, nothing special. If that's the case, he had to quickly move on to the next exercise, the natural breathing method. Lu Sheng closed his eyes and tried it for the first time. He took a deep breath, and it felt like thousands of flames were spreading all around. After finishing, Lu Sheng felt his body burning with countless fires, even inside heating up gradually. And that was just the first breathing method. Many more powerful breathing attributes were yet to come. Next was the crystal mind perception technique. This move helped tame thoughts and strengthen willpower. It involved the most mysterious energy part of martial cultivation. Lu Sheng sat down cross-legged to give it a try. This technique probably used the spiritual force of cultivation. Blue lights began to glow around him, covering his entire body. In moments, Lu Sheng slipped into his own private space. This was likely his spiritual world. Inside, he saw a version of himself wearing only shorts, sitting hugging himself with eyes tightly shut. Spirit and willpower were crucial in martial arts, so a fighter needed firm will without distractions. Both combat strength and cultivation speed far surpassed those with weak, lustful wills. But after a long time inspecting and feeling around, Lu Sheng still didn't know how to cultivate this. Finally, he sighed in frustration, staring at his unmoving statue in front of him, and gave up. Looks like he'd have to practice this slowly later. Ending today's training, Lu Sheng gradually opened his eyes. Just waking up, he had to keep breathing hard from exhaustion. Though it was dream training, the fatigue clung tightly. Nothing like a normal dream. Suddenly, a foul smell hit him. Looking down at his arm, Lu Sheng saw it was dirtier than ever. If some cute girl walked into his room now, he'd be totally embarrassed with nowhere to hide. He held out his hand, admiring the results of his training, thinking maybe this was sweat from his body. Sure enough, dream training affected the real body. This was beyond his imagination. But first, he had to take a shower. The effects of the stellar body refinement and natural breathing method surprisingly expelled impurities from his body. Lu Sheng went to the table, grabbed a bottle of wine, and thought about how fast his cultivation had been lately. After getting his scholarship money tomorrow, he could keep training even harder. The bottle in Lu Sheng's hand was a rare pill formula from 10,000 years later. This pill not only boosted the user's strength, but could even change the entire world's medicine layout. Lu Sheng couldn't help but smirk at the thought. Right now, at Bakha Academy, Lu Sheng was here to get a scholarship. Although studying wasn't as quick and easy as that, hearing about getting a scholarship made even Lightning Dharma fake, just a name. Mr. Zhang from Zhongzhen Guo couldn't help but sigh seeing Lu Sheng just show up silently like this. Next time, at least give the teacher a heads up. Lu Sheng obediently replied politely, I got it, sir. Sorry to bother you, Mr. Zhang. Mr. Zhang didn't blame him anymore. Just told Lu Sheng if he had something to do, he could leave early. But he had to make sure to come to school at least once a week, not just disappear without a trace like that. Lu Sheng obediently said, yes, sir, like a good dog, then immediately left. Mr. Zhang watched Lu Sheng's back as he left, feeling like it had only been 2 days since they last met, but now he totally couldn't understand Lu Sheng anymore. The guy gave off an aura that made it impossible to read his thoughts. On the way home, Lu Sheng was already thinking about quickly fixing his blood and energy deficiency. Now that he had money in hand, and also had medicine from the future world, adjusting his own supplements was the best way. Lu Sheng recalled the prescription he found last time in the Fire Clan's private warehouse. In this era, at this stage, the best medicine for him was the spirit mechanism, blood-strengthening decoction, and marrow-nourishing pill. But realistically, even the simplest prescription needed professional tools, and just a slight difference in heat or dosage could totally change the effect. Lu Sheng needed a professional medicine preparation room, but building one himself was impossible. The money he had wasn't enough to meet this need. Lu Sheng looked up at the pharmacy in front of him, thinking maybe if he couldn't build his own lab, he could rent equipment from the pharmacy. Life's not a dream, the pharmacy owner flat out refused. What are you joking about? The medicine prep room is the heart of this pharmacy. You want to tour our secret recipes? I'm not stupid enough to let you in. Then, he slammed the door shut angrily and kicked Lu Sheng out. This was the 7th pharmacy that rejected and kicked him out like that. Clearly, this method wasn't working at all. Lu Sheng looked at the backpack in his hand. He had already bought all the ingredients for the spirit mechanism blood-strengthening decoction here, even bought extra. He looked at the card in his hand. It didn't just have 30,000 yuan like Mr. Zhang said before, but actually had 180,000. Lu Sheng guessed the teacher thought 30,000 was too little and gave him extra. Lost in thought, he walked on, unknowingly wandering into a deserted, wild area, still thinking about buying some cheap tools online to test, when suddenly another pharmacy appeared in front of him. Living 18 years here, Lu Sheng never knew there was a pharmacy hidden in this seemingly abandoned area. He opened the door and stepped in, but the owner barely cared, still absorbed in his music, letting anyone come or go. The blonde guy with 3 stripes shaved into his head told Lu Sheng to just pick whatever he wanted and bring it to him to pay. Lu Sheng was trying to explain he wasn't here to buy medicine, but before he could finish, the guy just ignored him and repeated what he said earlier, not caring about his customer at all. Don't even think about running after buying stuff. This place is full of cameras, and they record in high definition. Lu Sheng narrowed his eyes, frowning at this clueless dude. The pharmacies he'd been to, no matter how bad their attitude, would at least be polite and ask what the customer needed. But this guy acted like he didn't want to do business at all, which made Lu Sheng super annoyed. The guy was still busy watching pretty girls shake their hips on TikTok, laughing with his eyes squinted, totally unaware the customer in front of him was about to teach him a lesson he'd never forget. If he kept acting like that, Lu Sheng slammed his hand down on the blonde's phone, killing his vibe mid-drool. The guy jumped up like he wanted to throw down, "You want to die or what?" But before he could even act tough for a second, Lu Sheng leaned in and made him turn off the phone, obediently shut his mouth. "If you don't want to be stuck eating just nutritional porridge from now on." The guy finally got scared, sweat pouring down his face, and gently asked what Lu Sheng wanted. Lu Sheng kept his serious vibe, slammed his hand on the table and said, "I'm here to ask you something. Does your pharmacy have a medicine preparation room?" The seller looked pale from fear but still tried to sound tough. "If we do, so what? If we don't, so what?" Lu Sheng suddenly flipped his attitude, smiling brightly and asked, "If you do you want to make a business deal with that guy?" The guy agreed and led Lu Sheng to the prep room in his pharmacy, but before going in, he blocked the door and said again. He said Lu Sheng could only use it for 3 hours max, and there was one more thing he hadn't said yet, but Lu Sheng cut him off, smoothly pulling out his card and saying, "Paying up front, right?" The blonde's eyes lit up at the money. "Come on in, Lu Sheng. I'd probably even carry you on my head. Make yourself at home. Haha." Inside, Lu Sheng put on gloves and a professional blue coat to start his first medicine preparation session. This was also his first time practicing medicine like this. First, he had to start by processing the ingredients. Lu Sheng held a mutated blue lizard in his hand. The first step is to peel off the scales of this lizard to keep it alive, then pour in the neutralizing agent to prepare the medicine at 35% concentration, keeping it at a stable temperature. Next, condense the moonstone by using a laser beam to adjust the visible light radiation. Split the raw materials into 2 forms, mobile and liquid, then collect and proceed to chill them. Finally, cut 30 grams of the fiery root of the spring-scented plant and the extremely tough root of the alien plant, but the dosage must be controlled carefully. After processing the ingredients through sequence conditioning, adjust the medicinal potency based on the ratio and reaction order, then mix everything together. After all these steps, the blood-strengthening elixir is finally obtained. Lu Sheng raises a pink, galaxy-colored solution. This right here is his masterpiece. Success! Can't believe it worked on the first try. This is the tonic from 1,000 years in the future, but whether it really works or not, we'll only know after using it. Lu Sheng downs the concoction in one gulp. After drinking it, there's no special feeling or taste at all. He starts doubting if his experiment failed. But no sooner had he thought that, his body began to change. Lu Sheng collapsed to the floor, letting out a loud scream, then lay down exhausted. He didn't expect the medicinal power to be this strong. Just now, it already filled the deficiency of qi and blood caused by leveling up too fast for a long time, even leaving some surplus. Lu Sheng thought the effect was so good and didn't harm his body at all, which was unimaginable. Not only that, the blood-strengthening tonic also had powerful effects like improving skin elasticity and shrinking pores. This is clearly the crystallized wisdom of 10,000 years of martial arts. Just as he was reveling in his success, there was a constant knocking at the door outside. Lu Sheng opened the door pleadingly to the blonde guy. "It's not even time yet. Why are you knocking?" The blonde guy panicked and shouted, "No time to explain, hurry! Go out the back door, our master is back. Outside, a beautiful, wealthy woman dressed stylishly, leisurely entered the shop. That blonde guy was about to get what he deserved. The woman carried a box of test tubes filled with green, red, purple, yellow, pink, orange, gray, and white medicines. She tried a green one first, but was utterly disappointed after drinking it. Nope, can't drink this. The drug reaction is too weak. It doesn't activate the medicinal properties at all. She felt completely helpless. Martial arts are developing fast now, along with the medical field advancing even more. Every day new, better medicines are researched, and old ones get tossed aside. She was the heiress of the Ha family. The Ha family is weakening day by day because of their stubborn, outdated beliefs, refusing to accept new ideas. The medicines at the Good Deeds Hall are all old recipes from hundreds of years ago, basically no longer competitive in the market. If they don't find new medicines soon, the family business her father entrusted to her will just fade away. The more the Ha heiress thought about it, the more helpless she felt, gritting her teeth. But since she lacked the ability to research, she could only cooperate with the old pharmacist. The new medicine that Old Master Zhang invented this time, she had to get it. Whether the Ha family could turn things around depended on this. Just as the Ha heiress stepped in, the blonde guy was pushing Lu Sheng out. He hurriedly ran out to greet his mistress. Miss Ha, weren't you supposed to go to the market today? The heiress ignored him and stormed straight into the medicine preparation room. Although the blonde guy looked scared on the outside, inside he was completely captivated by the girl, lost in obsession. In his eyes, Miss Ha was always beautiful and elegant, with a graceful appearance beyond question. To him, she was forever a goddess, even fantasizing about a house and kids with her. Just as he reached the peak of his daydream, a shout snapped him back to reality. Ma Fai, did you sneak someone into my medicine prep room? Still half in a daze, Ma Fai said that even Miss Ha's angry look was beautiful, which made her so mad her head almost exploded. Ma Fai tried to deny it, but Miss Ha had no time to argue. She slapped him in frustration and kicked him out immediately. Get lost! Don't come tomorrow. The heiress was in the prep room, itching for a fight with someone. She threw Lu Sheng's jacket straight into the trash bin, cleaning the room while cursing to herself. All the test tubes had to be washed again, then disinfected. The more she cleaned, the more stuff she found. Suddenly, the box containing the alien blue lizard caught her eye. This even used activated chi to energize the alien blue lizard, so it was definitely valuable. But thinking again, maybe it was just a crazy idea of hers. That guy was probably just trying to research the medicine himself. And to research it, you need deep knowledge of pharmacology. She thought Lu Sheng didn't even have a medicine prep room, so dreaming of getting rich overnight was just wishful thinking. But looking at herself, she was also pinning her hopes on such illusions. After cleaning the table, she looked down and saw a broken test tube on the floor. She felt even more helpless and couldn't help but complain. But hey, gotta look at myself too. This girl's putting all her hopes into some fantasy crap like this. After cleaning up everything on the table, she looked down and saw a broken test tube on the floor. She felt even more helpless and couldn't help but complain. Just barging into someone else's medicine lab, messing with their stuff, and then dropping things just to make a scene. The girl bent down to pick up the broken pieces and noticed something was off. The shape and scent of this medicine, could it really be Ning Yue stone, mixed with the corrupted root of fragrant spring? It was the first time she saw these two combined. She touched it and dabbed a drop, then tasted it, and the reaction was way beyond what she expected. Meanwhile, Ma Fai was dragging his suitcase away after being ruthlessly kicked out by the goddess. He sighed in regret, thinking this jerk just ruined him. If he'd known earlier, he wouldn't have gone chasing that measly cash. He never expected that little thing would end his whole connection with the goddess. Ma Fai looked back at the pharmacy, begging the heavens, God, just let me see the goddess one more time, even if it's just once. As soon as he mentioned Cao Cao appeared right away. Ma Fai saw Miss Ha rushing toward him, waving him over. Ma Fai, don't leave. Stop right there. Seeing Miss Ha calling him, Ma Fai got all choked up, tears almost spilling. He dropped everything and ran straight to the beauty. I knew you had me in your heart. I'm not going anywhere, just staying by your side. You're my forever escape. Ma Fai Jiang spread his arms, ready to hug his baby, but suddenly Miss Ha grabbed his collar and shouted angrily, Who just went into my medicine lab? I need to see that person immediately. Ma Fi was shaken so hard by Miss Ha, he felt like his soul left his body. Miss Ha's family said if he could find Lu Sheng, he could keep working and even get double pay. Still dazed, Ma Fi luckily managed to say he had contact info for Lu Sheng. Hearing this, Miss Ha grabbed his phone like it was gold, then coldly tossed him into a corner. Only God knows how badly she needed to find Lu Sheng. The medicine he just made had blood-boosting effects 10 times stronger than the one selling for 100,000 on the market today. Plus, after testing it, she saw it also made skin whiter and built muscle. The main ingredients were common stuff, and the cost was less than 5,000 yuan. This might actually be a world-first medicine. She picked up the phone to call Lu Sheng. Finally, she found the person she'd been searching for. This was the Ha family's big chance. Lu Sheng was still training hard after just getting a fresh energy boost. The refined body technique was no joke, a level 10 to 11 cultivation method from 10,000 years in the future. It was unimaginable, a huge breakthrough for human body potential. If he kept this up, his body might actually create a star spirit. Not only that, the natural breathing method was amazing, with super strong power. Without this breathing technique combined, the body training wouldn't be nearly as effective. His blood energy had increased a lot. The effects of the spirit muscle blood decoction were also great. He just made 12 bottles. With his physique, 2 bottles a day were enough, and after 6 days, he had to figure out how to make more. His phone kept ringing non-stop. The ringtone was, "1,000 miles. Can you stay here?" by the national husband, probably worth 5 grand. Lu Sheng grabbed the phone and hit answer. As soon as the call connected, Miss Ha hurriedly spoke like she was scared the call might drop. "Master, hello, sorry to bother you. I'm Ha 2020, the manager of Xingshan Hall. I saw the medicine you left. It's a product that opens a new era." Ha 2020 proposed a partnership with Lu Sheng. He agreed immediately, but said the meeting would be in a week, then hung up, leaving her face frozen stiff. Save your face, seriously. Ha 2020 was desperate to meet this mysterious guy, but he was still acting all high and mighty. Suddenly remembering something, she shook Ma Fai awake and told him to find Lu Sheng right now. "From now on, you're in charge of finding the master as fast as possible. If you find him before 6 days, you get 10,000 yuan for every day early. Got it?" Hearing the fat reward, Ma Fai instantly perked up. "Boss, you gotta keep your word." But thinking about Lu Sheng's appearance, Ma Fai asked if Ha Tuo was sure. The guy who borrowed the medicine lab looked barely a teenager. He looked like just a student, which made Ha Tuo suddenly nervous. She imagined a bespectacled nerd researching herbs to make quality medicine. Ha Tuo started doubting humanity. If Lu Sheng was just a student and already made that medicine, what kind of god was he? Lu Sheng trained hard every day. The dream task of fighting zombies repeated over and over, each day knocking out another zombie with a punch to the chin pain that words can't describe. But that wasn't his main goal today. Today's target was the super huge zombie over there. Compared to it, Lu Sheng only reached its knee. But he wanted to see if a level 1 fighter like him could take on a level 4 zombie like that. Before he could do anything, the zombie charged and landed a loving punch, lightly injuring Lu Sheng. This zombie was seriously strong, at least twice as powerful as Lu Sheng. That zombie kept charging to attack. But this time Lu Sheng dodged its move and instead showed it what real pain feels like. Lu Sheng didn't even know when he slipped behind it and slammed a hard kick into its back, making it squeal like a pig getting slaughtered. The zombie, attacked from behind, quickly spun around to glare at Lu Sheng. But he was faster, raising his leg high and smashing it down full force on its head, knocking it out cold instantly. Finally, he took that one down. Thought it'd be easy. Not so fast. This zombie was once a soldier who died on the battlefield. Since zombies like this aren't monsters, Lu Sheng could easily gain experience from them. They're just people who died. Like everyday stuff, the memories from the zombie's life started flooding into Lu Sheng's mind. He closed his eyes and absorbed the memories and power like some kind of machine. Fight done, absorption done. Lu Sheng just found out this zombie was actually a level 5 martial artist. No wonder its punch earlier almost knocked him out cold. Thinking back, if it weren't missing an arm and brain, just fighting on pure instinct left in its body, there's no way Lu Sheng could have beaten it. He's been training his stellar body refining technique, natural breathing method, and crystal eye meditation for almost a week now. With his blood energy surging fast through his spiritual core, plus the absorbed memories granting him martial arts perks, if he combined the secret arts in his stellar body, refining and breathing techniques, his power could explode up to 10 times, maybe even 100 times. Now the other zombies, smelling human scent, started creeping closer, clueless that today's gonna be their apocalypse. Dumbasses. They just jumped at Lu Sheng. Meanwhile, he was charging up new energy, ready to unleash and show these fools what a real party looks like. Lu Sheng's punch to the ground made all the nearby zombies howl like babies. They were warned not to come close, but none listened, so they gotta suffer the consequences. What else can you do? Back to everyday life. Today, Lu Sheng headed to the martial arts school to check if his recent dreams helped him level up. As soon as he walked in, the receptionist recognized him right away. The girl propped her chin on her hand and teased, "Hey little bro, why you here again? You know blood energy doesn't just spike overnight, right?" Yeah, Granny, I know that better than anyone, but that's for normal people, not me." Lu Sheng scratched his head, playing it cool with the receptionist. "Ha, true that. Trying to level up faster, huh?" The receptionist's eyes squinted in a smile, thinking to herself, "I've already seen this handsome kid Lu Sheng twice this month. Normal folks only get tested every half month or even half a year. Even schools only care about test results during exam seasons. Ha, room 2 in the spiritual chamber is open. Go on in. Good luck." As she left, Lu Sheng muttered, "If my power wasn't rising this fast, I wouldn't be craving these tests so much." First up, blood test. Didn't expect to hit 5.6. Even Lu Sheng was surprised. Didn't think his stats would jump that high, even surpassing the level 2 martial artist standard. Lu Sheng smiled, thinking, this actually makes sense. The supreme martial arts 1,000 years from now, combined with advanced future world supplements, if it didn't boost me, that'd be weird. After the blood test, he moved on to check his combat power progress. Lu Sheng rolled up his sleeves and ready to strike for the poor robot, landing a hit to its head that looked like the martial arts school might need a new one soon. The score showed 3,137. That's way too high, over triple the standard. Lu Sheng was shocked at his own power. This might be from the martial arts perks, but not just that. If it was only that, his ultimate combat power would be off the charts. Lu Sheng decided to test again to see if he could top it. This time, he used all his strength for the test, and the results were insanely high. Done with everything, he stepped out to head home. The receptionist saw him leave and quickly started chatting. Since he's a handsome guy, she didn't want to miss the chance to talk. Hey, all tests done? Judging by your look, you're pretty happy with the results. Huh? Lu Sheng smiled brightly. Yeah, super happy. They said goodbye before leaving. The receptionist's smile was so bright it could put the sun to shame. After Lu Sheng left, the receptionist smiled quietly, thinking he tries to act cool, but when he smiles, damn, he's handsome. Her little siblings caught all her expressions just now. The pink-haired girl was Nge Shuang, the eldest daughter of the Hong Shuyan martial arts school owner. Her little brother followed behind. Nge Shuang teased the receptionist. I just took that kid to soak some herbs, then saw you all starry-eyed over him. The receptionist blushed and denied. That was just some high school kid. I don't know anything about crushes. But I gotta admit, Lu Sheng is seriously a chick magnet. The kid behind overheard the two older sisters talking about handsome guys and shook his head in annoyance, saying, being good-looking doesn't mean squat. You can't even cook rice with that. In this world, only martial arts matter. This kid even looked down on Lu Sheng, saying that just by looking at him, you could tell he was just from an average family, and no matter how many tests you run, it's all pointless. Lu Yang glanced over at the kid, who had been taking all sorts of kidney and vitality tonics since he was little. Even though he hadn't started training yet, his blood and energy were already twice that of a normal person. Now that he was practicing all kinds of martial arts, he kept pulling ahead of his peers. So it's not hard to see why he's so cocky. Lu Yang got annoyed with the kid and punched him on the head, scolding, hey, don't compare yourself to kids from regular families. Then she seriously reminded Guang Ni that having better resources means you gotta train even harder, not just get arrogant over some small achievements. The pink-haired kid got his head all swollen from the hit and just sat there crying, not daring to fight back against his sister. While he was bawling, he suddenly got competitive again, smiling and grabbing Lu Yang's arm. Hee, Lu Yang, can I negotiate with you? I want to see the test results of that guy from earlier. Lu Yang didn't get why the kid wanted to see Lu Sheng's results, but he explained that Lu Sheng looked a few years older than him. Maybe he was still a student, so he wanted to see if all that hard training actually paid off. Lu Yang couldn't refuse the brat's whining, but before opening it, she warned him to remember that Lu Sheng was just a normal guy, told him not to get too full of himself. The receptionist girl handed them the results and said only one person came in for testing today, so they could check it right there. Lu Yang took the tablet, read Lu Sheng's name, and yep, he was definitely a student. But her expression changed immediately. After seeing Lu Sheng's scores, all three of them looked shocked. Especially the brat who was cocky earlier. He was so shocked he couldn't stand and just collapsed on the floor. Is this machine broken or what? The receptionist insisted the machine wasn't broken because it was regularly maintained and had just been serviced yesterday, so there was no way it could be a mistake. Lu Yang's face suddenly tensed up. So Lu Sheng's results were legit. She immediately shouted, does Xiaoling have an address or phone number? But unfortunately, Lu Sheng wasn't a member, so there was no registration info. He just came to the martial arts school to test his skills. The receptionist hurried off, guessing Lu Sheng probably lived nearby. Lu Yang ordered her to contact any available staff to gather information on students around here. They had to find Lu Sheng fast. Lu Yang looked at the tablet again and muttered, Lu Sheng, I'm definitely gonna find you. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng was settled in a taxi heading somewhere else. Before he got off, the driver seemed to really like him. He gave a thumbs up and said, haha, talking with you was a blast. Next time we meet, I'll definitely introduce you to my daughter. Lu Sheng got out, shaking his head thinking, this dude's way too enthusiastic. If I'd told him up front I was a martial artist taking the level 2 warrior exam, he'd probably think I'm crazy and stop talking to me. At the building's entrance, just as he was about to open the door, someone ran out, voice cracking like they were about to cry. No way, my fighting power at home was over 150. How can this be? The guy looked like he was cursed, kneeling in front of the building with hands clasped high. People around were gossiping that the martial arts testing equipment here was legit. Compared to other machines outside, this one was obviously more accurate. The guy must have been hyped up daily and now was shocked beyond belief. Lu Sheng got hyped hearing the machines here were more precise. Finally, he found a place that could truly measure his strength. He stepped into the lobby and headed to the reception. Hey, can you tell me how to get to the warrior assessment room? The receptionist didn't even look at him, still busy signing papers, handed Lu Sheng a form to fill out first, then told him to go to room 203 for the evaluation. Lu Sheng obediently followed, but when he opened the door, he was stunned by the scene. There had to be at least 100 people already. This crew was huge, no joke. He thought he was the only one here. But turns out everyone was rushing to test themselves. Lu Sheng sighed as he stepped inside. He didn't have time to waste, and coming here already ate up too much of it. Now he really didn't know what to do. Just then, he overheard two people talking about a beautiful girl who was also here. Lu Sheng glanced over and saw a really young girl, but her skills probably weren't ordinary. She seemed top tier. Looking around, most people in line were about 15 years old. So you're considered a kid, huh? But that girl looks even younger than you. The air was quiet, when suddenly this giant dude walks in, making everyone around look up. What a pain. Right then, at the survey spot, a guy showed up, confident he'd bring back the best results to make his girl proud. And his girlfriend was hyped, cheering him on. But just as they were lost in their happy little world, the big guy pushed them aside with just one finger, leaving them stunned. The dude turned around and saw the one pushing him was a giant, making his eyes pop out in shock. Not just him, but everyone around gasped at the guy's muscle-packed body. The girlfriend saw this arrogant dude and got super annoyed. She rushed up, demanding justice for her boyfriend. Hey, who the hell are you? You gotta wait your turn, got it? The big guy just looked at her like she was a joke and ignored her. The boyfriend behind couldn't stop his girl because he knew he couldn't take on the giant. Sometimes it's better to just let it slide. But the girl couldn't hold back and yelled loud. Don't think just 'cause you're big you can break the rules. While she was ranting, the staff cut in, saying this dude might actually be legit. They just saw his ticket. Turns out, he's first in line for testing because he's a third-level martial artist. Hearing that, the girl backed off, and the boyfriend was so scared he looked like he might puke blood. Third-level martial artist tests are insanely rare. In this whole White River City, only about a dozen people have reached that level. Lu Sheng thought to himself, the strongest martial artists obviously get special privileges. The big guy stepped up to the platform for his test. The girlfriend still felt bad for her boyfriend, muttering, he's just a third-level martial artist. Big deal. But when the results came in, the girl was shocked again. The guy's blood energy reached 107. The staff was sweating bullets while recording the info, but had to keep going. Next up was the second test, even crazier and more brutal than the first. Just one punch from him knocked everyone present to the ground. Chaos broke out below, but Lu Sheng stood firm like at the start. All that hard training paid off. His combat power score was 10,831. The staff congratulated Liu Kaiming, officially recognizing him as a third-level martial artist in White River City. From now on, he'd get 30,000 yuan every month. After finishing, he looked down and saw everyone else had fallen, except two people still standing strong. The beautiful girl from before couldn't help but praise the gentleman. Lu Sheng suddenly spoke from behind. So this is what a third-level martial artist's power looks like? Hearing that, the girl was surprised and thought, this guy's way too cocky. He just stood his ground against a punch. What's the big deal? Lu Sheng stepped forward and asked the nearby staff, can I go next? Nobody else is lining up anymore. Everyone's still feeling the effects of that punch. The staff, seeing Lu Sheng so calm, got interested and praised his cool head. He smiled and said, all right, next up, Lu Sheng, start your test. Lu Sheng began by touching the glowing orb. The staff behind gently reminded him, don't stress, just stay relaxed like normal. The screen showed Lu Sheng's blood energy at 15.7. The staff warned him he might feel a chill down his spine. Even the crowd below, especially the girl, stared wide-eyed, mouth open like she was about to drop her jaw. What? This kid's only 17 or 18? What the hell is this? Liu Kaiming stood in a corner, deep in thought. A kid barely 17 or 18 already at second-level martial artist? That's insane. He's so young but has blood energy like that. Next was the combat power test. The staff told him not to let Liu Kaiming's punch affect him, just punch as hard as he wants until satisfied. But Lu Sheng surprised them by saying, haha, thanks, but one punch is enough. Then he unleashed his full power with the most thunderous punch. The whole room suddenly turned purple, everyone's eyes wide in shock. After Lu Sheng slammed his punch into the strength testing machine, it shattered into pieces with a terrifying sound and massive force. He knocked out all the first-level martial artists on the spot. Screams echoed everywhere, chaos worse than ever. Liu Kaiming frowned, watching Lu Sheng's insane power. Even Duang Dian, who ignored him before, now struggled to defend against this strength. The scoreboard displayed Lu Sheng's combat power. The Martial Arts Association staff gawked at the number, stammering, 15,709. Seeing the score, Lu Sheng thought with satisfaction, phew, after breaking through the normal realm and adding Star Force, plus the natural breathing technique, the combat power shot up to 10 times the standard blood energy level. Is this the real deal of martial arts skills? The association staff just snapped out of the shock, trembling as he said, Lu, congrats on passing the level 1 martial artist test. No way. Your strength totally beats level 2, even level 3 martial artist. The staff got more freaked out and finally blurted, sorry, I can't rate you right now, but rest assured, I'll report this to the higher-ups. The Martial Artist Association never buries talent. Nah, a genius like you? Especially a genius like you. I'll report this and submit it. My whole career. I gotta give you a satisfying answer, so don't worry. Lu Sheng watched the staff rush off with the results paper, confused, not getting what was happening. Seeing the staff's back disappear, Lu Sheng wondered, so can I leave now? Suddenly, a huge figure full of killing intent stood right behind him. He turned cautiously and asked, so, what do you want with me? It was Zhao Chief Feng. His face was grim as he reached out his hand. Seeing Zhao Chief Feng's hand, Lu Sheng was puzzled by the gesture. His face looked fierce as he introduced himself. Zhao Chief Feng. Lu Sheng just stared back with a challenging look, not saying a word. He extended his hand, ready to show his strength. Lu Sheng. Unexpectedly, after shaking hands with the fierce-faced Zhao Chief Feng, the guy broke into a big smile. Everyone in the stands scrambled to shake hands and snap pics with Lu Sheng. Hey Lu, I'm Wang Daman, shake my hand. Lu, I'm Hu Chief Ming, can I bother you for a minute? Lu, look over here. Lu, please stop for a sec. Lu Sheng got scared seeing the crowd so hyped and ran for his life. They still chased him relentlessly. Damn it. Zhao Chief Feng stole the spotlight first. Level 3. Martial artists really change fast. They chased Lu Sheng, yelling his name loud and clear. Outside the Martial Artist Association, Lu Qinghe and 2 friends waited for their turn. She worried. Has Sister Duong not come out yet? Hope it's going well. Feng Fam confidently said, haha, don't worry. Getting a level 1 martial artist certificate isn't easy, even for a genius like her. Lu Qinghe agreed, then saw Lu Sheng step out of the association building, surprised. Whoa! Qinghe called out loud. Lu Sheng turned and saw Qinghe and her friends nearby, quickly walking over to ask, Qinghe, why are you here? Lu Qinghe shivered and frowned. You should be asking me that. You don't go to school, just sleep all day. Now you're at the association? What's up? Lu Sheng thought, if I don't go to school, how does she even know I'm mostly just in my room? Lu Sheng looked a bit shy, covering his mouth. Ahem. I came for something important. What about you guys? Why are you at the Martial Artist Association? Feng Fam smiled. Hi Lu, I'm a friend of Qinghe's. Feng Fam. Friends call me Fan, and this is Tu Nuok. We came with Sister Duong Dian to take the test. Attracted by Lu Sheng's looks, Feng Fam didn't hold back, praising him. Lu, you're really handsome. Nothing like what Qinghe always says. Qinghe got mad hearing Feng Fam forget about her and yelled, hey, you two. Lu Sheng smiled happily at the compliment. Haha, thanks. Lu Qinghe stood beside them, threatening. You guys better remember who's been helping you at school all this time. Feng Fam quickly apologized. Of course it's you, our old folks. Seeing Qinghe argue with her friends, Lu Sheng patted her head. All right, I'm heading out. Bye. Qinghe's friends also said goodbye to Lu Sheng. Bye, Lu. Feng Fam teased as Lu Sheng walked away. You and your brother get along pretty well. Qinghe got steamed, seeing her best friend defend her brother. Not good at all. You two traitors must be blind. Then Tu Nuok shouted, ah, Sister Duong Dian is out. The friends stopped arguing and ran over to check on Duong Dian. Sister Duong, how'd it go? Did you pass? Duong Dian sighed. Don't ask. Something happened, so the whole test got paused. Probably have to wait till afternoon. Worry showed on everyone's faces. Feng Fam quickly asked, what? What happened? What kind of problem stops the test? Duong Dian thought back to the young guy earlier. His strength and skills were terrifying. That monster, not some demon but a guy my age, had a blood energy value of 15.7. His combat power even surpassed level 3 martial artist, hitting over 10,000. Haha, what a waste. I always thought I was pretty talented, but after meeting that guy, I realized my talent is just a joke. Everyone was shocked hearing Duong Dian's story, mouths wide open. Feng Fam quickly asked, Sister Duong, right, what's his name? Do you know? Duong Dian thought a moment then frowned. His name is Lu Sheng. Hearing Lu Sheng's name, Lu Qinghe's group froze. Couldn't believe it. She remembered her brother's chill vibe and silently wondered again, where's my brother? Lu Sheng was on his way home, munching on a hot steamed bun, when he suddenly spotted a bunch of people in black searching around the city, causing a commotion. Have you asked over there yet? Go now. Some ladies coming back from the market saw the scene and gathered around whispering, who the hell is causing such a ruckus? Word is, the Hongshuan Martial Club is looking for someone. Who pissed off the Hongshuan Martial Club? Seriously unlucky. Those martial artists are brutal. If they find you, you might end up with broken legs. Lu Sheng munched his bun, thinking, the Hongshuan Martial Club seems to be hunting someone from the last inspection. The folks there are just as fierce. Forget it, not my problem anyway. Meanwhile, his phone kept ringing non-stop, the ringtone blaring. Ignoring calls won't do any good. The caller was Ma Fi, an employee at the Benevolent Hall. Lu Sheng thought, Benevolent Hall calling again. Better play it cool with them. After all, every future medicine can easily be traded for a fortune, but whether they deserve it is another story. He needed to investigate before deciding. Back home, he went into his room and decided to check his AI future. Lu Sheng powered up the device. A blue light flashed as the brainwave interface activated. Lu Sheng commanded the AI, investigate my life history. Instantly, a basic info panel about Lu Sheng popped up. Yes, I will check the basic info for you, Lu Sheng. Gender, lifespan, June 297 martial path, July 383 martial path, martial strength, martial artist level 6, powers usable. Life stage 2 experienced. At 18 became a level 2 martial artist, shaking up Baiha City. Then, nominated by the Baiha City Martial Artists Association, he joined the Dongning Province Genius Training Camp, making the top 20. That same year, ranked first in the entire city, 32nd in the province, and placed 145th nationwide in the college entrance exam, entering Dongning Martial University. Graduated 3 years later. 5 years after, promoted to lieutenant officer. Founded Baiha City Martial Club. Leveled up to Martial Artist 6 at 45. Charged to Sect Master level 7 at 50 but failed. In July, 338 Martial Path. Died during a mutant beast raid in Baiha City. Lived to 87. Married with 2 daughters and 1 son. Highest rank lieutenant. No outstanding contributions. Historical rating 2 stars. After reviewing the summary of his life, Lu Sheng was pretty shocked. Seeing his future self, he silently summarized. At 18, became a level 2 martial artist shaking Baiha City, then nominated by the Baiha Martial Artists Association to join the Genius Training Camp in Dongning Province. Made top 20 in the camp, graduated from Dongning Martial University 3 years later, 5 years after became a lieutenant officer, founded Baiha Martial Club, leveled to Martial Artist 6 at 45, charged to Sect Master level 7 at 50 but failed. In July 338 Martial Path, died in a mutant beast raid in Baiha City, lived to 87. After briefly reviewing his life, he quietly concluded, it's true, the future can be changed. At least my future can be altered. A week ago, I was a level 4 martial artist, expected to live 37 years. Now I'm a level 6, living past 80, with hope to reach Sect Master level 7, though still far off. This slight change means nothing for the world or the future. To change humanity's fate, develop the world's future trajectory over 10,000 years, immense power is needed. A standard level 6 Sect Master is insignificant. Even level 7, 8 Sect Masters, or level 9 Martial Saints are strong in the future. To shake fate and change outcomes, only breaking through to Martial Path Peak, level 10, or even level 11, offers a glimmer of hope. Though hope is tiny, I'm choosing this path with no turning back. At the office of Baiha Martial Path Association President Xiao Yuhua, he was focused on practicing calligraphy. In front of him was a chat screen with the old leader. The old leader spoke, pure life light shines. Movements like flying dragons. Energy flows with form. Intent moves the spirit. Spirit commands energy. Form follows energy. Beautiful characters show the president's strong mental power. Entering the 7th Realm Sect Master stage is probably just a matter of time. Secondly, if President Xiao put this much effort into teaching, it would be even better. Seeing the old leader criticize him, President Xiao slipped and skewed a brushstroke, then chuckled softly, ha ha, old leader, don't mock me. Why wouldn't I want more martial geniuses to emerge from our Baiha? But you know, Baiha hasn't had a martial family lineage for years and lacks the resources to support talent. Those with potential always find ways out. I'm really powerless. The old leader suddenly grew serious, silent for a moment, then said, President Xiao, the training camp opening is coming soon. We haven't sent anyone for years. Baiha is a big city. It can't be said we have no achievements. Not sending anyone is a huge disgrace. This time, no matter what, you must save face for our Baiha. Understand? The old leader coldly ordered President Xiao and immediately hung up, not letting him say more. After the call ended, Xiao Yuhua angrily crumpled the paper in his hand and shouted, Damn it! Why don't I want to develop talent and make some real progress? He sat down at his desk, grinding his teeth and clenching his trembling hands in anger, thinking to himself, if I could sit in a higher position and have access to those resources, who'd waste time writing these damn characters? Climbing ranks feels hopeless. Just as he was sinking into despair, suddenly the secretary rushed in hurriedly. Bang, she called out loudly. Chairman, there's trouble at the Martial Artist Inspection Department. Chairman Xiao frowned and snapped. Why the rush? You can't even knock properly. How do you expect me to know what's going on? The secretary hurriedly carried a stack of documents over and handed Chairman Xiao a survey report. Sorry, this is really urgent. The examiner just brought some very important news. It's happened. A level 2 martial artist appeared, 18 years old, with a combat power reaching 15,000. Chairman Zhao's eyes widened in shock as he snatched the tablet from the secretary's hand and shouted, "Quick, show me the video." The secretary was a bit startled by his reaction but quickly replied, "Yes, sir." Chairman Xiao stared at the surveillance footage in amazement. The video showed Lu Sheng taking the martial artist certification test. After careful confirmation, he gasped, "This is the perfect realm of fist technique." The secretary standing beside him didn't understand and hurriedly asked, "What does that mean?" Chairman Xiao focused on Lu Sheng's movements, growing impatient as he explained, "That's a term in our martial arts world. You're not a martial artist, so just know this one thing. There are fewer than 10 people in the world who can train their fist technique to the perfect realm like him." Suddenly, Chairman Xiao seemed to realize something. He thought to himself, "No, even the perfect realm fist technique can't push blood value to 15, 7,500 combat power to 15,500. Even with the perfect realm fist technique, the maximum combat power boost is only about double. At 18 years old, blood value 10 times the standard combat power is normal for an ordinary kid." Seeming to understand, Chairman Xiao smiled happily. "This has to be it. It just has to be. Otherwise it's impossible to explain." Ha ha ha. The secretary next to him saw him muttering to himself, then laughing loudly, which confused her. She hurriedly called out to the chairman. Suddenly, she was lifted off the ground. Chairman Xiao happily hugged her and spun her around a few times, laughing heartily. "Ha ha, kid, this is a rare martial arts prodigy, and one just appeared here in our city of Baiha. Ha ha ha." The secretary got dizzy from being spun around and shouted helplessly, "Chairman, what the hell is a martial arts prodigy?" After years of searching, Chairman Xiao finally found talent and couldn't stop grinning. In martial cultivation, there's a kind of talent blessed by heaven. When they awaken, their power grows beyond what normal people can imagine. Their blood surges strongly. They also have unique talents with explosive power and sometimes lightning-fast speed. They're called martial arts prodigies. Chairman Xiao quickly put on his coat and rushed out. "Ha ha ha, hurry up. I want to personally visit Lu Sheng's house and thank his parents for giving birth to such a talented son." Ha ha ha. The secretary, still dizzy from the spins, hurried after him. "Yes, sir. I'll notify the driver to prepare immediately." At the Hongshuan Martial Arts School, Miss Ying Shuang was mobilizing staff to find Lu Sheng. At that moment, the junior disciple rushed over, shouting, "Found him! Found him, Sister Ingsh." Inge Shuang quickly asked, "What's the news?" The junior disciple, panting, said, "Huo Xue. His name is Lu Sheng, a student at Baiha Academy. His dad works as a transporter at Shenxing Logistics. His mom's a cashier at Jiaji Supermarket, and he has a younger sister in her first year. Their home is in District 15, Bish Lam." Ng Shuang nodded seriously and prepared to leave. "All right," she said. Seeing Ng Shuang getting ready, the junior disciple panicked. "Why are you looking for him? Did he piss you off?" "Listen, sister, he's just a poor kid from a normal family. No need to make a big deal." Ng Shuang got mad at the misunderstanding and snapped, "Shut up. It's not what you think." Then she turned away to answer a phone call, looking pretty tense. "Hello, I got it. It'll be quick." Didn't expect them to move so fast. The junior disciple stood there confused, thinking, "Not what I thought. So what is it? A matchmaking?" After the call, Nye Shuang quickly gave orders. "Go buy some valuable gifts suitable for the elders and a young lady." The junior disciple blinked for a moment, then dashed off. "Huh? Oh, yes. Running," he thought. "Really matchmaking?" Nye Shuang gripped the phone tightly, finally found him, Lu Sheng. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng was training in his room when his sister Lu Qinghe hurriedly called, Brother Lu, come outside quick, someone's here for you." Lu Sheng stood up slowly. "Got it, I'm coming." He threw on a jacket and stepped outside. It had been a while since he'd heard his sister's voice. "Someone's looking for me. Could it be?" As he stepped out, he saw his family and some strangers talking. Seeing Lu Sheng, his mother reached out to introduce, "Xiao Sheng, come here." Before she could finish, the man spoke up, introducing himself. "Hello, fellow student Lu. I'm Chairman Xiao." He stood and politely extended his hand. "I'm the chairman of the Baiha Martial Artists Association, Xiao Yuhai. I came specially regarding your inspection." Lu Sheng thought to himself, "The chairman of the Martial Arts Association must be at least a 6th-level grandmaster." Lu Sheng also reached out his hand to greet. "Hello, guild leader Schiller. I'm Lu Sheng." Seeing Lu Sheng's calm vibe, Schiller immediately thought, "Not bad, this guy's pretty chill." Just that kind of calmness is rare these days. Lu Sheng pointed to the girl sitting next to him and said, "This is my mom." Then he introduced her. "She's Miss Qiao Qiao from the Hongshuan Martial Arts School." Qiao Qiao quickly said, "Hey Lu Sheng, we've met before at the martial arts school. Don't know if you remember me?" Lu Sheng nodded and greeted, "Yeah, hey Miss Qiao." After sitting down, Lu Sheng got straight to the point. He asked guild leader Schiller, "But you don't work and still get paid? The guild's giving us so much, I gotta give something back. So, do you need us to do anything?" Guild leader Schiller was pretty surprised by Lu Sheng's straightforwardness, then sighed. You really opened my eyes. He pulled a card from his coat and said, All right, I'll be straight with you. We want you to join the Genius Training Camp in Dongning Province. Qiao Qiao suddenly jumped up. Guild leader Schiller, you mean the Genius Training Camp? She said helplessly. Yeah, it's the camp gathering the most talented martial artists, but it's also a place that ruins geniuses. Our martial arts school had a senior brother who joined that camp. He was pumped when he left, but after coming back, he was a total failure, just a nobody compared to before. Chow Chow quickly stopped. Lu Sheng, your future's bright. No need to risk it like that. Guild leader Schiller quickly advised. True, it's risky, but it's the place for real prodigies. The top talents in the city go there. It might be a roadblock for some, but you're different. Since you've shown your strength and potential, your future's definitely not limited here. But Lu Sheng, I respect your choice. So, what's your answer? Lu Sheng was silent for a moment, then reached out and took the card. You're right, Guild leader Schiller. I believe this isn't my limit. Schiller sighed and said, All right, I'll come pick you up in 2 days. I won't bother you now. Guild leader Schiller stood up to leave. See you in 2 days, Lu Sheng. After Schiller left, Lu Sheng turned to Qiao Qiao and asked, So, Miss Qiao, why exactly did you come here today? Qiao Qiao blushed shyly when she saw Lu Sheng's handsome face, thinking, this guy's way better looking than his pictures. She covered her mouth and cleared her throat. I came to invite you to become an honorary disciple of our Hongshuan martial arts school. Lu Sheng asked quietly. What does honorary disciple mean? Qiao Qiao quickly explained. It means you don't have to come every day like a regular disciple. You can come whenever you want. All classes and gear are free, and my dad can personally teach you. The top-level teaching benefits are mostly just for show, no real obligations. Qiao Qiao thought, if we put out a level 2 or even level 3 18-year-old martial artist, our school would be famous in Baihan City. I can't even imagine how many parents would rush to bring their kids here. But Lu Sheng crushed Qiao Qiao's dream hard by refusing. No way. Qiao Qiao quickly stood up and added, the benefits can be negotiated. Don't reject me so fast. Lu Sheng said, honorary member is fine. You can spread the word that I train at your school, that's true, but nothing else. I'm not your disciple. Even if it's just in name, no way. I don't need it. If you can accept that, cool. If not, sorry. Of course, I'll still come by for tests, since your place is pretty close to my home. Qiao thought for a bit and agreed. All right, but the honorary title is bought and paid for by Hongshuan Martial Arts School. I'll send you your monthly salary directly at home, about 100,000. After the talk, Qiao Qiao stood up to leave. I won't bother you anymore. Goodbye. The door slammed shut. Bang! After Qiao Qiao left, the whole family looked at Lu Sheng with proud eyes. Little Sheng, this isn't a dream, right? The bonus is 1 million, and the monthly salary is 100,000. Lu Sheng's dad couldn't believe his eyes. He asked again, that really was the guild leader? Came all the way here to visit? When did you become a level 2 martial artist? What the hell is going on here? Lu Sheng quickly grabbed his mom's hand and said softly, it's all real. I really became a level 2 martial artist. Mom, you don't have to work night shifts anymore. Staying up late is dangerous for your health. Dad doesn't have to do heavy work anymore either. How long can his back keep taking the pain? Now I can make money too. Staying up late is super dangerous for mom's health, and dad doesn't need to do heavy work anymore. How much longer can dad's back take this? Now I can start making money too. Everyone might not have to struggle so hard anymore. The whole family happily hugged Lu Sheng. Such a warm and joyful scene. At the charity hall, Ha Lin, to bit her finger in anger. It's been a week, and we haven't even talked about his appearance. Not even his name. She tore through book after book, papers scattered all over the table, leaving her helpless. Also, recently, all the registered pharmacist documents have been searched everywhere. Where the hell did this genius potion maker even come from? Why can't I find a single bit of info on him? Ha, Lin grit his teeth, remembering the medicine Lu Sheng had crafted. The tonic he made, the more I analyze the data, the crazier it gets. Not only is it several times stronger than a first-grade tonic, but it also beats most third-grade tonics by the guild's standards. The effects come with dozens of benefits and almost no side effects. The duration is insanely long, and the price is still under 3,000 yuan. Third-grade medicines can go up to 100,000 yuan. This is a groundbreaking drug that's going to change the game. Ha Lin slammed the table in anger, yelling, damn it, where the hell is this guy hiding? Has he vanished into thin air or what? Ma Fai, standing nearby, trembled with fear. Suddenly, Ma Fai's jaw dropped in shock. Huh, Miss Ha, I found that master. Ha Lin jumped up, asking, what? Where is he? Ma Fai quickly pointed at the TV, stammering, that's him, right there. The news showed a young guy, just 18 years old. Yesterday, our city got a new martial arts prodigy who's insanely talented. At only 18, he passed the official level 2 martial artist exam. His combat power even surpasses the level 3 standard. This achievement smashed the record for his age group in our city's martial arts association. Let's all congratulate and cheer him on. And this genius is none other than Lu Sheng, a classmate studying at Baiha Academy. Ha! Lin stared at Lu Sheng, dumbfounded and almost falling back, stammering for a long time before speaking. He's just a student. In Shuhai City, at Mount Guhu, the tall mountain surrounded by thick clouds, the mountain scenery was poetic, with a peaceful, clear stream. Suddenly, a pure white bird perched on a branch sensed danger approaching, and quickly flapped its wings to fly away. Suddenly, a streak of light appeared, moving way faster than the bird, revealing a figure running. That was Lu Sheng, sprinting like the wind. He dashed like an arrow, freely showing off his martial arts skills, cutting through the dense forest to the mountain peak in no time. While running, Lu Sheng thought to himself, I didn't expect planetary force could be applied to body movement techniques, quadrupling the effect with absorption of dreamscape energy. My footwork level has reached a new height, moving 5 times faster than a normal level 2 martial artist, calling it the cloud chasing step. Standing on the peak, Lu Sheng looked out over the misty clouds and rainbow sunlight, breathing in the fresh air and abundant energy. He took a deep breath, focused all his senses, and threw a punch with full power. Lu Sheng's internal force shook the surroundings, blowing away the mist and revealing the majestic natural scenery below. Lu Sheng sighed with satisfaction. I've broken through. My blood vitality has clearly improved, and my planetary force has refined further. Maybe I can push my force output 6 times higher now. Lu Sheng quickly picked some herbs. He thought, this is truly a surprise. Originally, this trip to Mount Guhu was to gather ingredients for the nourishing elixir. Didn't expect my cultivation to break through big time. The spiritual pulse and blood vitality surged instantly. The later the medicine's effect, the weaker it gets, so I need to start brewing the nourishing elixir. This medicine's usage value hasn't been discovered in this era yet. If the system hadn't told me, I wouldn't have found it at all. The other herbs are probably already bought at the mountain's base. Now everything should be ready, perfect to test how fast I can get down. Cloud chasing step. Lu Sheng used his technique to sprint down the mountain at an incredible speed. As he reached the base, he saw the herb gatherer already sitting there. Lu Sheng hurried over to greet him. Hello, I'm the one who ordered the herbs. Are they ready? The herb seller held a pipe and smiled. Little bro, you're here. Haha, don't worry, everything's ready, all here. Lu Sheng checked the herbs. Yang Lian grass, Lu Xuan bone leaf. Yeah, all complete, fresh and just the right age. Lu Sheng stood up, took out some cash and said, okay, I need 10 of each herb, 500 yuan per plant, like we agreed. Here's 5,000 yuan. The herb seller said, wait a sec. He gave Lu Sheng a nasty smile. It's not 500 per plant, it's 1,000 yuan. Plus you gotta buy all the herbs here. Then he pointed to the baskets around him, threatening. Lu Sheng saw the seller was trying to rob him in broad daylight. With a cold face, he asked what he meant. The seller grinned wickedly and said, exactly what it says, kid. You're not local to Shuhai, right? When you're here, you gotta follow our rules. At that moment, nearly 10 bandits jumped out from hiding, brandishing knives, faces fierce as they approached. Didn't your parents teach you anything? When you go out, you gotta know fear. Lu Sheng's face turned serious. He sneered and started to unleash his true strength. So, you guys plan to strong-arm me into buying. The leader happily stepped closer, unaware of the danger. They advanced aggressively. I suggest you don't try any tricks. We're all level 1 martial artists from the Gang of Kings. Call the cops, there's no cameras here, and even if they come, they won't believe an outsider like you. I advise you not to use tricks now. We here are all first-level martial artists. You call the cops, there are no cameras here, and even if they come, they won't trust an outsider like you. So if you don't behave a little, don't blame us for making you taste some real pain. The leader signaled the whole gang to charge, but halfway through, they slammed on the brakes, faces pale, trembling in fear. Lu Sheng just punched a big rock, cracking it all over. The bandits wanted to intimidate at first, but after seeing Lu Sheng's strength, they got cold feet, sweating buckets. After pulling his hand back, he asked the bandits, so, tell me, is this the time I should be scared? Then he crushed a rock like it was tofu, leaving them speechless and terrified. It took them a moment to recover. Then they dropped to their knees, bowing down. Sorry, boss. We were blind. Really sorry. Lu Sheng bent down, picked up the herb basket, and asked, not continuing, huh? Then I'm taking this stuff. Seeing Lu Sheng wasn't going to attack, they quickly started buttering him up. Fine, take it all, don't leave a single cent. Lu Sheng hoisted the herbs and said, I'm teaching you guys a lesson for your parents. In business, you gotta be honest, no scams. The gang, feeling lucky to be alive, wagged their tails and raised their hands in thanks. Thanks for the lesson, sir. We'll totally change and start fresh. Seeing their sincere faces, Lu Sheng thought to himself, I was gonna pay, but they refused. Now that the materials are ready, it's time to head to the training camp. The leader, watching Lu Sheng walk away, freaked out and widened his eyes. What kind of world is this? Are students all this twisted now? Honestly, better find a new job. No way a third-level martial artist wouldn't crush rocks into powder, right? Sounds kinda unbelievable. One day later, Lu Sheng showed up in Dongning province, ready for genius training. Seeing soldiers checking papers, he thought, so this is the training camp? Looks like a military base. Lu Sheng noticed all the students wearing medals and felt a bit uneasy. Are martial artists here supposed to wear medals? My medal's locked away by my mom. Forgot to bring it. Does it even matter? He helplessly remembered the medal his mom kept in a glass case. Then an officer approached and asked, "Where are you from? Why are you alone?" Lu Sheng replied, "From Baiha City. Got held up, so I'm a bit late." A bunch of youths overheard Baiha City and started whispering, "Baiha City? Didn't they all arrive yesterday? Why's there still one left? Probably sneaked in. No medal even. Weird. No one from Baiha for years. Now two show up this year." After checking the list, the officer said, "One arrival? You're Lu Sheng, the guy the Baiha Martial Arts Association leader mentioned?" Nearby gossipers sneered. "Ha! No wonder. The association leader's special favorite. Way cooler than a third-level martial artist. Probably got loads of gifts behind the scenes." Seeing the youths getting out of hand, the officer pointed and shouted, "Quiet all of you." Then he signaled Lu Sheng. He and the Qingyuan City team entered. Inside was the enlistment ceremony. All luggage had to be placed on the ground. Someone would come to collect it later. Lu Sheng quickly complied. As soon as he stepped into the camp, Lu Sheng thought, the enlistment ceremony requires groups to enter separately? Not a normal ritual. Suddenly, the door slammed shut, shocking everyone. What the hell? What's going on? Are they trying to swallow us whole or what? The crowd panicked and scattered. The officer raised his voice to calm them. "All right, listen carefully. Your mission is to reach the exit at the end of the hallway. If you succeed, you pass the enlistment test. If you fail, you go back. All right, let's do this." The officer left, leaving them yelling. Wait, wasn't this supposed to be an enlistment ceremony? Why a hallway test? What kind of hallway is this? Explain. Before they could recover, the floor beneath them dropped into a secret passage. Damn it! What the hell is this? Lu Sheng had prepared, so he landed safely. But some weren't so lucky. Some landed on their butts, others on their faces. One guy slammed his chin hard on the ground, clutching it and yelling, "Ouch! Where the hell is this? What kind of damn trap is this?" Lu Sheng scanned the base with his spiritual senses for traps, unsurprised by what he found. Yeah, definitely not a normal hallway. What are those dark shadows? The power of spiritual force is amazing, almost like superpowers from novels. While watching the hallway, Lu Sheng heard Lin Xiaoyu confidently say, "Humph, I thought it'd be some special trick, but this? Boring." The guy who landed on his chin angrily scolded him. "Lin Xiaoyu, you knew this enlistment ritual was shady all along. Damn, if you'd warned us, I wouldn't have fallen." Lin Xiaoyu smirked, mocking him. "Can't even adapt on the fly? How can you call yourself a legit martial artist? Don't go around claiming to be the genius of Qingyuan City at the training camp and embarrass us." While watching the hallway situation, Lu Sheng saw Lu Qinghe confidently say, "Huh, I thought there'd be some special trick, but it's just this? So boring." At that moment, the man who was slammed down by his chin angrily criticized him. "Lu Qinghe, you knew all along that this initiation ritual was messed up. Damn it, why didn't you warn everyone? You made me fall just now." Lu Qinghe smirked arrogantly, mocking him, saying he didn't even have the ability to adapt on the fly. How can he call himself an official martial artist? Don't go around bragging you're the genius of Qingyuan City who passed the training camp and embarrass yourself. The guy getting roasted was just as pissed, ready to throw down with Wei Lan, but everyone around stopped him. "Wei Lan? Damn it, everyone was telling him to chill, stop fighting already. We all came from the same city, barely made it into this training camp. We should probably stick together instead. The most important thing now is to figure out how to pass this damn test." Wei Lan threw out the idea. "Yeah, makes sense. Our Qingyuan City should unite. No one wants to take losses. This famous genius training camp's entrance test ain't gonna be that easy. Right now, there's someone extra here. I wonder if this kind-hearted person can sneak in first to scout things out." Wei Lan pointed at Lu Sheng, wanting him to go in first. A kind girl spoke up. "That's not cool." But others actually liked Wei Lan's idea. "Ha ha, clever plan. White rat trap was pretty interesting. Ha ha." Lu Sheng just scoffed and stayed silent. Wei Lan saw he wasn't saying anything and mocked him. "If you're not planning to go, then step aside." Lu Sheng quickly brushed him off and got ready to enter. Seeing him step forward, Wei Lan looked down on him. "Oh, so you do know how to take initiative? Little punk from Baihe City. Better show us what you got. If you do well, maybe we'll consider dragging you along a bit." Lu Sheng entered the tunnel, then turned back with a dark smile. "Haha, lone beasts always run solo. Only cattle form herds." Seeing Lu Sheng insult him, Wei Lan froze stiff, pissed off. He snapped back, What did you say? Lu Sheng turned and gave Wei Lan a provocative look, then smirked mockingly. Huh? Wei Lan got so triggered he was about to blow. He pointed at Lu Sheng and said, Shu Li, if you call me cattle, I'll castrate you. Before he could finish threatening, the tunnel mechanism activated, and dozens of pink spheres shot out at once. Lu Sheng stayed calm, but Wei Lan freaked out and stepped back, yelling, What the hell is that? Those pink metal spheres hit the ground and transformed into dozens of robots way stronger than level 1 martial artists. They were mechanical puppets. Seeing the robots form made Wei Lan freak out too. These mechanical puppets are at least stronger than official level 1 martial artists. So many of them. Does this training camp want us dead or what? Everyone in the group started freaking out. This place is so cramped, there's no way to run. What do we do now? I heard these puppets can manipulate advanced martial arts sequences, the highest level matching level 4 martial artists, but they cost way more than training a level 4 martial artist. This is the first time I've seen one of these. Wei Lan looked at Lu Sheng and sneered. Is this by his city bumpkin some kind of idiot? These mechanical puppets only activate when sensing living beings nearby, then attack automatically. Level 1 puppets are made from special alloys. Their punches can kill for sure. The guys outside watching Lu Sheng face the robot head-on got hyped for the show. That punk isn't even a level 1 martial artist, one punch, and he's probably gonna turn into a dumbass. A kind girl warned as the robot closed in. Watch out! The robot sensed the human and threw a 1,000-pound punch, aiming to smash Lu Sheng to bits. But Lu Sheng just stood there, smirking. The punch slammed into him, kicking up a cloud of dust. Chaos erupted all around. Everyone covered their faces from the shockwave. Wei Lan saw the punch's power and smiled smugly, thinking Lu Sheng must be flattened like an ant now. But as the dust cleared, everyone was stunned to see Lu Sheng had blocked the robot's punch with just one hand, leaving them all shocked. They gritted their teeth, faces dark with anger, saying, he blocked it again. Not only did Lu Sheng block the punch, he even squeezed the robot's fist harder. Confidently, he said, Is that all you got? Then, Lu Sheng lifted the robot high into the air with one hand and slammed it hard onto the ground. The robot was completely wrecked, shattered into pieces, parts scattered everywhere. After seeing Lu Sheng's strength, the other province guys stopped mocking. They silently thought, damn, is he even human? What do we do now? Looks like he's really strong. Suddenly, the dumbass Wei Lan laughed loudly, scratching his head. Almost got fooled by this guy. What level 1 mechanical puppet? It's just a pile of scrap. Lu Sheng probably fights like a wooden dummy, just looks scary. Otherwise, with so many puppets here, how could anyone pass the test? Plus, with that little strength, how could this loser, who's not even a level 1 martial artist, but got in through connections, survive a puppet's attack? Everyone saw Wei Lan as an overly optimistic idiot, coming up with all these wild scenarios. Someone spoke up, no way, this puppet looks tough. Wei Lan saw no one believed him and sneered, forget it. Explaining to you dumbasses is a waste of breath. If you don't get it, then open your eyes wide and watch how I get through this test. This puppet looks like Lu Qinghe saw the whole crowd didn't believe him and just sneered. Forget it. Explaining to you idiots is a waste of breath. If you don't get it, then open your eyes wide and watch how I get through the door. Lu Qinghe was full of confidence, took a running start, then jumped high and kicked hard at the switch on the robot's body. Nice move. Everyone gasped at Lu Qinghe's quick action. Whoa, this puppet's a total fake. Lu Qinghe stood in front of the robot he thought he'd defeated. Spreading his arms wide, he said confidently, ha ha, didn't I say so? These things can't even finish a sentence before the robot behind swings its fist. Still feeling smug, Lu Qinghe got blasted by a punch and flew off. These things. In the end, Lu Qinghe got punched so hard he slammed into the wall, which cracked in tons of places. His face was bruised and battered, a few teeth broken, but he still managed to mutter a few words. What the hell? This isn't some level 1 puppet, it's a damn level 2. After saying that, his eyes rolled back and he passed out. Someone from the group rushed over. Lu Qinghe, wake up! Are you okay? Lu Qinghe was out cold on a branch, his handsome face swollen and bruised on one side. People helped him to a corner, sweating nervously. A level 2 puppet. What kind of power does this guy really have? Meanwhile, Lu Sheng was still calmly and effortlessly handling all the robot puppets. He sighed as he fought. Each level 2 puppet has a central core, and a light touch can take it down. But there are too many, it's boring as hell. After a while, Lu Sheng cleared out every robot puppet in the tunnel. In front of him was the final door. The robot squad's commanding officer looked at the control panel and dropped his jaw. Damn, what the hell's going on? All the puppets are malfunctioning, and weren't they all brand new? The alerts kept sounding off. Number 99 lost contact. The officer held the panel in panic. They're all broken? Some rookie just hit level 1 and already smashed a level 2 puppet? The officer freaked out as a crushed robot was thrown right in front of him. Lu Sheng said calmly, the second gate's open, and I finally arrived. The officer stared at the panel showing total system failure, then heard Lu Sheng say, come on. The gatekeeper was pretty confused. He thought to himself, Since when did I become the guard for the second gate? Lu Sheng's sharp gaze was ready to unleash everything for the final fight. He looked like the Grim Reaper demanding a soul, coldly saying, "Hope you don't disappoint me." Lu Sheng unleashed his full power with the cloud-chasing step, his star energy multiplied 100-fold, his strength surpassing even the officers. Faced with such absolute power, the officer could only surrender. A scream echoed out loud. In the main monitoring room, alerts kept blaring. Contestants were disqualified. Number 8, lost eligibility. Lieutenant Colonel Wei Lan was intently watching the camera feed, tapping the keyboard rapidly. The machines around beeped nonstop. Major Frano strolled in casually with a cup of coffee, humming a tune. What a damn happy day. He looked up and saw Wei Lan focused on the monitors, and greeted her. Hey, you're here? Wei Lan turned with a frown and warned, Don't call me that, Major Frano. If you're free, come help me review some files. Frano smiled and sat down. All right, Lieutenant Colonel Wei Lan, how's the talent pool for this training batch? Wei Lan sighed. Not great. Only 8 seeds meet our standards, all officially awakened martial artists with innate talent. 5 are pretty average, mostly strength types. The other 3 are speed and defense types. Frano asked, what about spirit types? Wei Lan rated them highly. Spirit types are the best. Ha Lam is 18, with less than 2 years of awakened spirit talent, but already close to level 1 spirit master. His martial talent's decent too, almost level 2. Frano joked, that's not bad, right? Absolute genius like you back in the day. But when he caught Wei Lan's cold glare, he shut up immediately. No more jokes, the glare was ice cold. Ha! Wei Lan frowned and warned, don't mess around. I've already put her on the training camp's key development list. Frano quickly changed the subject with a forced laugh. The others aren't bad either. As he switched camera views, a sudden scene made him grimace. After seeing it clearly, he spat out his coffee. Panic showed all over his face. Damn it, what the hell is this? Wei Lan got serious watching the feed. Meanwhile, in Arena 7, a robot sneaked up behind Ha Lam, trying to ambush her. But Ha Lam quickly used spirit power to fight back, flinging the robot far into the wall, smashing a huge chunk. After dealing with it, she sighed in relief. Phew, this is the last one, right? Seeing the robot corpses and a thick iron door, she didn't rush in. Ha Lam used spirit power to scan around, sensing a dangerous vibe. The power was at least level 3, but it didn't stop her, meaning it wasn't part of the test, probably a supervising staff member or something. But as Wei Lan stepped through the door, she froze. The chaotic scene inside suddenly made everything tense. Yeah, inside were officers wearing bulletproof vests, combined with riot shields, their faces full of fear. They held weapons ready, all focused on another gate. Everyone was on high alert, like there was a terrifying beast lurking beyond that door. Seeing this, Wei Lan thought to herself, what the hell is going on? Is this a big fight? What are they so scared of? Curious about what was behind the door, she used her psychic power to peek inside. What was happening inside? Wei Lan saw 2 people fighting and got suspicious. 2 people fighting? Why was the opponent human? Wasn't the target supposed to be robots? Then she spotted a shadowy figure like a demon, grinning wickedly as it charged at her. She wondered silently, who the hell was that guy? While watching, Wei Lan suddenly got spotted by that demon. Those eyes stared at her with overwhelming pressure, sending a terrifying chill down her spine that made her freeze in fear. Wei Lan screamed sharply and slammed the iron door shut, deciding to hide in the tunnel. Then she sealed the door with her psychic power so it couldn't be opened again. The officers outside saw her panic and scream while running away, confused by her reaction. Wei Lan hid in a corner, trembling with fear, tears welling up in her eyes. Ha 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 ha, what the hell was that? That fear felt seriously real. At that moment, Dong Tingshui and Qin Xiaojun arrived at the control room. The officers brightened up and shouted, Lieutenant Colonel Dong Tingshui, Major Qin Xiaojun. Qin Xiaojun asked worriedly, what's the situation inside now? Where's the surveillance staff? The soldiers quickly replied, several cameras near the door were destroyed, so we don't know. The supervisor lost contact 3 minutes ago. We're about to report to higher-ups. Qin Xiaojun ordered, everyone on Corridor 12, give me all the documents, immediately. Dong Tingshui interrupted, no need. Suddenly, a massive force slammed the door, creating a small gap. All the officers clenched their teeth like they were facing a deadly enemy, gripping their weapons tight. Lu Sheng smashed the door and surrounding wall to pieces, then casually stepped out with a fearless look. Everyone sighed in relief and lowered their weapons. What the hell? Just a student? But before they could relax, their faces turned pale in shock, eyes wide open. Lu Sheng was dragging an unconscious person. That person was the missing supervisor. Everyone immediately raised their guard again. Dong Tingshui asked, aren't you a student from Qingyuan City? Who the hell are you? Lu Sheng dropped the supervisor's bag and introduced himself. Lu Sheng from Baihei City. Qin Xiaojun smiled brightly and praised, all right, kid. You just dismantled an expensive robot puppet like it was nothing, and even took down a supervisor. You're seriously good. Lu Sheng scratched his head awkwardly and explained, "It's a misunderstanding. I thought it was part of a test. He was tough, so I didn't hold back." Dong Tingshui suddenly scanned Lu Sheng with psychic power. Lu Sheng stood still, showing no reaction. After confirming, Dong Tingshui withdrew her psychic power. She congratulated him. "Congrats on passing this entry exam. Go rest first. The staff will take you to the dorm." Lu Sheng smiled and said, "Okay." Then he quickly followed the guide. Watching Lu Sheng walk away, Dong Tingshui sighed. This kid's seriously crazy. Just now watching the video, that second-level robot puppet was like a toy in his hands. Qin Xiaojun held the documents and said in disbelief, "The data shows his vitality is only 15, but his combat power is 10,000 years? How is that possible? Unbelievable." Dong Tingshui recalled the earlier situation. "I used psychic power to probe him but felt nothing, and he didn't react either." Qin Xiaojun asked, "So, what's your plan for this monster?" Dong Tingshui thought for a moment and said, "Still figuring it out, but his data is definitely wrong. For now, we'll classify him as a top seed, like Wei Lan for training. Looks like this competition's gonna get way more interesting." On the way to the dorm, Lu Sheng thought, "Did she just spy on my psychic power? Dong Tingshui's psychic strength has to be at least 5 times stronger than mine. I absorbed all my psychic power back. I wonder if she noticed." Lost in thought, Lu Sheng's stomach suddenly growled loudly. The staff noticed and led him to the cafeteria. "Lu Sheng, it's time to eat. Go grab a meal first, then I'll take you to the dorm." Lu Sheng shyly thanked him. "Thanks for the trouble. By the way, is the food here enough? I mean, is the portion size okay?" The military staff laughed. "Ha ha, don't worry. For your first meal, there's no limit on how much you can eat." The best dishes from the kitchen were brought out in front of Lu Sheng. His face lit up at the thought of eating well. Even after eating 20 to 30 plates, Lu Sheng kept ordering more. "This is good. 5 more plates, please." "No, 10 more plates. I need this too." The officer standing nearby stared wide-eyed, amazed but silent. Just as he was focused on eating, a cute girl walked over to greet him. I pulled back all my spiritual energy, not sure if I was detected. Lost in thought, Lu Sheng's stomach suddenly grumbled. The staff saw this and understood, leading him to the cafeteria. "Classmate Lu Sheng, it's time to eat now. Go ahead and have your meal first, then I'll take you to the dorm." Lu Sheng shyly thanked him, "Thanks for the trouble," and took the chance to ask, "Is the amount of food here enough? I mean, is the portion size okay?" The military staff laughed. "Haha, don't worry. Your first meal here has no limit on quantity." The best dishes from the kitchen were brought out in front of Lu Sheng. His face lit up with joy at the delicious food. Even after eating over 20 to 30 plates, he kept ordering more. "This dish is good. Give me 5 more plates." "No, make it 10 more. I need this too." The officer standing nearby stared wide-eyed, amazed and speechless. Just as Lu Sheng focused on eating, a pretty girl approached and greeted him. "You're Lu Sheng, right? I'm Duong Dian, also a trainee from Baiha City this time. We've met before at the martial artist test. You remember that, don't you? Can I sit next to you?" Reflexively, Lu Sheng grabbed his pile of food tight, mouth full, and said, "There's no limit on the food here. You can go grab some from over there." Duong Dian got mad inside, thinking, "Who wants to eat your leftovers? And you said there's no limit, so what's your deal?" Lu Sheng kept eating and asked, "I remember the captain said, Baiha City hasn't had anyone come here in a long time. What's really going on?" Duong Dian explained, "Ha, maybe you misunderstood. Actually, every year Baiha City sends students here, but for many years, hardly anyone passes the entry exam. Even if they pass, they get kicked out fast for not having enough points. They go through all that struggle just to be a stepping stone for others, and nobody wants that on their record." Lu Sheng got it and asked, "So what exactly are these points?" Duong Dian added, "Points are the currency here. To use training resources, you need points. To use training machines, ask instructors about cultivation issues, get supplements. Even the dorms require spending points. The exotic meat you're eating is supplied to the army, and you can only get it with points. So far, only 3 people in the camp have points." Lu Sheng asked again, "Only 3? How did they get their points?" Duong Dian didn't hold back and said straight up, "You can only earn points through tests. Their points came from passing the entry exam. The second-tier prodigy martial artist from Duong Lam City, Cao Deng, has rock-hard talent. The second is the second-tier prodigy martial artist from Donglam City, Man Tianha, with lightning-fast talent. The last one is even rarer than a prodigy martial artist, a spirit force awakening psychic. They say this person's strength and talent are the strongest in this training batch." Spirit psychic Ha Lam was grabbing food when she saw Lu Sheng eating nearby and freaked out, her whole body trembling. Face panicked as she screamed. Seeing Lu Sheng sitting close by, Ha Lam got scared and immediately turned away, trembling as she controlled her spirit force to keep the food on her tray from flying off. She broke out in a cold sweat and hurried away. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng was chatting with Duong Dian while eating when he saw Ha Lam, and suddenly remembered, shouting, "Ah, so it's her," Duong Dian asked. "You know her?" Lu Sheng took a casual sip of water and said, "Met her once." Lu Sheng asked again, "You said only 3 people passed the gate just now?" Duong Dian shared some gossip she heard. There's supposedly a 4th person, but that rumor's kind of blown out of proportion. Not only is this person insanely strong, they punched almost all the second-tier mechanical puppets to pieces barehanded. Plus, this guy's arrogant and even beat up a judge so badly they had to be hospitalized. Total crazy man, out of control. Lu Sheng choked on his drink hearing that. He quickly played along. "Ha ha, that's way too wild. Kinda over the top." Duong Dian thought to herself, this training camp really lives up to its rep. Every single one's a genius. Even that monster Lu Sheng caused a stir in Baiha City, but here he's just one of many. Seeing Lu Sheng choke, she kindly handed him a tissue and comforted him. "Don't sweat it. Lu Sheng, I believe in you. With your strength and talent, just sticking around the camp for a while, you won't be any worse than them." Lu Sheng took the tissue, stammering, not sure what to say. Thanks." Before he could finish, a group of people approached with serious faces and asked, "You're Lu Sheng, right? Considering you broke 18 mechanical puppets and beat a judge into the hospital during the entry exam, we're going to ask you some questions now. Please cooperate and come with us." Duong Dian's eyes went wide, stunned that the legendary 4th person they just talked about was actually Lu Sheng. Everyone around was shocked too, frozen in disbelief, food falling everywhere. "What?" Lu Sheng calmly stood up and said, "I got it," he shyly asked the officers, "but I'm not full yet. Can I get a to-go bag?" The officers didn't expect that and froze for a few seconds before answering, "Sure." After packing his food, Lu Sheng politely said goodbye to Duong Dian. "Sorry, I gotta go now." Duong Dian was still reeling from the shock, mumbling a bit. "Huh? Okay." Seeing Lu Sheng and the officers walk away, the whole dining hall nearly exploded. Turns out the rumors were true. Oh man, there really is a monster like this. Damn, the legendary 4th person is Baiha City's Lu Sheng. Duong Dian started sinking into deep thought, feeling like a layer of ice was covering her heart over the dumb stuff she said in front of Lu Sheng. She wished she could just put some pants on her head. Ha 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 ha, arrogant, out of control, over the top, making everyone roll their eyes. So wild, crazy. What the hell did I just say? At the command center, Lu Sheng was having a private talk with Lieutenant Colonel Dong Tin Tuyet. She held the damage report coldly and said, "Pretty impressive, Lu Sheng. Just a bit of your skill wiped out half our 6-month budget." Lu Sheng tensed up seeing the costs. Dong Tin Shui paused for a moment and said, "Each puppet costs over 10,000, and none of them can be repaired. Powerful, powerful, but after some discussion, we decided not to pursue this for now. After all, it's just normal use during the test. The responsibility isn't on you. Hear that? You're not responsible for the loss." Lu Sheng let out a relieved breath. Just then, Major Tan Xiaojun and the first 3 who passed the test walked in. As soon as the door opened, Tan Xiaojun said in surprise, "Oh, you're here already? Great. Everyone who passed the test is here now." Lu Sheng glanced at the 3 of them. Tianhe looked at him with pure contempt, not even bothering to acknowledge him. Tao Dung stared at him with a mix of anger and disdain. Ha Lam, upon seeing Lu Sheng enter, was startled and panicked, wishing he could just shrink into a turtle shell and run away fast. Dong Tin Shui glanced over the 4 outstanding people who passed the test and praised them. "Good. First of all, congrats on passing this entry test. Well done." Dong Tin Shui held 4 cards in her hand like rewards and said, "In this training camp, the stronger you are, the more resources you can get. Since you passed the entry test, I'll give you rewards and corresponding accumulation points. When your points reach a certain value, you can store them on accumulation cards. These are your point accumulation cards." Dong Ting Shui used spiritual power to distribute a golden card to each person. Tao Dung held the card happily, thinking, "This is the gold accumulation card the teacher mentioned before. It has 100 points inside." Tianhe also showed a victorious smile, thinking, "Nice, now I'm leading." Ha Lam held the card, happy, thinking 100 points is enough to get a legendary senior spirit master's personal guidance. Suddenly, everyone saw Lu Sheng holding a white card, which made them all curious and stare at it. "Wait, why is his card white?" Lu Sheng examined the card for a moment and asked, "Never heard of a white accumulation card before? Could it be a 0-point card?" Eating a portion of beast meat costs 5 accumulation points. Using the training room for an hour costs 10 points. A normal instructor's single guidance costs 30 points. A chief instructor or deputy chief instructor's single guidance costs 100 points. After reading the card's usage info, Lu Sheng calmly said something shocking. "Here, only eating meat has any effect." The words made Tan Xiaojun, who was sitting, fall off his chair in shock. "What? You guys are speechless too?" Tan Xiaojun pointed at the card and said, "Hey kid, what's your game? Don't pretend after getting the perks. You have 1,000 accumulation points in your hand. If it weren't for our instructors stopping the higher-ups, the losses you caused would have cost you points too. Everyone's jaws dropped in astonishment after hearing Tan Xiaojun. What? 1,000 points? Tao Deng suddenly sneered coldly. Ha ha, I thought this training camp was all about strength, but turns out there's privilege play too. That's disappointing. Tianha stood nearby, arms crossed, sighing. This is some serious connections, scary stuff. Ha Lam covered his mouth in fear. What? You guys don't know what he did during the test? Tao Deng aggressively wanted to teach him a lesson. Of course we know. Someone spread rumors about bribing classmates and instructors, right? The test instructors are at least third-level fighters. To beat him, you'd need to be fourth level. Even the strongest innate power before couldn't do it, and there's no sign of blood or energy depletion anywhere. If the training camp's main goal is resources that the strong possess most, then prove it now. Seeing them ready to fight, Tan Xiaojun was about to stand up and stop them. Hey, you guys! Dong Tin Shui quickly stopped him. She wanted to see just how strong Lu Sheng really was. Lu Sheng calmly asked back, Ha ha, you sure about this? Tao Deng charged aggressively, shouting, Cut the crap! Today I want to see if you can break my innate stone talisman, if I step back. Before he could finish, Lu Sheng casually flicked him, the double-youth version of the Star Brain Claw unleashed. Tao Deng didn't even get a move off before being flicked flying, punching a huge hole in the thick base wall, collapsing right there. The scene happened so fast, everyone watching screamed in shock. What? Lu Sheng felt he might have gone too far and said sheepishly, He made me fight, don't make me pay for damages. After seeing Tao Deng get flicked straight into the wall, Ha Lam and Tian Ha were stunned, feeling like they got struck by lightning, stammering for a long time without a full sentence. Lu Sheng didn't want more trouble, he just wanted to get back to the training room fast. Tan Xiaojun whistled, as if he predicted this outcome. Lu Sheng calmly said, Can I go now? And quickly left. Dong Tin Shui saw Lu Sheng about to leave and called him back. Classmate Lu Sheng, what's your next plan for cultivation? If you use accumulation points, you can get my personal guidance. Lu Sheng gently pushed the door open and said, Thanks, Commander, but no thanks. Lu Sheng calmly said, Can I go now? And quickly left. Dong Tin Tuyet saw Lu Sheng was about to leave and called out, Classmate Lu Sheng, what's your next plan for cultivation? If you use your accumulated points, you can get my personal guidance. Lu Sheng gently pushed the door open and stepped out. Thanks, Commander, but no need. I got something way more important to do. Lu Qinghe asked, curious. Huh, you got something more important than the headmaster's orders? Both Minton and Wei Lan tensed up, listening closely to what could be so damn important. Lu Sheng confirmed, Yeah, I want to go back and crash. Hearing that lame excuse, Minton and Wei Lan were honestly shook and kinda impressed. What? Lu Qinghe laughed so hard he almost fell over. Ha ha ha, this kid. Dong Ting Shui looked so fed up, couldn't even say a word. After everyone left, Dong Ting Shui checked the surveillance camera and saw Lu Sheng actually heading back to the dorm to sleep. Lu Qinghe felt like he was watching some ridiculous joke. This kid really just went back to sleep. Ha ha ha. Dong Tin Shui didn't get what Lu Sheng was thinking. What's he even doing? There's nothing useful in the dorm. Lu Qinghe was just here for the laughs. First time I've seen a genius this weird. Let him do whatever he wants, Dong Tin Shui said seriously. He doesn't get it, but Lu Sheng is like a whetstone for knives, speeding up everyone else's growth. Lu Qinghe said seriously, A whetstone? Man, this whetstone's probably sharper than all the knives here, right? Dong Tin Shui seemed to remember something. You still remember our classmate, right? That guy ranked the same. Hearing that name, Lu Qinghe stood up clutching his chest. Of course, just thinking about him makes my chest hurt. In that martial arts training camp, he crushed all the geniuses, stepping on everyone else's necks. He was the undisputed king. Dong Tin Shui nodded thoughtfully. That's right. Geniuses relying on brute strength had a huge advantage before, easily hitting tens of thousands in combat power, even matching opponents of the same level. But skill, speed, observation, judgment, experience, tactics, strategy, strength isn't just raw power. It's built through constant growth and practice. Strength-based geniuses who only rely on their power end up just shining briefly. That's probably Lu Sheng's path. Right now, Lu Sheng is deep in a dream world, locked in a fierce fight with a muscular blonde zombie. Both are evenly matched, exchanging hundreds of blows without backing down. The zombie suddenly throws a powerful punch, but Lu Sheng grabs it tight. Quick as hell, he grabs a metal rod nearby, stabs through the zombie's thigh and foot, pinning it to the ground, then uses a stellar punch to smash the zombie's face hard. That punch sent the zombie straight to the afterlife. After it died, Lu Sheng absorbed the zombie's skills and memories. He sighed in relief after struggling with the zombie for a while. Whew! Before dying, it was a level 6 master, equivalent to the rank of the Martial Arts Association Minister, Xiao Yuhua. No wonder it was so strong. That last move, if I hadn't used all my spiritual power to block it, Lu Sheng would have started absorbing martial arts skills and combat experience instead of just leveling up his vitality. These are the real perks of the dream world. Movement skills, fist techniques, staff techniques, kicks, spear skills, sword play. One person can't master everything, but standing on the shoulders of countless others, covering all bases with no gaps. That's my martial path, the perfect martial way. After mastering the zombie's level 6 skills, Lu Sheng sat down to rest, still using spiritual power. If it weren't for that, not even one zombie strike could have been blocked. Too bad I'm still using basic spiritual power, so it's only enough against zombies for now. If a level 6 powerhouse really shows up, who knows? I gotta train my spiritual power harder. After saying that, Lu Sheng quickly dived deep into his spiritual power, focusing his mind, clearing all distractions, entering a trance, and meditating on his spirit. After finishing, he touched the top of his spiritual power with his meditative light. The stone layer around his spirit slowly cracked, releasing a dazzling, magical glow. Suddenly, a force pulled Lu Sheng's whole body outward, pain tearing through him like he was being ripped apart. Finally, his spiritual power was fully unleashed. The energy blast shattered all the glass windows of the building. After releasing all that energy, Lu Sheng collapsed like a dried-out corpse, weakened and standing still. Huffing and puffing, he couldn't hide his joy. I broke through again. After recovering, Lu Sheng eagerly opened his profile to see what new breakthroughs he'd made. It had been a while since he checked his life stats. Wonder what I turned into this time. Lu Sheng ordered, AI? Show me my personal data. AI is gathering data now, sir. Moments later, Lu Sheng's full bio appeared. Name, Lu Sheng. Gender, male. Birth date, June. Year 297 of the martial era. Martial power level, level 8, with authority to use level 3 techniques. At 18, he became a level 2 martial artist, a rising star in White River City. Then, recommended by the White River Martial Association, he joined the Dongning Province Genius Training Camp, ranking first in training that year, top in school, top in province, and ranked 53rd nationwide in the university entrance exam. He got into Dongning Martial University. 3 years later, he graduated and served. 5 years later, he retired as a major general. Founded the Martial Saint Hall of White River City, 65 years old, promoted to martial artist level 7 in the 7th month of the 452nd year of martial Dao. Old wounds flared up, lived to 156 years old, marital status married, has 2 sons and 1 daughter, highest military rank, Major General, 3-star historical rating. Lu Sheng saw his own info upgraded again, which made him super hyped. 7th level Sect Master. I can step into the 7th level Sect Master realm in my lifetime. If this were ancient times, I'd be considered a regional lord, and even now, I'm still a major influential figure. Lu Sheng thought to himself, alright, if I've become a Sect Master, then my rank and authority probably upgraded too, right? So who should I order? Who's the master of refining body techniques, natural breathing, and Crystal Hall's main techniques? They quickly responded, and in no time, countless martial arts manuals appeared around Lu Sheng. The refined body techniques section introduced a martial art created by martial Dao level 11 expert Wang Ha, included in the Fire Clan plan. The natural breathing method section introduced a martial art created by martial Dao level 11 expert Yang Yizhou, included in the Fire Clan plan. The Crystal Hall's main technique section introduced a martial art created by martial Dao level 11 expert Duan Yifeng, included in the Fire Clan plan. Lu Sheng marveled. His level 3 authority let him access higher-level martial arts. Suddenly, a pretty strange book caught his curiosity. What's this? Lu Sheng quickly opened the book, and inside, he was shocked. The Divine Illumination Ming King scripture introduced a martial art created by martial Dao level 11 expert Duan Yifeng, included in the Fire Clan plan. After reading it, Lu Sheng couldn't help but exclaim, "This is a complete martial arts set." He opened the manual and was amazed. This was the Divine Illumination Ming King scripture. Heavenly horse moves, Fudi Susi. Unbelievable. No wonder this martial art wasn't in the combat skill reports. It's a specialized technique designed for spirit mages, not only covering combat essentials and spirit power skills, but most importantly, this martial art is totally different from other spirit power techniques. The key content of the Divine Illumination Ming King scripture is using spirit power inside the martial artist's body to build another body, basically a second self. The refinement level of this body can reach muscle fibers, cells, even the self-zen level, all for the purpose of comprehensive growth without blind spots. The first level of the Divine Illumination Ming King scripture is using spirit power's energy to strengthen the body, achieving the effect of boosting blood and chi. This just happens to be my biggest weakness. I've had no way to increase my combat power, but the base value of my blood and chi actually can't be changed. Blood and chi have always blocked my progress. If I can break this barrier, I can boost all my attributes, using spirit power to influence the martial artist's blood and chi. Unbelievable. I really underestimated the crystallized wisdom of 10,000 years of martial Tao. Martial arts at this level nowadays don't even talk about creating them. You wouldn't even think them up. Duan Yifeng, I'll remember that name. A genius like him is rare, even in a civilization, probably top tier, even among level 11 experts. Yet even someone like him couldn't stop the destruction of human civilization. I still have a lot to do. The road ahead is long. Every minute, every second, I have to give my all to get stronger. 1 month later, in the training room, Weilan focused on refining her spirit power. Right now, she's standing in a testing room equipped with automatic ball shooting systems everywhere. Weilan's task is to use spirit power to control weapons to destroy the incoming balls. Weilan closed her eyes, sensing the ball's flight paths, then controlled 3 spirit weapons to rush forward and smash them. The balls shattered in an instant. Lieutenant Colonel Dong Tin Tuyet watched outside, seeing Weilan excel, opened the door and praised her. Not bad. You've improved fast, already mastered controlling 3 spirit weapons. Once you master 6, it means you've entered the first level of the self-spirit mage realm. Weilan bowed and thanked Dong Tin Tuyet for her guidance, grateful for the chief instructor's help. Dong Tin Tuyet politely said, "It's also related to your talent and effort," then frowned. "But I noticed something. There seems to be a huge hole in your spirit will. Someone left a psychological trauma on you, right?" Weilan remembered Lu Sheng's gaze when they first met, which still made her tremble. She bit her finger, sweating cold, trembling. "Yes, chief instructor. Is there any way to fix this?" Dong Tin Tuyet said coldly. "Simple. Find the person who caused your trauma, defeat him, or kill him. Then the trauma will be gone." Hearing she had to defeat Lu Sheng, Weilan panicked and screamed, "What?" Dong Tin Tuyet saw Weilan's expression and frowned, wishing she could forge iron into steel. "What's wrong? You're in a period of rapid power growth. A little thing like this shouldn't be a problem, right?" Weilan thought for a moment. She heard that scary guy is still in a mental slump lately. If his power stays stagnant, maybe, just maybe, I really can do it. Halan seemed to make a big decision, her eyes more determined than ever to beat Ha Lu Sheng. After finishing training Halan, Lu Qinghe, who was lurking outside, asked, "Already done? How was it?" Dong Tin Tuyet said, a bit disappointed. "The talent's okay, but the personality's kinda weak." Lu Qinghe laughed. "You think everyone's like you? Besides, how could their personality be better than the one I trained?" Dong Tin Tuet said, "What about Man Tin Ha? I've trained him too. There's still 1 or 2 months left. He'll just have to tough it out." "Right. Is he still the same?" Lu Qinghe asked, annoyed. Dong Tin Tuyet replied, "Still the same. Every day when I bring food, I find him just lying there sleeping. I guess he's a lost cause." Lu Qinghe then turned to mock Dong Tin Tuyet. "Remember what you said when you trained students? As long as he wants, no one's gonna bother him sleeping in the dorm every day." Ha ha ha. Dong Tin Tuyet covered her face and sighed. "I shouldn't have said that in the first place." Lu Qinghe, stubborn as ever, wanted to tease her more. "So, want to use him as your punching bag again?" Dong Tin Tuyet got pissed and cursed loudly. "You little monkey," showing respect but still messing around. Dong Tin Tuyet stormed off angrily, ignoring him. "Just train your Mantian Ha well. If not, when the test comes, Halan's gonna wreck him bad." Lu Qinghe stuck out his tongue to annoy her. Who's scared of who? In the gym, Duong Dian was cleaning with some friends, tiredly holding a broom and sighing as she swept. Suddenly, a friend ran over happily, calling out, "Duong Dian, still not done? Let me help you." Duong Dian smiled gratefully. "Yeah, thanks," the friend replied. "No problem, you helped me like this last time too." They both swept while chatting. "Man, I really admire those guys. People who get 100 points of credit can last 2 months easily." Duong Dian sympathized. "Poor us gotta suffer, skipping a meal or two just to barely get by on credits. No way we can compare." Suddenly, the friend asked, "Duong Dian, what's Lu Sheng up to these days? You two seemed pretty close, right?" Talking about Lu Sheng made Duong Dian curious but sad. "I don't know about him." The friend kept gossiping. "I guess you really don't know. That Lu Sheng guy was so strong at first, bullying the Toandoan crew, but what happened? Next day he was done for. He's been locked up ever since, probably caught up by others' strength." Duong Dian said, "Do you think he's scared now?" Knowing how powerful talent is, his strength's probably fading, so he's just hiding, trying to build his spirit. Thinking about Lu Sheng's skills, Duong Dian always believed in him fully. She thought to herself, "No way, Lu Sheng's not that kind of guy." She quickly grabbed the broom from her friend and turned away. "You take a break, I'll handle the rest." Her friend looked confused, not getting what was going on. Meanwhile, outside on the balcony, a bunch of people were shouting to check out the gossip. "Hurry, go see. Tao Dung's about to try 4 times gravity." "Really?" The friend got hyped and yelled, "Did you hear that? 4 times gravity, real or fake? That's insane." Duong Dian was skeptical. Last time I only lasted 20 minutes at one times, gravity, almost died. Now 4 times? The friend dragged Duong Dien to go check it out. Let's go see. Duong Dien was surprised but followed. Ah, she thought. Lu Sheng, what the hell are you doing right now? Meanwhile, Lu Sheng just woke up from a long dream. His strength increased a lot. He quietly opened the dorm door and stepped out, his face colder than before. In the gravity room, Tao Dung was focused, enduring triple gravity. He tensed his body against the crushing force, muscles tight. Everyone outside was impressed. So good, almost 4 minutes. 4 minutes longer than last time. After enduring 4 minutes, Tao Dung quickly hit the stop button. As he stepped out, everyone cheered wildly. That's amazing! I can't even last 10 minutes at double gravity, but Tao Dung held 4 minutes at triple gravity. Tao Dung came out confident, breathing a sigh of relief. Phew, feels good. Seeing everyone fawn over him, he smugly said, "This little skill already scares you guys? Wait till I hit 4 times gravity." Haha. A sycophant rushed over. Big bro Tao Dung, looks like you'll adapt to 4 times gravity real soon, breaking into level 3 martial artist. Then who in the training camp can even compete with you? Hearing the praise reminded Tao Dung of his rival. He instinctively rubbed his forehead, still feeling pain. He asked, "How's he doing now?" Di Tam Bok laughed. Lu Sheng? Still the same. Every time someone brings him food, he's just sleeping, even dreaming about something. Haha! Tao Dung sneered. Humph, arrogant as hell. Even if I wasn't as good as him at first, slow turtles catch up to sleeping rabbits. Besides, he's been out cold for over a month, wasting 1,000 credit points. Now, I'm not sure I'll lose to him. He unconsciously raised his hand to his forehead, still feeling pain. He asked, "How is he now?" Di Tambok laughed. "That guy, Lu Sheng, he's still the same. Every time the students bring him food, they find him sleeping in bed, even dreaming about something." "Ha ha," Tao Dung sneered. "Humph, arrogant and full of himself. Even if I wasn't as good as him at first, slow and steady wins the race. Besides, he's been asleep for over a month now, wasting 1,000 points. I'm not sure I'll lose to him now." Tao Dung was daydreaming when suddenly a figure zipped past him, making him freeze for a few seconds. Lu Sheng walked by, casually saying to give way. When Tao Dung realized who it was, he freaked out and shouted, "Lu Sheng." Lu Sheng stood in front of the gravity training room door, calmly saying, "So, this is the gravity training room? Not bad at all." Tao Dung leaned against the door with a smirk and said, "So you finally came out? What's up? After sleeping for over a month, you finally remember the gravity training room?" Lu Sheng didn't even bother to care what Tao Dung was rambling about. He swiped his card to start the gravity room and thought to himself, didn't expect eating would cost so many points. He set it for 3 hours, checked out the training system, then chose the 3-hour level. 3 hours, level 2 gravity. Points deducted. After starting the gravity room, Lu Sheng stepped inside. Before entering, he turned back to mock Tao Dung a bit. Already 1 win. Huh. Perfect chance to test how much I've leveled up, Tao Dung yelled angrily. Damn it, you sleep in the dorm every day and still want to level up? What a joke. The door slowly closed, and the system started counting down. 5, 4. Tao Dung peeked in and kindly reminded, "Hey, didn't you start the gravity training room first?" The system continued, announcing, "Due to gravity effects, please use the physical activation button." 3. Ha, you're using Lu Sheng's level 2 gravity? Tao Dung got hyped watching the show from outside. Gravity training rooms aren't toys. If not started properly, suddenly enduring outside pressure without moving can easily tear internal organs and cause bleeding. Whether he knows or is just cocky, he's definitely dead this time. Tao Dung and everyone else watching waited anxiously, but nothing happened inside. Lu Sheng stood still, making the atmosphere unusually quiet. Tao Dung leaned on his hand and asked, "The gravity system's on, right? Why isn't he reacting at all?" Lu Sheng suddenly punched the ground hard, then started throwing some martial arts moves, making Tao Dung and the onlookers' eyes pop wide in shock. Tao Dung couldn't believe his eyes and froze in place. The sycophant from before now had weak legs and couldn't stand steady. He stammered fearfully, "He's training!" Everyone around saw Lu Sheng casually practicing martial arts in the gravity room and were shocked. Wait, isn't that Lu Sheng? Look, Lu Sheng's even cracking his knuckles under gravity. People rushed over to watch, some stubbornly refusing to believe it wasn't fake. They panicked and screamed loudly. "What's going on? Damn!" After finishing a routine, Lu Sheng kneeled down, feeling pretty chill, and said with satisfaction, "This feeling's pretty fresh." Lu Sheng stepped to the control panel, wanting to challenge a higher gravity level. He curiously observed for a moment and pressed a button. Tao Dung outside frowned, thinking, is he giving up already? After Lu Sheng pressed the button, the gravity room suddenly blasted a piercing sound wave. The noise was unbearable for everyone watching. They all covered their ears, unable to stand it. Some couldn't even stand up because of the sound. What the hell's happening? Tao Dung was sweating cold and stammering. The outside gravity room display showed Lu Sheng, level 4 gravity. Tao Dung realized Lu Sheng had cranked gravity up 4 times. Feeling the intense gravity around, Lu Sheng thought, so this is what enhanced gravity feels like. Nice. Let me test it out. Lu Sheng knelt one knee down, pressing his hand firmly to the ground. The crowd outside laughed happily. Ha ha ha, he can't take it anymore. But no, Lu Sheng pushed with all his strength, lifting his hand until only 2 fingers were supporting him. At this moment, Wei Lan returned tired from a long training session. So exhausted, the instructor was way too strict. Passing by the gravity room, she saw a crowd gathered, all amazed at something. Curious by nature, Wei Lan wanted to see what was going on. She quickly moved closer to eavesdrop and saw everyone with wide eyes and open mouths at the terrifying scene. Wei Lan hadn't figured it out yet and asked, "What are you all staring at? Is it that interesting?" Looking closely into the gravity room made Wei Lan scream in shock. Lu Sheng was doing a 2-finger handstand in the level 4 gravity room. This was insanely terrifying, making her share the same speechless expression as everyone else. Wei Lan's mind was full of huge question marks, laughing but crying inside. Ha ha, Lu Sheng. Tao Deng wasn't much different. He collapsed to the ground, banging hard against the wall. Bam! Right now, he was questioning life itself. Moments ago, he was confident he'd beat Lu Sheng, but now he realized the gap was way too huge. Why? Why is he this strong? Tao Deng was going crazy, grinding his teeth, unable to accept the truth. Didn't he just sleep for over a month? The sleeping rabbit Lu Sheng was on the ground while Tao Deng the turtle was stuck in the deep abyss. Tao Deng the turtle cried and rolled around, shouting, "Didn't I already surpass him?" After nearly 100 push-ups, Lu Sheng thought, 4 times gravity feels about right. Lu Sheng quickly went to the control panel to adjust. The crowd outside noticed the gravity level increase and screamed 5 times louder. "Oh man, quick, call someone over here." Lu Sheng felt the gravity and quickly unleashed his technique, natural breathing method, exchange, the breath of the earth. Word got out that Lu Sheng was testing 5 times gravity in the gravity room, and all the students in this batch went wild rushing to watch. Everyone's face was full of panic they couldn't hide. Heard anything yet? What? Let's go already. Is the gravity room real or fake? Lin Chengyu, who initially mocked Lu Sheng, now gritted his teeth in anger. Damn that guy. He's back. No way, right? The entrance to the gravity room was packed with onlookers. It really was him. Lu Sheng kept surprising people left and right, and Cao Yong's eyes bulged, almost popping out. He pressed his face against the glass, staring at the chaotic scene inside. Even with 5 times gravity, Lu Sheng casually jumped around, showing zero discomfort. Lu Sheng thought to himself, 5 times gravity fits perfectly with my current training state. Maybe I can barely pull off moves in the refined body technique, and moving any more might be enough. After throwing a punch, Lu Sheng sighed. Not enough. Totally not enough. I need more pressure, something that can push my limits. When Lu Sheng headed to the control panel, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. What's he trying to do? Can't take it anymore? About to shut off the gravity effect? 5 times gravity is already tough to endure for so long. If it were me, I wouldn't last a second. But Lu Sheng didn't press stop. He actually increased it a few levels. Seeing Lu Sheng's move shocked all the students present to their core. In the command room, Dong Tingshui sat frustrated, thinking, 2 people again today? So many trainees have dropped out of the camp in just a few days. Tan Xiaojun handed Dong Tingshui a glass of sour plum juice, calmly saying, "They're all spoiled brats from home, and Tianqiao is just suffering here. It's normal they can't handle it." Dong Tingshui sipped the juice, annoyed. Can't handle just a little hardship? What about when they fight on the battlefield with real guns and monsters? Will they last? She frowned after a sip. Too much sugar in this. Tan Xiaojun said, "You're just too hardworking. Actually, this batch's quality isn't bad. I guess about 80% will make it to camp closing day." Tan Xiaoying looked at the control panel happily. Look, someone already broke records in the gravity and agility rooms. Suddenly, Tan Xiaojun froze on the spot, unbelieving. Hey, someone just set a historic record in the gravity room, Dong Tingshui said casually. The historic record is Cao Yong, right? I think he was about to hit 4 times gravity? Tan Xiaojun forced a laugh. Ha, he's not the only one you should be thinking about. Lu Sheng's at 8 times gravity. Dong Tingshui's face went pale hearing Lu Sheng's name, crushing her glass in shock. What did you say? You said Lu Sheng? Tan Xiaojun praised. What level is that kid at now? Dong Tingshui replied. I don't know, but the person we've been looking for has finally been found. In the zero-gravity training room, Lu Sheng was crushed under a terrifying weight, unable to even sit up straight. Huff, huff. His whole body was about to give out. Lu Sheng thought, 8 times gravity with my current blood flow is still too much, almost at my limit. My endurance is about to run dry. Lu Sheng thought, then let's try the new technique. He quickly used his mental power to recreate a perfect heart, down to every cell, then surrounded his original heart with this new one, forming a super strong protective membrane. After finishing, a terrifying power surged through Lu Sheng's chest, coursing through his veins. The immense power suddenly knocked him flat on his back. He got up to feel this new strength. Huff. Just rebuilding part of the cardiovascular system boosted his blood flow by nearly 10%. This was the divine bright king scripture. Lu Sheng clenched his fists happily, smiling, thinking, "Great, now let's see where my real limit is." Saying that, he dashed back to the control panel. Everyone freaked out seeing Lu Sheng head there again. What's he up to now? It's already 8 times gravity. What more could he want? Just then, the gravity room's glass cracked and shattered. Some students nearby were crushed by the escaping gravity, slammed to the ground like ghosts collapsing. Cao Yong was truly terrified now, shouting, "Lu Sheng, what the hell are you doing?" The system announced 10 times gravity. At this level, Lu Sheng was pinned to the floor, unable to move. Even the floor cracked under the unbearable pressure. Lu Sheng groaned, "So heavy. My bones are screaming. My blood feels like it's about to stop flowing. Don't even talk about moving. Just staying conscious takes all my strength. 10 times gravity isn't something I can handle." But then Lu Sheng felt excited. The desire to conquer it pumped him up like a shot of adrenaline, and he said, "Just right. I can change the future. Flip the script and break the cycle. Who's next? Is he some high-level martial arts cultivator? A freak with insane talent? Or someone loaded with endless resources?" Lu Sheng pushed all his strength to stand up, shouting, "I'm the one who can break through limits." After all that effort, Lu Sheng finally stood firm, releasing a massive burst of energy. Everyone watching could feel that overwhelming power. No one had the guts to stand their ground against him. Lu Sheng's strength was unmatched. Lu Qinghe saw Lu Sheng standing strong like that and thought to herself, "He's back." When Lu Sheng stepped out of the gravity room, everyone stared at him in shock. They parted like the Red Sea to let him through. Lu Sheng came out drenched in sweat. A pretty girl shyly stepped forward and handed him a towel to wipe his face. "Lu, classmate Lu Sheng, here, a towel." Lu Sheng looked at her confused, while the girls around her admired her. Calmly, he took the towel, appreciating her kindness, and smiled. "Thanks." He grabbed the towel and walked off, while the 2 girls jumped up excitedly, cheering. Lu Sheng barely noticed them, pulled out his phone to check it, thinking, if he'd known it'd only take this little time, he wouldn't have wasted 3 whole hours losing points. Soon, a notification popped up on his phone that surprised him. Breaking records comes with bonus points? A voice announced, "Record broken, bonus points awarded." On the leaderboard, Lu Sheng was leading, with 4,335 points left. Everyone was stunned by his score. Some looked at their own measly 6 points and gasped, "What? 4-digit points? Even if we combined, we wouldn't hit half of his. I haven't eaten meat in 3 days." Lu Sheng was happy to get so many points, thinking over 4,000 was enough for a decent meal. Next, Lu Sheng headed to the training room. Someone nearby saw him walking their way and started daydreaming he was coming for them. Wherever Lu Sheng went, people instinctively stepped back to clear his path. Everyone stared dumbfounded as he strolled casually with hands in pockets. Seeing he wasn't stopping, all the students hurried to follow. "Lu Sheng's still Lu Sheng. Where's he headed? Let's follow and see." Lu Qinghe stood in place, watching his retreating figure, thinking, Lu Sheng's presence was insanely strong, way above everyone else. People around her whispered excitedly about the gravity being 10 times stronger. He really wasn't human. Totally terrifying. Lu Qinghe watched Lu Sheng and felt deep admiration. His silhouette was like a fierce tiger leading 100 beasts behind. Her friends sighed. Lu Sheng's got that power-type talent. He broke Cao Zong's record for defense in the gravity room. Could it be his bloodline value has hit the 4th stage? Hearing her praise, Lu Qinghe guessed his power type and direction. The body movement room. Inside, Man Tianha was training hard, using his speed talent to dodge dense laser beams with agility. Though nimble, long training drained his stamina, making movement tough. Despite trying, he got hit by a laser. The system announced training ended. Training results. Phase 2 completion. 87%. Man Tianha saw the stats and sighed in relief. Pretty satisfied. Phew. The system displayed a message. "Congratulations, Fighter ID do 284363. Your body movement surpassed the trainer by 52%. Man Tianha grinned proudly. Body movement rankings in the training room always spread through the Martial Alliance. He could rank worldwide anytime. He'd beaten half the people globally. That's at least hundreds of millions. There's definitely a gap between people. Awakening speed talent and getting private lessons from instructor Quan Tan, the gap between him and others was unbridgeable. Others could see his extraordinary skill just by watching his training. Man Tianha smugly opened the door. What he craved was everyone's praise. They'd hail him as a once-in-a-lifetime genius, but reality hit him like a cold splash, freezing him for a moment. His training room was empty. Everyone had flocked next door. Man Tianha wondered, what's going on? Where did everyone run off to? Instructor Quan Dong and Instructor Quan Tan were there too. What were they watching? The instructors were personally demonstrating. He quickly grabbed a friend and asked, "Hey, what's happening here?" The friend, annoyed, said, "Huh?" Obviously watching Lu Sheng. Who else? Man Tianha laughed scornfully, hearing Lu Sheng's name. Lu Sheng, the city's sleeping god? You really think that sleepyhead can break my record? You're nuts. Seeing Man Tianha's arrogance made his friend mad. He turned back and said, "What? Who the hell are you?" Seeing his friend suddenly snap at him, Man Tianha was confused, not understanding what he did wrong. This was the answer to the mockery Man Tianha had just thrown out. His friend shouted in shock, "Damn, what's going on?" Man Tianha saw the situation inside and panicked. "No way? All these machines are firing, running at full power." Lu Sheng stayed calm as he activated the system. Then after observing around, he figured out the training method. He thought, so that's it. Just dodge the lasers, right? Looks like you can't predict where the beams will come from, which makes this one of the tough parts of agility training, but this challenge basically doesn't exist for me. The system was ready, the lasers started firing densely, weaving a web all around. But with his lightning-fast moves, Lu Sheng easily dodged them quickly. Man Tianha saw this and shook with fear, shouting, "How is this possible? How is this possible? There are thousands of lasers in the training room, and no one knows what will happen next. With that density and frequency, how can this be?" Man Tianha panicked and grabbed the collar of his friend beside him, lifting him up. "Are you sure this is really Lu Sheng's first time in the agility training room?" The friend tremblingly said, "Yeah, we all followed him here. And before coming, he even broke the historical record in the gravity room, with gravity multiplied by m." Hearing this achievement, Man Tianha almost collapsed, his eyes bloodshot, unable to believe it. Man Tianha then sat heavily on the ground, thinking miserably, Lu Sheng, isn't he supposed to be a strength prodigy? Didn't he just sleep for a month or two? How is this possible? The gap is huge. Everyone around saw Man Tianha slumped on the floor and worriedly asked, "Hey, what's wrong?" But now Man Tianha barely had any fighting spirit left, feeling overwhelmed by despair and helplessness. Watching Lu Sheng's demeanor made Dong Tin Tu Wet quite suspicious. She thought to herself, Lu Sheng, is this really his first time doing agility training? No way. And totally powerless. Watching Lu Sheng's moves made Dong Tin Tu Yet pretty suspicious. She thought to herself, is Lu Sheng really training his body skills for the first time? No way. No matter if it's hundreds of times, it wouldn't be this easy. His moves aren't just reactions, they're like predictions. No way. Could he be Lu Sheng in the body training room, like a fish in water? He unleashed his full strength, sharpness, and judgment. Lu Sheng smoothly and gracefully dodged through the dense laser beams step by step, elegant without any clumsiness. Dong Tin Shui stood outside watching and couldn't help but want to probe Lu Sheng's spiritual power. Seeing Dong Tin Shui about to use her spiritual power, Lu Qinghe asked, "What are you trying to do?" Dong Tin Shui quickly withdrew her spiritual power, feeling frustrated wanting to check again, but her willpower stopped her. She thought, there's nothing strange about me. Didn't I already probe last time? He had zero reaction to spiritual power. Why try again? Am I stupid? The training system displayed a completion speed notification. Body Technique Phase 2. Completion at 62%. Lu Sheng thought, this training isn't bad at all. I feel like my moves could get even faster. Soon after, the system announced he passed the second phase of body technique training. Everyone watching was stunned by the insane speed. Dude, it's only been a few minutes, and Phase 2 is already done? Yeah, Lu Sheng's Phase 2 felt super simple. Doesn't feel like any Phase 2 I've seen before. Lu Qinghe saw the students judging the challenge as easy and turned to show them what real talent looks like, so they understand what super simple really means. Lu Sheng's performance was just that effortless. His body technique was already at perfection. Dong Tin Shui crossed her arms, wearing a challenging expression. I want to see how far he can really go. Lu Qinghe laughed loudly, seeing her stubborn face. Ha! Dong Tin Shui. I think this is the first time we actually think alike. The system then announced the start of Phase 3 body technique training. This time, thousands of balloons came flying at breakneck speed, almost no gaps to dodge through. Plus, thousands of laser beams shot down. Everyone watching was horrified by the intense scene. The flashing laser beams lit up the area blindingly bright. Even just watching, people had to shield their eyes from the strong light. Whoa, this is Phase 3? Mana Tianha had already lost the will to push forward. He gaped in shock, trembling, thinking, this is way too hard, right? Thousands of balloons rushing at Lu Sheng, combined with lasers, made this phase insanely difficult, and the speed was crazy fast. Now, all the laser clusters lit up at once, looking like a rain of light. Lu Sheng thought, it's getting tougher and tougher. This time, they even tried to use light to block my escape routes. No way. I gotta put some power into this. To break through the siege, Lu Sheng directly unleashed force to explode all the incoming balloons. This time he even tried using light to block my escape route. Damn right, I gotta put some effort in too and test it out. To break through the encirclement, Lu Sheng just straight up exploded all the flying attacks coming his way. A loud explosion echoed, and Lu Sheng quickly escaped. Lu Qinghe saw a surge of power swirling behind him and freaked out. He gritted his teeth and exclaimed, damn, this is entering the micro realm? Did he just break through directly inside here? Even among the seasoned veterans of the battlefield, level 4 or 5, hardly anyone can train their body technique to the micro realm. I only broke through to the micro realm at 22, Dong Tin Tuyet admitted in frustration. I'm 25, and Lu Qinghe can't believe it either. Then he yelled, "That's not like me. I'm a martial artist with a natural speed talent." Speed talent? I was born with massive support. This kid's only 18. Damn. The system announced again. Body technique stage 3, 15% complete. At that moment, a laser beam zipped right past Lu Sheng's eyes at an insanely close range, just a few microns away, yet Lu Sheng still managed to dodge swiftly. The laser's speed kept increasing, making him sweat as he struggled to evade while thinking. The difficulty's ramping up now, relying only on mental strength to predict is draining. Seeing Lu Sheng's speed slow down, Lu Qinghe guessed it wasn't going to be easy anymore. The lasers now looked like a spiderweb trap, just waiting for Lu Sheng to get caught. Seeing the situation was bad, Lu Sheng quickly unleashed a move. With wind breath, his speed suddenly skyrocketed to an insane level, his figure almost invisible, leaving only a streak of light behind. The system quickly updated. Body technique stage 3, 62% complete. Even the onlookers couldn't keep up with Lu Sheng's speed, so they just pointed and whispered, "Where's Lu Sheng? Did he vanish?" The system announced again. Body technique stage 3, 81% complete. Lu Qinghe watched closely and realized this kid's speed was too fast. His eyes couldn't fully track him, so it looked like he disappeared. Finally, it ended. The system displayed, body technique stage 3, 100% complete. Inside the training room, Lu Sheng was drained and stood still to catch his breath. Lu Qinghe, seeing it was over, happily left, praising loudly. "Respect to the young blood, respect to the young blood. You gave it your all today. Gravity level 10 and stage 3 body technique. Looks like he's tired now. Let's head back." Dong Tin Tuyet stayed silent, but when Lu Qinghe suggested leaving, she frowned and said, "No, looks like Lu Sheng wants to keep going." Hearing that, Lu Qinghe's curiosity piqued, and he turned back. The system chimed again. Body technique stage 4, 0% complete. Seeing Lu Sheng still pushing, Lu Qinghe shouted in disbelief, "No way? I just barely started stage 4 myself, and this kid's already breaking through non-stop?" Dong Tin Tuyet silently focused on Lu Sheng's display. After activating the mode, Lu Sheng accidentally collided with a strange machine. Suddenly, not just one, but countless weird machines rose up together. 4 laser beams shot out from its body, linking together like a giant net trapping Lu Sheng. The mesh was so tight, there wasn't a single gap. The entire net slowly descended, enclosing Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng inside the net gritted his teeth in helplessness. The spectators panicked and cursed at the sight. "Damn, what the hell is this thing? Can he really dodge it?" Man Tianha stammered, speechless at the battlefield. But after a while, Lu Sheng managed to break through it smoothly. The system announced, body technique stage 4, 30% complete. Seeing the intensity rise, Lu Qinghe rested his chin on his hands seriously and said, "Finally reached this level, let's see what Lu Sheng does now." The initial net was small, but now the system upgraded it to a whole new level. Lasers tightly interwoven, huge and almost impossible to escape. Lu Sheng thought, wind breath speed is reaching its limit, so he decided to unleash the mental power of the Divine Illumination Sutra. His mental force flared like a flame engulfing his whole body. With just one move, Lu Sheng stretched the space around him. Everything in his sight seemed frozen, even the lasers. Lu Sheng felt everything around him and thought, time feels like it's slowing down. If I'm not mistaken, the professional term for this mental state is time perception. Lu Sheng used this moment to quickly bypass the lasers with ease. Now he was moving at light speed, invisible to the naked eye. This mental power had reached a mutated state. This kind of mutation happens only in third-level mental summoners, which means, I've officially stepped into the ranks of third-level mental summoners? Dong Tin Tuyet's face showed horror at Lu Sheng's power. Her whole body felt an immense mental force. This power even cracked the entire glass wall of the training room. Not only that, the floor cracked too from the mental force. Standing before the shattered glass, Dong Tin Tuyet smiled happily and said, "You really are a mental summoner, huh?" Lu Sheng and Lu Qinghe turned to her, and Lu Qinghe stood frozen for a moment. Dong Tin Tuyet had fully unleashed her mental power. Dong Tin Shui laughed happily. "So you really are a spiritual sorcerer, huh?" Lu Sheng turned to look at her and froze for a moment. Dong Tin Shui had fully unleashed her spiritual power by now. A transparent figure made of spiritual energy gradually appeared. Seeing such terrifying spiritual power, everyone around backed away in fear. Lu Qinghe screamed in panic, "What do you want to do? Are you crazy?" But Dong Tin Tuyet ignored everything and controlled her spiritual energy toward Lu Sheng. With a serious attitude, Dong Tin Tuyet said, Everyone watching outside erupted into cheers when they saw Lu Sheng's results. "Damn, is this really a student score?" Lu Sheng saw Dong Tin Tuyet's illusory clone charging at him, its terrifying power ready to tear him in half. But Lu Sheng didn't panic at all. He calmly took the blows and dodged the deadly strikes launched by the illusory clone under Dong Tin Tuyet's control. Seizing an opening, Lu Sheng quickly unleashed a powerful attack on the clone, sending it flying. The figure shattered, turning into a growing whirlwind before disappearing, leaving Dong Tin Tuyet seriously injured. After her spiritual energy returned, her body forced her to clutch her chest in pain. Lu Sheng's last move left Dong Tin Tuyet unable to stand upright. She gritted her teeth and said through the pain, "Lu Sheng, you really are a spirit warrior, and your spiritual power rivals mine." Lu Qinghe, standing nearby, was equally surprised by Dong Tin Tuyet's confirmation. Lu Sheng thought to himself about Dong Tin Tuyet's recent actions. Let's see about that. Touching me is way out of line. Turning back, he saw the tangled mess of laser beams and felt frustrated, but he was already at his limit. He didn't expect opening his temporal sense would drain so much spiritual energy, plus someone was bothering him. He was only halfway through Phase 4, using the breath of wind and blood energy from the Divine Radiant King's meridian to temporarily boost himself was all he could do. Forget it. Lu Sheng moved toward a laser beam and let it hit him. The system popped up a notification signaling the end of training. This time's training results, Phase 4 completion at 56%. Congratulations to fighter number due 285,632. Your agility has surpassed 97% of trainees. Everyone watching outside erupted in cheers when they saw Lu Sheng's record. Oh my god, is this really a student's achievement? Lu Sheng's agility alone surpassed hundreds of millions of people. Man Tianhe was almost frozen on the spot, smiling but crying inside. Tears fell as the game ended. I'm a newbie with 52% comprehension. And he's 45% ahead of me? Is he even human? Lu Sheng casually stepped out of the training room, looking at the leaderboard with disappointment, thinking, so there are still 3% of people better than me in agility. 3% worldwide means tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands, right? I'm still weak. I need to train harder. Dong Tin Tuyet led the applause, congratulating Lu Sheng. Congrats. Classmate Lu Sheng just broke the historical record in the gravity room and smashed the agility record here again. So, what's next? Real combat training or spiritual power room? Lu Sheng kept surprising everyone. He said nonchalantly, I'm not going anywhere. It's almost mealtime. I plan to hit the cafeteria. While speaking, Lu Sheng checked the daily specials on the cafeteria board. Lu Qinghe laughed wildly at Lu Sheng's calm face and Dong Tin Tuyet's awkward expression. Ha ha ha, it's definitely that brat. 3 hours later, after eating, Lu Sheng was called to the command room. He entered and greeted. Commander, you called for me? Lu Qinghe and Dong Tin Tuyet were already waiting inside. Yeah, come over here. Lu Sheng returned their greetings. Hello, Commander Lu. Lu Qinghe said. We called you here mainly for a simple strength test, then to discuss a few things with you. Lu Sheng responded promptly. Yes, sir. Dong Tin Tuyet held a blood sampling needle and asked, each dorm is assigned blood sampling needles. Have you checked your blood energy recently? Lu Sheng honestly replied, never checked. The dorm needles can't even pierce me. He recalled how every time he tried to check his blood energy, the needle wouldn't penetrate, sometimes even breaking. Lu Qinghe laughed. He. I said this kid's definitely hit level 3. Without this body strength, how could he break the gravity room record? Dong Tin Tuyet, hand over the blood sampling needle. Dong Tin Tuyet pulled out a high-grade, gold-plated blood sampling needle from her pocket. This one was prepared for level 5 fighters, probably enough for him. Lu Sheng extended his hand for the blood draw. After collecting enough blood, the needle displayed his blood energy value. 24.65, level 5 fighter. Both commanders were stunned by the result. Lu Qinghe forced a smile. It's been over 10 years since I've seen such a young level 3 fighter. He pointed to the combat power measuring device and said, all right, let's see your combat power. Lu Sheng became serious. He thought, if they want to test me, I'll give it my all and see my true limit. Lu Sheng gathered all his strength and threw a punch that combined multiple martial techniques, creating a shockwave, the iron flame respiratory technique, and the perfect fist art. The energy burst was 8 times stronger. That punch was seriously insane. The stats popped up on the screen fast. Combat power was 271,920, a level 4 martial artist. Lu Qinghe was stunned, staring at the numbers for a while. 270,000, he thought to himself. A level 3 martial artist hitting close to level 5 power? This kid's definitely a freak. Lu Qinghe hurried over, patting his shoulder and praising non-stop. All right, you've graduated from this training camp. Next up, do whatever you want, but remember to report your martial artist rank to the guild for their records. Lu Sheng accepted the praise modestly, saying, thanks, Instructor Lu. Suddenly, Dong Tin Tuyet stood up and said, wait a sec. Lu Sheng still has one more test. This is called spiritual energy, a special kind of crystal mineral discovered over 100 years ago in the Astra Mountain crevice of Shi Nation. It has an extremely strong absorption for spiritual power. Once mined, it becomes a specialized spiritual energy intensity gauge used to test spirit mages. Just touch it with your hand to channel your spiritual power, and it'll measure your spiritual strength. After explaining, Dong Tin Tuyet quickly used her spiritual power to touch the stone. It immediately lit up, showing her info. Lu Qinghe saw her spiritual energy stats and praised her. Damn, your power's gone up again. Even your spiritual energy purity has leveled up a lot. I remember last time you barely had over 3 points. Spiritual energy intensity at 143, 2, and purity at 4.2. Dong Tin Tuyet looked at him with disdain, thinking he probably just sits around eating and waiting to die. Lu Qinghe quickly fired back. Dong Tin Tuyet, you can insult me all you want, but don't insult my lifestyle. Lu Sheng took the stone from Dong Tin Tuyet and carefully touched it with his spiritual power. Both stood watching seriously. Suddenly, Lu Qinghe whispered to Dong Tin Tuyet, if you say Lu Sheng has even half your strength, I might believe it, but that he's weaker than you? No way, I just can't accept that. Dong Tin Tuyet was focused on Lu Sheng, but hearing Lu Qinghe nagging in her ear made her snap, yelling, shut up, don't bother me. As Lu Sheng held the stone, a golden aura surrounded him. The stone shone brightly, dazzling Dong Tin Tuyet, who was genuinely shocked. She gasped, how is this possible? The stone displayed Lu Sheng's spiritual energy stats, intensity at 113.56, purity at 20.3. Dong Tin Tuyet couldn't keep calm and gaped in disbelief. How can this be? She thought. Her purity was 5 times lower than his. Every bit of spiritual energy purification is insanely hard, like stacking regular towels over and over until they compress into a slightly stiff towel, let alone reaching 5 times that level. I've only trained for 2 years and barely improved. This kid's just 18 and already so over the top, calling him a genius doesn't even cut it. Lost in thought, Lu Qinghe next to her looked like a bull being stabbed. Tough as hell, seriously tough, so tough it's like he's about to fly to the sky. Dong Tin Tuyet saw his behavior and instantly darkened. Throwing a spiritual energy punch that shut his mouth tight, Lu Qinghe got hit so hard it felt like his eyes were about to pop out, screaming at the top of his lungs. Ah! After locking Lu Qinghe's mouth, Dong Tin Tuyet asked, Lu Sheng, you have a master, right? You've studied spiritual energy cultivation techniques before, haven't you? Lu Qinghe sat nursing the bump on his head, suffering in silence. Lu Sheng calmly replied, yeah, I have a master, who taught me a unique spiritual energy cultivation method, along with skills and ways to use spiritual power. Dong Tin Tuyet sighed in relief. Phew, she thought, having a master makes sense. If Lu Sheng had no master and just relied on his talent to get this far, I honestly couldn't accept it. Dong Tin Tuyet praised him, saying even having a master proves his talent is insane. Maybe you only recently awakened your talent, right? Lu Sheng thought for a moment and answered, yeah, less than 3 months. Hearing that, both fell into deep thought. This truth is earth-shattering, insanely brutal. Lu Qinghe scratched his head laughing. Tch, Dong Tin Tuyet's gonna need some time to accept this reality. Phew. Awakening for just 3 months, spiritual energy intensity already at level 3 with such high purity. Even in the Spirit Mage Guild, it's rare to see a freak like you after decades. Lu Sheng was surprised and asked, Spirit Mages have a guild too? Dong Tin Tuyet nodded. Yeah, it's totally separate from the Martial Arts Guild, because awakening spiritual mage talent is super rare. Even though our Shi nation has a huge population, less than 1% have awakened spirit mage talent. Maybe your master purposely didn't tell you about it, fearing it might distract your cultivation. The more you know, the more distractions you get, lowering your spiritual energy purity. But a genius like you, I hope you'll join the guild. They'll provide tons of resources to help your cultivation. Dong Tin Tuyet pulled out a necklace with a sparkling stone pendant. She gently handed it to Lu Sheng and said, this is my token. Take it to the guild, and they'll hook you up with the help you need. Lu Sheng took the cord and said, honestly, I've never actually seen the master's face. Every time I get orders from him, the methods are always super mysterious. Lu Qinghe then said, your master must be one hell of a badass. She thought to herself, a regular person with talent as strong as Lu Sheng's would be a goldmine sooner or later. His master lets him figure things out on his own, doesn't even want to show his face. Only geniuses with serious confidence can pull off that kind of style. There really are no geniuses in this world without a reason. Lu Sheng silently thought, it's already hard to keep using talent as an excuse. Maybe it's better to just admit his masters from 10,000 years in the future? Power level 11, named Duan Yifeng. Lu Qinghe interrupted, clearing his throat. Hey, even though everyone's having a good chat, I gotta cut in here. I came to talk to you about a few things today. Lu Sheng raised his hand politely, inviting him to speak. Lu Qinghe pulled out a card. First thing, here's 5 million for you. Even though the training camp isn't over yet, you're probably the top dog this time. This is an extra reward for your outstanding performance. Lu Sheng's eyes popped at the amount, and he asked loudly, 5 million? Lu Qinghe frowned at his stunned face and said, you shouldn't be unhappy. This is the biggest amount we could get approved. The Eastern Military Region's budget has always been tight. Most of the funding this time went to feeding you guys 3 meals a day. Lu Sheng was still lost in the thought of the 5 million reward. Heh. Lu Qinghe ran over and patted his shoulder. Kid, you're the most famous eater in the camp. Add up all the food money you've spent, it's around 7 or 8 million. Lu Sheng shouted. 7 or 8 million. Lu Sheng scratched himself, his face turning pale. So the food was that expensive? Does that mean I can't eat like this anymore? Lu Qinghe said sincerely. Lu Sheng, even though this amount is a bit small, it's enough to show the sincerity of the Eastern Military Region. That's the second thing. Lu Sheng held the card and asked, the Eastern Military Region, is this like a recruitment? Lu Qinghe praised his smarts. You got it. Maybe you understand. A martial arts prodigy like you will have to hit the battlefield eventually. A sword forged from blood and steel, sacrificing enemies for the hero's soul, no safe zone can raise a true dragon warrior. Lu Qinghe added, the country and the Martial Alliance give fighters perks and support, not for them to just enjoy, right? You'll get there sooner or later. We hope when you face the choice of military regions, you'll consider the Eastern region first. Lu Qinghe stepped closer, grabbing Lu Sheng's shoulder warmly and said, hey. Plus, our Eastern region's got an edge. Our female soldiers, straight up the hottest in the whole country. That beauty, that body, every single one's got big chests and long legs. Just as he was drooling, Lu Qinghe suddenly got smacked in the face by a flying chair, controlled by Lu Qinghe's spiritual power, sending him flying. After settling that, Lu Qinghe turned to Lu Sheng and said, one last thing. We've decided to have you represent the geniuses of Dongning Province in the Eastern region's Bright General selection. Lu Sheng was surprised. Bright General? Lu Qinghe explained. Yeah. Every year the Eastern region holds a training camp for geniuses, mainly to pick one true prodigy with potential to be a general. You probably know what a general means, right? Lu Sheng nodded seriously. Yeah, it's someone with a high rank, a genius among geniuses, standing at the top. A grandmaster, Lu Qinghe added. The Bright General is the future grandmaster, the reserve general. Only one person in the whole Eastern region each year, chosen from all the geniuses. Lu Sheng, think it over. Lu Sheng didn't hesitate and immediately agreed. I'll go, he thought to himself. If I'm living in this era, some things can't be avoided. If I want to use my power, to change the fate of my people, I gotta fight hard to turn the tide, to light that fire blazing. Lu Qinghe patted his shoulder and praised, both me and the Kwandong commander trust your abilities a lot. If you can't do it, I don't think anyone else in this Dongning class can. Oh, and I forgot to tell you, the prize for this selection is directly from the Eastern Military Region, way better than what a small training camp like ours can offer. Lu Sheng said, got it. You're quietly calculating. The more talents show up, the more resources we get. Lu Qinghe stepped forward to remind him. The Bright General selection is just a few months away, and it only officially starts after all provincial training camps finish. I'll let you know when the time comes. Don't worry about missing the college entrance exam. Lu Qinghe casually said, with your skills, it doesn't really matter if you join university or not. You can choose any martial arts university in the entire Eastern region. Lu Sheng asked, so can I stay at the training camp? Lu Qinghe said, it's up to you. Didn't I already tell you to do whatever you want? If you don't want to stay, you can leave anytime. Lu Sheng thought for a moment, then quickly left, looking happy as he walked and said, then I'll stay a little longer. If there's nothing else, I'll head out first. Lu Qinghe turned to Dong Tin Tuyet and said, I bet this kid is staying just for the food. Dong Tin Tuyet sighed when she saw Lu Sheng walk away and said, I never thought I'd get jealous of someone just because of talent. Lu Qinghe also sighed. Yeah, but he's not like us. He's destined to be no ordinary person. I'm sure Lu Sheng will shake this era to its core with a game-changing impact. Early in the morning, Lu Sheng arrived at Bakha City. Martial Artists Association entered the building holding a stack of documents. Lu Sheng looked around and thought, it's been a while since I last came here. I remember President Tu's office is on the 6th floor. While looking for the office, Lu Sheng heard cursing coming from inside a room. All right, that's enough, old man. You're deliberately trying to piss me off, aren't you? The assistant outside saw Lu Sheng approaching and forced a smile, saying, Lu Sheng, you finally came back. Lu Sheng pointed inside and asked, is this the assistant? She hurriedly opened the door and invited him in. Going inside, the assistant announced, President Tu, Lu Sheng is here. Lu Sheng walked in calmly. As soon as he stepped inside, an old man cheerfully came over shouting, whoa, and there's President Tu sitting there all pissed off and silent. The old man excitedly said, Old Tu, is this the top-tier genius you always bragged about to me? Not bad, not bad. Definitely a talented young gun. I told you, old Tu, don't be so mad. Think about it. Not everyone can be as outstanding as my precious granddaughter. President Tu trembled with anger at Old Ha's words, shrinking back and barely holding his teacup steady. Old Ha kept bragging. He pulled out his phone wallpaper and patted Lu Sheng on the shoulder more to boast than to comfort. There are plenty of people less talented than my Ha Lin back home. Not a single one missing in Bak Ha City. Yeah. Lu Sheng handed the documents to a small city association president in Bak Ha for approval. Old Ha saw the stack in Lu Sheng's hands and mocked even more. Kid, did you screw up big time at the training camp? Letting old Tu take the fall for you? This isn't a joke. President Tu quickly stepped forward, grabbed the documents, and glared at the smug old Ha. He frowningly tore open the envelope and looked inside. After checking, President Tu was also shocked by Lu Sheng's results. He pressed his face close to the paper to see if it was real. Old Ha saw him freeze after reading and happily poured fuel on the fire. Old Tu, don't get so mad you pass out. President Tu ignored him and shouted, Lu Sheng, since when did you break through to level 3 martial artist? Old Ha's eyes widened in shock hearing President Tu speak. Lu Sheng, standing there cool as ever, said, maybe about a month ago at the training camp, the chief inspector from Eastern Command personally checked me out. She said the military region has the authority to recognize martial artists' strength, and after it's done, I just need to find you to get the stamp. President Teo smiled broadly, his grin not fading. Authority? Of course it's legit. Ha ha ha, the chief inspector represents the entire Eastern military region. Now I'll stamp this for you. Before he could stamp it, Old Ha angrily snatched the report and grumbled, let me see that. Real or fake? Old Ha read the paper carefully, sweating buckets. Level 3 martial artist, 18 years old, combat power, 270,000. Old Ha still couldn't believe what was written. He looked at Lu Sheng suspiciously and said, could this document be forged somewhere? President Tu snatched the papers back, this time successfully insulting Old Ha. Give it here, give it here. Fake document? Go make a fake one for me to see. The embossed seal of the Eastern military region is huge on there. Can't you see it? President Tu pointed at the red stamp and smiled smugly at Old Ha. Old Ha, humiliated, shouted angrily. I don't believe some kid who got kicked out early from the training camp like you has a combat power of 270,000. Lu Sheng sighed. Second, I never said I got kicked out of the training camp. That's just what you've always assumed. Oh, right, President Tu, the chief inspector told me to have you call her back. She's worried you won't believe this document and wants to verify it in person. President Tu chuckled, patted Old Ha's shoulder like a winner. Hee, why wouldn't I believe it? Am I the suspicious type? Right, Old Ha. Old Ha was so mad he couldn't say a word, glaring at President Tu with pure hatred. President Tu quickly connected the computer and eagerly said, but we should still make that call. I heard Chief Inspector Dong Tin Tuyet is a famous genius in the Eastern military region, so we might as well check her out with a video call. The call connected quickly, and Dong Tin Tuyet said, Lu Sheng, you're here? President Tu of Bak Ha City? The guild leader Xiao hurriedly greeted. It's me. Hello, Chief Kwandong. Old Ha was sweating cold fear all over his head, his body trembling slightly. It really was Chief Kwandong. Ha Lan, who was training with Dong Tingshui, peeked over. Wait, that's Grandpa's voice. Grandpa, where are you? Why are you video calling Chief Kwandong? Dong Tingshui glanced over annoyed, then seriously turned back to scold Ha Lan. Ha Lan, have you hit the target I set for you yet? Why are you still so distracted? Today's training volume is 10 times more. Ha Lan fearfully held her head, trembling, and said, Yes, Chief Kwandong. Watching this scolding scene, Lu Sheng and guild leader Xiao turned to look at Old Ha with irritation. Guild leader Xiao quickly pushed Old Ha aside, laughing. All right, let's get to the main point. The two of them turned back and said, Chief Kwandong, the documents you asked Lu Sheng to show me, everything will be settled quickly. Old Ha was pushed aside, frowning angrily but powerless. Dong Tingshui said satisfied, Good, don't mess up the main event next month. After all, Lu Sheng represents the genius training camp of Dongning Province to participate in the Kai Ming Elite General Selection. He's the strongest genius of this training batch. No need to continue training. Guild leader Xiao was stunned for a few seconds after hearing this, shocked all over. Kai Ming, Elite General, the strongest genius. His eyes lit up brightly, and he pulled Old Ha close, slinging an arm around his neck, happily bragging. Old Ha, hearing Dong Tingshui, trembled and painfully sat down with a defeated look, thinking, damn. So the monster in the training camp that my grandson was complaining about on the video call was actually Lu Sheng. On the video, Dong Tingshui was still angrily yelling at Ha Lan. Ha Lan, you can't even handle this little difficulty? Do you still want to beat Lu Sheng or not? Ha Lan timidly cried out loud. Sob, Chief Kwandong. I really don't want to. I can't beat him. From now on, whenever I see him, I just want to run away. Guild leader Xiao cheerfully greeted, preparing to hang up. Got it, Chief Kwandong. I won't bother you anymore. Guild leader Xiao's face brightened, thinking, Old Ha, you finally have your day, huh? Seeing Guild Leader Xiao about to hang up, Dong Ting Shui quickly said, Guild Leader Xiao, don't hang up yet. I want to say a few words to Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng, you asked me to help find materials to craft the exclusive weapons of the Spirit Mind Master. I've almost found everything. I'll make a list with prices and send it to you. Just tell me what you want me to buy. Lastly, you should quickly pass the Spirit Mind Master test. That way, you'll have the qualification to log into the Spirit Network and buy things yourself. I'm hanging up now. As Dong Tingshui cut the call, Guild Leader Xiao rushed over and grabbed Lu Sheng's sleeve, asking, Lu Sheng, what did Chief Guangdong just say? Lu Sheng calmly added, it's because my talent for spiritual power was checked at the training camp, so Chief Guangdong wrote a letter asking me to participate in the Spirit Mind Master test when I have time. That's all. Guild Leader Xiao patted his shoulder, laughing so hard he couldn't close his mouth, feeling refreshed like Old Ha's spirit was lifted again. Good, Lu Sheng, I really didn't misjudge you. You're the rare top-tier genius of our White River City, a once-in-a-century prodigy. Old Ha no longer looked like before. His spirit was crushed. Sitting there smiling with tears in his heart, 270,000 spirit mind master points. Ha ha ha. At this moment, all he could do was laugh it off and admit defeat. At the Martial Arts Guild entrance, Guild Leader Xiao personally saw him off with care. You really don't need me to call a ride to take you home? No need. I have somewhere to go. Guild Leader Xiao carefully reminded him, whenever you're free, come over for a meal. I'll introduce you to some friends your age. Maybe you'll have common topics. I'll personally cook a few dishes for you to try. Finally, the taxi arrived. Lu Sheng got in, smiling. Got it. He thought to himself, the martial arts world really is the best. Martial arts kings rule. Sitting in the car, the driver curiously asked, Hey kid, what's your deal with Guild Leader Xiao? Why does he treat you so politely? Lu Sheng looked outside, thinking the driver could see Xiao's good mood. Looks like Guild Leader Xiao finally has something to be proud of. Lu Sheng casually replied, Nothing much, just acquaintances. Guild Leader Xiao is always polite. While driving, suddenly a signboard fell from above. The driver didn't have time to react. What the hell is that? Lu Sheng quickly got out to check. Seeing the Hongshuan Martial Arts School sign shattered and the place in ruins, Lu Sheng frowned and said, What happened to the Hongshuan Martial Arts School sign? Inside, the Hongshuan Martial Arts School was a total wreck. Master Enge Hongshuan was seriously injured, and his disciples were struggling to support him. A gang of thugs arrogantly approached with a violent attitude, ready to smash the martial arts school to pieces. The leader was Lam Thiet's son. He arrogantly said, School owner Enge Hongshuan, haha, today we're not talking business, just martial arts. I, Lam Thiet's son, am here to specially request instruction from your Hongshuan Martial Arts School. Nge Duong, helping his easily angered father, pointed at the thugs and said, It's a shame you're only a level 4 martial artist. Taking advantage of my father's injury to destroy the school, Lam Thiet's son, you're truly shameless. Nge Hongshuyan was totally beaten up, bruised all over, and finally gave in, accepting defeat. He trembled as he said, Lu Qinghe, our Hong Shuyan martial arts school agreed not to take in any new students for a whole year. What more do you want? Lu Qinghe, like a fierce wolf on a war horse, with huge ambition, showed his true colors. Ha ha ha, so what? If your Hong Shuyan martial arts school dares to hang up a sign, you better be ready to get smashed anytime. Nge Hongshuyan saw that Lu Qinghe's real plan this time was to destroy his school and cut off his business. He would never back down to a greedy wolf like that. It seemed like he decided to risk his life to protect the school. You're right. If you hang a sign outside, you gotta have the power to defend it. Nge Hongshuyan said, 20 years ago he came to White River City alone, and it was all thanks to these fists that he built his empire. Of course, he still could do it now. Nge Zyung, seeing her dad risking his life against these thugs, worried and said, But Nge Hongshuyan's fighting spirit flared up fiercely, and he said seriously, It's fine. Lu Qinghe laughed mockingly at his stance. Haha, if you don't have the guts, don't talk big like that. Look at you now, beaten to the point of being crippled, all because you brought it on yourself. A level 2 martial artist, 18 years old. Is that really a student Nge Hongshuyan can train? Nge Zyung quickly explained. I already said, Lu Sheng isn't my dad's student. Lu Sheng is just a member at our place. Lu Qinghe stomped the ground angrily, cracking a long fissure, shaking the whole house. He shouted, I don't care about that. I only know you've been riding on that brat Lu Sheng's name, messing with our martial school's business for over half your lives. If you dare reach into our pockets, don't blame me for being ruthless. Nge Zyung said coldly. That's because your students switched over by themselves. You can't blame us. Lu Qinghe's eyes flashed with malice. I know. That's why I'm here today to shut down your martial school. Once your school falls, your students will have nowhere to go. Then won't they become my students? Hearing Lu Qinghe's arrogant tone made Nge Zyung furious. No matter he's a level 4 martial artist, she boldly said, I'll fight you. Then, Seung was ready to risk it all against him. Lu Qinghe not only showed bottomless greed, but also stared at Seung with a disgusting, twisted look. He smiled and looked at her with hunger. Izo, then I gotta get dirty. Hongshuyen immediately stopped her. You're no match for him, no chance at all. Lu Qinghe is a master of refined combat skills, a level 4 martial artist. If Dad wasn't injured, he could at least hold his own against him, let alone you. Seung turned to her dad and said, Dad, I'm a level 3 martial artist too. Lu Qinghe is the only level 4 here. If we team up, we might not lose. Seeing Seung and Hongshuyen hesitate, Lu Qinghe lost patience and taunted with open arms. Hey, how long are you going to keep negotiating? Keep dragging this out and the Martial Artists Association will shut down. Come on, step up and die already, can't you? What, you want me to beat you all again tomorrow? Nie Deung refused to back down either. She rushed forward quickly, planning to knock him flat. I want him to carry the Hong Shuyen martial arts school sign and parade it around the streets. Lu Qinghe lost patience too and quickly launched an attack. That sharp-tongued brat really gets on people's nerves. Lu Qinghe's move looked like tentacles rushing forward all at once, overwhelming Yezyun with power. Lu Qinghe charged at Yezyun, aiming a strike, when suddenly, Nye Hongsuyen shouted. Yezyun used her body to block the blow for her. The situation happened so fast she couldn't react, only screaming. No! Nye Hongsuyen got hit by Lu Qinghe's strike and flew straight into the wall, leaving a long dent on the ground. Dust flew everywhere. Lu Qinghe's eyes gleamed with cruelty as he smiled disgustingly. Nge Hongsuyen, you're a total waste. Can't even take one hit? Ha ha ha. Nge Hongxuan coughed up blood after taking the blow. He struggled to stand, exhausted, and said, Lu Qinghe, you've broken through to level 5 now. Lu Qinghe laughed loudly, full of pride. Surprised, huh? Nge Hongxuan, you've been hiding in this school teaching kids for so long. Haven't fought a master like me in ages, right? Ha ha ha. He arrogantly pointed at himself and challenged, anyone else want to step up now? Nge Hongsuyen was completely helpless now, trembling in pain. He said miserably, enough. Didn't you want to shut down our Hongshuyen martial arts school? Fine. I'll go to the Martial Artists Association and cancel the school. Seung burst into tears, kneeling on the ground and sobbing. Lu Qinghe, seeing he'd achieved his goal, smiled smugly. He said softly, I still trust the integrity of Master Inge. If that's the case, I'll be going now. The whole group prepared to leave with victorious grins. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Lu Sheng stepped in quietly and said, Wait, the martial school's fine and peaceful. You say you won't open it anymore? Then where am I supposed to train? Lu Sheng's sharp eyes scanned the room coldly. Ne Xiong was crying her eyes and nose out, sobbing. Lu Sheng! Lu Sheng raised his hand to greet. Long time no see. It was Nge Shuang. One of the lackeys spoke softly. He's the one who made our students run over here. Seeing the lackeys talking nonsense, he stepped toward Lu Sheng with greedy eyes and shouted at the lackey, Shut your mouth. Lin Tieshan stared at Lu Sheng, then slapped his shoulder loudly. Not bad, not bad. Truly the bold spirit of a prodigy. Little brother Lu, you worried there'd be nowhere to train after Hongshuan Martial School closed? No need to worry. Our Tieshan Martial School always welcomes you anytime. You've seen it yourself. Hongshuan Martial School is full of trash. They can't even block one of my moves. What can a school like that teach you? Come to my Tieshan Martial School. I'll personally teach you the Tieshan secret technique. No holding back. Lu Sheng pretended to ask, Huh? The Tieshan secret technique? Lin Tieshan boasted again in front of Lu Sheng. He opened his shirt to show off his rock-hard body, proudly saying, Yeah, the Tieshan secret technique is the top secret of our Tieshan Martial School. Once mastered, you're unbeatable. I'm not bragging. Hardly anyone at the same level can break through my defense. Nge Hongxuan was no good, and neither were the others. Nge Hongxuan sat quietly in a corner hearing this. Lu Sheng looked up with sparkling innocent eyes and asked, Such a powerful technique, and you want to teach me? Lin Tieshan saw Lu Sheng's excitement and tempted him more. Of course, just join our martial school, and I, Lin Tieshan, will be your master and definitely teach you, Lu Sheng asked with a sarcastic smile. So how do you plan to teach me? Lin Tieshan, still clueless about the danger, laughed it off but thought, Huh? Why is this brat talking so much? He said, If you come, I won't even finish my sentence. Lin Tieshan was in pain, sweat pouring down like rain, gritting his teeth. He was bracing himself, hands guarding his face, feet dug deep into the ground to stay steady. His muscles were tense, and seeing he could still take a punch from Lu Sheng gave a thumbs up, impressed. Damn, that's tough. Then Lu Sheng punched him again. This time Lin Tieshan really collapsed, flying into the wall, shattering it to pieces. He fell to his knees, unable to stand. Lu Sheng evaluated, You said you'd teach me? How do you teach me when you're on your knees? Lin Tieshan was defeated by Lu Sheng with just 2 punches. After dealing with Lin Tieshan, Lu Sheng shouted, Lin Tieshan, you lost. His lackeys, seeing their master get wrecked so fast, rolled their eyes and screamed like a swarm of flies. Didn't you say he's a level 2 martial artist at 18? What are you standing there for? Hurry up and help the master up and run. They carried their master while threatening Lu Sheng. Brat, just wait. Lu Sheng walked carefully away. Ng Shuang rushed over to help the three ladies sit up. Lu Sheng asked politely, "Are you okay?" He reached out to help her up. Ge Duong shyly grabbed his hand, blushing. We're fine," Lu Sheng said sincerely. "Don't let the martial school close. Otherwise, I'll find a place closer to home, which would be a pain." Nge Hongshuan held Lu Sheng's hand, eyes full of deep gratitude. "Definitely. Thank you so much this time. If you need anything, just say it. If I can help, I will." Lu Sheng waved off the thanks. "No need. Whatever happens, it's because of me, but only this once. If you face something like this again, you'll have to rely on your own strength to protect yourselves." He knew the harsh reality of martial power. After saying this, Lu Sheng quickly left. Nge Hongshuan and her father watched him go with lingering eyes. Nge Hongshuan said, "A level 5 half-step martial artist with massive power got seriously injured by one hit from Lu Sheng. That's terrifying, and he took down Lin Tieshan so easily. Isn't only a peak level 5 martial artist capable of that?" Ng Shuang said fearfully. 3 months ago, Lu Sheng was just a level 2 martial artist. What the hell is his real strength now? Back home, as soon as Lu Sheng stepped in, he smiled happily. "I'm home." Lu Sheng's mom quickly came out to greet him. "You're back? Why so late, little Sheng? Didn't you say you'd be home this afternoon?" He gave a quick explanation, saying on the way back, he saw some bullies picking on weak people and stepped in to help. Lu Sheng's mom panicked and checked him over several times, asking, "What? Did you get hurt fighting?" Lu Sheng's dad inside the house proudly called out, "Our son's an official martial artist now, so he's definitely fine." Lu Sheng's mom still had tears in her eyes, holding his face to check for injuries. "Are you hurt here or here?" Lu Sheng's dad took a satisfied sip of wine and said, "Training should be like this. When you see injustice, you step up to help, fighting the strong to protect the weak. That's what a real man does." Lu Dihai's son will go to the battlefield to kill monsters and protect the nation. Lu Qinghe whispered to him, "Brother, what kind of meat did you send home? Dad's body feels way better after eating it. My energy's up by 1.1 already. This meat's better than any tonic. Did you steal it from the training camp or what?" Seeing his sister thinking badly of him, Lu Sheng pinched her cheek angrily. "Why would you think that about your brother? Chill. I earned it all myself." Lu Qinghe screamed miserably when his cheek was pinched. "My head hurts." Lu Sheng's mom came out of the kitchen holding a bowl of rice piled high like a tiny mountain. She asked with concern, "Little Sheng, is training camp tough?" "Don't be reckless. Staying safe is the most important thing." Lu Sheng's dad came out of the kitchen too, fully backing him. "What do you know? Sheng, I can see it. Since you were little, you've always had this vibe. You're gonna be someone badass, doing big things. Even if you fail, our family will always have your back." He patted his chest proudly, making Lu Sheng smile without realizing it. "Yeah, I got it, Dad." Lu Sheng was soaking up this happy family moment. The warm, chill vibe made him think, yeah, for these peaceful, cozy days to keep going, I gotta keep getting stronger, strong enough to block all disasters, strong enough to protect all this. After dinner, Lu Sheng jumped back into training in the dream realm. Now, the zombies roaming the city were easy pickings. These zombies weren't a match for him anymore. Suddenly, a zombie lunged from behind. Lu Sheng quickly sent it straight to heaven in a flash. Lu Sheng raised his fist. Boom. Now, even a level 6 martial zombie only takes one punch to handle. This time, Lu Sheng had pushed into the city center, and inside a building, a weird blue light glowed. Lu Sheng stood at the door, staring inside, wondering, "This has got to be the base's core, right?" He thought, "The strong aura I felt from the ghosts before came from here. I wonder if I'm still a match for it now. Better sneak in and check it out first." Suddenly, Lu Sheng spotted a zombie watching him from above and freaked out. Whoa, that zombie was so fast. Lu Sheng barely had time to react, just blocking and stepping back. This zombie had the vibe of a sect master. Lu Sheng felt its brutal strength and broke out in sweat, thinking, the thickness of its flesh and blood is like steel. Even a level 6 martial zombie wouldn't feel this kind of pressure. Sect masters have soaked up so much battle memory, their minds filled with destructive urges. If I use the Crystal General technique, I can calm that down. But I don't want to lose my fighting guts now. Let's fight. Lu Sheng launched move after move, wind breath technique, sixfold refined power. After Lu Sheng used his skill, the zombie was totally unfazed. It easily shattered Lu Sheng's attacks, leaving him stunned. Lu Sheng thought, what the hell? I wasn't even going all out just now, but I already hit 6 times power, plus perfect kick support. My combat power should be over 100,000, yet I couldn't even move 2 fingers of this guy. This is a sect master. Gritting his teeth, Lu Sheng went all out, unleashing new moves, flame breath technique tenfold, refined power. A huge explosion, and 2 direct strikes hit the sect master zombie, shattering the surrounding stone into dust. But when the dust cleared, what Lu Sheng saw shocked him for a long time. What? The Sectmaster zombie was surrounded by a super strong shield that absorbed every attack, like not even a single hair on the zombie was touched. Standing in front of it, Lu Sheng thought, this must be the legendary invisible stance. Even bullets can't pierce it. This is the Sectmaster's force field. Lu Sheng helplessly watched for a while, seeing no cracks, and the zombie just stood there waiting for him to make a move. Huh, no chase? No attack plans? He sighed in frustration and sat down to catch his breath. Damn, I can't win at all. My full power attacks hit the thin shield, and 99% of my strength was wiped out. I don't even have the right to move a step. This is the force field left behind by a dead Sectmaster outside the body. Luckily, this Sectmaster zombie basically doesn't see me as a threat. It only passively blocks my attacks and doesn't go on the offense, or I'd be dead right here. Now I get why the gap between level 6 and 7 is so huge. Level 7 is a Sectmaster, while level 6 is just a martial disciple. The difference is insane. I can't even forcibly drain blood now. What do I do? Give up? Lu Sheng thought for a while and decided he'd find a way. No, there has to be a way. If I kill it, I can access the Sectmaster's memories. Determined, Lu Sheng charged again. This time, he used all his strength, gritting his teeth to smash that shield. Hundreds of punches with destructive power. After one punch, the shield finally fought back. Lu Sheng's power bounced back, knocking him flying backward. He finally felt tired. Sitting down to recover, he thought of his next move. Damn, I already sensed it. The Sectmaster's force field isn't invincible. It's weakened a bit, just a little, almost unnoticeable, but definitely weaker. If I keep chipping away at it like this, maybe there's a chance, but I bet I gotta attack 1,000,000 times just to crack this stance open. Plus, my stamina's about to run dry. If I wasn't still using natural breathing to recover and was some other level 3 fighter, I'd have collapsed from exhaustion a dozen times by now. What do I do? Should I just bail for now, wait till I get stronger, then deal with this tough bone? But once I hit level 3, my spirit power made hunting zombies below level 6 feel like mowing grass, clearing huge areas in one sweep. Lu Sheng suddenly had an idea. Wait, I haven't even tried using my spirit power to attack directly yet, since I never trained in spirit warrior combat techniques. So far, I've only used spirit power as a support tool, like the Divine Light King scripture to boost my blood flow. I almost forgot I'm a level 3 spirit warrior. Compared to my martial strength, my spirit power's still stronger. Thinking that, Lu Sheng quickly summoned his spirit power to form large crystal blocks. Holding those crystals, Lu Sheng thought to himself, I still can't condense my spirit power into a spear or staff, but this is enough. Then he charged the crystals with spirit power and lunged at the zombie. The crystals formed a protective shield that vibrated on impact but didn't do much damage. Seeing that he managed to shake the zombie's shield made Lu Sheng push even harder. It worked, but wasn't enough. Lu Sheng condensed another huge crystal, poured all his strength into it, and combined it with radiant power to smash through the shield. The shield cracked under the insane force, almost breaking completely. Seeing it only cracked a bit and not shattered drove Lu Sheng crazy. He frantically created countless crystals. Still not enough? Fine. Then VMC, breathing, spirit, power, 100 star force, perfect spirit fist technique. Lu Sheng combined all his learned techniques and unleashed his ultimate punch. He shouted, "Come at me!" Finally, the shield shattered, revealing the zombie Sectmaster inside. The zombie barely tried to fight back, staring at Lu Sheng with hollow eyes. Maybe it had been waiting for release for a long time. Lu Sheng raised his fist, ready to finish it off. Immortal spirit, your will lives on through me. The zombie smiled softly after being hit, its wrinkled face relaxing. At the same time, Lu Sheng received the memories the zombie carried. He gasped. What? Inside the memories were images of everyone happily celebrating. Mr. Shisheng Ning, congrats on your breakthrough. Starting today, you're officially a Sectmaster. The scene shifted everywhere. News of alien creatures flooding the city, the situation growing desperate and worsening. Even though the big shots kept rushing around, the bases kept falling. Base number 100 was in the heart of Wuming, the safest place in the world. I've arranged the speedboats. You guys can leave this afternoon. Dad's not coming with us? Shisheng Ning reluctantly said goodbye to his wife and daughter, who stayed behind facing the alien beasts. He arranged a safe hiding spot for them. For the nation's fate, he had to step onto the front lines to protect his family and country. He gently stroked his daughter's hair, whispering his last words. Dad's a Sectmaster, so he stays on the front line, shedding his last drop of blood for humanity. The memories shifted again, showing a level 9 alien beast with power to destroy a whole city. That was a level 9 alien beast. Even from afar, I could feel the fear. But I'm a Sectmaster with unbreakable will, so why be scared? Why? Just as Shisheng Ning was rallying his spirit to face it, Lord Wang Ha stepped up. He quickly pushed the monster back. Wang Ha's strike, the Eastern Extreme Twilight, was insanely powerful. Humanity's survival depends on strong fighters like Wang Ha. We did it, haha. Wang Ha mastered a brand new martial skill. Reaching level 8 sect master status this lifetime isn't impossible. Just as they celebrated victory, Shi Sheng Ning was stabbed in the back by an alien creature, the blade piercing his belly, knocking him down. Lying on the ground, watching the beast approach, he felt a cold realization. Is this what death feels like? I heard Wu Ming activated the fire plan, aiming to cultivate a level 12 powerhouse from humanity's strength, something never done before. Is there still hope? Too bad I won't see it. After Lu Sheng finished watching the memories, sweat drenched his shirt in terror. Huff, huff, huff. So this was the life of that martial sect master? The memories I absorbed before were strong, but this was legendary level. The martial sect master named Shi Sheng Ning specialized in fist techniques. His skills, the meaning behind his fists, combat experience, I'm still integrating it into my body. My fist technique level is skyrocketing, entering micro realm, advanced micro realm, peak micro realm. Lu Sheng stared at his palm, thinking, control over the micro realm, this is what Sectmaster Shi Sheng Ning trained his whole life for. Then Lu Sheng turned to the old zombie slumped on the ground and said, Wang Ha. In Shi Sheng Ning's memories, except for his wife and daughter, this name was mentioned quite a lot by him, and the name Lu Qing He matches the founder of the mystic body refining technique. He looked at him thoughtfully. Lu Qing He entered the martial path 1,000 years ago, obviously a top-tier figure. His nickname was Eastern Extreme Evil Sun, and he radiated an insanely powerful aura. Even the sect leader at level 7, Lenin, was a fanboy of his. But Lenin seemed to have only seen Lu Qinghe act once and was inspired to create an incredibly powerful martial art. Lu Sheng wondered why he couldn't find this in Lenin's memories. He started flipping through all the messy stuff everywhere, trying to search deeper in the memory layers. After a while, Lu Sheng was drawn to a glowing yellow gem sparkling brightly. Sitting in front of it, he wondered, what the hell is this? Then he touched that strange thing. Suddenly, Lu Sheng was sucked inside the gem. Inside, he struggled to move, feeling completely invaded. Behind him, countless eerie red eyes flashed. He frowned in pain. Was this the enemy Lenin once faced? He had already stepped halfway into sect master level, so he shouldn't be scared. So why was he this terrified? Seeing the scene before him, Lu Sheng was extremely confused. What exactly was hidden in that darkness? Was that scene Lenin? In front stood Lenin amid a blinding sun, surrounded by thick smoke. Suddenly, strange rays of light flashed from where Lenin stood. They pierced through huge bones above and shattered them. Lu Sheng recalled ancient mythology, where the son of the heavenly emperor was Kim O, who had his own responsibilities. Each Kim O represented a sun. When 10 suns appeared in the sky, rivers dried up, the earth cracked, and the intense light and heat scorched everything. No living thing could survive under those 10 suns. Lu Sheng thought with deep respect, this was what Lenin had devoted his life to mastering, even planning to use it to reach the supreme sect master level of the 8th great sect master realm, naming it 10 suns over heaven. Now, Lu Sheng clenched his fists, radiating abundant energy. He swung his fist forward, shouting, it's mine! Lu Sheng looked incredibly majestic and imposing now. The next morning, the early sunlight shimmered over golden flowers, and the city space was peaceful. Lu Sheng sat by the bedside in the warm morning sun, deep in thought. He looked at his hand, silently thinking his spiritual power seemed to have changed in some way. He raised his hand, eyes serious, focusing. A purple power gathered. Lu Sheng was surprised. He didn't expect to pull it off. He could feel his total spiritual power hadn't changed much compared to before, but the quality was worlds apart from before. He looked at the sky, feeling something normal martial artists couldn't even imagine, sensing that somehow he had thoroughly stepped into the extraordinary life force level. Lu Sheng's eyes were full of determination. He was absolutely sure that just the pressure of his spiritual power could crush a level 3 fighter, even a level 4. Not only that, his body had also developed sect master stance. Though just a thin layer, releasing more spiritual power would make him much stronger. But even at maximum enhancement, its thickness wasn't even 1% of that zombie sect master's. Compared to him, like an ostrich egg, Lu Sheng was just a chicken egg. Outside the room, Lu Sheng's hand radiated golden energy. Having a stance meant he had the initial concept of sect master's will. Though just a seedling now, Lu Sheng clenched his fist. The seedling quickly grew. His face was full of confidence, knowing it would become a great tree one day, transforming into his own true martial will at sect master level. Scene shifted to the Sea Heaven Grand Banquet. Lu Sheng was waiting for someone. He texted Feng Thien Thuong, who quickly apologized and came right away. Lu Sheng calmly thought, now that he left the training camp without daily exotic meat supply, it was even more important to get supplements to support cultivation. It was time to connect with people from the Virtue Hall. At that moment, Ha Lin Tu ran over, panting heavily, sweat pouring like rain. Seeing Lu Sheng, she was a bit surprised. The visitor was just a student. Then she quickly regained confidence, her face smug. This time it'd be easy to handle. Lu Sheng quickly invited her to sit. He opened the menu and said, "I heard the steak here is pretty good." Suddenly, his gaze turned icy. "Don't expect me to chat while eating," Halin smiled warmly. "No problem." Then she handed her coat to the staff to hang up, outwardly friendly but inwardly confused about how to start the conversation. Lu Sheng turned and said, "Waiter, give us the best quality steak, 40 portions." The waiter promptly replied, "Yes, sir." She was thrilled hearing 40 portions. Halin Tu's face showed confusion. "Dude, steak 40 portions in one go?" She shook her cup. "True." Lu Sheng was a martial artist, so a big appetite was normal, but one portion of steak cost 12.80, so 40 portions would be 51,200. Ha Lin, too, wondered if he'd be embarrassed to ask her to pay. Lu Sheng looked up and asked, "Do you want some?" She modestly declined. "Thanks for the offer, sir, but I've already eaten." When she refused, Lu Sheng quickly told the waiter, "She's not eating. Just bring the dishes straight out. I'm starving." Ha Lin thought to herself, "What a total pig." Then, pretending to be polite, she said, "This time I came." Suddenly, Lu Sheng threw a piece of paper toward her. It said, "Ha Lin, to 22 years old, from Ba County, Hungen Province, Quanglam City." He said to her, "Your ancestor, Ha Te Ming, started as just a small-time apprentice at Old Taean's pharmacy, back when martial arts first started getting famous 15 years ago. With decent martial talent and a knack for alchemy, he became a 5th-level alchemist and founded Han Tien Duong." Hearing this, Ha Lin Tu's face darkened, her eyes cold, brows furrowed as she looked at Lu Sheng. But Lu Sheng didn't care and kept talking. Branches spread across more than 20 cities in Dongning Province, with a total of 213 stores. Han Tien Duong has been pretty well known these past few years. She snapped bitterly, but he cut her off fast. "But," Lu Sheng said seriously, looking right at her, "business went downhill after that, and by your father's generation, Ha Hak Chi, it quickly fell apart." Ha Lin Tu's expression soured, frowning as she asked Lu Sheng, "Mr. Lu, you just read some stuff anyone can find online. What's your point? Think my memory's that good?" Lu Sheng teased. Soon enough, the waiter brought out 40 plates of steak. Lu Sheng's face lit up with excitement. He started devouring the first plates. Before long, the table was piled high with plates. Lu Sheng chewed and said to Ha Lin, "To know, I even know your mom, Tran Lam, because of family reasons. She hasn't been back to Dongning Province in 20 years, never once meeting her daughter. And the reason Han Tien Duong fell apart so fast under your control, besides your stubborn views and bad business, those harsh words cut deep like knives." Ha Lin forced a smile. Lu Sheng interrupted. "The main reason is your mom has been secretly teaming up with the Tran family to squeeze out your business all these years." Ha Lin, too, couldn't take it anymore. She slammed the table and shouted, "What? Mr. Lu, do you have any proof for that? Don't just talk nonsense." Lu Sheng replied with a tone that made her even more curious. "True or not? Go ask your dad, Ha Hak Chi, and you'll find out." Inside, he was thrilled. The meat quality was good, the nutrition solid, energy levels decent. Hearing Lu Sheng, Ha Lin fell silent, thinking, her mom left with her dad when she was 2, and she hadn't seen them since so cruel. Thinking this, she gritted her teeth. Han Thien Duong's downfall really started when her mom left and her dad took over. Back then, it seemed like a branch went bankrupt every day, barely lasting a few months. Even if her dad wasn't great at business, it wasn't this bad. Suddenly, Lu Sheng asked something that shocked her. "Do you always disappear without a trace after finishing a cooperation deal?" Lu Sheng kept eating while saying, "Miss Ha, don't blame me for digging too deep." But Lu Sheng's words made Ha Lin think. Branches going bankrupt, partnerships ending, weird stuff didn't stop there. If what Lu Sheng said about her mom playing dirty is true, setting that aside, Ha Lin too told him, "I'll verify what you said myself. Now, let's talk about cooperation." After finishing 40 plates of steak, Lu Sheng agreed. "Fine, I'll handle the prescriptions and technical guidance. You guys handle production and sales. The profits," Lu Sheng said seriously, "I want 90%. Hearing that, Ha Lin too was furious. 90%? Why don't you just ask for everything?" Lu Sheng leaned on the table, grinning. "I thought about it, but figured you wouldn't agree. Gotta mess with people a bit." Ha Lin too started bargaining for 60%, maybe 70 at most. Of course, Lu Sheng wasn't having it. He said, "I need an extra 20%, one part to guarantee long-term cooperation." Then he stood up and said clearly, "And one more part is my fee for handling some of your headaches." Hearing this, Ha Lin too asked, "What do you mean?" Lu Sheng replied, "The Ha family has been squeezed by the Tran family in the capital province for years." Lu Sheng started persuading her. "Don't you have any thoughts about that, Miss Ha?" Then his eyes turned jade green as he gave her an example, reclaiming and taking back everything that belongs to her. Lu Sheng used his power to make the drops of spilled water from the cup float in the air. He asked her, Miss Ha, look at this. You know what it is, right? Seeing the floating drops of wine, Ha Lin too was stunned. She asked him, Are you a spirit summoner? She thought to herself, a level 2 martial artist at 18, the top martial talent in Bakha City, a legendary spirit summoner. Even though she wasn't a martial artist, Lu Sheng quickly condensed the water back into the cup. Ha Lin too seemed to understand this and the nature of this power. After a moment, Lu Sheng asked her, Miss Ha, you mentioned those people earlier. Looks like you don't think that prescription was researched by me, huh? Ha Lin too stammered. You mean behind your back? Lu Sheng praised her for being smart. So the last part is mine in exchange. Lu Sheng used his power to control the drops of water from the spilled cup, making them float in the air. He asked her, Miss Ha, look at this. You probably know what it is, right? Seeing the suspended drops of wine, Ha Lin too was stunned. She asked, Are you a spiritual sorcerer? In her mind, a level 2 martial artist at 18, the top prodigy of Baiha City, a legendary spiritual sorcerer. Even though she wasn't a martial cultivator, Lu Sheng quickly condensed the water back into the cup. Ha Lin To seemed to understand this and the nature of that power. After a moment, Lu Sheng asked her, Miss Ha, you mentioned that stuff earlier. Looks like Miss Ha doesn't think that prescription was something I researched myself, huh? Ha Lin, too stammered. Could it be behind you? Lu Sheng praised her for being smart, so part of the rest was exchanged for me. Looks like Miss Ha didn't think that prescription was something I came up with myself, huh? Ha Lin, too stammered. Could it be someone's backing you? Lu Sheng gave her a smart-ass compliment, so the rest was traded for me. And I've got backup behind me. He's working hard to build her trust. Is there any deal out there better than this? Miss Ha. Ha Lin too stood there, her heart tangled with doubts. If everyone's as honest as Lu Sheng says, sooner or later, we'll have to face the Tran family's people. She stared hard at the glass in her hand, thinking, even if I haven't held any grudge or thirst for revenge these past 20 years, they definitely won't let me off. Because the prescription Lu Sheng helped create is the perfect excuse to strike. Precious envy explains a bit. Precious envy here means someone with rare treasures, often envied and eyed jealously. Helin gritted her teeth and glanced at Lu Sheng, thinking, damn, this genius, plus the way he handled people and schemes before. Ha Lin too said, fine, I agree to give you 90% of the profits. Hearing that, Lu Sheng was over the moon, pulled out a USB and told her, inside is the prescription for the spirit core blood fruit. Ha Lin too happily took it and replied, I hope everything Mr. Lu promised comes true. We'll definitely make it. Inside, Ha Lin too had a spark of faith, wondering just how much Lu Sheng would improve by then. After wrapping things up, Lu Sheng waved and told Miss Ha, you better head to the Pharmacist Association to register the patent. If you have any questions during the drug-making process, just ask me anytime. As for other stuff, I don't care. I trust your skills. Also, I want to borrow your drug compounding room soon, so arrange your schedule. I'm full now. If there's nothing else, I'm heading out. The deal was smooth. He closed the door and left. After Lu Sheng left, Ha Lin sighed deeply, thinking she'd assumed Lu Sheng was just some student, cluelessly signing contracts. Turns out, the guy she faced wasn't an 18-year-old high schooler, but some big shot or something. She stared at the glass in front of her, full of unease. Even her bones felt like they turned from Miss Ha into her. Lost in thought, the waiter spoke up. Hello, miss. Are you ready to pay? She looked at the pile of plates Lu Sheng had finished and felt super annoyed. He ate all that and didn't pay, but what could she do? Then Ha Lin too asked, all right, how much? The waiter quickly punched in the bill and told her, 90 high-quality portions, total 115,200 yuan, but I'll round down to 115,000. Hearing that was like a lightning strike to Ha Lin too. She pointed at the plates and asked, what? How did it come to 90 portions? You only served 40. Seeing her disbelief, the waiter quickly showed the bill, saying, Sir ate 40 here, then took 50 to go, said he wanted to treat his family. Cash or card? Ha Lin trembled, reluctant to use her card, her hands shaking, tears welling up. Bitter inside, she thought two words, Lu Sheng. The waiter was still happy to make a sale. Thanks for your support. Cut to Lu Sheng's place. Din Dong came here. Lu Sheng stood at the door holding 50 steaks, surprising his mom, who gawked. What's all this? Lu Sheng replied. These are all premium steaks. Mom, no need to cook tonight. Let's eat these. His mom took the steaks, each box with one piece. Aren't these from that crazy expensive restaurant? So many boxes, all steaks? If you want to eat out, just tell me. It's pricey and rare. How much did this cost you? Lu Sheng gave a sly smile and explained, it's not my money. A rich second-generation friend invited me. She's super rich. I said no, but she insisted. Meanwhile, Ha Lin too was paying over there, coughing nonstop. Hearing this, his mom felt relieved and put the steak away. All right then, but don't do this again. Even if invited, taking stuff like this isn't right. Oh, by the way, Teacher Trung from school came by a few times asking about you. That teacher's really nice. Lu Sheng was silent, thinking, Teacher Trung really hasn't been to school in a long time. He's coming tomorrow. The next morning at Bakha High School, in Teacher Trung Tran Kwok's office, a knock was heard. He said, "Come in." When he opened his mouth to ask who it was, he saw Lu Sheng. Surprised, he called out to him. Lu Sheng held a potted plant and said, Teacher Trung, long time no see. Lu Sheng happily gave it to Teacher Trung and said, Remember last time I broke your plant pot, so I bought a new one for you. Trung Tran Kwok took it, surprised and shy, saying, Oh wow, you're so thoughtful. Seeing Lu Sheng's confident look, he said, But honestly, it's no surprise. It hasn't been long, but you've already made people see you're not the same as before. Trung Tran Kwok invited Lu Sheng inside. Come on, come in and talk. Lighting a cigarette, he said, School's about to end. After this meeting, I guess the only place I'll see you is on TV, he asked Lu Sheng. So what's next for you? Lu Sheng didn't hesitate and answered, I'm preparing to try out for the Bright Star General. Then I'll take the Spirit Medium Association exam. This shocked Trung Tran Kwok. He jumped up and shouted, What? You said Bright Star General, Spirit Medium? Lu Sheng calmly replied, Yes, the training camp instructor recommended me. It was at the camp I discovered my Spirit Medium talent. Trung Tran Kwok sat down, forcing a smile. But this is really... Suddenly, he put his hand on Lu Sheng's shoulder and said happily, Good. I never really taught you anything, so do whatever you want. Zhang Zhenguo sat down with a forced smile. But this is really... Suddenly, he put his hand on Lu Sheng's shoulder, speaking happily. Good. I never really taught you anything, so do whatever you want. I'll create a world that's all yours. I'll always cheer you on. Lu Sheng replied happily, Thanks, Teacher Trung. A moment later, Lu Sheng left, and the two waved goodbye like they had a date to meet again. Trung Tran Kwok stood there thinking to himself, I really misjudged him. This kid isn't just the pride of Bakha High School, he's becoming the pride of all humanity. In an 11th grade class, a passionate teacher was teaching, stubbornly breezing through tough stuff, honestly mixing plain and wild, serious and casual, moving between calm and chaos. Only the truly genuine is the real deal. After reading the poem, the teacher slowly lifted his glasses, slammed the book down on the desk in anger, veins bulging on his hands as he shouted, Wake up, all of you! Focus up right now! He pounded the board, yelling at the students. I already told you, don't underestimate your cultural class grades. I know many of you signed up for the Vudai exam, but don't forget your cultural class scores count too. If you miss even 1 point, you might fail Vudai University. That 1 point, if it were blood and sweat, could take you weeks or even months of training. But if it's the cultural class, it's about big topics. Chow Tin Cat yawned loudly, bored, and asked, When do we finally get out of here? This is so lame. Then Chow Tin Cat turned to Kai Min. Hey Kai Min, wanna bounce after class and play some games? I'm about to hit platinum rank. Kai Min was busy writing and quickly declined. No way, you guys go ahead. I signed up for the martial sprint class. Gotta study more after school. Chow Tin Cat looked confused. Dude, what's gotten into you lately? This effort isn't like you at all. Right then, the teacher shot them a glare like a bullet and yelled, Chow Tin Cat, Liu Xiaoming, what are you whispering about? Stand up now. Both jumped up, worried. The teacher continued. You too. Didn't you hear a word I said? Suddenly, a voice came from the classroom door. Teacher Hong, I'm here. Everyone in the class was stunned hearing that voice. Outside the door, Lu Sheng smiled and waved. Hey everyone, long time no see. The class buzzed with chatter. Damn, it's Lu Sheng. He's back in school? Oh my god. I thought we'd never see him again. Heard Lu Sheng was taken in as the last grand disciple by the Elder Association, training hard in the big hall to break into the master level. Lu Kai-min spoke up. I also heard the mayor wanted to marry his daughter off to Lu Sheng, but Lu Sheng refused because he's focused on martial arts. Sign my book. It's tough to get Lu Sheng's autograph once. Gotta frame it and hang it on the wall at home. Teacher Hong rushed to the door to welcome Lu Sheng. Classmate Lu Sheng, you're here. Lu Sheng looked at him and replied, I want to join the last cultural class. Is that okay? Teacher Hong smiled happily. Of course you can. He quickly turned and said to the class, All right, students, open your books. Teacher Hong was pumped. Let's start the lesson. Lu Sheng walked to his seat and opened his book. Xiao Tin Cat said to Lu Kai-min, No way. I get to study with Lu Sheng? That's so badass. Is he really in our class? Plus, I heard he's already a level 2 fighter. Lu Kai-min looked at Lu Sheng, thinking, Lu Sheng really has changed a lot. Ring, 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 the bell signaled the end of class. Teacher Hong sighed in relief and closed his book. All right, class dismissed. Lu Sheng stood up, turned his back to the class, smiled, and said, Goodbye, everyone. I won't forget you. Then he turned to Liu Kai-min, while everyone else kept chatting excitedly. For the first time, I felt honored to be classmates with someone like him. I swear I'll pass Vudai. Yeah, Me too. Can't let down the pride of being in the same class as Lu Sheng. At that moment, Liu Kai-min looked at Lu Sheng in awe. Suddenly, Lu Sheng put his arm around his shoulder and encouraged him. Hang in there, Kai-min. If we get free time, let's level up together. Lu Kai-min got teary-eyed, his eyes welling up, watching Lu Sheng's back as he walked away. Liu Kai-min vowed, no matter if I die trying or from exhaustion, I'll pass Wu Dai and definitely come back home. Lu Sheng sat at his desk, typing while thinking. He told Ha Lin, too, to buy all the ingredients for the Ling mechanism blood-strengthening and marrow-nourishing pills. These two supplements are especially effective for tendon and bone training, but they're pretty pricey. If he had enough, it should last him until level 4. Next was the issue of weapons for the Spirit Summoner. Before the official Spirit Summoner exam, he couldn't buy weapons at Lu Tin Network. Before the Kai Min General Spirit Selection, he had to rush to take the Spirit Summoner exam. Otherwise, every time he wanted to buy something, he'd have to bother Dong Tin Tuyet, risking exposing his secret. Then he wanted to check the price list, but was totally shocked by what he saw. It listed Dao Lun Vojian for $37,500,000, Fitoa Ngan Kong for $29,500,000. Lu Sheng was stunned. Dao Lun Vojian and Phi Toa Ngan Kong? Those prices are insane. I thought the 5 million reward would be enough to splurge, but it's way too little. Lu Sheng closed his eyes, folded his arms, and thought, if I make the Dao Lun Kong Jian and Phi Toa Ngan Kong, that's nearly 9,100 grams of solid iron. One piece of Dao Lun definitely needs over 2 pounds, so 5 million won't cut it, not to mention the other supporting materials. Plus, I'm not just making one piece of Dao Lun, and my spiritual power quality is way above average. Basic solid iron swords just won't cut it. I need thick silver with the best quality to craft weapons, but the price is over 10 times higher. I don't even have enough cash to make a single component. Lu Sheng put his hand to his mouth, deep in thought. No other way. He had to do it himself. He opened a drawer and found a badge and a rolled-up piece of paper inside. Lu Sheng picked up the paper, thinking, lucky me, I found the resource distribution map for Battle Force materials from 3 years of martial arts, straight from the Fire Tribe's resource vault. Finally, a chance to use it. Unfolding the map, Lu Sheng saw an untouched thick silver mine right here at Oxhead Mountain. He smirked confidently, thinking, I'm gonna dig up all that thick silver no one's touched yet. Then I can use it to find a blacksmith and craft weapons. Plus, if I find a lot of thick silver or solid iron, I can sell it for cash 2 birds with 1 stone. After getting enough marrow-nourishing pills from Ha Lin, to Lu Sheng was ready to head to Oxhead Mountain for materials. A week later, at the Xingshan Hall, Ha Lin too paced back and forth in the room. She pulled out her phone, annoyed. Where the hell is Lu Sheng? What time is it already? Just then, Lu Sheng walked in holding a blue jacket. Sorry for keeping you waiting. Ha Lin. Tu snapped. You finally show up. Lu Sheng put on the blue jacket, looking dead serious. Had some stuff hold me up. Are all the materials ready? Seeing him like that made Ha Lin to blush. She nodded firmly. Yeah, everything you said was prepared. Lu Sheng put on gloves. In front of him was a table full of different materials. He asked Ha Lin too, how much did all this cost? Ha Lin too replied, about 200,000. Lu Sheng picked up an herb, interested. Not bad quality. Note it down first, then we'll subtract the profit later. Lu Sheng put on a face mask and said, all right, I gotta get started. Can you step outside, Miss Ha? Ha Lin, to looked annoyed. Fine. As she left, she glanced back at Lu Sheng, thinking, the trade for the spirit-enhancing blood tonic hasn't even started yet, and I haven't made a dime. But the materials I bought for Lu Sheng already cost nearly 1 million. Closing the door, Ha Lin, too, thought. Luckily, Lu Sheng gave me full info. I'm sure I can coordinate the perfect spirit-enhancing blood tonic. Is he working on a new drug? He's been coming to the lab every day this week. How many secrets is he hiding? 3 hours later, Ha Lin, to waited outside when a voice called out. Done, Miss Ha. The refining is complete. Lu Sheng told her. I'll be gone for 2 days. Don't worry. After that, I'll pay back the initial investment for the spirit-enhancing blood tonic. Ha Lin, to turned away coldly. Yeah, seeing that, Lu Sheng teased her. What a tough girl. Then Ha Lin to followed him with her eyes, quickly moving to the lab curtain, pulling it aside and stepping inside. She gasped. There it is. In front of you are test tubes of all kinds of colors. Ha Lin, to grabbed a blue test tube, tense, thinking, this must be that new drug with no name. I've tried this kind before, super strong. Side effects could directly damage the marrow. The marrow tonic sold on the market at level 4 or 5 goes for hundreds of thousands, but Lu Sheng only used materials worth a little over 100,000 to make this. What kind of profit is that? Ha Lin to frowned, thinking. Plus, his backpack must be packed with a bunch of new drugs. Suddenly, a blonde guy ran up. Miss Ha, I did what you asked, he continued, but while watching the cameras, I saw nothing. All the cameras were broken. Lu Sheng left, then suddenly everything went back to normal. The supervisor AI seemed broken but recovered after Lu Sheng left. Lin, to side. Damn, I knew it. In front of a spirit medium, pulling tricks like this just makes you look bad. Then she stared at the blue test tube in her hand, tossed it into the trash, and said, whatever, I'll just focus on working with him. No matter what, he's the only hope to revive the Lu family now. Scene changed to Di Chu Ming City, a place with majestic hills along a mountain trail. A bus was rolling along. The tour guide said to everyone, welcome, folks. Our destination is the Xianlin camp deep in Oxhead Mountain. The scenery is stunning, far from civilization, and it's one of the top 5 A-level scenic spots in Dongning province. You'll experience the warm, simple folk customs, taste unique traditional dishes, enjoy the breathtaking mountain views of Oxhead, and even have the chance to buy exquisite and mysterious traditional handicrafts from Xianlin camp. A woman in a red jacket frowned. Traditional handicrafts? Are they going to force us to buy that stuff? This remote mountain corner, where are we going to stay at night? There must be bugs on the mountain, right? The guide replied. Relax, we're a reputable travel company. No forced fees, guaranteed. You'll stay with local families in the camp overnight. The conditions are excellent, with air conditioning and TV. On the bus, Lu Sheng sat in a corner, gazing out the window. He thought, this week I made 93 bottles of marrow-nourishing pills. That should last me a while. But this place is so remote, probably where the thick silver mine is hidden, still undiscovered, maybe even exclusive. While lost in thought, suddenly a yellow ball rolled over and cut through Lu Sheng's thoughts. A little girl with light brown hair ran over to pick up the ball. She cheerfully said to Lu Sheng, hey, want to play with me? Right after, a young, beautiful woman hugged the girl and said, stop fooling around, don't bother others. Okay, I'll sit properly, the girl replied. Then the woman turned to Lu Sheng and said, really sorry about that. Lu Sheng nodded and replied, no problem. Suddenly, Lu Sheng's eyes widened in surprise as he saw a guy wearing glasses sitting next to the mother and daughter, laughing. A purple aura surrounded the guy. Lu Sheng smiled with amusement, his whole body radiating a blue power. He thought to himself, interesting, I'm not the only spirit master on this trip. On the bus heading to Bullhead Mountain, Zheng Dandan kept fanning herself, trying to cool down. She complained, this sucks. It's so damn hot I could die. What the hell did I do to end up stuck in this hellhole with you? 3 more days and 2 nights. How am I supposed to survive this? Sitting next to her, Lin Su-san was the complete opposite. Despite the heat, she stayed calm, holding a fan and saying, Zheng Dandan, I didn't force you to come. You wanted to be here. Zheng Dandan got annoyed hearing that and snatched the fan from Lin Su-san, shouting, cut it out. Isn't it because you got dumped? I'm worried you'll start thinking dirty thoughts out here in the deep woods. Seriously, thanks a lot, Lin Su-san said quickly, trying to smooth things over. Okay, I know you're my best friend. Don't worry, I'm not weak, just haven't traveled in a while, so I'm just loosening up a bit. This trip's kinda lame, but Bullhead Mountain scenery is pretty nice. You won't regret this trip, she added. Zheng Dandan wasn't happy, but replied just to be polite, yeah, no regrets. Suddenly, a cheerful kid's laughter came from behind Lin Su-san and Zheng Dandan's seats. The adorable little girl was playing happily, clapping the ball and saying, hey, catch my ball. Right across was our main guy, Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng caught the ball with both hands and praised the girl. Nice throw. Then he flashed a charming smile. Zheng Dandan turned to watch, totally mesmerized. Her eyes sparkled, looking at Lu Sheng. Lin Su-san beside her looked confused, not getting what was going on. Suddenly, the ball got deflected, and the girl panicked, shouting, ah, the ball's flying toward Zheng Dandan. She quickly reached out to catch it, surprised and tense, saying, sis, catch this for me. Then she looked at Lu Sheng and said, catch this. Lu Sheng easily caught it with one hand. Holding the ball, he looked at Zheng Dandan and smiled sincerely. Thanks, Zheng Dandan, captivated by Lu Sheng's good looks, blushed and shyly replied, don't mention it. Lin Su-san saw Zheng Dandan's embarrassed face and teased, haha, look at you all love-struck. After 2 hours on the bus, everyone finally arrived at Bullhead Mountain. Zheng Dandan glanced around at the mountain scenery and commented, isn't this just a regular mountain? How is it one of the top 5 scenic spots? Contrary to her criticism, Lin Su-san wasn't surprised. She checked the map and said, looks pretty decent. I heard there's a waterfall too. We'll see when we hike tomorrow. Zheng Dandan didn't like it, but if it made Lin Su-san happy, she was okay with it. While observing everything, Zheng Dandan suddenly spotted Lu Sheng and her face lit up with joy, saying, there he is. Just as Lu Sheng stepped off the bus, the little girl from earlier ran up to him and asked, can we play again tomorrow? Lu Sheng sat down, ruffling her hair. Sure, if I have time tomorrow, I'll play with you. The girl beamed, hee, that's great. Seeing them chatting happily, Zheng Dandan stepped closer to join in. Hey little sis, can me and him play with you tomorrow? Behind Zheng Dandan, Lin Su-san was carrying a bag, giving her friend a look of dislike. The girl didn't like Zheng Dandan wanting to join, stepped forward, grabbed Lu Sheng's arm with one hand, and pulled down her lower eyelid while sticking out her tongue to refuse. No way, you're mean for stealing my ball. I'm not playing with you, just him. Everyone was surprised by that. Suddenly, a voice called the girl, Nom Nom, come here quick, we have to get to camp. Nom Nom looked at her mom but still held Lu Sheng's hand. Then she took her mom's hand and left, not forgetting to wave goodbye to Lu Sheng. At the same time, back with Lin Susan and Zheng Dan, Zheng Dan smiled but felt bitter inside. That brat, I don't even want to play with you. Lin Susan saw her friend like that and covered her mouth, laughing non-stop. Lu Sheng noticed Zheng Dan's frustration and said, kids say stuff without thinking, don't mind it. Hearing Lu Sheng talk to her, all her anger melted away. Haha, how could I hold a grudge against a kid? Then she shyly picked up her phone and asked Lu Sheng, by the way, Mr. Dreamboat, can we be friends? Lu Sheng was a bit surprised hearing that. Lu Sheng saw Zheng Dan upset and said, kids say dumb stuff, don't mind it. Hearing Lu Sheng talk to her, all her anger vanished. Ha, how could I argue with a kid? Then she shyly picked up her phone and said to Lu Sheng, by the way, handsome, can we be friends? Lu Sheng was a bit surprised hearing that. After thinking for a bit, he chuckled lightly and agreed. All right. A sharp ping sounded, followed by a notification that the friend request was accepted. The three of them, Alan, Trin, Dan, and Lu Sheng, had added each other's contact info on their phones. After successfully adding Lu Sheng, Trin Dan saw his name and praised him. Lu Sheng. That name sounds so badass. Even though she was into guys, she didn't forget her main job, keeping Alan entertained. Trin Dan quickly pulled her bestie away. She looked happily at Lu Sheng and said, all right, heartthrob, catch you next time. Trin Dan stared at her phone screen, grinning so wide she couldn't even close her mouth. You don't even need to add that heartthrob. Heh, I thought this solo trip was going to be super boring. Who knew it'd turn out this damn interesting? Alan saw Trin Dan so happy and felt the vibe too. As long as she's happy, that's all that matters. Lu Sheng, watching their backs as they walked away, suddenly lost that friendly smile. His whole face turned seriously scary. Lu Sheng recalled the people on that bus and thought, this trip just got way more interesting. Not only did he meet a rare level 2 spirit master, but also 2 level 2 martial artists. Thinking about Alan's dad, Lu Sheng was sure, but that spirit master still hadn't figured out his identity at most, just sensed he was training in martial arts. Lu Sheng looked at the power swirling around him and thought, ever since forming his master's will, he could freely control, release, and suppress his spiritual energy. As long as he didn't actively unleash it, normal people wouldn't notice his powerful spirit force. The only question was if there were any stronger fighters hiding in this mountain. Thinking about everyone on that bus, Lu Sheng decided that no matter what their reasons for coming to Mount Bullhead were, if they got in his way, he wouldn't hold back. Just then, Lu Sheng spotted a strange beast right in front of him. Without hesitation, he wiped it out just a quick kill. Meanwhile, hundreds of miles away on the highway, a sleek white car was speeding like crazy. Inside the car, a man named Wu Qijing held a glass of wine, looking down at someone kneeling before him. To his right sat a woman in a red cheongsam, sitting quietly and demurely. Wu Qijing swirled his wine glass and asked, so, any trace of Tang Mu Lam yet? The man kneeling quickly lifted his head and replied, we found him. He's in Kaomin City, Mount Bullhead. He brought his wife and kid probably hiding out in the mountain. Wu Qijing frowned as he glanced out the window and said, oh, Tang Mu Lam really is clever, huh? If he's hiding deep in the forest and won't come out, I honestly don't have a way to drag him out. The man kneeling heard that and hurriedly said, sir, don't worry, we've sent people to follow them. Even if Tang Mu Lam wants to go feral, I guarantee we'll find the rat hole he's hiding in. Wu Qijing laughed loudly at those words. Haha, good, just keep tracking him. 2 level 4 martial artists like you guys aren't a match for him anyway. Once we get to Mount Bullhead, I'll personally handle him. The man kneeling understood Wu Qijing's meaning and replied, yes, sir. Throughout the conversation, the only girl in the car hadn't moved or made a sound. Weird as hell. Wu Qijing thought about the moment he'd catch Tang Mu Lam and got excited, then slammed back the rest of his wine in one gulp, not even caring as it spilled everywhere. Tang Mu Lam, don't blame me for being ruthless. You pissed me off. If I don't kill you, others will think Wu Qijing is easy to mess with. After finishing the glass, Wu Qijing's face twisted into a terrifying expression. He thought, some random punk's gonna come start trouble with me soon. Then Wu Qijing offered the glass toward the silent girl. She finally moved, looking up. Then purple liquid, just like the wine Wu Qijing drank, started pouring out from her eye sockets and mouth. It kept flowing, pooling into the glass in Wu Qijing's hand. After tasting it, Wu Qijing commented, absorbing the pure love and unique youthful energy of 28. No wonder the skin tastes so sweet and intoxicating. The purple liquid kept flowing non-stop, making the girl's beautiful face look terrifying now. Looking at the photo in his hand, Wu Qijing said, Tang Mu Lam even brought his daughter with him. The The photo showed a happy little family of 3, so joyful no one wanted to break it up, but Wu Qijing was different. He was thrilled. Ha ha, looks like I got myself a new toy. Moo Moo was led by her parents into a room, looking amazed as she explored every corner. Her mom saw her so happy running around and said, "Slow down, be careful you don't fall." Meanwhile, Moo Moo's dad, Tang Mu Lam, was on high alert, scanning the area. He quickly activated his powers, spreading his energy around the room and the whole building. After checking, he told his wife, "This room is clean, no tricks here." She replied, "You're being way too cautious." Even with Wu Qijing's big backing, could he really reach all the way to Mount Bullhead? Tang Mu Lam frowned, worried. Better safe than sorry, especially since he was protecting his wife and Moo Moo. Being extra careful couldn't hurt. Don't forget, they were still on the run. Wu Qijing was a famous level 3 spirit master with a notorious reputation. His heart was narrow. Revenge is a must. Anyone who crosses him ends up dead. Lu Sheng put his arm around his wife to calm her down, just hoping this time we can slip past his scrutiny smoothly. Your dad's been on the run for over a year and a half now, so maybe he's safe by now. If he really got chased here, your dad and your second older brother would team up. Who knows? They might even put up a fight against him. Lu Sheng's wife looked worried hearing that. Let's hope so. It's been a while since I saw Dad. I wonder if he's okay? His martial cultivation isn't weak at all. He's even a peak-level spirit master. Lu Sheng hugged her tight, comforting her. Maybe he's already level 3 now. His body's tough, so no worries about getting sick. Don't stress. I won't let those bastards hurt you and the kid. Then he pulled his wife closer, the couple clinging to each other, leaving Nam staring out the window, stunned and confused. Elsewhere, Lu Sheng was also using a power similar to Lu Sheng's to check the surroundings. His ability was way stronger than Lu Sheng's, quickly covering the whole city. From people walking on the streets to someone spying through binoculars in the forest, he saw it all. Lu Sheng looked outside, thinking silently. Except for that guy watching over, nothing seemed off. But since he's not messing with me, I'll just ignore him. Lu Sheng reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out a vial, popped the lid, took out a pill, and popped it into his mouth. With the pill's help, the progress of his bone forging as an immortal master was definitely much faster. At this rate, maybe in less than 2 months, I'll fully complete the first stage of immortal golden body cultivation. Once internal energy is born, officially stepping into level 4 martial artist, his phone suddenly chimed. In the family chat group, 2 messages popped up. Be careful going out alone, dress warmly, and don't eat too much cold food to avoid stomach aches. Another voice message came through. Reading the messages, Lu Sheng smiled, thinking, I'm not a kid anymore. Then another notification popped up, a message from Lu Qinghe, out playing again. That girl Nge Dian also went to school today and even asked him out. She teasingly messaged, be honest, are you two dating or what? Along with a picture of an apple holding a gun, looking totally threatening. Lu Sheng got teased by his sister and started furiously typing back. Focus on your martial path. Stop worrying about others. Remember to drink the supplements I left for you every day. If by the time I get back your blood energy value hasn't broken through 1.3, don't blame me for disciplining you. Sent the message with a cat emoji pointing straight at her. Lu Sheng sat down on the bed and put his phone down. He lay back, thinking he'd test the results of his training these past few days. Lu Sheng closed his eyes and entered the dream realm. Not bad. The update on the Heavenly Domain's enlightenment gave him the Immortal Master's record. Zombies rushing at him were swiftly taken down by Lu Sheng. He even formed the initial concept of the Master's will. Right now, no one could stop him. Lu Sheng landed a critical punch that exploded like a bomb, blasting zombies away, their bodies charred black. Suddenly, sharp ice shards formed a path rushing out. Seeing this, Lu Sheng stopped. He wondered if something was there. The aura was too strong. A pair of legs stepped out, a person with curly hair, wearing an iron mask with a wing on her head. She swung a spear, surrounded by an icy blue aura. The scene looked incredibly powerful. The ice mass charged at Lu Sheng, and just by looking, he recognized her as a level master zombie. The ice shards started to float, and Lu Sheng's vision suddenly went dark. The zombie vanished, but his spiritual senses triggered danger warnings all around. Panicked, Lu Sheng wondered, what exactly is the danger of this avalanche? At that moment, the female-level master zombie attacked from above, charging at Lu Sheng with her spear. Her power surrounded the spear. Only then did Lu Sheng realize her attack was a master-level skill. He saw an image of himself being sliced in half. Her immense power descended with terrifying force. Lu Sheng snapped awake, drenched in sweat, face full of panic. It hurts. He clutched his chest, grimacing in pain, his body feeling like it was really torn apart. Is this what dying in a dream feels like? Lu Sheng jolted awake, clutching the torn part of his chest, drenched in sweat, struggling to breathe, trying to calm himself. Luckily, it was just a dream realm. All an illusion. He sat up and sighed, relaxing, knowing his life wouldn't end that easily there. He held his head, recalling the moment he was killed with a single strike, terrified. Back then, he used all his strength to block with spiritual power but couldn't withstand the hit. Her strike's power was unlike anything he'd faced before. He always thought probing the dream space was smooth sailing. Even when entering high-level map realms, his quick thinking let him control those dumb high-level monsters. Lu Sheng sat into a meditation pose, realizing the dream realm wasn't the paradise he imagined. Amid the ruins after civilization's fall, only blood and fire could create a true savior. Lu Sheng anxiously thought about that girl, the female master. She was seriously strong. Her fighting instinct surpassed Di Tanin. She must be a powerful master-level expert, maybe even an 8th-level grandmaster. Just thinking about that made Lu Sheng sweat bullets. He looked at his hands, a mix of fear and excitement on his face. That blazing ice river probably represents the will of the martial goddess master. If I had it, I can't even imagine. If I had instantly reacted in a fully awakened state back then, relying on my mastery of controlling the scene and the master techniques, maybe I could have matched her a bit, or at least try again. Thinking that, Lu Sheng started right away, sitting up straight in meditation. Lu Sheng intended to enter the dreamscape, but suddenly got a non-stop headache. He grabbed his head in shock. I can't enter the dreamscape now. Could it be because I died in there, so I have to wait for some time to recover? Looks like no more dreamscape tonight. While rubbing his temples from the headache, his phone suddenly buzzed. Lu Sheng checked and saw it was a message from Trint Dan Dan. The texts were dripping with flirt vibes. Little bro, you back to your room yet? Are you out gathering stuff? Want to hang out tomorrow? I'm a legit martial artist. Can protect you. She sent a pic of a cool dude wearing glasses to look trustworthy. Little bro, it's mealtime. Want to eat together? Why aren't you answering me? Are you ignoring your phone? She even added a pic of a dog with shiny eyes. Lu Sheng looked at the cheesy messages on his phone, feeling kinda annoyed. He kinda regretted adding her as a friend. But hearing his growling stomach, he let it slide. Whatever. Let's just grab some food. At the guest house dining hall. As Lu Sheng walked in, a voice called out, Lu Sheng. Turns out Trint Dan Dan was waving at him inside. Over here, over here. And ahead, a freckled girl with Shilong was calling, Hey, Lu Sheng. He smiled and waved back. Shilong nodded politely. Lu Sheng didn't pay much attention and headed to an empty table near where Trint Dan Dan and Lam Su San were sitting. As soon as he sat down, Trint San ran over. She casually asked, Why don't you sit with us? It's more lively, with more people eating together. Lam Su San looked at her friend like she was partly helpless and partly like a nagging mom. Lu Sheng chuckled. Ha ha. You two still haven't eaten? Seeing him ask, Trint Dan Dan happily replied, Not yet, but at the same time, Lam Su San said they already ate. These two besties are way too in sync. Trint Dan Dan shot a glare at her but quickly turned to smile at Lu Sheng. I wasn't in the mood to eat earlier, just had a little. Now I'm hungry again. Perfect timing to eat with you, Lam Su San teased. Just looking at you makes me full already. That's got some other meaning. Sis here means Lu Sheng is so tasty and chewy, I'm full without eating. Ha ha. The freckled girl wanted to eat with Lu Sheng and looked at her dad with sparkling eyes. Dad, can I find that big brother to eat with him? Seeing this, her mom wiped her mouth and comforted her. Isn't eating here the same? The freckled girl pouted. But I want to eat with him. Shilong smiled gently. Ha ha, go ahead, but don't cause trouble for others. The freckled girl jumped up, eyes shining like stars. Thanks. Unlike Shilong, the mom looked tired as she watched the freckled girl grab her bowl and happily head to Lu Sheng's table. She scolded her husband. Why let the kid go to a stranger's table? Look at our situation now. Shilong calmly sipped his soup and reassured his wife, saying he was just being too cautious. He added he had scanned the area with his spiritual power. Everyone here was just tourists. No threats at all. The freckled girl went to Lu Sheng's table, and seeing his enthusiasm, Shilong praised, That guy's got a decent personality. His eyes are pure. Definitely not a bad person. He carefully observed Lu Sheng's pale face, his awkward walk, and unstable aura. Even if he's a martial artist, fallen from grace, his strength is probably average. The freckled girl even stuck out her tongue to tease, making Trint Dan Dan mad but powerless. The freckled girl's dad added, Also, those two girls are just students, but already second-level martial artists at their age, not bad talent. Shilong wiped his mouth confidently. From what I see, one bad thought and they're dead. Nothing unexpected will happen. His wife sighed in relief. Yeah, looks like I was just overthinking. At Lu Sheng's table, a waitress brought out a table full of food and a stack of steamed buns. Your food is all here, please enjoy. The freckled girl and Trint Dan Dan stared wide-eyed at the mountain of food Lu Sheng ordered, amazed. Little bro, you eat this much? Lu Sheng calmly replied, Yeah, I've been eating a lot lately. He casually handed the freckled girl 2 pig-shaped buns. The freckled girl got excited and squealed. Aw, so cute. Lu Sheng smiled and looked at her. Little sis, let's see who finishes first later. The freckled girl nodded determinedly. Deal. The contest began. She just bit into her bun when she saw Lu Sheng shove a whole tray into his mouth, freezing her in place. Lam Su San watched Lu Sheng eat so much, thinking bitterly. Only someone from a normal family background, and not yet a legit martial artist, would eat like that, right? Normal martial artists, once leveled up and with means, usually rely on supplements to replenish energy lost from daily training. Without means, they choose higher quality food as a substitute. Like me and Trint Dan, we carry dried meat with us. A first-level martial artist only needs a few bites a day. Eating that much food means half the day is spent in the bathroom. Lam Susan looked at them eating, totally discouraged. Trin Dan was totally mesmerized, staring at Lu Sheng. Whoa, dude's eating like a king, and damn, he's fine. Lam Tusan sensed something was off and leaned close to whisper in Trin Dan's ear. Hey Trin Dan, do you seriously like this Lu Sheng guy or what? Trin Dan just casually replied, of course, isn't my vibe obvious enough right now? Just then, Nam Nam came by and pulled Lu Sheng away from his seat, saying, hey bro, there's some self-serve food over there, come with me. Lu Sheng, all chill, went along with her, leaving space for Trin Dan and Lam Tusan. Lam Tusan was shocked, quickly explaining to Trin Dan, but he's younger than us, and just a high schooler. You can totally see how unstable his aura is. I bet his martial talent and family background aren't anything special. You're a top student from Wu Dai Dongning, an official level 2 martial artist. Trin Dan just shrugged. Age doesn't matter. Pilot flies the plane. Gotta be young first. I believe this is fate. You bringing me to Niu Tu Mountain to meet him? That's destiny right there. Lam Tusan kept trying to warn her, but if you two date, how are you going to live together later? Long-distance relationships don't last more than a couple years, no matter how deep the feelings are. And official martial artists only make like $56,000 a month after graduation. So where's the house? The car? You gotta think about that. Seeing Dan didn't react, Lam Tusan kept pushing. Dan, love isn't just about feelings, it's about everyday bread and butter. As your martial strength grows, the gap between you two will only get bigger, and eventually, it's gonna blow up. Trint Dan calmly explained, none of that matters. I'm a level 2 martial artist. I can guide Lu Sheng on the martial path. Even if he doesn't get into Wudai Dongning, I'll take the bus every week to find him. He doesn't have a car or a house, but I do. She clasped her hands and smiled brightly. Let's say Lu Sheng's just a regular guy, then I'll just be a regular girl with him. If I can just be normal, then I don't have to train every day, and that sounds way more fun. Lately, I'm tired of all this hardcore training. Trin Dan looked after Lu Sheng and Nam playing happily, her cheeks slightly flushed. And who said Lu Sheng was normal? To me, he's always been blindingly handsome. I believe his future won't stop here. Lam Tusan whispered in shock. You're crazy. You're gonna throw away all your years of martial arts just for some high schooler? She pointed at Lu Sheng with a confused face. Look at how wonky his walk is. I really don't get what you're thinking. Trin Dan sighed sadly at Lam Tusan. Haha, listen, aren't you caring about me a bit too early? Nothing's even started yet. Wait until I actually chase after Lu Sheng before you judge. From afar, because of his strength, Lu Sheng had actually overheard the girls' conversation clearly. Scratching his head awkwardly, he sighed. Man, they're totally overdoing it. Nam looked up curious. Bro, what does overdoing it mean? Lu Sheng chuckled. Nothing, just that those girls are way too pretty. Nam seemed to get it. She ran back to Trin Dan and Lam Tusan, pointed at them and said, Bro, these two girls are totally overdoing it. Lu Sheng looked like he wanted to disappear into a hole. Trin Dan and Lam Tusan were confused. Like, what does overdoing it even mean? The next day, the guests were getting ready to board the bus, everyone complaining. The beds at the lodge were rock hard, couldn't sleep well at all, and there were bugs everywhere. Last night I got bitten so bad I couldn't sleep. I'm never coming back to this dump again. Suddenly, an old man wondered aloud, Hey, where's that family of 3? The bus is about to leave. The tour guide looked puzzled too. Huh? They're not in their room? Everyone, help me find them. I can't reach them by phone either. The old man then noticed Lu Sheng was missing too and said, There's also a young guy gone missing. The older ladies kept worrying. How did so many people disappear overnight? That's weird. The guide quickly called for rescue and reassured everyone, Everyone, just rest for now. I'll go look for the rescue team. Trin Dan and Lam Tusan overheard the talk and were confused. Why aren't Lu Sheng and that family of 3 around? Lam Tusan was less puzzled. The family's fine. The dad's not an ordinary guy. But Lu Sheng missing? That's really strange. Trin Dan worried and said, I don't care if they're normal or not. Look, the guide's busy searching. The trip's probably gonna get canceled. Saying that, Trin Dan raised her hand and ran into the forest, shouting to everyone, I'm going into the mountain to find Lu Sheng. Lam Tusan naturally followed her. Hey, don't rush like that. The two pushed forward into the woods, ignoring the crowd's chatter. Meanwhile, in the forest, a cute squirrel was turning a chestnut left and right when someone dashed by like the wind, scaring it. It was Lu Sheng running like crazy, he thought to himself. After resting one night, the pain from dying in that dream world had eased a lot. Reaching a high cliff, Lu Sheng lightly jumped up and was already on top. Ignoring the noisy crowd, deep in the forest, a cute squirrel was turning a chestnut left and right when someone ran by like the wind, scaring it. Turns out it was Lu Sheng running like crazy. He thought to himself, after resting one night, the pain from dying in the dream world had eased a lot. Reaching a high cliff, Lu Sheng lightly jumped up to the top. Lu Sheng didn't waste any time, immediately dropping to one knee and probing with his spiritual energy. After a moment of searching, he finally found the ore he was looking for. Using his spiritual energy, he lifted a big chunk of earth up, and the ore fell down with the dirt. Lu Sheng quickly hid it, then pointed at the pile of ore. They fell down, transforming those big ore chunks into small, pebble-sized pieces floating in his hand. He wondered, this is silver ore. Curious, he infused his spiritual energy into it. After channeling his energy, Lu Sheng discovered, sure enough, the silver wire could randomly change its shape when infused with spiritual energy. The silver wire morphed from pebbles into a long strand. Lu Sheng freely grabbed the strand and swung it in circles, thinking to himself that the silver wire in his hand probably weighed around 4 years' worth of pounds. If the price matched the raw materials listed, it'd be worth over 2 billion already. But this was just primitive silver ore. To make weapons for spiritual mages, it would still need to go through dozens of smelting steps. 4 years' worth of pounds of energy silver ore would only be considered good if it ended up as 1 pound after refining. He also had to check how pure this silver ore was. Lu Sheng glanced carefully at the silver mine. Not discouraged. Calling this a small silver mine is giving it too much credit. Mini sounds better. They've already mined about 70% of it here. If someone else came to mine it, it'd be done in less than a week, right? Then he turned back to observe. How the hell was he supposed to transport a chunk this huge? A chunk this big would definitely attract a lot of attention. He originally thought he'd just dig a little and haul it out, but once he started digging, he couldn't stop. Looks like he'd have to find someone to help with transport. So Lu Sheng put the silver ore back where he found it. He covered it with dirt, stomping it down to restore it perfectly. Then he started thinking again, remembering there was a small minority village a few miles away. Maybe he could find people there to help. People isolated from the world were probably honest and simple. If he paid them well, it shouldn't be a problem. But if money really tempted their greed, thinking about it, Lu Sheng imagined asking villagers to help transport the ore, paying them, and then greedily snatching the money back. He chuckled darkly, clutching the silver ore and thinking, then he'd just have to quietly crush them. Suddenly, he slapped his hand on his head and scolded himself, damn, why are my thoughts getting more violent and cruel? This is a society with laws now. Looking down from above, he could easily see the village. Lu Sheng clenched his fists, a bit nervous, telling himself, gotta talk properly. No violence. I have to win them over with virtue. He thought about winning people over with virtue somewhere else in the forest. Meanwhile, Lin Tucson and Zheng Dandan were still searching for Lu Sheng. Zheng Dandan looked around anxiously. This place was way too quiet. Was Lu Sheng really coming here? Lin Tucson felt there were too many bugs here. She said he wanted to come find them, already a little discouraged. Wait. Suddenly, Lin Tucson noticed something. She stopped Dandan and pointed. Look. What's this? Zheng Dandan curiously looked where she pointed and saw a yellow plastic ball. Zheng Dandan was shocked. That ball belonged to that little girl. Just as Lin Tucson was distracted looking around, Zheng Dandan unconsciously touched the ball. Suddenly, a bunch of black spiders and webs appeared. They quickly trapped the two of them. What's going on? I can't move. In the village, a boy ran over shouting nonstop. Village Chief, Big Sister A is back. He burst through the door and shouted to the village chief. Her whole family has returned. Inside, an old man was carving wood. He was the village chief of the Xian family farm. Before he could understand what was happening, the little girl Nom Nom ran up excitedly, shouting, Grandpa, I missed you so much. Nom Nom charged into his arms so hard he dropped the piece of wood. She ran at him full force but still smiled happily, asking how he was. Hey, Grandpa, are you well? Though he looked unwell, the old man still patted her head and replied, Cough, cough, still very well, kid. At the same time, Nam's parents arrived. Her mom greeted her father a bit worried. Dad, we're back. Duong Mao Lam felt guilty as he called father-in-law. Seeing them worriedly greet him, the old man silently looked at them. Two young men inside also came out to greet. Big Sister A, Big Sister's husband, why are you two back here? The old man frowned but answered, We came back to visit the old man. What else could it be? You two go hunt some beasts, catch some big ones. Tonight we'll celebrate a little. The two young men quickly obeyed. Yes, sir. Seeing Nam Nam excited, one of them lifted her onto his shoulder and laughed. Nam Nam, let's go catch some beasts. Nam Nam happily replied, Yeah, wild game. I want to eat bird soup. Last time it was so good I almost passed out. The village chief lit a cigarette and said, All right, if nothing's wrong, you wouldn't come back. What's the matter this time? Hearing this, the wife worriedly looked at her husband and called, Mao Lam. Mao Lam looked seriously at his father-in-law. Father-in-law, Then the three of them faced each other and talked. After a while, the old man choked on his smoke, coughing, and said, "Cough, cough, third level. You guys pissed off a third-level spiritual mage." He angrily scolded Duong Mao Lam. "I knew from the start that kid coming here wouldn't bring anything good. From the moment he barged into the farm and took Minhoa, I predicted this day would come." Seeing this, Minhoa quickly tried to defend her husband. "Dad, please help Mao Lam, consider it helping me." Duong Mao Lam nervously continued, "Father-in-law, I still remember you charging like a third-level spirit master for a long time, right?" Before I could finish, he cut me off. We lost, and worse, left internal injuries. Our cultivation dropped big time. If that third-level spirit master really comes here, I can only buy a little time. You better take the kid and run to find someone else to help. Both were shocked by the news. Minhoa covered her mouth, speechless, while Mao Lam jumped up, ready to help. "Who do you want me to run to for help?" The old man glared, exhaled smoke, and yelled at them. "Who to find?" "Of course, the local authorities, the cops." The two stared blankly, not getting it. He continued, "This is a society ruled by law. Even if he's a third-level spirit master, do you think he can just kill people out in the open?" Duong Mao Lam held his head, grinding his teeth, thinking, if calling the cops worked, would I even have to come here? Suddenly, a guy from the village ran in shouting, "Village chief, strangers have come here." The three immediately thought the third-level spirit master was chasing them, their faces full of terror. Outside the village, Lu Sheng was looking at a map while climbing stairs, spotting the wooden wall and people moving around. He wondered, is this the camp marked on the map? Pretty quiet. Bang! A dart flew at him, but he easily dodged it, letting it stick into a tree behind him. A guy holding a dart watched him warily and asked, "Hey, who are you? How did you find this place?" Lu Sheng said nothing, his sharp gaze ready to attack the dart thrower. Suddenly, Nam Nam popped up calling, "Hey, big bro!" She ran into Lu Sheng's arms, excitedly saying, "You came to Grandpa's house to play with me, right?" Totally caught him off guard. At the same time, Nam Nam's parents, Mao Lam and Minhoa, along with the old man, came out, breathing a sigh of relief. So it was that kid. Lucky! The old man looked surprised at them. "Oh, you two know each other?" Duong Mao Lam asked. "Why are you here?" Lu Sheng quickly replied. "I don't like going with tour groups. I went up the mountain alone, got lost for a bit, and somehow ended up here." "Big bro Duong, you two got lost here too?" Mao Lam answered cheerfully. "Haha, this is my wife's hometown. We come here every year. This time we just happened to be with a tour group." "I see." Lu Sheng didn't question it. The old man smiled approvingly. You've got a pure look in your eyes. I like that. Welcome to the Xianlin camp." "Really?" The guy who threw the dart earlier, now knowing they were friends, patted Lu Sheng on the shoulder. "So you all know each other. Sorry for overreacting. You came just in time, right when the whole Dai family showed up. Later, I'll personally go hunt some beasts. City folks like you definitely haven't tasted this before." "Ha ha, thanks." Lu Sheng let it slide. Then an old lady asked, "Young man, want to buy some crafts from our village?" "No thanks," he replied politely, thinking, this Xianlin camp isn't just any camp. Judging by those families, spirit masters are rare, but this camp has 3. That old man is even at peak second level. Holding Nam Nam, Lu Sheng shook his head in frustration. They're spirit masters, so they must know the value of silver shoes. How should I even start talking? Should I threaten all these people just to grow stronger? No way. Suddenly, Nam Nam got sad and said, "Big bro, we can't play ball together anymore." "My ball's gone," Lu Sheng asked gently. "Huh, gone? I'll help." Before he could finish, he sensed something. That aura belonged to Zheng, Dan Dan, and Lam Tusan. They were here too. Could they be tourists too? Sensing something suspicious, he focused his spirit power into his eyes. No, it wasn't just those two. Nam Nam pointed behind. "There's the ball. That's mine." The ball rolled toward Lu Sheng, who smiled. "Wow, didn't expect you guys to run all the way to this deep, deserted forest." Zheng Dandan and Lam Tusan could only mumble and signal Lu Sheng to run. They were being carried by a muscular man. Right in front was Ngo Tik Kin. He smirked. "You really made us waste a lot of effort." Duong Mao Lam, the old man, broke into a sweat seeing him, asking, "So, this is your trouble? We're screwed this time." Seeing Ngo Tikkin's power, he had to be cautious. This wasn't just a third-level spirit master, but a peak third level. He got ready to fight and told Duong Mao Lam to take the kid and villagers away fast. Dozens of darts flew at Ngo Tishkin under his control. The guy didn't even bother looking. "Did he just freeze the darts with a wave?" he asked the old man. "Is this all you got? Or is this old geezer your backup?" Duong Mao Lam and the old man were stunned. He mocked, "That fake spirit power is a total insult to the title of spirit master." The village chief got furious hearing that. Ngo Tishkin stepped forward, gathering his purple smoke, saying, "Forget it. This time I'll shatter all your hopes, let you taste what real despair feels like." Duong Mao Lam knew there was no turning back, so he decided to go all out. He tensed up, ready to fight. "Ngo Tik Kin, I'm risking everything against you." Duong Mao Lam focused his spirit power, moving iron bombs toward Ngo Tik Kin. Then he decided to go all out against him. He tensed up, ready to fight. Wu Shijing, I'm risking everything against you. Duong Mao Lam tried to focus his spiritual power, moving iron bombs toward Wu Shijing. Seeing so many iron bombs, Lu Qinghe didn't freak out or get scared at all. He just stood there cool, arms crossed, eyes wide open. Then he just flicked his hand, and the spider silk cut those iron bombs into tiny pieces. They fell with a clatter at his feet. Wei Lan was totally shocked. What? My solid iron bomb didn't do a damn thing. Lu Qinghe picked up one of the iron balls and laughed mockingly. Ha! A solid iron weapon and you still want to go head-to-head with me? You really don't know your place. Lu Qinghe shot out a bunch of silk threads. They dazzled everyone around. Fiona worriedly tried to reach the scared little girl, calling for her mom but couldn't. Wei Lan shouted, Lu Qinghe, if you've got guts, aim at me. Bullying women? What kind of badass move is that? Lu Qinghe laughed excitedly. Ha ha, about to die but still got some mouth, huh? He twisted his hand, pulling the silk threads tighter around Wei Lan and the old man, making them wince in pain. Lu Qinghe looked at Trin Dan Dan and Lin Tusan, revealing his plan. I was even going to kill those two girls behind your back and frame you. The space around was full of his spider silk. He continued, didn't expect this place to be so perfect, isolated from the world, so I can take my sweet time. He licked his lips in a creepy way, then looked at the little girl and said, I'll deal with you. Don't worry, your precious daughter, I'll save her for you. Then he laughed like a madman, while the little girl trembled in pure terror. Wei Lan caught on to his meaning. You're saying you can make people into limp puppets? You bastard! Wei Lan was boiling mad, struggling like he wanted to break free, but it was all hopeless thrashing. Lu Qinghe laughed with satisfaction. Ha ha, that's the face I wanted. Ha ha. Lin Tusan watched everything, tears welling up, silently thinking, this is it. He's a top-level third-tier spirit master. This time we're really gonna die on this Oxhead Mountain. She was full of regret, thinking she shouldn't have come here to vent her feelings. Trin Dan was staring at Lu Sheng, standing still in front of them, unwilling to accept it. Are we really gonna die here? I won't accept it. Lu Sheng, if fate allows, we'll meet again in the next life. Lu Qinghe ordered two big guys. Go grab those girls over here. The two guys obeyed and cruelly dropped Trin Dan, and the other down. They shamelessly walked forward toward the little girl. She looked up at the two bad guys in front of her, helpless and trembling. At the most critical moment, Lu Sheng decided to act, cutting all of Lu Qinghe's spider silk with one move. Lu Qinghe was stunned and confused. How did my thick silver spider silk break? Lu Sheng used his spirit power to cut all the threads binding him. The little girl, now able to move, ran to hug Lu Sheng's arm, saying, I can move now. Please save my parents and everyone. The two big guys got angry and charged. Give her up and see if I'll let you go. Lu Sheng laughed calmly, unfazed, and knocked both of them away with a single punch. Lu Qinghe was surprised. What's going on? You're a fifth-tier martial artist? But right after asking, he immediately doubted himself seeing Lu Sheng's weak appearance. No, he looks so frail. No fighting spirit, no inner energy. There's no way he's fifth tier. What the hell did you do? He started activating his spider silk again and said, Could the one who cut my thick silver spider silk be you? Wei Lan, this kid is really your true backup, huh? Wei Lan was confused, not understanding what he meant, just gasping. Lu Qinghe remained confident. No fighting spirit protecting you. You're just some kid with a bit of supernatural strength. Under my thick silver spider silk, your weak body will be sliced like butter. I can't wait to hear your pitiful screams. Lu Sheng confidently held the little girl and said, Don't be scared, I'm here. Tell Lu Qinghe to try me. Lu Qinghe was furious, swinging his arm and shouting loudly, clearly overestimating himself. A giant spider shot straight at Lu Sheng, but he just raised his hand, and the spider was quickly torn apart. Lu Qinghe was shocked. Leader? Fifth-tier martial arts control? Lin Tusan looked up in surprise. Fifth-tier martial arts control? What's that? One hand controlling like that? Oh my god, I've only heard of that level. It's beyond normal people. Like a god. Lu Qinghe's face darkened, muttering to himself, How is this possible? How? Done talking? Before he could finish being shocked, Lu Sheng grabbed his silk threads and pulled him close. Lu Qinghe was confused, wondering, how can he control even my thick silver spider silk? Damn it. Seeing no way out, he decided to self-detonate his spirit power. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. His body swelled as he flew toward Lu Sheng. The village chief shouted, It's over. He's about to self-detonate his spirit power. Everyone here will die from spirit chaos. Trin Dan was watching Lu Sheng with tears in her eyes. What should Lu Sheng do now? Lu Sheng stood still facing the explosion, disdainfully saying, I gotta say, your spirit power is really pathetic. Then Lu Sheng grew huge, easily holding Lu Qinghe in his palm. With a bang, Lu Sheng crushed him, causing him to explode. Lu Qinghe was truly trash. He collapsed in front of Lu Sheng and quickly vanished. What an idiot, bringing disaster on himself. The little girl was tiny but witnessed a terrifying scene. Then Lu Sheng started gathering the silk threads and praised them. The village chief spotted it and shouted, "It's messed up. He's trying to self-detonate his spiritual energy, and everyone here will go crazy and die." Zheng Dan was watching Lu Sheng with tears welling up in his eyes. What should Lu Sheng do now? Lu Sheng stood there on the verge of exploding, but didn't move a muscle, just sneered. "Gotta say, your spiritual energy is pitifully weak." Then Lu Sheng suddenly grew huge, easily able to hold him in the palm of his hand. With a bang, Lu Sheng grabbed him with his hand and crushed him until he exploded. Wu Qijing was truly a worthless name. He collapsed right in front of Lu Sheng and quickly disintegrated. What a dumbass, bringing disaster on himself. Such a small mess, yet witnessing such a terrifying scene. Then Lu Sheng started gathering the strands, praising them. "The stuff's pretty dope." Only now did Lu Qinghe and Alan finally relax, their faces twisted with pain and fear. The weapons were quickly taken back by Lu Sheng. The spiritual weapons made by silver ore, when gathered up temporarily, could still be used. Nam Nam was super hyped, hugging Lu Sheng and praising him. "Wow, bro, you're insanely badass. Thanks for saving everyone," he casually replied with a soft, Shilong and the village chief finally eased up. Shilong said, "Lu Sheng's martial skills are seriously terrifying, and his spiritual power just makes him even scarier." The village chief sighed. Who would have thought? That kid's barely older than a high schooler, maybe just a student. He praised Lu Sheng hard, 17, 18 years old, with cultivation on par with 5th-level martial arts, and senior-level martial skills, that's already crazy strong. But his spiritual power, easily suppressing a 3rd-level Wu Qijing, that's insane. Talents like this keep popping up generation after generation. Our country's about to see a dragon rise. Alan was stunned. How could Lu Sheng be that powerful? Wasn't he supposed to be a useless glutton? Trint Dan gave her a wry smile. Lu Sheng's both handsome and strong. Turns out he's the real genius. Glad I didn't judge him wrong. Ha ha. Shilong crossed his arms and walked up to Lu Sheng, awkwardly wondering how to address him now. He stammered, "Mr. Lu, Lu Sheng saw Shilong's awkwardness and said, "Bro Shi, I just took care of some weirdo. No need to thank me." Suddenly, Lu Sheng remembered the silver ore and said, "Oh right, I need your help with something." Before anyone could ask what it was, Shilong's eyes hardened, and he quickly replied, "Don't worry, I'll do my best." 3 hours later on the bus, Lu Sheng looked outside, deep in thought. The main goal of this trip up Bullhead Mountain was basically done. He looked relieved and satisfied, handing over the silver ore business to Shilong. He'd officially passed the Level 2 Spiritual Weapon Master exam. Now he had a legit way to handle that pile of silver ore. Next up, he'd register for the Spiritual Weapon Master competition. Lu Sheng looked down at Wu Qijing's silver ore with a big grin. Plus, he had an unexpected silver-level spiritual weapon that probably weighed 4 to 5 pounds. Totally a pleasant surprise. Alan looked at Lu Sheng with admiration, amazed at his strength. Without him, she'd probably be dead on Bullhead Mountain. Trint Dan turned to Lu Sheng and asked, "So where are you headed next?" He answered honestly, "The capital's Spiritual Weapon Master Guild. I've got some business to handle." Hearing that, Alan was surprised. Trint Dan's eyes lit up. "The capital? No way, we're headed there too. Perfect, we can travel together." Lu Sheng smiled awkwardly. Aren't you two students from East Ning Martial School? Why not go back to East Ning Province instead of the capital?" Trint Dan was speechless, not knowing how to answer, and Alan was left totally tongue-tied. She sighed and covered for Trint Dan. Dan's family's actually in the capital. Before coming to Bullhead Mountain, she said she'd stop by home. Trint Dan, like a lifeline thrown her way, quickly agreed. Yeah, I was just about to head home anyway." Lu Sheng didn't question it further and replied calmly, "All right, let's go together. I'm not familiar with the capital, so I'll need your help." Trint Dan laughed. "Heh, no problem. You can even crash at my place. Heh." While Trint Dan was chatting away, Lu Sheng sighed and wondered, what the hell am I doing? Am I seriously thinking about dating her? Whatever, I've got way too much to do. I'll leave once we get to the capital. Suddenly, his phone rang. Lu Sheng answered. "Hello?" On the other end, Dong Qingxue said, "Lu Sheng, it's me, Dong Qingxue." He recognized her immediately. "Hey, Dong officer, what's up?" Dong Qingxue frowned and said, "The Kai Ming General Spirit selection is starting early. Where are you? I'll come pick you up right away." Surprised but decisive, Lu Sheng replied, "Early, huh? All right, I'm almost at the capital's bus transfer station." Hearing that, she agreed. "Okay, I'll be there in about 15 minutes. Wait for me." At the capital's bus transfer station, the three of them walked out together. Lu Sheng then told everyone, "I've got some business, so I'm not going to the capital anymore. Let's split up here." Trint Dan looked downcast and asked, "Hey, where are you going then? I can call someone to take you." Suddenly, a commotion broke out around them, everyone's jaws dropping in shock. "No way, look! That's the Emperor's heart from the Wu Kingdom, and it's the new model! Damn, rich people's lives are wild!" A fancy car pulled up right where Trint Dan was standing. A girl ran over and hugged her tightly, calling out, Dan, you're finally back!" Trint Dan was a bit surprised by the girl in front of her. Wen Wei, You guys got here fast. A blonde guy driving the car greeted them. Hey Dan, long time no see. You look even prettier now. Is that your friend? Introduce us. Wait, why is it you? Trink Don frowned at him, annoyed, but reluctantly introduced. This is Alan, my best friend from East Ning Martial School, a level 2 martial artist. Alan nodded lightly. After introducing Alan, Trink Don turned to Lu Sheng. This is Lu Sheng. I met him on the Bullhead Mountain trip. Best friend, she thought to herself. Zhang Danda saw him frown in annoyance, but reluctantly introduced. She's Lin Q-san, my best friend from Wu Dadong Ning, a level 2 martial artist. Lin Q-san nodded lightly. After introducing Lin Q-san, Zhang Dan switched to Lu Sheng. He's Lu Sheng. I met him on a trip to Niutu Mountain. Good friend, she thought to herself. Lu Sheng's got way too many secrets on him. Makes me realize I still don't fully get the dude. The blonde guy glanced at Lu Qinghe and Lu Sheng with a bit of jealousy. Alan, hearing the intro, stepped forward to shake hands with Alan. Whoa, a level 2 fighter? That's badass. Hey there, I'm also a good friend of Qiao Qiao, named Ziwen Alan. The blonde dude jumped in too. I'm Cao Mingliang. If you're friends with Qiao Qiao, then you're cool with me too. Traveling's tiring. Hop in first. I'll wait for you guys back in the capital. Then I'll take you out for a spin. Suddenly, Qiao Qiao spoke up. Wait, your car only has 4 seats. We'll just catch our own ride. Lu Sheng quickly said. No need, my friend will be here soon. It's all good. Alan tried to convince Qiao Qiao. What's the deal, Qiao Qiao? It's just a friend I met on a trip. Do you really have to treat him like that? We're the real friends here. You like him or something? There are tons of handsome guys like that around us, aren't there? Cao Mingliang pulled out his wallet and said with a questioning tone. My bad, I didn't think it through. Getting to know Qiao Qiao, we shouldn't treat him like that. Here, take this. He handed over a stack of cash and caught a ride himself. Qiao Qiao frowned, furious, yelling, Hey, what the hell are you two doing? Lu Sheng saw her anger and patted her shoulder to calm her down. It's okay, I told you earlier. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew away Cao Mingliang's money stack. Lu Sheng said, You're picking me up. From above, a helicopter slowly descended, shocking everyone. What the hell? Dong Tingshui stood outside the door, cool as ice, saying, Get on quick, the street can't handle it. This scene is too sick, straight up fire. Yeah. Lu Sheng heard that and jumped up, grabbing onto the wooden platform. Everyone was wide-eyed in shock. Dong, is that the East Military District's chopper? He's flying it? Lu Sheng waved back at the others. All right then, see you guys next time. The helicopter rose higher and flew away. The blonde girl exclaimed, Damn, this dude's gotta be the street god or something. And the other guy's sweating bullets. Feels like he's some middle-aged lady on a bike who just bought the whole apartment complex in one go. Cao Mingliang was stunned, stammering, Qiao Qiao, who the hell is your friend? Qiao Qiao turned angry, then grabbed Elan's hand and pulled her away. Elan, let's catch a ride back to Liang City. Sorry guys, we're heading to Liang City, not the capital. Got the stops mixed up earlier. Qiao Qiao stormed off, and the other two didn't know what to say. This military chopper moves fast, and below are dense buildings everywhere. Sitting in the chopper, Lu Sheng looked down and said, First time riding a chopper. Down there looks like a Lego toy city. Dong Tingshui smiled and asked, You like it? If you do, you can join our East Military District later. Lu Sheng, clueless, blurted out, I thought you meant you'd give me one. Dong Tingshui stepped forward. You think you're dreaming? I mean, you can ride it every day. If you level up to Grandmaster, become a Major General in the East District, they'll hook you up with your own chopper. Dong Tingshui frowned, thinking this kid's getting even stronger. Now, he's totally unreadable. She said to Lu Sheng, All right, let's get to the point. 3 days ago, all the training camps in the East District provinces officially ended. The chosen ones have been decided. I went through the files carefully. Her expression turned serious. This batch of recruits is stronger than all the previous ones. Tan Xiaokun grabbed the papers and said, Heh, without you, I'd really have to go into battle. Over 80% are prodigy fighters, including 1 elemental control prodigy. Plus, 1 passed the level 2 Spirit Mind Master test, over 20 geniuses at level 3 or higher, and even a level 4 demon beast. Lu Sheng wasn't worried or tense, just casually went, Oh. Dong Tingshui gave a bitter smile, hearing about their strength. Don't you feel anything? Lu Sheng put on a fake serious face. Sounds exaggerated. I'm shook. Tan Xiaokun pointed at him, laughing. Kid, you're so fake. I know for a monster like you, no matter how tough others are, you don't feel a thing. Tell him about the rewards. Hearing rewards, Lu Sheng's eyes lit up like stars, totally hyped. Dong Tingshui started explaining, I know you're into this. This year's selection is special. The East District commanders will all be watching. Plus, this time it's not a draw match. The 2 sides will fight differently against the mutant beasts. Lu Sheng focused hard, staring at his hands, wondering about mutant beasts. They're the strongest enemies in the world right now, appearing from cracks in the ground and sky. These mutant beasts are insanely powerful and endless. Even though countless strong fighters enter the battlefield every year, they can't stop the space humans occupy from being snatched away bit by bit. the Eastern Division chief will come to watch. Also, this selection round won't be a simple draw between two sides anymore. Both of them looked serious because the new method is to fight against the mutant beasts. Lu Sheng listened intently, staring at his hand, wondering about the mutant beasts. They're the strongest enemies in the current world, appearing from cracks in the ground and sky. These mutant beasts are endlessly powerful, unmatched by anything. Even though countless strong warriors enter the battlefield every year, they can't stop the human territory from being gradually snatched away bit by bit. Lu Sheng got to the point, seriously saying, I didn't expect the military zone to let students face mutant beasts this early. Looks like the battlefield situation isn't looking good. Seeing he understood, Dong Tingshui explained, That's right, all the country's strong warriors are trying to break the deadlock, so the higher-ups decided, for future geniuses like you with extremely high success rates, the policy won't be gradual and gentle anymore. Instead, you'll face pressure early on and turn that into motivation on the martial path. Lu Sheng sat there listening carefully. Tingshui continued, If you ask some big shot, only blood and fire can forge true top-tier martial artists. Don't think the selection got tougher, but the rewards got way richer. Lu Sheng let out a pleased hum, saying, Listen up, if you make the top 10, you get a share of mutant blood, and if you're in the top 3, you get direct access to the mutant blood pool. And if you top the Kai Ming General Star, you get to enter the mutant marrow pool. Hearing this, young Lu Sheng was a bit curious. Mutant blood, mutant marrow, what's so scary about that? Dong Tingshui explained, It's a massive energy extract from the mutant beast's body, way better than the mutant meat you ate at the training camp. That was just the simplest processing. Mutant blood is extracted from the mutant beast's cellular fluid. Mutant marrow is the spinal fluid of the mutant beast. This time, Eastern Division is offering only mutant beasts above level 4. This is unprecedented. Tan Xiaojun, who was sitting, suddenly stood up and said, Those in the top 10 get a portion of mutant blood, maybe a few hundred milliliters, but the top 3 get access to the pool, which is basically a whole treasure trove of nourishment, almost unlimited supply. I know you've got a big appetite, kid, so this time you can suck as much as you want. A level 4 mutant beast's lowest market price is already 50 million. The mutant marrow pool, a whole pool of mutant marrow, is worth at least 1 billion. Lu Sheng was both interested and surprised, asking, Such precious stuff is unlimited supply? He thought to himself. The cultivation of the indestructible golden body and refined physical techniques needs tons of energy. If he only used bone pills and spirit marrow blood tonics, who knows how long stage 1 cultivation would take. If he could get huge energy from mutant blood or marrow, it would definitely shorten his cultivation time drastically. This is a golden opportunity. After a moment of thought, Lu Sheng confidently said, Got it, Dong Jiaoguan. Looks like it's already arrived outside. This is the Eastern Military Zone. From above, the zone is surrounded by thick, sturdy walls. Tan Xiaojun stood beside Lu Sheng and asked, So? Pretty intense, huh? Lu Sheng didn't think so. He thought, intense? What's so intense? The future martial base 10,000 years from now is way bigger than this place, yet it's still casually ravaged by mutant beasts. Maybe that's real intensity. The helicopter landed on the courtyard of a building. Young Lu Sheng stepped out and headed to his room. After a bit, Dong Tingshui called him, saying, Lu Sheng, I'll pick you up tomorrow. She looked at him and said, If he needs anything, just use the wall-mounted device and someone will help. Rest well today. Lu Sheng didn't know what to say, so he just silently nodded. Soon after, Lu Sheng returned to his room and relaxed on the bed. After a while, he slipped into a dreamscape. The scene was the same. The girl on the snowy mountain with the ice blocks from before. She still stood there strong and proud. Lu Sheng looked at her, thinking that just standing there looking at her already made him feel fear inside. But then he smiled confidently, ready to challenge her again. Our guy started activating his blood energy boost, then exchanged fiery breaths. The fire flared up. A whirlwind formed around Lu Sheng. The young man's eyes blazed brightly, his spirit radiating like the Ming King. His aura, a powerful, muscular youth. His magical force multiplied tenfold, unleashing a colossal punch. The updated Grandmaster of the Ten Heavens blazed with fiery light. Suddenly, Lu Sheng felt a pain so intense, he broke into a sweat it seemed he had awakened. Lu Sheng sat down in a meditative pose, pondering the talisman. In the end, he still failed, but with everything prepared thoroughly, there was still hope for resistance. This battle sharpened his martial arts even further. His martial path reached a perfect realm, advancing the tenfold martial way another step. Most importantly, he overcame his fear of death, his mind growing firmer and purer. Lost in thought, someone approached the door. Lu Sheng stepped out to open it. Eastern Sect official, Qin Xiaojun, sends his regards. Hey Lu Sheng, how's the rest going? It's all right, he replied. Just feels a bit stuffy and hot in the room. Dong Tingshui told him, no choice. The Eastern Military Zone is set up a few hundred kilometers ahead, right at the front line against the mutant beasts. Many of those beasts release poisonous gas, so the base strictly protects the air quality. Suddenly, she stared at Lu Sheng hesitantly, but Lu Sheng just smiled and said, What's up? Something on my face? No, it's just that you seem a little different today compared to yesterday. Hearing that, Lu Sheng was surprised and said, Oh, maybe I do feel a bit different. Qin Xiaojun agreed with her. Yeah, I feel that too, Dong sect official wondered. Yesterday he was like a jade covered in mud, but today that mud seemed washed clean. It's like a polished jade piece now. Faced with the confusion of the two instructors, Lu Sheng started to pose, replying with full confidence, probably looking even more handsome now. This puberty phase hits fast. Sharper features are totally normal. Lu Qinghe laughed till tears rolled down. Ha ha ha, you got it, man. No shame at all, that's your style. I respect that. Meanwhile, Wei Lan just stood there, speechless. Then the three of them left. On the way, Lu Qinghe asked Lu Sheng, Hey, be honest with me. How sure are you about snagging first place this time? Lu Sheng thought for a moment and said, not that sure. Suddenly, someone approached and said, Hey, isn't that instructor Wei Lan? What a coincidence. It's been ages. Last time we met was just like this, Instructor Wei Lan replied calmly. Shangguan Ling, you're still as annoying as ever, Lu Sheng wondered. These two don't seem like enemies. Hearing Wei Lan's words, Shangguan Ling pointed at Lu Sheng and started making a scene. Ha ha. Lu Qinghe looked at himself thinking, being useless alone is one thing, but apparently, even spotting fresh talent is beyond him now? Is this the kind of person you're looking for? Trying to embarrass our Dongning province? Huh. Lu Qinghe covered his nose and waved his hand like something stinks bad. He told Shangguan Ling to brush his teeth before talking so early in the morning. Wandering around spreading bad breath like this doesn't earn you any merit. He opened a file, flipped through a few pages, then sneered. Could it be that Dongyi province actually has a genius? Oh, not so impressive, huh? Why aren't their names marked on the records? Shangguan Ling chimed in. Oh, interesting. How about this? Let's compete in a match, each betting one part of a level 5 rare marrow, and see whose rep rises higher after the selection. Wei Lan immediately fired back, provoking Shangguan Ling. Ha, the three of us have 3 parts. You only have 1. What's so interesting about that? As soon as they finished speaking, the 3 left, and Lu Qinghe raised his middle finger in challenge. Shangguan Ling, if you got nothing, don't act all cocky, just embarrassing yourself. Wei Lan laughed and walked away, adding, You won't be able to handle this match. Let's go. Shangguan Ling stood there, frowning and grinding his teeth in frustration. After a few steps, Shangguan Ling called out, Hey, wait. He held up 3 fingers and said, Fine, 3 parts it is. We bet 3 parts of level 5 rare marrow. Seeing Wei Lan silent, he sneered, What's wrong? Scared? Or just raising the stakes to dodge the bet? Who's the one who can't handle this now? Ha ha ha. Wei Lan angrily gritted his teeth and said, Fine, I accept. Shangguan Ling smiled smugly. Ha ha, great. Then he patted his subordinate's shoulder and said, Zhao Li, you see that? That's real guts. 3 parts of level 5 rare marrow. That's enough to boost your elemental control talent to a new level. You better thank Instructor Wei Lan. Zhao Li, following orders, put his hands in front of his chest and said seriously. Then obviously, Zhao Li here thanks Instructor Wei Lan first. Lu Qinghe got pissed and shouted, What did you say? Elemental control talent? Damn it, Shangguan Ling, you dare lie to us? If you're an elemental control prodigy, why isn't it on the record? Shangguan Ling laughed like he hit the jackpot. Ha ha, who said you have to put everything on the record? You're just dumb. Better get ready. Those 3 parts of level 5 rare marrow. Ha ha ha. Lu Qinghe was so mad he was shaking like he couldn't do anything. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng stayed calm, and Wei Lan didn't even want to care. As Shangguan Ling left, Lu Qinghe shrank back to his original self, coughed a few times, then said, So? Did you see how well I acted? Felt like I was really acting, right? Wei Lan turned away, mumbling, Ah, everyone hides part of their power on their records. Only idiots like Shangguan Ling think they're the only ones who know that. Elemental control is powerful. I wonder how it stacks up against a level 3 spirit summoner? Meanwhile, Lu Sheng shook his head and told Lu Qinghe, No way. Your expression was way too cheesy, and your moves were stiff. Not good at all. Wei Lan turned his back and said to Lu Sheng, Shangguan and the 2 families from Dongting and Dongqin have never really faced off. That guy is famous for his foul mouth. Every meeting has to involve some trash talk to survive. Our region's never had a genius, so we've always been pushed down hard. That's why all hope is on you this time. Don't mind the bet. I agreed to it myself. If you lose, I'll pay all 3 parts. If you win, my share goes to you. Lu Qinghe added happily, Hey, I'm giving it to you too. After a while, they arrived. Wei Lan said to Lu Sheng, All right, this is the spot. We'll just see you off here. Someone else will explain the selection rules to you. Thanks, instructor. As the elevator doors were about to close, Wei Lan stopped them. Wait. She looked at him seriously and asked, Lu Sheng, Do you really have this selection in the bag? I mean, the situation with Kaiming. Lu Sheng posed like he was deep in thought. Humph, a little, but not much. Wei Lan released the elevator doors, which closed, leaving only the two instructors' questions hanging. Only fools like Shangguan Ling think they alone know the truth. Controlling elements is seriously powerful. I wonder how that stacks up against a level 3 spirit summoner? Meanwhile, Lu Sheng shook his head and told Qin sect official, "No way, that expression's way too cheesy, and the moves are stiff totally off." Dong Tingshui turned her back and said to Lu Sheng, "Shangguan and the two Eastern Qin families have never gotten along. That guy's known for being a jerk, always throwing shade whenever they meet. Our area's never had a genius, which is why we've been pushed down so hard. So this time, all hope's on you. Don't mind the personal stuff that's on me. If we lose, I'll pay triple. But if we win, my share's yours." Qin Xiaojun added cheerfully, "Heh, I'm giving mine to you too." After a bit, they arrived. Dong Tingshui said to Lu Sheng, "All right, this is it. We're just seeing you off here. Someone else will explain the selection rules to you. Thanks, official." As the elevator doors were about to close, Dong Tingshui stopped them. "Wait." She looked at him seriously and asked, "Lu Sheng, do you really have this selection in the bag? I mean, the Kai Ming general situation." Lu Sheng posed thoughtfully. A little, but not much." Dong Tingshui released the elevator doors, which closed, leaving only the two officials' questions hanging. "Is that so? That's not much, right?" Seeing the worried looks on the two examiners' faces, it felt like there was no chance. But then Lu Sheng suddenly smiled confidently and said, 99%. If I suddenly get disqualified from the selection exam now, then of course I won't make the top spot." Inside the conference room, as someone just walked in, everyone stood up and raised their hands to greet. "Master Du. Master Du." He raised his hand, signaling, "Sit down. This old man is none other than Major General, Level 7 Grandmaster Du Feiyi." He sat at the table and asked, "Have the provincial geniuses all gathered?" Dong Jiao quickly reported. They had gathered. The selection using the exotic beasts was completed, and each contestant would enter their own exam path. The contestants had to defeat all the arranged exotic beasts, and whoever reached the finish line first would be the winner. The exotic beasts on each path included 2 Level 2 beasts, 1 Level 3 beast, and 1 Level 4 beast. The most important checkpoint was facing the standard Level 5 Golden Boy Demon Beast. Everyone listening below was shocked. A standard Level 5 beast, and the Golden Boy Demon Beast was the strongest among the Level 5 beasts. Even for field officers, it took 2 people to fight it off. For a bunch of 18-year-old students, isn't that way too hard? Dong Qingshui explained. This standard Level 5 Golden Boy Demon Beast wasn't meant to be defeated alone. They would face it together. Lu Qinghe was the army leader, and facing a powerful enemy by pooling all their strength was the path to victory, even if they were rivals. Du Feiyi frowned and said, "The Eastern Military District guards the second most important area of Long Nation, and it's the second most dangerous front line. Yet it's been ranking last in the National Military District competition for years. If the top martial arts geniuses of the entire Eastern District can't even hold off a single standard, Level 5 exotic beast, then our Eastern District has no future." His face was solemn, and his words were ironclad. The examiners could only swallow their words, speechless. Du Feiyi calmly said, "Let's start and see which talents we have this time." "Yes." A guy sped off quickly. He thought to himself, this selection was the most special in years. He was the hope of Haithon province, fully qualified to become a Lu Qinghe. No sooner had he spoken than he encountered a giant exotic beast. He was startled and panicked. The beast charged quickly, and he was crushed beneath it. He cursed bitterly, "You damn beast, die." The beast pinned him against the wall. He gritted his teeth and bulged his eyes, using all his strength to resist. "Damn it, who do you think I am? I'm the strongest genius here. No way." Judging by the situation, this kid was unlikely to clear the checkpoint. The beast had transformed and taken the upper hand. Inside the observation room, old General Du Feiyi looked at the screen and immediately gave orders. "Lu Qinghe is the brightest new star of humanity. The chosen ones are the country's hope. Just standing out isn't enough. We need to surpass the ordinary." He asked the examiners in charge of security to pay close attention. These kids were the country's future, so don't let them get hurt. Zooming in on the screen, how were the star candidates performing? Let's see how the geniuses among geniuses do. Yes. Switching to the representative genius from Dongzhe province, Kong Ting, 17 years and 8 months old. She was a martial artist with elemental control talent. Kong Ting specialized in electric element control, currently at level 1 elemental control. The second representative was from Jiangzhou province, Jia Haoran. He was 18 years and 3 months old, a level 3 martial artist with spiritual talent. He had passed the level 2 spiritual sorcerer test. Next was the third representative from Shilin province, Xingji. His body muscular and bulky, 18 years and 9 months old, a level 4 martial artist, able to easily fight exotic beasts. After finishing, he smiled confidently. He was a defensive talent. His current talent level was Grade 3 Family Assassin, and he was very confident in his defense skills. Even the exotic beasts hesitated to attack him. One punch from him could blow them all up. Du Feiyi saw this and praised. Not bad, really impressive. These young ones are truly talented, able to easily face level 2 exotic beasts. Even one-hit kill level 3 beasts. This kind of talent would shine in any selection round. Suddenly, while the old general was speaking, he zoomed in on the screen again. He was surprised and exclaimed, Fire Elemental Control. Not bad at all. Why wasn't he given a star rating? Shang Guanling heard Du Feiyi's praise and quickly stood to report to the master. Zhao Li's awakening ability is recent, so the records haven't been updated yet. Sorry, Du Feiyi said. It's okay. Let the actual strength speak. You did well. You've nurtured a good seed. Yes, it's just my duty. Then he sat down, while the other examiners whispered, Humph. Deliberately hiding strength to get a higher rating later. Who doesn't know that trick? Just showboating. Then another examiner hid something too. Old General Du Feiyi watched and was very satisfied. Good, so fast to break through stage 1. Must be close. Just as he was speaking, he suddenly got startled by something else. Huh? What? What the hell is going on with this path's progress? Old General Du Feiyi's voice rang out again. What's happening on this path? Why isn't there even a red dot from a single freak beast? Hurry up and turn on the camera. Lu Qinghe quickly obeyed. The camera screen was turned on. The freak beasts had already been wiped out on the ground. Du Fei was shocked. Only 3 minutes in, not only did he kill all the freak beasts, but his speed was even faster than those 4 elites. He anxiously shouted, and the monitoring room immediately responded, saying, I know who this really is. Lu Qinghe was stunned and said, This is Lu Sheng's battle path. On the screen appeared Lu Sheng's portrait. 3 minutes ago, Lu Sheng stepped into the fight step by step. The young guy's aura was pretty solid. Right from the start, he ran into a giant freak beast with glowing blue eyes and nose, drooling all over. The beast looked like it had been craving meat for ages. Seeing Lu Sheng, it charged like crazy, but Lu Sheng stayed calm, watching. Nobody knew who would end up eating who in this fight. At this moment, Lu Sheng looked determined, clenched his fist, and smiled with full confidence. I've eaten your kind before, and it tastes damn good. He threw a powerful punch at it. A massive energy burst followed Lu Sheng's punch. The punch shook the whole space. Right after, the freak beast exploded on the ground, its body pieces rolling everywhere. The young man sneered. Weak? 2 more beasts crawled out from the door, ready to attack. Seeing their buddy smashed to bits, they went berserk and charged for revenge. One got close, but Lu Sheng crushed it with one hand. It screamed in pain. The other got punched down flat by a single blow from above. Pretty fun. Lu Sheng easily took down those night beasts in no time. He could feel the power inside his body. This ability was kinda like martial arts mastery, but 1 level above that, and way more comprehensive. Mastery condensed power, triggered precisely, knew all weaknesses, like reaching an all-knowing, all-powerful state. Suddenly, a shadowy force appeared from under a boar's feet. Nothing escaped its sight. A 3-eyed fox dashed behind Lu Sheng, but he stayed totally calm, sensing nothing impossible. Lu Sheng just used a tiny stone under his heel to kick that freak beast flying far away. This was true martial perfection. Veteran Du Fei watched through the camera, feeling it was too weird. How could this player be so fast? He had already reached the final gate. Other officials nodded in disgust. Yeah, he looked normal, nothing flashy, but his punches were insanely strong. Every freak beast was taken down with 1 punch, no second hits. Du Fei got curious about Lu Sheng and asked, Got any files? Read them. Lu Qinghe grabbed the file and read. Representing the genius from Dongning Province, Lu Sheng, 18 years old, 3rd level martial artist, gifted in strength type. At this moment, Shang Guanling got itchy and worried. Maybe she was hiding something too. Everyone buzzed, saying there was no bright spot at all. In battle, no special powers showed. His qualities seemed stronger than a normal 3rd level but didn't reach 4th. Hearing the whispers, veteran Du Fei spoke up. So, no one can figure this out? This guy must control at least 4 types of perfect martial arts mastery or higher, with both agility and fist techniques at the entry realm. That's why his fighting power is so crazy. The officials looked tense. 4 or 5 perfect mastery types, including 2 at the entry realm, and he's only 18? Even if he started training since conception, that's insane, right? Du Fei crossed his arms, looking satisfied, saying, It's been a long time since I saw a pure martial arts genius like this. Only back when martial arts first appeared 100 years ago were there many like him. But now, suddenly he's attracted by something else. Eyes wide open, mouth agape. A freak beast clung to the wall behind Lu Sheng, trembling like it was about to attack. Lu Sheng seemed to sense the lurking danger. Suddenly, the beast's clones rushed in fast. They surrounded Lu Sheng. All at once, the clones lunged to pounce on Lu Sheng. Easy? No way. Suddenly, a blue energy swirl formed around Lu Sheng. This was the perfect martial arts mastery aura. He felt the potential of this mastery was scarier than he thought. Then he grabbed one by the neck, happily hoisting the beast up. As he was about to land, Lu Sheng slammed the beast down hard, smashing it against the ceiling. After finishing, Lu Sheng casually walked away. The beast writhed on the ground. Veteran Du Fai couldn't believe his eyes and stood up, saying, "The 4th level Tai Lin report got wrecked just like that." Only now did Du Fai realize, wrong, this kid's fist technique isn't entry realm but mastery realm. Tan Xiaojun stroked his chin with a smile, saying, "So that's what the 99% means. That level of confidence makes sense." Haha. Shang Guanling, the official sitting nearby, remembered the bet from before and broke out in cold sweat. He gritted his teeth in frustration. Tan Xiaojun flipped him off. "Look at this dumbass with the stinky mouth." Meanwhile, Lu Sheng walked on, thinking, that freak beast was the last one in this path, and he'd tested quite a bit of the first limit of perfect mastery. Standing before a door, Lu Sheng felt a strong freak beast aura ahead. He stepped inside the gate. Next up is a bronze demon doll locked inside an iron cage. Lu Sheng finally starts warming up his muscles, grinning and asking, "Is that you? If you're done heating up, then no need to hold back anymore." The bronze demon doll opens its mouth wide and roars fiercely, looking terrifying. But damn, it's ugly as hell. Just like the saying, ugly as a chimp. Lu Sheng raises his fist, looking super badass, and yells, "Tremble before me!" Right in front of Lu Sheng stands a giant level 5 bronze demon doll. Veteran Du Fai rests his chin on his hands, watching the camera screen with tension. Dong Tin Tuyet stands beside him, continuing the explanation. The bronze demon doll for the final stage hasn't been released yet. Once the time's up and all the genius reps arrive, they'll unlock the chains holding the demon doll. After finishing, Dong Tin Tuyet thinks to herself, "Lu Sheng, you've seriously surprised me way too much. I knew he was strong, but I never expected him to be this damn powerful." General Liu Kaming never imagined his once impossible dream would come true in Lu Sheng. Two male officials whisper to each other. With Lu Sheng's strength, as long as other star-ranked geniuses chase him down, there'll definitely be enough people to kill a level 5 demon doll. But the other guy objects? Nah, maybe it doesn't even take that many. Just 1 or 2 supporting him is enough for a shot at killing it. The total score counts how fast they get deeper into the rounds and the value of their contribution after killing the final demon doll. Lu Sheng steps up to the iron cage holding the level 5 demon doll. The 2 officials guess Lu Sheng is the star of this competition. While they're chatting, suddenly the officials are shocked. None of them can believe their eyes, sweating bullets and frozen. Lu Sheng just broke the iron cage holding the bronze demon doll. Even the demon doll looks stunned. Then the demon doll stands up, growling like it's got something to say. Standing before the giant demon doll, Lu Sheng looks tiny. But of course, that doesn't stop his fighting spirit. He waves his hand teasingly, provoking it. "Come on, let me see what you got. What's the difference between a level 5 beast and a level 5 fighter? Hurry up. Don't let others mess with our fight." The official's jaws drop in shock. What? This kid's planning to challenge the bronze demon doll alone? Is he nuts? This isn't confidence, it's straight up arrogance. But another official speaks up. "Wait, don't forget. Based on the strength he showed earlier, his body moves like he's in a different realm. His martial arts are perfect, and the bronze demon doll's specialty is brute force. Brute force here means raw punching power. If he dodges the direct hits, he might actually have a chance." Right after, the giant bronze demon doll breaks the chains. It opens its mouth wide, roaring, eyes rolling back like it's going crazy. It struggles to break the remaining chains, then glares and screams fiercely, showing 2 big, sharp fangs. Lu Sheng starts gathering his energy, preparing to face the bronze demon doll head-on. Boom! A loud explosion sounds as their fists collide with a shockwave. The 2 officials stare wide-eyed, unable to believe it, exclaiming, "What? He's going straight at it?" Lu Sheng's hand is tiny compared to the bronze demon doll. The young guy's fighting a giant chimp's punch, and cracks start appearing all over the ground. Lu Sheng blocks with one hand and defends with the other. Very quickly, the demon doll prepares to throw a second giant punch. Official Shang Guanling laughs smugly. "Haha, this arrogant punk's stupid. Taking a full-on hit from the bronze demon doll? Even if he had 1,000 lives, it wouldn't be enough." Dong Tin Tuyet calls out worriedly, "Lu Sheng." Below in the thick smoke, the bronze demon doll swings its second punch, a massive fist coming down. The powerful fist slices through the white smoke fast, and Lu Sheng braces himself underneath. He counters with a punch. Boom! Another loud blast, the shockwave making the smoke even thicker. Seeing the bronze demon doll fall back, veteran Du Fai exclaims, "Not bad, kid." Flames flare up around them. Lu Sheng looks at the demon doll with interest. "Oh, not bad. Taking a punch with 10 times my power and still alive. You're worthy to be my dinner." Shang Guanling's jaw drops, unable to believe his eyes. A massive firestorm radiates around Lu Sheng. He coldly stares at it, raising his fist. This punch? You can rest easy and die. 10,000 sun bronze heaven. A single punch unleashed. A blinding light so bright no one can see anything. Veteran Dufy watches the screen without blinking. Dong Tin Tuyet is worried but also excited. Then the Bronze Demon King screams in pain. Lu Sheng throws all his punches, sending the Bronze Demon doll flying, the firestorm scorching it. Veteran Dufy can't believe his eyes. Judging by Lu Sheng's fierce stance, he's definitely reached the will of a sect master. Suddenly, he slaps the table, laughing loudly. Ha 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 ha, damn good. In my whole life, I never thought I'd see someone barely 20 years old who's already condensed the will of a sect master. The path to level 7 has opened. Just wait a bit longer, and the East will definitely have another sect master. Veteran Dufy is thrilled and satisfied. A young sect master, Lu Sheng is even stronger than me now? Tan Xiaojun breathes a sigh of relief below. That punk really scared the hell out of me. After Lu Sheng finished off the Kim Dong Ma Vien, he let out a breath. There was no more aura from the freak beast. Looks like this is the final stage. So, it's over already? Kinda boring? Suddenly, a bold thought popped into his head. If it's boring, why not just make myself have fun? So, he sat down on the ground. Dufy Yuk was confused and asked, what's Lu Sheng doing? The boss of the final stage was already killed by him alone. So why hang around? Suddenly, the old man seemed to realize something and chuckled. Ha ha, I get it now. Just let him be. As long as he doesn't threaten anyone's life, he can play however he wants. The officials below were also entertained. Oh man, this talent selection is huge, covering the entire Eastern District. But it seemed like to Du Suzuo, none of that mattered right now. The only person he cared about was Lu Sheng. What do you mean not killing everyone? You mean killing one or two doesn't matter? Not even thinking about that yet. The final boss test, Lu Sheng. Level 3 martial artist, level 3 spirit mind master. Lu Sheng sat there thinking, the Kaimin elite selection is over, now it's Lu Sheng's time to play. While Lu Sheng calmly waited, the other candidates were passing earlier stages to enter the final one. The young guy, Hin Chi, after dealing with the Tai Lin Tiep Bao, felt a dull ache all over. He grimaced, thinking the level 4 freak beast Tai Lin Tiep Bao was seriously strong. His face showed this was a tough stage. Even with his iron body, he couldn't block all the damage. If nothing unexpected happened, he probably passed, right? Hin Chi continued and opened the door to the final stage. A huge space but completely silent, not a sound, no noise ahead, so I'm the first one. Suddenly, he looked up and was shocked. It was the Kim Dong Ma Vien. Once grown, the Ma Vien is the overlord at level 5. In front of him was the Kim Dong Ma Vien with a huge hole in its chest. On its hand sat a young man with his back turned to him. Hin Chi wondered, who is that? Sweat started pouring down as anxiety and caution filled his body. What kind of person could knock out a level 5 overlord with one punch like that? Could it be him? Hin Chi cautiously stepped forward, bowed carefully, and asked, hello, what's the situation now? Am I considered to have passed the selection? Lu Sheng, sitting on the Kim Dong Ma Vien's hand, just said one word, wait. Startled, Hin Chi looked up and asked again. At the same time, the other two doors opened. Kong Ting from Dongzhou province with elemental control talent and Jia Haonian, the long-haired fake from Jiangzhou province with spirit talent, stepped in. These two were super confident. Kong Ting casually blew gum bubbles. Jia Haonian stood there, hands in pockets, looking cool and asked, you're Hin Chi from Shilin province, right? I met you before. Hin Chi turned to look at him. Jia Haonian pointed and asked, is this the final point? What's up with that thing over there? Hearing this, Kong Ting looked closely and seemed to realize that was the level 5 Kim Dong Ma Vien leader freak beast. The three frowned, confused. Hin Chi said no, that corpse is just to scare us. No one here can fight the Kim Dong Ma Vien. Something's off. Jia Haonian immediately asked, then why is he sitting there? Hin Chi had a new idea and exclaimed, I get it. That guy must be the final gatekeeper in our selection process. If we pass his test, we probably pass the stage. Hin Chi's words left Kong Ting and Jia Haonian dumbfounded. Huh? Hin Chi crossed his arms, looking cool like a boss, confidently said, heh, you didn't expect that, huh? Suddenly, Lu Sheng stood up, raised his hand and said, you're very smart. Lu Sheng's face lit up, his eyes glowing blue like he was about to pull off some epic move. Now, I'll give everyone 5 minutes to get ready. 5 minutes later, challenge me, kill me, defeat me. Let's see what kind of skills the Kaimin elite candidates really have this time. Hin Chi laughed, hands on hips. Ha ha, I knew it. Jia Haonian pointed at him and said, looks like for the final stage, we don't have to deal with any freak beasts, just this guy. Lu Sheng standing tall on the Kim Dong Ma Vien's back looks pretty legit, bros. Seeing Lu Sheng's slender scholar vibe, Kong Ting said, but he doesn't even have any fighting aura. I wonder how strong he really is. Hearing Kong Ting, Jia Haonian agreed. Yeah, can't feel any fighting spirit. Could it be the Eastern Military District is underestimating us? The three young guns were super confident, and about stamina, 5 minutes is enough. Now Jia Hao Nian used his spirit mind master ability to sense something, then seriously said, but my gut says his strength is definitely not simple. What's really going on here? Hin Chi argued again. No matter how strong can he be? The three of us represent the top under-18 fighters in the entire East. Why would we be scared of just one guy? Lu Sheng heard this and smiled smugly, thinking his showmanship skills were better than Qin officials. At the same time, the officials watching through cameras had to exclaim, "This kid, wow, he wants to mess with all the candidates at once?" Old General Du Feyuk laughed heartily. Haha, this guy Lu Sheng is interesting. Really interesting. This kid, wow, he wants to mess with all the contestants at once? Old General Du Fei laughed heartily. Haha, this guy Lu Sheng is interesting. Really interesting. Looks like Lu Sheng is about to put on a show. Suddenly, some sect official spoke up. Master, I beg you to end the selection immediately. This can't go on like this. Other sect officials raised their hands in agreement. I agree too. The genius from Dongning province is showing way more power than the others, probably going to cause some serious physical and mental damage that won't just fade away. Tan Xiaojun whistled quietly, thinking, Dongzhe province, Jiangzhou province, Shilin province, so those are the sect officials backing them up. Ha ha, starting to feel bad for my own genius now. Getting wrecked by Lu Sheng's current state is honestly hilarious. Dong Qing Shui thought to herself, ha. When they introduced the 5th level rare beast, no one complained this much. But now that it's Lu Sheng, the reaction's way harsher. That just proves how dangerous Lu Sheng is in everyone's eyes here. After hearing their opinions, old General Du Feiyi stuck to his stance, saying, all right then, have you watch closely and be ready to jump in to protect them anytime. Don't let Lu Sheng kill anyone. Dong Qing Shui immediately accepted the order. Yes, sir. Shangguan Ling was completely drained now. He fell back, eyes wide in disbelief at what he just saw. Why the hell is the kid Dong Qing Shui brought so strong? Just being embarrassed is one thing. But now I'm about to lose 3 high-grade marrow vials. I'm screwed. Totally screwed. Back inside the final stage, Shi Long was blazing with fire, starting confidently. I'm good now. Recovered up to 90%. Jia Haoran added, 90%. Kong Ting smirked, 80%. Dealing with this guy is way too easy. Even if that golden bronze demon garden comes back to life, I'd still have the guts to fight. Lu Sheng's whole body radiated a mysterious blue energy. The young man pointed at the 3 remaining contestants, grinning excitedly. Not bad. That's more like it. All of you come at me together. Beat me, and you'll be the new bright general of this round. Shi Long sneered. All together? No need. I'm enough on my own. As soon as he finished, he jumped up high. Kong Ting looked regretful. Damn, he's taking the lead again. Jia Haoran calmly said, no worries, let him go first. It's a good chance to see the gatekeeper's real strength. But honestly, looking at Shi Long's muscular body, Jia Haoran had some respect, admitting, that guy's seriously strong, probably the strongest among us 3. Shi Long was engulfed in flames, muscles bulging, his hands hardened into fists. Then he charged at Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng immediately activated his innate defense, turning his skin as hard as iron. Damn. Seeing Shi Long's overwhelming power, Kong Ting and Jia Haoran's eyes went wide in shock. This strength, he's peak level 4. At the same time, Shi Long was rushing forward like a missile, but Lu Sheng stayed calm, watching. Shi Long's eyes burned red, filled with determination not to lose. While Shi Long charged with full force, Lu Sheng just blocked with one finger. If you're so tough, try beating me. Even worse, Lu Sheng yawned like he was bored. Shi Long was shocked to see Lu Sheng block with just one finger. What? How is that possible? Then Lu Sheng flicked lightly, sending Shi Long flying far away. He crashed to the ground with a heavy thud. The other 2 teammates were frozen in shock for 5 seconds. The aftershock kicked up dust and debris, making it impossible to see Shi Long's current condition. Lu Sheng looked at the other 2 and said, hey, you 2 really not coming up? Lu Sheng stood on the giant golden bronze demon garden's hand, waiting, while Shi Long lay motionless in the rubble, dust still thick. When Lu Sheng challenged them to join, Kong Ting and Jia Haoran just stood there frozen, not daring to rush in. Both were wary of Lu Sheng's power that quickly took down Shi Long. Jia Haoran was stunned. He took Shi Long down with one hit, and he looked so young. How does he have such insane strength? When Lu Sheng jumped down from the demon garden, both stepped back, sweating cold fear mixed with their limited knowledge. Jia Haoran explained, I heard some fighters get so ambitious when young they recklessly take supplements, messing up their hormones. Their bodies stop growing early, so even past 40, they still look like they're in their late teens. This guy's definitely one of those. Kong Ting nervously said, you mean he looks like he's 17 or 18 but could beat all 3 of us? What kind of immortal youth crap is that? The army's playing dirty for sure, Trying to make us let our guard down? Jia Haoran frowned, tense. Exactly. This is the Eastern District selection. They'll use any trick, but I really didn't expect the final stage to be this insane, even finding a portable medicine box. Seeing them just stand there refusing to attack, Lu Sheng started losing patience, thinking, are these two idiots so dumb the rare beast already fried their brains? Lu Sheng stepped in front of them and asked, done discussing? He smiled and said, how about this? If either of you can make me step back or block one of my attacks, you pass. Sound good? Kong Ting and Jia Haoran stared wide-eyed in shock. Here's the deal. If you two can make me back down or block one of my attacks, you're through. How's that? Kong Ting and Jia Haoran's eyes went wide in shock. Right after that, Lu Qinghe looked like she was about to lose it, her whole body radiating strong blue light, her eyes wide and pale blue, shouting loud, don't you dare underestimate others. Frano also gritted his teeth, his whole body emitting a purple energy, sharp purple spikes appearing around him. Frano unleashed a strike, and those purple spikes quickly shot toward Lu Sheng. Seeing the opponent take the initiative to attack, Lu Sheng looked really pleased, ready to face it. Yeah, that's more like it. In his mind, Frano sneered at Lu Sheng. Bug. No matter how strong he is, underestimating a second-level spirit master will definitely make him regret it. Let's see how he dodges this iron-hard attack. Lu Sheng stretched his hand forward, a powerful energy radiating as he took a defensive stance. Frano's iron spikes were completely useless against Lu Sheng. Right after, you could see many of Frano's spikes were controlled by Lu Sheng, who gathered them into a pile in front of him, then threw them back at Frano. Seeing this, Frano broke into a cold sweat, his face frozen like a dumbass, asking, how is this possible? Then he couldn't stand and fell backward. The iron spikes he had thrown with all his strength were caught bare-handed. Lu Sheng ignored Frano's empty threats and turned to Lu Qinghe with a teasing smile. Your turn now, Pikachu. Lu Qinghe had the power to shoot 10,000 volts of electricity, but suddenly she had to stop. She rolled her eyes in shock. What? Yet Lu Sheng easily grabbed her wrist. He looked at her and said, that's not right. You can't lose focus in a fight. Didn't your instructor teach you that? Lu Qinghe fell down, curious about how he could catch her directly. What kind of speed and reflexes are those? Lu Sheng said calmly, making her freeze for a moment. All right, now shock me. She blinked, confused. Lu Sheng grabbed Lu Qinghe with one hand and waved the other, taunting. Don't get it? Shock me. Use your 10,000 volts. If it's strong enough to impress me, maybe I'll reconsider letting you pass. Lu Qinghe was pissed, frowning and gritting her teeth, yelling, I told you, don't underestimate me. Then she unleashed a massive electric burst. Lu Sheng closed his eyes, feeling it out. Not bad. This is it. He slowly sensed the lightning running through his body, fully channeling his natural breathing technique, turning the lightning power into his own. A loud explosion happened, shockwaves blasting everything away. Lu Sheng's voice rang out. Nailed it. Hearing that, Lu Qinghe blinked dumbfounded. Huh? What did I do? The lightning still crackled around Lu Sheng. The fourth special breathing technique, thunder breath. Lu Sheng turned and stepped closer to Lu Qinghe, praising her. Not bad, not bad. He even patted the girl's shoulder, fully satisfied. Very good. You passed the selection. Lu Qinghe's eyes went wide, mouth agape, totally confused. Huh? What? What did he say? She blushed with joy. I passed the Lu Sheng selection. Only me. I am the Lu Sheng selection. Lu Qinghe jumped up excitedly. Wow, the strongest fighter representing the entire East District under 18, the highest gifted martial genius title, glorious beyond compare. I really did it. She happily turned and raised her hand to salute Lu Sheng. Thanks, instructor. Thanks for your recognition. Did the instructor just call me Pikachu? Then from now on, I'll take Pikachu as my nickname. Lu Sheng laughed happily, saying, Ha, no need to thank me. It's because you're outstanding that I recognized you. Keep pushing. Pikachu. Meanwhile, Frano stood with arms wide, confused, asking, Huh? So she passed? What kind of vague passing standard is that? What the hell? Minton also asked regretfully, Is it just over like that? All my efforts wasted? As Lu Sheng was about to leave, suddenly an instructor walked in. He said to Lu Sheng, Had enough fun? Lu Sheng from Dongning Province was told to go prepare for the Lu Sheng selection commendation ceremony. Why would a freak like you even compete? Those three were seriously cursed. Lu Qinghe, standing behind, itched hearing that. Huh? What does that mean? What's this about him going to the Lu Sheng commendation ceremony? Isn't the Lu Sheng selection me? Isn't he the final gatekeeper of the selection? Frano and Minton obviously couldn't believe what they heard. No way. Him? Then the instructor pointed and explained. You guys misunderstood. He's like you. All contestants in the selection just arrived 20 minutes earlier. He pointed at the Gui Chi. There's no final gatekeeper or anything. Here, the final boss is this level 5 Gui Chi, who got punched to the afterlife by him in one hit. As for what happened earlier, that was just a momentary whim of his. The three were stunned beyond belief. Hearing this, Lu Qinghe almost fainted, and the instructor panicked, shouting, Hey, contestant from Dongzhe province, where's the medic? Hurry over here to save him. Scene shifts to Zhao Lai, the last in the race, who works for the instructor Shang Guanling. He was rushing to catch the demon beast, finally catching it after a long... Caught the beast. After a long, brutal struggle with the freak, he finally snagged it. Damn, a level 4 mutant beast is seriously tough. Lu Qinghe controls fire elements, so the flames quickly blazed up. The mutant beast's screams were quickly roasted black. He even kicked the pile of blackened coals to double-check. Right after, Lu Qinghe collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, sweat pouring down his face, thinking he almost got stuck there. At this point, he was exhausted. His stamina and energy were completely drained. Suddenly, he grinned smugly, but so what? Wasn't this the first time I actually killed a level 4 mutant beast? He ran his hand through his hair, tilted his head back arrogantly. Level 4, not level 3 or 2, but level 4. I can't even believe my own achievement could be this epic. If the officials are watching me through the Ka-Ma selection right now, they must be totally shook by my talent and stamina, right? Haha. Suddenly, an official jumped down and asked, Lu Qinghe from Dongyi province, right? At this moment, Lu Qinghe still had no clue what was going on, striking a cool pose, grinning ear to ear. Oh damn, that sneaky weasel's me. The official looked at the scoreboard and said, Don't move forward. The selection's over. Pack up and get ready to leave with me. Lu Qinghe's results had been successfully uploaded. Hearing this, he brightened up and asked, The selection's over already? How did I do, official? He asked eagerly, hands gesturing toward himself. Did I get first place? Am I the bright general? The official's reply hit him like a cold splash. Huh? What are you dreaming about? The bright general was decided half an hour ago. Hearing that, Lu Qinghe froze, dumbfounded, unable to believe it. The official continued, This selection lasted so long mainly because I wanted to say this was just a joke by Lu Sheng, but after thinking it over, I figured telling you wouldn't make a difference. You're ranked outside the top 5. Now move along. Lu Qinghe felt like he'd fallen into a bottomless pit. What the hell? Outside the top 5? No way. I'm Lu Qinghe, he yelled in frustration. This was his first time killing a level 4 mutant beast solo. The official sighed, unsure what to say to this crazed guy. On the screen was the image of Kong Ting. Old General Du Fei Yi told Dong Ting Shui to add the young lady from Dongzhe province to the mutant blood registry. He shook his head in admiration. That girl's no joke. Kong Ting's official immediately stood up to thank Du Fei Yi, the master. He was thrilled inside. Only the top 3 qualify for the mutant blood registry. Lu Sheng totally deserves first place. The second place ranking is spot on, but third place, Jia Haoran and Kong Ting are tied, though since she's a spirit mind monk, her rarity is higher. He was overjoyed, never expected results like this. Kong Ting, the price you paid was totally worth it. Keep pushing forward. Scene shifts to Lu Sheng, who just entered a room, deep in thought. After leaving the selection passage, he immediately went back to rest properly. He thought he'd be collecting rewards right away. On the table were 4 cans that looked like soda, but they weren't fizzy drinks, they were recovery potions. Lu Sheng grabbed a can with a human head image, turning it over thoughtfully. It seemed to be a healing potion prepared for him. Did the medicine of this era actually work on me? He thought it wouldn't, but he still popped the top and downed the whole can in one go. It was like a high-grade energy drink, clearing his useless brain fog. Lu Sheng opened another can, waving his hand, annoyed by the smell. The recovery was going to take even longer. 2 cans, not nearly as good as the stuff I brew myself. Then, maybe from the medicine kicking in, he quickly lay down on the bed to think. Wonder how Ha Ling Su's spirit blood enhancement is going. It's been a while since they last contacted. Time to feel the cultivation method again. Lu Sheng quickly sensed electric currents running through his body. He looked at his hands and noticed his thunder breath combined the strengths of fire and wind breaths, moving faster and hitting harder, though still not maxed out on either. Basically, it's a super strong, balanced breathing technique. Lu Sheng sighed, wondering, Man, did I push myself too hard? Kids my age like Zhou Tinggu and Liu Kaiming are just normal students, playing games or dozing off in class. Thinking that, his mind grew heavy with worries. Not everyone lives like that, right? What does the future 1,000 years from now have to do with me? I'll be dead by then? Probably won't even have descendants. Don't even know if I'll live a full life. Wouldn't it be better to just live happily and chill? But suddenly, his hand clenched tight, determination flaring up. If I've seen it with my own eyes, how can I pretend I didn't? If I've made a choice, why quit so easily? I'm not just doing this for humanity 1,000 years from now, but for myself. Lu Sheng looked at his fist, resolute to give it his all. Even if it means breaking bones, he'd go all in. Not everyone gets to own the place they go to, the things they see, and burn with passion for it. After thinking it over for a while, he stood firm, hands crossed over his chest, full of hope, certain this was his choice. Time to shake off this boredom and keep grinding. Then Lu Sheng quickly opened the system to check his history info. The screen popped up. Name Lu Sheng, male, lifespan, martial rank, June 297, Martial Path August 432, Martial Path Power Level 7. Then the info board showed Lu Sheng's life story. At 18, he became a Level 2 martial artist, shaking up White River City. Later, introduced by the White River City Martial Artists Association, he joined the Dongning Province Genius Training Camp and snagged first place. That same year, he entered the Kai Ming General Star selection, earning the title Kai Ming General Star. Lu Sheng read and thought it over. His personal data wasn't much different from before, just with a brighter background story. His power still capped at level 7, Grandmaster, but his rating bumped up to 3.5 stars. Maybe that's because he chose to join the Eastern Military Zone, but also because fighting giant beasts caused him to die 20 years earlier. If he hadn't died, could he have broken through to level 8 Grandmaster? When the info hit the family status section, something felt off. Looking at the spouse section, Lu Sheng's eyes went wide in shock. There was a wedding photo of him and his wife. Damn, that's Lu Qinghe, the Eastern instructor. Who would have guessed this? Lu Sheng was flustered. No way. Lu Qinghe's older than him, and almost 30. Ever wonder why Lu Qinghe looks so young? Because martial world folks stay youthful thanks to cultivation. The photo showed a weird scene. Lu Qinghe holding Lu Sheng in her arms. He couldn't wrap his head around how he could marry her. Isn't that like an old bull grazing on fresh grass? This is just crazy. Next came a steamy pic that made Lu Sheng sweat bullets. No way. Thinking back, after joining the Eastern Military Zone and becoming a Kai Ming General Star, it made sense he'd often be with her. In Lu Sheng's mind, instructor Lu Qinghe secretly admired him. His whole body trembled, thinking about how their past connection plus future feelings could make this real. Damn, instructor Lu Qinghe might actually become his wife, and he'd never be able to look her in the eye again. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Lu Qinghe kept sighing non-stop. Lu Sheng staggered down the road, swaying like crazy, his moves screaming, "I gotta find someone to vent to." Then he saw ahead and froze, but quickly calmed himself. Chill, chill. The female martial gods on the other side. Over here, people were gathering to get their awards. Du Yu and the instructors had the prizes ready. Of course, the main guy, Lu Sheng, couldn't miss this. The place was packed and buzzing. Old General Du Yu saw Lu Sheng and said, "If everyone's here, let's get started. Lu Sheng, come up here." A golden badge with the number 49 was pinned on Lu Sheng's chest by Du himself. The young guy looked sharp and handsome now. After pinning the badge, Du said, "This material's just like a Grandmaster badge, only the design's different. Hope one day you'll wear the real Grandmaster badge." Looking straight into Du eyes, Lu Sheng quickly promised he would. Then he saluted confidently, knowing that day wasn't far off. Du laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, all right, I'll wait for that day." Instructor Qin Xiaojun heard this and Du friendly gesture, then said, "Lu Sheng dares to say that, but he doesn't come off cocky. It's like he's just stating the obvious." Lu Qinghe thought to herself, every year the Eastern Military Zone has Kai Ming General Stars, but Lu Sheng's the first to get treated like a Du Master sitting in the present. Next, they announced the top 10 would each get a special prize, a vial of rare blood. The top 10 players were hyped to grab this unique reward. Old General Du pointed and said, "Lu Sheng and the top 3, come with me. Everyone else, disperse." The atmosphere was electric. This was it, the rare blood lake and rare marrow lake. Kong Ting was just as excited, saying this Kai Ming General Star reward was the richest ever. Jia Haoran was thrilled. Usually only the top 3 could enter the rare blood lake, but because of Lu Sheng, the Du Master broke tradition, so all 3 of them got in. That was awesome. Below, Zhao Li's eyes welled up with tears of frustration. The rare blood lake only gave him a tiny bit of rare blood. Damn it, his instructor even made him hand over 3 parts of the rare blood if he lost. Maybe that's what he's paying back now. This guy's got the ultimate instructor guiding him. After a bit, they reached the rare Blood Lake entrance. Old General Du asked the gatekeeper, "Ready?" The guy replied immediately, "All set. Can enter anytime." "All right, everyone in." Once inside, the group saw a huge glowing orb overhead that made them sweat cold. Old General walked a bit more, and then stopped. "All right, everyone, come on in." As they stepped inside, the whole group saw a huge head overhead sweating buckets. The Old General walked a bit further, then stopped. "This is the spot." He walked over to the 3 blood supply pods and said, "You 3, strip down and get ready to sit in the nourishment pods." Jia Haoran and Xingji were hyped, like they just hit the jackpot, quickly replying, "Yes, sir." But Lu Qinghe was a bit shocked. "What? Strip right here?" Still, she quickly took off her clothes, the reward too tempting to resist. "Whoa, this is grade 5 blood." Lu Qinghe, now only in her bikini showing off her hot body, didn't care about anything and blurted out, "The whole pod is just for me to absorb? This is way stronger than the other blood." She then laid down in the blood supply pod. Nearby, the old general said to the young man, "Lu Sheng, come with me. I'll take you to the marrow pool." General Du Fei and Dong Tingshui led him into the marrow pool. Lu Sheng looked around at the marrow and then asked, "This is the marrow? Why is it only half full but the seams are bursting? I'm a general. I can't be petty like this, right?" His future wife replied, Only half? Do you know how much this marrow costs? Over 1.5 billion. This is just the base version. If sold, it'd go for at least 10 times that. Lu Sheng was stunned and asked again, 1.5 billion? Damn. What if this isn't enough for me to absorb? Can I get 100 more? Dong Tingshui laughed and said, absorb this first, then we'll see. No one's ever absorbed this much before. She turned and said, hurry up and get in. Absorbing this marrow isn't a simple thing. Lu Sheng replied, got it. Let's get started. The young man quickly stepped into the marrow pool, showing off his ripped, muscular body. His future wife, aka the heavy hitter Dong Tingshui, pressed the start button and thought, this dude's muscles are kinda rough and messy, but damn, he's clearly been grinding hard. Inside the marrow pool, Lu Sheng felt like he'd entered another dimension, the marrow's power hitting him hard. He gritted his teeth. Yeah, this is marrow, crazy strong, like a living creature crawling inside my body. No wonder they say you can't absorb it all at once, the strain's insane. Just then, his eyes turned white-blue. Bring it on, I'm taking all the beast power for myself. A mighty blue dragon appeared around Lu Sheng, fierce as hell. The scene cut to the blood pods of Lu Qinghe, Jia Haoran, and Xingji. Jia Haoran was straining to absorb, then he gasped. Is this really grade 5 blood? The monitor on the pod showed good absorption results. The instructor said, not bad, one pod's almost fully absorbed by him. No wonder he's a level 2 spirit master. He wiped his hair with one hand, clenched his teeth with the other. This blood really drains you, but sadly, he can't absorb any more for now. What about the others? Jia Haoran asked. The instructor replied, they haven't come out yet. You're the first, but don't get down. Your strength comes from spirit power. This talent pool is just a bit weaker. You and the others aren't on the same path. That hit him hard, but he still smiled. Haha, true that. Lu Qinghe's pod opened, drenched in sweat, panting hard. She looked at her palm and felt amazing. Absorbing all that blood, she could feel herself about to break into level 4. Her talent had also leveled up. This is seriously awesome. The instructor admired her. Absorbing a whole pod, her talent's no joke. Then it cut to Xingzhe, stepping out, sitting up and exclaiming, hell yeah, my whole body's burning up. This blood is legit treasure. I just gotta push a bit more, and I'll break into level 5. The instructor laughed. Haha, you really are a legit genius. Only 1 year and you jumped from level 4 to 5. I took almost 10 years to break through back in the day. The younger generation's way better. You're all set. Get in. Swap out, then head back. Suddenly, Jia Haoran ran over, pointing at Xingji. Xingji? He hasn't even finished absorbing his pod, and he's about to break through? Xingji ignored him and walked off. The instructor answered Jia Haoran for him. He already absorbed 1 pod. This is his second. Jia Haoran's eyes went wide, mouth dropped. 2 pods? That means he absorbed 2/3 more blood than us in about the same time. Jia Haoran sighed. Ha, I was already no match for Xingji. Now the gap's even bigger. Lu Qinghe nearby mocked Jia Haoran. Strength isn't just about levels. There's always a gap between geniuses. While Jia Haoran and Lu Qinghe admired Xingji, he suddenly jerked back, shocked by what he saw. In front of him was the marrow pool scene, and he gasped. What? How is this possible? The amount of marrow he's absorbing is insane. Can't believe it. While everyone else finished absorbing the blood, Lu Sheng was still inside the marrow pool. Everyone was focused, ready to help if anything went wrong. Du Fei asked, how's it going? Still smooth? Dong Tingshui replied, very smooth, just that the marrow's burning up a bit fast. Unbelievable. While everyone else had finished absorbing the mutant blood, Lu Sheng was still absorbing in the mutant marrow room. Everyone focused intensely, watching closely and ready to assist if anything went wrong. Du Fei asked, how's it going? Still smooth? Dong Tingshui replied, very smooth, just the mutant marrow is depleting a bit fast. It's already a quarter done. Seeing Lu Sheng's absorption ability was really good, but Du Fei Duke said, even though he's doing better than others his age, he's still just a kid. Dump all the reserve e.g. marrow down, try to get the best results. Suddenly, the marrow chamber made a clicking sound. The operator panicked and reported, not good, not good. Something big is happening. The e.g. marrow in the reserve chamber had already been completely poured out here. The current chamber contains the last bit. The marrow is rapidly depleting. Old General Du Fei Duke was also very surprised. What? When I broke through to Sectmaster, I only absorbed half a chamber. Then he pointed and ordered, hurry, go search the storage for more. Dong Ting Tuyet replied, yes, and send people to bring more e.g. marrow from storage. Du Fiduk moved closer to the chamber, looking at Lu Sheng through the glass, thinking, I want to see just how big a surprise this kid can give me. Quickly, more e.g. marrow was added to the container. Inside, Lu Sheng kept absorbing the marrow, a golden glow rapidly spreading all over him. He was training his refined body while absorbing the marrow. The chamber glowed golden from all sides. The marrow kept dropping fast. And of course, as long as he kept absorbing, the marrow was continuously replenished. Huge barrels of e.g. marrow kept pouring in. The marrow in the chamber kept shrinking. Naturally, all of it was quickly absorbed by Lu Sheng. Everyone was terrified at how fast the marrow was disappearing. It was gone right after being poured. Someone reported, "Master, should we keep going?" Du Fi's face was resolute as he said firmly, "Keep feeding the kid. Let him eat all he wants. I don't believe he can absorb all the marrow from this entire military district. Pour it all into the container." Giant barrels of EG marrow kept pouring in non-stop. Unbelievable. The insane energy this marrow brings might finally help me complete the immortal golden body stage. And this is just 4th grade marrow, it's already this terrifying. If it were 5th, 6th, or even 7th grade, I can't even imagine. The operator asked again, "Should we keep going?" Dufaiduk suddenly collapsed to the ground, probably from a blood pressure spike. His hands trembled, but he stayed firm in his decision. Keep pouring until he stops absorbing. Damn it, if this brat doesn't join my Eastern Military District later, I'm gonna skin him alive. Because one bottle costs $1 billion, and I've already spent $10 billion, and that's just the base price. Inside the storage, Lu Sheng clearly felt his body changing. It felt like volcanoes erupting inside, his blood boiling like lava, his bones glowing bright yellow, dazzling to the eyes. This is internal energy. I've officially passed level 3 and entered level 4 martial artist. Lu Sheng looked at his hands excitedly. His upgrade from level 3 to 4 was totally different from others. They just barely generated internal energy. But I not only have internal energy, I've also successfully refined the first stage of the immortal golden body. This physique means I've made a huge breakthrough. My whole body's fighting power has improved insanely, like never before. The golden glow lit up the entire chamber, cracking the protective glass. The marrow operators were terrified. Doofy Duke was amazed. Lu Sheng already absorbed all the 4th grade marrow. The entire military district's reserves aren't enough for just him. Old General Dufai Duk was full of hope seeing this. Oh man, is there a black hole hiding inside this kid's body? What the hell is this monster? His future wife, Dong Tin Tuyet, just held her breath, her cheeks unconsciously flushing red. Inside the chamber, smoke thickened. Then suddenly, Lu Sheng sat up, golden light blazing throughout the room. Then he quickly put on his clothes, feeling like he'd grown taller. Kong Tin, Hin Chi, and Jia Hao Nian watched outside, trembling in disbelief. Hin Chi gritted his teeth. Why? How can he be so strong that I have zero chance to catch up? No, I mean, he's strong beyond what I could even imagine. Why? If even Hin Chi can't imagine it, then what hope do Kong Tin and Jia Hao Nian have? They just stood there, speechless. Seeing this, future wife Dong Tin Tuyet sighed. Lu Sheng, you're already stronger than me, and it's been less than 2 months. This is seriously insane. Suddenly, old General Dufai Duk shouted at Lu Sheng, making the young man freeze. Dufai Duke's voice rang out again. "Take this move!" His eyes narrowed fiercely. The old general's power was no joke, blue energy radiating all over him. Dong Tin Tuyet shouted anxiously. Young master Lu Sheng is super confident, his whole body burning with fire. Lu Sheng clenched his fists fast, then got ready to block the attack, flames blazing wildly. Doofy Duk was full of satisfaction. Good job, kid. You've got some of that old spirit. Their 2 moves clashed with a thunderous boom. The operators in the marrow room scattered in panic. Shockwaves blasted everywhere. Hin Chi was stunned. Whoa, is this a fight between 2 sect masters? Lu Sheng was pushed back, sliding a long distance. The guy staggered. Then the young dude rubbed his head and said, "Master Du, the power you're using is way too much. I just broke through to level 4. At that moment, he landed and wondered, "Level 4. Haha, golden bones and jade marrow. A master level figure. Your combat power isn't any less than 500,000. Kid, you still say you just hit level 4? Lu Sheng shrugged and replied, "But I really am level 4. Suddenly, Doofy Duk lost patience and got angry. "I don't care if you're level 4 or not. I absorbed nearly 15 billion units of my strange marrow, and one punch to you was still light. You want me to give you another punch? Or what?" At this moment, the strange marrow room was a total mess, and the young Lu Sheng was sweating bullets. Then Qin Shaojun saw Lu Sheng block a punch from Master Du and had to clutch his head, eyes wide, mouth agape, saying, "Hey, is this for real? Master Du is a legit level 7 master. The combat power of one direct punch is at least 1 million, yet Lu Sheng blocked and completely neutralized it. Kong Ting, Jia Hao Ran, and Xing Ji were all sweating buckets. Kong Ting's eyes rolled back, and all 3 were left open-mouthed in disbelief. Lu Sheng walked away looking all handsome and cocky. Jia Hao Ran was trembling and pointing, like he wanted to laugh till he cried. "Ha ha ha! Are we seriously competing with a dude like this? Never before have I heard of a Kai Ming elite this terrifying." Kong Ting was so scared he nearly fainted, his soul leaving his body. Dong Ting Shui glanced over, watching Lu Sheng while listening to Officer Quan Tan talk. This kid Lu Sheng is even stronger than me now, and he's only 18. He hasn't even joined the final exam yet. Suddenly, Qin Shaojun's eyes went wide in shock. He jumped and shouted, "Wait, the final exam?" Dong Ting Shui heard this and started thinking. After a moment, Dongting Shui looked super satisfied, saying with confidence, the next Dragon Ascender has got to be Lu Sheng. Xingji still had some worries. Even though I knew he was stronger, I didn't expect such a huge gap. Super combat power of 500,000. A level 4 martial artist already has the power of a peak level 6. What about when he hits level 5 or 6? His combat power will probably break 1 million straight up, not just a master but way beyond a master. Plus, he's already shown his master's will. His path as a master is laid out. Just thinking about it makes me realize Lu Sheng is seriously insane. Xingji sat down, wondering, even the amount of strange marrow he absorbed is way more than mine. Is the gap between us really this huge? Nearby, Lu Sheng felt a bit embarrassed in front of old General Du Fai Duk. He scratched his head and said, I absorbed 1.5 billion units of strange marrow? Yeah, haha, Master Du, you're too generous, hehe. Du Fai Duk returned with a serious face and replied, fine, no need to thank me. When you hit the battlefield, kill plenty of strange beasts. Don't waste the strange marrow from my eastern military zone, got it? Lu Sheng confidently showed his determination. Of course, killing enemies in battle is every martial artist's mission, especially since I've got so many resources, I have to contribute even more power. Du Fai Duk smiled with satisfaction. Being righteous and not picky is kinda like the original master in some ways. He turned his back and laughed loudly. Next time we meet, you'll probably be a master already. I look forward to that day coming soon. Dongting Shui, Lu Sheng's future wife, approached and told him, the Kaiming elite phase is basically over now. You can fully focus on the final exam. She asked if Lu Sheng had thought about which university he wanted to apply to. He asked, does Officer Dong have any good suggestions? Hearing that, Lu Sheng seemed a bit confused by Dongting Shui's meaning. She advised him, with your current strength, you can pick any martial university in Long Nation's eastern region. The best university in our eastern zone is Dongning Martial University. Since you're from Dongning Province, you'll get huge perks and benefits in every way once you get in. The young man put his hand on his chin, eyes wide, thinking it over. Dongning Martial University, that's Dongting Shui's old school, right? Then Dongting Shui continued. If it was a month ago, I'd definitely tell you to go to Dongning Martial University. Dongting Shui confidently raised a finger. But now, I suggest you go to the capital, because the capital has 7 sacred martial universities, the root of Long Nation's martial path, a place that's super developed. The top martial talents from all over Long Nation gather there. It's the real Longban Lake. Dongting Shui even used body language to emphasize her point, saying that if Lu Sheng could break the sacred martial tower record, he'd gain the respect of the martial saints. Entering the martial saint gate, he could likely break through to level 8 Grandmaster. Hearing this, Lu Sheng got super curious and exclaimed, Martial Saint. Dongting Shui looked at him, frowned, and then said, Martial Saints are the peak of this world. They possess martial power beyond imagination and absolute authority, even ruling over armies and nations. She introduced, right now, Long Nation only has 3 level 9 martial saints. Ultimate Martial Saint Zhaoji, Bright Jade Martial Saint Tan Zhongyu, and Dark Star Martial Saint Lin Zhenyue. Lu Sheng listened and started sweating, thinking hard. The fire system shows the strongest level in this world is level 9, meaning martial saints are the absolute top. Dongting Shui continued, so I can't decide for you, because I can feel it. Looking at Lu Sheng's vibe, she said full of hope, your future can go way beyond everyone else, maybe even beat Lu Qinghe. Hearing this, Lu Sheng broke out in a cold sweat. Damn, didn't expect Lu Qinghe to think about me like that. His eyes turned icy cold. 9th level martial saint, with 3 supreme level 11 martial arts techniques, his future definitely can surpass those martial saints. Shilong, standing nearby, overheard their chat and thought, that hope seems kinda high. Lu Sheng is only level 4 now and already not losing to a 9th level martial saint, but he quickly dismissed his own thought, maybe my vision's just too narrow. That talent he's got? I'm hearing about it for the first time, so it's not a sure thing yet. Lu Qinghe continued. In the entire army of Long Nation, Grand Origin Masters are the highest rank, and they only reach 8th level Grand Masters. As for 9th level Martial Saints, there's not a single one. Lu Sheng asked her, why none? Isn't it just 1 level difference? Can't the whole army's effort help one person break through? Shilong stepped in and said, it's not as simple as you think. Creating an 8th level Grand Master already drains all the top tier resources of the army. We basically have no idea how many resources a 9th level would consume. The gap between level 8 and 9 is unimaginable. Lu Qinghe's face darkened as she added, getting a 9th level martial saint was my old wish, and also the army's wish. She looked at him and said, so as a colonel in the eastern military region, I advise you to stay in the east. That way, later on, you're more likely to join the military region. Our wish shouldn't be a chain that binds you. Your path should be your own choice. Hearing this from Lu Qinghe, Lu Sheng suddenly remembered his wedding photo with her. At that moment, he broke out in a sweat, lowered his head, and exhaled deeply. Then he clenched his fist confidently. Thank you, Colonel Lu Qinghe. Thank you for caring about me. Like I promised, do master, stepping onto the battlefield to protect our country is a lifelong duty for a martial artist. I will never forget the support and care from the Eastern Military Region. Hearing this, Lu Qinghe felt really happy. Then her cheeks flushed adorably red. That's good. I could totally fall for that. Shilong saw both of them facing each other with faces red like tomatoes and was totally confused. Shilong widened his eyes, covered his mouth with one hand and said, Whoa, what kind of scene is this that even you're blushing like that? Lu Qinghe continued chatting with Lu Sheng. The recruitment for Lu Sheng was done, and there were still a few days before the college entrance exam, so he planned to use the time to pass the Spirit Swordsman Association's test to smoothly log into the Spirit Network. Lu Sheng nodded and smiled. All right, I'll pack up and head out soon. Lu Qinghe hesitated as he turned his back, like she still had something to say. When Lu Sheng walked out the door, Shilong came over to tease Lu Qinghe. Hey, we've known each other for years, but I've never seen you show that kind of expression before. You got a thing for Lu Sheng, huh? Lu Qinghe blushed and pretended to tap on her tablet, replying, What nonsense are you talking? I don't have feelings for him. No way. Then Shilong got two cartoonish bumps popping up on his head, while Lu Qinghe got mad and stormed off. She ran quickly to a wall and hid. Then, her face turned red like a tomato as she thought about Lu Sheng. Oh man, they say when girls say no, it actually means yes. The next day, somewhere in Dongning province, a helicopter was hovering low. The engine noise echoed all around. On board were Lu Qinghe, Lu Sheng, and Shilong. The helicopter door was open, and the wind was blowing hard. The roaring wind mixed with the engine noise made talking hard. Lu Qinghe stood behind and shouted, Lu Sheng, are you sure you want to get off here? Lu Sheng was already standing at the door and replied, Here's fine, it's dizzying. Lu Qinghe worried about her young Lu Sheng and suggested, Then wait for the helicopter to land a bit. I'll drop a rope down. But Lu Sheng didn't get the hint. He quickly said, No need. Right after, he leaned back and waved goodbye. Goodbye, Colonel. Hey, dude, there's also Colonel Shi on the chopper, but you only say goodbye to your future wife, Lu Qinghe. Seeing Lu Sheng drop down below, Lu Qinghe worried a lot and didn't hesitate to stand at the helicopter door looking down. From up high, Lu Sheng looked tiny in the vast forest. Very quickly, Lu Sheng was close to the ground. Shilong saw this wild, thrill-seeking stunt and exclaimed, Bro, that kid's got no fear of death? From here, it's at least over 200 meters to the ground. And he's got no parachute on his back? Lu Qinghe tried to calm Shilong and herself, though inside she was super worried about Lu Sheng. It's okay. He definitely won't fall to his death. Don't forget, he's way stronger than me. Hearing this from Lu Qinghe, Shilong felt a bit less worried. True. But that guy's crazy. Lu Sheng dove down fiercely, his whole body wrapped in a dazzling golden glow. Below in the forest, a boy and a young man were moving. The kid spotted the scene and pointed upward, stammering. The young man next to him shielded his eyes to see what it was. The kid looked terrified, grabbed the young man's hand, and asked, Wow, that's a superhuman. Lu Sheng was speeding through, his aura growing stronger, a bit surprised. Looking again carefully, the orange-clad youth answered, No, that's a martial artist. A seriously strong one, at least level 6, maybe even a martial path grandmaster. Flying, Lu Sheng felt his whole body skin, muscles, bones, even his internal organs undergo a massive transformation. He completely surpassed the normal level 4. His innate defensive talent compared to level 5 or even level 6 martial artists was insanely powerful. A drop of water falling from high up would shatter on the ground, and a rock would too. It only cracked the surface. Boom! A loud bang shook the earth and sky. Dust filled the air. This was Lu Sheng landing. The youth was surrounded by a dazzling aura and swirling dust. When the dust cleared, Lu Sheng stood tall and firm. Behind him was a huge crater. He looked off into the distance that was Dongning City. Lu Sheng's body moved, and after level 4, his force spread throughout his body. Even though his internal force kept generating, he thought it might take a month to fully produce it all. But strangely, his internal force was golden in color. The internal energy of other martial artists was colorless, just like Dufai Duke said before golden bones and jade muscles. The image of a grandmaster showing the overwhelming power of the immortal golden body. Lu Sheng chuckled with delight. It was the golden light effect every time he struck. This style was seriously awesome. Top tier, the Dongning province is just ahead. Gotta rush to the Spirit Sorcerer Association to finish the assessment, so logging into the Spirit Network gets way easier. Word is, if your assessment results aren't bad, you can even score extra points for the tournament. Just thinking about it, Lu Sheng dashed off fast. The guy in orange and the kid just happened to see this scene. Both couldn't believe their eyes. Mouths wide open, sweating bullets. Way too young. Seriously, way too young. This is basically impossible. He definitely must have used some tech trick to fall into the safe zone like that. Just as they thought that, Lu Sheng was already gone. The orange-clad dude froze, unable to believe what he'd just seen. So this time, the orange guy told the kid a different story to make it sound more believable. No superheroes here, just filming, kid. Pretty soon, Lu Sheng arrived at the Spirit Sorcerer Association. Besides the guy standing next to Lu Sheng, there were 2 girls and a bald old man checking things out. Seeing the bald old man playing with a purple orb and a stream of energy, Lu Sheng thought to himself, this must be the test. The orb then turned pink and swayed between the old man's palms. He was trying super hard. Almost there, just don't touch it. Right after he said that, the orb bumped into a blue wall on one side and cracked. Then the orb turned purple again and rolled on the floor. The bald old man grabbed his head and yelled, failed again. Little Lee, standing nearby, was taking notes. The old man's eyes were pale white, his face full of disappointment. He'd already tried 6 times. Then Little Lee turned and told the bald man, you're at that age, breakthroughs are tough. Just go home, no need to come back next time. Little Lee continued the announcement. Fi, it's your turn. You're on your 3rd try, right? Seeing Little Lee thinking she'd failed too many times, Fi stepped up and fired back. So what? What's it to you? When I was 20, I was a level 1 spirit sorcerer. Now at 25, failing level 2 is totally normal, right? Then she turned to the bald man and said, that uncle's almost 50. Totally different. Okay. Little Lee didn't bother arguing and said, all right, you start. Suddenly she stopped. Who's this kid? Jing Xian next to her introduced him as the lieutenant from the Eastern Military District, coming to greet properly. Shui Fi saw him and exclaimed, so young, and he's a spirit sorcerer too. No wonder handsome guys always get attention wherever they go. Shui Fi winked at young Lu Sheng. She propped her chin with one hand, staring at Lu Sheng for a long time without blinking, thinking to herself, but this little bro is pretty handsome, huh? Then she leaned in to greet him. Hey little bro, I'm Shui Fi. Didn't expect you to be a spirit sorcerer at such a young age. First time taking the test? If you don't get something, just ask me. I'll teach you. Lu Sheng replied coldly. Thanks. Yeah, it's my first time here too. That was the test content just now, right? Shui Fi explained to Lu Sheng. Right. There are 3 parts total. First, use machines to test the intensity and purity of your spiritual power. Then test your control. Within the time limit, you have to manipulate small, solid iron spheres by the required number and get all of them through a glass wall without touching it. But this glass wall is super thin and fragile. Even a light touch from the iron spheres will shatter it. The guy earlier was doing the level test. Only need to pass 1 layer. I'm level 2. Gotta pass 5 layers. Then Shui Fi sighed. Level 1 is still easy. Level 2 like me is seriously tough as hell. God, please help me pass this test. I don't want to come here a 4th time. Little Lee called her again. Shui Fi, your turn now. She slowly stepped toward the test. I'm here. Her face was serious as she approached the test, then reached out toward the glowing yellow crystal to check it. The screen quickly displayed the results. Mental force intensity at 11.3, 3 degrees. Mental force activation at 1.02. Tiet Phi heard it and lit up with joy, her face beaming. Phew! Hit the target. Tio Lee quickly added, not bad, you met the basic mental force requirement. Next up is just the control operation. Tio Lee led Tiet Phi to the next step, pointing at the spheres and glass layers in front of them, then said, according to the old rules, 15 solid spheres are arranged to be controlled through 5 layers of glass. Lu Sheng stood nearby, watching intently and listening carefully. Tio Lee pulled out a stopwatch and announced, the time limit is 20 seconds. Tiet Phi closed her eyes once, showing determination, then said, let's start. Her eyes blazed, and a pink energy radiated from her whole body. Lu Sheng thought, so that's how it is. Controlling 15 solid iron weapons at once is no small burden for a level 2 mental sorcerer. Tiet Phi began maneuvering the spheres through the glass layers, needing to stay super calm to control her mental force. Even a slight vibration from the solid weapons could shatter the glass. Plus, she had to control all 15 spheres at once, so the operation had to be extremely careful. Not easy at all. Meanwhile, Tiet Phi was laser-focused and determined. She guided the iron spheres toward the glass layer, her pink energy surrounding the spheres. As the spheres neared the first glass layer, Tiet Phi was sweating buckets. The spheres slowly passed through the first glass layer. Tiet Phi was thrilled. Nice, cleared the first layer smoothly. She refocused and steeled herself to keep going like that. The second layer was cleared. Tiet Phi adjusted the positions. Third layer, passed. After smoothly passing 3 glass layers, Tiet Phi was pumped, thinking, the 4th layer is coming. I might break through to level 2 mental sorcerer today. Just as her excitement peaked and her spirit soared, Tio Lee dropped a cold bomb on Tiet Phi. Time's up for the first test. Fail. The iron spheres dropped one by one, and Fi sat panting, both disappointed and pissed off. Damn it. But she quickly pulled herself back together. Phew, no big deal. That was just warming up. Let's do it again. Fi resumed controlling the spheres. Lu Sheng watched quietly for a while, then the young guy muttered, "Pretty interesting." Tio Li asked Fi, "Ready?" For the second test, Fi was set. Start. The familiar glass layers again. Fi focused hard to guide the spheres through the first layer. Passed. Her hands clenched tight. Good. Keep it up. Give it your all. Then she quickly maneuvered the spheres through the second, third, and fourth layers. Passed with 12 seconds left. This time, there's hope. Fi carefully controlled the iron spheres. All 15 quickly approached the glass. They slipped through the round holes in the glass. Suddenly, a crack sounded. Cracks appeared on the glass. Fi panicked, screaming, her eyes blank, mouth agape. She couldn't even stand and collapsed onto the floor. The spheres dropped one by one, utterly defeated. She muttered, failed again. Tio Li asked, "Wanna try again?" Fi was out of patience and strength to continue. She bowed her head sadly and replied, "No, I'm still too weak. I just can't get through." Suddenly, Lu Sheng's voice came from behind, saying, "No way, you can pass." He explained smoothly, saying she had the ability, but just the wrong method. Think harder, don't just watch with your eyes, look more behind you. Hearing this, Fi got curious and asked Lu Sheng, "Huh? What do you mean?" Lu Sheng then explained carefully to his new big sis. Her method before was to adjust each sphere's position in front of the glass, then pass through the glass, then adjust the sphere to fit the hole on the glass behind. That's not totally wrong, but it takes too long and demands a lot of mental force. This test requires the mental sorcerer's calculation ability. At the start, you must decide which hole each iron sphere will go through. Hearing this, Fi's eyes tensed up. Lu Sheng continued, "Then treat each hole as a point, connect point to point, that's the complete path. What you need to do is control all 15 spheres to complete 15 different paths." Hearing this, Fi was shocked. How does a level 1 kid know stuff like this? Lu Sheng stepped forward, grabbed Fi's hand and asked, "Isn't that way easier? You're definitely a lucky young dude." Fi was surprised by his move, stammering, kinda makes sense." Tio Li nearby heard Lu Sheng's logical analysis and had to admit, he's smart, but it's not easy to do in practice. No one can figure out all 15 paths and calculate the whole distances and passing speeds in such a short time. Lu Sheng quickly shot back, "You're wrong. For normal people, this amount of calculation might be huge, but for a spirit medium, it's nothing to brag about." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Sheng started practicing right there. Watch closely. Lu Sheng's words made Fi almost freeze. Lu Sheng grabbed all the iron spheres from the treasure box. "I'm only going to perform this once." Seeing all the iron spheres in the box being controlled to fly up, Little Li was startled. This dude was controlling every single solid iron sphere. Lu Sheng raised 2 fingers, his eyes blazing as he chanted, "Let's go." After Lu Sheng started chanting, the spheres began flying up and gathered into a cube. Then, the spheres lined up, pressing against the glass layers below. One by one, the spheres slipped through the round holes on the glass surface. In a blink, all the spheres pierced through the first layer. Lu Sheng kept controlling the spheres. A dazzling blue energy radiated powerfully from his palms. Thousands of iron spheres were about to pierce through, not just 1 layer or 10 layers, but over 50 layers of glass at once. For this guy, it was way too easy. Lu Sheng recalled the spheres and said, "It's simple thinking, just follow the order." Seeing Lu Sheng move that fast, Fi just stood there dumbfounded. Lu Sheng turned his head and asked, "Judge, how many seconds did it take?" At this moment, Little Li trembled and said, 11. No, exactly 10 seconds. Both she and Jingxian were wide-eyed in shock. Lu Sheng put his hands on his hips and replied, "First time doing it? Not bad." Those 3 words from Lu Sheng made the blonde-haired Fi jump and blurt out, "First time?" Lu Sheng spun around, staring right at her and asked, "So? Did you get a good look?" Her big round eyes were sweating cold, and in her head, she admired his godlike skills. Then she smiled brightly and answered, "Yeah, I saw it clearly, but how the hell did you do that? I really don't get it." Looking at Lu Sheng, she thought silently, "It's like watching a magician perform magic right in front of me. Even though I can see every move he makes, I don't understand how it's so damn magical." Little Li was sweating bullets as she analyzed in stunned confusion, controlling such a huge number of spheres through more than a dozen layers of glass with thousands of holes in just 10 seconds. This calculation must be massive and so complex no one knows how to even start. Little Li turned to, "Quickly tell Jingxian beside her. Hurry, call Chairman Jiang over here. Something big just happened." The young man quickly replied, "Got it." Scene shifts to Chairman Jiang's office. At this moment, the bald old man Jiang was grimacing, clearly annoyed. "My skills are too weak. Teaming up with a guy like him is just bad luck." He gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it, even with level 4 spirit power, I can't become a spirit god. The young man ran to Chairman Jiang's office, didn't even knock, just pushed the door open and shouted in panic, Chairman, urgent matter, you gotta check the data on the computer now. The old man quickly replied, why the panic? As he checked the computer, he was shocked and exclaimed, whoa. Then the young man whispered in his ear, here's the deal, this is how it ended. After hearing that, the old man broke into a sweat and asked, are you serious or joking? Jingxian held the screen and continued, don't fool him. That guy named Lu Sheng is about to start testing his spirit power stats. Look for yourself. On the computer screen, Chairman Jiang saw Lu Sheng reaching for the yellow stone to test his spirit power. A strong, dazzling light radiated from Lu Sheng's palm, blinding the whole area. The two girls had to cover their eyes because the light was too intense. Old Jiang bit his nails, puzzled. What's with this crazy light? Just then, the results appeared. Spirit power intensity at 435.87 degrees. Spirit purity at 126.02. The results made our two girls stunned and speechless. Their eyes were wide with disbelief. Tiet Fai even pointed at the machine, suspicious. Is this machine broken? The numbers are insanely high. Little Lee was sweating cold, thinking, the spirit purity standard for level 1 spirit mediums in the association is 1. Even for level 4, it's only 10. Our chairman is only a level 4 spirit medium, and this high school kid in front of us, looking at Lu Sheng, she was shocked. His purity level was over 20 times higher than a normal level 4 spirit medium. What does that even mean? Is that even possible? Ha, this is some crazy magic. Chairman Jiang ran from his office to the testing room, shouting from afar, Little Lee. When he arrived, panting, he pointed at the machine and asked, Little Lee, check if this machine is broken. Does it need fixing? Little Lee quickly replied, Chairman, the testing machine isn't broken. It just tested the other two accurately earlier. If you don't believe me, try it yourself. Lu Sheng crossed his arms and asked casually, is there something wrong with the numbers? Old Jiang raised his hands as if to say nothing's wrong, but inside he was still trembling in fear. He said, Mr. Lu, we don't mean anything by it. Your results are just unbelievably insane. It's hard to believe. May I ask if you're a descendant of a level 7 Grandmaster or a level 8 Spirit Medium Elder? Lu Sheng answered honestly. I don't come from a powerful family, just a kid born in an ordinary home. You're Chairman Jiang, right? Please start the final stage test now. Old Jiang had to use a towel to wipe the sweat off his forehead, telling Lu Sheng, with your strength already like this, do you really need the final test? Isn't it just asking for trouble? Lu Sheng quickly replied with confidence, no trouble at all, just a simple little test, easy peasy. But as soon as he finished, the young guy started controlling the iron balls. Little Lee saw this and quickly hit the stopwatch, saying, start the timer. It was at 1.88 seconds. The balls quickly followed the path laid out by the test, twisting and turning like crazy. They shot through the glass layers fast, forming the shape of a powerful blue dragon. The time was 2.02 seconds. Lu Sheng was determined to go even faster. The balls slid through the holes in the glass with ease. The time was 4 seconds. Soon after, all the balls had passed through. Lu Sheng looked on with extreme confidence. The second run was a bit smoother. The time probably still hadn't hit 5 seconds, right? Little Lee glanced at the watch and said, 2.5. Seriously, not even 5 seconds. Just pressing the stopwatch feels so intense. Shandian Fashi kept nervously biting her lip, mumbling, this move is way harder than before, but the time's shorter. Plus, the second run was smoother. Ha ha, seeing him so calm like that, it's clear this isn't even Lu Sheng's limit yet. Chief Jiang's mouth dropped open. This power is at least close to a spirit controller at the Grandmaster rank. It feels like getting hit by 100 rockets right in the face. Can't even describe it. The rockets here mean poker rockets, those killer hands that win every time, he sighed. Like waves pushing waves on the river, the new generation just crushes the old one. Damn, this kid's too damn good, he shyly told Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng, your strength is officially recognized by our association. I'll personally issue your certificate and badge soon. He rubbed his hands and smiled. But here, the highest certification we can give is Spirit Controller Level 4. You'll need to go to the higher association in the capital to get certification above Level 4. Okay? Lu Sheng scratched his head and said, sure thing. Also, Chief Jiang, I'm just a high school student prepping for the big exam. Don't stress too much. Hearing this, the old man almost had a heart attack. Shandian Fashi was sweating bullets, stammering, young Lu Sheng, how old are you? The young guy quickly answered, 18. Why? Everyone thinks I look like a high schooler, but am I actually some ancient monster living for hundreds of years? Lu Sheng happily jumped up, full of youthful energy. Ho ho ho. Shandian Fashi blushed and asked, how did you know what I was thinking? He shook his head and said, stop reading those fantasy novels. Then he crossed his arms and said, in 2 months, I'll take the big exam. If the Spirit Controller certification helps me score points there, I wouldn't even bother coming here for this test. Shan Dian Fa Shi glanced at Lu Sheng, her expression super cute, and said, I still have one more chance to retake the test. Should I try again? Of course, if there's a chance, you gotta try. She still has what it takes. Relax a bit. As soon as she finished, Lu Sheng hugged the girl tight. Classic opportunist move. This made Shan Dianfa Shi jump and blush, feeling shy. She was embarrassed, but just let it slide. Lu Sheng held her waist with one hand and her hand with the other, patiently guiding her. See? Feel the ball like this. Seeing his hand holding, Shan Dianfa Shi's heart pounded hard. She was probably thinking, this kid's young but already such a player. After Lu Sheng's careful guidance, Shan Dianfa Shi seemed more confident, skillfully controlling the balls. Before long, Shan Dianfa Shi saw all the iron balls had pierced through many glass layers and got super excited. Oh yeah, I passed too. She smiled brightly and looked at Lu Sheng. The young guy smiled back and said, see, it's not that hard. You just needed good teaching, Chief Jiang happily announced, congratulating them both on passing the test. Let's all have dinner together tonight to celebrate the second level 4 spirit controller in Dongning province. Lu Sheng stepped forward to shake old Jiang's hand and thank him, but said no need for a dinner party. But seeing the genuine warmth and hospitality shining in their eyes, Lu Sheng had to reconsider. He reluctantly agreed to old Jiang's invitation. All right, I'll go. Both old Jiang and Shan Dianfa Shi cheered happily when Lu Sheng accepted. Then old Jiang told the VIP guest, Lu Sheng, our association has a hotel just for guests like you. Please rest up first. We'll pick you up tonight. Shan Dianfa Shi excitedly said, I've got a car. I'll drive Lu Sheng around. Just leave it to me. She put her hand on her chest, looking super trustworthy. When they reached the parking lot, Shan Dianfa Shi opened the door and invited Lu Sheng in. Damn, being handsome really gets you VIP treatment and care. Lu Sheng said okay and got in. Thanks, he said. Old Jiang waved from outside. See you tonight. From inside the car, Lu Sheng waved back. All right, goodbye, Chief Jiang. The car sped off while old Jiang stood waving. The car zoomed past other vehicles. Shan Dian Fa Shi blushed as she drove, sneaking glances at Lu Sheng through the rearview mirror. She thought to herself, from the outside, he just looked like an ordinary young guy. But who would have guessed he was actually a level 4 spiritual genius, so respected even the head of the Spirit Mages Association had to show some respect. Young, handsome, with a killer body, and a crazy insane talent to boot. After staring at the young dude for a bit, she grabbed her head, remembering how she usually ran into spoiled rich kids who only knew how to brag. Seriously, a bunch of trash, just walking piles of garbage. Thinking back to their cheesy love you lines made her want to puke. While lost in thoughts about Lu Sheng, suddenly Titfi noticed something. She glanced over at Lu Sheng, sweating bullets. Turns out, the guy named Chi Tong was staring at her with some weird look. Titfi's eyes went wide, mouth hanging open, thinking, whoa, 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 Lu Sheng's looking at me. What's he thinking? Could it be? She lowered her head, tense as hell. No way, we just met not long ago. Suddenly she got a boost of confidence. Wait a sec, guys at these events usually dig hot older girls. I'm pretty cute too, got a banging body, and I'm the type of big sis they'd like. No sweat, big sis and young studs is a classic combo, totally doable. Dreaming about hitting on the young guy, she suddenly got an idea. She slammed the gas pedal. Damn right, gotta seize that chance. Titfi. Lu Sheng sat there clueless, not getting what was going on. Tiet Phi was the type who wouldn't back down in love or in a race. Zoom, the car tore through the air. Screech. Suddenly, Tiet Phi slammed on the brakes. Smooth driver for sure. Her face flushed red like a boiling kettle from overthinking, stammering, we're here, we're here. Lu Sheng didn't get girls at all and just turned to get off the car quickly. Oh, thanks. You worked hard. Tiet Phi kept babbling. So, next up? Not sure if the young guy gets the hint, but he quickly replied. All right, you better run. Tiet Phi blinked, eyes wide as saucers, turning to Lu Sheng. Huh? Run? Why run? The guy quickly explained she was speeding and ran 5 red lights, and now 2 cop cars were chasing her. Tiet Phi freaked out, eyes rolling back, thinking, damn, trying to hit on a guy is way tougher than it looks. Lu Sheng kept going, even though you're a spirit mage, drive safer next time. Tiet Phi slammed the gas and sped off, her voice echoing from inside the car. Mr. Lu, I'll pick you up tonight. Scene shifts to a hotel room. On the TV screen was an image of Ha Lin Tu. The guy muttered, Ha Lin Tu's doing pretty well, the news reported, starting today. The Bai Ha Cheng's pharmacy business will be renamed Ling Sheng Pharmaceutical Limited, and they're launching a new product, the Ling Ji Bai Shui decoction. Ha Lin Tu introduced it as a game-changing medicine. It's going to redefine the existence of supplements, and the world of martial arts is stepping into a whole new era. Lu Sheng heard Ha Lin Tu's announcement and smirked, changing the name and launching a new drug without even telling me? I'm the biggest shareholder with 90%, damn it. Then Lu Sheng checked his phone. His phone was flooded with calls from Ha Lin too, but he'd been too busy chasing girls to check. All right, guess that's on me. Then he flopped on the bed, exhausted after a long day, thinking, tomorrow I'll head back to Bai Ha Cheng and check out this Ling Sheng pharmaceutical to see how far it's gonna go. In the dreamscape, tons of info popped up fast. Wow, not bad at all. Ha Lin 2's got some skills. This is just the basic Ling Ji Bai Shui decoction, yet he's built a company worth hundreds of millions, and it's a top player in the pharmaceutical world. Pretty impressive. Lu Sheng's eyes changed, seeing Ha Lin 2 in a new light. And it looked like he spotted something weird. Next came Ha Lin 2's personal info, Eastern Military Region Lieutenant General Lu Sheng. Reading this, the guy nearly flipped out. What? What the hell is this? Who's digging up my personal info? Seeing his own info, he snapped his mouth open wide. What the hell? My wife's a lieutenant colonel in the Eastern Military Region, Dongting Shui, chairwoman of Ling Sheng Pharmaceuticals, and Ha Lin 2's rank is highest, Lieutenant General, Lu Sheng muttered. Dongting Shui and Ha Lin, to two wives? He seemed ready to bow down to the system, or rather, just surrender to his own life. Who the hell is my future self? Why's the married life full of one shock after another? Wonder if there's a third wife coming out later? After a while, he patted his chest to calm down. Phew, chill. The future's just a dream. Anything can happen. It'll keep changing soon enough. Then he said, right, who the hell's looking for the Ling Ji Bai Shui decoction? But no, the system said, your authority isn't enough. You can't access level 5 pharmaceutical info. Lu Sheng chuckled, thinking his plan worked. I announced the Ling Ji Bai Shui decoction in the martial arts world 300 years from now. After thousands of years of development, it evolved from a common medicine to a precious level 5 pharmaceutical. So if I just release stuff from thousands of years ahead now, the study of human civilization's medicine will get 1,000 years head start. It could totally take it to a whole new level. So, maybe the world's destruction in the future could actually change because of it? Then he ordered it, and damn, the course of world history really did change. The time of destruction compared to last time got pushed back by over a decade. That means part of the Ling mechanism blood strengthening pill, after developing for 10,000 years, will buy humanity more than 10 extra years of survival. But what if it's the 3 supreme cultivation manuals from those level 11 masters? If they got leaked to the world, wouldn't that change humanity's doomed fate? Yet Lu Sheng's eyes flashed with disappointment. Nope, not to mention, in the 300 years of martial arts, releasing those manuals might not even save human civilization's future. And once they're out, the world would be shook to its core. The current order would collapse in a blink. Society would turn into chaos, and me and my family would instantly become the eye of the storm. God only knows what kind of mess that would lead to. After thinking it over, Lu Sheng tensed up. Plus, if even that can't save humanity's future, then the last fire seed left on him from martial arts 10,000 years later will be completely wiped out. Humanity's future would have zero hope left. Lu Sheng dropped to his knees, realizing the best move was to wait until he gained solid power, could fully control the situation, and then slowly reveal those manuals. Weak humanity of the 300 years of martial arts needs a real guide. Looking over the whole city from above, Lu Sheng felt the weight of his responsibility, and that guide could only be him. After waking from the dreamscape, Lu Sheng was super confident, telling himself he's got a date with a girl tonight. So, the dude got all dressed up, rocking a sharp, classy suit. Dude's looking fly as hell. The ladies are gonna be all over him. Just as he fixed his outfit, he suddenly remembered, oh yeah, he hadn't replied to Lu Qinghe's message yet. So he grabbed his phone, thinking he'd better prepare some new medicine ingredients for her when he gets back tomorrow. Then he texted Lu Qinghe, I'll be back tomorrow to get the ingredients ready for 3 prescriptions. Lu Qinghe just lazily replied, like whatever. Actually, she was frowning, thinking this jerk finally answered his message. Always talking about preparing medicine ingredients, like he doesn't care about the company at all. Do you know how hard I've been working? Lu Qinghe angrily typed out a bunch of messages. Stuff like Lu's exploiting labor, being a cold-hearted money grubber, a greedy bastard who only thinks about cash. So evil, two-faced, dumb pig, shady merchant, total loser. Bottomless greed, just eating and eating and eating. Mooching off everyone, she thought to herself. Damn it, why did I have to get involved with this devil? Tears streamed down Lu Qinghe's face as she cried and sent 3 words. I get it. Suddenly, the doorbell rang outside Lu Sheng's room. He walked over and opened the door. Standing there was Tiat Fi, looking stunning, seductive, and classy like a rich young lady. Fi raised her hand with a dazzling smile. Mr. Lu, I'm here to pick you up. The party's all set, with sharp eyes, golden hair shining, and a killer figure that could hypnotize any young pilot. Lu Sheng looked sharp and handsome too, stepping forward to say, just call me Lu Sheng. Mister sounds weird. Let's go. Tiat Fi got instantly smitten, feeling like her heart was pierced by an arrow. Damn, he's so handsome. They quickly headed out. Both of them went to the party. At the center of the event was a banner. Congratulations to Dongning Province's Liang City for welcoming a new top spirit master. Lu Sheng scanned the crowd and saw the hall packed. He asked Tianfi, "Isn't this just a dinner? Why are there so many people?" Tianfi smiled brightly and said, "Don't underestimate old man Jiang's usual look. He's actually one of the top dogs in Liang City. This is just a small scene after he tried to keep things low-key." Lu Sheng grabbed a drink and replied, "All right, if the old geezer wants to party, let him party tonight. Anyway, I'm leaving Liangzhou tomorrow." Meanwhile, old man Jiang, bald as ever, was laughing and chatting with some ladies. Nobody knew what he said about Lu Sheng, but the girls were giggling like crazy. They asked, "Really? The guild leader said that? Sounds too unreal." He immediately answered, "If I hadn't seen it myself, I wouldn't believe it either." Every era has its talents. More girls entered the hall. From afar, two girls approached, and one of them was none other than Zheng Dan. What a coincidence. The purple-haired girl took a sip of champagne and said, "This party isn't simple at all. Look over there, the mayor of Liang City, the head of the martial arts guild. Everyone here today is a big shot from all over Dongning province." She looked at her friend and continued, "If it weren't for our crazy luck, we wouldn't even get in here, mainly because the host of this party is super influential Jiang Zenian, the head of the Spirit Master Guild in Liang City." She glanced at him having fun over there and said, "Do you know how much more valuable spirit masters are compared to regular fighters?" The purple-haired girl kept babbling, while the pink-haired girl, Trin Dan, listened intently. Hearing this, Trin Dan felt a little suspicious. Spirit medium. I remember Lu Sheng once said he would go to the Spirit Medium Association, so she turned to the purple-haired girl and asked, "Tan Yuan, can you help me ask if there's anyone named Lu Sheng in the association?" Tan Yuan gave a curious sharp look and said, "Lu Sheng, I heard from Van Tu that you recently liked a high school student you met while traveling, right?" Trin Dan smiled brightly and replied, No, that's not true. Don't listen to Van Tu's nonsense." Tan Yuan pointed at Trin Dan and questioned, "Ha, you're still pretending with me? You've been staying in Liang City lately and not going back to school just because you're waiting for that guy, right?" While she was questioning, Trin Dan kept glancing around looking for Lu Sheng. Tan Yuan shook her wine glass and continued, "I heard he's pretty handsome, comes from a pretty powerful family, and even has connections with the Eastern Military District. Dan, tell me, what should I say? Even if you pick some poor loser with no background at university to date, I wouldn't even bother opposing it. We're still young anyway. Dating a few guys won't hurt, and you'll break up soon enough." Then she added the name to her ex list and rubbed Trin Dan's head, saying, "But you're into a high school student? Are you out of your mind?" Dan quickly replied, "Lu Sheng. He's not just any ordinary high school student." Tan Yuan turned away, annoyed, sipping her drink. "Not just any ordinary student, huh? Whatever, I'm too lazy to deal with you." Trin Dan tucked her hair back, her face sad, thinking to herself, ever since she and Lu Sheng parted ways, she had stayed in Liang City, because Lu Sheng once said, sooner or later he'd come to Liang City. She sent him tons of messages, like, "Are you there? Good night, good morning," or invitations to go to the movies at night. But Lu Sheng hadn't replied, not even read them. Could it be that he really doesn't have her in his heart? Suddenly, Tan Yuan came over and patted her shoulder. Dan, why are you spacing out? You're my best sister, so I'm telling you this." Then Tan Yuan leaned in and whispered a secret to Trin Dan. The purpose of tonight's party was to celebrate the arrival of a level 4 spirit medium, the same rank as old man Jiang. Tan Yuan started waving her hands, acting it out for Dan to understand. A big shot like that stomps once, and the whole Dongning province trembles. Think about it. If we get the chance to catch the attention of a big shot like that, ourselves and our families would be flying high. Dan's mind was full of Lu Sheng, so she thought that person must be Lu Sheng, and smiled as she asked, "Is that level 4 spirit medium still pretty young?" Tan Yuan crossed her arms and replied, "No idea. But old man Jiang is level 4 at his age, so I think he's not that old, but not exactly young either. Look around. There are a lot of women here tonight, all around 40 years old." The scene was mostly women, with a few scattered men, and many middle-aged U40 types. Looking around, Trin Dan thought her friend made sense and sighed, "True. It might not be him." Tan Yuan put her hands on her hips and shouted, Dan, why do you still remember that student's name? Forget him. Tonight we have to treasure this opportunity. In our circle, besides me and you, no one else has the qualifications to be here." Trin Dan was totally obsessed with Lu Sheng, so her body was here, but her soul was with him. Seeing her friend zoning out, the purple-haired Tan Yuan called loudly, Dan, I'm talking to you." Suddenly, Dan's eyes widened as she saw something. It was Lu Sheng. The image of a young man eating like a machine appeared right in front of Dan. The guy ate like an excavator, making the nearby waitress look on with judgmental eyes. But today, Lu Sheng looked more handsome than usual, so he ate a little more slowly. After a while, Lu Sheng turned and waved, "Hello." Dan Dan immediately confirmed it was really him. Seeing the young guy, Dan Dan brushed it off. She told her best friend Tan Yuan, "I'm gonna take a walk. I see a friend." Tan Yuan was confused. Dan, where are you going?" She kept calling after her, but Dan Dan ignored her and ran toward Lu Sheng. The young man held a plate of snacks in front of him. Dan Dan excitedly stopped and called out, "Lu," but before she could finish saying Sheng, she suddenly had to stop. The girl, Tai-Fi, suddenly slid out of nowhere, threw her arm around Lu Sheng's neck, and gave him a flirty look. Seeing this intimate scene, the blonde Tai-Fi and Lu Sheng made Dan Dan freeze. Her emotions flipped 180 degrees. She stood still, her face darkening as she stared at the two main characters, wondering, who is that girl? Trin Dan. Dan looked totally confused. Who is she? Could she be Lu Sheng's girlfriend? Just thinking about it made Dan Dan sweat bullets and grit her teeth, scared she'd lose her chance, but she still couldn't give up. From afar, Trin Dan Dan waved with a bright smile. It had been a long time since she last saw Lu Sheng. Surely, she thought to herself, if the flower already has an owner, then I gotta snatch the flower anyway. How could she just give up on a handsome young guy like that? When she called out, the young man quickly turned and waved back. What a coincidence. He didn't expect she was still in Liang City. Seeing a girl, the young man's face lit up like a flower, full of energy. Trin Dan Dan stepped in front of Lu Sheng. She stared at him, thinking to herself that it hadn't been long since they last met. But now he seemed even deeper, like an unfathomable abyss separating them, impossible to reach each other. Seeing a girl enthusiastically greet Lu Sheng, Weilan got curious and asked, "Who's this young guy?" Lu Sheng quickly introduced, "This is Zheng Dan Dan, a friend of mine. I met her last month while traveling at Oxhead Mountain." Weilan greeted warmly, "So you're Miss Zheng? Hi." At that moment, Xin Yuan, Zheng Dan Dan's friend, holding a glass of wine, walked over smiling and asked, Dan, who's this? Why didn't you introduce him to me?" Zheng Dan Dan immediately introduced, "Lu Sheng, this is my best friend." Xin Yuan, standing right in front of me, "This is the Lu Sheng I've been talking about." Xin Yuan's eyes widened in shock. The guy in front of her was nothing like she imagined. "Oh, so that's Lu Sheng. Turns out he's this handsome. No wonder Zheng Dan Dan is so hooked on him." Seeing the situation, Xin Yuan quickly realized the guy next to him was Wei Lan from the Wei family. Witnessing this, Xin Yuan's mind filled with contempt for Lu Sheng. "Ah, so, that's it. No wonder a high schooler could get into this place. Must be riding on that good looks." She judged him hard. She looked at Lu Sheng confused. Why was he acting so intense today? This was way different from his chill vibe yesterday. She glared at Xin Yuan, then hurried after him. "Lu Sheng, wait up!" Meanwhile, Zheng Dan Dan stammered. Seeing her best friend following Lu Sheng, Xin Yuan angrily raised her voice. "Forget it, Dan Dan. A guy like that isn't worth your time." Her eyes flashed with anger. "I haven't even said anything yet, but his reaction already proved something." By Hay City. When asked about his home, Lu Sheng got really defensive. His family was struggling, so he seemed a bit self-conscious. Looking straight at Xin Yuan, he said, "Next, you're probably going to ask about my parents, get some background on my family, and maybe how I even got invited to this party, right?" Hearing this, Xin Yuan froze. Lu Sheng smirked sarcastically. "Exactly what you're thinking. I'm just a regular kid from a normal family, totally not on your level. Just happened to crash this party by coincidence." Saying that, Lu Sheng waved his hand, turned around, and said, "All right, stop with the old tired act. If you want to chat, go ahead. I'm out of here." After a few steps, Lu Sheng sighed and thought, "Damn, I really hate parties like this. People outside are probably overreacting watching this, right? But this family is the most precious thing I have in the world. No matter the insults or pain, I won't allow it." Seeing Lu Sheng's weird reaction, Zheng Dandan stood speechless. The two girls stared wide-eyed, mouths agape. Wei Lan was shocked and called out to Lu Sheng. She glanced at Lu Sheng with confusion. Why was he reacting so strongly today? This was weird, totally different from his usual chill vibe. She turned and glared at Tan Yuan, then hurried after him. "Lu Sheng, wait up." Meanwhile, Zheng Dan Dan stammered. Seeing her bestie following Lu Sheng, Tan Yuan got pissed and raised her voice. "Forget it, Dan Dan. People like that aren't even worth your liking." Her eyes flashed with anger and jealousy. "I haven't even said anything yet, and his reaction was so intense. What does that prove? It proves he's got something to hide. He's so sensitive about what he just said. No guts at all, but his pride's sky high. To put it nicely, he's arrogant, but to be blunt, he's pathetic." She tilted her head, looking down on Lu Sheng. "I've met tons like him. He's not worthy of you, and you've probably noticed the girl next to him, right?" Watching the two backs, Xin Yuan explained, "Her name's Wei Lan. You know the Wei family, right? Plus, she's already passed the level 2 spirit medium test. She's a big deal in Liang City's second-generation scene. Look at how close those two are. I bet Lu Sheng used his looks or some trick to hook Wei Lan just to get into tonight's party." Then Xin Yuan shouted at Zheng Dandan, "Wake up, Dan Dan! He's just a leech on women. Open your eyes and see his true face." Zhang Dan didn't think that way, stepping back and saying, "What are you talking about, Lu Sheng? No way he's like that." Talking so much made her tired. Xin Yuan sighed a few times and continued, "Sometimes the harsh truth is just that, but it's a truth no one wants to face. I'll stop here. You figure out the rest yourself." But no matter what anyone said, Dan's heart stayed rock solid. In her mind, Lu Sheng was everything. "No way, Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng is like a shining hero," she said, eyes wide, looking at the main guy. Lu Sheng was a blazing light, like the sun. "He's the hero who saved me." Then Zheng Dan slapped her own face to sober up, her expression serious. "Damn, I was crazy to even doubt Lu Sheng was some weakling." Then she confidently turned to Xin Yuan. "Xin Yuan, Lu Sheng is definitely not that kind of guy." After all that, her dry throat still couldn't change her best friend's mind. Then Zheng Dan confidently turned to Tan Yuan. "Tan Yuan, Lu Sheng is definitely not that kind of guy." She'd been talking non-stop but still couldn't change her best friend's mind. Tan Uyen was sweating bullets and totally confused. Dan, what's wrong with you?" Just then, someone shouted loudly in the hall, "Look quick, President Jiang has arrived." Turning around and seeing old man Jiang, Tan Uyen switched moods, her face lighting up like a flower as she said, Dan, forget about that wimp. The hall's probably about to introduce the 4th level elder. You better get ready." From afar, old man Jiang spotted Lu Sheng and Fifai. Right after, he walked over to Lu Sheng and even reached out his hand first. Seeing this, Tan Uyen's jaw dropped in shock. Why the hell would President Jiang go over to that wimp? Could it be? President Jiang warmly said, "Mr. Lu, I'm really sorry. I didn't know you didn't like big parties like this." Lu Sheng quickly replied, "No worries, President Jiang. You've got heavy responsibilities. Helping out a bit is only right." President Jiang sighed and responded, "Phew, thanks for backing me up." Then he stood in the middle of the crowd and announced, "Everyone, please listen up." He pointed at Lu Sheng and loudly declared, "This here is the genius who just emerged in our Dongning Province Spirit Medium Association. 4th level Spirit Medium, Lu Sheng, Mr. Lu." He smiled happily and said, "Mr. Lu is only 18 years young, but compared to him, an old geezer like me feels totally ashamed. Haha." The girls in the hall gasped and swooned over this young, handsome 4th level Spirit Medium. 4th level Spirit Medium. Holy crap, what? Only 18 years old? That's insane. He hasn't even taken the official exam yet. Countless praises and admiration poured out for our Lu Sheng. A brilliant prodigy, definitely a talent. Watching this, Tan Uyen couldn't even stand. She collapsed to the floor, mouth agape in utter shock, stammering. "Huh? He. Trin Dan spoke up then. "Tan Uyen, did you see that? Like stepping onto the stars? A figure shining like the sun. This is the real him." Trin Dan was gazing at Lu Sheng with secret admiration. This was the true Lu Sheng. When she learned Lu Sheng was a 4th level spirit medium, her mind went blank and she sat down, eyes wide with disbelief. She couldn't believe what she heard or saw. After a while, calming down a bit, she thought to herself, "How could it be him? No way. At least I gotta make up for my earlier slip-up." Then she forced herself up and urgently patted her best friend's shoulder. Dan, you gotta help me." Trin Dan replied sadly. "Did you see that crowd?" Everyone was handing out their business cards, but Lu Sheng acted like he didn't even see them. Everyone in front bowed at a 90-degree angle, offering cards, but he didn't care at all. He even waved off all of them. Powerful people got rejected right from the start. "You think you've got a chance?" With a gloomy face, Trin Dan continued, "Even me, I was just fooling myself. He's way out of our league now." This love story didn't even start before it ended. Later, Lu Sheng left the party and got into a taxi. Feeling the air was less suffocating than at the party, he cheerfully told the driver, "Master, head to White River City." With a slight headache, Lu Sheng sighed, thinking he really hated this socializing stuff. He let President Jiang have the spotlight. Satisfied, Lu Sheng went home. Having family and martial arts buddies was the life he wanted. Looks like he was still just a regular high schooler from a normal family. The driver sped along and soon reached White River City, Lu Sheng's familiar hometown. Just as he arrived, his mom happily opened the door to greet her son. "Sheng Ni, you're back?" Lu Sheng's mom cheerfully pointed at her beloved son. "Come, sit at the table. I'll get you some dumplings." His stubborn little sister, Lu Qinghe, blinked wide-eyed and asked, "Big brother, when did you get back?" Their dad smiled with squinted eyes, happy. "Little Sheng finally came home, huh?" Then Lu Qinghe ran over to measure her brother in shock, mouth wide open. "Bro, how did you grow so much after just one trip?" Sheng Ni, always the jokester, posed and replied, "I'm only tall because you're short. Haha." His answer left Lu Qinghe speechless. Lu Sheng looked at his sister and said, "School's been off lately, right? I'll test your skills later. Don't forget the message I sent before I left. If you don't improve." He clenched his fist and smiled dangerously. "Ha, the martial arts medicine I'm sponsoring ain't gonna be easy." Lu Sheng's mom brought him a huge bowl of dumplings and cheerfully said, "Sheng Ni, sit down and eat." Seeing the food, his eyes lit up. "Thanks, Mom." He grabbed a dumpling and devoured it. Lu Sheng looked at his dad and asked, "Dad, what about the meat and medicine I put in the fridge earlier? Do you eat them?" His dad happily replied, "Of course, and all the stuff you put in the fridge must be some kind of tonic, right?" He looked at his glass of water, a bit confused. "I drink it every day instead of water, and I feel way healthier, like I'm 20 again." "It must be expensive." Lu Sheng, already halfway through his dumplings, quickly answered, "Not really. A friend who owns a pharmacy gave it to me. Their specialty is making medicine for middle-aged folks like you. Dad and Mom, remember to drink plenty, don't switch to water. There's still a lot left." Of course, the parents had no idea their future daughter-in-law would be cooking up some medicine. "When that time comes, no matter how much you drink, it won't run out." Mom heard Lu Sheng say that and replied, all right, Sheng. Your big test is coming up soon, right? So no more going out after this, yeah?" The young guy, with a happy face, handed Mom an empty bowl and said, "No more going out, Mom. I'll just stay home and wait for the test day. Can I have another bowl of rice, please?" Then came the usual food fight moves between the guy and his little sister like before. Hands in the food, mouth chewing while talking. "Give me more. If your hands are slow, don't blame me." Mom just said, "Eat up, there's still plenty left." Dad laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. Meanwhile, little sister Lu Qinghe just stood there watching her brother hog all the food helplessly. "Big bro, why are you stealing food from my bowl?" No matter what anyone said, Lu Sheng just kept eating until the bowl was empty. Then he suddenly said, "Since there's nothing going on today and the house is a bit small, after we eat, let's go check out the new place." His words made the other three family members jump and say in unison, "Huh?" Lu Sheng didn't waste time. After they finished eating, he led the whole family to see the new house. Stepping inside, everyone couldn't help but exclaim, "Whoa, this is way too fancy." Lu Sheng put his hands on his hips, beaming. "This is the new house I had someone buy. What do you all think?" Dad, worried about money, said, "The old house wasn't bad. This one looks expensive, son. We probably can't afford it." Lu Sheng confidently replied, "No worries. I've been out participating in all kinds of activities and competitions these past few months, and I've earned quite a bit in prize money. This is just part of it. There's still some money not in the account yet between 1,000 and 10,000 yuan I have." Of course, he didn't even mention the heavy aircraft piloting stuff. Mom's head spun, hearing those huge numbers. "What? How much? Did I hear that right?" Dad looked suspicious. "Little Sheng, don't joke around." Little sister was even funnier, asking, "Wow, you really won that much in 2 months, big bro?" Lu Sheng rubbed her head and said, "What else? Could I have robbed a bank or something?" He kept rubbing her head. "All right, this new house is ours now. You two, Mom and Dad, better start moving your stuff in." Overwhelmed with joy, Mom and Dad shed tears. Sheng really made us proud, truly blessed by the heavens. Having a kid like him is such a blessing. Lu Sheng squeezed his fist and said to Lu Qinghe, "Qinghe, come with me. There's a training area behind the house. Let me see what you're really capable of now." Hearing this, she shivered and said, "Yes, big bro." Before they even got to the training ground, Lu Sheng grabbed her head and dragged her along in a funny way. She couldn't do anything but struggle. "Ouch! Ouch! Ouch! Don't pull me!" At the training ground, Lu Qinghe looked the part, since her stats had always been way better than Lu Sheng's before. Her aura was strong. Lu Sheng stayed calm and said, "Stop posing and get your move out already." Hearing that, Lu Qinghe gathered her strength, jumped high, and kicked down hard. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng stood there arrogantly and calmly. As her foot came close, he used one hand to control her, pinning her in a split position and quickly grabbed her leg. She grimaced in pain. Lu Sheng even mocked, "Stand straight and watch." "Are you kidding? You're this useless and still my brother?" She fell flat on the floor, angry. "You're holding my leg. How can I stand? What level fighter are you now?" "What level am I? I haven't even officially reached the fighter rank yet." She frowned and shouted, "You just bully me all the time." "You're not useless," Lu Sheng said seriously. "Get up first, I'll teach you a few things." He was about to share some practical techniques he'd figured out himself. Hearing that, her crocodile tears vanished. Lu Qinghe's eyes lit up and asked, "Really? Is it some secret martial art manual?" Lu Sheng looked at her spinning around 180 degrees and thought, she was crying and sniffling just now. Now it's like I have a whole new sister. Then he said to her, "Think of it as a secret martial art manual. Whatever I teach you next, you follow exactly, but absolutely don't spread it outside." Lu Qinghe smiled like she just hit the jackpot. She squinted her eyes and said, "Yes, sir." Then Lu Sheng started guiding her and told her to remember how to move her aura. Lu Qinghe just stared at her brother, thinking hard. No one had pushed her to improve this much in just a few months like him, and if she hadn't witnessed how her big bro grew from an average high schooler step by step to who he was today, she wouldn't have believed it. Still, she stubbornly thought he was just lucky. Even though everyone felt he had a sudden breakthrough, she always suspected he was hiding some secret. Her own martial talent was definitely better than his, and she believed she could figure out the secret without proof. She smiled confidently, relying on her own smarts. One day, I'll definitely surpass Big Bro. It won't be easy for him anymore. Ha ha ha. But she didn't notice Lu Sheng staring at her with cold eyes. Seeing her lost in thought and not focusing on training, Lu Sheng gave her a playful smack on the head. It was a loving hit, but it made Lu Qinghe shout, "You're making me short-headed now." Lu Qinghe's little sister was grinding so hard she was drenched in sweat. After a while, she stopped and gasped for oxygen, totally wiped out from the intense workout. Lu Sheng just stood there with his arms crossed, watching her struggle to catch her breath with a big grin on his face. Lu Qinghe couldn't even stand anymore and just collapsed flat on the ground. Lu Sheng laughed and asked, "So, feeling the effects yet?" Even though she was exhausted, Lu Qinghe's eyes lit up and she clenched her fists tight. She sat up excitedly and blurted out, "Big Bro, you're amazing. What kind of moves did you teach me? This is seriously next level. I feel like one session did more than 10 times what I used to." Lu Sheng thought to himself, what should I say so my dumb little sis won't spill this secret outside? After a moment of headache over keeping this under wraps, he seemed to have a plan. Acting casual, he waved his hand and said, "It's just like the stuff you usually practice, but it's the latest version." Lu Qinghe looked a bit surprised. "Huh? What do you mean the latest version?" Lu Sheng went on to explain. "It's like your phone or computer getting upgraded to version 2.0 or 3.0. But actually, the company's lab has already developed version 9.0, even 10.0. 2.0 is just the consumer model, a test phase move. It's going to be a long time before it hits the market officially, so you can't tell anyone." Lu Qinghe's whole body sparked with shock. "What? You're treating me like a lab rat? I'm calling the family expert on you." Seeing her over-the-top reaction, Lu Sheng pinched her cheek and lifted her up slowly, saying, "This kind of good stuff, normal people would kill to be guinea pigs for it. This training just hasn't been publicized yet, but it's basically finished." Lu Qinghe held her face, looking worried. "But isn't it kinda dangerous? What if I mess up and end up crippled?" Lu Sheng looked helpless at her stubborn worries and questions. He stood up and said, "I'm your brother, same parents, and our physiques are pretty similar. I've been training this long. If it was gonna cripple me, I'd be crippled before you." Lu Qinghe wasn't done and scratched her head, thinking hard. "That'd be a disaster. If both of us got crippled, who'd take care of mom and dad? And if you got crippled first, at least I'd still be there to look after you." Hearing this, Lu Sheng couldn't take it anymore. His face darkened and his eyes flashed red. He quickly chased after his little sister, who was like a ticking time bomb, telling her to come over so he could teach her properly. Lu Qinghe ran happily, teasing, "I'm just kidding. Why so serious? Don't take me seriously, big bro." After running for a bit, Lu Qinghe flopped face down on the floor again. She wondered, "Big bro, if this training is so awesome, how did you get it? Did you do something illegal or what?" Lu Sheng seriously replied, "Of course not. Your big bro wouldn't break the law." Then Lu Sheng mischievously pinned his stubborn little sister to the floor and twisted her leg. She screamed in pain, realizing his answer came with some serious action. "Then let me go. You're about to kill your own sister, and you say you don't break the law?" Lu Sheng finally let go, unable to stand her wild struggling and screaming any longer. Lu Qinghe lifted her head and asked, "If I learn this face training, will you teach me? There won't be any trouble, right?" Lu Sheng put on a serious face and threatened his unlucky sister. "Right? The guy who taught me this said I absolutely can't teach it to anyone else. Otherwise, not just me, but our whole family will be in trouble." Hearing that, Lu Qinghe jumped and exclaimed, "What? You already taught me, didn't you?" Before she could finish, Lu Sheng acted like the most caring brother ever and said, "No choice. You're my little sister after all." His heartfelt answer made Lu Qinghe blush and feel touched. "Big bro." Lu Sheng raised his hand and whispered, "Just keep this secret tight. Don't let anyone find out, not your teacher, your best friend, or even your future husband. This is about your life and mine. Even our whole family." Hearing how serious it was for the family, Lu Qinghe nodded seriously. "Okay, big bro, I promise I won't let anyone find out." Lu Sheng grinned, pleased to have fooled his dumb little sister, and stood up saying, "All right, I'll teach you a few more times. Once you get used to it, remember to practice a lot on your own in your room, got it?" Lu Qinghe glanced at him and thought, so that's why big bro always hides in his room practicing this. Then she clenched her fists happily, dreaming, "Ha ha. Gotta get my talent stronger than Big Bro's so I can beat him someday. Phew, my acting skills probably deserve a Nobel Prize or something." Lu Sheng smugly thought to himself, "Yeah, my acting deserves Best Actor for sure." Then he turned his back and waved to his little sister. "I gotta head out for a bit. You practice hard on your own, and when I get back, I'll teach you real combat." Lu Qinghe obediently replied, "Yes, sir." Scene shifts to the Hai Thien Thin Yen restaurant, where Lu Sheng arrives at a meeting point and tells the girl, future wife Lu Qinghe is already waiting. Sorry for making her wait so long. Lu Qinghe is super thoughtful. She prepared a bunch of beef dishes for the guy, knowing he loves steak, so she purposely ordered quite a bit for him. Lu Sheng sighed. "Oh, you're so thoughtful. Thanks." While cutting his meat, his eyes kept staring at his future second wife and asked, "How's the company's business lately?" Lu Qinghe replied, the initial sale price of the Ling blood strengthening pill on the market was 49,888. That price isn't exactly cheap, but it's only affordable for people who aren't average. My target market is middle to high-end customers with solid financial power. Business is doing pretty well. The first batch of 20,000 Ling blood strengthening pills sold out in less than a week. Money-making expert Lu Qinghe said happily. Plus, the repurchase rate is really high. I believe after some time, the reputation will explode. It can definitely become a star product in the martial arts supplement world of both Dongning Province and Baiha City. Lu Sheng chewed his steak while praising Lu Qinghe. Great job. I trust you with it, he continued. So money's still flowing, right? For now, we can keep things running, but once the market expands, we definitely have to open branches. At that point, I'll need a bank loan because I don't have much cash left. After finishing his meal, the guy kept drinking but didn't forget to chat with his future wife. After a while, I'll give you some money. Don't worry about the last batch. Lu Qinghe nodded and replied, thanks, I'm counting on you then. Suddenly, she blinked and asked, by the way, aren't you about to have your final exam soon? Lu Sheng calmly answered, yeah, that's right. So I won't be going out much these days, focusing on preparing for the exam. Business is all on you now. Lu Sheng suddenly remembered he just moved and reminded Lu Qinghe, oh yeah, I'm moving in a few days. I'll send you the new address then. Facing Lu Sheng, Lu Qinghe was sweating, totally confused. Seriously, this guy who's radiating intense vibes in every move is just a high schooler who hasn't even taken the final exam yet. Now he's becoming impossible to read. Lu Niamni silently thought, if it were me 6 months ago, no way I'd trust this guy with the whole Lu family's fate. But judging by the current situation, it's clear my decision wasn't wrong. Haha, yeah, handing your future over to your future husband can't go wrong. After a moment, Lu Qinghe stood up and said, if there's nothing else, I'll head out. All right, see you. Before leaving, Lu Qinghe suddenly remembered, oh right, I promoted Ma Fi to store manager. Ma Fi's super proud now, our big boss is making bank. Lu Sheng trusted his future wife's decision completely and said, you're the boss now. Okay, I'm off then. Lu Sheng had finished eating by now. Watching Lu Qinghe's back, Lu Sheng thought, her company is my main cash cow and the secret place where I can create future martial supplements. As for whether Lu Qinghe will betray me after she succeeds, I'm not worried. Lu Qinghe looks calm on the surface, like a peaceful sea, but the troubles around her will sooner or later come running to me for help. Lu Sheng's face was full of thought. Even without outside pressure, what I put out there can definitely be recovered. The most important thing now is leveling up my own strength. After thinking that, he called the pretty waitress over and ordered 50 steaks to go. Lu Sheng clenched his fist firmly. Weapons for spirit power. Forging the martial blade wheel. Refining the body with star energy. Breaking through the immortal golden body next. With all that, next time I face that female martial godmaster, my serious and determined face won't just mean a full retreat but a win over her. Then Lu Sheng thought to himself, months have already flown by. The selection for the Kai Ming Elite General ended. The Spirit Sorcerer test passed too. I went home, then confirmed, using bonuses and outside income to buy a new house for my family. Standing in front of the new house, Lu Sheng pointed at it and smiled happily at those beside him. Then he looked at the movers in front of him, rubbing his chin in curiosity, while his other hand rested on his hip watching the cheerful group from Hongshuan Martial Hall carrying stuff, wondering how they even got wind of this news. They came here willingly to help me move. Below, his sister and Zhao Lingquan were whispering happily. Even his parents stood there chuckling quietly. Lu Kanhua glanced at him, squinting and casually covering Zhao Lingquan's ear to whisper something, blushing as she tilted her head to listen. They moved until sunset. Lu Sheng thought to himself, finally, we moved into the new Lu mansion. Now he was tapping his sister's head in mock anger, still smiling with eyes squeezed shut. Behind them, their parents laughed with eyes crinkled, happily standing together, while the little girl lowered her head, accepting her brother's fake anger with a smile. From afar, an aunt carrying a bag came out. Seeing them, she muttered, new house. Finally, we moved into the new Hua mansion. Right now, he's smacking his little sister's head in anger, but still smiling with his eyes shut tight. Behind them, their parents saw the kids playing and smiled wide, standing happily side by side, while the little girl shut her eyes and bowed her head, holding her head and taking her brother's anger. Far away, an auntie carrying a bag walked out, saw them, and muttered, new restaurant. That's kinda weird. Then he confirmed, tomorrow I'm gonna take the martial arts exam. Up on the empty floor, Lu Qinghe stretched out his arm, full of hype, shouting loud in front of the glass door, finally I got my own martial arts training room. Ha ha. Downstairs, his mom held a box of red fruit, smiling gently at his dad, Wei Lan, and confirmed, we just moved here to say hi to the neighbors, sir. Seeing that, he grabbed a gift box from the table, smiled back at her, and agreed. Hearing that, Lu Sheng also looked their way, smiled softly, and confirmed quietly, I'm going with you guys. Seeing this, Wei-Lan glanced at him, about to say something, then laughed out loud, calm as ever, raised an eyebrow, and declined. No need, kid. You better rest up, then explained. Tomorrow's the big martial exam, so get some good rest. Next to him, his mom held the gift, smiled kindly, and nodded in agreement with her husband. Then he laughed heartily, eyes wide, looking up at Lu Sheng, hand on his shoulder, and said, "If you're the next martial prodigy, then our family's really legendary." Lu Sheng smiled back at him, bowed his head without replying. That night in his new room, Lu Sheng lay on the bed, drifting off, silently thinking his internal energy had reached the peak of a level 4 martial artist. Inside his body, countless undefined energies flowed constantly. Lu Sheng thought he was ready to step into level 5 any time. Then he confirmed again. He could have leveled up earlier, but he kept delaying it to refine his internal energy multiple times. The pale yellow internal energy had turned into a flowing amber yellow inside his body. Then he trained in his mind, stretched out his arms, threw a powerful punch, furrowed his brows, glared, and shouted, almost done with the third refinement. After that, Lu Sheng thought the power would definitely multiply several times once he leveled up. Right after, his punch unleashed a massive lava wave forward. The lava wave hit a snow-covered area. Ice blocks gradually stopped the lava. Snow kept falling. Then he moved on the lava toward the border of ice and fire. On the other side, Cao Cao stood on a big ice slab, weapon in hand, watching him. Her body fluttered in the snowy wind. Lu Sheng greeted her and announced, "I'm here." Hearing that, Xiao Qiao silently looked his way. Sharp metal glinted on her body. Then they charged at each other, ice and lava clearly dividing the battlefield. Lu Sheng shouted excitedly, "So, who's the tutor today?" Then Xiao Qiao quickly swung her weapon at him. Lu Sheng raised his hand to block, while his other fist punched the weapon. His face twisted as he thought, "I'm already using the star power at 20 times strength." He gritted his teeth, frowned, and stared at her, his body radiating heat. Then his fist hit Qiao Qiao's face, making her grit her teeth and spit blood. Her head turned to the side, but she quickly regained her composure, planted her heel to push off, and icy power surged out. Then she kicked hard in his stomach, sending Lu Sheng flying back. On the ground where Qiao Qiao stood was a huge ice block. Right after, he and the ice punch were blasted into a building, causing an explosion. Rocks, smoke, and fire scattered everywhere. Then he bounced out of the blast, thinking, special 4-gate breathing technique. His hand condensed a lava sphere, his face furrowed as he launched it, thinking, fire breath reached level 2 control. Besides creating a fireball, he charged like a meteor with the energy ball toward Cao Cao below. She looked up at him, and Lu Sheng thought, this could explode with massive damage. At the same time, the ball in his hand slammed down toward Xiao Qiao, but she quickly raised her shield to block it, causing the burning energy to scatter around. Then her body sprouted icy spikes, a smug smile on her face, still holding the shield over her head to block his attack. Finally, an ice pillar formed and stabbed toward him. Strong winds howled around it. Lu Sheng quickly moved around the giant ice pillar, frowning deeply. Snow kept falling. Below, Xiao Qiao still laughed, holding her ice shield and weapon, standing in the blizzard. Seeing that, Lu Sheng thought quietly, lately it feels like I'm training with this female martial godmaster every day. He watched her from afar, eyes shining with excitement, smiling to himself. I can now last 5 minutes fighting this female martial godmaster without dying. His hands were frozen into fists, his body glowing blue in the snowy wind. Then he thought again, this is worlds apart from getting slaughtered the first time we met. The perfect martial path has merged into my body. Then one hand emitted fire to melt the ice. His body glowed green, and his other hand formed tiny lightning bolts. His eyes widened, face hardened as he stared ahead into the blizzard, thinking, if all my martial arts break through to the micro level, then the perfect martial path should advance even further. Far away, Xiao Qiao still stood, grinning, baring her teeth at him. Still gripping his weapon tight, Lu Sheng clenched both his lightning and fire fists as he charged at her. Then he paused, pulling the power around him back in, shrugged with a darkened face, eyes wide and brow furrowed as he stared at Lu Qinghe. One hand still sparked with fire, the other crackled with leftover lightning as he spoke to confirm. All right, no way I can beat her now. Then he added with certainty. But after this trial, my authority will definitely break through to level 4. Then he confirmed, at that point, I'll get the next 3 major martial arts of level 11. Lu Sheng thought about the crystal general technique from a book and the refined physical arts from another, finally imagining himself holding Lu Qinghe in the palm of his hand as he declared, my strength will keep breaking through. With internal strength reaching level 5, I'll definitely take her down. Lu Sheng's face twisted with cunning, darkening as he smiled at her, a flash of blue gleaming in his eyes. Then Lu Sheng thought again, the more I spar with this female martial godmaster, he paused, then looked at Lu Qinghe holding her shield and staring back, and felt his desire grow stronger. That martial pathmaster's spear condensed from ice was something else. Then Lu Sheng reconsidered, but I already have my own weapon now. He pressed 2 fingers together, the other 3 curled down, his body glowing purple as he smiled. Right after, he unleashed the infinite blade wheel, a chain of throwing knives linked together into a whip, shouting arrogantly, "This is the weapon that drained 27 billion of my cash." One hand clasped behind his back, the other pointed forward, controlling the weapon swirling around him, his gaze calm and smug. Then Lu Sheng explained more about his weapon. The thick silver ore from Bullhead Mountain was smelted into 27 kilograms of pure silver, all used for this weapon. Some mountain range mined the ore and crafted each eye of this weapon, getting smaller and smaller. Then he muttered to himself, "After all that, I'm left with just a few million, and the spirit summoner's debt is as precious as gold. Can't help it." Lu Sheng controlled his weapon with closed eyes, forcing a smile, tears stinging with pain. This damn job really burns through cash. Then Lu Sheng withdrew his hands, clasped them behind his back, watching his weapon fly forward as he muttered, "Luckily, after I got this weapon, I only had to say one word, then shout loud enough to shake the heavens." Then Lu Sheng thought inwardly, even if spirit summoners exist 10,000 years from now, it's still the top-tier martial path profession. At the same time, he raised his hand to control his weapon, his hand glowing blue as he reflected. "These past few months, I've casually mastered a deadly move from the level 5 infinite blade wheel martial art. Finally," he shouted in his mind. The Fire Tribe's records describe this deadly move in just 4 words. Then his weapon shot toward Lu Qinghe so fast the naked eye couldn't catch it. Lu Sheng shouted inside, confident he could cut down a master, while she stayed alert, watching his weapon. Lu Sheng thought, level 5 can kill a master, so what about level 6 or even 7? Then he puzzled aloud. So, what spirit summoner combat skill is stronger than infinite blade wheel? His eyes narrowed. He clicked his tongue and looked ahead, commenting on Lu Qinghe. But this female martial god's fighting spirit is insanely strong, totally not comparable to a regular master. On the other side, she raised her weapon, channeling power that made it sprout sharp spikes, her shield quickly blocking all his incoming weapons, and he still couldn't attack within 3 feet. Seeing this, Lu Sheng got pissed, grinding his teeth, face darkening as he controlled his weapons and shouted inside, "Damn it, my weapons keep bouncing off and stabbing into the ground together." Then he picked one up, looking confused and furrowing his brow, sweating as he thought in shock. The normal moves of the infinite blade wheel don't even scratch her. Then he fell into thought. If I unleash the infinite blade wheel's full-power deadly move, then Lu Sheng added, once the deadly move launches, he paused as his weapon stabbed into Lu Qinghe's arm, forcing her to drop her shield, a huge energy clash erupting. Lu Sheng added, though it could seriously injure the female martial god, my spirit power would also drain completely, turning me into a useless wreck. Right after, the goddess's spear lunged fast at him. Lu Sheng had no strength left to fight back, weakly furrowing his brow and struggling to swing a punch, panicked as he thought. The next moment, the female martial god would definitely finish him off with one last devastating blow. Then he thought, but my wind breath still boosts my immortal golden body's defense. Speed-wise, I'm no slower than her. Lu Sheng ran away from the fight, glancing back at Lu Qinghe, struggling against his weapon stuck in the ice block, thinking further, as long as she doesn't rush to kill me, she can't do anything to me. Then he added, too bad there's no worthy opponent to test my moves on. The female martial god is too strong to try out my skills. If I keep pushing, she'll get hurt, and I'll die. Finally, he confirmed, no rival truly knows how strong they are or where their limits lie. Back to reality, Lu Sheng just woke up and sat on the bed, one hand resting on his knee, the other supporting him from behind, screaming inside his head, the trial tomorrow is the best chance to test myself. In the darkness, he stared blankly, then muttered in his thoughts, martial champion of the town, martial champion of the province. Lu Sheng interrupted himself. The house was already wrapped in night, he shouted confidently. My target. He gazed into the endless galaxy in his mind, finally smiling with sharp, determined eyes. Outside the door, dawn gradually appeared, lighting up his body. Lu Sheng was certain this wouldn't stop here. Then he openly displayed his major skills. Nothing was a secret. The body map along with his skills and parts were revealed. The crystal light cultivation method was always passively refining and upgrading his spiritual power, a cultivation technique in his mind. Next were his bright blue eyes like a hawk's. Lu Sheng's eyes, when needed, could use electric eye steps to move. Then the cells in his body were finely trained in physical techniques. The solar cells trained his body, providing energy to the refined cells, described in the secret manual just for reference. The sect master reserved the final right to interpret. Lastly, his feet crushed the ground, immortal metal body, regenerating wounds, with super defense, able to function normally even under several times gravity, a perfect body, but still not yet a supreme cosmic being. Next were his 4 natural attributes, natural breathing methods, switching functions based on different situations, comment on the element used the least. Then came the fire fist in his arm, the divine light king scripture, exploiting lost information, creating a second body inside his own, doubling his power. Then his second body appeared. The updated 10 Heavens move, inherited from the sect master, the lifetime ultimate technique of the Eastern Extreme Dark Sun, a powerful lethal strike. Finally, his senses through both eyes and body. Time, sense. His senses became extremely sensitive after enhancing spiritual power, synchronizing reaction speed in high-speed combat. Then, at breakfast the next morning, his mom stood nearby wearing an apron, eyes closed, hands clasped, mumbling a prayer. Peace and success, praying that our Sheng kid will ace the trial. On the table were steamed buns and breakfast pastries. Sitting beside was Lu Sheng, hand on the table, looking at him, sitting next to him and speaking up. Big bro, I'll go with you later. Hearing that, he smiled with his eyes squinting while eating a bun, rubbing the little kid's head and said, all right, let me feel the vibe of the trial, so you won't be too tense during your own test coming up. The little girl bit into her bun, frowned, and muttered at him with dissatisfaction. Yeah, I'm not like that. Their mom saw this, clenched her hands, smiled excitedly, and encouraged her son. Don't stress, stay calm during the test. No matter the result, you're still the son we're most proud of. Right after, outside came the sound of a car approaching, and Lamtrock called his son from the car. Son, get in the car. Lu Sheng turned and waved at him through the glass, eyes wide, replying, coming right down. Lu Qinghe glanced over while chewing, holding a bowl of breakfast. On the way, the wheels kept rolling on the road. Lamtrake reminded his son, son, you better be good. Whether our Lu family can produce a martial champion depends all on you. Hearing this, Lu Qinghe in the back seat frowned, grabbed the driver's seat and shouted, Dad, there's still me. He smiled with closed eyes. Lamtrock laughed while driving, shouting about his daughter. That girl still has a long way to go before becoming a martial champion. Ha ha ha. The sky was clear that day. At the noisy, crowded test site, cars packed the area. Lu Sheng quickly opened the door and stepped out, full of confidence, then closed his eyes, his body glowing purple as he imagined his family cheering him on. Mom's good kid. Do your best, don't stress. Getting into a top martial school will already honor our ancestors. Want some water? Hungry? Need to use the bathroom? Did you bring your test ID? Oh man, how could a kid forget something so important at home? Taxi, taxi, they shouted anxiously and excitedly, even more than him. Then Lu Sheng locked those words in his heart, opened his eyes, and looked forward, eyes full of determination, frowning slightly, smiling as he thought, it's been a long time since I lived like a normal person. Now I finally look like a normal guy going to a trial. What happened these past months really made him pause. Suddenly his dad stepped out from behind, frowned, looked ahead, and smiled as he recalled, I was here for the martial exam the first time too, but sadly, I wasn't talented, nutrition wasn't good, had to stop after a while. Lu Sheng fell into thought at his words, looking ahead. Then Lamtrock quickly came over, clapped his shoulder, smiled brightly, and said, son, you're 100 times stronger than me. He didn't say much else, just told him one thing. He cut off, one hand on his hip. Lu Sheng seriously looked at him and smiled slightly. Lamtrock added, do your best. He's Vu An's man. Lu Sheng's eyes welled up as he looked at his father, mouth agape with a flicker of surprise, then quickly regained his composure and closed his eyes. Smiling, he stepped forward and confirmed, Dad, I got it. Behind him, Wei Lan also smiled brightly, looking at his son with pride. Lu Qinghe quickly appeared beside him, gripping his hand tightly as he watched his brother's figure. Hang in there, big bro. Me and Dad will be waiting out here for you. Meanwhile, his brother strolled on coolly, waving back at them. Next, the annual martial arts exam finally kicked off. In the grand hall, people lined up neatly. The judges held their documents, looking down at the crowd as they announced without warning. According to the order of entry, the first test is blood vitality measurement, followed by combat power index assessment. He paused, then added the order numbers 00236 to 00240. Now, please enter the exam room, another judge called out. Immediately, those with the called numbers quickly moved into the exam room under strict guard and the supervision of the exam leader. Suddenly, a flash of light flickered. One judge narrowed his eyes, glancing down, grunted, then saw the crowd all stepping away from Lu Sheng, anger flashing in his eyes as he asked, what are you all doing? Lu Sheng stood in the middle, radiating killing intent, hands casually shoved into his pockets. The judge added, why are the lines in front and behind bunching up like that, leaving such a big gap in the middle? Come on, straighten up! One trembling person in the crowd pointed at him, face full of fear, answering, Judge, it's not that I don't want to move forward, but as soon as I got close to him, I felt this weird tension. My whole body started shaking. I just couldn't handle it. Hearing this, the judge frowned, clenched his fists, stormed down angrily, shouting, what the hell is this? Then he stood right in front of Lu Sheng, glaring fiercely, snorting, while Lu Sheng remained calm, expressionless, lips sealed. still radiating that deadly aura. The judge sensed it too, stiffened, and worriedly shouted in his mind. His aura is insanely strong. The judge's face twisted in struggle, frowning, grinding his teeth as he stared at Lu Sheng, fearing, this is the blood vitality of a martial artist condensed to a level where it naturally emits this kind of overwhelming aura, and the killing intent is unconsciously attacking him non-stop. Behind Lu Sheng, an invisible fierce beast seemed to appear, glowing red as it stared at the crowd. The judge's face turned pale, stepping back and shouting in his mind. Anyone normal who got close would feel like standing next to a wild beast. Lu Sheng just stood there cool as hell, hands in pockets, eyes on the judge without a flicker of emotion. The judge concluded this was a survival instinct mechanism. The body wants to avoid danger. Then the judge's eyes widened in shock, mumbling to himself, trembling. What the hell is this guy? What kind of monster is he? Lu Sheng's face stayed calm but looked like a beast, eyes shining brightly, radiating oppressive energy. Finally, the judge cleared his throat, closed his eyes, frowned, and calmed himself down, then pointed to the open door behind him and confirmed, no other way. Lu Sheng, you go into the test room alone first to measure your blood vitality. Then the others can follow behind you. Hearing this, the crowd quickly scattered, all shocked as they hurried away. Soon, no one was left around Lu Sheng except the judges. Everyone ran while glancing back at him, thinking, too terrifying, better keep distance from Lu Sheng. Finally, Lu Sheng closed his eyes and gave a bitter smile, bowed his head, sighed, and confirmed. All right. The crowd behind had already moved aside, whispering about him. Then he walked in confidently, hands in pockets, when a desperate voice rang out, I didn't take any banned drugs. I swear I didn't. The guy struggled, trying to explain, I didn't. Seeing this, Lu Sheng looked up at him, face curious but silent. Then, the guy shouted again, I only ate some chicken soup my uncle made with traditional herbs. Two others dragged him away as he shouted unwillingly. He said it would help with the exam. Behind, another judge crossed his arms, silently watching with disbelief. Then the glasses-wearing judge smirked darkly and warned, I warned you from the start. You shouldn't have eaten that in the last 2 days. The judge's face clearly showed the words strictly forbidden cheating. Then he decided, no choice. I'm suspending your exam qualification for 3 years. Go home. The guy was dragged out by 2 people, still struggling and shouting, I didn't cheat. I don't accept this. I don't accept this. Lu Sheng watched his figure leave. Then, a middle-aged man closed his eyes, bowed his head, and sighed, saying, Hi, these contestants don't know how to behave at all. The suspension is 3 years, but honestly, they won't get to compete for life. He added, no martial arts university would accept students caught cheating. The glasses-wearing man nodded with eyes closed in agreement. Then, he held the document in his hand and just pointed at me, yelling. Then it was Lu Sheng's turn. I wasn't sure what he was feeling as he looked their way. Next, he urged, that's you, right? Come over here, fast. Seeing that, Lu Sheng quickly strode over to them, his face unreadable, hands shoved in his pockets. The killing intent hit fast, freezing the 2 guys in place. Right after, the guy with glasses widened his eyes in fear, and the middle-aged man wasn't any different, staring in shock. Their bodies trembled involuntarily as Lu Sheng walked past, his whole body relaxing but mumbling with his mouth agape, this aura is way too strong. Then they concluded, we're supposed to be 5th-level judges, yet we're backing off without even realizing it. Inside the appraisal room, the guy with glasses, still stunned, picked up a syringe and stared at Lu Sheng, confirming, are you ready? First, we'll check your aura. Then Lu Sheng grabbed the syringe, flicked the needle lightly with 2 fingers, bending it, and casually frowned as he said, I'm done with my body test. Change the needle for another blood sample. This needle won't pierce me. Hearing that, the 2 got even more shocked, eyes wide and brows furrowed, yelling. Their faces went blank. Seeing this, the guy with glasses quickly frowned, pulled out a bunch of sharp needles, and shouted to confirm, I've got a whole batch of needles for high-level fighters here. The middle-aged man awkwardly stepped forward, sweating buckets as he held a syringe. Seeing that, Lu Sheng shrugged and walked over, holding a handful of syringes, glancing at them and casually commenting that testing each needle one by one would take forever. Seeing this, the 2 guys flinched and let go. Then Lu Sheng slapped the sharp tips of the syringe pile in his hand and confirmed, let's just do it all at once. Right after, they stared at the crumpled, mangled syringe pile in his hand like beaten grass, looking up at him in horror, then down at the needles, screaming in panic. This guy's like a demon. How thick is his skin anyway? The guy with glasses trembled as he confirmed. No choice. I'll go ask the higher-ups for instructions. Then he frowned, forcing a smile, pointed at the door ahead, and told Lu Sheng, you, go check your combat power index first. Lu Sheng obediently looked where the glasses guy pointed, finally smiling excitedly. All right, and moved toward that door. In the combat power testing room, a tall guy with shoulder-length orange hair and blue eyes glared and swung his fist, yelling, Ha! Die for me! His fist flashed with a blue glow as it hit the dummy. Then Bobby looked at him and announced, "Combat power broke 100. There's a good chance to pass the Great Martial Dongning test." Hearing that, the guy's eyes widened like he couldn't believe it. Then the glasses judge quickly led Lu Sheng inside. The person in charge inside held documents, glanced at them, and snorted. Then he looked wide-eyed at the glasses judge, puzzled. "Old Zhang, why are you here?" Seeing Old Zhang's grim face, he confirmed, "The next guy's blood aura index still hasn't come out, huh?" Old Zhang quickly stepped up and whispered something into the person in charge's ear, making him wide-eyed and shout, "What? There's more to this?" Then Old Zhang looked at the dummy with the device and warned, "How's your machine? Need to swap for a higher-end one? Don't mess this up. We can't lose face in front of this guy." Hearing that, the person in charge confidently smiled and gestured at his measuring machine, confirming, "Don't worry, this is the top-tier model." Then he added, the machine's limit was 999,000. He looked at test dummy number 04 of Min and confidently said, "Even a 6th-level fighter coming here wouldn't be a problem." Then he made a ridiculous comment, "Don't tell me that brat is a grandmaster or something." Ha ha ha. Right after the glasses guy stepped aside, the person in charge casually looked at Lu Sheng, waving and grinning with satisfaction. "That student's name is Lu Sheng, right?" Then he confirmed, "Come on in, it's your turn." Lu Sheng calmly stepped forward, but the killing intent on him made even the glasses judge flinch and turn around. The judge for this round stared wide-eyed, unable to sit still. His sharp eyes looked down at the judge from above, killing intent radiating nonstop, making the other guy hesitate and look up at Lu Sheng. Then Lu Sheng smiled, closed his eyes peacefully, and bowed to the judge. "Hello, Judge." His exam number was 00565, Bakha City, Lu Sheng. The judge's body slackened, trembling as he pointed nervously and laughed nervously, then confirmed in fear, "Student Lu Sheng, please step up to the testing machine." Lu Sheng stood in position before the measuring dummy, while the two judges, one standing, one sitting, watched him. Then the seated judge held the info sheet and stared at Lu Sheng, asking, "Student Lu Sheng, are you ready?" Hearing that, Lu Sheng closed his eyes and replied, "Please wait a moment." Then the judge's face twisted, eyes wide as he stared at Lu Sheng's flame. Lu Sheng used the breath of the divine flame of the Ming King scripture to boost his blood energy. Then he raised his hand as if gathering his aura, behind the shadow of a fire god flickering. His face was dead serious, and his body radiated a scorching golden energy. Seeing this, the other two immediately shielded themselves in shock. The judge of this round grabbed his hat, eyes wide with astonishment, mouth agape as he shouted at him, "Huh? What's going on? You told me this was just a student here for the prelims." He double-checked with old Zhang, who was also frowning, squinting hard ahead. Then he looked at the golden aura surrounding him and added his assessment. Condensed power bursting at a fixed point, clearly understanding the weakness. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng stayed calm, eyes closed, regulating his energy. The judge concluded, knowing all, able to do all. Then his eyes snapped open, sparkling with golden light as he shouted in his mind, "Perfect martial way," then confirmed the first form. Next, he tiptoed, the ground shattered by extreme energy as he yelled inside. The star's power multiplied 12 times. Then, the judge's eyes bulged in shock, sweat dripping, mouth unable to close. His hand swung a fist, quickly forming a fireball with a phoenix inside. His eyes flashed as he shouted the technique's name, Master Skill, flames blazing fiercely around him. Then he reconsidered and thought, "This is the first time I've fused all states into one," then added, "I want to see what my real strength is now." Lu Sheng smirked, eyes narrowed, determined, thrusting his fist forward, shouting inside, "What's the final outcome?" Right after, his fiery punch slammed into the evaluation dummy's body. Then, a brilliant light burst forth. He shouted the technique's name, Tenfold Heaven Unity. 5 minutes earlier, before the prelims tower, in some room, the sound of chess pieces slammed down hard on the table. Lu Qinghe closed his eyes, stroking his hand, sitting calmly as he confirmed, "Checkmate, Director Liu. This is Lu Qinghe, head of the city's university exam, president of the Martial Artists Association of Thuhai City." Hearing this, the chubby man playing chess beside him rubbed his head, eyes closed, sighing, "Ah, I lost again." He's the Education Bureau Chief of Bakha City. Then Director Liu praised, "President Lu's chess skills are top-notch. I've lost 7 games straight. Finally decided to quit." Lu Qinghe laughed loudly, rubbing his chin, smiling humbly with eyes squinting. "Haha, I'm just a fighter. What do I know about chess? I just accept it." Suddenly, a secretary burst in through the door, holding documents, panicked as she shouted, "President Lu, there's an urgent matter needing your orders." Hearing this, Lu Qinghe turned calmly to her, reminding, "Why the rush? Don't you see I'm with guests?" Director Liu silently watched, then asked, "What's the matter? Speak." The secretary, holding documents, stammered, It's hard to explain, But basically, a candidate from Bakha City came to the exam, but broke the blood sampling needle, so the judge wants to use a higher grade needle for him. Lu Qinghe frowned, closing his eyes, annoyed, questioning, doesn't each exam site get a box of high-grade blood needles? Why do you need my orders for this? The secretary nervously replied, well, all of them are broken. All the high-grade blood needles are broken. Hearing this, Lu Qinghe's hand clenched the chess piece so hard it cracked, eyes wide in shock as he frowned and shouted, What? All the high-grade blood needles are damaged? I can't believe this, then questioned further. Director Lu was also wide-eyed, restless, staring at the secretary. Lu Qinghe lost his cool, quickly pointing at the flustered secretary, urgently ordering, Go get the special-grade needles from the control room now. Also bring me that candidate's documents. Ha! Bingnan nearby stood up, looking over in shock. The secretary handed over the documents, confirming, I've prepared the files. Please take a look. Then, both leaned in to look at the documents, eyes wide in surprise. Lu Qinghe closed his eyes, furrowed his brow, face darkening as he breathed heavily. Then he quickly smiled at his friend, confirming, Director Liu, congrats. Director Liu smiled too, eyes closed humbly. Ha, lucky, lucky. Then, he clapped his hands joyfully, adding, This time I gotta admit defeat. Ha. All thanks to President Lu's great guidance, I get to share some glory too. Hearing this, Lu Qinghe looked a bit surprised, still holding the documents, asking, Oh, Director Liu, you don't seem surprised at all? The director laughed, eyes squinting happily. How could I not be surprised? Then admitted, but deep down, he kinda expected it. Then, he recalled the emblem of that military district shining brightly and asked Lu Qinghe, President Lu, are you familiar with the annual Kai Ming Elite General Selection of the Eastern Military District? Then he added, that dude named Lu Sheng is actually Liu Kaiming, the star general of this round. Then he added, not only that, he cut in but still smiled with squinted eyes, confirming that he's also a famous martial star from White River City. Hearing that, Weilan's eyes widened in shock as he yelled out to confirm. So that's how it is. Right after, his heart started to stir as he spoke his thoughts. That kid, with this kind of strength, not only qualifies to level up as the province's top martial champion, but he's definitely sitting solidly on the throne of the sword champion. Seeing that, Weilan excitedly grabbed Director Liu's hand beside him and shouted, Let's go check this guy out. It'd be a total waste not to meet this international talent at least once. He sighed deeply. Right after, the table and the flower vase on it shook violently. Finally, under a strong impact, the vase quickly cracked and shattered. Both Weilan and Liu Kaiming's faces turned dark with shock as they trembled. Then, unable to stand steady, they looked down at the violently shaking ground and screamed out loud, Ah! Just as the tremor passed, Director Liu behind them widened his eyes in shock and broke into a sweat, asking, Huh? An earthquake? Weilan glanced toward the source of the tremor and urgently gave his assessment. No, it's not that. I can sense the cause of the tremor isn't far away. Then his eyes went wide with horror as he yelled, That direction is where Lu Sheng is adding a supplementary fight test. Down below, just after Lu Sheng's punch, the scene turned into a cloud of dust. His fist was still raised, surrounded by blazing red phoenix orbs. The energy measuring dummy was also badly damaged, slammed against the wall, with a deep hole in the rocky ground. The two judges nearby looked on in shock and even fell off their chairs. The judge wearing glasses stared wide-eyed, frozen and unable to close his mouth, yelling out loud. Inside the room, the other judge also collapsed to the ground, mouth agape in shock. What the hell just happened? Ah! That machine is still moving, stuck to the wall behind, heavily damaged and electrified, the judge screamed. The combat power test machine is capped at peak level 6 martial artists. Then he asked again in disbelief. Blown up with just one punch? Lu Sheng looked innocent, mouth agape in shock as well. His fist was still clenched in flames, with the phoenix orbs swirling around. The judge confirmed once more. One punch from this kid? I still can't believe my eyes, he shouted, asking again. Did he surpass combat power of 999,000? Behind Weilan and Director Liu, they quickly rushed to the scene. The director glared and shouted in shock, Hey, what's going on here? The crowd looked at him, the chaotic scene and rough ground. The judge from this round ran over, grabbed Weilan, and cried out helplessly, Director Wei, you finally made it. Director Liu looked on with a dark face and mouth agape, while Weilan was startled, tears and snot streaming. The judge quickly stammered accusations, then cut in and pointed at Lu Sheng's innocent, dark face as he added, He's a sect master. Hearing this, Lu Sheng pointed back at his own face, eyes wide and lips pressed in confusion. Then the director regained composure, pointed at the people around, frowned, and ordered, Other contestants, please step outside first. Tell the outside contestants to wait a bit. Then he shouted urgently, Arrange for the Martial Arts Association to bring a sect master level testing machine here immediately. Speed it up. Hearing this, old Zhang with glasses frowned deeply, full of panic, and the judge in the blue jacket from this round confirmed loudly as they left. Then Wei Lan turned back to Lu Sheng, eyes wide and frowning in amazement, thinking, the power of that punch was earth-shattering. Then he added, today's gonna be legendary. Finally, he concluded silently, truly, a young hero. Behind Director Lu, he also approached Lu Sheng with a big smile and assured, don't worry, student Lu Sheng, no one's gonna blame you. Then he added, don't carry any psychological burden, all right? Lu Sheng glanced back at him. The director stood beside him, hands clasped behind his back, confirming, prepare well and cooperate with us for a retest later. Then he looked at Lu Sheng, a strong blue aura radiating non-stop, fists clenched, trying to figure out the situation as he assessed silently. Just getting close, you could feel the aura of a martial artist honed many times. Then he confirmed in shock. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, who'd believe there's an 18-year-old student like this? An hour later, old Zhang's voice rang out urgently, pointing at the equipment box brought in. President, all the high-level machines have arrived? He held a paper in his hand. Hearing that, Wei Lan quickly confirmed and prepared for the test. Then he pulled out a golden needle, smiling happily at Lu Sheng as he confirmed, first, we'll measure your blood energy. Right after, the golden needle quickly pierced Lu Sheng's fingertip. Lu Sheng bowed his head silently, watching the action and obediently held out his hand. Then a small amount of yellow-orange blood was drawn out. Seeing that, Director Lu also pointed at the drop of blood pulled out on the needle tip, amazed, his eyes sweating as he shouted in confusion. The blood condensed instead of spreading out, thick like mercury, the blood of a Lu Sheng. Then he added, no, it's still a bit lacking. I've seen the real blood of a Lu Sheng before. The imagined blood pearls in their minds glowed a bright orange-red full of vitality. Then, Lu Qinghe frowned as he pulled the needle back and confirmed, blood dripping to the ground should be round beads. Whether in thickness or condensation, it's a bit higher than this. Director Lu frowned too, resting his hand on his hip and added his judgment. But for his age, this is already insanely impressive. Then he put the syringe down on the machine on the table. It beeped sharply and started running. Finally, it gave a result. Blood vitality value 1,233, 566 level martial artist with a red alert on the display. Seeing this, Lu Qinghe also gasped and shouted, blood vitality value over 1,200, 6th level martial artist. Director Lu next to him held his head, eyes wide, trembling as he looked at the display and said, even in Baiha City, he hesitated, then confirmed, not even in the entire history of Dongning Province's assessments has such a record appeared. On the other side, Alan quickly looked at him, smiling excitedly and praised. Well done. Very good. Student Lu, you just set a new record for blood vitality index. Lu Sheng silently looked at him, then smirked and humbly said, it's okay. His face calm, frowning in confusion as he looked at them. The judge with glasses quickly leaned in, pouting, frowning, and shouted in dissatisfaction inside. This is called okay? Then cursed loudly in his mind. Damn, this is too much. I can't take it anymore. Then the guy with glasses grabbed the control panel and turned his head shouting, Director, the test machine is all set. Next to it is the armored dummy. Hearing that, Director Lu quickly turned to him, frowned, smiled, and confirmed. While he's still fired up, let's check his combat power index next. On the other side, the dummy was specially prepared for him. The man waved at him and thought to himself, the combat power test machine for Lu Sheng level is almost brand new, because hardly anyone in Baiha City can use it. Then he looked at him and added, today it's being used by such a young guy. Lu Sheng quickly got serious and walked over to the armored dummy, clenching his fist. Then he rolled up his sleeve and threw a punch, his face stern. A massive force started gathering on his arm. The screen quickly displayed a bunch of notifications. Finally, he punched powerfully with smoke and fire, shouting the name of the move 20 times stronger. The 11th strike of the spirit force, dust and smoke blasted out, and the people nearby quickly raised their hands to shield their faces. Then Lu Qinghe shouted in shock, the will of a Lu Sheng. This is definitely the will of a Lu Sheng. His eyes bulging, shouting again. I've chased this for years, and now it appears in an 18-year-old kid, then confirmed, who wouldn't be terrified. Director Lu next to him frowned, eyes wide, looking at him confused and shouted, this clearly means the path to 7th level Lu Sheng is fully open now. Finally, he concluded, wait a bit longer, and this kid will be a teenage Lu Sheng. Then Lu Sheng pulled his hand back from the dummy, leaving a deep dent still glowing with fire. Then he retracted his hand, smiling with narrowed eyes at the glowing dummy, surrounded by thick smoke. Then the dummy displayed its assessment, combat power, 1.U 60,000. Seeing this, Director Lu happily laughed with squinted eyes and said, the basic combat power target is met, though still a bit short, but worthy of the Lu Sheng title. Next to him, Alan noticed something off, squinted at him, stroking his chin and muttered, really strange, then shouted, not right at all. Then he looked at him and questioned, Lu Sheng, if you have Lu Sheng strength, why aren't you using Kang Qi? Hearing this, Lu Sheng calmly looked at him. narrowing his eyes. Director Lu quickly stepped forward, frowning with some panic, and asked again, "Right, where's your Kang-chi?" Lu Sheng just looked at him silently. Finally, he stretched out his hand to gather chi, his whole body glowing gold, weakly frowning with carefree confirmation. "I'm not even 5th level yet. Kang-chi hasn't formed." Hearing that, the two were stunned, faces full of shock, eyes wide as they shouted in disbelief. "What?" They both stepped back at the same time, looking at the aura on his body. Director Lu shouted in astonishment, "Oh my god. Not even 5th level and already punching with Lu Sheng level combat power." Hearing this, Alan regained composure, winked at Director Lu and said happily, "Director Lu, congratulations," then confirmed, "Baiha City, you guys might have a future Grand Lu Sheng coming. This is the true dragon manifesting." Hearing that, Director Lu clenched his fists, squinted and laughed excitedly. True dragon, huh? On the other side, Alan rubbed his chin and smiled happily, eyes squinting tight. Next to that guy, someone shouted, "Our Lu Sheng from White River City is about to show up, the true dragon heir." Right after, the chief clerk quickly spun around, pointed, and reminded old Zong, the judge with glasses, to hurry up. Notify Chief Shao and the Eastern Military District. He awkwardly grabbed the documents, confirmed with a nod, and ran off. Then Lu Sheng stepped out from the testing area, reaching out toward his family with a smile, calling out, "Dad!" The sunlight backlit him, making his blue eyes flash. Lin Zhe, full of excitement, squinted and asked, "Sheng, how'd the test go? Did you give it your all?" Next to him, Lu Qinghe was just as hyped, eyes wide, fists clenched over his chest, yelling to push him, "Big bro, spill it already." Lu Sheng put his hands on his hips and looked at his little sister, confirming, "Better than expected. If I make it to the capital, there won't be any problems." His dad beside him smiled with pride, eyes squinting, patting his shoulder proudly. Lu Qinghe clenched his fists, pumped up and shouting happily, "So you're gonna snag the top scorer title, huh?" "Ha! I've got a top scorer, big bro!" The three quickly snapped a photo together. This was Lu Sheng's college entrance exam memory. Dad was beaming in the back, his sister next to him holding the camera, smiling bright, and Lu Sheng in the middle was just as happy. Then his personal stats popped up. Name: Lu Sheng, male. Martial lifespan June 297. Martial lifespan April 477. Martial power level 8. At 18, he became a level 2 martial artist, shaking White River City. Then, nominated by the White River City Association, he joined the Dongning Province Genius Training Camp and ranked first. That same year, he joined the Kaiming General Elite Selection, earning the Kaijing General Elite title, and in the same year's final exam, he achieved the best national results and entered the 7th Holy Martial University in the capital. After 2 years of study, he joined the military district, earning the rank of major. Lu Sheng rubbed his chin, reading the red announcement board in front of him, frowning as he added, "At 30, he became a sect master. At 54, a grand sect master, and at 61 of the 4 great generals of the Eastern Military District. A lifetime soldier, with a legendary battle record, died in April 477 at the age of 181. Historical rating, 4.5 stars, resource zone limit, level 4 fire pit." Then, he forced a smile, thinking of his 5 wives, frowning reluctantly as he added, "5 wives, huh? I really don't want that." The screen quickly showed 5 hearts. Then he clenched his fists excitedly, furrowed his brows with determination, and the power in his hands flared as he joyfully shouted in his mind, "Finally, in this life, I've reached level 8 Grand Sectmaster." Then, he pulled out some academic books, smiling as he reached for them, noting that at level 4 limit, he could get the next 3 level 11 Grand Martial Arts manuals. Then, he looked at their stats. Crystal Observation Fist Technique level 3, Natural Breathing Method progressing to star level, Refined Immortal Body Golden Body Technique level 2. Finally, Lu Sheng quickly opened one of the manuals, revealing a red energy orb inside. He thought to himself that the star-level refined body technique of level 4 authority included all training stages from level 4 to 6, confirming it was equivalent to a direct path to Sect Master. Then his body quickly absorbed the energy bursting from the book, his face lighting up as he shouted inside. This manual not only provides the level 2 training moves of the immortal golden body, but also adds a special technique. Lu Sheng confidently stepped toward the glowing red orb, colorful energy streams swirling beneath his feet. Then he snapped back to reality, staring at the book's ghostly form in front of him, pursing his lips and muttering, "Good thing Shi Chengning is a hardcore fan of Wang Ha." He recalled himself hanging on something, muttering again, "Those two are like 2 sides of the same coin. I'll connect with them smoothly." Then Lu Sheng remembered the blue Sect Master energy shining on the path ahead and confirmed that his Sect Master will had already formed, and just by relying on it to upgrade his blood value, he could smoothly reach Sect Master Peak. He was still standing at the bottom step, looking up at them. Finally, Lu Sheng thought further, but then he recalled the Ten Sun Dong Tian fist technique created by Shi Chengning, the sect master's path of his, and paused a bit before remembering the sect master path with phoenix jade stones flying around and another guy wielding purple electric power, adding, Level 11, Powerhouse. Wang Ha's sect master path is called the Eastern Extreme Evil Sun of the future 10,000 years from now. Then he puzzledly asked himself, are their sect master paths really the same level? Then he denied it. No way, they're totally different. His expression darkened as he squinted, bowing his head seriously to look at the martial manual in front of him, concluding that it was their path. Then Lu Shengxiang imagined the grand path in infinite space, looking up. In front of him was still that vague book, and he firmly affirmed it wasn't his own path. He pictured himself running on a different stairway from Wang Ha beside him, seriously concluding, my sect master path has to rely on Wang Ha, but I have to surpass him. The goal from the start is to reach level 30 sword mastery, maybe even higher. Only like this could he pull off something even Wang Ha couldn't. In the end, he confirmed he had 3 level 11 grand martial arts as his foundation. He thought back to the tower and the people below, then spoke up to confirm. The entire glorious martial civilization of 10,000 years ahead had paved the way for him. Then, full of determination, he shouted out, this isn't a delusion, nor is it overestimating myself. Lu Sheng stretched out his hand, standing at the peak of life, sunlight shining on him. He raised his hand with an excited smile, eyes full of resolve, yelling, that's my future. Later, at Lu Sheng's house, 5 days after the final exam ended, Lam Trak was sitting on the ladder hanging lanterns, while Lu Qinghe downstairs was holding a lantern and handing it to his father. Nearby lay a pile of red lanterns and scattered red paper. Lam Trak above was hanging lanterns, laughing happily, eyes squinting as he said, heh, soon we'll have Saint's kids' achievements. Then he added, we gotta celebrate properly. Below, Lu Qinghe looked up while handing a lantern to his dad, smiling brightly. Next door, a blue-haired man was adjusting his clothes and glanced through the window at the father and son below, asking aloud. The neighbors were hanging lanterns and setting off firecrackers, then added, looks like something good's going down. On the other side, Lu Sheng's ex-wife, who had passed by, quickly put on earrings, squinted, and frowned as she asked back, good things? Then she added, since they moved here, nothing good has happened at all. Then she raised her eyebrows, gritting her teeth as she looked at the crowd and said, the housing here is way too cheap, even trash like them can buy it. Finally, she flipped her hair with disdain and added, look at how broke they are. When they first moved in, they were all blah blah blah, making a huge fuss. Then she remembered. This morning she bumped into them at the door. She got in the car, glanced at Lam Trak, awkwardly picking up fallen fruit on the ground, then covered her mouth, frowned with contempt, and yelled at her husband. The orange bag ripped on the street, and they just dawdled in the middle of the road for half the day. Don't know if they dirtied your car or not. Then she added, just thinking about it makes me sick. Hearing that, her husband squinted, glanced at her, frowned, and reminded, hey, why you gotta talk like that? Then he added, no matter what, they're still our neighbors. Hearing that, the girl straightened up, eyes wide with shock, turned to him and snapped, huh? You're my husband, and you're defending outsiders. Then outside came the loud sound of a horn. She covered her ears, glanced outside, mouth wide open, yelling in annoyance. Ah! Then she cursed. Who's recklessly honking? Are they nuts? It's definitely those broke neighbors getting revenge on me. Then she looked out the window, clutching her chest and yelling in frustration. It's just a few oranges, right? Soon I'll call a truck and just fill in their whole yard. Right after, a convoy of cars sped down the street. Her husband's eyes widened in shock, and he yelled in panic. Wait, that license plate! He cut himself off. Then he shouted, staring at the first car's plate in the convoy outside, East D1. Then he announced, that's the provincial director's car. Right after, he quickly moved closer to the window, rubbed his chin, face full of shock, and yelled again. The provincial director himself is here, blowing 9 congratulatory horns for Dang Long. The director's definitely here because of Dang Long, the martial champion. His wife saw this and froze, face stiff, eyes wide and dumb, looking at her husband and yelling, what? The martial champion this year is from Bakha City, and it's even in our district? She asked again. Then she turned to look at the convoy below and said, this is truly the ancestors' blessing. We gotta make friends with them this trip. Nearby, a convoy parked in front of Lu Sheng's house. Lam Trak looked shocked and stared out the door. Then his face filled with panic as he asked, Mr. Qinghe, what's going on? Why is there a whole scary convoy parked in front of our house? The little girl turned her head, still holding a lantern, and replied confused, I don't know either. Right after, 3 people, including Lu Sheng's mother and sister, were quickly invited out to meet the people in the car. Then, Habin Nam bowed and stepped out, saying first, sorry to bother you. Then he added, I'm here on official business. Seeing this, the 3 looked at him dumbfounded. As he stepped out, Ha Bin Nam straightened up, smiled kindly at them, and asked, "Is this the home of Lu Sheng Danglong martial champion? I'm Ha Bin Nam, provincial governor of Dongning, martial arts grandmaster." The driver next to him was still opening the door, eyes closed, bowing his head. Hearing this, Lam Trake's eyes went wide and he yelled in shock, "Dang Long, Dang Long." Then he shouted again to confirm, "Saint's kid is the Danglong martial champion?" Behind, Lu Qinghe also looked shocked, eyes wide, covering his face. His mother smiled brightly, covering her mouth in surprise. On the other side, the female neighbor froze, eyes wide as she stared at his house and yelled, "What? Dang, Long martial champion. How could he be that family's son?" The girl quickly grabbed her head, face pale, eyes wide and frowning as she yelled, "Ha ha ha ha!" Then she muttered in shock, "I'm doomed. This time I'm really doomed. What did I do?" Lu Sheng is still sitting in his room, legs crossed, lifting his head to regulate his energy, hands resting on his knees. Then he looks at his arm and makes an observation. Detoxifying the meridians, his body is starting to show brown streaks. Next, he thinks to himself that after obtaining the next stage of the immortal golden body technique, his previously stagnant physique is gradually strengthening again. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng is wiping himself off as he gets up from the bed. Right after, his phone rings with a message notification, the screen lighting up. He opens the chat screen and sees it's Lu Qinghe. She texts him, "Bro, you're #1 nationwide now. The Dragon Champion for real." Then she sends a cartoon picture and urges, "Bro, there are so many people at home. Why haven't you gotten up yet?" Then she reminds him again, "Bro, provincial director, sect master, how can you keep the sect master waiting for you to wake up?" Hearing that, Lu Sheng's eyes widen in surprise. While reading the message, Lu Sheng wipes sweat from his brow and shouts in his mind, "Provincial director?" Then he confirms it again at home. Next, Lu Sheng closes his eyes, regulates his energy, and confirms in his thoughts, "Let me check it out." Immediately, his mind forms a purple network scanning around the house, his hand gripping the phone tightly. Below, 3 family members and 3 others are sitting in the living room. Seeing this, Lu Sheng identifies the energy signature as Chairman Xiao. Then he notes another person nearby with a similar blood energy intensity, also a level 6 sect master. Next, he quickly looks toward the person with the blazing red energy and makes another observation. This one makes Lu Sheng pause a bit to confirm further. His whole body's blood energy is like a furnace. Even a level 6 powerhouse looks like a speck of dust beside this raging flame. Then the man turns his face and glances at him. Lu Sheng is startled and shouts in his mind, "That's the sect master." The man named Ha Bing Nan also looks up at him, smiling brightly, "Ha," then says, "Looks like our dragon champion is finally awake." Chairman Xiao beside him looks at the man in confusion, and Lu Sheng's mother also glances over with a puzzled look. Lu Sheng then starts walking down from upstairs. Everyone quickly turns their gaze toward him. He calmly places his hand on the railing and greets them. "Really sorry to keep you all waiting so long." Seeing this, Ha Bing Nan narrows his eyes, smiling as he evaluates silently. This kid's got it good, so young but already holding such a powerful aura. Next to him, Xiao Yuhua smiles happily at Lu Sheng. Then Ha Bing Nan looks at the strong energy radiating from him and comments, "Like the sunrise piercing through the morning mist." Lu Sheng's face remains calm as he approaches them. Ha Bing Nan adds, "It's really hard not to feel a deep, lasting emotion here." Then Linja quickly steps closer to his son, placing a hand on his shoulder, the other hand reaching toward Ha Bing Nan with a smile, eyes squinting joyfully as he introduces, "Sheng Er, you finally woke up. This is the provincial director of Dongning province, Ha Bing Nan." Then he points to the person beside Ha Bing Nan and adds, "And this is the mayor of Baisha City," finally pointing to Xiao Yuhua, who's smiling at him. "Chairman Xiao Yuhua, someone you know." Hearing this, Lu Sheng quickly smiles and moves closer to Ha Bing Nan, extending his hand to shake his. The provincial director returns the handshake, his face friendly and calm as he replies, "Haha, hello, student Lu." Then everyone quickly sits down, and Lu Sheng sits opposite Ha Bing Nan. He looks at him and says, "This visit is a bit sudden, mainly to congratulate student Lu Sheng," then adds, "for achieving the top nationwide rank, the Dragon Champion, in this year's university entrance exam." Hearing that, Linja looks at him puzzled and asks, "The university exam results are already out?" Ha Bing Nan honestly replies, "Basically, the system is done. Only the ranking results are pending." Then he confirms, "But it's certain that student Lu Sheng is #1. Hearing this, Lin Zhe's face lights up, eyes wide as he jumps up from his seat. Behind Lu Qinghe also looks shocked, eyes wide at his older brother. His mother covers her mouth, eyes shining with happiness as she smiles. In the center, Lu Sheng remains calm and continues. Ha Bingnan adds that this is without including cultural class scores or bonus points. Finally, he concludes, "If we wait for the system to calculate all points, it's very likely we'll see the best dragon champion in history." Then Ha Bingnan reaches out and the secretary behind quickly bows and hands over a paper box. Ha Bingnan looks at it calmly, smiling as he confirms, I just got the news and came here immediately to meet student Lu Sheng. Then he confirms, also, on behalf of Dongning Province, we present some corresponding rewards for the top student of Dongning. Then he opens the box. Inside is a silver card and a land deed. Ha Bingnan tells them, this is a 50 million cash reward. It's not much, but it's a token of the province's appreciation for student Lu Sheng. Then adding on, this is a house over 400 square meters right in the heart of Dongning Province. It's not as huge as Lu Sheng's place, but the location is killer. Around it, there's a bunch of professional martial arts spots, perfect for a martial artist to train and chill without freaking out. Trulong's eyes went wide, staring into the box, speechless, and his mom and little sister peeked in too. Then his mom quickly grabbed the box and smiled as she closed it. Next, Ha Bingnan looked at him and confirmed, Lu Qinghe is already a level 6 martial artist now. Behind, Lu Qinghe heard his brother and gawked, totally shocked and making all kinds of faces. Lu Sheng just turned calmly to the old man and he confirmed again, you can pick any top martial arts academy in the whole country. Then he asked Lu Sheng, have you decided where yet? Hearing that, Lu Sheng quickly looked at him and replied, I've thought it through. His face was straight up honest as he confirmed, the capital Holy Martial Academy. Right after, Ha Bingnan pulled out a recommendation letter, eyes closed with a smile, and the secretary respectfully placed the letter in the old man's hand. Ha Bingnan added, yeah, I thought the same. Then he added, luckily I also have a recommendation letter from the Holy Martial Academy to give you. Then he waved his hand and laid out 7 letters with red and blue seals, smiling excitedly as he looked at him and added, and that's all 7 Holy Martial Academies too. Finally, he said, I'm not biased, so I won't say much. Lu Sheng, you pick for yourself. Seeing this, Lu Qinghe next to him freaked out, eyes wide, speechless but screaming inside. The holy grounds every martial artist in the country dreams about, and you get to choose freely? He finally shouted, is this some crazy manhwa plot or a novel twist? Lu Sheng sat straight, hands on his knees, staring at the letters in front of him, speechless. Then he quickly gathered the recommendation letters together, using one hand to stack the others. Ha Bingnan watched, a bit surprised by his choices. Then Lu Sheng picked one letter up from the messy pile and said, confirming it. Then he looked at the seal from Bo Si, eyes flashing as he confirmed, the 7th Holy Martial Academy. Hearing that, Ha Bingnan was a little stunned, eyes wide with a flicker of surprise, forcing a smile as he thought, I thought Lu Sheng would think this through more carefully. Then he added, never expected him to decide like this, such a unique style. Then he smiled, gestured to put the letters away, closed his eyes, and said, all 7 Holy Martial Academies were built on martial city legacies. The 7th Academy might not be the flashiest, but the quality of teachers here is just as good as the other 6. Also, the coursework at the Holy Martial Academy is more dangerous. You'll need a handy cold weapon. Next to him, someone held a letter, listening. Then the old man pulled out his golden business card and said, once Lu Sheng picks his major cold weapon, you can call me any time. Hearing that, Lu Sheng was a bit surprised, eyes wide, looking down at the shining card with a slightly puzzled face. Ha Bingnan added, for cold weapons below level 6, I'll personally pick one for you, as a congratulatory gift for Lu Sheng Danglong. Hearing this, Lu Sheng quickly grabbed the card, eyes wide as he smiled and said, a level 6 cold weapon? That's gotta be pricey. Then he told himself to reluctantly accept it, knowing refusing the provincial director's kindness, who's also a top-tier martial artist, would be super rude. Then he confirmed to the old man, thanks, Provincial Director Ha. Then the old man and his group quickly stood up, smiling warmly. Ha Bingnan stood, clasped his hands, and said, all right, I won't bother you at home anymore today. Mainly, I'm just really hyped hearing that a true dragon has appeared in Dongning Province. I just can't hold back. Then he added, hope everyone understands. On the other side, Lu Sheng's family stood up too. Lin Zhe heard that and stretched out his hand with a big smile, confirming happily, no bother at all. Lu Sheng and his family waved goodbye as Ha Bingnan's convoy left. Then Lin Zhe looked at him, eyes squinting with a grin, fists clenched, shouting joyfully, ha ha ha, this is truly the kind of family with legendary ancestors. Our Lu family never thought we'd see this day. Then he turned to his wife and urged, honey, go to the market and buy stuff. Tonight we're throwing a celebration party. Next to him, Lu Qinghe was pumped, holding up a red ribbon roll. His mom behind heard that and turned to run inside, not forgetting to reply. Seeing them so happy, he smiled gently. Elsewhere, a man looked over Lu Sheng's file and hummed. After a moment, he gave an interesting opinion. Then someone nearby glanced at him and asked, oh, something caught your interest? Then he sighed. This is seriously top-notch. The man in the shadows leaned on his hand, tilted his head, holding Lu Sheng's file and said, maybe this year won't be like the others. This is Dan Zhongyu, the bright jade martial saint. A few days later, classmates looked at Lu Sheng, all with messy faces. Lu Sheng and his friends congratulated each other on passing the final exam and said their goodbyes. Especially Lu Kaiming was bawling his eyes out, tears streaming down, then quickly went to say goodbye to his family before setting off on a new journey. He hugged his parents and little sister at the airport. Wei Lan looked at him, furrowing her brow with a mix of sadness and pride. Next, Lu Sheng quickly boarded the plane, reaching up to stow his luggage overhead. Then he thought to himself, the 7th Lu Sheng Martial Academy is the next school he'll enroll in. The main reason was because Lu Sheng hesitated for a moment. While putting away his luggage, he squinted and thought further. The 7th Lu Sheng Martial Academy has a complete Martial Saint inheritance system, plus a one-of-a-kind Martial Saint tower. Then, as he sat down, he suddenly recognized someone familiar and was a bit startled, thinking to himself that the 7th Martial Saint path he chose was established 57 years ago, but was interrupted. He also thought about the founder, Dan Zhongyu, one of the 3 current Martial Saints of Long Nation. Then he recalled Dan Zhongyu became a Martial Saint just over 60 years ago. Now he's over 100 years old. He imagined the image of that person standing in a painting alongside the tower and a huge sword. This is the 7th Lu Sheng Martial Academy's new creation. Right after, he thought further, he heard that the lifespan of Martial Saint powerhouses can easily exceed 300 years, way beyond normal human limits. Then he confirmed, all the Martial Saint powerhouses in the world are relatively young. Thinking of this, Lu Sheng rubbed his chin, closed his eyes, frowned, and pictured an old turtle with white hair holding a sword, smirking as he thought, like some kind of immortal from mythology. Then he remembered that in Long Nation's history, there have been 9 martial saints total, a dragon path drawn by predecessors with countless martial arts to cultivate. Then he confirmed with regret, sadly, over 100 years ago, many martial saint-level powerhouses died in battles against mutated beasts. Those huge mutated beasts attacked buildings and people, turning the battlefield into a bloodbath. Lu Sheng added that some died in wars between countries, elite warriors fighting and killing each other. He thought about the schemes used that caused both sides to lose countless martial saints. The human race's martial elite died off from internal conflicts like that. A big, strong blue dragon and a white lion charged at each other in battle. Lu Sheng thought Long Nation and Lion Nation fought bitterly for the title of strongest martial power in the world, which was really frustrating. Then he added, as for the outcome, I don't even want to mention it. He cut himself off. Then, ignoring the result, he continued. The Martial Saint Tower was built after the war by Long Nation based on each Martial Saint's different states. It was restored perfectly. The Martial Saint Tower represents the highest level of Long Nation's martial path combined with technology, a skyscraper with advanced tech born right in the city center. Lu Sheng gave his thoughts on the tower. Those who enter challenge themselves based on difficulty levels. He pictured the tower's floors like a person's growth. The first floor is a child, the second a young adult, the top floor an old person leaning on a cane, while the conqueror outside holds a sword at level 1. Lu Sheng confirmed that the more floors you break through, the more chances you randomly meet a martial saint, maybe even get accepted into their sect. Next, he remembered Qinghe with a bright golden halo standing and watching the conqueror holding a sword below. Back in reality, he recalled himself holding a sword, focusing on the martial city, making him smirk awkwardly, glancing at the digital inheritance scrolls and shouting his thoughts inside. Even though he didn't care about martial saint disciples, since he already had many inheritances left by level 11 powerhouses, then he confirmed more about the cultivation methods in his mind. Glass observation technique, natural breathing method, divine illumination, Ming King scripture. Finally concluding that he couldn't even finish cultivating all that, so why bother with level 9 martial saint inheritances? Then he looked at the score sheet with categories. Must cultivate 1, must cultivate 2, must cultivate 3, and a bunch of other stuff. His face tightened, sweating as he thought. If it weren't for Long Nation's strict requirements on key martial talent training, he confirmed that you must have enough cultivation points at university to get to the battlefield. Back in reality, he spoke with anticipation that he had already reported directly to Du Feiyi, then thought again, but it's all good. Behind him, a girl was also putting away luggage, complaining somewhere, while Lu Sheng smiled, lost in thought, staring out the window and shouting inside his head. By then, I'll have more mission points to reach the required score sooner. Finally, he thought, maybe in about a year, I'll graduate from the 7th Lu Sheng Martial Academy. Suddenly, a familiar voice called him Lu Sheng as Yang Yan. She bowed and looked at him, smiling brightly and cheerfully asking, what a coincidence, you're flying to the capital today too? The real coincidence was a message from Lu Qinghe's little sister to Yang Yan. Lu Qinghe texted to notify her that Big Brother's flight was at 12 noon the next day, then cheered her on. No worries, sis, Yang Yan bravely replied. You already gave up Dong University to come to the capital for Big Brother. Then excitedly, she lit the fuse for an explosion. Lu Qinghe messaged to announce that Big Brother's flight is at 12 noon the next day, then cheered her on. It's okay, sis. Duan Dian, be brave. You already gave up Dong University for Big Brother and came to the capital. Then she excitedly lit the fuse. What's there to be scared of? Come on, future sister-in-law's back to reality. She quickly plopped down in the chair next to him, then flashed a bright smile. Lu Sheng saw her and shyly smiled back to confirm it. What a coincidence! Then the two of them just looked at each other and laughed. The conversation hit a dead end, so Lu Sheng scooted away from her and curled up a bit. Then he quickly regained his composure and glanced at her, wondering why the hell she was here. Meanwhile, she smiled at him, full of joy and sincerity. Seeing that, he quickly darted his eyes away, his face full of awkwardness with a forced smile, a black line appearing as he screamed inside, "Not another wife! Seriously?" 2 hours later, the plane swiftly landed. Alan and Alan quickly stepped off the plane. He pulled his suitcase ahead, looking around to take it all in. Behind him, Alan was just as excited, dragging her suitcase with a smile. Lu Sheng saw this and thought to himself, no wonder this capital city is booming. The vibe here is seriously thriving. Right after, someone jogging past at a crazy speed, headphones on, zipped by like a blur. Lu Sheng watched her jump up to the high street lamps while running and thought, maybe base 1359 was just as epic and majestic before it got invaded. Down below, he kept watching and thought, even the wall cleaners here must be secret masters. On the rooftop, a guy was clinging to the glass, cleaning it without any ropes. At Jinghe University, a crowd of students was streaming inside. Then he turned to Alan beside him and smiled, confirming, we're at Jinghe University now. I'll get you enrolled first. Then I'll head over to register at Shengwu University. She blushed, shyly avoiding his gaze, and softly replied, okay. The two quickly dragged their suitcases into the school. Alan imagined in her head, this feels like a college couple going to register for the new semester together. Then she confirmed, it'd be awesome if I could study at the same school as Lu Sheng. At the school gate, two guys, one with slicked-back brown hair, the other with blonde hair, were teasing some female students. Suddenly, the blonde looked over at him and Lan. His eyes locked onto her, smiling brightly while walking with Lu Sheng, and he shouted out, damn, what a knockout! His eyes lit up with hearts, fists clenched, yelling, back off, this girl's mine! The brown-haired dude sneered at him with contempt, scrunching his face and said, get lost, man. Dream on. Then he strode over to Alan with a smile, extending his hand to greet her. Hey there, freshman. Here to enroll at Jinghe? I'll show you around for registration. The blonde stood behind her, smiling, and added, let me help you with your luggage. Alan got flustered, hesitating as she pulled her suitcase and looked at them. Then Lu Sheng quickly grabbed both suitcases, handed them to the blonde, who blinked in shock. The brown-haired guy looked back at Lu Sheng, grinning happily, and said, well then, thanks for the trouble. Alan quickly stepped back, a bit awkward watching Lu Sheng's move. Hearing that, the blonde reached out to take the luggage, frowning and squinting at Lu Sheng, asking, hey, you're a new student at Jinghe too? Seeing he wasn't scared, Lu Sheng thought to himself, I've learned how to keep my energy from leaking out. Then he confirmed, looks like normal people can't sense it. He crossed his arms, smiled calmly, and replied, no, we're just classmates. I'm just helping her get registered. Alan stood shyly behind him, forcing a smile at the blonde. The blonde lifted his suitcase, smiling with narrowed eyes, and whispered to his bulky friend, phew, looks like this freshman's into him already. The bulky guy quickly bent down, clenched his fists, and whispered back with a grin, good thing we're not at the same school. We get to enjoy the perks nearby. Then the bulky guy smiled, glanced at Lu Sheng, pointed to the school building, and proudly said, our place might be second rate, but the facilities are all based on the top-tier Shengwu University. Plus, we've got every kind of training room on campus. The martial artist path is close by too, he added, then shouted, each win gives you 3 chances to enter the Martial Saint Tower. Come to Jinghe, you won't regret it. Lu Sheng squinted at him, raising an eyebrow and asked, even average martial artists can enter the Martial Saint Tower? Alan looked confused and glanced over. The bulky guy put his hands on his hips, raised his chin, and proudly confirmed with a smile, of course, the Martial Saint Tower is a treasure of the whole Dragon Kingdom. It's not just for Shengwu University students. The blonde, holding his suitcase, nodded and added, not only regular martial artists like us, but even outsiders with approval from the Martial Artist Association can enter the Martial Saint Tower. He finished by saying it's just a bit complicated to get in. Then, as long as the Martial Artist Association approves, you can enter the Martial Saint Tower. The final assessment is just a bit complicated. Next, he just imagined his school when entering the tower, thinking it needed a gatekeeper, but the school actually doesn't need one and compares differently. The students of Lu Sheng are just a bit more convenient, no approval papers needed, you can enter anytime you want. The blonde dude quickly rubbed his hands and stepped toward Lu Qinghe, his face all scrunched up in a grin as he reminded her, hey, little sis, let me tell you the first rule when you come to Jinghe, in the East District of our university. You can mess with anyone you want, and trust me, someone from the school will always have your back. no fights will break out. Hearing that, Lu Qinghe beside him dodged slightly, eyes wide in surprise. Then her expression quickly darkened, her gaze full of warning and fear as she whispered, pointing a finger up, "But absolutely, absolutely don't piss off anyone from Lu Sheng. Don't mess with Lu Sheng." Hearing this, he looked confused, rubbing his chin and staring wide-eyed at the blonde, asking why. The blonde guy quickly straightened up, a bit startled, then grit his teeth and glared at him, annoyed inside, yelling, "Why's this brat always butting in? Don't block me and my little sis from talking." At that, he calmed down and explained to him, "Because the students of Lu Sheng are all crazy. Those guys get their beast missions as soon as they enroll." The blonde remembered the fierce fights those guys had and added, "They start spilling blood right away. If you fight, you might get killed. Plus, their strength is no joke, each one's scary strong." Finally, he pointed at him, frowning and grinding his teeth, asking sharply, "Got it, little bro?" Hearing that, the guy next to him smiled with squinted eyes, ignoring the annoyance and confirmed, "Got it." Right after, they reached the campus, where a crowd gathered around a sign marking the registration spot for freshmen. Then, Lu Sheng turned, raised a hand to mimic a phone to his ear, the other hand in his pocket, smiling at Lu Qinghe to confirm, "All right, I'll take you here. If anything comes up, just call me. And remember, find me anytime." She smiled shyly and nodded happily. "Yeah, will do." Then he turned and left, while Lu Qinghe kept her hands behind her back. Seeing this, the big brown-haired guy spoke up. "Looks like we're screwed, huh?" The blonde ran up, warning, "Use every trick to get her. Got it? You understand?" The big guy covered his face with his hand, looking toward Lu Sheng with a grimace, commenting, "Damn, that kid's seriously arrogant." The blonde clenched his teeth, rolling his eyes in agreement. "Yeah, and she's supposed to find him anytime? Thinks he's some big shot." Then he rushed over to Lu Qinghe, pushing her suitcase, bending down to ask, "Heh, little sis, what university does your classmate go to that he's so cocky?" She just glared coldly at Lu Sheng's retreating figure, then shot the blonde a fierce look and answered, "Lu Sheng." Hearing that, the two guys froze, their faces full of confusion, eyes wide and mouths open as they yelled at Lu Qinghe. "Wait, she's dragging 2 suitcases and acting all high and mighty? Right. He's from White River City, named Lu Sheng." The two guys stiffened, then looked at each other terrified, pale and trembling, whispering in fear, Lu Sheng." Then one grabbed his head and shouted, "He's this year's Dragon Martial champion." Meanwhile, Lu Sheng just smiled and walked toward his school. His suitcase rolled quickly to the school gate, where he stopped, looking up calmly as the sun set, then acknowledged, "Here we are." He cut himself off and stared at the bright yellow sign above the entrance. Standing before the massive gate, he shouted, "Lu Sheng, inside is the campus." Outside, he stood silently holding his suitcase. Then Lu Sheng smiled, squinting with determination as he looked at the tower in the middle, thinking, "Not bad for Lu Sheng." He added the words, "Martial Saint," the giant wooden tower, the majestic atmosphere hitting him hard. In his mind, the master has rivers and mountains. In his heart, the Martial Saint holds the universe. Even if it's just to expand knowledge and vision, this college trip isn't wasted. As he stepped inside, in front of him was a small stall with a long table and people, next to a sign marking the freshman registration spot. Lu Sheng handed over his card and asked, "Is this the freshman reception?" The 3 people there, 2 girls and a guy, looked up at him. He added, "I'm here to register." Hearing that, the blonde girl quickly grabbed his introduction letter with a smile, placed her hand on the table, and asked excitedly, "Oh, a newbie? Just give me the letter. I'll check it for you." The person sitting at the table looked at her wide-eyed, and he didn't even react before. The letter was snatched away. The blonde girl's eyes widened in shock as she yelled, "Whoa!" finally confirming he was this year's Dragon Martial champion. The girl next to her turned and exclaimed, "Yeah, that's rare to see." They carefully read Lu Sheng's introduction letter, then started whispering. This is the first time Lu Sheng has recruited a champion, and he's also a rare handsome dude. Hearing that, the man behind them polishing weapons froze and stopped what he was doing. He squinted, glancing their way. The girl next to her turned and shouted in amazement, "Yeah, that's seriously rare." They all focused on reading Lu Sheng's intro letter, then started chatting. "This is the first time our Seven Saints Martial sect has recruited a top scholar, and on top of that, he's a rare, handsome dude." Hearing that, the guy behind cleaning his weapon froze and stopped what he was doing. He squinted and glanced their way. Silent, you furrowed your brow with a bit of annoyance. Then, he quickly jumped up, making a loud noise that startled all 3 of them to look over. Right after, he landed on the table in front of you. Right after, a loud noise echoed. Lu Sheng silently glanced over with no expression, then squatted down, carrying a sword on his shoulder, his face full of arrogance. He frowned, looking at you, his body radiating a reddish-orange aura as he asked, "Are you the one?" You remained calm, gripping your bag strap, your face completely relaxed, exuding a cool blue aura. The guy asked again, "You're that Lu Sheng?" Hearing that, you smiled warmly, confirming, "Yeah, that's me." Then you asked what he wanted. Seeing that, he smirked, glaring at you with deadly intent, quickly swinging his sword. His eyes flashed as the fiery blade slashed toward you. He had one knee on the table, the other foot planted firmly. Lu Sheng stayed calm, standing still. The sword strike hit Lu Sheng's shoulder but didn't leave a scratch, like a mosquito biting stainless steel. You smiled calmly at him, the sword still resting on your shoulder. Seeing this, the senior swordsman was shocked, his eyes wide, furrowing his brow in surprise as he looked at you. Then he tilted his head toward his sword's tip, frowned, and announced, "You're heading straight that way." Lu Sheng tilted his head, following the sword's direction. The other guy stood up from the table and added, "The path is clearly marked. It's easy to find the student dorms." You quickly turned your head, closed your eyes, and confirmed as you walked, "Got it, thanks." Leaving behind the stunned, silent swordsman and the two girls staring at you, Lu Sheng waved goodbye without looking back. Then, the blonde girl standing there touched her chin excitedly, watching your figure and said, "Wow, steady vibe, calm, and that aura too." Then she confirmed, "He's definitely more outstanding than the seniors. If he's on my team, that'd be awesome." The senior swordsman stood up straight, sword on his shoulder, hand on his hip, looking toward you, frowning as he asked the two others, "Does anyone know his exam scores?" The girl with glasses, sitting and scrolling on her phone, eyes wide in surprise, confirmed, "I'm checking now." Finally, she concluded, "Nothing, can't find anything." Then she suddenly looked at the screen and shouted, "But his blood energy level already broke through to level 6. Hearing that, the senior quickly frowned, looking at her in alarm. The blonde beside him also trembled in shock. The girl with glasses kept confirming, adding that he broke many records, and he might be the strongest rising star ever. Seeing this, the senior frowned, squinted at you with interest, chuckled, then confirmed, "Is that so? Then there's definitely going to be some epic stuff to watch later." Meanwhile, Lu Sheng held his suitcase, carefully observing around and thought, "Wow, a capital city with this much space. No wonder it's the Holy Martial University." Then he wondered quietly, "But where did all the students go?" Suddenly, a loud call rang out. "Hey, student, over here!" A chubby guy ran up to you, smiling excitedly, saying, "Ha! Finally bumped into someone." Lu Sheng turned his head to look at him. The guy asked, "Are you also here for your first day registration?" Then he introduced himself, "I'm Lam Track, a freshman too." He scratched his head shyly, smiling at you as he asked, "Can you show me the way to the student dorms?" Then he explained, "I'm hopeless with directions, been wandering half the day and still can't find it." You smiled kindly and confirmed, "Sure, I know the way." Then urged, "This place is huge, let's go." The two of you pulled your luggage toward a crowd. Lamtrak smiled happily, saying, "Phew, finally found a place to stay. This place is massive." You casually asked, suspicious, "Huh, why are so many people blocking the entrance? What's going on?" Ahead of them, a group of students were grimacing. Suddenly, someone flew up with warning shouts, "Hey, danger, move aside." Lamtrak and Lu Sheng looked up, confused. Then the person slammed down in pain, coughing harshly. The others nearby widened their eyes in shock. Then a clap and a proud voice praised. "Not bad, not bad," he said. "You're Hua Thiu Min, the top martial artist of Namjiang province this year, right?" The guy surrounded by people clenched his teeth and frowned as he sat up. The blonde lion-haired guy clenched his fist tightly, one hand on his hip, looking proudly at his fist, saying, "Impressive. You're the only one in this crowd who can take 2 of my hits. Keep pushing, break through a bit more, and you'll make it into the top ranks." By the door, a long-haired person stood sipping bubble tea, watching the scene, foot propped on the door, smiling down at the crowd. Below, a green-haired guy frowned anxiously, looking at his friend and asked, "Hoak Dong, what's up? You sure you can win if you fight him?" The other dude just looked up silently. The students around clenched their fists, grinding their teeth, frowning with frustration. Hoak Dong next to him frowned too, looked up and answered, "Not sure at all. This is Hoak Dong Vo Tham Hoa from Kin Do Province, competing in the 5th national tournament." He spoke up helplessly. "I just hit level 5, but that guy's probably already reached peak level 5 with his chi fully formed." The blonde dude ahead crossed his arms smugly, looking down at them, his whole body radiating deadly intent. Hoak Dong confirmed, "I'm afraid I can't even withstand 3 of his moves. The outcome would be just like that Xu Xiaoming guy." Then, closing his eyes and frowning helplessly, he added, "If my elemental control could break through to level 3, maybe I'd have a chance." But right then, he hesitated. The blue-haired guy next to him frowned in shock and yelled, "What? Even you can't do it?" Then he stretched out his hand with another idea. "How about we team up and support you? If we just wear him out, there's definitely a chance." Hearing this, Hoak Dong quickly opened his eyes and looked at his friend, objecting, "That plan's no good." Then he explained, "A peak level 5 martial artist's blood and chi stats are nearly 1,000, plus mastery of Kang Chi technique. His stamina is insane." Then he looked at the guy, frowning at his blocked bubble tea straw, puckering his lips in disgust, stirring the drink, and added, "Besides, I can feel that guy hasn't even used his full strength yet. He's even more dangerous, probably already hit level 6, a true master." Hearing this, the crowd panicked and shouted. Behind them, a brown-haired guy widened his eyes and yelled, "Level 6? Is he even a student?" The blue-haired guy also lost it, eyes wide, hands flailing, yelling, "Even the martial arts guild leader is only level 6. This is just bullying." Hearing the crowd's chatter, Kython up above laughed loudly, looking down. "Ha ha." The crowd quickly looked up at him, full of fear. Then he spoke up, warning them, "Don't you guys even know where you are right now?" Then he laughed arrogantly, holding up 3 fingers and laid down the rules for entry. The rules were simple. If you can block 3 of my moves, you get in. Block 5, you get to bring a suitcase inside. Then he reached down to the crowd and said, "I know you're all martial arts prodigies, the chosen ones, the best among your peers." The crowd below looked at him, terrified. Kython added, "But here, your glory and pride mean jack shit." His face darkened, eyes narrowed, teeth clenched, clutching a handful of name tags and sneering. "Everything you want, you gotta fight for it with your own hands and strength." Then he added, "Those without power, these cards will just drop from your hands." Kython confirmed, "You're nothing but regular people, maybe even just dogs or lowly insects." The crowd stared at the pile of cards and at Kython in fear. Then he laughed, raising his hand with deadly intent radiating around him, laughing maniacally. "I'm a senior student of Lu Sheng Martial University. Your revered senior will teach you all your first lesson." The crowd below went dead silent, not daring to make a sound, heavy with gloom. The new students clenched their teeth in frustration, pursed their lips, squinting up at him. Then he frowned, lips tight, scoffing inside. "Ha ha, what a lame-ass move. Don't they know the world's not small?" Then he sighed and thought, "Why do these damn pests show up everywhere, spouting life lessons and jungle rules, but their strength's as weak as snails?" Then he wondered inside, how do they have the nerve to act so shameless? Suddenly, Lamb Trake next to him clenched his fist, bowed his head, muttering, "So damn epic." Hearing that, he looked at him puzzled. Then Lamb Track grinned wide, eyes popping, pumped his fist and shouted, "This is exactly the kind of thing I love." The scene was seniors trampling on others, enjoying their shock and fear. Then he asked again, "Ha, ready for 3 moves?" Then he quickly tossed the challenge to Lu Sheng and said, "Watch your grandpa teach you a lesson, kid." Seeing him so hyped, he blinked, caught the bag, a bit amazed. Then he pointed to his face, his expression deadly, fist clenched, glanced at him and said, "My bro told me. I'm the martial champion of Sichuan province this year, ranked 9th nationwide." Without waiting, Lamb Track jumped up, fist curled, grinning, yelling, "What a trash decision." His face radiated deadly intent, fists clenched tight as he glanced at the announcer. The brother said to him, then confirmed, "I'm the martial champion of Sichuan province this year, and I ranked 9th nationwide." Without waiting any longer, Shilong quickly sprang up, fist curled, baring his teeth with a grin, shouting out loud, "What kind of trash decision is this? Just heading to the dorm and you're already dragging your feet? Let me school you real quick." The crowd even looked up at him in shock, while he stood there holding his bag, staring blankly. Just as expected, Lu Qinghe. Lu Qinghe was quickly knocked back, groaning in pain as he hit the ground. Everyone around, including him, stared wide-eyed at the scene. Then, still holding his bag, he squatted down and looked up at him, asking if he was okay. Lu Qinghe scratched himself and sat up with a cough, then admitted, "I wasn't careful. Didn't expect that guy to be that strong, even with his Kang Chi. And that other dude, even after kicking, he's still radiating that thick, golden aura." He chuckled smugly, hands tucked under his knees, staring at them. Then, he quickly patted the guy on the shoulder, smiling as he tried to comfort him. "Ha, all right, you're already pretty badass." Meanwhile, Lu Qinghe clutched his head, eyes shut tight, looking miserable. Soon after, he confidently stepped forward. The crowd quickly parted to let him through. Lu Sheng spoke up to confirm, "Next up, watch me." The guy behind sat dazed on the ground, watching Lu Sheng's retreating back. Right after, Lu Sheng stretched out his hand in front of Lu Qinghe, who was still smirking arrogantly. In his mind, he thought, "Yeah, I should have thought about this sooner. When things get annoying, you gotta handle it fast." Then he rubbed his other wrist, darkening his face with a smirk, eyes closed, stepping forward while releasing a sharp killing intent. He thought, if it gets noisy, just smash it to death. He calmed himself, clenching one fist and gripping the strap of his bag with the other, looking up at Lu Qinghe with a calm expression and confirming, "Ready to go?" The students around quickly started whispering and gossiping. Then the guy suddenly reached out, confirming something. "Wait," which confused everyone as they looked at him. Lu Qinghe scowled and pointed at Lu Sheng, narrowing his eyes to ask, "You seriously plan to just take my next 3 hits like that?" Hearing this, Lu Sheng remembered something and glanced at the bag on his back, casually saying, "Ah." Then he dropped it to the ground, crossed his arms, pointed at Lu Qinghe, furrowed his brows, widened his eyes, and asked, "Is that better now?" Hearing this, Ho Hak Dong over there darkened his face in panic, furrowed his brows, and muttered, "This kid seriously doesn't know his place. That's a martial artist with Kang Chi, and he's that cocky?" His blue-haired friend also frowned in shock, wondering, if they get pissed off, could they cripple him? This little brother better pray for himself. Seeing Lu Sheng's arrogance, Lu Qinghe narrowed his eyes and furrowed his brows, his whole body radiating golden aura as he licked his lips and said, "I'll make you regret that." He cut off the conversation. Then he lifted one leg and stretched both arms to the side. His entire body radiated a thick, dense aura as he glared fiercely at Lu Sheng, then shouted, "What's truly ruthless?" His legs swung out in a powerful kick, a blazing red force rushing fiercely toward Lu Sheng. The crowd stared wide-eyed at the fiery orb, shouting in amazement. Their eyes popped out, but Lu Sheng remained calm, waiting for the strike to hit his face. Half his face darkened, eyes unblinking, firmly accepting it. Then he quickly leapt forward at Lu Qinghe, who was startled and glanced over. Next, Lu Sheng lunged to grab his collar, fingers tightening, making Lu Qinghe stagger and get pushed back, frowning and yelling, "Huh, let me go," in pain. Then his body was slammed hard onto the ground, cracking and breaking the earth around. The crowd below panicked. Hoak Dong's face darkened, eyes wide as sweat poured down like rain. He stepped back and shouted, "What? A peak level 5 martial artist with minor Kang Chi got wrecked like that?" His blue-haired friend also frowned in shock, stammering, "And he got beaten in a blink of an eye?" Finally, Lu Sheng stood straight, released Lu Qinghe's collar, waved his darkened wrist, and looked at him. Lu Qinghe's body curled like a shrimp, head slammed into the ground, dust swirling everywhere. Behind, Lu Qinghe trembled, eyes wide, looking up at Lu Sheng and asked, "Can Kang Chi really be crushed barehanded?" Then he added, "Looks like the guy over there is about to make a move." The crowd around kept whispering nonstop. Then Lu Sheng approached the guy sipping bubble tea, whose face darkened. One hand crushed the bubble tea cup, the other shoved into his pocket. Lu Sheng passed by him, eyes flashing with killing intent as he asked, "Can I go now?" The guy pulled the straw from his mouth, clenched his fist, and darkened his face to confirm. "Yeah, next you just stroll in with your hands in your pockets and head to the dorm." Lu Sheng glanced around inside, then slid his own room card in, eyeing the empty cards beside it, deciding in his mind to block anyone from grabbing those cards. "Ah," he thought, then grabbed another card for room 17, deciding to help the guy get it. Next, he stepped outside, tossed the card toward Lu Qinghe, who quickly caught it. Lu Sheng urged, "You fatso, let's go in together." Meanwhile, Lu Qinghe had dragged himself to sit on the steps, dizzy. Outside, Lu Qinghe lifted the card, holding his luggage, grinning widely and confirming, Yeah, I'm coming right away." Then he added, "Thanks, bro." Meanwhile, the chatter around them kept buzzing. Whoa, I gotta latch onto someone too. The people standing there froze for a long time, while Wei-Lan happily added, Hey, I'll help you carry your backpack." The group stared in amazement at Wei-Lan's figure. The green-haired guy grimaced and stammered. He just walked right past. Chi Tong beside him rubbed his chin, furrowed his brows, and looked at the other person blocking the door, then commented, "That long-haired dude didn't even make a move. Could it be he feels he can't handle him?" Right after, Wei-Lan and Lu Sheng quickly stepped into the dormitory. Behind them, the long-haired guy quickly pulled out his phone, glanced at Wei-Lan with a frown, and mysteriously whispered to the person on the line, "Hello, Brother Tran. Looks like a really skilled guy got in this year." At the dorm area, sunlight shone on the big building. He stood below, squinting and smiling, one hand on his hip, the other holding his bag strap, and said with a smile, "So this is the place? This dorm is way better than I thought." Wei-Lan squinted too, shading his eyes as he looked around. Then he glanced at a nearby house, crossed his arms, and commented, "Turns out I got a whole place to myself." Then he confirmed the house was a bit smaller than his new place, but the key thing was everything was free. Hearing that, Wei-Lan behind him quickly frowned, his finger trembling as he pointed at him in shock, eyes wide, saying, "That's the place for Shi Long, the martial champion." Then he asked Lu Sheng, "Bro, could you be Lu Sheng?" His eyes lit up as he shouted in awe. Surprised, Lu Sheng glanced at him, furrowing his brows suspiciously, and asked, "What's up? Don't I look like him?" Hearing this, Wei-Lan quickly ran over, grinning with eyes squeezed shut, nodding repeatedly to confirm. He looked exactly like him. Then he added, "When I got lost before, I already thought you weren't normal, but damn, you're on another level." Then he closed his eyes, sighed, wiped a fake tear from his eye corner, and said, "I thought I was at least the martial champion of a province, but then I ran into you right away." Then he added, "To avoid monsters like you, I purposely signed up for the Seven Saints Martial Academy." Then he scratched his head, frowned, closed his eyes, and painfully shared his thoughts, thinking Lu Sheng would go to one of those top martial academies, but didn't expect him to be so badass and come to the Seven Saints Martial Academy. Seeing this, Lu Sheng squinted and looked at Wei Lan confused, asking, "Why's that? Is the Seven Saints Martial Academy weak or something?" Hearing this, Wei Lan frowned while imagining and explained, "That's what the clan says. Otherwise, why call it Seven Saints Martial Academy?" The martial champions from past years all signed up at the top martial academies. He remembered how packed those top academies were, then gave his own opinion. "I check the National Student Martial Arts Competition rankings every year, and the Seven Saints Martial Academy is usually near the bottom, so it's probably weak." He recalled his school ranking at the bottom, 7th place in society. Hearing that, Lu Sheng walked on, hands in his pockets, holding his bag strap with one hand, smiling as he glanced back at Wei Lan and thought, "Weak or not, it's still martial arts passed down from the martial saints, enough for you to train." Then he said goodbye. "All right, I've got stuff to do. Catch you later." Seeing this, Wei Lan behind him was startled. Lu Sheng then stepped inside and closed the door. Outside, Wei Lan still shouted, "Hey bro, add me on WC." But Lu Sheng ignored him and quickly sat on the living room sofa, set his bag down, and looked around. Then he thought to himself, the interior isn't bad. Even the sofa is made from rare beast leather. Everything you'd expect is here. Then he spotted a black model on the table, quickly pointed at it, frowning in confusion, and asked, "What's this?" Right after, the projector TV in front of him turned on, and a voice kept playing. "Let's talk about the secret to passing the 13th floor of the Martial Saint Tower." The fierce male tore apart a level 5 rare beast, warning the faint-hearted to be careful. It showed a list of influential figures in the Seven Saints ranking. He looked up and wondered silently, "Oh, number 1. Then he saw stats displayed on the bulletin, some info about an online video of Tran Wai Huyen's epic battle, the full fight video of the top senior student at the Seven Saints Martial Academy. Hearing the voice, he looked up, eyes wide with surprise, thinking, this place even has a school forum, and the intel here is pretty solid. Then he added, reading comments revealed these two are the strongest seniors still not graduated from the Seven Saints Martial Academy, so he decided to check out their skills. Then he watched the video on the screen showing two people, one wielding a sword fighting against another with a blade. Comments shouted, "Big Boss," provoking the immortal phoenix, followed by intense action, ending with a fierce clash of sword and blade. Then an announcement sounded. The screen paused. 15 seconds are up. Please register and pay points to continue watching. Annoyed by this exploitation, he squinted darkly, then laughed scornfully. Damn, videos online in this world are all just as shady as this. Then he added, wondering about the number of students he actually has. Basically, I can't register an account. Then Lu Sheng stood up, hands on his hips, looking out the window, deciding to just leave it for now and deal with it later. With some free time and nothing to do, he figured he'd train a bit with the Great Sun Quan meditation technique. Right after, he checked out the small open rooftop. It looked pretty decent. Then he opened his bag to reveal a bunch of yellow vials and thought to himself, before coming here, I managed to brew 30 dragon needle elixirs. That should be enough for training. Then he quickly used them, and his aura thickened rapidly, enveloping him. Lu Sheng looked over his body, moved his joints, and thought to himself that the effect was definitely extraordinary for cultivating. But outside, loud banging noises suddenly shattered his concentration. Hearing that, his face darkened, eyes sharp with killing intent, frowning as he glanced at the door and shouted, "Who's there?" No answer came from the other side. Only the banging grew louder and more violent. Bang, bang, bang. He quickly moved to open the door, frowning in annoyance, stepped outside, and asked the group, "Who's banging on my door?" In front of him stood a red-haired guy with his crew, frowning and looking annoyed as he replied, "It's me." Then he darkened his face and asked, "You're Lu, right?" But before he could finish, Lu Sheng angrily frowned, glaring at him, clenched his fists, swung his arms, and with a strong kick, blasted the guy right in the stomach. Immediately, the guy slammed repeatedly against the corner wall, making loud thuds. The two henchmen were sweating. One forced a smile with wide eyes staring at Lu Sheng, while the other was frozen, eyes vacant. Farther away, their leader collapsed on the ground amid dust clouds. Lu Sheng's face was full of disgust, frowning and glaring at them with killing intent as he warned, "Go back and learn how to knock properly, then come back here to find me." The guy coughed harshly while sitting up in the dust. The henchmen finally reacted and looked back at their boss, while Lu Sheng stood silently watching them. The guy clutched his chest, grimacing and frowning, struggling to breathe and cursing inside. Damn it. Then he wondered aloud, isn't Lu Sheng just a newbie? How is he this strong? Before they could even process it, Lu Sheng questioned them. So, what's your purpose here? Just causing trouble for no reason? Who's the next one? Hearing this, the other two looked at him wide-eyed, shocked and sneering. Then they pulled out student IDs and a box, grinning widely as they denied the accusations. No, no, you got it wrong. We're here to handle student registration. Here's your student ID, which links to the room card for this villa. Also, the guy behind holding the box added, we're giving you a gift box with daily necessities. The guy in front held up the card and explained, with this card, you can use all the equipment in Lu Sheng Martial Academy, and each win also gets you a level 4 ordinary blood vial. Hearing that, Lu Sheng took the card, staring at it and muttering to himself, each win gets a level 4 blood vial? The benefits at Lu Sheng Martial Academy are seriously no joke. Then he glanced at the guy who got knocked back. The guy was struggling to sit up, grimacing and glaring at Lu Sheng through the dust. Lu Sheng thought, but if they came here just for this, I don't buy it. Judging by their hostile attitude, they're probably school officials showing off their power to the new guy. Thinking that, Lu Sheng's killing intent flared as he tilted his head and glared at them, asking, what? Still waiting for me to apologize? The three guys flinched in panic, and the guy on the ground trembled, shouting, no, no, no need, we're leaving now. Before they could say more, Lu Sheng slammed the door shut and left them with, I got the stuff, thanks for the trip. He walked off casually without seeing them out. The two henchmen outside sighed in relief. Then they helped their boss up, who was still angry and trembling, grinding his teeth as he said, damn, that's just bad luck. A guy in blue commented, saying it was crazy that a former student got beaten up like that by some random newbie. Hearing that, the guy in orange looked at their leader and added, so what, you want to get revenge? I'm not tagging along. The beaten guy's face twisted in pain, clutching his chest and gasping, frowning as he shouted, hell yeah, I'll get even. Last time on a mission fighting a level 6 mutant, I didn't get hurt this bad. Then he muttered, but I can't just let this slide. Before he could finish, Lu Sheng cracked the door open, eyes full of killing intent, glaring at them and asking, oh, you're still here? Forgot something? Hearing his voice, the group outside trembled like scared puppies. His gaze was icy as he peeked through the crack and asked, forgot something? Then he emphasized, school president. Hearing that, the guy in blue lost his cool, eyes wide as he shouted, no, no. The beaten guy jumped up scared, forcing a nervous smile as he explained, ah, right, we forgot to fix your door. The other guy quickly panicked, sweating as he raised his phone to his face, shouting seriously. He forced a shaky smile, panicked as he explained, ah, right, we forgot to fix the door for you. The other guy quickly shifted gears, face scrunched up, sweating as he raised his phone to his face, shouting seriously, hello, janitor's office at the school, emergency situation, send an ambulance. No wait, send someone here to help me. Finally, add something about it being a matter of life and death. Then he just ignored them, quickly walked in and sat down on the chair in front of the TV. He grabbed the model and said he got the card, so he could probably keep watching the video. Then the screen quickly kept rolling. Lu Sheng saw that and felt impressed inside. All right, here we go. In front of him was Lu Qinghe, wearing a suit, one hand holding a sword, the other politely behind his back, eyes closed. The screen showed the hottest comments about the Lu Sheng Martial Arts Academy. Qinghe's #1. Do they even get how big it is to be top of the old student rankings? Seeing him, Lu Sheng thought, this guy's the current #1 at Lu Sheng Martial Arts Academy, huh? Then he thought again, fighting while wearing a suit like that? Right after, the screen showed a guy holding a huge blade, muscles bulging on his shoulders. Seeing him, Lu Sheng recognized him too. That's Liu Kaiming. Then he thought, these two represent the top-tier martial arts geniuses at the highest level in the Long Kingdom's premier martial arts palace. Finally, he muttered, not sure how strong they really are, when suddenly the screen flashed bright. Lu Sheng's eyes widened, watching the fight with some surprise. Inside, Liu Kaiming was crouched, swinging his big blade fiercely at Lu Qinghe, who charged forward with a blue aura and sword in hand. Then Liu Kaiming stood on the ground swinging his blade. The ground beneath him cracked and sank. Above, Lu Qinghe quickly swung his sword down. Their sword clashes were lightning fast, making just a sharp clang. Liu Kaiming was still pushing his blade against Lu Qinghe's sword, veins bulging on his face. Then he sneered, glaring at Liu Kaiming, still pressing the sword hard. Outside the screen, Lu Sheng watched them fight, eyes wide in shock, yelling inside his head, this kind of strength is insane. Then he stared at his own 6 fingers, thinking to himself, if I didn't have the intent of becoming a sect master, I'd probably be a bit weaker, maybe 60%. No, only 50% of my power would be enough to kill them. Then he shook off the thought and looked at the chaotic fight on the screen, saying this is already pretty flashy. Right now, my energy is just forming, and my fighting power casually thrown out is about 2 million. Then confirming that 50% of my power is definitely over 1 million. On the screen, Lu Qinghe was standing, smiling and waving at everyone. After winning the match, the crowd started cheering. Lu Sheng confirmed again, that's why these two haven't even reached Sect Master level but already have Sect Master level fighting power, true geniuses. Next, he clasped his hands, closed his eyes, bowed his head with a smile, adding, "This is also the Lu Sheng Martial Arts Academy with that whole Lu Sheng ranking board." Finally, he concluded, "There really are tons of geniuses in the world. I gotta work way harder." Right after, the video on the screen switched to a fight at the dorm entrance for new students. Seeing images of Lin Zhe and himself, he blinked and hummed. A commentator's voice rang out. The strongest freshman in Lu Sheng Martial Arts Academy history, on his first day, defeated a top 300 old student. Then came the image of him rushing at Qi Qing, muttering, "Is this in front of the dorm?" Then confirming it was recorded. Next was Lu Sheng grabbing him by the collar and slamming him down fiercely. He saw his own actions and couldn't help but judge himself a bit. Looks like I'm a little too violent. Suddenly the screen flashed a warning, making him go, "Huh?" and read it. Next were images of brutal animalistic violence. He grabbed Qi Qing's collar and slammed him multiple times on the ground, leaving him unable to fight back. The screen quickly showed the hottest comments. "Ha ha 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 ha," dying laughing. "This freshman is crazy strong. Seriously, don't mess with Long Kingdom, folks." Hearing them, he just went, "Huh?" Finally, he scratched his face, squinting with a bit of guilt, thinking, "Looks like that guy won't dare to hold his head high at school for a long time," feeling a little sorry. Then, his stomach growled. Lu Sheng rubbed his belly and muttered, "Starving. Gotta eat first. Then decide what to do. Might as well check out the cafeteria here." At the busy cafeteria, groups of students sat together, noisy and crowded. Lin Zhe carried a pile of food walking toward him, shy but smiling, saying, Hey, star bro, don't laugh at me, okay?" Then he explained, "I eat a lot, or else I won't have the stamina for martial arts training." When he saw the mountain of food on Lu Sheng's table, he widened his eyes and gasped in surprise. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng was trying to open his mouth wide to gobble down the hamburger in front of him. Seeing that, Lin Zhe got a bit shy, put down the food, and awkwardly said, "Starbro is too crazy. You're seriously amazing." Hearing that, Lu Sheng chewed and looked at him confused. Nearby, the chatter of female students about Lu Sheng quickly spread. "Hey, that's Lu Sheng, the strongest freshman, right? Kinda handsome, huh?" A girl glanced at him and whispered, "But don't be fooled by his polite and gentle act. He's seriously ruthless when provoked. But I like that." Nearby, Lin Zhe heard it and turned to look at them, while Lu Sheng still looked super polite in their eyes. In the eyes of the guys, he grabbed the bowl and shoveled food like he was starving. Their faces darkened, eyes darting with suspicion as they whispered, "Did that punk really hit Lu Qinghe? He's about to hit level 6. The guy next to them added, Probably just an accident." Someone else chimed in, "I want to test the strength of this top dog, Shi Long." "Haha, me too." Seeing that, Alan beside them glanced around wide-eyed and commented, "Whoa, did you hear that? First day of school and he's already famous around here?" Then he sighed regretfully, "Man, if only I was as strong as you." Across from him, Lu Sheng lifted his cup, closed his eyes, and bowed his head to drink, replying to Alan, "That's not necessarily a good thing." Suddenly, a hand slammed on the table, and a voice boomed, "Hey, cut the crap." Lu Sheng looked over, one hand holding a piece of meat, the other lifting his cup to drink. A group blocked his way. The leader raised his hand, smiling as he asked, "You're Lu Sheng, right?" Then added, "Let's get acquainted." His face was full of arrogance as he reached out, but Lu Sheng just silently stared back. Then the guy tilted his head, closed his eyes with a friendly grin, and introduced himself. "I'm Frano, the provincial runner-up from Yu Hoi, ranked 7th in the national trials this year." Before he could finish, Lu Sheng raised a plate of noodles to his mouth, closed his eyes calmly, and cut him off. "So what?" Then he added, "You here to brag about your achievements to me?" Frano's arm froze midair. The leader beside him scowled, grinding his teeth in anger, and shouted, "Damn you!" He stepped forward, but Frano quickly closed his eyes, smiled, and raised his hand to block him, calming things down. Then he stretched out his hand. 4 guys stood before Lu Sheng's table. Frano spoke up, "Lu Sheng, I know you're strong. I'm no match for you." Then he added, "But this isn't high school. Socializing is important." He smiled at Lu Sheng and added more. But before Frano could finish, Lu Sheng leaned forward and interrupted. "If you know you can't beat me, then why piss me off?" The group on the other side looked awkwardly at him. He grabbed an old plate, moved it aside, and kept warning them. "Some things just aren't worth doing. Some people aren't worth messing with, especially when they're stubborn. You tell me." Lu Sheng cut in. Then he slammed his hand on the table, stood up, and asked suspiciously, "Are you guys seriously that dumb?" Frano and his crew looked a bit scared and stepped back, eyes wide. Feeling insulted, Frano's face darkened, glaring angrily at Lu Sheng, then shouted, "Die!" and swung a fist at him, teeth clenched in rage. Lu Sheng just casually swung his arm, making Frano's punch hit nothing but air. Then his face got smashed by Lu Sheng's fist. Frano's eyes popped wide in shock, screaming inside, "Shit!" Then he realized this scene looked familiar. He interrupted himself. His mind screamed, "Oh yeah, that was in the video." But before he could recover, Lu Sheng slammed his fist down on the table, shattering plates everywhere. Lu Sheng grabbed Frano's head off the ground, growling each word. "I told you." Frano was too stunned to react. Then Lu Sheng slammed his head down again, making the whole hall tremble in fear. Lu Sheng shouted, "Don't even think about it." Then he pulled Frano up. Tears streamed hopelessly down Frano's face. Lu Sheng warned, "Don't bother me." The crowd quickly buzzed, some pulling out cameras, others wide-eyed. A Lan nearby clenched his fists excitedly, eyes sparkling, shouting inside, "The beast is back." Then Lu Sheng grabbed a napkin from the table and wiped Frano's tears and snot while the guy lay sprawled on the floor. After that, he sighed in frustration, eyes closed, unable to stop wiping. On the ground, Frano lay unconscious amid the wreckage. The table was broken in half, and the food sauce dripped onto his face. Then Lu Sheng tossed a napkin into Frano's open mouth, his face a mess, spinning. Angry, he growled each word. "There are two things I hate most in life." Lu Sheng pointed his thumb at himself, eyes flashing with fierce energy, body radiating aggression as he tilted his head and added, "One is being disturbed while I'm training." Then he pointed at Frano, lying unconscious and messy on the floor, confirming, "Two is when I'm eating and some pest keeps buzzing around." Frano's two lackeys trembled, shrinking and hugging each other in front of him. Lu Sheng warned them, "So next time, don't bother me during those two times." Then he pointed at the two cowering guys, eyes flashing with anger, furrowed brows glaring. "Got it?" The two quickly clasped their hands, awkward and scared, bowing and shouting, "Yes, we get it, we get it." The guy next to them also trembled, pale, confirming, "We won't show up in front of you again." Hearing that, Lu Sheng cooled down and reminded them, "Good. When he wakes up, tell him to come to this table." Then he turned and left, not forgetting to glance at Alan and call him over. "Alan, let's go." Hearing that, he was hyped too, grinning with his eyes squeezed shut as he sprinted over to him, mouth confirming it. "All right, Lu Sheng." They left behind a buzz of loud chatter. Just as they walked off, Wei Lan standing beside him clenched his fists tight, furrowed his brows, closed his eyes, trembling with excitement, and exclaimed, "Whoa, Lu Sheng just now was seriously on fire," dude shouted out loud. "Totally epic." Then he added, "Man, real men gotta do that. If you don't agree, just punch him out." Wei Lan followed him, babbling nonstop, while he noticed the cold stares piercing him, eyes that seemed to say, itching to test him out. Lu Sheng confirmed in his mind, martial arts is all about the fight for supremacy, especially here at the 7th St. Martial Academy, gathering the country's top martial arts prodigies. The crowd behind kept staring daggers at him, brows knitted in anger. Lu Sheng judged inwardly. What's never in short supply are dumb, stubborn fools like those just now, while another group sneered and spat, glancing sideways at him. Lu Sheng was speechless and thought, like flies buzzing around annoying people non-stop. Then, he recalled the image of Ngu Pham like a fly, laughing mockingly, rubbing his hands and buzzing around him. Lu Sheng added, mainly because they still weren't scared enough. Then his eyes shifted back to the crowd behind, brow furrowed, squinting, his body radiating killing intent as he confirmed inwardly, if a grandmaster stood before them, would they still act like this? No way. Right after, he added more. "So, what I gotta do is make them scared. Those pesky flies will buzz off on their own." Then he shouted inside, "Gotta find the right chance." Then he imagined his figure magnified, looming over the terrified, wide-eyed faces of those people, shouting inside, "Smash them to bits, chop off their heads." He'd become a giant demon king and stomp them underfoot. Flames and dust swirled around. Lu Sheng looked down at them below, then concluded inwardly, "Respect me like a demon, fear me like a god," his bare chest showing like a battle flag, hand raised, face darkening, a halo of divinity appearing behind him, radiating a blazing golden light. Back to reality. An angry, fierce voice called him out of his thoughts. "Lu Sheng, Lu Sheng." Then that person quickly approached, fists clenched with deadly intent, body radiating massive energy. Lu Sheng sensed it and glanced back, lips pressed tight, body instinctively radiating killing intent as he judged inwardly, "This guy's strong but calm." Then the guy smiled and extended a hand warmly, introducing himself. "You're Lu Sheng, right? I'm Vice Principal Allen, assistant to Principal Zhao." Then he added, "I need to talk to you about something. Tomorrow you gotta go up on stage to give a speech representing the freshmen." Hearing that, Wei Lan behind him widened his eyes, staring blankly, asked, "Going up on stage to speak?" Meanwhile, Lu Sheng in front furrowed his brows, arms crossed, looking at Alan skeptically. Hearing Wei Lan's question, Alan looked at him and explained, "It's just a few simple words, nothing special." Hearing that, Lu Sheng got hyped too. Jianji smiled knowingly and confirmed, "All right, I'll prepare." Wei Lan beside him also widened his eyes, looking at Lu Sheng, and reminded, "Dude, that's awesome. This is your chance to show off in front of all the freshmen." Then he shouted excitedly, "Lu Sheng, remember to kill it out there." Lu Sheng turned back to him, eyes calm with a smile, asked, showing off in front of all the freshmen? Then he confirmed to himself, you're right. Gotta perform well for sure. The next day at the auditorium, a crowd quickly gathered in the huge open roof hall. The stage was empty. Students gradually filled the seats. Above the red curtain hung a banner reading the 57th freshman enrollment ceremony of the 7th St. Martial Academy. Then, the crowd quickly turned their heads, eyes wide, whispering about him. Lu Sheng's here. He knocked and go fam out cold yesterday, right? Lu Sheng sat beside Wei Lan, all the hostile stares focused on him, but he stayed calm, looking straight ahead, expression neutral and unreadable. Wei Lan behind him looked a bit uneasy, glancing around. The blue-haired freshman at the dorm entrance frowned and looked at him, calling his friend over. Hoak Dong, Lu Sheng's here. Then he added, I heard he's gonna speak on stage today. Hoak Dong tilted his head, squinting curiously at Lu Sheng. The blue-haired friend asked, that Tukian Phi dude seems ready to stir trouble, wants to overthrow Lu Sheng. What do you think? Seeing that, Ho Hak Dong rested his chin on his hand, frowned, and judged. Tu Kian Phi. I remember he's top 20 nationwide. He looked at Tu Kian Phi, who was staring at Lu Sheng. Tu Kian Phi crossed his arms, hair rolled up, eyes narrowed in annoyance, frowning deeply. Lu Sheng noticed and looked down at him. The crowd folded their arms, watching the drama unfold. Behind, Hoak Dong kept saying, overthrow Lu Sheng. Has he become the big demon king in the eyes of the freshmen now? Lu Sheng quickly stood up from his seat, head held high, one hand in his pocket, the other hanging loose, calmly walking toward the stage. Seeing his aura, Hoak Dong's face darkened, brows furrowed, squinting, starting to sweat as he judged. But Lu Sheng's not easy to overthrow. Finally, he confirmed in his mind, my martial instinct tells me to keep my distance from this guy. The farther the better. Lu Sheng just stepped up, pursed his lips, and shot a cold glare at the crowd behind him, furrowing his brows, radiating intimidating sharpness. Right after, Lu Qinghe stood on the podium and spoke, welcoming everyone to the Seven Saints Martial Arts University. The students below fell silent. Then he kept rambling on about autumn, while the students below started nodding off. Lu Qinghe's voice echoed again, talking about the hard work of the disciples. Lu Sheng, standing beside him, covered his ears with 2 fingers, eyes full of disgust, furrowing his brows and smirking as he judged silently. No matter the world, school leaders always say the same boring crap. Then Lu Qinghe on the podium smiled excitedly, reaching out his hand to introduce, next, let's invite the representative of this year's freshman. Then he loudly announced, Deng Long, martial arts champion, student of Lu Sheng, will represent the freshmen to speak on stage. Everyone, give him a warm welcome. Hearing that, Lu Sheng quickly stepped up, leaned down to the mic, propping his hands, and stared up at the students above. Next to Lu Qinghe, he clasped his hands behind his back, smiling with his eyes shut, looking friendly. Below, Wei Lan squinted and cupped his hands around his mouth to shout mockingly, hey, hey, hey. The students around took the chance to gossip and yell with disgust. Seeing that, Lu Sheng widened his eyes and glared at him with clear displeasure. Lu Qinghe noticed and reminded the students to keep quiet. Then he looked kindly at Lu Sheng, smiling as he asked, are you ready, Lu Sheng? Lu Sheng looked back calmly and smiled, confirming, I've been ready all day. There's definitely no problem. Hearing this, Lu Qinghe looked puzzled and confused, wondering to himself, didn't expect he'd care so much about this little thing, really respects me. Then he confirmed again, looks like he's not some arrogant genius, except martial artists who don't care about anything. Lu Sheng lowered his eyes to the mic on the podium, gripped the edges with both hands, silent. Then he squinted, glanced at the crowd, and sneered, radiating sharp hostility. Below, a punk squinted at him with disgust and asked, what's that brat want to say? Next to Wei Lan, he also squinted, glared, and ground his teeth, confirming, whatever he says. Later we'll laugh and humiliate him, make him lose face and back off. Then Lu Sheng smiled calmly and declared, I'm Lu Sheng, and I know a lot of you here want to kneel before me. Immediately, he raised his index finger, frowned, and looked seriously at the crowd, declaring clearly, so today I'm giving those people a chance. Hearing this, the crowd and the punk widened their eyes at him. Murmurs started to rise. Wei Lan squinted and ground his teeth, wondering inside, a chance? Then Lu Sheng furrowed his brows, glared, his face darkened as he shouted a challenge through the mic to the crowd below. Right now, challenge me immediately. Then he spread his arms and added, oh, and I'm especially allowing all of you. Hearing this, Lu Qinghe next to him was shocked, staggering back, his face full of sharpness with a wicked smile. Reaching out, radiating pressure toward the crowd, shouting, come at me together, his expression full of contempt, smiling, furrowing brows, eyes gleaming with excitement, waving at the students, his body still radiating energy as he urged, don't keep me waiting too long. The crowd stirred. Hearing this, the punk quickly cracked his knuckles, ground his teeth, and glared at Lu Sheng. Wei Lan wasn't any better, frowning and grinding his teeth as he stared. Lu Qinghe looked dumbfounded, tilting his head like he wanted to poke it, staring at Lu Sheng, stunned, muttering, "Huh?" Then he quickly regained composure, adjusted his glasses, forced a smile, and shouted inwardly, "What? Being ready all day and this is what you got?" Meanwhile, Lu Sheng still stood on the podium with arms spread, looking at the students. Lu Qinghe shouted his thoughts inwardly. Just that? These 4 sentences still mean he wants to fight. Below, the crowd gawked at him, especially Lin Jie. He nervously raised his thumb at Lu Sheng, eyes wide and trembling, praising, "No wonder he's my saint singer. Freaking top tier." Then Lu Sheng tilted his head, squinted, smiled provocatively, and looked down on the crowd. "So? Nobody dares to step up?" Then he asked them, "Are you all just trash?" Hearing that, the students quickly braced themselves and stood up, faces full of anger staring at him, especially Wei Lan, who slammed his hand on the table and shouted a curse. "Damn it!" Next to him, the punk looked shocked, eyes wide. Wei Lan shouted, "You're way too cocky, Lu Sheng." Then he stood up, clad in armor, punched his chest, his aura flaring as he looked at Lu Sheng, smirking, shouting a challenge, "Let Wei Lan show you who's boss." Then the crowd behind quickly started mocking and laughing. "You really think you're unbeatable?" "Haha, no way." Wei Lan clenched his fists, cracked his knuckles, looked up at Lu Sheng, smiling evenly. Next to him, the punk also widened his eyes, hands in pockets, and said, "It's been a long time since anyone dared to talk big like that in front of me." A girl also stood up from there, one hand fiddling with her long white hair, the other on her hip. She furrowed her brow and smirked. "Perfect timing. I want to test my skills and expand my knowledge a bit, then see just how strong Lu Sheng really is." Next to her, a student gawked wide-eyed at her. Seeing that, Lu Qinghe furrowed his brow, pursed his lips, and shouted silently in his mind, "This is bad, this vibe?" He spoke his thoughts aloud, his gut telling him this wasn't a smart move. The blue-haired guy beside him also furrowed his brow, squinting at Lu Qinghe, watching his uneasy actions. Another student quickly stood up beside them. Lu Qinghe thought to himself, "But if I don't stand now, everyone will think I'm scared of Lu Sheng." Thinking that, he squinted his eyes, determined to stand, and muttered toward Lu Sheng. Then the people behind him also stood up quickly, full of excitement. Lu Qinghe respectfully asked Lu Sheng for guidance. The other students also stood up fast, glaring at him with unfriendly eyes, ready to fight. Soon, the whole hall was staring at him on the stage. Below, the atmosphere quickly shaped into a fierce dragon spirit roaring at him. The crowd advanced, shouting, "Please teach us." Seeing this, another teacher at the back blinked and looked toward Zhao Taiyin, panicked, asking, "What? What's going on here? Vice principal?" The man's face darkened as he signaled to stop, then calmly watched Lu Sheng like it was a show, narrowing his eyes to confirm. "No rush. Let's see how this plays out first." Only Lin Jie stood below, glaring at the crowd, clenching his fists, furrowing his brow, shouting with righteous spirit, "You bastards think you can gang up on me? Screw that. Bring it on." Seeing that, Lu Sheng glanced down at him, a bit surprised. Lin Jie thought to himself, "Damn it. If I don't get hit, I'll fight to the death anyway." Then he confirmed, no matter how strong Lu Sheng is, he can't take on this many people alone. He can't let Lu Sheng lose face. Below, the dragon spirit still stared at Lu Sheng, and the 6 saints quickly stood up on the stage to speak. Hearing that, Linza turned to look at Lu Sheng. The 6 saints continued, "Honestly, when you bunch up like that, it kind of puts pressure on people, right?" Then his face darkened, his eyes glowing red with murderous intent as he shouted, "Perfect timing. I want to see for myself." He cut off the words, then spread his arms, releasing demon-like killing intent toward the dragon spirit, making it flinch and roar. "You worthless bastards! What right do you have to sit at the same table with me?" Then, with a quick step, he leapt forward, moving so fast no one could see. As he charged, he raised his fist toward Tu Jianfei and said, "You're first." The guy didn't react in time, glaring at him, bracing for the punch, his body still armored. His arm blocked in front, his whole body tensed as he looked at Lu Sheng, coughing and hacking. Then Lu Sheng punched him. The guy was quickly sent flying 8 meters into the wall behind. The surrounding students widened their eyes in fear, staring at Lu Sheng. Then another guy kicked at him, but the 6 saints quickly stretched out a hand and blocked the kick mid-air. His hand grabbed the other guy's foot, squinting as he glanced at him, his body radiating killing intent as he commented, "Weakest one," then added, "And disrespectful too." Next, he landed on the ground, casually swinging his arm to knock the guy down with moderate force, the other hand still tucked in his pocket, cool as hell. Then he glanced behind him, a big fireball rushing toward him. The 6 saints froze a bit. Behind him, a crazy dude was trying to launch a huge flame from his hand at Lu Sheng. His foot was on a chair, ignoring the students dodging around him. Then he squinted and laughed loudly, his hand slowly dissipating the energy as he shouted, "Ha ha! No matter how strong you are, can you handle this fire?" Suddenly, a hand shot toward the flame coming from the guy's palm. Then Lu Sheng grabbed the guy's face, startling him. The fire started to fade, replaced by sharp sparks aimed at the guy. Surprised by Lu Sheng's speed, the guy squinted, wide-eyed, speechless. The flames on Lu Sheng's body quickly vanished. The six saints looked at his burning clothes, squinting sadly as he confirmed, "Yeah, it's true." Then he added, "The energy wasn't fully blocked. The clothes got a little singed." Then he glanced sideways, furrowing his brow. A beam of light shot toward his arm. The six saints pulled back his hand, his face darkening as he looked down, while the fire guy fell backward. Then, beams of power quickly rushed toward him. The six saints bent his body to dodge them. A girl with white hair moved like the wind, frowning, holding a blade, glanced at him and smiled, thinking, "Strong power, reckless defense, huh? Then I'll slowly carve you up with speed." But before she could react, the six saints suddenly dashed from behind, grabbing her leg, making her eyes widen in shock. He used wind breath exchange. Then the girl, wide-eyed and panicked, trembled and shouted, "Huh?" Her body was gradually thrown down. Then she was slammed toward the ceiling, while he furrowed his brow, bent down, and landed coolly. Ahead of him, a fight was breaking out with a crowd. Behind the girl's body, a deadly aura radiated as she bent over, trembling while speaking. I'm about to lose control of my power." Right after, her body shot sharp arrows toward him, gripping her fists tight and yelling, "Don't blame me." Then his back was quickly pierced by those darts. Lu Sheng didn't have time to react, turning around with wide, startled eyes. The girl saw him hit by the arrows, his clothes torn, blood starting to flow. She clenched Wei Lan's hand, looking at him and shouted, "It worked! It worked!" Then she announced, "I took him down, took down Lu." He regained his composure, glanced at her, then quickly used his power to pull the darts out of his back. His face showed some displeasure. Then he spread his arms, adjusting the darts stuck in his back while turning to look at her, asking, "Who gave you permission? Scratching my back without asking?" She panicked, raising her hands defensively, hesitating. His eyes glared at her like he wanted to kill, glaring fiercely while controlling the darts with both hands. The girl screamed in terror. "No way! You're a spirit sorcerer too?" Then he quickly threw the darts, pinning her to the wall. Her face was pale with fear, shocked and screaming. "Ha!" The students led by Chi Tong shouted angrily and charged at him. "Damn it, everyone! Rush him together!" Moments later, the group behind quickly grabbed weapons and rushed toward him. Lu Sheng stayed calm, turning his head to look at them with a hint of disgust in his eyes. Then he stretched out his hand, his eyes filled with disdain as he frowned at them. Finally, a huge explosion rang out, and the charging students were quickly blasted away. Seeing how weak they were, he stomped the ground, watching the pathetic group stare at him in fear, then commented, "Just as expected, trash is trash no matter how you pile it up." Then he clenched his fist, his body exuding aura, stepping on a sword stuck in the ground, his face full of disappointment as he stood in the dust and declared, "Kids, I had way too much hope for you all." Elsewhere, a teacher who was trying to calm things down widened his eyes in shock, adjusting his glasses and shouting, "This is really something." Next to him, Zhao Taiyan froze, eyes wide, frowning at Lu Sheng, mouth agape in surprise, then regained composure, narrowing his eyes with a hopeful smile, thinking, "This is promising." Then he looked at Lu Sheng as he restored his clothes and body, brushing himself off calmly, confirming in his heart, "Tomorrow, the people from the Lu Sheng Marshal 6 will be blown away." The group led by Chi Tong hadn't charged yet, staring at Lu Sheng with wide, terrified eyes and dark faces. He trembled, asking suspiciously, "How did it end up like this?" The students behind also froze. Chi Tong confirmed, "I was still wondering whether to make a move when it was already over." Then he stepped on the face of a student who had fainted on the ground and walked away. His eyes darkened, filled with panic as he realized the warrior's raid had failed. Finally, he remembered Lu Sheng's fierce, murderous glare as he looked at the students like they were trash. Chi Tong predicted the world would soon face the long reign of the Dark Demon King. He imagined the warriors planting their swords in the ground, bowing to him with fearful, scrutinizing eyes. Back to reality, Lu Sheng stood in front of him, confused, waving his hand and calling out, "Hey!" Chi Tong finally regained his composure, frozen as he stared at Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng looked at him, wondering why he was so stiff. Then he asked, "You stood up just now, right?" Hearing this, Chi Tong's face paled, trembling, eyes wide with panic as he looked at Lu Sheng, then shook his head violently as if his neck might break, denying it. "No." Then he turned to look at the distance between himself and a chair, forcing a smile as an idea popped up. Finally, he forced a grin at Lu Sheng, and in a low voice, lifted the chair, placed it under his butt, and shouted in defense, "I didn't. Absolutely didn't. Am I not sitting here?" Seeing this, Lu Sheng widened his eyes and calmly confirmed, "Cut it out. No way I'm letting that slide." He didn't forget to reach out and tap the top of Chi Tong's head, making him yell in pain. "Ah!" Then, with no one left daring to fight under the wreckage, Lu Sheng calmly declared, "I gave you all a chance, but sadly, you didn't take it." Then he pointed down at the ground, narrowing his eyes and frowning as he looked at the group, declaring, "When you wake up, Tell them not to try any tricks in front of me again. Got it? Seeing this, another guy quickly forced a smile and bowed, nodding like a scared dog to confirm. Got it. Got it. They nodded repeatedly. Then Lu Sheng quickly turned around, smiled calmly, and announced, Vice Principal, the speech representing the new students is done. Hearing that, Zhao Taiyan was excited, spreading his arms toward Lu Sheng, smiling with satisfaction and shouting, Good. Then he announced, Keep a few students to clean the hall, and send anyone who needs the infirmary there. Finally, he declared, everyone else is dismissed. The 57th opening ceremony for new students at Lu Sheng Martial 6 ends successfully. After a series of supernatural cuts, the strongest rookie in history, 1 against 100, dominates the rookie rankings. He's imagined as a monster battling against a bunch of freshmen. The commentators keep shouting, the power of Lu Sheng, the martial champion, shines brilliantly. Everyone compares him and illustrates him on a martial arts chart. The commentator thinks about the students still lost in sweet dreams and reminds them, it's the second day of school, the old student rankings, sword is still lazy, so you better step it up. Next, quick analysis charts flash on the screen. A level 6 martial artist plus a level 3 spirit master. A comprehensive analysis of Lu Sheng's martial champion strength. Finally, the closing line of the news blares out. The strongest new star of the Seven Saints martial arts emerges. Then a metaphorical voice rises. Lu Sheng's moves are like a rock thrown into a still lake, creating ripples. The image of a water basin with droplets splashing. Right now, he's drinking water and clicking the TV remote, frowning and grinding his teeth as he comments. These headlines all say he's like a boss lost in a newbie village. Then he mutters, wondering if he really is that kind of person. Then he looks up, thoughtful, judging himself silently. But honestly, lately I've been getting more violent. Seems like I'm used to solving everything with force. Then he questions himself. Could it be because my power's growing too fast? Then he answers himself, maybe that's part of it. Then he confirms in his mind, but the main reason is those guys are just way too weak. Then he compares fighting the rookies to mowing grass with zero pressure. He imagines himself holding a lawnmower, casually cutting down those students like weeds. Then he thinks, being weak isn't a crime, but being weak and not realizing it, that's straight up wrong. Then he squints, gloomily watching the crowd cheering at the chessboard, raising his glass to his face and adds, being weak and bothering others just makes things worse. Finally, he concludes, violence can't solve everything, but it solves most problems. His hand clenches so hard the glass shatters. He narrows his eyes and smiles, realizing something deep inside. The Divine Radiance King's refined physical technique, naturally lawful. Then he proudly shouts inside, I plan to use the Saint's manifestation to quickly boost my Fire Clan resource rank. But then he interrupts himself, eyes wide in shock, staring at his hand, where 2 streams of blue and red energy blend together, shouting inside, talent should be unleashed. Then he confirms again, maybe because of wanting to connect with fate, the great sun inside his head started to relax a bit, and his martial will broke through. Right after, he thinks he should send someone off now. In his mind, the fierce ice battle rages. Lu Sheng grimaces and grits his teeth, shouting commands. Then he quickly charges at Wei Lan, who's shielding with her shield on the ice rink, bracing himself with his weapon. She jabs her weapon repeatedly at him, but Lu Sheng dodges fast and rushes forward. His fist swings. She raises her shield to block his powerful strike from below. He punches fiercely again, shattering her spear. Wei Lan takes the hit head-on. Her spear tip lunges toward his neck. Lu Sheng's face stays expressionless. Finally, using lightning speed and wind breath, he circles around Wei Lan to dodge her attack. Then he reaches out and throws his weapon, his hand decisive, face grimacing as he shouts the technique. Divine Radiance, King's Classic, Spirit Power multiplied tenfold, Crystal Light Reflection Technique. His weapon shoots quickly toward her. Wei Lan screams in pain as the weapon slashes her shoulder, and he shouts excitedly, finally won. Her arm is severed, ice oozes out painfully. She grits her teeth, sweating hard. Then her arm quickly grows a huge block of ice. Wei Lan kneels painfully on the ice floor. She trembles, tears falling as she looks up. Seeing that, he narrows his eyes, face darkening, shouting in shock, damn, she can still do that? Wei Lan's arm quickly rebuilds stronger steel, and she props herself up, smirking. Then her sharp arm slams into the ground, cracking it. Next, she lifts a chunk of ice 100 times her size. Her arm supports the massive ice block raised high as she glares at him. Then she merges into the sharp ice block, spreading her arms wide, and he stands below looking up, unable to look away, cursing. Damn! He stumbles back, panicked, shouting questions. Damn it! Never seen her use this move before. Then he confirms again. Could this be the ultimate move after her bloodline drops to a certain level? Above his head, a giant ice phoenix formed by magic looks down at him, and Lu Sheng looks up at it. Then he frowns, eyes wide, his body radiating energy as he uses it. Martial will mastery. He puts 2 fingers together and shouts, Blade Wheel Control. His weapon splits apart. Lu Sheng hovers, pointing at the bird above. His weapons spin around him, creating a vortex. Lu Sheng shouts the name of the move. Martial arts transcendence. Next, it quickly lunged at the big ice bird in front of him. Behind it was a magic circle. Above, Lu Qinghe smiled excitedly at him, while he gritted his teeth staring at her. Eyes wide open, both shouted in unison. Dragon! Right after the direct hit, he collapsed, sitting on the ground, his body frozen in patches, head bowed, coughing harshly. Cough, cough. Then his face twisted with exhaustion as he looked at his frozen hand and muttered to himself, Ha ha ha, lost again? Then he concluded that this was true martial arts transcendence. This damn thing is the real deal. In front of him, Lu Qinghe raised her weapon, pointing straight at him. Behind her, a sharp, thick ice wall, and beneath their feet was a layer of ice. He looked up, kneeling on the ground at her, finally closing his eyes tiredly and exhaling sharply, then admitted he still couldn't beat her. And she opened her mouth to say something, but didn't. Snow kept falling around them. Then she smiled, the mask on her face quickly cracking as she looked at him tenderly. Next, her body turned into ice and slowly melted away. Lu Sheng's eyes widened in shock, while Lu Qinghe began to fall. The weapon in her hand quickly dropped, and then his body started glowing, absorbing streams of black light. Lu Sheng stared in amazement, unable to react, finally asking, What? Is this her memory? Then he saw young Lu Qinghe looking timid, frowning, clutching her skirt, not daring to look straight ahead. Next to her, someone reached out and announced, Teacher, the person has arrived. The girl's name is Lu Qinghe. Hearing that, the other side quickly responded, He's carving a small ice block shaped like a bird with a small knife, confirming her decent talent. Then he squinted and turned his head kindly toward Lu Qinghe, confirming, From now on, you are the disciple entering the sect of the ice martial path. Then came the harsh training. Lu Qinghe sat shivering in the cold ice chamber, hugging herself tightly, face scrunched up, sobbing. Sniff, sniff. Outside, Weilan crossed his arms looking at her and asked, Tell me, what do you want to learn? Hearing this, she frowned, looked up, still hugging her knees, and shouted back, Spear. Then she added, Because the teacher's strongest skill is spear technique. He's the only powerhouse in base 1359 who has mastered the 5th stage spear art. Hearing this, Weilan listened carefully, then laughed. Time passed quickly, and Lu Qinghe had grown up. She held her weapon standing on the podium before a crowd cheering wildly below. Master. Lu Qinghe has broken through to master rank, a 17-year-old master. She has hope to reach level 10 in this lifetime. Base 1359. We have another martial arts genius at master rank. Proudly, she smiled excitedly at Weilan and called out, Teacher! Hearing this, he closed his eyes, crossed his arms, smiled, then shook his head and said, You're still far from it. Then he turned and waved at her, reminding, Your cold spirit energy hasn't fully explored the ice path. Hearing this, Lu Qinghe tightened her grip on her weapon and looked at him. Later, in a house, a hand struggled to push open the door. Inside, Lu Qinghe was seriously training but was distracted by the noise, turning to ask who it was. The person outside looked pained, frowning, leaning against the wall, body covered in wounds. Clutching an arm, smiling bitterly, calling Lu Qinghe, then said, The city of the base has been destroyed. Why are you still here suffering through training? In the end, your heart's blood is made of ice, huh? Outside is a pile of ruins. Hearing this, Lu Qinghe lost her cool, turned around, stood up, and shouted at the top of her lungs, What? Where's the teacher? Hearing this, the other person forced himself to stand, bowed his head with a bitter smile, confirming, The teacher is dead. He was crazy too, said before he died not to bother you. Hearing this, she calmly stepped outside, replying, Is that so? The other person was stunned by her reaction. Then Lu Qinghe put on a blindfold, eyes full of regret, confirming, The teacher's dead, so I'm going to die too. She stood in front of the monster outside, slaughtering everything, and said, Too bad, still haven't told the teacher. Then she charged forward, her icy aura quickly revealing itself as she punched the monster's head, muttering, My cold spirit energy just found the ice path. Back in reality, Lu Sheng held his head, eyes squeezed shut in pain, struggling and shouting, yeah. Then he exhaled heavily, kneeling on the ground, one eye closed, one eye open, gritting his teeth. His dark aura gradually dissipated as he concluded. Spear technique, spear path. Never absorbed any memory fragments like this before. This time most were related to the spear. Then he clenched his fist, eyes wide with shock, frowning and shouting in his mind. Lu Qinghe's martial arts treasure really boosted me big time. My spear technique was already at the entry stage, absorbing her ice path memory fragments, finally confirming I surpassed the master control stage, reaching a whole new, higher level, the 4th stage spear technique. Then his mind was filled with images of Lu Qinghe's moves, crystal clear. Lu Sheng stood up, looking at them, judging silently that there's a gap between masters. If Thithon Nin's memories were like a sphere full of impurities, then Lu Qinghe's memories were a piece of crystal clear ice. Although Lu Qinghe only reached level 7 until death, it was confirmed that she was a 100% martial genius, even capable of challenging and surpassing level 8, way stronger than Thithon Nin. Then he turned his head, eyes wide in shock, reaching out to a photo in front of him to analyze. Even Thithon Nin left behind core master techniques. Lu Qinghe was way stronger than Thithon Nin, with a much stronger martial will, so there's no way she didn't leave behind core master techniques. Finally, Lu Sheng lifted his head, staring at an ice sphere, smiling brightly with excitement as he shouted, "Found it! This is Lu Qinghe's core memory, the remaining master's will." Right after, he reached toward the sphere, which started cracking open, revealing light inside. The light quickly sucked into his body, leaving Lu Sheng stunned. His eyes widened, shining bright, like he'd found the truth he'd been searching for, shouting in his mind, "So that's what it is! This is the Hanling Tuo, huh?" Then he swung his hand, summoning a spear that mirrored Lu Qinghe's image behind him. Finally, he mimicked her old stance and swung the spear. A giant ice bird quickly appeared, opening its eyes to look at him. Lu Sheng shouted excitedly in his mind, "This spear's called." He paused, then recalled the image from Lu Qinghe's memory, freezing a bunch of monsters, shouting inside, "Han Ji Tuo prison spear." Then he thought further. This spear could slay a grand master. Next was a dream scene the following day, where he sat against a wall corner, staring at red system boards, his hand searching for something. Finally reading info on the people in the dream and concluding, Tich Lin Hach, level 10 martial artist, master of the mystic spear path, creator of the Hanji Tuo prison spear, died in the battle at base 1359. Lu Qinghe, level 7 martial artist, spear prodigy, disciple of Tich Lin Hach, died in the battle at base 1359. Seeing their stats like that, Lu Sheng grinned, clenched his fist, and shouted, "That old man was actually a powerhouse level 10 with a spear as strong as the G2O prison spear, and he's not even in the Fire Tribe plan?" Then he got even more hyped reading on, yelling. He entered his own mind. On one side, a shrinking ice sphere, on the other, a body of deep, smoldering fire, both fighting for dominance inside. "My energy is almost maxed out." He squeezed his eyes shut, frowning in pain, sweating buckets as he thought further. His martial talent wasn't that strong from the start, relying on 10,000 years of accumulation to reach his current peak. Then he remembered absorbing Lu Qinghe's spear path and thought more. Basic cultivation techniques obviously require going step by step personally, but martial skills don't need that. He confirmed that the dream space was an incomparable treasure for him. What he needed to do was hunt down powerful zombies to inherit their ultimate skills like Lu Qinghe did. Then he looked at Tich Lin Hach on the system and confirmed. So the next target is to kill Tich Lin Hach. Then he stared at a tall building radiating dark murderous aura, thinking, "No, this is way too tough." Then he explained further. Although that old man's martial memories were the existence of a top-tier powerhouse, Tich Lin Hach's status at the main base center was something he could actually sense. There were countless terrifying auras there, so strong they made him tremble. The difficulty was insane, and he still had a long way to go. Suddenly his head spun, eyes wide in pain, teeth clenched. Then he grabbed his chest and shouted, "Huh! Ah!" Writhing in pain, his body started showing white spots. Then he grimaced and shouted again. His master's wills were clashing inside, his body radiating two streams of hot and cold energy at once. Finally, he frowned, squeezed his eyes shut, gritted his teeth, shouting confused, "What the hell is going on?" Then he used the glass light wall technique. Then he invaded his own mind. On one side, an ice orb was swirling, and on the other, a deep, fiery body was fighting for space inside him. He hovered in space, startled by these two states. Then Lu Sheng's face went wide-eyed and worried, staring at the conflicting auras, shouting anxiously, "Lu Qinghe's master's will. Her will is ice. Thithon Nin's eternal master's will is fire. Fire and ice don't mix. If not handled properly, my body might get destroyed. What do I do?" Then, the sleeping fire body started cracking from the top of his head, light flashing out. Next, the ice's power was sucked in, while the body drew the fire into his chest. After absorbing the whole body in hibernation, he quickly glowed with a purple light. And finally, the area between his eyebrows started bleeding heavily. The martial arts techniques appeared rapidly, and seeing this, he widened his eyes in shock and yelled in his mind. This is the form of the alchemical stone recorded in the glass light wall technique, and it can absorb the will of the sect master. This is truly a lifesaver. If I can fully build a complete alchemical stone figure, then how many types of sect master wills can my body absorb? Maybe the more, the better? Then his eyes widened again as he shouted, "Wait up!" Then, fragments of wills started to appear. He wondered in his mind, isn't the sect master's will basically a fusion of the wills of a bunch of powerful fighters into one final sect master's will? His body began to glow, fists clenched tight with a frown, one hand placed on his chest, the other raised aimlessly, his face darkening as he shouted inwardly. The perfect martial path gradually advancing, reaching greater perfection, the seals of will started to glow. The next morning on the academy road, Lin Zhe ran behind him and commented, "Saint Song, you're basically super hot right now." The students all suggested putting him on the alumni board, but he just calmly responded with a few casual words while walking. Hearing that, he smiled brightly and reached out toward him to agree. "So it means nothing to him, huh? Heh. And today we gotta pick cold weapons to mainly train with." Then he asked, "What weapon are you planning to choose?" "I'll pick the same as you." Hearing that, he glanced at him calmly, then shook his head and walked off. Lin Zhe beside him was wide-eyed, shocked by his reaction, waiting for an answer. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng rubbed his chin, furrowed his brows, and seriously confirmed, "I'll probably choose the spear." Hearing that, he clasped hands with him and grinned excitedly, shouting happily, "Really? My first choice is the spear too. Swords and blades feel as light as fly swatters, but the spear is just badass and cool." Seeing that, he kept walking calmly, hands in his pockets, and asked, "You really want to learn spear like me? Fine, but you probably won't see me often." Seeing that, Lin Jie was startled and looked back at him asking, "Huh? What do you mean?" Then they arrived at the martial arts classroom, where a bunch of students sat seriously in their seats watching the projector at the podium, while Lu Sheng strolled in, squinting with hands in his pockets. Behind him, Lin Jie followed happily, grinning wide. The students and Heidong looked up at him with dark faces, pale and scared. He confirmed in his heart. From that day on, Heidong interrupted, while he quickly sat down in a chair at the front. Heidong trembled, his face dark and scared, bowing his head, not daring to look straight at him. Finally, Heidong sank into hopeless thoughts, feeling powerless and desperate, unable to resist. He felt like a tiny guy thrown into a giant cup of water, struggling to swim. Heidong added that even in his dreams, he saw himself trapped in a glass of water, surrounded by water, unable to surface. He was suffocating, his face twisted as he punched the cup's wall, trying desperately to escape, his thoughts screaming in helplessness, unable to do anything. Only struggling until the cold and despair swallowed him bit by bit. Then he jolted awake. Every night he'd bolt up from that terrifying dream. His pale face was panic-stricken, eyes wide as he shouted in his mind. That nightmare repeated over and over. Is Shilong really that scary? Then he doubted himself. Next, he raised his terrified eyes to look at him, the light gone from them, and understood. No, the real terror isn't Shilong the martial champion. It's him. Then Lu Sheng muttered under his breath, eyes full of fear as he looked at him sitting in the front row. Right after, at the door, a woman with long orange hair holding a ruler, one hand on her hip, stepped in to announce. She was Professor Tu, a specialist in studying strange beasts, named Tu Xuexin. Then she added, "Before you start your 4 years of martial arts training, today I'm here to teach you a lesson." Then she stood on the podium, looking down at the students and said, "First, I'll explain why we have to train with cold weapons and martial arts, even though we already have a solid foundation in hot weapon technology." Then she slammed the ruler on the board to remind the students, "Take a look at this." Right after, a documentary about gun battles quickly played. Soldiers fired electric guns continuously as they advanced. Then images of grotesque monsters roaring on the other side of the troops appeared. Next were shots fired at the strange beasts, but they had shields that blocked bullets. Tu Shuxin's voice reminded them, that's because human hot weapons have zero effect on the strange beasts. Seeing that, the students widened their eyes and whispered among themselves, "But why?" Lin Jie frowned while watching and commented, "My dad always told me since I was little that only martial arts can resist strange beasts. Never mentioned this. Why is that?" The guy next to him frowned too, crossed his arms without answering, but his eyes hardened as he understood everything. Lu Sheng shouted in his mind about the rules, while the teacher put down the ruler and looked at the students. The screen went dark as she explained, "It's because of the rules. Humans have been fighting strange beasts for over 300 years and still haven't stopped probing and researching their origins. Though no answers have been found, one thing is certain. These strange beasts," she paused, then confirmed, "come from another world. A huge circle in the sky, where the strange beasts keep pouring out." Then Tu Shuexin pointed the ruler at her chest, put her hand on her hip, and explained to the students, "So it's not us choosing the martial path, but the martial path choosing us. To survive the invasion of the freak beasts, we can only rely on the power of martial arts." Hearing this, a female student raised her hand, confused, and asked, "Professor, so our firearms are affected by the rules of the freak world? Does that mean the freak beasts, after entering our world, are still as powerful as before, totally unaffected?" Hearing that, she stepped forward, hands on her hips, praising the question. Too bad she couldn't answer it. She really wanted to know the answer, or maybe it's right in front of us. If only we face it. Hearing this, the students got even more confused and shouted in unison, Huh? What do you mean? Meanwhile, he crossed his arms, looking calm as he stared at the teacher and added, because those freak beasts are already influenced by the rules. They originally interrupted Lu Sheng, and the students stared wide-eyed at him. Then, he added with a calm expression, even stronger than that. Hearing his answer, Lu Qinghe looked surprised, eyes wide. Then she put one hand around her waist, adjusted her glasses with the other, smiling and praising Lu Sheng. This student already thought about it, huh? Good, but it's just a guess. Seeing this, the students below were shocked and panicked, whispering among themselves, "No way, that's not fair." The teacher tilted her head, calmly looking at her students, and confirmed, "Yeah, it really isn't fair." Then she crossed her arms and looked at them, explaining further. But in this world, a lot of things are basically not fair. Right after, Lu Qinghe turned and walked away, confirming to the students, "This is the lesson I want to teach you today. Thanks." Class dismissed. Hearing this, Lamtrak up top clenched his head in frustration, frowned, and complained, "Dang it, boss. Those freak beasts were already insanely strong, and now we're affected too? Doesn't that mean humanity's future is screwed?" Next to him, someone glanced over but didn't reply, then darkened his face, eyes shifting as he confirmed in his mind that humanity's future 10,000 years from now is truly doomed. Lamtrake also lowered his head, stunned, eyes wide, still clutching his head. Then he got up and walked down the stairs. The students watched him. Lu Sheng calmly put his hands in his pockets, thinking that even if he had a treasure trove of fire resources, it wouldn't solve the freak beast problem in the current martial path of year 300. Then he remembered the powerful freak beasts out there and shouted in his mind, "The future path is basically hopeless." Right after, his eyes grew determined, face darkening as he confirmed in his thoughts, the only thing he could do was to keep getting stronger, step by step, searching for hope. Outside the classroom, the teacher held some documents and handed him a paper, reminding him, "Hand this form to me in 3 days." Hearing that, he reached out to take it. Lamtrake stood nearby watching them. Then the teacher added, "Right now, you can choose to train with different cold weapons in the classrooms based on your preference." Then he smiled, turned to Lamtrak behind him, and reminded, "He's going to the spear training room." Lamtrake clenched his fists, grinning excitedly with eyes squeezed shut, replying, "Got it, boss." Right after, someone in the crowd cupped their hands and pointed at him, shouting to the others, "I heard it. Spear training." Lu Sheng chose spear training. Note this, absolutely don't pick spear as your main weapon for training. Remember that. The students turned pale with fear. Seeing this, a student nervously said, face white as a sheet, "What? I gotta switch martial paths fast. I don't want to compete with Lu Sheng." Another nearby had a shocked face, no better off. In the spear training room, a bunch of students were practicing with spears inside. Lu Sheng and Lam Troc walked in. Seeing them, someone frowned, eyes wide, muttering, "It's Lu Sheng. Didn't expect him to pick spear." Hearing that, a voice asked, "Who's Lu Sheng?" Another answered, "Haven't watched the school web videos? He's this year's Dragon Martial Champion, the strongest freshman." On the stage, a red-haired girl holding a spear stood with one hand on her hip, glancing at the crowd and confirming, "All right, everyone can leave now, or stay to train a bit longer if you want." Suddenly, the teacher frowned, sensing something, glanced over, snorted, then pointed at Lu Sheng and Lam Trak, calling out, "You two, come up here." Then she put her hand on her hip, gripped her spear, closed one injured eye, and introduced herself. "I'm Liu Ru Ting, the cold weapon spear instructor for years 1 through 3, and today only you two showed up." She looked at the two standing opposite her on the stage and said, "All right, you two attack me first with your spears. Let me see what kind of bone and muscle talent you've got." He squinted, frowned, stepped forward seriously, staring at her, lost in thought. This female teacher's full of fighting spirit, a top-tier level 6 martial arts master. Behind him, Lamtrake still looked dazed watching him. Seeing this, Liu Ruting silently evaluated him with a calm gaze. "So, this dude is Lu Sheng, the big deal everyone's been buzzing about at school?" Right after, she swung her spear, squinting as she threw it his way. She blinked, furrowed her brows, reached out and caught the spear sliding past her shoulder. Then she controlled the spear, spun it a few times, and finally swung it back in a solid battle stance. Alan saw this, hands on hips, and gave him a nod of approval. "Not bad." Seeing that, he furrowed his brows too, smiled, and looked at her to confirm, "All right, I won't hold back anymore, so watch out." Seeing this, Alan adjusted the tendons in her neck with a smirk, grabbed another spear, feeling pretty entertained inside, telling herself to be careful. Then she yelled in her mind, even though she's not a master yet, she's studied spear techniques for over a decade, so even facing a master, she's no pushover. Finally, she looked at him and judged this newbie, who just started school today, telling herself to be careful. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng quickly used a move from Liu Kaiming, charging his spear toward Tu Tuit Tam. His icy aura made the teacher's face darken as she stared at him in shock, her pupils shrinking in panic as she screamed in her mind, feeling like this was death. On the other side, he charged with his spear, laughing excitedly, furrowing his brows. Tu Tuit Tom yelled out, "Too strong!" She quickly spun her spear into a shield in front of her, blocking his fierce attack, but her body was pushed back. Then Tu Tuit Tom frowned, bracing her spear to block his tip, grimacing and yelling in confusion. Why's his spear technique so brutal? Right after, her spear was knocked away in shock by just one swing from Lu Sheng. Down on the arena floor, the students' eyes widened in panic, faces turning pale as they shouted, "That's Teacher Lu getting wrecked so easily!" Rumors spread. "Damn, that's strong. Are you back yet?" His spear tip pressed against Tutuet Tum's neck. She swallowed hard, tilted her head back, eyes wide with shock, the spear still threatening her throat. Then Lu Sheng spoke up, apologizing. He smiled, furrowed his brows, and looked at Tutuet Tom while retracting his spear. Next, Tutuet Tom stared at him in amazement. Lu Sheng planted his spear, his aura surging non-stop. The teacher thought to herself, he's definitely entered the intermediate realm. His spear skills are at that level. Then she admitted she hadn't even landed 3 moves before her weapon was knocked away. He still furrowed his brows, watching her cautiously, his body radiating a powerful aura. Then Tutuet Tom doubted herself, thinking, no way, with how relaxed he looks, he's definitely beyond intermediate. Could he already be at the advanced control realm? She calmed down, put her hands on her hips, and couldn't help but praise. Can't believe you're so skilled with spear techniques, and at your age, you've got mad talent. Then she confirmed he could already graduate from cold weapon class. Soon, chatter exploded. What? Graduated on the first day of class? I'm speechless. Another student laughed excitedly while recording. I just got that on video. Posting it on the school site will freak everyone out. Nearby, a frustrated girl said, I can't accept this. Another student scratched his head, face darkening, frowning in panic, yelling, damn, this is insane. Then she pointed a finger at him and commented, your spear skills are amazing, but you still lack real combat experience. She added, I can tell, you don't smell like blood. Then Tutuyet Tom suggested, here's the deal, go to the mission center to pick up tasks, and you can also visit the Marshall Saint Tower and the cold weapon training room. Then he stabbed his spear into the ground, making it stand upright and shatter a chunk, finally clasping his hands, closing his eyes, bowing calmly. Thanks for the guidance, Teacher Liu. Hearing that, she frowned, about to turn and leave, but kept her eyes on him and added, besides that, I've got nothing else to say. Inside, she was screaming with frustration. Graduating on the first day of class? I've been a spear teacher for years, and this is the first time I've seen a freak like him. Then she looked at herself and admitted defeat, thinking compared to him, she might as well become a dog for the rest of her life. Behind her, Weilon saw how badass he was, eyes wide, flashing 2 thumbs up, shouting, Saint Song, you mean you won't usually notice me? So that's how it is? Then he yelled in awe, damn, that's insane. Seeing he got it, Lu Qinghe smiled and glanced over. Then he reached into his pocket, winked, and said, if that's the case, I'll head to the mission center first. You stay here and train hard. Then Lu Sheng encouraged him, keep it up, I'll drop by to check on you when I'm free. Far away, Tutuet Tom stood among the students, watching him, while Weilon stared blankly after his retreating figure, shouting in his heart, this dude's really a god among mortals. Meanwhile, during mission time, the group chatted excitedly. One A-B level mission was missing, and a B-level mission needed a spirit medium. A guy walking with a girl, both carrying backpacks, explained to her, bandages, blood-stopping medicine, herbs, dry rations, all need to be prepared a bit, so you miss out when you actually need it. And that girl with the side ponytail was staring at him, seriously listening. Then she frowned, a bit worried, and spoke up to double-check. No need for that. This mission doesn't even require going outside. The guy frowned, eyes wide, and reminded her, what if that dude just randomly finds some deep forest in the mountains and hides there? Then don't come whining later. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng had already arrived here. His eyes scanned around, hands casually in his pockets, thinking to himself, pretty awesome, huh? Let's check if there's any new mission. Then he looked at the missions on the electronic board. An A-rank mission to catch a level 5 martial artist criminal on the run who committed murder, with weapons if necessary, capable of killing and all that, plus 2 other B and C rank missions. Then he frowned again, a bit disappointed, muttering, why are all the missions about catching fugitives? Where's the freaky beasts? Hearing that, the guide beside him glanced at him with a smile, organizing some papers, and asked, first time here? Mornings are all about bounties. Freak beast missions get announced in the afternoon, and other missions come out at night. Then he asked again, you're a fresh first year, right? Hearing this, Lu Sheng crossed his arms, looked at the mission board, eyes wide as he got it. So that's how it is. Then Lu Sheng paused, stretched out his hand to confirm. Let me pick this one first. A purple mission paper quickly flew toward him, and he looked at it, reading with a blank expression. Seeing that, the guide's eyes widened, pointing at the paper in his hand, face a bit shocked, frozen as he shouted to confirm. Purple mission paper? That's an A-rank mission. Are you sure? Seeing Lu Sheng's reaction, the guide put his hand on his chin, pouted, frowned, eyes squinting suspiciously, thinking, does this kid even understand how tough this mission is? If he does, he better apologize for taking the wrong one. Hearing that, Lu Sheng touched his chin, nodded, reading the paper while confirming, yeah, this mission probably isn't a good fit. His face was totally calm. The guide smiled, hand on chin, glanced at him and chuckled quietly, thinking, sure enough, right after that, a bunch of other purple mission papers flew toward him, making the guide panic and widen his eyes at the stack of purple papers. Lu Sheng placed them on the table, then looked down, disappointed, muttering, is there any mission higher than AA rank? More purple papers kept flying to him, and the guide looked shocked. Finally, he stood up abruptly, frowned, eyes glaring angrily, yelling, hey buddy, I'm warning you, if you're here just to cause trouble, I'll report you to the school and dock your credits. Hearing that, Lu Sheng frowned, confused, looking around to double-check. Wait, isn't this the mission acceptance window? The guide also frowned suspiciously, looking at him, hand on the stack of purple mission papers on the table. Then he calmly sat back down, frowned, waved his hand, and explained, A rank and above missions require cold weapon cultivation credits, fierce combat ability, and then added, a fresh freshman like you, do you even meet the requirements? What a hassle. Seeing he didn't believe him, Lu Sheng calmly glanced over and quickly swapped his 6-star medal toward the guy. It bounced once and landed right in the guide's hand. The guide frowned, caught it, stunned, then his eyes darkened, widened in shock, frowned deeply, trembling as he gripped the medal tightly and shouted, this is a level 6 martial artist medal. Then he broke into a cold sweat, forced a smile, hand shaking as he raised the medal toward Lu Sheng to confirm, hey, this is yours, right? Seeing the guide still doubted, Lu Sheng narrowed his eyes, frowned, a bit pissed, clenched his fist fiercely and threatened, or maybe I should punch you once to see if it's real or fake. Hearing that, the guide quickly put the medal down, frowned, scared, stiff, looking at Lu Sheng who crossed his arms, then added another condition. The mission also requires cold weapon cultivation credits. Hearing that, Lu Sheng pointed at him, eyes full of killing intent, frowned, and threatened. An hour ago, teacher Liu Ruting from the martial arts class already approved my graduation. I thought you'd just tally it up quickly, or you can just leave. Seeing that, the guide got scared, didn't dare look at him, trembling, stretched out his hand to ask, oh, then give me your student ID, I'll register you. Then he awkwardly frowned, looked up at Lu Sheng, forced a smile, reached out to take the card, trembling as he said, A rank and above missions need school leader approval. You can't just take them whenever you want. Then he looked at Lu Sheng's student ID, eyes wide in shock, finally fell back in his chair, looked up at Lu Sheng, eyes wide, frowning in panic, shouting to confirm, you're Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng saw him dragging his feet like that, narrowed his eyes, frowning with anger, radiating killing intent as he threatened, how much longer are you gonna stall? You want me to report you or what? The guide saw Lu Sheng's anger aimed at him and panicked, shouting inside his head, why does this guy have such a strong aura? Finally, trembling, eyes watering, sweating bullets, he frowned, holding the card awkwardly, shouting to confirm, once the approval results come in, I'll tell you immediately. Then he awkwardly closed his eyes, bowed his head, stretched out the card and medal toward Lu Sheng, shouting to confirm. The kid held the card awkwardly and shouted to confirm. Once the review results are out, I'll tell you immediately. Then, he nervously closed his eyes, bowed, and extended the card along with the badge toward him, shouting to confirm. Please take back your card and badge. Seeing that, he also pouted and turned away, glancing back at the guy with a frown, silently complaining inside. Behind the guide, Lama Lemay awkwardly waved at him with a smile. Come back next time. Then he ignored it and thought to himself, it's almost mealtime. In the afternoon, I'll check out the Marshal Saint Tower. At the same time, Chi Tong wielded twin blades, spinning and controlling them while releasing his aura. Right after, the teacher glanced at him, clasped his hands, and said, very good. Someone who's never trained in blade techniques before, but can skillfully use basic blade skills. Next to Chi Tong, praised like that, he smiled shyly and replied, thanks for the compliment. Behind them, other students frowned and whispered among themselves. He must be secretly training, right? Comes from a family known for being smart? Another guy frowned, pointed, and commented, nonsense, he's trained before. Doesn't the teacher see that? Then he added, Chi Tong doesn't even have a single pearl on his hand. The other quickly responded, so yeah, he's really good. Amid their chatter, Chi Tong smugly grabbed the blazing sword, thinking to himself, they probably don't know. His talent is controlling metal elements, so naturally, he's close to cold weapons. Every fighter with metal element talent is a genius with cold weapons, no exceptions. Then Chi Tong grinned, furrowed his brows, raised the sword to block his face, and said he could even feel the blade breathing in his hand. What about Lu Sheng? He's not here, and I don't believe he's stronger than me in this aspect. The blue-haired guy quickly looked at his phone, frowned, panicked, and shouted, "Damn, this is crazy, totally crazy. Everyone, check the school website now." The friends nearby widened their eyes, pointed at the phone screen, and shouted, "Holy crap, look at them like that." Chi-Tong also glanced over, still holding his sword, startled. Someone said, Lu Sheng, he's not human anymore." The phone screen showed Lu Sheng's silhouette with info about the strongest demon in history, graduated in just 20 minutes, setting a new record at Martial Saint University's 7th level. 3 moves took down the cold weapon instructor. How strong is Lu Sheng's spear technique after all? Then the screen showed images of Liu rooting sword wounds, adding spear techniques entering the micro realm, spear control realm, analyzing Lu Sheng's power version 2. Hearing that, Chi Tong collapsed to the ground, eyes rolling back, fainting. The teacher knelt down, panicked, squinting worriedly, and called out, "Chi Tong, what's wrong with you?" His eyes shimmered with tears, full of pain. "Teacher, I want to change classes." At another arena, Lu Qinghe was practicing swordplay inside the courtyard, his face scrunched with sweat, swinging his sword. Then he closed his eyes calmly and sheathed his sword. Behind him, a stone quickly shattered. A girl nearby clapped and smiled, praising, "Awesome, Qinghe." Then she commented, "Qizhan Qingchu's power has grown a lot," and Lu Qinghe just stood silently holding his sword. The girl leaned against the wall, smiled, clasped her hands, and said, "If Tulan dares to challenge him again, he might beat her in just 100 moves." Then he grabbed a glass, raised it to his lips, closed his eyes, and thought, "Tulan's just a loser anyway." Holding his sword, he added, "She's long out of my radar." The girl quickly handed a towel to Lu Qinghe. His eyes gleamed with determination, brows furrowed, confirming his goal was the top 10 on the 7 Saints list, finally adding, "Only they deserve to be his opponents." Hearing that, she tilted her head, crossed her arms, looked at Lu Qinghe, and smiled, saying, "With your current strength, you're already strong enough to enter the top 10 of the 7 Saints, right?" Lu Qinghe raised his sword, frowned, and replied, "Not yet. He still hasn't condensed a single martial will of his own," finally adding, "So, I still don't have the chance." The girl with braided hair frowned, smiled wryly, and reached out to Lu Qinghe, explaining, "The gap from level 6 to 7 traps so many people, even top martial geniuses. It wastes a lot of time here searching for clarity and insight. Becoming a grandmaster isn't easy. Instead of calling it talent, it's more about fate." Hearing that, Lu Qinghe's face darkened. Listening to her, he gripped his sword tighter, frowned, closed his eyes, and confirmed, "You're right. Maybe my chance hasn't come yet." Suddenly, she seemed to remember something and raised her phone toward Lu Qinghe, excitedly shouting, "Oh yeah, today they found a really interesting freshman. Check this out." Hearing that, Lu Qinghe wiped his face and glanced at the phone in her hand. Then the braided girl explained, "It's him. His name is Lu Sheng. The freshman just enrolled a few days ago. I heard he topped the dragon ranking this year." On the screen was Lu Sheng's image. She added that on his first day in the cold weapon elective class, he directly defeated Teacher Liu. Teacher Liu was way too careless. Seeing that, Lu Qinghe quickly grabbed the phone, frowned, and glared, thinking Teacher Liu had reached the spear technique micro-realm mid-stage. The skills here are pretty strong among the teachers. Next up, even if there's a slip-up, the results won't change one bit. Moving on, the girl with the 2 horn-like buns yelled out, "This new student, Lu Sheng, is seriously strong. His spear technique level is at least high intermediate, maybe even peak intermediate. He might even be close to breaking into the master tier." Meanwhile, Lu Qinghe watched closely, furrowing his brows and squinting at the screen. Then she bent down, propping a hand on her hip, covering her mouth with the other, while smirking mockingly. Heh heh. Seeing a top student like him witness such a fierce junior, she then asked if he felt any pressure or saw any threats. Lu Qinghe stood silently, sword in hand, watching him on the screen. Finally, he smiled, tossed his phone back to the girl, who awkwardly caught it, then spoke his thoughts. "Ha, you think I just strolled around for 4 years at St. Martial University? Levels are one thing, but real combat is another." Then he explained further. "Not just anyone is qualified to be my opponent." He squinted and pursed his lips, thinking to himself, "But this Lu Sheng guy is kind of freaky. Maybe I'll get to face him soon." Right now, Lu Sheng was casually walking through the campus, hands in pockets, when a voice called out, grabbing his attention, "Mr. Lu Sheng, right?" The movers were unloading gear while announcing to Lu Sheng, "We're sent by the director to deliver this." Holding a document, one reached out toward the 2 guys carrying the stuff and added, "Please sign here to confirm." Seeing their hard work, he smiled and raised his hand to control the load, confirming, "I'm Lu Sheng, thanks for your hard work." The movers relaxed, a bit startled. Lu Sheng thought to himself, "This is the Dragon Ascension fruit from Ha Pingnan." Then he opened the box. Inside was a spear blazing with flames. The delivery guys froze, watching as he controlled both the box and the spear. Then he lifted his head, holding the fiery spear, smiling brightly as he looked up. The delivery guy smiled back and explained, the spear's shaft was forged with a large amount of thick, sharp silver mixed with rare pure gold. He added that the spearhead was made from fire flame essence. Using a special steel alloy blended with thick, sharp silver and a bit of pure gold, this cold weapon is master level, a standard grade 7 spear, with the rare red star dragon pattern. Hearing that, Lu Sheng got hyped, swinging the spear around, eyes wide and sparkling, grinning as he thought, this effect is crazy eye-catching, like a +12 weapon for real. Then he quickly placed his hand over his heart, smiled at the delivery guy, planted the spear on the ground and said, the director's gift is seriously huge. Please tell him I really like it. The delivery guy nodded and smiled, confirming, understood. We'll pass it on. Then they got in their vehicle and left, while Lu Sheng watched their backs, spear in hand. He looked back at the spear, smiling happily, gripping it tight, thinking, with this red star dragon spear, my combat power will jump at least 30%. Then he added, the most important thing is to combine it with my natural elemental control breathing technique. I'm confident I can fight a master. Then he spun the spear with a smile, sparks flying around as he thought. Next up, I gotta get familiar with this red star dragon spear fast. Then he recalled what Zhao Lingquan once said, building a bond between the wielder and spear to nurture a soul in the weapon makes it 100 times stronger than a normal cold weapon. The spear moves quickly, forming a pattern, and he thought the nurturing method was super simple. Then he cut himself off. Finally, he slammed the spear butt hard into the ground, making the earth crack, confirming in his mind, practice a lot, and open it with blood. Then he gripped the spear with both hands, eyes glowing golden aura radiating as he used the intelligent fire breath technique. Inside, Lu Sheng made a strong conclusion. It's not just normal blood, but the blood of strong enemies. Only through real life or death battles, taking their blood, soul, and will as nourishment, can the power of heavenly brightness be cultivated. Not long after, his face froze, brows furrowed, eyes wide in shock. He groaned, huh? There was a lineup. In front of the tower, a crowd of students packed tightly, and he stood there holding his gear, muttering. Even St. Martial University students and the Martial St. Tower have to register and line up for announcements? Lu Sheng wondered suspiciously. Seeing his innocence, the guide calmly filed her nails and said, dude, do you know how many people apply to enter the Martial St. Tower every day? She asked, then answered herself. At least over 10,000. Lu Sheng turned to look at her. Next, she held nail polish and squinted, explaining casually. The Martial St. Tower has 30 rooms total, and only 30 people can enter at a time. You're a St. Martial University student, so you get a priority pass. Then she added, other martial artists have to apply through the Martial Association before lining up here. Getting in once a year is already enough to make me want to jump for joy. Seeing that, he turned to look at her and asked, so how long do I gotta wait before I can get in? At his question, the guide shrugged, closed her eyes, and replied, that depends on how long the people inside can hold out. Right now, there are over 200 students ahead of you, so if you're lucky, maybe about 3 days. Hearing this, he closed his eyes and sighed deeply in gloom. Damn it. Finally resigned, he asked her for a favor. Please let me know when it's my turn. Seeing him like that, the guide propped her chin on her hand, leaned on the table, waved toward him, and confirmed, since you're a handsome guy, I'll let you know early. Then she reminded him, but it's best if you come within 10 minutes after you get the notice, or you'll have to wait 3 years before your turn comes. He turned away, holding his gear, staring at her. Then Lu Sheng, while walking, glanced at the tower, his face gloomy as he thought, no wonder there are so many people. Finally, he confirmed to himself that the martial will inside the Lu Sheng Tower really reacts differently. Right after, he sensed a massive power unlike anything he'd ever felt before. The tower before him shone with golden light, and his body went numb, sinking into it. Lu Sheng commented, a vast and solid will like a spear piercing the depths. The will of a grandmaster in my mind compared to this is like a firefly next to a bright moon. Its radiance can't compare. Coming back to reality, he furrowed his brow, squinted, looked up at the tower, and shouted silently, is the gap between a 7th-level grandmaster and a 9th-level martial saint really that huge? Then he turned calmly and confirmed in his mind as he left, no rush for now. He made a decision. The rarer the resources, the more people need them. That's normal. So today, I'll hit the cold weapon training room and get familiar with some new gear. In the training hall, people smiled, tilted their heads, and pointed at him with pity, saying, sorry, all the rooms are already full. Hearing that, Lu Sheng was speechless, his eyes dark like he stepped in crap. Finally, frustrated, he collapsed on the ground, arms spread wide, yelling silently, damn, this is some nightmare law. Bad luck so bad it bites you even when you drink? Seeing this, the receptionist quickly stood up, worried, calling out to him. Meanwhile, he was still lost in thought, grumbling. Since when did the Seven Saints Academy get so crowded? Didn't they say the average space per person would be 100 acres? Finally, he gave up, stood up, turned away gloomily, and confirmed aloud, "All right, looks like today's just not a day to be outside." Seeing that, the girl looked at his retreating back and reminded him, "Next time, come before 7 o'clock, okay?" Then she looked at the notice board and gasped. Right after, she left the reception happily, raised her card, grabbed his wrist, and called him back. "Wait, Lu Sheng." He stopped, turned around, squinted, and listened with confusion. The receptionist added, "Someone just left, so I'll add you right away. Hurry over." Surprised by her enthusiasm, he blinked and asked, do I know you?" She smiled with eyes shut tight, showing her teeth, holding up the card, and replied, "Hey, who doesn't know you now? Your video on the school website is super hot." Then he took the gear and the card, bowed his head, and thanked her. "Thanks for the help." The girl let go of his wrist, smiled, waved her hand, and said, "No big deal. Go on. Good luck." Then she added, "Training room number 8 is the 4th room on the left over there." Right after Lu Sheng left, the receptionist turned, smiled at him, and thought, "People say Lu Sheng's like a scary demon king, but I think he's pretty polite." Then she rubbed her chin, smiled with interest, and wondered silently, "I wonder if his strength is really as flashy as people say? So curious." As soon as he entered the training room, he opened his segmented spear from the suitcase in his hand and thought, "First time in the training room, how far can I get with this?" Then he assembled it completely. Lu Sheng gripped the spear tightly, spun it once, pointed the tip down at the ground, and got ready in a fierce stance. At training room number 8, Lu Sheng stood at the door holding his suitcase, looked up at the tall door, and wondered, "Is this the place?" Then, the door opened, and he stepped inside holding his suitcase, looking around. His face showed curiosity as he glanced around and muttered, "Looks a lot like the body technique training room at the Genius Camp." Training seemed similar too. Then he glanced at a device mounted on the wall. After that, Lu Sheng quickly reached out and pressed the device. A beep sounded, and immediately a simulated space formed. The machine announced, "Phase 1 of cold weapon training will begin. Please prepare." Electric waves surrounded him. He looked around, surprised and a bit stunned. Then his spear ignited, spinning fiercely. His whole body lit up with flames trailing behind. The spear tip pointed down at the ground, ready to fight as he stared at the device. From the pink holes in the wall, round balls quickly shot out. Right after, they sped toward Lu Sheng. He stayed calm, glancing sideways, the spear still motionless. Then, his eyes flashed, turning sharply with deadly intent toward the small balls. With insane speed like a clone, he swung the spear, slicing those balls in half, fast enough to create shimmering golden ribbons, then slammed the ground hard, raising the spear. The shattered pieces of the balls fell to the ground. Lu Sheng looked up, furrowing his brow in confusion, and coolly asked, "Is it really that simple?" Then the system announced the training was over. Hearing that, he clenched one fist, gripping the spear with the other, looking up startled. Right after, the system announced again, "The completion rate for Phase 1 of training is 20%. Seeing the message, Lu Sheng's eyes widened, brow furrowed in shock, and he scoffed, then yelled inside his head, confused, "Does that mean I failed? What the hell is this?" The system didn't hesitate to respond with another announcement. During training, using anything but muscle power is forbidden. No energy manipulation, elemental forces, nothing. He looked up at the system and read. Finally, Lu Sheng stood straight, eyes on the system, swinging the spear with the tip down, confirming in his mind, "Makes sense if you could use energy powers. Combining them with cold weapons to sweep an area would totally defeat the purpose of training." Then he added, "If I'm training technique, I can only use muscle power." Right after, he shouted with determination to the system to restart. At Lu Sheng's command, the system fired another volley of balls, and he quickly crouched, spear ready in a battle stance. Then Lu Sheng swung the spear fast, smashing the balls with pure muscle power in various forms and stances. Finally, he landed on the ground, slamming his hand down hard, the shattered balls dropping quickly. He looked up, squinted, wiped sweat from his face, and commented, "Never thought just muscle power would make me sweat this much." The first wave seemed over, but life's never that easy. The balls shot out again, relentless. Seeing the onslaught, he gritted his teeth, glaring at the balls, yelling in frustration. Still the same as before? Then, swinging the spear, he stared wide-eyed, glaring at the balls flying in ways that didn't follow the old pattern, yelling inside, "No way." Then he noticed the balls drifting past him, and realized with shock they weren't seeds like before. They were light enough to be blown by the wind wooden seeds. He quickly swung the spear, planted his feet firmly, and shouted, confirming, "This is exactly the kind of technique a martial artist needs to train in the cold weapon room. Experience comes from handling and controlling cold weapons." He moved the spear in a circular motion like cold wind, gently controlling the wind-blown balls, thinking, steel turned to wood damage and speed drop, so difficulty's down. But actually, it's the opposite. The lighter the seeds, the easier they're affected by airflow. Then he added, "If you don't hit them, you risk getting caught by wind blades. The spear's blown away." Even if it's not blown away, the trajectory becomes totally unpredictable. Lu Sheng closed his eyes, feeling it out, and sarcastically said, "Now this is just like those martial arts novels I read in my past life." Finally, the spear tip hit one wooden seed. Lu Sheng added, picking flowers and dodging leaves, slicing water with the blade. The other balls kept flying around aimlessly, he muttered. "What's next?" Lu Sheng swung the spear around, wondering as plastic balls, then popcorn-like things, shot out. Next came tiny, fragile feathers drifting aimlessly. He paused, gripping the spear, eyes wide in shock as he lunged forward, startled. Lu Sheng yelled, "Now it's the feathers." The feathers fell randomly, and he clearly pictured their shapes moving. Then, narrowing his eyes with deadly intent, furrowing his brow, he shouted, "So that's how it is." He swung the spear, tossing it toward the feathers, squinting fiercely as he charged after them. The feathers quickly scattered in the wind. His spear spun, trying to catch a feather falling midair, but his face darkened. He pulled back the spear, then swung again, frustrated. Gritting his teeth, annoyed he missed. The feathers still flew in the dust. Even if his hand was on fire, gripping the spear tight, he squinted, eyes full of determination staring at the feathers, face darkened, holding the spear firmly, seriously thinking. Those few short hours training in the cold weapon room, his understanding of himself and the Chi-Tong spear skyrocketed. If he keeps this up, he'll soon master spear sensitivity and smoothly move to the next soul cultivation phase, his body still burning with fire. Next, he straightened his spear and looked around, commenting that this training room really opened his eyes. From the seed at the start to the wooden beads, the resin beads, water beads, popcorn, bubbles, even the feathers at the end were seriously next level. Then he glanced at the holes in the wall and muttered, "It's no longer just about controlling cold weapons simply like that. Not only can you not reveal any martial power, but you also have to fine-tune and control your muscle strength." Then concluded that in every aspect, success can't be achieved without spending decades or hundreds of years training. Next, the guys frowned, smiled with a sigh, clenched their fists, and said, "Even for me, someone who owns 4th-level spear skills and inherits memories from 2 grand martial masters, I almost failed a few times along the way." Lu Sheng imagined his body surrounded by flames and confirmed it. "This training is like tightening every unstable part of my body. The muscle fibers get tougher, and the basic martial path gets 3 times stronger." The calm feeling of entering the next level started to relax. The second state of the perfect martial path was waving at me, his body burning with fire, standing silently in midair. Suddenly, his eyes went wide like he just woke up, and he looked up with a gasp, then asked confused, "Why hasn't the next phase started yet?" At his question, the system popped up an orange-yellow frame with a notification. The 5th phase of the training room was fully completed, and he was just standing in the dust holding his spear tip. Then he yelled in surprise, "What the hell?" Finally, he accepted it. "All right, this is where it ends." Right after, he put the spear into its case. Then he casually walked to the door and said, "From now on, I'll come here to train every day, and keep going until it no longer has any effect on me. Then I'll think about what's next." Outside, a red-haired girl looked shocked and yelled at the receptionist, "Again? I've been coming here for 3 days, and it's been full every single time. Are you sure you're not mixed up?" Hearing her complaint, the receptionist smiled and said softly, "It's useless to blame me. There are only a few training rooms. Maybe you should talk to the school management about building more rooms." Hearing that, the red-haired girl crossed her arms, frowned helplessly, and muttered, If I had that kind of power, why would I even come here?" Then she excitedly looked at the guy who just walked out and smiled, eyes wide as she confirmed, "Hey, someone just finished training over there." Hearing that, the receptionist smiled, waved, and said, "You're lucky, someone just finished, so hurry in." "Oh, training room number 8. The red-haired girl looked in the direction he went, then heard the receptionist's words again, and happily smiled, eyes squinting, fists clenched as she shouted, "Sweet, let's go!" Then she skipped excitedly, yelling as she headed to room number 8. "So lucky, someone just finished training, that's awesome." Heh. Then she quickly and leisurely stepped inside. Finally, she gasped in shock at the scene and yelled, "Holy crap! Inside the room is a total mess of dust and debris." She froze at the door and muttered, "Is this a training ground or a dump?" Then she regained her composure and stepped toward the mess in front of her, yelling in frustration, "Oh my god, what is this place?" Then she clenched her fists angrily, gritted her teeth, and punched the control panel, yelling, "That guy looks all clean and handsome, but turns out he's a total trash king." Then a noise sounded, and a door nearby opened, revealing a cleaning robot. It spoke in a mechanical voice, announcing, "Cleaning program activated, starting now," while raising its vacuum nozzle. Then the robot quickly moved forward to do its job. The red-haired girl sneered, squinting her eyes in contempt at the machine, and said, "Man, this poor thing has it rough. That guy can make this much trash in such a tiny training room." Then she pointed at the pile of trash and said, "What the hell is this? Popcorn, and even feathers." Then she angrily yelled, "What the hell? Is he camping out here watching movies or something?" She imagined him lying on a hill, camping, roasting chicken, and even throwing a BBQ party. Thinking that, the red-haired girl suddenly snapped, eyes wide as she yelled inside, "Wait a sec, he made this much trash in just a few short moments?" She wondered, then added, "The basic training room doesn't allow anything except cold weapons. No water either, unless it's something created during training." She cut herself off in panic and hurried to the control panel. Panicking, she slammed and yelled inside. Could it be her mouth was yelling orders non-stop? The system displayed his recent training progress. Then the system showed his info in progress, making the redhead freak out and yell, "What? Phase 5 and fully completed too." Seeing the stats, her eyes popped wide and her mouth dropped open, speechless, sweating bullets as she yelled inside her head. How is this possible? All 9 sacred martial halls, all candidates in history, the highest anyone ever got was Phase 3. Then she added, Phase 3 is already a level only those entering the semi-immortal realm can reach. Phase 5 is even higher than the full immortal realm. Thinking about that, the red-haired girl was shocked by herself, eyes wide as she stammered in disbelief. "No way, am I stupid? That guy's about my age anyway." Then she yelled out to confirm, how could he possibly have any connection with a sect master or grand sect master? Next, she decided to check it out herself. Right after, she slammed her hand hard on the control panel. Immediately, it got all staticky, flashing bright lights and blasting ear-piercing sounds. She grimaced, shielding her face, gritting her teeth and shouting. Then she pulled her hand away from the panel, eyes wide with awkward fear, trembling as she said, "Huh? It's broken." Right after, the room's door slammed shut, and everything around was cleaned up spotless. She turned her head, doubting herself, asking, "Was I just dreaming?" Meanwhile, Lu Sheng gulped down a vial of medicine enthusiastically, finally letting go as his aura surged violently, spreading his arms wide with a loud sound, staring at the vial to confirm. Who knew that after training, drinking a vial of dragon gold injection helped him absorb even better than before? Then he threw a punch, followed by a fighting stance. Next, he furrowed his brows and stretched out his hand to use the star-refined body technique, then activated his Dantian energy with a loud sound, his body glowing with radiant light. Seeing this, Lu Sheng couldn't help but be amazed, arms spread wide, eyes wide open, shouting inside, "This is insane. The Phase 2 training effect of the immortal golden body is twice the usual. I can clearly feel many tiny spots in my body that weren't refined before, but during this training, they got triggered, awakened, and joined in intensely." Then Lu Sheng smiled, clenched his fist, furrowed his brows, and happily added, "At this rate, finishing Phase 2 of the immortal golden body might take half the time I expected, or maybe I'll complete it fully before upgrading to Sect Master." The following days, at dawn, Lu Sheng sat meditating on the rooftop, his body facing the light, absorbing more energy, simple and methodical. Every early morning, he practiced Sect Master's path with the star-refined body technique and Great Sun visualization method. Then he went to class, sitting at his desk, eyes on the lesson, taking notes carefully, mainly studying materials about exotic beasts. After that, he headed to the Marshal Saint Tower. The newcomer there looked at him holding a spear in his case, shrugged and shook his head, while Lu Sheng looked downcast. Hadn't eaten yet, so he went to check the queue progress at the Marshal Saint Tower. Then he trained some more before heading straight to the cold weapon training room. From Phase 1 to Phase 5 again, he swung the spear fiercely inside the tower, practicing alongside the spear. At night after returning, he practiced the star-refined body technique, natural breathing methods combined with the crystal visualization method, training until exhausted, then entered combat in dreamlike spaces. Finally, a week later, Lu Sheng stepped out of the training room, surrounded by dust and the cold weapon training system's announcement, Phase 5 training fully completed. Then he furrowed his brows, smiled, and looked at his 5 fingers, thinking to himself, in just 1 week, my blood and energy stats have tripled over the past few days. Then he tested again, casually throwing a punch that hit with over 5 times the power before. He understood more about the tiny spots inside his body. If it weren't for the guidance from the cold weapon training room, I wouldn't even know my martial path had so many flaws, gaps, and weaknesses. Then, he turned away, smiling as he looked elsewhere to confirm more. However, these tiny details were insignificant, but they became clearer over time. If I wait until level 7 or 8, it'll be too late to fix them. Suddenly, the red-haired girl popped out from behind the corner, frowning as she watched him leave to check the situation. Then she turned back to the others, frowning cautiously, waving her hand to signal the people behind. "He's gone! Hurry inside!" Right after, she led the group, smiling excitedly as she announced, "I'm not lying. You guys see for yourselves." The people behind quickly gawked in shock, staring at his training room. Then they held their heads as the system announcement rang out. Cold weapon training phase 5, fully completed. Amid the dusty scene, someone held their head and shouted in awe, "Oh my god, it really is phase 5. Then, the group quickly entered to check around. Two of them reached the control panel, shouting, "Damn, this is seriously defying the heavens, phase 5 training." Yeah, cold weapon training even has a phase 5. Then one person fumbled through the dust, trembling and holding feathers and popcorn, saying, "This feather popcorn thing can hit too? Wait, snap a pic and post it on the school's website." Definitely causing a level 15 earthquake. The red-haired girl stood in the middle, arms crossed confidently. Hearing them, she closed her eyes calmly and said, "No need. I already posted it. Everyone said it was Photoshop. I argued a bit and got my account locked." Hearing this, 3 people turned to look at her in shock. The red-haired girl added, "I told you. Lu Sheng completed phase 5 of the cold weapon training room, yet you don't believe it. And it's not just once, but every single day." Seeing this, the guy who poked around in the dust quickly grabbed a feather, trembling and panicked, saying, "Tell me, do you think Lu Sheng's strength has already surpassed Chen Yuhuan, the top student from the old class?" Hearing this, the red-haired girl closed her eyes and smirked, full of mockery as she gave her take. "Ha! You guys totally don't get what stage 5 means, huh? Let me add more. His cold weapon skill level is probably already at the commander rank." The guy holding the feather froze, eyes wide, listening to the red-haired girl speak. Finally, she reached out with a dignified gesture and addressed the panicked crowd nearby. Under the Challenge Master's level, surpassing it is as easy as eating and drinking. The phrase unbeatable at this level isn't an exaggeration. Then she confirmed, "Don't even mention the top 10 of the old student rankings." She cut them off, then recalled the cold image of him holding the spear and gave her verdict. Even the top 10 of the 7 Saints rankings probably aren't a match for him. Hearing this, one of them panicked, grabbed his head, and yelled out, "Holy crap, the Saints!" Then he frowned sadly and confirmed, "So what do we do now? All this effort for nothing? We knew it, but it still means nothing." Next to him, a girl scratched her head and cried out in frustration, "Ah!" Finding out such a terrifying secret but not being able to tell everyone is seriously annoying. The red-haired girl rubbed her chin, bowed her head thoughtfully, and announced to the group, "First, just pretend you don't know anything. With Lu Sheng's style, his real strength won't stay hidden for long." Then she looked up, eyes sparkling with interest, and smiled as she added, "I've got a feeling he's holding back now but is about to go all out." Meanwhile, Lu Sheng squinted at his phone, frowning with the spear slung over his shoulder, then sighed, "Phew. Waited a whole week. Finally my turn." His phone buzzed with a message, "Your turn to enter the Marshall St. Tower has arrived. Please arrive within 10 minutes or your spot will be delayed." Seeing this, he said, "10 minutes is enough to shower, change, and head there." Suddenly, another message popped up. "Student Lu Sheng, your grade A mission has been approved. Due to urgency, please proceed immediately to the mission center." Lu Sheng was shocked, eyes wide as he shouted in frustration, "What? No way to skip? Right now?" Then he crossed his arms, pursed his lips, closed his eyes, and frowned, weighing his options. No choice. The Marshall St. Tower grants privileges to St. Marshall University students. You can get a slot once a week, but grade AA missions don't come every day, and approvals take forever. He tossed his spear into his suitcase, which split into sections automatically, picked up his shirt, smiled, and murmured, "All right, mission it is. Off to the mission center." At the 7 St. Martial universities, each owns its own Martial St. Tower. Students walking around campus under the sunlight noted that students of each university use their own tower and enjoy special privileges. This is the university's pride and privilege. Then someone quickly approached, looked at the people walking by, and added, "However, students from other St. Martial universities can challenge towers at other schools. The rule is, if you storm into the challenger's tower and break the highest floor record, the defending tower loses usage rights for a year." The receptionist calmly checked the ledger, bowed, and asked the newcomer, "Do you have an appointment?" Then handed him a pen and paper. "Please fill this out." This was the 4th St. Martial University Tower. The receptionist frowned, eyes wide, and shouted, "4th St. Martial University." In front of her stood a tall man, radiating killing intent, eyes bloodshot and trembling as he yelled, "Cat Beast Hero!" The man smirked, hands on hips, squinting down with a mocking smile. "Ha ha, that's right. This is Cat Beast Hero, ranked 6th on the 7 Saints board." Then added about the previous tower challenge. Meanwhile, at a bustling riverside restaurant lit up at night, Lu Sheng raised a steaming hamburger to his mouth, opening wide to take a big bite. His eyes widened, mouth struggling with the huge bite, one hand holding the food, the other clutching the mission notice, surrounded by other dishes, as he confirmed aloud. "First move is simple. Eat some food. Eating is the most important." Then Lu Sheng recalled the smiling receptionist handing him the mission notice and said, "Inside the letter are documents related to this mission. After reading, remember to destroy them. Most importantly, return safely. The mission might fail, but you only have one life. Good luck." He chewed while opening the mission paper, eyes widening in shock as he shouted in confusion. Is this some dark force gang? Then he thought further. A criminal group repeatedly committing major crimes. Bounty already over $2 billion, imagining the masked guy handing over the mission. They've taken over 50 lives, including more than 30 police officers, an utterly ruthless bunch. Then he recalled a certain main character sharpening a blade, eyes cold as ice, smiling as he assessed. Catching or killing one criminal nets 10 million cash and 10 mission points. Catching the ringleader multiplies the reward by 10. Back to reality, Lu Sheng stared at the mission paper, suspiciously adding, if missions like this keep coming, leveling up mission points will be a breeze. Next, he raised the mission paper, and something fell out from behind it. Lu Sheng noticed and frowned, staring at the color of the paper. Yeah, he grunted, finally peeling off both cards. On top were pictures of two other people and their info, mumbling. They even have teammates? Fine. One's a girl from Lu Sheng, a fourth-year student at the Three Saints Martial Academy, level 6 martial artist, specializing in cold weapons, dual swords, with a mission completion rate of 67%. The other's a guy, Minton, a fourth-year student at the Three Saints Martial Academy, level 6 martial artist, specializing in cold weapons, a long spear, mission completion rate 70%. Then he widened his eyes, staring at the mission paper and the two photos. Suddenly, they started burning away in his hands, while Lu Sheng kept holding a hamburger, chewing noisily and mumbling, hoping this mission won't slow them down. That night, the moon and stars were up. On a tall building, loud sighs echoed. When the hell is that guy gonna show up? Lu Qinghe squinted, crossed her arms over her waist and frowned, complaining. Seriously? Then she snapped. No sense of time at all. Asterisk, cough cough asterisk. Suddenly smoke appeared around her. From that annoying cigarette smoke, she raised her hand to cover her nose, squinting and coughing. On the other side, the other person pressed his cigarette to the ground, sending smoke swirling around. At Minton's feet was a pile of cigarette butts. Smoke still puffed from his mouth. He swiped his phone while squatting, frowning to calm Lu Qinghe. The deadline's almost here. Gotta be soon. She got pissed seeing that, glaring and grabbing Minton's collar, demanding sharply, Damn it! Can you cut down on the smoking? I'm choking here, can't you see? Faced with her fury, Minton looked embarrassed, closing his eyes and forcing a shaky smile to explain. Haha, waiting too long got me bored. A level 6 martial artist can smoke a whole cigarette in one breath. Seeing that, Lu Qinghe crossed her arms, glancing at the sky, confirming, if he's not here soon, we're leaving. He's useless anyway. Minton looked up at her worried, trying to stop her. No way! He's still our teammate. The big boss traveled far. We can't just waste his trip. Hearing that, she bit her nails, pacing and glaring with annoyance. Teammate? More like a pain. Didn't you check the files? He's just a rookie. 0% mission completion. Obviously his first time out. And they threw in a newbie who hasn't even seen blood yet. I really don't get what the Three Saints Martial Academy is thinking, approving him for this mission. Are they trying to get us killed? Nearby, Minton stood up, brushing off his pants, smiling and squinting at Lu Qinghe, reconsidering. Still, he's level 6. I've heard his name before, Lu Sheng, the top martial artist at the Lu Sheng Long Martial Academy this year. Then he praised, at that age, having that kind of skill, Tianxi is seriously terrifying. Hearing that, Lu Qinghe couldn't hold back, turning away angrily and shouting, No wonder, just here to show off. The Three Saints Martial Academy is interesting, sending their prodigies to struggle in missions then complaining about it. Why not just use their own people instead of dumping them on us? Behind, Minton stood up, reaching out to stop Lu Qinghe. Wait a sec, but Lu Qinghe stubbornly yelled, I'm not babysitting a kid still sucking on milk. This mission's gonna get people killed. Let's go. Suddenly, Minton noticed something, glaring and asking, Look, isn't that him? His suitcase gleamed as it rolled in the night. Then he seriously frowned at them and greeted, Good evening. Then the three jumped into a car and sped off. Lu Sheng sat with his arm on the window, chin resting, staring outside bored. Above, Lu Qinghe drove, frowning and glancing at him, asking, Weapons ready? Yeah, he replied, tapping his briefcase. Minton looked back at him, puzzled. Finally, Lu Qinghe forced a friendly look, glancing at him and explaining, For now, we're teammates. Here's the rough plan. Based on the clues, the guy Ma Kuo-yun is hiding there. He's a peak level 6 martial artist. We don't know his subordinates yet. Our main goal is to gauge their strength. Then she confirmed, if possible, this time next year will be their downfall. They drove to a factory and stopped. Lu Qinghe announced, We're here. Still in the driver's seat, she turned to Lu Sheng, warning loudly, I'm serious. This is a real capture mission, not a game anyone can join. People will die. If you regret it now, fine, but if you screw up later, don't expect me to go easy on you. She yelled at him. Feeling looked down on, he squinted back and confirmed, I get it. Lu Qinghe squinted, tilting her head, saying, Hope you really do. Then, They camouflaged the car with grass. As they stepped out, Lu Qinghe confirmed, "This should work. The car's hidden. Let's move." Ahead, Minton nodded, looking back to confirm. And he grabbed his suitcase, glancing at Lu Qinghe, then quickened his pace. Finally, the three of them moved like lizards clinging to glass, jumping across ledges and walls, pushing forward. They ended up on a rooftop, eyes sharp and alert, staring ahead with furrowed brows. The adjacent rooftop was dark and gloomy, with three figures standing there, deep in discussion. Lu Qinghe raised his head cautiously, pressing himself against the wall, warning Lu Sheng and A Lan from above. The two looked up too. The three watched from behind on a distant rooftop. Ahead was Ma Kuai-yun, hands clasped, head bowed seriously, signaling his men with a guarded expression. Then Lu Qinghe peeked up tensely and spoke his assessment. "Too far away, can't really scout their true strength." Next to him, Lu Sheng frowned and muttered in agreement. If only they could get a bit closer. Suddenly she cut in, calling out to Lu Sheng. "Lu Sheng, you hear me?" But he was gripping his eyes shut, his whole body engulfed in a thick purple aura. Silent. Lu Sheng frowned, activating his spiritual senses to scan the enemy's layout. Turns out, there were over 10 more people inside the building. They needed to scout more carefully. Suddenly, Lu Sheng felt a tap on his shoulder. It was Lu Sheng, startled, eyes snapping open, teeth clenched, letting out a grunt. Then, furious, he radiated a deadly aura, glaring threateningly at Lu Sheng, scaring her back, shrinking away. She finally calmed down, stood up, and glanced at them as she said, "You guys better leave." The other two were still trembling, staring at him in shock, silent. Lu Sheng thought to himself, "I should have done this mission solo, too much trouble." Then he squinted, frowning as he judged, might as well leave now. Behind him, Lu Sheng was just regaining composure, pulling back her hand, scared stiff, eyes narrowing as she wondered, what the hell just happened? That fear was intense. Then she reasoned, maybe it's because it's my first AA-level mission and I'm leading newbies, so my nerves are shot? She glanced at Lu Qinghe beside her and seriously said, "Lu Qinghe, let's go." He looked awkward but stood up, following Lu Sheng ahead. "All right. I'm out too." Everyone split up, but Lu Sheng still shot them a glare, brows furrowed, pissed. Then Lu Qinghe and Lu Sheng quickly crawled up to the enemy building, peeking through a vent. Lu Sheng clung to the wall like a lizard, looking up, smiling and muttering, "Once we get closer, we can check their real strength." Suddenly, Lu Qinghe crawled forward through the bushes beside her, looking up at him and asking, "How's it look?" Hearing that, Lu Qinghe turned his head out of the vent, eyes narrowing in fear, trembling as he answered, "There are a lot of fighters inside, a bunch of unknown assassins in the room." Inside, a huge man closed his eyes, shouting angrily, pounding the table, cursing, "Damn it, Ma Kuai-yun, what the hell's your deal? So many people working with you, yet you're hogging 3 parts all by yourself? Is it because you're a peak level 6 fighter, or because your low-level lackeys don't fear death?" Ma Kuai-yun calmly lifted his teacup and smiled as he replied, "I handled the earlier stages. The plan and this name were all my ideas and orders." Then he held up 3 fingers, set down his tea, smiled, squinted at the people opposite him, and warned, "You guys only get to kill a few. This is Ma Kuai-yun," he added. "Tell me, don't I deserve 3 parts?" Right then, the big man stood up quickly, walked over to Ma Kuai-yun in front of everyone, and shouted, "3 parts is way too much, 2 parts at most. The rest belongs to us, or our relationship ends here." The crowd below raised their hands, shouting in protest. Yeah, without us doing the work, who the hell are you?" Arguments kept flying inside, warning not to be too greedy. Outside, Lu Qinghe and Lu Sheng clung to the wall, trembling, eyes wide with horror, looking at each other. She muttered, "There are at least 8 level 6 fighters and a bunch of level 4 and 5. We can't catch them with what we've got." Then they both peeked inside again, the tension thick. Lu Qinghe looked at them and said, "I'm afraid they've already hit S rank. We gotta get back and report fast." Meanwhile, at an abandoned factory area, 3 guards stood watch. One paced, arms crossed, cursing, "Damn it, those bastards." Lu Sheng and Lu Qinghe were still hiding behind a building, quietly watching them. One guard grimaced, puffed his cigarette, and cursed loudly. "The boss gave us a chance to join, and now they want all the profits?" Then he added, "Why don't we just kill them all?" Nearby, a punk with a mohawk sat on a crate, listening. Then he tossed a grenade in his hand, mocking, "Haha, chill out. They won't be jumping around for more than a few days." Seeing that, the smoker glanced over. The mohawk guy laughed, swinging his sword, holding the grenade, and said, "Once we snatch that strategic supply transport, the boss can already level up to Grandmaster, then keep powering up. When that happens, whatever they swallow, they'll have to puke it all out, guts and all." They burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, that's spot on." Next to him, Man Yanfei was startled, eyes wide in shock. Next to Lu Qinghe, it was the same, struggling. Finally, he turned back to look at Lu Qinghe and nodded. She furrowed her brows, pressed her lips tight, and in the end, they all shouted the same thought, "Retreat fast and just run with eyes closed." Seeing that, Man Yanfei panicked, his face darkening as he ran up and exclaimed, "Crazy. Their target is the strategic supply transport." Next to Lu Qinghe, she ran with a dark face, eyes wide, warning, forgetting they gathered so many people. Then she seemed to realize and added, "No wonder Lu Sheng didn't hold back, not afraid of being discovered at all." Finally, she listed it out, 8 6th-level fighters plus hot weapons in their hands, enough to level the entire Duyanha city. Then she squinted seriously, darkly concluding, "A rogue grandmaster outside the law. Really hard to imagine." Then she ran hard while shouting urgently, "This is out of control. We gotta turn back now." Man Yanfei ran after her. Suddenly, Man Yanfei remembered something, his face half black and white as he looked up at Lu Qinghe, guilty, and reminded her, "Damn it, forgot to bring that brat back." Nearby, she heard that and stopped running, eyes wide, mouth agape. Seeing that, she shouted anxiously, "Leading a blocker is such a pain. Better turn around quickly. Play it smart for that brat. He's definitely hiding well. Don't let them find out." Meanwhile, Lu Sheng slowly approached the 3 people the other 2 met in an old factory. Lu Qinghe was still shouting in distress. Otherwise, no one could save that guy. The guy who teased saw him coming and looked over, puzzled. Huh? Where the hell did this little demon crawl out from? Next to him, the smoker smiled and frowned, then sneered and cursed. "Hey, where the hell are you from?" But before he could finish, he got smacked with a flaming spear shaft right in the throat. He fell down right after, clutching his neck, screaming in pain, "Gah, ugh." Lu Sheng glanced at them while still holding the spear. On the other side, the blue-haired guy frowned. The rest stood up, grinding their teeth, glaring at him, yelling angrily, "Damn it, what's going on? You want to die or what?" Then they all moved in with weapons, surrounding Lu Sheng, who stood calmly in the middle holding the spear. His eyes sharp as ice, the spear's tip glowed red. He squinted and glanced at them. Then with a quick crack, he swung the spear, and they were all quickly taken down with painful neck wounds. His eyes flashed, he stopped the spear, stood up fully, spun the spear once, and the rest quickly collapsed to the ground. Finally, he calmly looked at them and muttered, 8 6th-level fighters, 2 of them peak 6th level, some 5th and 4th level. Should have known the mission was this simple, no need to sneak around like that. The teasing guy lay on the ground, clutching Lu Sheng's ankle, trembling and threatening. "The boss will help us get revenge." Cough, cough. Lu Sheng didn't hesitate and stomped on his neck. Then he glanced up with a dark face, lifted his foot with disgust and said, "Die then, stop spouting trash." Then he exhaled sharply, "Phew," and turned to look at the bodies of the teasing guy and the others lying on the ground, adding, "Killing people, huh?" Then he thought again. The urge to destroy and wreck inside him had faded a lot. No big psychological trigger either. Lu Sheng looked at the flaming spear tip, squinting, and concluded, maybe it's because he killed too many zombies in the dreamscape? Then he considered another possibility, inheriting too many bloody, brutal memories. Finally, Lu Sheng retracted the spear, frowned, glanced around, still radiating a red aura, and added, maybe because those he killed were all ruthless, evil people with heinous crimes. So killing them didn't weigh on his conscience, just ridding the world of evil. Then he walked on, squinting, thinking, justice might come late, but it definitely won't be blind. So he held the spear and walked fast, shouting in his mind, accept the punishment from justice. 5 minutes earlier, a scar-faced girl slammed her hand on a chair, furrowed her brows, glaring, yelling curses. "Damn it, I said it already, I want 2 shares, no less." On the other side, the big boss laughed mockingly and shouted, "Huh, so whatever you say goes? Who do you think you are? If you really want it, I can give you something else." Then the girl quickly stood up, clenched her fists, frowned hard, angrily shouting, "Damn it, you want to die or what? Over there." Lu Sheng couldn't stand it and stood up, hands on the chair, speaking up. Hearing that, both guys looked at him. Then the blonde guy's eyes widened in shock. Lu Sheng quickly lunged at him, hitting him hard in the stomach, making the guy cough. Cough! Eyes wide in panic. Then he collapsed, clutching his stomach, screaming in pain. "Cough, damn you!" Then he looked up and cursed Lu Sheng. The guy above squinted and glanced down, pursed his lips and fixed his collar, his whole vibe radiating deadly intent. Then Lu Qinghe casually brushed off his shoulder, squinting his eyes and calmly threatened, "I already said it. The plan was my idea, and I was the one who caught that guy. The strongest fist in this place? That's me too. Whatever share you guys get, that's exactly what you get." Then he spread his arms toward the crowd and shouted a warning. "Anyone got a problem? Now scram, I'm not stopping you." Hearing that, the crowd started grinding their teeth, full of contempt and anger. A voice rang out, "Ha ha ha, Lu bro, you ain't wrong." A dude in a red vest stepped out from the group, arms wide, flashing a friendly smile as he said, "Everyone's here for the loot. Why ruin the peace over some small gains, right?" Then he laughed wickedly, squinting one eye, the other side of his face horribly burned and deformed, and asked Lu Qinghe again, "Am I right, bro?" The girl saw him clench her teeth and yell, "You demon-faced jerk. A whole squad's strategic resource vehicle ain't no small gain." He heard that but kept his smile, closing his eyes and nodding in agreement. For a level 6 fighter, it really wasn't a small deal. Then he cut in, pointing at Lu Qinghe, grinning wide as he confirmed, but for a sect master, that's nothing at all. Hearing that, the crowd's eyes lit up with excitement, shouting and chatting. What? About to hit sect master level? Ha ha. So that's why Lu Bro dragged us to rob the strategic resource vehicle, to charge up to sect master? Why didn't you say so earlier? Then what are we even fighting for? The biggest shares gotta go to you. Right. Lu, big bro, just split it however you want. Even if there's no profit, I'll still join in this time. It's rare to have a sect master in our gang. Lu Bro's really something. Then the demon-faced vulture dude quickly stepped forward, grabbed Lu Qinghe's shoulder, handed him a cigarette, and smiled. Ha ha, then here's wishing you success, bro, smooth sect master upgrade. On the other side, Lu Qinghe reached out, closed his eyes, and nodded back. Same here. Right after, the vulture-faced guy leaned in close, smiling as he whispered, but if you want to be sect master, I want that too. Then he made a proposal. So I gotta get a third of the share. Lu Qinghe glared at him, lighting the cigarette quickly. Seeing the offer, he looked up with narrowed eyes, furrowed his brow, and said gruffly, fine. Then Lu Qinghe thought to himself that the demon-faced vulture was the only one worthy of matching his strength, not just a peak level 6, but also a rare elemental control prodigy. The vulture-faced dude bowed and placed his hand on his chest to confirm. Thanks a lot, bro. Lu Qinghe remembered hearing that he was once a top martial student, but a fire wiped out his whole family. Since then, his personality changed, turning to robbery, with a favorite move of burning people alive. He was known as a ruthless player in the criminal world. Right after, Lu Qinghe spoke to end the debate. If no one objects, I'll just split it evenly like this. Before he could finish, a noise came from the door, and everyone looked over. A wary guy holding a sword shouted, "What's that sound? Who's there?" Then Lu Qinghe said, "Probably cops coming, nothing big." Right after, he closed his eyes and waved his hand to order, "Kill him, we'll move somewhere else to talk." Hearing that, one of them licked his lips and replied, "Heh, true. We've got so many level 6 fighters, why fear some cops?" Meanwhile, Lu Sheng stood right at the door where the crowd was. Then the sword guy grimaced and laughed as he charged at the door, shouting, clearly holding in a belly full of anger. Suddenly, the door warped inward, and the sword guy was slammed backward. Lu Qinghe's eyes went wide in shock, no time to react. Right after, Lu Sheng charged in with his spear, and the crowd looked at him in panic. His face was calm as hell, radiating deadly intent as he moved through the dust. Someone screamed in terror, "What the hell? Some baby-faced punk? Are the cops out of people? Don't get cocky. Maybe it's a trap to lower our guard." Seeing this, the demon-faced vulture sneered at him. Lu Sheng quickly raised 2 fingers and said, 2 minutes. The crowd didn't get it, but clenched their teeth and stared at him. Lu Sheng looked at them coolly, holding his spear, and warned, "Anyone who wants to live can start running now." Outside, darkness had fallen, but the big house still cast some light outside. Inside, Lu Sheng stood among the crowd, holding up 2 fingers to count. Suddenly, a voice caught his attention, and he turned around. "What the hell are you?" A scar-faced woman wielding a big broadsword stomped forward, gritting her teeth in anger and cursing. "Baby-faced punk. Are the cops out of people?" Her underling behind her worriedly tried to calm her down. "Big sis, calm down." Lu Qinghe watched and thought, no matter how you look at it, he's just a kid. The scar-faced woman swung her sword down, shouting, "Kid, die!" The blade was just inches from Lu Sheng's head, but he just lightly raised his spear, and instantly a powerful force sliced through the scar-faced woman's neck, decapitating her. Her body, still in attack mode, flew backward, but he just lightly swung his spear, and immediately a powerful force streaked through the scarred woman's neck, decapitating her. Her body, still in attack mode, was thrown backward. The lackeys outside freaked out, shouting in horror. A level 6 martial artist got killed by this brat in the blink of an eye. This dude's definitely not normal. There's gotta be something seriously weird about him. Lu Sheng was still holding his spear high, radiating a fierce aura, his face looking totally indifferent and careless. Ma Kuai-yun spread his arms, carefully warning his crew. "This ain't simple. Don't just go solo against him. The weapon this brat's holding is probably a master-level armament." Many rushed in at once. Lu Sheng heard that and snapped back to serious mode, while a few others stared greedily at his weapon. So that's what a master-level stolen weapon looks like. Something this good would easily sell for billions if sold casually. Then without hesitation, they all attacked Lu Sheng together. Some wielded knives, others swords or spears, charging while shouting, "What? You think you're hot shit because you got a sweet weapon? Let me show you what's what." Lu Sheng's eyes narrowed, burning with anger. His eyes flashed with light as he slashed multiple times at a speed too fast for the naked eye to see. All you could see were those guys writhing on the ground. Then they all dropped to the floor, leaving everyone stunned. Sweat poured down everyone's faces. Fear was written all over their expressions. That monster is just freakishly insane. A level 6 martial artist getting killed like that is unbelievable. Lu Sheng's gaze turned icy cold, his spear blazing with fierce red flames. He spoke in a low voice. What, none of you gonna step up? If you won't come, then I'll come to you. Lu Sheng summoned the breath of wind. A faint aura started to radiate from him, then exploded out fiercely, knocking several nearby guys flying. Screams echoed. Huh? The vulture-faced demon saw his crew getting sliced to pieces and freaked out. Master, that bastard's a grave-robbing master. Then he hurriedly tried to retreat, but unlucky for him, he got locked in Lu Sheng's sights. Lu Sheng's spear came down fast as lightning, his voice cold. Where you running to? Suddenly, the vulture-faced demon's face started to glow with fire. He glanced at the flaming orb in his hand. He turned back with a disgusting grin and sneered. Running? Master my ass, die already. Shouting, he hurled the fireball at Lu Sheng, causing a massive explosion. The flames grew bigger and bigger. The vulture-faced demon tilted his head back, laughing maniacally. Ha ha, not even a scrap left. Suddenly a voice rang out. You call that fire? It immediately killed his arrogance. Instead, he was shocked and confused, stammering, What? From deep inside the raging flames, a figure stood tall, eyes blazing bright, staring straight at him, locking him down. Lu Sheng's hand emerged from the fire and flicked once, saying, Now this is fire. Instantly, the vulture-faced demon got hit by a dark purple flame right in the chest, freaking him out. Then the dark flame erupted, fiercely burning his body. His face twisted in agony as he screamed non-stop. Ah! In a flash, the vulture-faced demon was burnt to ashes. Ma Kuai-yun watched, sweating bullets, his voice trembling. A level 6 martial artist with bones like steel. The melting point of steel is 2,750 degrees. Looks like my flames are just a bit hotter. Ma Kuai-yun got even more freaked out. Lu Sheng smiled warmly at him, but his words were anything but friendly. Calmly, he asked, You there, how do you want to die? Outside. Man Qianfi and Tu Meng Jiao were sneaking a peek, whispering, Be careful, don't get caught. He replied, Yeah, but when they got closer, they gasped. What the hell is this? In front of them lay a pile of bodies scattered on the ground, blood everywhere. Man Qianfi sat down to inspect, impressed. All one-hit kills. That brat's no joke. Tu Meng Jiao frowned. They're just some lackeys. Anyone could do this. But inside, she wondered, did that brat really go in there? Thinking that, Tu Meng Jiao stepped forward, saying, Let's check it out. Man Qianfi quickly followed. Before entering, she reminded him, Be ready to fight any time. He nodded seriously. Got it. But inside, there were even more corpses than before. All were wiped out. They looked around. Man Qianfi spoke in confusion. What's going on here? Suddenly, Ma Kuai-yun's image appeared before them, writhing in extreme pain. He screamed, Huh! Ah! They both panicked, shouting, Ma Kuai-yun! His terrified face was split in two. Lu Sheng stood behind, swinging his spear, radiating a deadly aura, his eyes shining like a killing god over the blood-splattered ground. Tu Meng Jiao was genuinely terrified. That brat took him down so easily. Moments later, Lu Sheng's face returned to normal. Seeing them, he said, You two finally showed up? Then he turned toward the door, casually saying, Mission's done. Clean up the battlefield. I'm heading back now. After he left, both of them collapsed weakly onto the floor. Tu Meng Jiao had to gather her energy to calm down. Then with a twisted expression, he turned to his teammates and blurted out, The dude took out the whole gang of bandits alone. Even Lu Qinghe found it hard to believe and added, Ha ha ha, this martial prodigy is insane. This time, Lu Sheng Martial Academy had recruited an insanely talented monster. Outside, the streetlights flickered on, and a yellow car was already parked waiting. Lu Sheng was sitting inside, eyes closed, meditating when his phone buzzed. He opened it and was shocked. On the screen was a message from Lu Qinghe saying, Lu Sheng, something's wrong. Where are you? Someone's trying to raid Lu Sheng Martial Academy's tower, he wondered silently. Just then, the driver spoke up. We're here, Lu Sheng Martial Academy. Young man, take it easy. Lu Sheng got out politely. Thanks. Then he looked down at the big suitcase in his hand and smiled, thinking, The loot from this mission's pretty solid. Those bloodthirsty thugs full of rage and willpower and vicious as hell, perfect for forging the Qitong Dragon Spear. It was like he could hear the breath of the Qitong Dragon Spear. The soul nurturing of the Qitong Dragon Spear had already begun. Suddenly, Lu Qinghe came running from afar, waving and calling Lu Sheng over. Lu Sheng happily said, Finally, you're back. So, how was it? Was the mission tough or exciting? Lu Sheng replied cheerfully, It was all right. Nothing hard, just killing some bandits. Lu Qinghe was shocked. What? You killed people? Lu Sheng? You actually killed someone? Seeing that reaction, Lu Sheng got worried. True, even though Lu Qinghe was a martial genius, he was still just an 18 or 19-year-old kid. Killing people was kinda brutal for him. But Lu Sheng quickly explained, they were all vicious bandits. Before he could finish, Lu Qinghe's face lit up with curiosity and excitement. Damn, Lu Sheng, I didn't expect you to kill someone already. Was it fun? Next time, I gotta do a mission to catch criminals too. Killing people sounds addictive. Lu Qinghe looked thrilled. We're martial artists. Gotta eliminate evil and uphold justice. I've wanted to be a righteous hero for a while now. Lu Sheng just thought helplessly. Does he have violent genes or what? Suddenly, panicked voices rang out. Hey, I heard Tulan failed to defend the tower. God damn, this time the Lu Sheng Martial Academy's tower's really gonna fall. We gotta check it out fast. Lu Sheng looked over, curious. Wait, what do you mean by raiding the tower? Why are so many people rushing to the Martial Academy tower? Lu Qinghe remembered the main event and replied, oh right, while you were gone, something huge happened. Miao Ren Xiong, ranked 6th on the Lu Sheng Martial Academy's 7 Saints list, came to raid the tower. Lu Sheng asked, what's the 7 Saints list? Lu Qinghe started explaining, the 7 Saints list is like an upgraded version of the old alumni ranking. The alumni ranking includes all former students from year 2 to 54 who haven't graduated yet. It's considered the most credible power ranking at Lu Sheng Martial Academy. The top 2 are Tran, Wai, Huyen, and Tulan. The 7 Saints list, as the name suggests, combines the alumni rankings of all 7 Lu Sheng Martial Academies, filtered to form one ultimate ranking. It's the most prestigious list. Anyone on it is a true prodigy, the top young talent. But then he sighed. But honestly, our Lu Sheng Martial Academy's strength kinda sucks. In the top 10 of the 7 Saints list, there's not a single one from us. Tran Wai Huyen, who's first on the alumni list, is only 13th here. We probably can't hold the tower. This time, the 2 Lu Sheng Martial Academies will be a joke. A whole year, and we don't even get the privilege to enter the Martial Academy tower. We have to queue up like other schools and outsiders. First, we gotta get approval, then wait in line, which takes at least half a year. Lu Qinghe complained while Lu Sheng's face had already darkened. He was so pissed his veins popped, grinding his teeth. What did you say? Queue for at least half a year? Then jump in right after? What the hell is that? Defend the tower, right? Leave that to me. Lu Qinghe was still confused, unable to keep up. Then his face lit up. What? What did you say, Lu Sheng? You're going to defend the tower? Now that's a real deal. Meanwhile, at the Lu Sheng Martial Academy tower, a huge crowd had gathered, all furious and cursing. Damn it, are we really gonna get stomped by the Zisheng Martial Academy? That's humiliating. Are we seriously gonna have to fight for spots against other schools now? Suddenly, a hand pushed the door open. Hey, someone's coming out. It's Tran Wai Huyen. Tran Wai Huyen had failed. A guy holding his head, looking both pained and angry, stepped out. A girl rushed over worriedly to support him. The crowd outside panicked even more, clutching their heads and shouting, damn, even Tran Wai Huyen, number 1 on the alumni list, failed. Who can stand up to that Miao Ren Xiong guy then? Another girl was terrified. If Miao Ren Xiong breaks through one more floor, he'll break Tran Wai Huyen's record. Meanwhile, on the Martial Academy Tower's power ranking board, the national top 50 in martial arts for year 315 appeared, showing rank, name, floor, and status. Number 1 was Miao Ren Xiong on floor 21, currently progressing. Number 2 was Tran Wai Huyen on floor 20, finished. Then the rest were candidates who had finished. Then who could possibly match that fierce Catman? Another girl was also extremely anxious. If fierce Catman pushed through one more level, he would break Tran Wai Huyen's record. At this moment, on the strength ranking board of the Martial Tower, Martial Way Year 315, top 50 nationwide, the order of names, floor numbers, and status appeared. Number 1 was Fierce Catman at 21 floors, still ongoing. Second was Tran Wai Huyen at 20 floors, finished. Then came the contestants who had finished. Everyone was watching anxiously, thinking the defense of the tower had failed. The power rankings for the Martial Great Dao Tower in year 315, top 50 nationwide. Order, name, floor number, status, affiliated unit. Number 1, Miao Ren Hung, floor 20, currently advancing to the Martial Great Dao final. Lu Qinghe, floor 20, finished the 7 Saints Martial Great Dao, and the other contestants have finished too. Lu Qinghe clenched his teeth angrily, thinking, damn it, as a student of the 7 Saints Martial Great Dao, 4 years of training, Ming was most familiar with the Martial Saint Tower of the first saint, but even so, he still couldn't compare to that Miao Ren Hung guy. Is the gap in strength between us really that huge? Damn it. He thought this while grinding his teeth, not caring. The 2 guys with blonde and red hair from the 4 Saints Martial Great Dao started speaking up with contempt. Ha! The 7 Saints Martial Great Dao totally lost face this time. Look at those usually arrogant 7 Saints Martial Great Dao guys. When they meet someone stronger, all they can do is act helpless. Ha ha ha, isn't that right? Humph, who pushed me? Suddenly, a strong aura appeared behind those 2. They were forced apart to the sides along with the people next to them. Hey, what the hell is this? What is this? Spirit power? They were completely confused. The crowded area parted to make way for Lu Sheng's appearance. He strode in confidently, and when people saw him, whispers and chatter broke out again. It's Lu Sheng, the top first year on the rankings, the violent rookie who, at the opening ceremony, defeated a regular teacher in magic. He's even a spirit sorcerer? And what's he doing here? Could it be he wants to defend the tower? Those guys were initially shocked, but then started mocking him. Ha ha ha, Seven Saints Marshal Great Tao, you guys are seriously something else. The top old-timer can't even hold on, and now you're hoping on a rookie? Ridiculous. The top first year challenging the 6th-ranked Seven Saint. 4 years of training left for your rookie, thinking he can compete? Ha 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 ha. But Lu Sheng didn't care, calmly walking up to the door. He asked the girl guarding it, "No need to line up to enter now, right?" The girl gasped when she saw him. "Ah, why are you here? I thought you were still a rookie who couldn't get into the Marshall Tower yet, so how come you're defending it now?" Then she got weak and said, "Fine, fine. No more lines now. Aren't the others coming? Go outside and tell them to clear out a bit. That Miao Ren Hung guy just broke our record in the blink of an eye." She pressed a button to open the door. Lu Sheng stepped inside, smiling reassuringly. "Don't worry, I'm enough on my own." But voices expressing doubt echoed, saying he wouldn't break it. Outside, a short-haired girl in red hurriedly asked the runners, "How's it going? Found him yet?" A girl in yellow worriedly said, "I asked. He already left for an A-level mission." The red-clad girl panicked. "What? Why right now?" Then she slumped, feeling hopeless. Without him, the Seven Saints Martial Great Tao will definitely lose this time. The orange-haired girl behind asked, "Who exactly are you looking for? You make it sound like he's amazing." The red girl sighed deeply. "Who it is doesn't matter anymore. That person isn't at school. No chance to prove anything," the orange-haired girl said, acting all mysterious. "Right now, everyone's going to defend the tower. Even Lu Sheng, the top first year, just entered. Looks like we're crazy to be worrying about finding a teacher." The red girl was startled, then quickly shook her friend, asking, "What did you say?" Lu Sheng, top first year, entered the tower. Her friend pointed at the rankings and replied, "Yeah, just stepped in. Look, his name's right there. 4 Flame Dogs, 13 finished. 18 Do de Air, 12 finished. 19 Dog Dan, 12 finished. 20 Lu Sheng, 1 currently in progress." The red girl was thrilled, shouting, "Oh wow, it's real." Then she got super excited. "Great, this win's guaranteed." The friends behind shared her mood. The orange-haired girl was a bit speechless, asking, "Why are you so happy? Lu Sheng's just the top rookie. A bit strong, that's all, right?" The red girl wiped tears of joy and answered, "You don't get it. This is like a fangirl's pride." "Ah, so she's a fan of our bro, huh?" Inside, Lu Sheng calmly waited to be led to his spot. When the door opened again, he saw a spacious room with just a chair and a table and a hat on the table. This was the Marshall Saint Tower. Picking up the hat, there was a note reminding him to only wear it once and to replace it himself. Once worn, he'd immediately enter the trial. He muttered, "This is like Ready Player One or something." Then he quickly lay down on the chair and put on the hat. Moments later, Lu Sheng opened his eyes. The hat disappeared. He looked around, confused. Then he looked at his transforming hand, thinking it was a bit different but basically the same as the Dream World method. Then he clenched his fist. If that's the case, he wouldn't break the Marshall Saint Tower record every day anymore. He felt sorry for the zombies he'd sent off in the dream space over the past year. "You can't fight zombies here either, huh?" He noticed a zombie appear on one side. His gaze grew calm. Makes sense. The opponent in the Marshall Saint Tower is only one. Ming Jade Marshall Saint, Dan Zhongyu. Lu Sheng wondered, is this the teenage form of Marshall Saint Dan Zhongyu? Suddenly, he seemed to realize something. Yeah. Lu Sheng Damtrung Ngok was growing bigger. Then Lu Sheng Damtrung Ngok moved his foot, leapt forward and punched Lu Qinghe's chest at lightning speed. He stayed silent for a long moment after that strike from Lu Sheng. Then a powerful energy burst out, throwing Lu Sheng Damtrung Ngok flying back as Lu Qinghe assessed him. His strength was around second-level martial artist. Lu Sheng Damtrung Ngok clenched his teeth in anger. Lu Qinghe said, "Your counterattack got reflected by my energy. I'm not exactly a nice guy. You hit me, so I'm definitely hitting back." As he spoke, he excitedly raised a fist packed with his immense power. He punched straight at Lu Sheng Damtrung Ngok, creating a massive shockwave. Lu Sheng's body shattered into many small pieces, then it slowly started to dissolve, leaving only his face and hand coming back together. Lu Qinghe sensed something was off. Yeah, there was a burst of energy jumping far away from him. Then it began to condense, transforming back into Lu Sheng Damtrung Ngok. He started analyzing and absorbing his own spiritual power, turning into a new Damtrung Ngok. He looked a bit more mature now, so that's how it is the difficulty keeps ramping up. Lu Sheng Damtrung Ngok quickly slid behind Lu Qinghe and threw a punch, but Lu Qinghe immediately blocked it with his hand. "Thanks to you, I finally understand the basic principle of the Lu Sheng Tower," he said. Then he pulled his leg back and kicked hard, shattering the illusion. But suddenly, spiritual power burst out from him again. 2 streams of spiritual energy twisted together and flew far away. They immediately condensed into another Lu Sheng Damtrung Ngok. Lu Qinghe realized the problem and muttered, "Every time I beat an opponent, not only do I get no feedback, but they try to steal my spiritual power too. I once thought the Lu Sheng Tower's trial might relate to spiritual power and will, but I never understood it. The Lu Sheng Tower trains so many people's spirits year-round. Even the willpower of martial saints must have been drained by now. Turns out, it's maintained by this kind of fee system. Each stage absorbs a bit, triggering the martial saint's will to create opponents. Sometimes it even absorbs more to create stronger opponents. Then it keeps strengthening the martial saint's will." After analyzing, he happily exclaimed, "I kinda get why the recruitment at Shillong's Lu Sheng Tower is weaker than the other 6 Lu Sheng Towers. The other 6 took longer to build, so their willpower snowball is stronger. Damtrung Nok founded Shillong's Lu Sheng Tower and is the only living martial saint among the 7 Lu Sheng Towers. He manages all their affairs." At this moment, Lu Qinghe's elbow bloodied Lu Sheng Damtrung Nok's face. He shoved hard, breaking the illusion bit by bit. "If you break the Lu Sheng Tower's record, you get a chance to meet and inherit from him." He smiled and said, "If my analysis of the Lu Sheng Tower is right, then the origin of the dreamscape space works on the same principle. The dreamscape likely forms from the will of one or multiple powerful martial artists. Plus, the dreamscape is way more advanced than the Lu Sheng Tower. Martial artists in 10,000 years will be countless. Their combined will could directly build a spiritual world totally possible." Meanwhile, he kept blasting away small fragments of Lu Sheng's body, and his spiritual power surfaced again. Lu Sheng condensed once more. While fighting, he calculated inside. Now he started practicing swordsmanship. Looks like Damtrung Nok at 20 plus was in college, strength around level 5. The fragments shattered. This time it was a minor sword mastery. Lu Qinghe punched Lu Sheng to bits again, this time breaking through to level 6. He kept throwing punches non-stop. Each Damtrung Nok shattered under Lu Qinghe's hands couldn't last more than a moment. At this point, a huge amount of spiritual power was being drained from him. This was Damtrung Nok at 30 plus, at least level 6, Ding Feng, skilled in swordsmanship. Back then, he was known as the first disciple under the Grandmaster in his era. His spiritual power had already formed a shape. Good, good. Lu Qinghe looked at his hand and said satisfied, "They say Lu Sheng Damtrung Nok was talented but late bloomer. Only when he approached the Grandmaster realm did he show his saintly form. Let's see what this so-called first disciple under the Grandmaster can really do." Then he seriously raised his hand, his whole body radiating a unique aura, also level 6. "If I use normal attacks, it'd be bullying him. Better to fight barehanded then." Outside, the Lu Sheng Tower's strength board showed martial artist rank 315, top 50 nationwide. Minton was advancing from the Lu Sheng Tower. Chen Yixuan finished Shillong's Lu Sheng Tower. Tulan finished Shillong's Lu Sheng Tower. "It's over." Panic voices rang out. The girl in red looked up anxiously. Minton passed floor 22. "We're doomed. Our best last season was floor 22. If Minton passes one more floor, we're screwed. Please, gods, don't let him pass again." The girl next to her was just as worried. Chen Yixuan looked down at his hands in panic and said, "Such a huge insult. My pride's totally crushed." His whole body trembled. "I only reached floor 30. Is this really the strength on the Shillong board?" Then Lu Sheng couldn't help but tear his hair out and curse. "Damn it." The girl next to him quickly reassured him. "Relax. Lu Qinghe isn't that strong. The 22nd floor is the threshold. A 6th-level peak saint of the martial Dao like Dan Vo Thon Dao Dao Tio Thon can't be defeated just like that." But Lu Sheng was still trembling, pounding his chest to calm down. The girl continued, "Lu Qinghe? He's not gonna make it," Lu Sheng asked shakily. What if he actually does? If Lu Qinghe makes it through, then aren't you the criminal of the 7 Saints Martial great?" "Yeah." Suddenly, a voice of shock rang out. "Too fast." Lu Sheng's speed climbing the tower was insane. Sister Fan cheered happily. "Seriously, too fast. It's already 11:12 now. Whoa. We were just talking and he jumped to the 15th floor." The girl next to him was just as shocked, covering her mouth with her hand. Sister Fan added, "What? Already on the 21st floor, just one floor behind Lu Qinghe." Others chimed in. "Lu Sheng's ranked second now, even past Lu Sheng." Lu Sheng clenched his fists, trembling and horrified. "Damn, what kind of speed is this?" Inside, Lu Qinghe was still gritting his teeth, throwing everything he had to fight Dan Trung Nok, the martial saint. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng was casually punching with a satisfied smile. The guys who mocked Lu Sheng earlier started slandering him, pointing fingers at the power rankings. "Damn, 7 Saints Martial, great. You guys cheating, right? Even faking the Martial Tower's records. Aren't you scared of losing face?" "Exactly." But right now, no one paid attention to those guys, all staring up in horror. Lu Sheng was speechless at the situation. The tower climbing speed was just unbelievable. The gatekeeper girl finally mocked those slanderers. "Ha! The Martial Tower's core is the Martial Saint's will. You're saying the Martial Saint's covering for kids? That guy got shut up but still tried to argue. I'm not blaming the martial saint, but this record looks obviously fake, right? The girl was about to retort, "What are you freaking out about?" Then suddenly she gasped in shock. Holy crap, this is a new historical record. Lu Sheng had surged ahead to first place and was climbing the 25th floor. The orange-haired girl couldn't believe it. What the hell is Lu Sheng's real strength? Seriously unbelievable. Sister Fan was excited inside. I knew it. I knew it. This is Lu Sheng. Linja had also joined the crowd, shocked and staring up. Damn, is the saint really this insanely strong? Lu Sheng was still focused inside, his whole body radiating his unique fiery power. Dan Trung Ngok, the martial saint, was right behind him, but Lu Sheng confidently raised his fiery fist. Moments later, Dan Trung Ngok shattered into pieces. Lu Sheng looked a bit tired and turned around. Whoa, no wonder he was the first called a submaster back then. If it were me a week ago, still not controlling muscle strength in the cold weapon training room, I probably wouldn't have formed this overwhelming dominance. Truly worthy of the martial saint title, pretty impressive. Then, his spiritual power burst out again. This time it was even stronger than before, multiplied many times. Lu Sheng painfully grabbed his head, sweating and grumbling. Damn, the fee for the next stage is way too steep. If it were other students, just this spiritual power drain would drain them dry. So the next one stepping up was probably Dan Trung Ngok, who had turned into an old man with a white mustache. Master-level Dan Trung Ngok. From him came a strong, dark aura. Lu Sheng had to step back with difficulty. He was overwhelmed by that oppressive pressure, thinking, Master level is way too strong. Dan Trung Ngok, Martial Saint at 42, entered Master level that month and fought 8 Masters, winning 7 and losing 1. Then he quickly regained composure, his whole body radiating a familiar but stronger flame. You could clearly see phoenix shapes flickering inside. Let's see what happens. Master Dan Trung Ngok drew his sword. Lu Sheng said, Is your blade gonna cut through my solar cycle, or will I break you first? He unleashed his full power, burning to the extreme. He shot forward like a powerful beam. Today, I'm using my 6th level body, Master level 7, to face a true master with a 9th level talent. Lu Sheng's eyes blazed as he swung his fist. Suddenly, Master Dan Trung Ngok raised his sword, his eyes locked on the blade slicing down, the strike so powerful it cracked the solid floor, carving a huge trench along the sword's path, releasing a thick smoke. When the smoke cleared, Lu Sheng was still standing with his feet on either side of the cracks, hands raised to block. His face was terrified as he thought, that slash is terrifying. My 4th level Cam Chi and Eternal Flame shattered like tofu after one hit, split in half in an instant. Then his expression quickly turned excited, just as he hoped. The opponent is this strong. If they can crush me, that'd be awesome. Boom! Lu Sheng leapt up, the life or death pressure pushing his martial arts to new heights. The gap to the second state of perfect martial way, his foot hit the ground causing a huge shockwave. His footwork was now closer to the master control level. Then his eyes lit up again as he used the Great Sun Staff to charge forward. Grandmaster Dan Trung Ngok was still swinging his sword, powerful energy waves radiating with each move, his eyes glowing fiercely before he brought the sword down. From Grandmaster Dan Trung Ngok and his sword strike, faint lightning bolts flickered. Despite the sword strikes attacking, Lu Sheng charged forward. A surge of power began to gather in his hand. The refined secret martial technique condensed his energy, concentrating the force into one spot, like a hand gripping pure energy, fingers controlling the power precisely. Then the fierce energy was clenched tightly in his fist, ready to be unleashed. A calm silence and sparkling stars appeared, transitioning to the vice principal's office. At that moment, Lu Qinghe was reading a document, lips pressed tight, expression serious. 8 6th-level fighters, including 2 top-tier 6th-level masters and elemental control prodigies, were all wiped out by Lu Sheng alone, and it was as easy as flipping a hand. The situation was utterly one-sided. The A-level mission was upgraded to AA level, with the city police chief of Duyanha personally writing a nearly 10,000-word thank you letter. Shaken, Lu Qinghe leaned back in his chair and exhaled sharply. Phew, this kid. I thought he'd keep quiet for a while before showing up, but damn, he just blindsided me with a huge surprise. His battle power was unmatched, his private quarters undefeated by anyone his rank, just like the legendary Martial Saint back in the day. Such talent and strength already caught the attention of the Martial Saint himself. I gotta report this up the chain fast. He was about to grab his phone when the secretary burst in, panicked, calling for the vice principal. She was speechless. There's an emergency at the Martial Saint Tower, Lu Qinghe said helplessly. What's the panic? Did someone conquer the tower? Seizing the Martial Saint Tower is exactly the competition Martial Saints set up to encourage rivalry. If you lose, just notify the 4 Saints Martial Masters to take over. I'm not showing up, the secretary asked in shock. What do the 4 Saints have to do with the 4 Saints Martial Masters? It's Lu Sheng. He broke the record for the 7 Martial Saints tower climb. He's already reached the 26th floor. Hearing this, Lu Qinghe was ecstatic, then immediately jumped out the window, shattering the glass. The secretary quickly covered her face, panicking, calling out, "Vice Principal." Not just him, 4 other figures shot out from nearby skyscrapers. Students below screamed in shock. "Holy crap, that's some serious intimidation. Those are grandmasters, the school's vice principals. What the hell is going on?" Lu Qinghe and the other vice principals rushed out in a hurry. He was sweating bullets but couldn't help smiling excitedly. Lu Sheng was the first to land, causing everyone's shock, especially Lu Qinghe. He straightened his tie. Students cheered, "Vice Principal Lu!" Behind him, the others landed too. One was a chubby old man with a beard. Another wore a cloak and hood, face hidden. The third was a woman dressed in red. It wasn't just Vice Principal Lu. The other vice principals had arrived too. Meanwhile, on the Martial Saint Tower's strength leaderboard, Lu Sheng was pushing through the Martial Saint Challenge at level 315, top 50 nationwide. A voice rang out. All 4 vice principals were shocked, sweating profusely. Lu Qinghe spoke. "I just heard Lu Sheng reached floor 26 and rushed here without hesitation, yet he's already moved up another floor." Vice Principal Rose Dia said thoughtfully, "The Martial Saint said anyone under 30 who breaks floor 23 must be brought to him." The hooded principal nodded. "Breaking floor 24 earns 3 days of personal guidance from him." The only female vice principal added, "Breaking floor 25 means becoming his direct disciple and inheriting his legacy." "Lu Sheng's already at floor 27, Lu Qinghe exclaimed, as ominous energy surged from the tower. Lu Qinghe ordered, "After this is over, report everything to the Martial Saint." The students were even more confused. Lu Sheng could be directly accepted as the Martial Saint's disciple. He shattered the Martial Saint Tower's record. Probably no one will break it for another 50 years. That's terrifying. Lu Sheng might be the strongest student in the history of the 7 Martial Saints. An image of Lu Sheng's cold face with glowing eyes appeared. Lam Traich corrected, "Those guys? Nah, he's the strongest rookie for sure." Then he looked toward the tower, amazed. "Saint, you've reached a level beyond even the peak." Lam Traich clasped his hands, eyes sparkling with admiration, thinking, "In my whole life, I can only look up to Saint." His 2 friends beside him were speechless. One student bit his nails in disbelief. Lu Sheng had never been this terrifying before, showing no warning signs. Where the hell did he come from all of a sudden? This caught the attention of a fangirl, who then showed her phone screen to the student. 3 hot news alerts appeared. First, after passing the 5th stage of the cold energy training room, what is Lu Sheng's true strength as the strongest rookie? Second, regular teacher's evaluation of Lu Sheng's martial skills, saying his swordsmanship is beyond mastery. Third, shocking news. An unprecedented A-level mission was completed solo by Lu Sheng, with teammates present at the scene. Sister Fan proudly said, "Ha ha, I already posted about Lu Sheng's strength. He passed the 5th stage of the training chamber, but nobody believed it." Meanwhile, that dude was watching the news with a terrified look on his face. His face was sweating like crazy, shrinking back as he gasped. "Whoa, looks like Lu Sheng's power always leaves a mark." The image of giant Lu Sheng standing tall, while this guy was just as tiny as a mosquito, gasping out loud. I was totally blind, couldn't see the big picture, didn't even realize someone this strong existed. At that moment inside the tower, sword energies burst out, martial spirits clashed, wills collided. It was a rare chance for intense training. Lu Sheng's eyes and nose were bleeding, his body covered in wounds, but he kept pushing forward, speaking to his sect master's path with determination. With a fierce look, he said, "You're strong." Dam Trung Nanak remained silent, his eyes white and lifeless as he stared at him. Then suddenly his body started to dissolve. Lu Sheng continued, "But I'm stronger." His voice boomed with power, light radiating from him, illuminating the huge crack that had just formed. Then Dam Trung Nagak completely vanished into thin air. Lu Sheng sat cross-legged, starting to channel energy to heal his body. After a while, all his wounds disappeared, the bleeding stopped, and he finally exhaled deeply. Looking down at his hand glowing with spiritual energy, Lu Sheng smiled with satisfaction. His great son Quan Turang was almost perfected. Maybe after one more life or death duel, it would fully form, and then he could officially storm the 7th level of the Sect Master realm. Suddenly, a burst of spiritual energy shot down to the ground, shaking it. The cracks reappeared, and countless streams of power surrounded Lu Sheng now. He was shocked. Then those energies shot up and merged, forming a crown of light above Lu Sheng's head. Inside the light appeared Dam Trung Nok, the legendary sect master. His white, lifeless eyes stared down solemnly. Lu Sheng grinned excitedly, but this time he didn't absorb the spiritual energy. Looks like the power the Martial Saint Tower had been accumulating was meant for this moment. Then he stomped hard, releasing the overwhelming pressure he'd been holding back, ready to shout out, Next up was testing the true limit of his strength. His eyes blazed seriously. Let's go. Time for the final showdown. The power rankings appeared again, with Lu Sheng at number 1, followed by Minton. The people outside stared at the board in shock. Even Zhao Tai-Yim was sweating bullets, watching without daring to blink. He glanced at the other vice principals, whose faces were full of confusion. Then the inevitable happened. The ranking board announced a new record. Number 1, Lu Sheng completed 28 levels. This left Zhao Tai-Yim speechless. The other students cheered wildly. Lu Sheng's about to come out. Hurry and witness this historic moment. Everyone's faces were lit up with excitement and anticipation. At that moment, a shadow stepped out from the darkness. Minton came out, surprised by the crowd. Damn, since when did so many people show up? They must be scared stiff by my record. Ha ha ha. Minton chuckled to himself, feeling proud. He imagined a girl confessing to him right then. Big bro, Minton, please go out with me. And he'd happily say, yeah, sure. Everyone around clapped and cheered. What a perfect scene. In reality, Minton drooled and laughed. Let's date, yeah? The other girls frowned, scared, whispering. His smile is creepy. Yeah, dude looked terrifying. Meanwhile, Minton kept grinning like a maniac. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng stepped out politely. Excuse me, please make way. He grabbed Minton's arm and pushed him aside, but accidentally spun him around, leaving Minton confused. Minton fell to the ground, and Lu Sheng said, sorry, everyone outside is cheering for you, but you're just glaring and yelling at me. Lu Sheng calmly said, you're blocking my way. He shoved him aside and said, move it, don't be a pain. Minton got even angrier, grinding his teeth and growling. Then he jumped up, swinging his fist while shouting, I'll block you for real, you punk. Do you even know who you're talking to? Lu Sheng stayed silent and calm. Seconds later, a huge explosion from their clash forced everyone to back off. When the dust cleared, a pair of feet hovered in the air. What the hell? Lu Sheng gently grabbed Minton by the neck and lifted him up. Even though Lu Sheng's body was much smaller, he coldly asked, blocking my way and acting tough, huh? Minton's face twisted in pain and fear, sweating profusely. His eyes wide, drooling, unable to say a word. Lu Sheng asked again, and who the hell are you? Then he coldly swung his arm, releasing a blast of power that sent Minton flying, face-planting hard on the ground. Minton's henchmen panicked, shouting, boss, big bro Minton, boss, what's wrong with you? They rushed over to check on their boss, who was still face down on the ground. Boss, wake up, man. The others there stared at him with eyes full of shock. Oh my God, the heavens and saints. They all shared the same feeling as they watched Lu Sheng swagger out. Are we actually witnessing a new legend being born right here? Just as he was looking all cool walking out, Lu Sheng got startled by Lu Qinghe's excitement. Ha ha ha, did you see that? This right here is the true power of the Saints song. Next up, the Seven Saints martial arts will welcome the era of Lu Sheng. Ha ha ha. The fangirls cheered together. No doubt, Lu Sheng is the strongest in history, the true savior of the Seven Saints martial arts. Fueled by the hype, everyone started shouting their hearts out. Undefeated! What's the Meow Man hero of the Seven Saints board? Not even close. Some even proudly shouted about having been beaten by Lu Sheng. I got beaten by Lu Sheng before. Me too. Just like Meow Man hero, I got wrecked by Lu Sheng. Ha ha ha. Standing in the middle of all the cheers, Lu Sheng closed his eyes, satisfied, thinking, ha, being recognized by everyone might just be one of the driving forces of martial arts. At that moment, Shilong also let out a relieved breath, happily saying, phew, what old-timers are Seven Saints board? They probably can't even hold this great Buddha Lu Sheng. Lu Qinghe turned to look at the lively young crowd behind him and nodded in approval. Haha, elegant robes of youth. Don't just stare at the handsome horses in Chang'an. Let them enjoy this moment. Outside, a guy in a green shirt was watching the crowd, shocked and muttering. Damn, didn't expect to run into such a big deal this trip. The record of the Seven Saints martial arts tower got broken by a first-year rookie. Done for. Then he turned to Yang Yan and said, Junior sister Yang Yan, maybe we should find your classmate quickly, meet up, and then head back. People here seem like they just finished a fight. Way too dangerous. We shouldn't stay long. Suddenly, Yang Yan blushed, her eyes sparkling as she looked ahead and replied, no need. I already found him. Her delicate brows furrowed as if deep in thought. Then she turned and walked away. The blonde guy looked around nervously, pointing and asking, huh? Found him already? You mean the person you're looking for is Lu Sheng? Yeah, I'm not kidding. Didn't expect you to have such a vain side. Haha, he's teasing you again. Yang Yan's face darkened, feeling self-conscious as she replied, you're not wrong. He really is too dazzling. I guess I was just too full of myself. The blonde guy grinned slyly, grabbed her hand and said, hey, don't get mad, junior sister Yang Yan. I didn't mean it like that. I believe you. I believe it's all good, right? Yang Yan angrily pulled her hand away and snapped. Senior, I appreciate you bringing me here to find him, but please watch your words and actions. The blonde still smirked and asked, Why would you say that? Suddenly, a scary face appeared behind him, shouting, Are you deaf? They told you to let go, didn't you hear? It was Lu Sheng scaring him. He grabbed the blonde's head, making him scream. Damn you, what are you doing? It hurts, it hurts. Lu Sheng grinned wickedly and said, Heh heh, you even dare lay a hand on the Saint's song girl. Tell me what you want me to do? Then he went full demon mode, beating the guy until he was begging for mercy. Please, I'm sorry, big guy. I was wrong. After a while, the blonde was beaten flat on the ground, covered in bruises and swelling all over. Lu Qinghe looked at his fists, puzzled. Weird. Why don't my hits pack the same epic punch as the Saint's songs? Then he turned to Yang Yan and said, Your classmate Yang Yan, right? The Saint's song told me to tell you. Wait a bit, then we'll eat together. Yang Yan looked a bit confused and asked, Are you friends with Lu Sheng? Lu Qinghe proudly replied, The Saint's song is my boss. He just noticed you. He's holding you now. No easy escape. I'll take the boss for a walk around first. Yang Yan blushed and quickly explained, We're not like that. Meanwhile, the blonde was still lying flat on the ground, worriedly thinking, Lu Sheng really is Yang Yan's classmate? I'm doomed. Scene shifts to the next day. Lu Sheng was sitting in the principal's office talking with Lu Qinghe. Lu Qinghe happily said, It's truly amazing, classmate Lu Sheng, breaking the historical record of the Martial Saint Tower on your first try. You're a promising young man. Ha ha ha, this situation is special. The exact reward will be arranged by the Martial Saint Master. Also, since you broke the Martial Saint Tower record, your academic rewards will be distributed soon. Lu Sheng was surprised and asked about the academic rewards for tower climbing. Lu Qinghe explained, You didn't know. No matter which school's Martial Saint Tower it is, whoever sets a new record gets that school's academic rewards. Then he suddenly seemed to realize something and exclaimed, Wait, you mean you want to? Lu Sheng calmly replied, Yeah, if possible, I want to graduate quickly. Lu Qinghe got a bit excited and jumped up, then sighed helplessly. Phew, got it. He turned to the window and waved his hand. You head back first. I'll let you know if there's any news. Lu Sheng quickly stood up and replied, Yes, sir. Then he stepped outside. Lu Qinghe went back to his desk and picked up the phone. Calling someone, he said, Hello, it's me. Lu Qinghe hesitated a bit and told the person on the other end, I see. Maybe we should wait a bit longer. The other end of the line was silent for a moment, then asked, Why? Lu Qinghe quietly turned around to watch the back of someone who had just explained. I feel like this is Lu Sheng's show. Someone's footsteps were strong and determined. Lu Qinghe continued. Looks like it's just getting started. Wherever Lu Sheng steps, power radiates from there. Right now, at the hot spot in the campus of Shillong Martial University, the campus of Shillong Martial University in Long Kingdom is updating the situation every minute. The era of Lu Sheng has arrived. Get ready to feel the terror of being dominated by Lu Sheng. Epic video clips of Lu Sheng. Is it suitable for fresh grads to become martial arts gym coaches? Should I sign up for the military zone and choose the route to study at the Milk Cat School and learn from the short-haired white dog senior at the Southern Sports Gym? The place has been sterilized, the body is fine, and the personality is good. You can hug, pet, and find an online owner first. The strongest freshman in the history of Shillong Martial University, glory belongs to Shillong Martial University. Is top-ranked Wen Jingxian strong enough for Lu Sheng to fight single-handedly? Let's analyze it together. All the ultra-clear images of Lu Sheng's moves are mine, and I will claim them all. My abilities have never been about Maki's reckless escape or my way of working. How far is Lu Sheng from becoming a Grandmaster? The first Grandmaster in history will be born at this school. Starting today, our Shillong Martial University can finally hold its head high, puff out our chests, and no longer feel inferior to students from other schools. Lu Sheng is insanely awesome, super unreal. Lao Tu will never forget today. Brothers, blow your horns and strike back. Tomorrow we're raiding other schools' towers together. Anyone got pics or videos of Lu Sheng beating the Catman hero? Please, I beg you, print those out and put them on the wall. Tell him a word for me. All the seniors in the second year want to have him to create the highest level genius seedlings. Lu Sheng's eyes widened in horror reading those newslines. Then he raised his cup to drink and helplessly said, No wonder she's a martial arts girl. Her words and actions are seriously bold. Then he looked up at Deung Dien and said, Today at the scene, she laughed and mocked me. I didn't expect so many people would be there. Deung Dien blushed and waved her hand to deny. It's okay. You're busy. Plus your current achievements really shine too bright. Then her eyes darkened, hesitating a bit. She asked, Can I still come find you later? Lu Sheng asked suspiciously. Why? What's wrong with that? Then he said, It's just a small matter. Also, a push with zero resistance is honestly pretty boring. While saying that, Lu Sheng looked out the window, then smiled and said, Got it. At the Shillong Martial University cafeteria, Catman Hero was continuously pointing at dishes, making the chef panic. I want this, and this too. Later, He put down a huge tray of food on the table. Catman Hero sat down and focused on eating. Some students saw this and whispered, "That's Catman Hero." I heard he failed raiding the Shillong Marshall University Tower and came back with a totally dark face. No way? He got beaten by a freshman just admitted to Shillong, and even got flipped on his back like a chicken. Is that true? Can a freshman really be that strong? Catman Hero isn't weak. A few others came closer to mock Catman Hero. Nobody knows how strong he really is. No need to put on a show. The important thing is, he got beaten by a freshman, lost all face for the Four Saints Marshall University, and if you lose fast, you become an idiot. No words left. Catman Hero heard those words, broke his chopsticks in anger. He bit his food and trembled with rage, but still told himself, "Calm down, stay calm, don't let those dogs' words ruin your meal." That newbie was still clueless, kept bragging loudly. And more, and more. Heard Catman Hero got scared faint on the spot by that freshman. Even peed his pants. Ha ha ha. Soaked his pants. Ha ha ha. Others laughed along. Then the food got tossed up, the neck of the guy mocking got grabbed by a strong hand. Catman Hero snapped, growled close to his face. "I didn't pee my pants. Not at all. I'll say it again." Catman Hero stressed each word, making the guy scared to tears. "Didn't pee my pants." The ones who joined the mockery earlier were sweating bullets watching this. Suddenly, a voice called. Catman Hero was angrily shouting back, "If you keep talking, you're next." The voice kept calling, "Catman Hero." Catman Hero couldn't take it and swung a punch. "Who the hell are you?" Then a pale hand gently caught his punch. Catman Hero immediately broke out in sweat and said, "It's you," Lu Sheng asked coldly. "Have you always been this rude? This is the second time already." Then he came close, grabbed Catman Hero's shoulder and said, "I came to your school to raid the tower and told you. Any objections?" Catman Hero just grinned and shook his head hard. Lu Sheng tossed Catman Hero into the air and said, "Good, no objections." Catman Hero sat trembling, holding his head in fear. In this pic, AD feels a bit sorry for him, guys. The people around looked suspicious. No way. Catman Hero isn't weak at all. No matter what, he's still top of the old-timers board, standing 6th on the Lu Sheng ranking. Who the hell is that? Why's Myeon Hum shaking like that? He's freaking out, clutching his head, stammering nonsense. That guy is Lu Sheng. The crowd freaked out and shouted, "What? What did you say? He's Lu Sheng? Hurry up, call the others. Lu Sheng from Lu Qinghe Martial Academy is here to raid the tower. Call the top 10 now." Another person yelled, "Call who the hell?" Myeon Hum was stuttering like a scared quail, not even daring to make a peep. Then a voice rang out, "Myeon Hum got his ass kicked dumb, but that doesn't mean we will. I want to see this too." The new recruits had just crushed Myeon Hum. At that moment, a duo appeared. The guy was built like a tank, wielding a massive sword, looking super badass. And the girl had short purple hair, dressed in purple, holding a whip, lips dark as poison. She stuck out her tongue, licking the whip, hyped up as she said, "Just how crazy is this demon?" The others gasped and cheered. They're from the veteran ranks, Yang Jing-san, 2nd place, and Fung Mi-thong, 3rd place. Damn right, Myeon Hung is just Myeon Hung. He doesn't represent the Lu Qinghe Martial Academy's top 4. Then the crowd started to regain their spirit, shouting, "Martial artists from the 47th, fighting spirit unbreakable. Let's crush Lu Sheng's tower." And go. Their will was ironclad, but when the Lu Sheng ranking updated, everyone's faces dropped in shock. No way. The national top 50 Lu Qinghe Martial Tower rankings for year 315. The crowd gasped. Lu Sheng was already number 1, at floor 28. Our Lu Qinghe Martial Academy's top 4 got wiped out. Meanwhile, at the student union of the Wu Qinghe Martial Academy, the screen showed Lu Sheng's image. Everyone sat in stunned silence. Then a voice spoke up. A guy with a serious expression said, "In this new batch of recruits at Lu Qinghe Martial Academy, a monstrous demon appeared. You all must know him as Lu Sheng, the prodigy general of the East Division this year. Martial status, Yuan Deng Long. On his first day, he already beat up the veterans." A nearby girl lost patience and snapped, "Can do. Stop wasting words. Just say what we should do." Can-do rubbed his head helplessly and said, "Ha, what can I even do?" She asked if he thought he could do anything. Lu Sheng shattered 2 tower records in half a day, his Demon King reputation spreading like wildfire. Suddenly, a panicked shout rang out, making everyone inside jump. "Lu Sheng's here." Lu Sheng appeared looking handsome and commanding, surrounded by a powerful aura. He asked, "What's up? Not gonna welcome me?" The others screamed in panic, "No, please don't. Why's it gotta be like this?" Lu Sheng just scratched his head, thinking. He'd just broken the 5th Lu Qinghe Martial Tower, smashed 2 towers in 2 days, a solid haul, while the other students were crushed, collapsing and crying. "It's over. Our martial tower's done for." Lu Sheng radiated power, thinking further. Not only did he get 2 chances to train his Grandmaster will, but his spiritual power expanded massively, maybe even broke level 6. Under deliberate pressure, even the perfect martial path advanced smoothly to the 2nd form. The second form of the perfect martial path, power condensed, pinpointing explosion spots, analyzing weaknesses, precise control, even predicting attacks in multiple ways. This all-knowing, all-powerful, flawless feeling grew clearer. After entering the second form of the perfect martial path, he even hallucinated becoming a god, just a hallucination. But if he kept going this way, maybe one day he'd really become the god of martial arts? Outside, Lin Ze, the fifth challenger from the university, saw him come out and happily waved, Master's here. As he approached, he showed excitement and asked, "Congrats on breaking another tower. So, still gotta hit up another martial arts university?" Lu Sheng replied, "Yeah, still early. Call a ride to the 6th St. Martial University." Linja got even more hyped, quickly saying, "No problem, it's all arranged. Look over there." Lu Sheng looked and was stunned. Turns out the welcome was two long lines of blinding yellow cars. Still dazed, Linja pushed him into one of the cars. Huh? Other students climbed in, shouting to each other, "Hurry, the master's out, let's rush!" The green-haired guy got in and told the driver, "Hey, can you catch up to the spot for the showdown?" The driver was surprised. "Whoa, you guys from 7 universities are throwing some big event?" The guy's face lit up with anticipation. "We're witnessing the birth of a new dynasty." The driver looked dumbfounded. Meanwhile, the rival students panicked when they saw Lu Sheng appear, shouting warnings. Here he comes, it's him!" Then a powerful step hit the ground as Lu Sheng stepped out, serious, eyes locked forward. Lu Sheng arrived, and seeing him and his crew, they yelled, "Damn, this fight's really like the Demon King's coming out. This is Shen Kong, top of the veteran students." Shen Kong stepped forward. Lu Sheng faced off against a guy way bigger than him, who looked annoyed and asked, "Lu Sheng, huh? Coming to the Thunder Tower?" At this time, Lu Sheng faced off against a guy much bigger than him, whose name was Shen Kong. Shen Kong frowned and asked, "Lu Sheng, right? You're here for the Thunder Tower?" Lu Sheng replied politely, "That's right. Is there a problem?" Shen Kong's face darkened. He gritted his teeth and hissed angrily. "Problem?" Suddenly, Shen Kong bowed his head, extended his hand, and smiled slyly, saying, "I'm here to show you the way that day. This way, please. Our school is huge, so be careful not to get lost." The people nearby panicked seeing this. So Shen Kong was the guide. The scene shifted to half an hour later, and as usual, cheers erupted. "It's broken! A new record!" On the strength board appeared the new record, St. Martial University number 6. Number 1, Lu Sheng, 29 floors. Lu Sheng successfully broke the tower. Shen Kong was waving his hand joyfully, shouting, "Congratulations, congratulations." Lamtrak was happier than anyone, excitedly laughing with his mouth wide open. Though Shen Kong looked happy, congratulating, inside he was drowning in tears. What could I do? He broke it already, and it's not just us who lost face. Totally crushed. Then followed Lu Sheng's successive tower-breaking achievements. New records at St. Martial University number 6. Number 1, Lu Sheng, 29 floors. New record, 27 floors. New record, 28 floors. New record, 26 floors. New record, 28 floors. After a while, familiar footsteps stepped down before a gate, but now it was deserted. Lu Sheng entered with Lamtrak and his subordinates when suddenly a voice echoed from above. "So it's you, the 7th Great Demon King Lu Sheng." A powerful light shot down from the tall tower, hitting the ground hard and causing a shockwave that affected those nearby. "Oh my god!" As the smoke cleared, Lu Sheng stood upright and serious. The voice continued, "Do you know where this is?" Lu Sheng calmly replied, "I'm here to climb the tower. How could I not know?" A man in a hooded coat pulled out his sword and spoke at length. "I am Bai Heng Xuan, second on the 7th Saint ranking, founder of St. Martial University number 2, the earliest martial saint born in Long Country. No matter the history or the truth, they surpass what you juniors at Martial Tower can compare to." Then his eyes blazed with anger as he stabbed his sword down, shouting, "You want to become famous worldwide? Fine, but stepping on St. Martial University number 2? That's not allowed. First, you have to ask if I agree." From Bai Heng Xuan's sword came a burst of ice and snow. That power was the will of a sect master. The ice spread up to Lu Sheng's feet, surprising him for a moment. Bai Heng Xuan pulled his sword back and continued, "I heard you're this year's martial champion." Impressive. He confidently stood on his ice platform. "Martial champion, huh? I was one too." Lamtrak and his friends gasped in shock. "That's Sect Master Will. Bai Heng Xuan has condensed Sect Master Will already. That Sect Master Will, though small, belonged to his own martial spirit. Within 10 years, Bai Heng Xuan had fully integrated Sect Master status." Bai Heng Xuan arrogantly pointed his sword at Lu Sheng and said, "Now do you understand the true power of the ancient St. Martial University?" Snowflakes fell beside them. Lu Sheng, silent until now, spoke up. "Sect Master Will?" He brushed snow off his shoulder and smiled. "In this era, someone so young condensing Sect Master Will is pretty impressive." Bai Heng Xuan's eyes turned furious. "What's with that attitude? Praising juniors? I feel insulted." Bai Heng Xuan immediately swung his sword, angrily shouting, What game are you playing? I'll freeze you solid soon. Let's see if you can keep pretending. Lu Sheng was trapped in the ice but stayed calm and asked, Is this your ice-type martial will? Suddenly his eyes lit up, his whole body radiating a powerful fire energy as he continued. Compared to hers, it's way too weak. What the hell are you acting for? Wait till I freeze you solid, then let's see if you can keep faking it. Lu Sheng was stuck in that ice, but he stayed calm and asked, Is this your ice-style martial will? Suddenly his eyes lit up, his whole body radiating powerful fire energy. He added, Compared to hers, it's way too weak. The flames from Lu Sheng were so hot that everyone nearby had to raise their hands to shield themselves. Even Bai Hengxuan lost his arrogant look and shouted in shock. Lu Sheng's power had completely melted his ice. Bai Hengxuan gritted his teeth, trying to withstand that power, constantly wondering, what the hell is this? It's so hot. It's blinding, like the freaking sun. Looking down at his melting ice, he got even more terrified. His ice barrier was dissolving. After finishing up, Lu Sheng walked over and passed by, not forgetting to mock him. Not a chance. If you're in the same league as me, you're just a sidekick. Suddenly, a few people on the rooftop silently watched the scene. They wore black cloaks covering their whole bodies. One with glowing eyes spoke up, showing signs of being a martial saint among the 5 disciples. At that moment, a voice echoed from the student council. So, has Lu Sheng entered the First Holy Martial University's tower yet? Jing Xian asked anxiously while smoking. The purple-haired girl across answered. Bai Hengxuan didn't make a move? Jing Xian asked again. The girl replied, He did. He even unleashed his martial will but still couldn't stop him. He exclaimed in shock. The ace was already played and still couldn't stop him? How many moves did Lu Sheng use to beat Bai Hengxuan? The girl replied helplessly, About half a move. Jing Xian couldn't believe it and asked, Half a move? What the hell does that mean? Lu Sheng only revealed a little bit of his martial will. I haven't even fought Lu Sheng yet. The girl's face was super serious as she told the story, instantly crushing Lu Sheng's martial will. Lu Qinghe got so scared by this news he just collapsed to the ground. Crushed? He was terrified inside. What does it even mean for someone's martial will to be crushed? The girl worriedly raised her hand and asked, Lu Qinghe, do we still have to stop him or what? Lu Qinghe was shaking like crazy, propping himself up on the ground, panicked as he said, Stop him? How? With what? My strength is actually just about equal to Lu Sheng's. He's number 1, I'm number 2. Lu Sheng didn't even throw half a move before he crushed Lu Sheng. If I go there, it's basically handing myself over. The girl got pissed and cracked her knuckles. Damn it. I originally planned to follow that saintly dude Damn Trung Ngok's advice and level up to master. But what the hell is this demon king Lu Sheng doing? Starting the game already ruling the top tier. I'm about to graduate and he's just showing up. Couldn't he be a little late? Lu Qinghe looked like he aged 10 years, staring out the window, giving up and saying forget it. Right now, Lu Sheng's hand dropped news sheets from the tower above, everyone shouting and pointing. This hot news is insane, man. Maybe he's the next martial saint of our long kingdom. Everyone held the Lu Sheng newspaper. The strongest newbie, the last master breaking 7 towers in one day, climbing to the top of the list. Suddenly, a scene full of zombies appeared, huffing and coughing. At night, a faint light glowed from a window. Who's lying there in their own space? Who's sending out those info sheets for Lu Sheng? After a moment, he said, Sir Yi, open the file on my life. Inside, he wondered if this would make him a saint. Reputation in society doesn't really matter much anyway. Every day, I just eat, sleep, train, and show off. Then he scratched his head, denying himself. Yeah, it's not like I'm some wild brother, just forced by circumstances. Seconds later, he threw his head back like a demon king, feeling proud. But they couldn't understand the satisfaction of crushing a strong opponent easily amidst their jealous rage. Heh. Martial artist, level 6. I finally became a martial saint. On the info board popped up a profile of an old man named Lu Sheng, male, lifespan. June year 2, 97 martial path. July year 3, 83 martial path. Martial strength, martial artist level 6. Lu Sheng looked happy and shouted, though still far from the level 12 goal, let me check my life experiences again. Lu Sheng, martial prodigy, broke the record by conquering 7 saint towers in the ancient capital of Long Kingdom, becoming the first master. That same year, he ranked first in the martial arts competition, surpassing students nationwide, killed a priceless master from the Thuyet Quan martial sect, famous throughout the capital. But he was shocked and wondered, I actually killed someone on the spot. Even a master from Thuet Quan, backed by martial saints. Why the hell did I risk offending a martial saint by killing a master? Lu Sheng broke into a cold sweat, then started tapping the screen. Forget it, thinking too much is useless. Let's put that aside. What else? At 19, became Dam Trung Ngok's disciple in Votan, the 3rd disciple. At 32, became a grand master. Then a scruffy, bearded Lu Sheng appeared, wearing some torn-style clothes, standing on fans cheering. At 70, became Votan, founded the St. Martial Hall. Honored as the perfect martial saint, an old man with white hair stood on a mountain looking down at the city, looking old. In year 457, Marshal Path died of old age at 161, rated 6 stars in history, authority over 6-level fire resource vault. Lu Sheng got excited again, shouting, "Perfect martial saint, founder of the Saint Martial Hall. Haha, that's a glorious achievement. Shorter lifespan than the Grand Master achievement, probably because my spirit was totally drained. Perfect martial path is really as hard as reaching the sky. Gotta keep pushing to see what's next." Suddenly, Lu Sheng's finger hovered, and the screen showed marital status. Images of 3 girls, Duong Dien, Dong Tin Tuit, and Hat Lam popped into his head. He got super curious, about to click on marriage info, then waved it off. Nah, forget it, don't look. That stuff messes with my martial focus. Meanwhile, the screen said insufficient permissions. He thought, oh, not enough permissions? Then let's check stuff related to the origin of the mutant beasts. Instantly, a flood of news sheets dropped on Lu Sheng's head, making him go, whoa. Among all those info sheets, he asked in disbelief, did I kill that many? Looks like a few lines can't explain everything. Gotta review carefully. Quickly check investigation files on Hung Tin's martial training, natural breathing technique, master's glass eye technique. After reading the info board, he finally understood. Those 3 stages of immortal body training, I haven't even finished stage 2 yet, but if I can get unlimited mutant marrow supplies like last time in the Eastern Military Zone, the image of Doofy Duck clutching the vial and crying came to mind. Don't come here, you leave me speechless. Ugh, forget it, let's check other stuff. Then another screen popped up with the phrase natural breathing technique, mystical content indeed. Pursuing the fusion of heaven and man, humans connecting with cosmic space. Lu Sheng's face twisted in confusion, abstract concepts he just couldn't get. Then he looked down at his hand and said, right now, the benefit that the natural breathing technique gives me is quick recovery, leveling up, and boosting training efficiency. I'll just save the research for later. Next up is the observation technique. Looking at the text on another screen, he paused seriously. This is a sect-robbing master who can use willpower projection, using spiritual energy to mimic the martial will of others, the thoughts of a genius, or maybe only a crazy person would come up with this technique. Lu Sheng started guessing. Maybe his position in this dream space was also created by willpower projection. So I have to slaughter those zombies in the dream to fully inherit their will. It feels like I'm about to uncover some truth, but there's still a thick fog that can't be cleared or seen through. Forget it. Maybe I'm just overthinking. It's time to head back. Ngai Yi saved the data, then logged out. After saying that, he turned and vanished into the space, leaving only a streak of light in the air. Then another info sheet dropped down. In front of him appeared info about Lu Sheng, male, lifespan, June year 297 of Martial Way, July year 383 of Martial Way. His eyes lit up brightly. Elsewhere, a female figure appeared to request an audience, but the projection shattered immediately. Lu Sheng panicked and shouted, "Ah, ah, ah." Feeling some pain, he helplessly said, "No, I still can't use spiritual energy to create a projection. Could it be there's no spiritual feedback? Or maybe the crystal observation technique's projection built by consciousness isn't that simple. It's definitely not that easy." Lu Sheng sat down, grabbed it, and thought, compared to the Martial Saint Tower, this place feels more like a world, a complete world. Except for eating and excreting, everything approaches the most perfect real world. If I compare both to games, the Martial Saint Tower is sloppy, needing players to join programming. But my Martial Saint Tower's dream space is like a masterpiece, making it hard to tell real from fake. The image of a zombie screaming with its mouth wide open appeared, disgusting as hell. Then, Lu Sheng picked up his spear and said, "Forget it, this isn't something you can finish overnight." Then he jumped up. "The goal tonight is to harvest." Lu Sheng dashed off at top speed. After many runs training in the Martial Saint Tower, the progress in the crystal observation technique increased beyond expectations. I can feel my body holding 3 types of sect master wills. If no more storms come, with my strength and progress speed, the martial will at sect master level might not even compare. It has to be martial will at grand sect master level, maybe then. Lu Sheng's eyes were full of determination. After all, the current goal is Grand Sect Master, and for Grand Sect Masters the effect is extraordinary. Lu Sheng nodded. His strength still needs to improve a bit more. After a while, his feet landed on the ground. Found you. The third will I targeted. In front of him was a muscular man training by carrying a small mountain on his back. He saw Lu Sheng and smiled wickedly, his eyes shining. Smoke with a strong smell breathed out from his sparse teeth. At that moment, Lu Sheng immediately used the 10 Perfections path, second state, Breath of Fire. Then, he quickly swung his spear containing the flame shaped like an evil dragon to attack forward. Without hesitation, he shouted, a dazzling strike flying out too fast to see clearly. But when replayed up close, a hand was raised, gently blocking the powerful spear tip. The giant man then unleashed his might to resist Lu Sheng's power. The zombie's disgusting face appeared again. The guy raised his hand. A stronger strike hit the small mountain on his back again. The zombie's expression showed some panic. Half of the zombie's body disappeared, leaving a deep hole spiraling into the small mountain behind. Seeing half the zombie's body falling on the ground, emitting dark energy, Lu Sheng sighed. Poof! Two types of buds overlapped. The effect was truly impressive. The zombie was exhausted and slumped to the ground. Lu Sheng continued. Extremely strong defense. If at full 100% state, even Dan and Gok at Sectmaster realm might not break his defense. Then he closed his eyes to focus. Immortal soul, let me inherit your martial will. Sectmaster. The dark energy flew up beside him. The zombie's memories appeared, showing a young man kneeling before an elder, who scolded, Thachnigwai, your talent is too poor, always one step behind others. You're just not cut out for martial cultivation. The young man called Thach Nu looked determined and replied, Master, then I'll work a little harder and earlier than others, okay? The master was stunned, then sighed. Later, Thach Nugi went before a general. The general said, Sorry, your aptitude and ability fall far short of our Holy Guard team requirements. Thach Nu replied, I understand, then I'll try somewhere else. After a while, a hand slammed on the table, shocked. What? He's gone! A woman who seemed to be Thach Nai's mother worriedly said, You joined the hunter team. Do you know hunters have to leave the base? Don't you want to live anymore? Despite her punching his chest repeatedly, Thach Nai chuckled darkly to reassure her. Mom, don't worry. I'll definitely survive. The scene shifted to sounds of joyful laughter. Ha! Idiot. You ain't worth a dime. Even though his mom kept punching his chest, Shilong just laughed darkly to reassure her. Mom, don't worry. I'm definitely gonna survive. The scene shifted to loud, gleeful laughter. Ha! Idiot. You're barely worth anything. Still wants to go save others. Trying to snatch those broken bodies almost cost him his life. Shilong was struggling, kneeling on the ground, holding a device with a button in his hand. The mocking voices kept ringing out. Seriously, this guy's dumb beyond belief. Ha ha ha. Maybe next time the one eaten alive by the freaks will be him. His hand trembled as he gripped that device. Next scene showed those guys freaking out. What did he say? That idiot Shilong got promoted to level 6? For real? Don't mess with me. Every day out there is a fight for survival. After coming back, he trained like a maniac non-stop. How could he not get promoted? Speaking of which, the hunter team lost so many people, replaced over and over. How the hell is that idiot Shilong still alive? Meanwhile, Shilong was stubbornly training with 2 weights bigger than himself. The idle chatter from the crowd echoed again. Who knows? Maybe he's just pretending to be clueless, but actually super slick. Shilong kept pushing himself, telling himself, I want to get stronger, stronger still, so I can bring back survival chances for even more people. Cut to the hospital hallway. Nurses and doctors walking by. Shilong now looked like a grown man, super worried, rushing to ask, Doctor, how is she? The doctor cheerfully pulled back the curtain and said, Congrats, it's a baby girl. Both mom and little girl were sleeping peacefully. Shilong got teary-eyed, speechless. Then he raised a finger to touch his daughter's tiny hand, telling himself, I want to get even stronger, strong enough to protect both of you forever. A grown-up Shilong sat watching his wife and kid bathed in beautiful sunset light. The day that idiot Shilong became a grandmaster was when he was 72, year 1124 in the calendar. Base 1359 attacked by freaks. Those vicious freaks with broken sharp teeth appeared. Grandmaster Shilong defended gate number 27. Shilong pushed a boulder back to hold off the freaks, surrounded by countless vicious freaks, but there wasn't a single sign of hesitation from Shilong. He never backed down, even facing death. Back to reality, Lu Sheng opened his eyes and exclaimed, Is this idiot Shilong? Compared to Liu Kaiming, maybe Shilong's the real late bloomer genius, called an idiot since childhood. Yet after 60 years at the peak of martial arts, he reached Grandmaster level in his 70s. Before dying, his power had already hit the great Grandmaster threshold. He looked down at the stone in his hand and continued, His Grandmaster path, Shilong even has potential to become a 9th level martial saint. All along, it's been about protection in some way. That's also my path since I got the dreamscape space. What I gotta do is protect. Protect family, protect humanity's future, protect everything precious. Lu Sheng smiled with satisfaction as he spoke. Later, he pondered. Shilong mastered both form and fist techniques at the control realm. For 10 years, he researched and experimented, like fine wine getting better with age. Light radiated from the orb above. Lu Sheng suddenly turned around in shock. Now he was in a different space, under a blue sky sparkling with lights. He threw a punch. Zooming in on his finger showed tiny bacteria flying away from the hit. Then Lu Sheng happily looked at the orb before him. Nice skill. Even tiny creatures can reach that level. What's the core essence of Shilong's martial way? Just as he got curious, he gasped in shock again. This is a super strong martial will. The orb in the air showed Shilong effortlessly lifting a massive super mountain with one hand. In his other hand, a golden orb emitted powerful light. Lu Sheng thought about the move and connected it with his own thoughts. This move is called Mingzun Ji Yue. Mingzun looks dull, unbreakable, and unmoved by great compassion. Nothing can change it. It also holds great wisdom the world can't understand when Mingzun gets angry. Heaven and earth change color, evil spirits scare and retreat. At that moment, an angry figure appeared with a glowing spirit stone above its head. Earthly energy surged from the sole of the foot like infinite power, still as the Ming King. Lu Sheng quickly clasped his hands, radiating spiritual energy, mimicking the Ming King's moves. His spirit energy formed a giant figure, raising its hand, and the earth and rocks shattered and exploded. Such immense potential, even Liu Kaiming at Grandmaster level couldn't show this. The orb then shattered, revealing a small stone inside. This ugly little stone is Shilong's Grandmaster will? Simple as hell but solid as Mount Tai. Thinking this, Lu Sheng clenched the stone tightly in his palm. The stability of the Golden Star Stone, when Shilong became Grandmaster, had reached its peak. Originally, it could hold 2 different types, but unexpectedly, only one type was possible. Although I feel I could be promoted to Grandmaster rank immediately, I have a hunch. If I choose to refine body techniques with the star, the body's balance will instantly break. The most likely outcome is, except for the Star Grandmaster outside, this is very likely, unless it's a Star Great Grandmaster, whose will has already been absorbed. Now they can kick people out. 3 figures appeared, Lu Sheng continued. But for me, this is super important, so no way, if it can't fully integrate. He looked up at the sky, wondering what to do now. Before getting promoted to Lu Sheng, he definitely had to find a way to solve this, or find a path that truly belonged to him. After a long night, morning quickly arrived, and the tall buildings appeared in the early sunlight. Lu Sheng was using wind breathing on the street among the passing crowd, but his stubborn thoughts led to no results. Going out for a walk, I don't even have the decency to stroll around the capital. Suddenly, a chessboard appeared before Lu Sheng's eyes, catching his attention and making him stop. He silently watched 2 men playing chess. An old man wearing a cap spoke up, "Old Liu, hurry up and eat your meal." The bald old man called Old Liu was still tangled in complicated calculations. The difference in the chess pieces on this board is striking. Just like absorbing Lu Sheng's spirit, their wills don't match, making it hard to use the same style. Lu Sheng seriously pondered, slowly observing the round Chinese chess pieces. One piece was stacked on top of another, overlapping. The old man with the cap happily shouted, "General!" then laughed heartily, while Lu Sheng's eyes widened in shock. He sat down again to watch the 2 stacked pieces. Then he sighed deeply, frustrated, no clues at all. Then Lu Sheng's stomach growled. He rubbed it and drooled, saying, "In the end, it's just some brothers." Later, he appeared with a bowl of noodles, raising one finger to the owner. "1 bowl of mixed sauce noodles." The owner smiled brightly and replied, "All right, coming right up." Sweating from the heat, he saw a mother teaching her 2 little kids in front of him. "Sit farther away, or you'll hurt your eyes." He happily thought of his own family, thinking that after finishing the 7 sacred towers, his life at Marshall Saint University was almost over. Time flies. Maybe I should take advantage and go home for a bit? Suddenly, the owner brought out a bowl of noodles with all the delicious toppings, urging him, "Hurry up, kid." So that's how it is. Although everyone has their own martial strengths, Lu Sheng was super happy looking down at the noodles. But a perfect Lu Sheng would learn from others' strengths, combine everything, and even make it flawless. No mistakes or shortcomings. Surprisingly, he still got a little bit of insight. Slurping the noodles excitedly, he thought, "Aha, got it." Though he hadn't figured out how to merge so many Lu Sheng wills yet, at least he had a direction now. Then Lu Sheng shouted, "Boss, 5 more bowls, please." Even though it was still hot, the owner cheerfully replied, "All right, kid, you're a martial artist, huh? You eat a lot. Don't underestimate my place. Many guests come here. 3 or 4 top martial masters even eat here regularly, sometimes 10 or 20 bowls each time." Lu Sheng happily responded, "It's really delicious. If I have time, I'll come often." The owner carried a tray with 5 big bowls of noodles, sniffed the aroma, and said, "Haha, all right, next time bring your girlfriend too. Here, an extra soft-boiled egg for you." 1 bowl had a beautifully topped egg. Lu Sheng kept marveling. This circle is perfect. Although the problem wasn't solved yet, maybe eating a few more bowls would spark an idea? Haha. Suddenly, a sound from a super soldier transformation, angry form, made him look up from his meal. It was a super soldier with a sun-shaped fiery face. Little Nam clenched his fists and shouted, "Bala Bala, demon beasts are done for." The angry form of the super soldier is the strongest. The girl retorted, "Who says? The freezing form of the super soldier is the strongest. Angry form, freezing form." Images of mutant beasts caught by the super soldier appeared. Lu Sheng suddenly seemed to realize something, repeating in his head, "Angry, freezing forms." The sun-faced super soldier appeared with a crooked smile. After a while, at the noodle shop, a guy wearing a hat raised 4 fingers and told the owner, "Boss, 4 bowls of mixed sauce noodles." Then he smiled at his friend. "This noodle shop looks shabby but tastes really good." "I've been here many times," the short-haired girl replied while tapping on her phone. "Yeah," the guy continued. "Since I got promoted to level 2 martial artist, I burn a lot more energy, so I eat more." The girl suddenly turned, surprised by something, then pointed and said to her friend, "Look, that guy eats even more than you. Maybe his martial skills aren't weak." The person they talked about was Lu Sheng, who was eating like a dragon, swirling, a wolf pouncing, a tiger devouring, one hand holding a chicken leg, the other slurping noodles. He thought while eating, "If I want to become a perfect Lu Sheng, what should the next 2 steps be?" Suddenly, a voice from the TV caught his attention. "Take this move. Watch my deadly flame strike." Lu Sheng immediately looked up, amazed. Huh? In front of him were several empty bowls he had finished. On the TV screen, the super soldier was launching an attack while shouting a fiery move. Suddenly, a bowl of noodles fell on the table. Lu Sheng stared in shock, then exclaimed, "That's right. The circle, the most perfect shape in the material world, is the form of the perfect Lu Sheng path." His eyes sharpened. "So what about color? What color can represent my martial path?" The contrast of ice and fire was shown in blue and red. Also, when absorbing the dangerous yellow stone, what method could be used? Lu Sheng focused hard, then suddenly opened his eyes. Gray. Lu Sheng felt like he was merging into a mysterious space. That's right. Gray stands for mystery and ignorance, along with countless perfect martial arts abilities, dominating all paths, vast and infinite. Looking down at his hands, he said, "But just dominating all paths doesn't mean I gotta overpower others right away. I'm a level 6 martial artist, creating a martial path even stronger than the true power of the strongest level 1. Impossible." Then he kept wondering, how the hell can I make those 3 things, the images of those 3 people, appear right before my eyes? Lu Sheng suddenly opened his eyes, shouting with joy, making the 2 kids watching jump in surprise. "Got it," the guy said quietly, turning around. "This kid not only loves watching kids' cartoons but also screams like crazy." The girl replied, "Yeah, totally." The guy snorted coldly, then glanced around. The girl was still carefree, saying, "I think he's both dumb and funny." But the guy noticed the newspaper stuck on the wall. It had a picture of Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng, the newest, strongest. The girl saw her friend's twisted expression and asked confused, "What's wrong with you?" The guy kept staring at the newspaper, stammering, unable to speak. "It's about you. You're the one." A shout echoed far outside. Lu Sheng. After a while, Lu Sheng returned to his room, leaning on the window, thinking, summoning his spirit energy, willpower, blood energy, pouring everything into it. Lu Sheng closed his eyes, stretched out his arms, releasing a burst of aura. Then he opened his eyes, feeling hot breath sweeping through his body, cold energy like ice rushing through his flesh and bones, gentle power molding the deepest parts of his body. A large amount of impurities in his body were cleansed, reaching the 2nd stage of the immortal golden body, his spirit energy and blood energy growing more and more excited, pumped up. Also, Lu Sheng felt like he was swimming in an endless cold river of tears. He sensed even deeper the void he was immersed in, the wandering energy throughout the universe. Suddenly, Lu Sheng fell into a pool of water, splashing everywhere, soaking him, and he screamed in pain. This is supposed to be a space of consciousness, so why does it feel like I'm choking on water? Then he suddenly opened his eyes. At that moment, a man was being crazily attacked by a woman, his face full of bones showing. The old man stabbed a powerful fiery sword. The short-haired man suddenly stabbed through the old man. Lu Sheng watched the scene in his mind and said, "Now I have 3 different wills in my head, and they're fighting each other. Nobody would believe this, right? Whatever. If this keeps up, I might go crazy and die from the conflict between these 3 wills." His hand touched the chest, radiating dark energy, and he smiled with determination. "If that's the case, I'll go over and try." Stepping between the 3, he shouted, "Okay guys, all eyes on me now." The 3 immediately looked down. Lu Sheng raised his hand, sucking in the dark energy. "Lu Sheng, I use this mortal body to establish the perfect Grandmaster path, sword level 12. Wang Ha couldn't take the final step, so let me do it. What Wang Ha couldn't do, I'll do." He got crazier and louder. "The power you control, I control too. The power you can't control, I can control as well." The dark energy was sucked down faster and faster. The 3 stood still like mountains, while Lu Sheng kept pulling it in, shouting, "This can be the foundation of the perfect martial path." His eyes grew more determined. "This is your infinite glory. Why not accept it? How dare you not accept it? Give it back to me." Finally, The three started spitting out colored stones. The three stones merged with the swirling dark energy in Lu Sheng's hand. Colored lights shot down, causing a massive shockwave. A figure was hidden in the smoke. Just a few simple slogans like that could scare off such a strong martial will. A magic formation appeared before Lu Sheng, with 4 martial wills symmetrically arranged above. He shouted with joy, "Success! Ha ha! This is the true martial will that belongs to me, the Star of Will." Lu Sheng smiled with satisfaction. Meanwhile, in the vice principal's office, Zhao Taiyin was working inside. He was holding a document when suddenly a powerful force appeared, shocking Zhao Taiyin. He quickly stood up and shouted, "Who's there?" The secretary in the area panicked and ran in. "What's wrong?" Associate Professor Zhao Taiyin was sweating profusely, looked up, then tried to calm down and said it was nothing. "You can go out now." "Oh, right. Please call Lu Sheng to the office. I have something important to discuss with him." The secretary turned to the door and replied, "Okay, Associate Professor Zhao." She thought to herself, ever since Associate Professor Zhao smashed through the window last time, he seems to be getting more sensitive. Inside, Zhao Taiyin looked serious and thought, was that a level 7 Spirit Master's illusion I sensed just now? Meanwhile, in a big building, a person stood by a window, radiating spirit energy that surrounded the whole building. That was Lu Sheng. His spirit energy even covered the surrounding buildings. Inside, he thought proudly, "Not bad. After condensing my Grandmaster's will, my spirit energy can reach this level. Before I could only vaguely sense external things. Now I can clearly observe spirit energy touching everything. Pretty badass." He definitely surpassed level 6, and not just by a little. I don't even know if he can reach level 7, but the most important thing is to test the effectiveness of the 10 Perfect Master's Way first. First, Lu Sheng clasped his hands together, and his phantom appeared behind him, mirroring the gesture. He used Heaven's Exchange, the breath of the earth, channeling his energy down through the layers beneath and into the ground. "Start!" He raised his hand, unleashing a powerful force that lifted a chunk of earth underground. Then he used the frozen prison strike, a superconductor breath, freezing that chunk of earth solid. The breath of ice can condense its own power to compress, like water turning into ice. Lu Sheng was standing on top of a building here, yet he still managed to condense it. How did I even hit it? Damn, this breathing technique is insane. Soon after, a golden orb appeared above his head, finally shedding its color completely. You swept through 7 Marshall Saint Towers, setting a historic record. The reward has been fully prepared. His face lit up with excitement as he said, "A total of 75,000 study points." Lu Sheng just blinked, silence hanging in the air. With no surprise, Lu Sheng asked, "Is that all?" Zhao Taiyin shouted excitedly. 75,000 study points is enough for you to graduate 150 times. What else do you want?" Lu Sheng was a bit shocked, replying, "Why would I graduate that many times if there's nothing else? What about supplements, mutated marrow, weapons?" Zhao Taiyin sat back, trying to calm down. "Well, you've only been enrolled for over 2 months. Check out the school's website." Lu Sheng pulled out his phone to look. Zhao Taiyin continued, "Besides the points needed to graduate, extra points can be exchanged for items," Lu Sheng said. "That's pretty cool," the vice principal went on. "Level 4 mutated blood only costs 5 study points. Level 4 and 5 cold energy costs just a few dozen to 100 points. And master level instructor points are 10 points per week. Deep level mutated marrow costs 1,000 study points per piece." Lu Sheng calmly asked, "Is there no level 7 mutated marrow?" Zhao Taiyin had just settled down to sip his tea when that question made him spit it all out. He jumped up, firing questions nonstop. "Level 7 mutated marrow? You need level 7 items? Are you preparing to ascend to master level? Your master's will is already fully formed." Lu Sheng still answered calmly, "Yeah, just missing a bit of blood essence value." In his mind, he thought, blood essence for masters and normal martial artists is worlds apart. Because master's blood essence is tempered by martial will, so I have to wait until the immortal golden body finishes phase 2, then use martial will to transform blood essence and physique. Zhao Taiyin was stunned, thinking non-stop, just missing some blood essence. Master level isn't a rank, it just needs resources to reach. From deep level to level 7, this martial will checkpoint has killed countless people. And he's only 18, yet his master's will is fully formed. He's a real teenage master. After tiring himself out with excitement, he sat back down and said, "Don't even mention the Holy Martial University. Even the military district can't easily get level 7 mutated marrow. The procedures are super complicated. Plus, you need to pass a strength test." Lu Sheng asked curiously, "Why's that?" Zhao Taiyin explained, "Because level 7 mutated beast blood cells carry many negative factors. With current science, no place can completely remove them. If someone without strength drinks it, their mind will be corroded by the leftover martial will of the level 7 beast. So even masters rarely use level 7 mutated marrow. It's mentally draining." 4th to 5th level, cold energy only scores like 30 to 100 points. A master only gains 10 points a week at the sect master level. Deep level mutant marrow, 1,000 points for study. Is that a part of it? Lu Sheng asked calmly again. All right, no 7th level mutant marrow? Just as Zhao Taiyin calmed down and was about to sip his tea, that comment made him spit it all out. He got fired up and stood up, questioning nonstop. 7th level mutant marrow? You need a 7th level item? You're about to become a sect master? Your sect master's will has fully formed, Lu Sheng answered calmly. Yeah, just missing a bit of blood essence value. He thought to himself, blood essence of a sect master is worlds apart from a normal fighter's. Because the sect master's blood essence has been tempered by martial will, so I have to wait until the immortal golden body finishes its second phase, then use martial will to transform everything from blood essence to physique. Zhao Taiyin was stunned, thinking, just missing some blood essence, sect master isn't a rank, just resources needed. From deep level to 7th level, this martial will checkpoint has killed countless people, and she's only 18, but her sect master's will has fully formed. A real teenage sect master. After getting exhausted from excitement, he sat back down and said, don't even talk about the Holy Martial University. Even the military district can barely get 7th level mutant marrow. The process is super complicated, plus you need to pass a strength test. Lu Sheng asked confused. Why's that? Zhao Taiyin explained, because the blood cells of 7th level mutant beasts hide many negative factors. With current science, no place can fully remove them. If you drink it, people without strength get their minds corroded by the leftover martial will of the 7th level mutant beast. So even sect masters rarely use 7th level mutant marrow. It's mentally draining. Hurt myself again. Lu Sheng was checking his phone and said, all right, level 6 it is. Just gotta tough it out for a day or two, but 74 points is way too low. Triu Thai Yem heard that and just felt exhausted and helpless, thinking, damn, every single line here is maddening. When I'm a master, I only use 10% of level 6 mutant skills. Then he pulled out a few files and handed them to Lu Sheng, saying, the second thing I want to tell you is that Martial Saint Lord Dam Trung Ngak has learned about your situation today, and he's agreed to take you as his disciple. But whether you can truly become his disciple still depends on passing one more test. Lu Sheng pulled out the documents from the bag and asked, confused. The test was to become the top student nationwide in the martial arts tournament. Lu Sheng was shocked again. Top student nationwide in the martial arts tournament? That counts as a test? Triu Taiyim closed his eyes and pushed his glasses up, replying, I know what you're thinking. This Martial Saint University number 7 really has no rivals for you. But the martial arts tournament isn't that simple. This tournament includes students from all over the country, not only students from Saint Martial University, but also disciples under 30 from all martial schools, like Ji Dao and Superiority. Lu Sheng squinted and said, Martial Saint's heirs. Triu Taiyim gritted his teeth and confirmed, that's right. Ji Dao and Superiority martial schools have disciples recruited by martial saints at level 9 since they were kids. They're geniuses trained with full dedication, and they're even scarier than geniuses from an academic background like us. The under 30 age range is no joke, so if you want to rank first, it's super tough, basically impossible. Lu Sheng thought about his own brutal fights and broke out in a cold sweat, realizing the reason he killed the Ji Dao master was because of this tournament. He grabbed another file and got curious, huffing, there's one more. Trio Thai Yim looked more relaxed now, smiling as he said, that's right. Although there's only one test, you can choose between two options. The second option is to just complete one mission. But when Lu Sheng opened the file, his face turned ugly. The paper said the mission was an SSS-level task, insanely dangerous. He was shocked and said, SSS-level mission. SSS-level mission. Lu Sheng read it coolly and said, sounds like some comic book stuff. Kill a male martial artist at level 5 with a murder case, weapons, innovative style, ruthless moves, no rewards, no documents. He thought, taking down a level 5 martial artist isn't hard, but why is it marked SSS? Then he read the notes about the target's family background and said, ah, so that's why. Ji Dao's brutal and merciless, a damn criminal who killed my dad and brother. I, Tae Bak, am a level 7 master under Ji Dao Martial School. Many of Ji Dao's crimes involve this guy, either directly or indirectly. Plus, Ji Dao has a close relationship with the founder of Ji Dao Martial School, Triu Kuk. His sister is called a once-in-a-millennium beauty and is the 5th wife of Martial Saint Triu Kuk. This background gives Ji Dao a status of 102 in Ji Dao Martial School, almost equal to the Grand Master of Ji Dao Martial School. After thinking, he asked Trio Tai Yim, the hardest part isn't killing him, but dealing with the aftermath of killing the wife of a Martial Saint, right? Pointing at the documents, he guessed, this guy really does all kinds of evil. The crimes listed on the back of the file are so blatant, they didn't even bother to hide them. Probably everyone already knows. Just these crimes alone would have gotten them killed dozens of times over. Triu Taiyim replied, exactly. This is the first SSS-level mission since Marshall Saint University No. 7 was founded. The reason is a regular worker at a chemical garment factory whose 2 daughters were humiliated and harmed by Ji Dao and his men, with no one to turn to for help. So he came to our Marshall Saint Tower a month ago. Finally, Marshall St. Lord couldn't stand it and decided to make killing Ji Dao a course mission, adding it to the task board of Marshall Saint University No. 7. But to prevent students from misunderstanding, they set it as an SSS-level mission and canceled the rewards. Lu Sheng listened carefully, then started questioning again. So why didn't Marshall Saint just handle it himself or have level 7 masters like you do it? Making it a student mission is basically just ignoring it. Triu Thai Yim's face turned serious as he warned. Lu Sheng spoke carefully. You don't understand how terrifying level Saint fighters are. If 2 level Saints clash, the shockwaves would rock the whole country, right? Lu Sheng raised 2 fingers like scissors and said, this mission has way too many consequences, even involving another martial saint. Just killing the target means you'll get revenge, not just from a level 7 master, but the entire Ji Dao martial school's power. Then he said bluntly, you'd be pissing off a martial saint for no gain. So tell me, what's your real goal, teacher? Triu Thai Yem smiled kindly and replied smartly, Lu Sheng, behind Ji Dao and his son is Ji Dao Martial School and Martial Saint Geo Lord, but your only backup is Martial Saint University No. 7 and Martial Saint Lord Dam. Triu Taiyem kept tapping the documents on the table and said, once you become a disciple of Martial Saint, do you understand what this means? Lu Sheng nodded seriously. A bright future ahead, with resources and 2 masters teaching me. Even if I want revenge, the other side will have to respect me. Then he stood up and said, I get it. Give me the address of the worker who donated before the Lu Sheng Tower, the one you mentioned, please. If there's nothing else, I'll head out now. Triu Thai Yim hesitated a bit but had to answer. All right, the teacher will send it to me later via the school's email. After Lu Sheng stood up and walked out, Triu Thai Yim examined the 2 documents in his hands while thinking, Lu Sheng, these 2 choices are just tests from the Lu Sheng master for you. Think carefully. No need to rush your decision. Your talent is great, and the abilities you've shown already surpass the teachers, even most fighters worldwide. I hope you understand what I'm saying, he thought while resting his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Suddenly, someone cloaked in the corner of the room spoke up. Old Trio, you're talking a lot today. Trio Thai Yem seemed to know the person was there and replied, I know, but I don't want to miss out on such a good seed. The other person came closer behind him and said, only passing the real test from the Lu Sheng master makes a good seed. Otherwise, you're just useless. Even if you're a young sect member, no matter how good your talent is, it's pointless. Cut to Lu Sheng, who was now outside. He was thinking, just now he said a lot, sounded like 2 choices, but Trio Kong was straightforward. The image of Trio Thai Yim pointing seriously at the second document appeared as if to say, the second choice is the right one, pick the second for me. Lu Sheng thought, why say it so blatantly? Thought I didn't get it. The first choice, defeat all sect masters under 30 across the country. Triu Kang felt with his current strength, he couldn't do it, but through the system, he could totally figure out the future. The second choice was way simpler. Killing a level 5 fighter was as easy as drinking water. Then he could force himself to join the Dam Trung Nok faction, because if you kill Lian Da, you'll definitely make enemies with the Lu Sheng Extreme Path. The best way to avoid revenge from the Lu Sheng Extreme Path is to beg protection from another Lu Sheng, either become their lapdog or disappear from here. Standing in front of a big building, he sighed, this is definitely Yang Niu. Min even started doubting if Dam Trung Nok could see his afterimage in the Lu Sheng Tower, crushing his will's clone. At this moment, Lu Sheng stood before the Lu Sheng Tower, yet Dam Trung Nok laid out a clear path for his future. Though he didn't want to be some hero, the father and son, Lian Da, were dying. He said as he walked down the long corridor, even if he killed them, he wouldn't join Dam Trung Nugok's faction. If he couldn't even face the threat of a Lu Sheng, needing someone else's protection, then forget about surpassing Wang Ha. He didn't just want to kill the Lian Da father and son, but wanted to defeat all sect members nationwide. His face was full of determination. Lu Sheng's whole body radiated fire, looking up as if countless evil people were reaching for him. He was determined, thinking, I'll solve both of these tough problems. Cut to Nam Bin outskirts. A female cop was commanding her team. Move fast, lock down the area, focus all your attention on me, get ready to support the front hall, and everyone be ready to move out anytime. This was Tu Nyan Yin, deputy chief of Nam Bin City Police. She pulled out her radio and said, the sniper is in position. Can we get a detailed report on the inside situation? Report back to me as soon as possible. A male cop approached and said, Deputy Chief, why so tense? The experts from the Capitals Association are all around level 6 or higher, some even in the top 300 hunters. Plus, the front hall chief should handle a level 7 mutant easily, right? Tunyan sighed and replied, yeah, you're right. Inside is just a level 6 mutant. The prerequisite to be in the top 300 hunters is to solo kill 100 deep level monsters. Looking at the situation behind her, she continued, maybe I'm just overthinking. If nothing unexpected happens, we should handle this mutant invasion before sunset. Suddenly, a yellow car arrived. Tunyan was surprised. Oh, the driver said, here he comes, brother. Lu Sheng opened the door and got out, saying, thanks. The driver was confused. This place is a deserted mountain forest. Why are there still police cars? Tunyan saw him approaching and warned, stop, don't move forward anymore. The front is locked down. Turn back now. Lu Sheng reached inside his jacket and said, I'm here on a mission. This is the mission confirmation spot. Tunyan was shocked as she took the paper. A mission? 7th Lu Sheng University, first-year student. But she looked down on him and said, is the Lu Sheng University's requirement for students this harsh now? First year and already out taking missions like this? Lu Sheng folded his info sheet calmly and replied, special case. Tunyan stared at the info that had somehow vanished from her hand, then worriedly thought, no matter what, he's a level 4 fighter. When did he snatch it from me? I didn't notice, this guy was no joke at all. Then she said, maybe she didn't need him anymore, since someone else had already moved in. 4 level 6 experts, all top tier 6s, and one was in the top 300 hunter rankings. If nothing unexpected happens, this case will be settled soon. Lu Sheng calmly asked again. Really? What's this hunter ranking all about? Xiao Ren quickly explained. It's a leaderboard in the Holy Martial Association, specifically setting the bounty prices for hunters. The higher the mission rank and difficulty, the higher the position on the list. Lu Sheng replied, oh, I see, but whatever. Better than getting all worked up for nothing, right? Xiao was shocked to see his calm expression. The male cop got pissed and shouted, hey, kid, you don't get it, do you? We don't need you anyway. Suddenly, a huge explosion went off on the building, and both Xiao Ren and the cop panicked and rushed. I'm going in. Xiao Ren quickly spoke into the radio. Get ready, all units pay attention. From the massive smoke, several people jumped out, but one unlucky guy got grabbed by some freaky thing in the smoke. A scream rang out. Ah, no, please. You damn parasite. I'm desperate. Reach out. Save me. Save me. Xiao Ren gritted her teeth, furious and terrified, then ordered to open fire, everyone firing at once. Shells launched attacking the building. Xiao Ren looked at the man falling to the ground, worried. Are you okay? Then she turned to call the recovery team, but before she could finish, a hand grabbed her shirt. The man angrily questioned, what kind of bullshit news are you spreading? The freak inside isn't some level 6, it's a legit level 7. Xiao Ren gasped in shock. What? Level 7? This isn't something a city's armed forces can handle. We need to contact the military immediately. A hand reached out to stop her from speaking. No, not yet. Lu Sheng grabbed the radio and calmly said, let me check it out first. Remember to adjust the mission rank after I'm done. You guys just chill and have some water for a bit. Everyone stared at him in disbelief. 5 minutes tops, Lu Sheng said as he radiated a fierce killing aura. Then he quickly vanished into thin air, leaving everyone terrified. Seconds later, he appeared on a rooftop. His foot landed on the railing. Everyone quickly turned to watch. Everyone gasped in horror. Oh damn, we're screwed. What kind of crazy speed is that? Who the hell is this guy? Meanwhile, Lu Sheng stayed calm, preparing to enter. Inside, a foul stench hit him, making him cover his nose. Damn, it smells like dead livestock and rotting sheep left out for days. His face twisted in disgust, remembering when he went through the Kai Ming 2-star selection. But the smell wasn't this strong back then. Those freak beasts got cleaned up first. Then he kept hopping up the stairs. He stopped at a door and didn't hesitate to pull it open. A single eye inside showed Lu Sheng's reflection. Inside was a poor soul being devoured by a grotesque monster's jagged teeth. The room was piled high with corpses like a small mountain, belts hanging down from the ceiling like spider webs. The floor was covered in disgusting fluids, and the highlight was the weird many-eyed beast gnawing on the victim. Lu Sheng's eyes turned icy cold. It was the flesh-eye demon. The monster tossed the poor guy aside. Lu Sheng watched him fall and said sadly, sorry, I'm late. Then he shut his eyes tight, and his whole body burst into massive flames, burning the flesh-eye demon. Lu Sheng spoke to the fallen. I promise you, I won't let it die that easily. His eyes blazed bright, and his power surged, signaling the flesh-eye demon's impending death. Outside the building, dark smoke billowed, everything starting to crumble. Inside, the flesh-eye demon stood up, staring at Lu Sheng like its next prey. He estimated this freak's usual power level between 5 and 6, but the monster stuck out its disgusting long tongue. Lu Sheng continued, it's not normal for this thing to show up here, especially since it clearly hit level 7 before. Suddenly his gaze sharpened. watching the flesh-eye demon stretch its claws and roar. The massive claws loomed over little Lu Sheng. But when the hand struck, it exploded. The monster's hand started to dissolve. The flesh-eye demon screamed in pain. Huh, its twitching hand leaked green liquid. What a freak. Lu Sheng stepped forward confidently, saying, "Bring it on." Dust flew off his body as he shook it off. The flesh-eye demon screamed madly. Huh, It swung its mutated arm at Lu Sheng again, but he instantly appeared beside the other arm. Lu Sheng looked up and sneered. "Can you aim any better?" The flesh-eye demon got pissed and yelled. From its mouth shot out a disgusting green vibration wave. The goo splashed down but stopped when it didn't find its prey, then looked around suspiciously. Suddenly, Lu Sheng was on top of the monster, punching down hard, saying, "All right, now you can start." His face darkened, flames on one side, ice on the other, trembling. Outside, Xiao Niaren was still talking. The man from before gasped, "What did you say?" "That's just a freshman student," trembling already. Outside, Xiao Yaran was still talking. The man from before shouted in shock, "What did you say?" "That's just a first-year student. It's also the 7th St. Martial University." In Xiao Yaran's mind, Lu Sheng's student ID card appeared. Lu Sheng, student ID number 30, 7th St. Martial University. Then she answered correctly, "I've seen his student ID and mission certificate before." The man with the scar said, "At that speed, forget being a freshman, even a graduate student is hard to believe. That speed, even a top-tier 6 like me can't see any trace at all." He gritted his teeth in panic. What the hell is his background? Let's report this to the martial heroes and the military first. Although that brat is fierce, if he pisses off a mutant and it runs out, a man said breaking into the city area would be a big deal, especially since it can swallow humans to get stronger. Xiao Yaran quickly pulled out her phone and replied, "All right, I'm going to inform them now." Before she could finish, a powerful aura burst from inside the building, knocking everyone outside. The man panicked and shouted, "What the hell happened inside this building?" Everyone focused intensely on it. Inside, the beast was still screaming. Grew. Its long tongue hung out, dripping disgusting saliva. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed. The whole body of the flesh-eyed demon trembled, groaning in pain. Lu Sheng approached and snapped one of the monster's fingers. Instantly, its limbs seemed corroded by some power, convulsing in agony. More disgusting fluids dripped from its mouth. Seeing that, Lu Sheng was surprised. Seeing it lying silently on the ground, he scratched his head, confused. Is it already done for? This thing's way too weak. Then he casually threw the monster's body outside the building. The man panicked and ordered, "The mutant is out, prepare to support." The giant body hit the ground, causing a massive explosion. The scar-eyed man suddenly exclaimed, "The flesh-eyed demon is dead." Xiao Yaran was equally shocked. He had been inside less than 5 minutes. Lu Sheng appeared like a ghost, startling Xiao Yaran. He calmly pointed at the corpse and said, "Mission complete. Remember to adjust the difficulty." The police officer bowed in gratitude. The benefits from handling the flesh-eyed demon would be credited to his account immediately. "Thanks for your help." Meanwhile, the man's bowed face was full of fear. It's terrifying, seeing how casually he handled such a powerful mutant. It's unbelievable. Lu Sheng shook his head and refused. "No need. Just share the benefits with the families of the deceased. A level 7 mutant is enough to leave families without their pillars struggling to survive." The cop was touched by his kindness. "Really appreciate it." Lu Sheng then turned to Xiao Yaran and asked, "Can you call me a ride? I need to catch the next high-speed train." Xiao Yaran happily pointed to a nearby police car and said, "No problem. I'll personally wait for you over there." Lu Sheng smiled handsomely, radiating a bright aura, and said, "Thanks. Sorry to trouble you." Seeing that smile, Xiao Yaran blushed, thinking to herself, not only strong but also. Then she started imagining Lu Sheng grabbing her chin and saying, "Wild little cat, tonight I want you, so be gentle." Lost in her fantasy, her face turned red. Suddenly, she hugged her face and yelled, "No, not there. That's not allowed." Lu Sheng, standing nearby, saw this and was speechless. What's wrong with her? Then he glanced at the monster's corpse and thought, but it's weird. Why did a level 7 mutant just fall through a frontline hole and run into a small city like Nanping? This has happened before, but mostly with weaker ones. Also, if they crossed national borders, the military and martial heroes would team up to kill them. This time it landed in Nanping City with no warning. Really creepy. His eyes showed clear suspicion. Could there be some sinister conspiracy behind this? Meanwhile, the police car was driving down the road. Xiao Yaran focused on driving. Lu Sheng sat in the back, focused on his phone. Reading info on his phone, he thought, is this just human internal conflict? That's enough. Spy masters, smuggling mutants, illegal immigration. The Dragon Clan's fight has new clues. Why are mutants attacking non-stop? Mutant invasion event? Conspiracy theory? Or truth? Thinking about humanity's torn martial civilization 10,000 years later, This is just a bunch of pig teammates trying every way to destroy society from within. The clan's strength is enough now. I have to crush these guys. Lu Sheng was so angry, veins popped. Xiao Yaran noticed his annoyed expression and asked, Mr. Lu, what's wrong? Lu Sheng smiled and shook his head. Nothing, just some stupid stuff. Sooner or later, I'll handle it all. Later, when they arrived at a crowded place, he said, Thanks for the ride, Officer Zhao. I'll get off here. Lu Sheng got out and waved goodbye. She said, Good luck with everything. Then Xiao Yaren's eyes softened, secretly hoping when she'd see him again. Scene switches to White River Stadium number 1. A person jumped up into the air. A girl jumped and kicked her opponent's chin. The announcement blared, Lu Qinghe wins. Lu Sheng. Scene shifts to the number 1 White River Stadium. Someone suddenly jumps into the air. A girl jumps up and kicks her opponent right in the chin. Announcement blares, Lu Qinghe wins. The girl's opponent on the ground trembled, raising her hand. I give up. I give up. At this moment, everyone formed a circle around the two. The coach spoke up. Lu Qinghe's real combat skills are top tier, way above everyone else's. If you have any questions, feel free to learn more from Lu Qinghe. Lu Qinghe sat down, wiping sweat with a towel. Her two friends, Feng Fam Fam and Tu Nak, came over to praise her. Qin Hua said, You're way too strong. If you keep this up, you'll really become the martial arts champion. Qinghe, you're seriously impressive. Seeing her silent, Feng Fam Fam approached with a bright smile and asked, Hey, you're already so badass, so why do you still look so down? Lu Qinghe's face showed frustration as she said, If she had a brother who was a national legend, comparing the two would make it impossible to be happy. The two friends got even more excited hearing about her brother, blushing as they eagerly said, Well, he's still Lu Sheng after all. Right, Qinghe? So when will your brother be free? He said before he wanted to invite us out for a meal. Yeah, we're down if he's coming, as long as he shows up. Lu Qinghe felt helpless and said, Are you guys all under some love spell or what? I don't know anything. Don't ask me. But the two friends kept pushing. Oh, come on, help me out, just one invite. Lu Qinghe quickly stood up and dashed away. Go somewhere else, I can't stand you two love-struck fools anymore. Feng Fam and Tunak called after her in panic. Qinghe. Qinghe ran outside and suddenly bumped into someone, annoyed. Hey, are you blind or what? But when she saw who it was, she gasped and called out to him. Lu Sheng reached out his hand and asked, Careless much? You okay, Qinghe? Lu Qinghe was super happy and stepped closer to check on him. Why are you back so soon? It's not even break time yet. Could it be you missed me? Lu Sheng smiled and replied, Finished my mission. Just stop by on the way home. Then she started running around him, inspecting. She teasingly asked, So, did you bring me anything? Lu Sheng opened his backpack and said, Huh? Of course I did, Lu Qinghe said excitedly. Wow, what is it? I'm so hyped for stuff from the big city. Suddenly, Lu Sheng pulled out a few familiar bottles. These are the best martial arts supplements. Hope your power level's up. Qinghe saw them and felt a bit meh, but still hugged the bottles and teased him. I think you really don't understand girls at all. Lu Sheng just scratched his head, confused. Suddenly, a basketball came flying at high speed and smacked Lu Sheng right in the face. Lu Qinghe panicked and shouted, Whoa! Lu Sheng quickly caught the ball with his hand. His sharp eyes stared straight ahead. Lu Qinghe worriedly asked, You okay? No problem, Lu Sheng replied, casually tossing the ball away. Then a fiery-haired guy appeared, looking angry and asked, Qinghe, you already in class? Lu Qinghe annoyed. Why is it you again? The guy looked at Lu Sheng and asked, Who's this brat? Lu Qinghe snapped, None of your business. Then she grabbed Lu Sheng's hand and started to leave. Ignore him, let's go. Suddenly, the guy shouted loudly, making the two turn back confused. He clenched his fist and said, You don't like me, fine, but why do you have to pick some old dude to step on yourself? He pointed at Lu Sheng, while Lu Qinghe was shocked. What the hell is this guy talking about? Lu Sheng, confused, pointed to himself and asked, Wait, you called me an old dude? Lu Qinghe, furious, kicked the guy hard in the groin and yelled, Tu Ngang, are you crazy or what? Oh, so this guy's name is Tu Ngang, guys. Like an earthquake hit, Tu Ngang's face twisted in pain, sweating like crazy. Even the admin felt the pain. Then he grabbed himself and trembled, crying out, Wah, wah, wah. Lu Sheng felt the pain for him and asked with concern, Whoa, bro, you okay? Tu Ngang's tears and snot were flowing non-stop. He whispered angrily but still threw a punch, then ran off holding his junk, threatening, You wait, old man, I'll teach you a lesson. But his voice was still a whisper because of the pain. Lu Sheng was speechless and asked his sister, Is that your stalker? Lu Qinghe replied, Yeah, he's always clinging to me, so annoying. Then she crossed her arms and said, If he wants me to take him seriously, he better beat me first. Do you think there's any guy like that at Baiha High? Lu Sheng hesitated and thought about it. If you say so, then probably not. Later, if someone suddenly transfers here and acts all mysterious, especially if their last name is Lin, Xiao, or Ye, you better stay far away. He sincerely warned his sister. Lu Qinghe helplessly replied, Bro, are you reading the wrong comic? I'm a martial artist, remember? Then she smirked and poked him. By the way, how's it going with Danji Yangyan? He replied, Nothing special. We're just friends. Lu Qinghe teased. Really? Then why are you holding hands at the movies? Lu Sheng got teased and pinched his sister's cheek. Are you crazy? Think normal. Lu Qinghe screamed, Stop it, stop it. Then she said, Oh yeah, one more thing. Bro, do you have a classmate named Liu Kaiming? He asked. Yeah, why? Lu Qinghe replied, I heard he didn't pass the St. Martial University entrance exam, so he joined the army. He wanted to say goodbye before leaving, but unfortunately, you were already in the capital. Really? So annoying. Then she crossed her arms and said, If you want me to take you seriously, at least beat me first. Do you think there's any guy like that at White River High School? Lu Sheng was shaken and thought, if you say that, sounds like you're not too sure. Later, if someone suddenly transfers here and acts all mysterious, always lost in thought, the key is if their last name is Lin, Xiao, or Ye, you gotta stay far away. He sincerely warned his sister. Lu Qinghe replied helplessly, Bro, did you pick the wrong comic? I'm a martial arts high school student. Then she smirked and teased. By the way, how's it going with Danji Yangyan? He replied, Nothing, we're just normal friends. Lu Qinghe kept teasing. Really? Then why hold hands at the movies? Lu Sheng pinched his sister's cheek. Are you crazy? Think normal for once. Lu Qinghe screamed, banging her head. Then she said, Oh yeah, one more thing. Bro, do you have a classmate named Liu Kaiming? He asked. Yeah, why? She answered. Looks like he didn't get into the Holy Martial University, so he joined the army. Before leaving, he wanted to say goodbye to you, but you were already in the capital. Really? Lu Sheng pulled his hand out of his jacket pocket and checked his phone, seeing over 99 unread messages from Liu Kaiming. Lu Sheng, are you there? After reading the messages, Lu Sheng gasped in shock. Liu Kaiming actually showed up at the Eastern Military District? At that moment, someone was washing clothes at the Eastern Military District's rookie training camp. Suddenly, another guy approached and kicked the laundry basin while yelling, Hey, fatty. The soldier with a cocky look threw down 2 socks and said, You're doing everything wrong. The basic rule is first come, first served. Today, it's your turn to wash the socks for the squad, not for old Liu. This chubby soldier was Liu Kaiming. He was pissed about having socks thrown at him, but could only hold it in. Meanwhile, someone else laughed loudly. Did you hear that? Hurry up and get to work. Suddenly, Liu Kaiming's phone lit up. A message came in. Lu Sheng has arrived at the Eastern Military District, right? I'm almost there too. Wait for me. Along with a sticker of a cat pointing. After reading the message, he was super hyped and shouted, Holy shit. Then he bit his lip and fell silent. The arrogant guy turned away whistling, then said, Oh yeah, I kinda like the scent of Royal Moon detergent. Don't screw it up. Liu Kaiming snapped and lunged forward, throwing punches while yelling, Don't mess it up. You washing your girl's socks or what? The other guy freaked out and looked up. Liu Kaiming threw punch after punch at him. Damn it, who the hell gave you that nerve? He yelled while punching. But the other guy slapped Liu Kaiming's face, knocking him to the ground. The guy immediately took advantage and stomped on him, cursing, Fat pig, trying to rebel, huh? Then he punched him while yelling, Try talking back one more time. You're a waste of space, not even an official fighter. Throw a few punches and get all pissed off. After venting, he turned away cursing, Damn it, you made me sweat like crazy. Listen up, from now on I'm gonna beat you once every day. At that moment, another soldier nervously stood behind. As soon as the guy left, he ran out to help Liu Kaiming up. Kaiming, are you okay? Dude, tell me why you even fought back. He's been in the army for 2 years. Isn't it just washing some socks? Despite being beaten to hell, Liu Kaiming was still stubborn. Ha ha ha, you don't get it. My brother is the top martial arts champion in the whole country. Gonna be a general someday. If I bow down today, everyone will just laugh at me later. I can't let him lose face. The other guy frowned after hearing this, thinking to himself, Dude's probably got brain damage from the beating. Talking nonsense now. Scene shifts to the future world. Lu Sheng was still sitting there watching the communication screens. After a while, he said, Ngai Yi, check the personal info on martial arts from 3 years ago. Liu Kaiming, student of class 325 at White River High School number 3, White River City, Gulong Country. After reading the info, Lu Sheng thought silently, Sure enough, it's totally different from what I saw before. Because of me, Liu Kaiming's life path changed. He used to study at a normal social sciences university, living an average life, but now he's in the army. This isn't a peaceful era like before. 2 years in the army training, and you might not come back. The death rate's pretty high. Did I screw him over? Wait, this punk actually came back safe, even earned second-class glory discharge. After discharge, he started a logistics company, and by age 50, he had over 10 million yuan, with 2 daughters and a son. Though life was full of ups and downs, with many small failures, it can still be called a harmonious, happy family. He died at home at 90. A pretty good future. Really good. Maybe the best thing I can do for him now is to stay away so I don't mess up his future anymore. Thinking this, he smiled gently. Scene shifts to the next day at the Lu Sheng pharmaceutical branch. Lu Sheng walked into the pharmacy room, followed by Ha Lin to reporting. So far, in Dongning province, the Xingshantang branch had opened over 500 stores. Lu Sheng looked at the papers and replied thoughtfully, "Is that so? What's meant to happen will happen. But if the Tran family in the capital province really has enough power and status, they should know this clearly." His hand clenched the paper tightly, coldness flashing in his eyes. Pissing her off means pissing me off, and that's a damn stupid move. Then he casually tossed the paper aside, reassuring Ha Lin, too, "Relax. As long as I'm here, nothing bad will happen to you." Ha Lin, too, was stunned by his aura, thinking, we haven't met for 2 months, and Lu Sheng is totally different now. That absolute confidence showed a chill and dominance, like a real big shot, no nonsense, the one and only boss. Lu Sheng raised his hand and used his spirit power. The spirit energy replaced his hand, lifting the ingredients on the table and mixing them into liquid solutions. His gaze sharpened. This time, forget about the second stage of the immortal golden body. Even the sun stage would be crushed. Scene shifts 2 days later to White River City, at the World Morning International Hotel, a skyscraper that stood out more than the others. Lu Sheng walked in, handing papers to the receptionist, saying, "Hi, please find me a decent room." The receptionist replied, "Yes, sir. Please wait a moment." While waiting, he observed around and had prepared 120 gold dragon coins. "I can finally start the second stage of the immortal golden body perfectly. To avoid getting bothered at home, I just went straight to the hotel and rented a room." Suddenly, a foot appeared. It belonged to a girl. The girl standing next to Lu Sheng showed her ID to the receptionist. "I want to rent the presidential suite." "Sure." Suddenly, he felt something weird from her and stared in shock. This woman had short blonde hair, stylish sunglasses, and a fiery aura like a furnace, with an energy like a warning siren. She was a sect master. Then she opened her eyes, revealing blazing red pupils. The receptionist asked again, "Are you sure you want to book the presidential suite?" The woman hummed, sliding a black card forward with a smile. "Yes, that's right." The receptionist handed over the key card and said, "Here's your room card, ma'am. We'll send a specialist to escort you up and help with your luggage." The woman took the card but declined the help. Lu Sheng, with a serious look, glanced over, thinking, so Bai Ha actually sent a sect master here. Though her energy intensity was a bit weaker than Zhao Kong Tai and Ha Bing Nan, she was still an official sect master. Standing by the elevator door waiting for him, he started calculating if he went all out, he could easily kill this woman. If she wasn't a serious threat, no need to worry much. Lu Sheng's gaze was unguarded, just staring at her. The woman glanced back with a sly smile. After a moment, the elevator showed floor 18. Inside, the woman was looking in the mirror and talking through an earpiece. "Everything's good. We've reached the target location. But I ran into a kid when I moved in." The voice on the other end asked, "Huh? Who?" She casually applied lipstick and replied, "Don't know, but I feel he's pretty strong, probably from EG, or maybe not. Doesn't matter. I'm here on vacation, with a side mission. If anyone tries to ruin my awesome trip, I'll just eat them alive." Haha. She smiled wickedly. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng pushed open the door and muttered, "Not bad, the room's decent. The bathtub's big enough to fit the whole golden dragon immortal." He chuckled darkly, clearly pleased. Later, in the bathtub, Lu Sheng poured some kind of liquid into the water and silently soaked in it. A fierce dragon head appeared above him. He sighed, feeling it was real. Next up was a breakthrough. Veins of golden color were starting to spread from his body up to his face. His expression was one of pure enjoyment amid the swirling smoke. Elsewhere, someone was drying the long, slender legs of Min and said, "That little golden-beaked brat seems to have spotted me and tried to sneak away. Too bad, he won't get away." It was the short-haired woman from before. On her back was a circle of Roman numerals radiating power. "Let's start this vacation's mine." Back in Lu Sheng's bathroom, he was still focused on training. Behind him appeared an immortal metal body circle. Immortal metal body, stage 2, peak level. Done. Lu Sheng stood up, gripping his spear tightly, then tested by slicing his arm. Perfect. He looked at his intact arm happily good. Even a sect master's cold weapon couldn't break through his defenses easily. No damage at all. He put his clothes back on, his whole body radiating a unique aura. The next level was the blood energy realm of a grand sect master. His path was totally different from the fighters of this era, and probably from those in the dream realm future too. This was his own path. Normal rank divisions didn't fit him anymore. After this breakthrough, he was basically on the threshold of 7th level sect master. Just a small step more and he'd be there. But he held back, knowing it wasn't time yet. If he reached 7th level sect master now, the commotion would shake the heavens and earth. Even grand sect masters would respect him, so no, not yet. Otherwise, he'd scare off all the scaredy cats. After thinking that, he shot out the window, going out the way he liked best, looking for a place with no one to test his strength. At that moment, two people, one big, one small, were getting into a yellow taxi. Once inside, the adult urged, "Driver, please head to the western suburbs." The driver smiled and said, "Got it." The car started down the quiet night road. The man held the kid close, reassuring, "Don't worry, stay calm." After a bit, the man raised his hand to signal the driver, "Stop here. I'll pay you triple. If anyone asks if you saw someone with a kid, don't say a word." Suddenly, the driver pulled off a mask, saying triple pay might not be enough. The man panicked. "What do you mean?" The woman with short blonde hair and glowing red pupils revealed herself. Her eyes blazed as she exposed him. "Got you, little golden-beaked brat." The man trembled in fear. "You're the 9th sect mark of Huan Yin, Bai Shi Fu." "Ah, so this one's called Bai Shi Fu, guys." At that moment, energy waves still flickered over the hill. Lu Sheng smiled with satisfaction as he sped away. That speed's insane. The burst speed is so extreme that even the army's tracking tools can't keep up. Landing on a street surrounded by factories, he thought this place used to be a chemical plant. How did they still protect the environment? People were striking, perfect for testing his strength. Better not cause too much commotion in the city. It's a pain. Nearby, a huge explosion shook everything. Lu Sheng turned cautiously. The aura is too strong. A sect master. The man from the taxi earlier appeared, carrying a little girl and running, a long slash mark on his back. He shouted loudly as he ran, "Help! Somebody save me!" Meanwhile, Lu Sheng was going crazy, swinging his sword, causing total chaos. The little girl in the man's arms was trembling with fear. Lu Sheng appeared like a demon, snarling, "Run, see how far you can get." Lu Qinghe had started to catch on and said, "Perfect timing." A middle-aged man, clutching a kid, was being hunted down in this remote wilderness at midnight, but he gripped tight, revealing his immortal golden body, and said, "How can I stand by and not help when justice calls?" He was ready to fight. Lu Sheng landed right in front of him. She glanced over in surprise. Lu Qinghe confidently said, "Taking down a sect master in a blink? No big deal. But what if I don't use any sect willpower or steel chi, just my raw body strength? Could I kill a level 7 sect master?" At the chemical plant, the moon was high in the night sky. The man still held the girl tight, taking all the hits from behind, coughing up blood. Stones cracked from the impact, falling through the air. The man collapsed, coughing painfully. The girl panicked and called out, "Dad!" Lu Sheng looked down at the trembling pair, then stepped forward and kicked the man's knee. Then she stomped on him like it was a game. The man cried out in pain. The girl, furious, sat up, tears streaming, yelling at Lu Sheng, "Stop bullying my dad!" The man groaned in agony. "Please, no." The girl stood up and kept punching Lu Sheng, screaming. Lu Sheng grabbed the girl's head with her claws and lifted her up, saying, "Your legs are broken. I still have my hands. Run again. This time, I'm giving you 10 minutes. The man trembled. "Let my daughter go first." Then he shouted to intimidate that thing, like it was etched in his mind. "No one else knows but me. Don't even think about torturing me. I have poison in my mouth and can kill myself any time." Lu Sheng immediately shoved her hand into the man's mouth. "Ah!" Her fingers touched a strange blue tooth, and without hesitation, she pulled it out. The man screamed in pain again. She still flashed that signature smirk, showing the teeth, and said, "You think you have a chance to kill yourself?" Then she brought the tooth close to the girl's face to threaten her. "Hehehe, spill it nicely, or don't blame me." The man bowed his head in pain, gritting his teeth. I beg you, please, spare my daughter." Suddenly, familiar footsteps appeared. With a few simple moves, Lu Qinghe snatched the girl from Lu Sheng's hands, shocking her. She quickly turned and shouted, "I know, kid, you're weird." Lu Qinghe held the girl coldly and said, "A kid this young won't let go easily." "Are you really a sect master?" Lu Sheng asked again, sneering inside. "This kid doesn't have a shred of sect master aura, and at his age, what kind of trouble can he cause?" Lu Qinghe put the girl down and told her to leave quickly. Then he glanced up with cold eyes. "What the hell is this dark star nonsense?" He suddenly appeared behind Lu Sheng and said, "I'm the sun." Fear flashed in her eyes. "What girl?" Lu Qinghe now looked like a ruthless demon, slamming his giant hand down. His hand grabbed Lu Sheng's face. She didn't resist. Lu Qinghe smashed her head into the ground, shattering rocks with the impact. Lu Sheng tried to say something, but he pressed her face deeper into the dirt. The collision caused a blinding shockwave. After the hit, Lu Qinghe looked down in surprise. "Huh?" Lu Sheng lay twisted in the hole, eyes rolled back. "Dead already? That's weak." The father and daughter screamed in fear after seeing that. The man sweat profusely. "I'll tell you the exact location of the gold mine. Please spare us." He gave coordinates for a huge gold mine. Before he finished, Lu Qinghe turned and said, "I don't care about your words." The man looked confused. "Then why did you kill the Hoan? An assassin to save me earlier." Lu Qinghe replied, "I was just passing by. When I see injustice, I step in. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving." He was calculating inside, The dream space has the gold mine's location. Why get involved? Heh. The man patted his daughter's head. Little Thu, that brother's weird but good. We're saved. The girl happily cheered. Brother, you're amazing. Suddenly, the man clutched his chest, coughing and spitting blood. The girl worriedly called. Dad, he warned. Little Thu, I don't know how many ribs I've broken. I probably can't walk anymore. You gotta run and protect yourself. Suddenly, someone helped him up. Strange. Lu Qinghe lifted him, confusing the man. Huh? Why? The girl shouted joyfully. Brother's back! Lu Qinghe looked annoyed. Such a pain, but I'll help till the end. Later, at the hotel, Lu Sheng took the father and son back to his room. The father spoke up, super thankful for his kindness. He then pulled out a bottle of liquid and said, Drink this. The father looked confused, so Lu Sheng explained, Don't think that after drinking this and sleeping, you'll just magically be fine tomorrow. He rubbed his daughter's head and said, Xiao Tu, you go to your room and sleep first. Let your dad talk to this guy. The little girl obediently replied, Yes, sir. Lu Sheng pushed something across the table and said, This was the token from that female assassin earlier. What kind of status does that organization have? The ring was made of solid gold, and there were some words from her about the Shadow Star too. The item was a ring with a unique symbol. The father explained, The token and Shadow Star are both secret international organizations, their purpose unclear, but their presence is felt in countries all over the world. Token. Shadow Star. I heard token is at the master level. Above that is the king token, even the god token. As you know, she came this time because of the gold, Lu Sheng asked. Token is master level, so isn't above that the Grandmaster Martial Saint? The father replied helplessly, I don't know about that stuff either. After hearing that, Lu Sheng thought for a bit, planning to check the system later. In this era of martial arts prosperity, dark forces definitely aren't weak. Then he added, Martial arts breeds human ambition, and there are always some who harbor evil plans against the righteous powers in the world. Then he asked the father, So what's your next move? The man replied, Take it step by step. Your kindness saving me and my son is huge already. I won't bother you anymore. Suddenly, a smirk appeared on Lu Sheng's lips as he came up with an idea, saying, I have a solution, a way to end this whole thing. The man was super eager. Tell me, as long as there's a way to stop being hunted, I'm in. Lu Sheng stayed calm, simple. Just tell me the exact location of the gold mine. Lu Sheng pulled out his phone, and the man tapped the location. Once Lu Sheng got what he wanted, he was happy. All right, from now on, no one will be chasing you anymore. But the man wasn't happy at all. He was super worried and anxious. What? He panicked and blurted out, How is it already solved? How did you do that? Lu Sheng confidently raised his phone. It's simple. I just posted the entire location of the gold mine all over social media. Hearing that, the man's eyes went wide and his jaw dropped. What? Then he screamed in his head. That's a gold mine worth hundreds of millions. How can you just post it all online? Meanwhile, the organization was in chaos. This is bad. The signal from the 9 sections is messed up. She must be in trouble, one person warned while looking at the computer. The guy over there wasn't too worried, pretty calm, probably just a minor glitch, then added, Anyway, with the advantage of having the gold mine's location, finding help won't be hard. Everyone in the organization buried their heads in the flood of information spreading. Wait a minute, someone shouted. The news about the gold mine is going viral online. The $100 million gold mine is right there. Then they clenched their fists and angrily stared at the screen. And that guy just went and revealed the location. Damn it, so many people died over this secret gold mine, and now it's all for nothing. The men were all super pissed. One slammed his hand down hard. This move was totally unexpected. Clever move. Then the leader said, Now everyone knows that guy is worthless. Sitting in his chair, a clock appeared above. Then he shouted angrily, How dare someone trick the token? We have to find the traitor who leaked that damn secret. Then he yelled orders like crazy. Boss, make it clear. We have to find the rat who exposed that secret. The scar-faced middle-aged man was furious, really pissed off. Back to the other side, the man was looking at the news on his phone, then sat next to Lu Sheng, staring at him in disbelief while mumbling to himself. Does this kid not know the value of that gold mine? Lu Sheng just smiled and watched his phone with amusement. The other guy guessed, maybe it's not that he doesn't know, but that he just doesn't care? What kind of status does he really have? Lu Sheng was super satisfied with how things turned out. Tomorrow after I check out, you and your daughter just stay here and lay low for a few days. This secret gold mine thing will blow over fast. Good luck to you both. See you around, he said calmly while looking at the man for confirmation. Hearing he was about to leave, little Xiaothu peeked out shyly, hands clasped behind her back. Brother, can we meet again later? Lu Sheng squatted down in front of her, gently rubbing her head. Yeah, definitely, he reassured her. They smiled at each other. Outside, the organization's people came to check after that brutal fight. Was the 9 sections really that weak? Got smashed to death like a rag doll. 2 people went down into the pit to check the dead body and concluded the killer was way too strong. Look at this state. No sign of resistance at all. No, they probably couldn't resist. Then they stood up and surveyed the whole area. The pit was super deep. Looked like it was dug with a machine. The girl's corpse was still lying right in the middle. They wondered aloud, but who would have guessed this was the head of a living person, and a level 7 master at that? Then they shouted in shock. Seriously, so brutal, so violent. The fat guy was sweating in fear, turning to the other. Do you think we should keep investigating this or not? That dude was hot-headed, immediately yelling, "Stop the damn investigation, just go home." Even a mutated martial artist, backed by an organization pouring resources into training, ended up dying miserably like this. Right after, he grimaced, pointed at the ground, and shouted urgently. Plus, the location of the gold mine had already been leaked. This mission was dangerous and pointless. If you want to investigate, then go ahead. Lu Sheng was now standing, analyzing the info about the Guichi Black Demon Society. He looked at the data boards filled with words floating in the void and thought to himself, didn't expect there to be over a dozen secret international organizations, big and small, still active after tens of thousands of years of martial arts history. No wonder there's a Martial Saint town. Then he rubbed his chin, eyes wide, staring at the info pile, and added more thoughts. Martial Saints aren't just casually trained. I bet the government's got their hands in this too. Then he let out a laugh and stared at the screen, showing a memory from some lab yelling inside his head. The Guichi organization has always been all in on researching mutated martial artists, causing global shaking incidents. They're on the hit list of many countries. Next, Lu Sheng wondered what exactly a mutated martial artist was. Then he looked at the fierce monsters in the green incubation cages and thought, they're exploiting the jealousy glands of mutated beasts, breeding martial artists biologically to speed up creating powerful fighters. If successful, they could surpass normal power levels by several times, even dozens. Then he confirmed again in his mind. But there's a catch. The hybrid monsters breaking out of the incubation cages were roaring amidst the debris. Lu Sheng confirmed. After grafting the jealousy gland from mutated beasts, both mind and body deteriorate and transform, like a ticking time bomb ready to explode any time. Next, he gloomily rubbed his chin, squinting and frowning, thinking more. No wonder I felt weird beating that woman yesterday. Guichi has started using this technique. Then he questioned himself. No way. Could Guichi be involved in that mutated beast invasion? Then he doubted again. If I can see it, then the Long Nation's leader isn't stupid either. They must have figured out how to deal with it. So I shouldn't bother myself with this nonsense. Then his eyes turned cold with disgust as he frowned at the system frame and made a judgment. If I run into them, I'll just clean up a bit. Easy to crush anyway. If not, then forget it. The more he thought, the more his head ached. Then he imagined a giant blue snake sticking its tongue out at him and added, the mutated martial artist path might be a bit off, but it's not without some merit. If I get the chance later, I got to experiment with it. Finally, he remembered Xiaothu smiling in the system frame and confirmed again. Right. There's also the future of that father and son pair. Let me see. Not bad. Right after, the system announced, Gu Liu Yan, chief investigator of international crimes, 8th level grandmaster, devoted her life to investigating Guichi Black Demon Society. The image of the kid strutting proudly appeared. Then the system added, she personally took down over 800 people and locked them up. Hearing that, his face showed a bit of shock. Then his expression turned amazed. Not bad. Didn't expect I accidentally saved a national pillar. Suddenly, info caught his attention, making Lu Sheng laugh. The system displayed the one-sided love marriage status of Marshal Saint Long Guo Shi Quan. Lu Sheng never married. She stood behind Yang, eyes full of admiration for Lu Sheng, but he didn't care. In reality, he stood with hands on hips looking like a dumbass. He laughed, then brushed off the system frame, cursing himself. Dead bastard. Shouldn't waste time on this useless info. Messes with my focus. Next time, definitely not looking. He immediately closed that info pile, then sighed tiredly. All right, let's stop here for now. Lu Sheng touched the system frame, closed his eyes, and sighed, his face shifting constantly. From being carefree, he turned serious again, ready to deal with that Lian Ya guy. His eyes narrowed coldly as he smiled. At Pingzheng Road, West District, Fengzhou City, Workers' Neighborhood 214, Lu Sheng banged on the door hard and declared, Fo Qianmin was killed by the Lian Ya father and son here. A woman stepped out and asked, Sir, who are you looking for? Lu Sheng smiled kindly and replied, I'm looking for Fo Qianmin. The woman quickly shut the door, troubled, closing her eyes to confirm. Don't know him. You're at the wrong place. Before she could close the door, he stuck his foot out to block it. The woman, eyes tired and weary, stepped out again. What do you want? Then he pointed inside. The woman confirmed again. The address is right. Please think again. He might have been here before. Her face, once just uneasy, now looked truly scary. He's not here anymore. This house belongs to me now. If you don't leave, I'll call the cops. Then at that old neighborhood, Lu Sheng blocked the door, face dangerous, gripping the door frame and confirmed, "When did I ever care about your house? Tell me where he is." The woman saw him, gritted her teeth, glared, and snorted. Then she started trembling. He stopped trying to push the door and instead sneaked a glance at the guy to confirm. He pointed to the side. The guy noticed and listened. The old man was in that trash area. He was definitely a crazy bastard. His whole family wiped out. No wonder he lost it. "I'm not here to take his place or anything. He's gone now. Mission accomplished." The guy said thanks, then left. The woman stood by the door, watching his figure, thinking to herself, "That crazy old man actually has visitors. Weird as hell. Lucky they didn't come to claim the house." Then he walked slowly, step by step. Even a cat on the wall lifted its head to look at him. Lu Sheng kept walking until he reached the trash spot he was told about. He saw a man rummaging through the garbage. He looked at the photo in his hand, his face showing some doubt. The old man then called out to Lu Qinghe. When he saw him, he glanced back, stopped digging through the stinky trash. His face wrinkled. The dude was super cautious. "Who the hell are you? What do you want from me?" Lu Sheng looked at the ID photo in his hand, comparing it with the old man, finally recalling the man's family image. Lu Qinghe from Fengtrak City had 2 daughters. Then, some jerk kidnapped Lu Qinghe's daughter. The younger one, Lu Tuyet, was forcibly taken by the son of Qi Bei. The older daughter, Lu Oan, found out and came to the martial arts school to argue. In the end, one of them never came back. After a week, both sisters were found dead, their bodies discovered at some riverbank. Their state was horrific, and their deaths were covered up as a case. That same year, the wife couldn't bear the pain of losing her kids and committed suicide. She overdosed on sleeping pills, still clutching a handful of them. Lu Sheng concluded that now only the gray-haired father, age 46, was left alive. The old man grabbed a big plastic bag, slinging it behind Mak Kan Jiak, and looked at Lu Sheng, asking, "Here to steal my stuff again, huh?" Lu Sheng softened his gaze, smiled lightly, and introduced himself. "I'm a classmate of Lu Oan, here to visit you." The old man was shocked, dropping some of his guard and lunging at him, eyes wide, shouting, You're Lu Oan's classmate?" Surprised, Lu Sheng just smiled and confirmed softly, "Yes, I'm here to help you." But Lu Qinghe didn't believe him, eyes wide, mouth open in shock, yelling fiercely like he was about to cause a murder. "You're lying. I've searched all of Lu Oan's classmates from childhood to now. I remember every single one. You're not one of them." Then he lost it, grabbing Lu Sheng's collar angrily, closing his eyes and yelling, "You're lying to me. Trying to steal something from me again, aren't you?" Lu Sheng's pupils shrank, looking at him with pity, no intention to fight back. The old man then sneered and yelled at him, "Every single person, every face. I remember them clearly. Ha ha ha, don't try to fool me. They all said they couldn't find Lu Oan." Then Lu Qinghe lost his temper more, squinting crazily with tears in his eyes, yelling, "Can't find her? Ha ha ha. How the hell can they not find her? How can they not find her?" Seeing this, Lu Sheng put a hand on his shoulder and said, "Sorry, I lied to you." Hearing that, the old man stiffened, glaring at him. Then Lu Sheng smiled kindly and confirmed, "But there's one thing I'm not lying about. I'm here to help you." The old man looked up at him and asked, "Help me?" Then Lu Qinghe's eyes widened in surprise, asking, "You're a martial artist? You're a powerful fighter, right?" He scratched himself, then got excited like a kid. "You're a martial artist, right? A really strong one, right?" He reached out to touch Lu Sheng, his face full of excitement like a kid. Lu Sheng smiled and confirmed, "Yes, sir." Then Lu Qinghe stood up, cheering like a kid, stomping and jumping around, yelling, "Ha ha ha, I knew it." Lu Sheng just stood silently watching. Then the old man turned and rummaged through a big black bag behind him, announcing, "I've seen many fighters like you. You're definitely the one. Wait for me a moment." Lu Sheng smiled and looked at him. Then Lu Qinghe pulled out a bunch of plastic bottles, holding them hopefully toward Lu Sheng, making a proposal. "You have to help me kill Lian Ya and Qi Bei, and I promise. I'll give you all this money and treasure." Lu Sheng looked at the cans without disgust, a deep sympathy hidden inside that he couldn't explain. Seeing no reaction, the old man let go, and the cans spilled to the ground. Then the old man looked confused and disappointed, asking, "Why won't you agree? Not enough, huh?" "I know it's not enough, but I can find more. This is all money. I just haven't had time to exchange it yet. Money is money." Finally, Lu Qinghe lost his mind and shouted at him, his face full of panic and fear. "Can you help me? If it's still not enough, then you can just take my life too." Lu Sheng witnessed this and didn't know what to say, his face a little sad as he silently watched. Seeing Lu Sheng's reaction, the old man sat down among the cans and said, "Forget it. You won't be able to help me anyway." Then he leaned forward and questioned him. "You came here just to watch me make a fool of myself, right?" Then you went crazy and added, "You came to the martial arts school to see if I'm dead yet, didn't you?" Ha ha ha. Lu Sheng just stood silently, bowing his head to him. Then the old man shouted, "I won't die. I'll live here forever. Live until those 2 father and son die," he cried. He cried out of hatred and screamed in frustration. Big shot humans. I gotta see them go straight to hell with my own eyes. Then Lu Sheng reached out and grabbed a photo from the pile of empty cans. After clearly seeing the picture of Vice Jianming's family, he was completely speechless. Finally, clutching the photo, he turned around, his brows furrowed with pure rage as he confirmed, "You'll see it for yourself." He gripped the photo tight behind the old man, then dropped to his knees without another word. Tears started pouring down harder as he trembled. Thank you, weakly, he spoke. "Even if it's fake, I still gotta thank you for this pain." The old man gnawed on his sorrow, tears streaming down his face. Lu Sheng walked down the street, hands in his pockets, until he saw a chubby dude standing there smoking. The guy crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and said to him, "Haven't seen anyone come looking for that crazy old man in ages." Lu Sheng glanced at him. Then he turned and asked the fat guy, "Did a lot of people come before?" Hearing that, the guy started explaining, "Yeah, but they all came to trick him. That crazy old man's whole family died in the same year, and he went nuts, running everywhere looking for someone to help him get revenge." Then he added, "Any fighter with some skill who showed up, he'd throw money at them. But who the hell would help him take down that martial arts school?" Then the guy squinted, snatched the cigarette from his mouth, and added, "In the end, the old man lost everything he had. Now he's basically a lunatic, his house taken over, and he's got to live in the junkyard." Then he warned him, but judging by how he talked to the old man, he seemed like a decent guy, so I figured I'd say a few things. Then he looked at him and asked, "So, why are you looking for that crazy old man? You look pretty strong. You planning to play hero or something?" Hearing that, Lu Sheng furrowed his brow but smiled, his eyes steady as he confirmed, "Yeah, that's right, the martial arts school. I'm gonna wipe them out." Then Lu Sheng turned and walked away. The fat guy broke out in a sweat, keeping the cigarette in his mouth as he followed Lu Sheng's retreating figure. The fat guy wiped his sweat and wondered to himself, "Who the hell is this guy?" Then at St. Martial University number 7, the sun shone down on the top of the big building. Someone set a hot teacup on the table and asked, "Lu Sheng hasn't shown up in Ming City. Do you know anything about that?" Zhao Taiyin held his coffee cup and looked at the cloaked figure in the chair, confirming, "I know this time he took on 2 missions, one SS and one SSS. Both have to be done in the capital." The cloaked person listened and then gave Zhao Taiyin a sharp, dangerous look, reminding him that the liaison in Ming City could have been reached first, but Lu Sheng went all the way to distant Nanping instead. Then he added that it was clear Lu Sheng was avoiding the liaison, rejecting the second option that Marshal Saint gave, which was also the real test to choose Marshal Saint's true disciple. The person held the cup but didn't drink, stating it was just natural to avoid bad luck and seek good fortune. Then Zhao Taiyin put down his coffee cup, turned around, and said, "It's still too early to conclude anything. The National Martial Arts Tournament is still a long way off." The cloaked figure also set down the cup and sat quietly listening. The hooded person from Rensi added, "But there aren't many days left. Marshal Saint doesn't usually give me a second chance." Hearing that, Zhao Taiyin was speechless, his face wary as he furrowed his brows. Then he looked out the big window, frowning. Zhao Taiyin placed strong faith in Lu Sheng and shouted silently, "Lu Sheng, don't let me down. Don't let Martial Saint down." Then at the tower of St. Martial University number 7, a group of people pointed at the tower, looking confused as they chatted. They heard this time he took on an AA-level mission and came back in less than half a week. Then in the guild hall, on the big screen, Xiao Lan frowned, sword strapped to his back, as the chatter kept going non-stop. "Damn, look at all that killing intent. He's probably gotten even stronger. It's Xiao Lan. Xiao Lan's back." Hearing that, the crowd gasped in surprise and started asking questions. "He took an A-level mission," someone said. "No wonder my heart raced when he looked my way." Li Di saw this and walked over to Chen Yixuan standing behind the crowd with hands in pockets. She casually confirmed, "Xiao Lan's back. Looks like he's here to join the National Student Martial Arts Tournament." Chen Yixuan looked up, glared at the screen, then added, "That event only happens every 2 years. A hothead like him definitely wouldn't miss it." Chen Yixuan sighed with eyes closed and confirmed, "So what if he's back? With Lu Sheng the Demon King here, the others are just background noise." Li Die also looked at him. Then Chen Yixuan added, "But here's the good news. Based on his strength," then thinking of Lu Sheng's fierce aura and sharp eyes, she glanced at Chen Yixuan and said, "St. Martial University number 7, this time we won't be last anymore." After she spoke, Li Die shook her head calmly, shrugged, and said, "Lu Sheng can't participate." Chen Yixuan was stunned by the news and shouted at her, "Why? St. Martial University number 7 barely got this once-in-a-century genius. The leaders won't let him join? Are they all idiots or what?" Then Li Die turned and walked away, tilting her head as she said, "Who knows? I just heard it from my dad." Then she added that Martial Saint's test for Lu Sheng was that he's not allowed to join the National Student Martial Arts Tournament. Next, Li Die turned and walked away, tilting his head to comment, "Who knows? I just heard it from my dad." Then he added that the Martial Saint's test for Lu Qinghe was to ban him from the National Student Martial Arts Tournament. Once you join, it's basically a fail on the test. He can only take on the challenge with an SSS-level mission. Hearing that, Tran Yi Huyen's eyes went wide in shock as she watched her figure walk away, then frowned in anger and shouted out in frustration. What the hell is this about? Then she added, confused, if they wanted to suppress Lu Sheng's talent on purpose, they didn't have to go this far. Faced with her dissatisfaction, Li Diep glanced back and confirmed, how can we possibly guess what Lu Sheng is thinking? There's got to be some deep meaning behind this. Finally, Tran Yi Huyen couldn't hold back anymore. She clenched her teeth, closed her eyes, and punched the wall beside her, yelling, "This sucks so bad." Li Diep looked at her, puzzled. Then he remembered the group from a few years ago, full of contempt, flipping them off silently, recalling the shame. 2 years ago, the Gemini Star swept through 7th St. Martial University, beating them so badly that 7th St. Martial University lost all face. Then he added, frowning with some worry, I heard the Supreme Martial Hall also had a budding saint who stayed at the top for a while. Next, he clenched his teeth, eyes shut tight, complaining, I thought we could count on Lu Sheng to fight back? Now this sucks. We're about to graduate and still gotta get our asses kicked again. Suddenly, a hand reached out to him. It was Li Diep, who touched his face with one hand and placed the other on his neck, smiling softly, comforting him. Don't worry, it's gonna be fine. Tran Yi Huyen stared wide-eyed at her gesture, blushing, mumbling nonsense. Then, while zoning out, she got playfully smacked by Li Diep's innocent smile. Once you get used to losing, it doesn't sting anymore. His face looked pale as he started to bleed from the mouth. Meanwhile, at the school dorm, Lu Sheng strolled in casually, hands in his pockets. Right after, his phone buzzed. Beep, beep. Lu Sheng squinted at the screen, mumbling as he read the message. To join the National Student Martial Arts Tournament, gather at the school gate at 8 o'clock in the morning 3 days from now. Latecomers will be considered to have voluntarily quit. Then he casually commented, this message has got to be meant for me, huh? Next, his eyes narrowed as if remembering something, silently wondering. But they showed up right when I turned back. Then he looked up, eyes sharp and alert, confirming it was probably someone sent by the school. Then, Lu Sheng looked at the school's main building and shouted out, confirming, it wasn't just supervision, it was more like watching to see if I'd step outside or not. Inside the building, 5 people, both guys and girls, were all watching him. Seeing this, Lu Sheng smirked mockingly, then looked up and muttered, you don't want me to go, huh? But no one can change the path Lu Sheng wants to take. Not even 7th St. Martial University. Then he looked up at the Martial Saint Tower and confirmed, not even the Martial Saints can. 3 days later, at the school gate, a crowd of students quickly climbed into their vehicles. Excited chatter filled the air. The Demon King is leading 7th St. Martial University's charge. We're gonna get revenge for that humiliating loss at the National Martial Arts Tournament. Time to reclaim our honor, with others chiming in. Yeah, that's right. Meanwhile, Zhao Taiyin stood with arms crossed, looking around worriedly, frowning. Then the students added, I'm really looking forward to seeing Lu Sheng crush those fighters. Ha ha ha. Then someone asked, curious, but where's Lu Sheng? Why isn't he here yet? Up above, Tran Yi Huyen glanced back at them while walking, listening, then thought to herself, these people don't even realize Lu Sheng won't actually show up. Then she added, compared to the martial arts tournament, inheriting the martial saint legacy is obviously more important. Even an idiot knows which to choose. Then she frowned, glancing at Zhao Taiyin, who was nervously checking his watch. Tran Yi Huyen asked, Vice Principal Zhao, you think the same, right? Zhao Taiyin looked a bit disappointed, checking his watch and thinking, it's almost 8 o'clock. Sure enough, he's not coming. Suddenly, a loud noise startled Zhao Taiyin, making him wide-eyed. Next, Lu Sheng appeared from the sky, free-falling toward the ground. The vice principal and students looked up, shocked. He was panicked, eyes wide, shouting, could it be? Then he crashed into the ground fast, sending up smoke and sparks all around, while the crowd cheered excitedly. It's Lu Sheng! Lu Sheng is here! At his arrival, Zhao Taiyin's eyes widened as he called out, Lu Sheng, you! Then he walked toward him, smoke still lingering on the ground, one hand in his pocket, seriously confirming, sorry, I'm late. The crowd around quickly raised their hands, cheering, Woo, Lu Sheng! On the side, Zhao Taiyin ran up to him, eyes wide, suspiciously asking, have you thought this through? The tournament just started. You still have time. Hearing this, Lu Sheng seriously glanced at him, frowning, confirming, Vice Principal, that's just idealism. This is what you told me. Faced with his own words, Zhao Taiyin was left speechless. Then he turned around, composed himself, clasped his hands behind his back, and shouted, everyone, get on the bus. He also headed toward the bus. The students cheered loudly. Woo! 7th University will win. The Demon King's triumphant return. This time we can finally hold our heads high. Next, the cars sped along the mountain road, and the guide stood up, holding up a uniform bag as he announced to the people on the bus, you're all top martial arts students from University number 7, so you're supposed to wear the same uniform. Please change your clothes real quick. Then the guide added, some of you might be new here, joining for the first time. I'll give a quick rundown of the martial arts tournament rules. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng stared out the window, lost in thought, crossing his legs. Then he glanced at his reflection in the glass, squinting as he thought to himself. A 7th level Blood Master's energy is like a furnace, forged from martial will, with the rank of Chief Master. But what about an 8th level Grand Master? Remembering the bulging muscles of a man, he thought further. The system notes that beyond level 8, blood energy can condense into a pill, with energy levels reaching over 100,000, mighty like a raging river, burning like molten lava. Finally, that person stood firm, swinging his arms and shouting with fierce spirit. Lu Sheng figured even iron and steel could melt. Once unleashed, the battle power would be in the millions. The jump from master to grandmaster is seriously insane. Then he recalled the parts gathering at the Dantian and the body's blueprint, confirming he was just one step away from condensing blood pill, ready to advance anytime. He added, after a grandmaster condenses the blood pill, the body keeps getting stronger. When the blood pill is constantly purified day and night, the longer you stay in the grandmaster realm, the stronger your body becomes. Finally, he concluded, even your body functions won't decline, always staying at peak performance, basically like going back to the golden age, with a shot at challenging a 9th level martial saint. Then he grabbed the front of his shirt over his dantian, muttering, wondering when he'd get that grandmaster's martial will. Lu Sheng leaned his head against the bus window and said, a grandmaster's physique combined with a master's martial will isn't just 1 plus 1. He added, if I get the chance, I gotta feel that power myself. At the end of the ride, they reached a mountain. Zhao Taiyin stood up, looking at his students, especially Lu Sheng, and announced, guys, we've arrived at Shiyun Mountain. Get ready to get off. Hearing that, Lu Sheng snapped out of his thoughts. Seeing the group get off the bus, chatter broke out nonstop. Whoa, University 7's top martial arts students, they're probably here to compete. Every year, the National Martial Arts University Tournament is held at Shiyun Mountain. Let's go, guys. Then a young guy's eyes widened with excitement as he said, so we get to watch the martial arts battles up close. The girl next to him crossed her arms, smiling happily, and reminded him, dude, you gotta get to the mountain peak to see it. Normal folks can only watch the live stream. In the distance, Lu Sheng's school crew was gathering. Then, Zhao Taiyin stood in the middle of the group, raising his hand and announcing, we're heading up the mountain now. Stay close, everyone. The students pumped their fists, shouting back, yes, sir. Suddenly, a flash of light streaked over their heads. Zhao Taiyin blinked in surprise and asked, huh? Who's that fast? Hearing this, Lu Sheng dashed ahead, answering seriously, we might have to face a martial saint soon. Gotta start preparing early. The people behind him looked confused. Lu Sheng muttered to himself, confirming that although he hadn't reached the master level yet, as long as a martial saint didn't personally attack, the riffraff wouldn't take him down in a second. Then he smiled, eyes full of excitement and hope, confident he could level up through them and get stronger sooner or later. He even added that he might be able to use a martial saint's head as a soccer ball. Behind the group, Zhao Taiyin quickly climbed the stairs, frowning, stubbornly pushing forward. Then he stopped on a wide patch of ground and announced to the group, let's stop here for roll call. Zhao Taiyin turned around, frowning, pointing and counting each person. 1, 2, 3, B, looks like everyone's caught up. Then he frowned in confusion and asked, where's Lu Sheng? Can't see him anywhere. Did he fall behind? Seeing this, a student bent over, hands on knees, panting, and reminded Zhao Taiyin, Lu Sheng ran past you a while ago. Didn't you see him? Zhao Taiyin looked puzzled. Huh? Then, full of doubt, he looked up the long staircase that seemed endless and shouted in alarm. No way? The students behind him looked equally stunned. On another path, a guy in martial clothes rested his hands on his hips and said, Xiao Wan, let's stop here and rest for a bit. We'll keep going soon. The girl stepped onto the stairs, looking up, then blinked in confusion, and asked her senior, Senior, I still have energy. Why don't we just go straight up? The senior quickly glanced at Xiao Wan and reminded her, it's your first time at Martial Saint Mountain, so you don't know the rules yet. Let me explain. But it was covered by fog, so I couldn't see it. Then, looking up at the mountain peak shrouded in mist ahead, she added, these 5 stone steps are called the path to heaven, meaning 1 step to the sky. Then she started to say more about 200 years ago, but before she could finish, my junior sister frowned, glared, and pointed, complaining, Senior brother, just get to the point. I already know all this stuff. No wonder Dad says you ramble on like you're not even a man. Seeing her so annoyed, senior brother forced a smile with his eyes closed and scratched Bian Ming's head. I just want you to regain some strength, and you're still roasting me. Then he added, all right, the point is that long ago, the martial saint predecessor Chu Fuhai once stayed here. Then recalling the fierce battles on the mountain peak, he continued. He refined his body with heavenly transformation, his physique with thunder's power, and his spirit with divine perception to become a martial saint. Even now, the mountain still holds the residual martial energy he left behind. Then senior brother proudly closed his eyes, spreading his arms as he described the shining golden steps in his mind. Any martial artist with a soul core under 30 who comes here, if their talent is strong enough to push through non-stop to the heavenly path, will trigger the martial Tao resonance left by Chu Fuhai. He frowned and concluded, causing a rare heavenly anomaly. Hearing that, Xiaowan frowned, eyes wide, tilting her head to ask senior brother, "What's a heavenly anomaly like?" Right after, senior brother continued. Basically, right after that, when smoke swirled around them, Xiaowan looked up confused, eyes wide, asking again, "Ah, what's going on?" Senior brother shouted excitedly. "Exactly! This is the anomaly. Rolling clouds, unpredictable events." On the mountain peak, golden rays kept radiating around. The two stared dumbfounded. Senior brother shouted again, "If you can cause an anomaly like this, you're bound to ascend to Grandmaster level later." Then a shadow suddenly enveloped them, making their jaws drop as they looked up at senior brother's shocked face, eyes wide and trembling in awe. "Oh my God!" Right after, a giant carp shot up into the sky. Senior brother yelled, "Insane! White fin Longming, this is the highest standard anomaly." Then other carps kept flying up, following the clouds in golden light. The two watched in amazement. Senior brother confirmed, "Junior sister, this time we're witnessing history, and the girl beside me doesn't get what it means." Then senior brother shook with excitement as he explained, "It means at least 3 heavenly prodigies on this mountain peak have the potential to become powerful martial saints in the future." Hearing that, she was shocked and turned to him, eyes wide, shouting to confirm, "What? 3 martial saints?" Seeing that, senior brother added, "I never said that, just that it's possible, not guaranteed." Then he looked up, eyes wide, frowning in panic. "But even so, it's already terrifying enough, showing hope to break into martial saint before 30. Then added, "Others probably don't even have a 1 in a million chance." Seeing that, Xiaowan ran off while glancing at him with a smile, saying, "Senior brother, you really do ramble. I'm gonna try going up there too." Then she added, "What if I can make a giant carp appear too?" Ha ha. Behind senior brother, he put his hands on his hips, looking at her full of dominance. Suddenly, Lu Sheng shot past her like lightning, and she didn't even react, just blinked and smiled. Right after, he dashed up the steps at breakneck speed. Seeing that, Xiaowan's eyes went wide in amazement as she asked, "Was that you just now? Senior brother? His speed is crazy fast." Suddenly, a golden dragon flew toward the 3 carps in the sky. Senior brother's face twisted in shock and he trembled as he looked up, shouting, "What? That's the divine dragon atop the peak that swallows all things." Then he confirmed, "The legend is real, it's real." Then he screamed loudly, the dragon manifesting. A huge golden dragon flew toward the sky, parallel above Lu Sheng's head, while he ran swiftly up the steps. Then he thought to himself, "I just wanted to climb the mountain casually, but on the way up, I started feeling something really strange inside." Then he added, "Like I'm the only one left alone in this fragment of heaven and earth," his eyes wide as he ran. Lost in thought, then 4 colors of natural breath surrounded his body from all 4 corners. Lu Sheng ran amazed, wondering to himself, why is my natural breathing technique suddenly activating? I'm not doing anything, just using the simplest way to climb the mountain." Then he confirmed, "But the whole body cultivation method seems to be triggered by someone actively pulling me up straight to the top." Right after, the dragon above grabbed the staff in its mouth and bit down. Lu Sheng looked up, puzzled, shouting, "What is that?" And the staff's body cracked and shattered from the dragon's bite. Then he stopped to look at the dragon in front of him and thought, "These 3 carps have become 1 dragon now. Is this some kind of welcome ritual?" Right after, the big dragon roared at Lu Sheng, but he calmly kept running, saying, Then he thought again, "They're testing my martial Tao willpower, a very strong energy source." Right after, at the mountain peak, Lu Sheng hovered in midair. Behind him, a big dragon charged toward the people above. One guy in the crowd panicked and shouted, "Holy crap, who the hell is this guy?" And he just triggered the divine dragon anomaly. Then he added, "The white fierce tides from Lu Sheng and the Saint Cat Martial Hall are way behind him." Then he covered his eyes against the blinding light, squinting and wondering, where the hell did this ultimate demon come from? The people around him looked just as stunned, when suddenly a voice rang out, thousands of waves crashing, divine dragon at its peak, all things bow down. Meanwhile, he smiled confidently as he walked, with the dragon still following beside Lu Sheng. Master Qi of the Great Sect was shocked and stroked his beard, frowning as he glanced at him and added, "I've been at Mount Tix Cloud for years, and this is the first time I've seen such a legendary, majestic anomaly." Then he pointed at him seriously, shouting orders to his disciples, "Go investigate this kid immediately. Find out who he really is." The people behind him echoed the command loudly. Lu Sheng kept walking confidently, smiling, ignoring all the gossip around him. Then another voice chimed in, defying heaven. That's what he is. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I'd swear the martial saint himself showed up here. Suddenly, the crowd's eyes widened in shock as they realized something. No way, the outfit he's wearing. The guy and the people around him shouted in panic, that's the uniform of St. Martial University number 7. He's from the 7th university. Hearing that, Lu Sheng stopped and smiled warmly at them, nodding to confirm the number 7 on his shirt. Then, another person popped his head out and asked, what? That trashy 7th university, a total waste for 1,000 years, could actually produce a monster like this? Another squinted and added his opinion. The martial saints who climbed Mount Tix Cloud before, even in their youth, never triggered anomalies like 1 or 2 white fierce tides. Then he turned to his friend in shock and shouted, what kind of talent does this brat have to surpass martial saints by 100 times? No way. Absolutely no way. Then a blue-haired girl looked at him and shouted to confirm, I recognize that young man. He's a born genius from St. Martial University number 7. Hearing this, Master Qi and his disciples stared in shock. Then she shouted again, adding that he's the male martial saint from the Tower of Dominance, 7th University, while he still casually followed behind with the dragon, stepping deeper inside, his face darkened with murderous intent, finally glaring dangerously. The girl added that Lu Sheng was at the peak of Mount Tix Cloud, shrouded in mist, and the crowd quickly gathered to discuss. Turns out he's a disciple of Dan Martial Saint. No wonder. Someone there quickly assessed, his talent is truly flashy. One fierce fish alone is enough to have Martial Saint potential, but he's even beyond that, probably surpassing Martial Saints in the future. The girl next to him secretly glanced at Lu Sheng and evaluated him. Hearing this, the crowd behind panicked and shouted in agreement, saying he's an existence even stronger than Martial Saints. Another guy asked, confused, what's that? While the person in front pursed his lips and swallowed. Then someone grabbed 2 red beads in his hands and commented, Martial Dao talent can't be measured like this. The crowd gasped, Master Qi of the Great Sect. Then he clenched the 2 beads, moving them in his palm, closed his eyes, and made his judgment. Lower the temperature by 1 degree, water turns to ice. Raise it by 1 degree, water turns to vapor. Sometimes things seem worlds apart, but in reality, they're not that different. The disciples behind stared at Master Qi. Then he looked at Lu Sheng walking alone and said, the kid has great innate talent, but it's not as exaggerated as you all think. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng walked on casually, hands in his pockets. Then Master Qi explained further, the anomaly at Martial Saint Mountain isn't a tool for measuring martial talent, and he concluded that maybe his martial aura is extremely compatible with the aura of Chu Fu Hai, the martial saint, which caused more anomalies than others. He recalled the great light on the mountain peak and added, it's also possible that previous people triggered many aura opportunities. This kid just happened to activate the remaining aura of Martial Saint Mountain. Finally, Master Qi confirmed that's what created the shocking spectacle earlier. Then, eyes closed and head raised, he imagined Lu Sheng soaring with the dragon and continued. Otherwise, if what you say is true, that there's an existence stronger than martial saints are the heaven of this world. How could that even happen? Hearing this, the blue-haired guy understood and shouted excitedly, right, Master Qi's got it right. Stronger than martial saints? That's impossible. The blonde guy next to him gave a thumbs up and agreed. Exactly, it's like eating rice. Just because you get the last bite doesn't mean you're full. Then Master Qi opened his eyes, bowed his head, darkened his face, and smiled with interest, adding, but judging by the aura that kid just showed, his real strength and talent far surpass his peers, and that's undeniable. No wonder he's someone Martial Saints value highly, outstanding and exceptionally talented. The blue-haired girl smiled and nodded in agreement. Then she smiled, stroked her chin with interest, and said, Lu Sheng made such an impression just arriving. I bet everyone at Extreme Path Martial Court is freaking out. Then night fell, and at the Mountain Hotel, a hand slammed down hard. The whole table shouted in frustration, freaking out like crazy. Lu Qinghe frowned angrily, glaring, hands on hips, yelling, isn't it just a little freaky phenomenon triggered? Look at you all scared stiff, embarrassing yourselves. This is the wind of Lu Sheng's Extreme Path Martial Hall. Then that guy, annoyed, kept slapping his hand to emphasize, he's not even a sect master. At best, just a bit more talented. And let's be real, you guys are the elite core of the Extreme Path Martial Hall. Are we really scared of some college student from St. Martial University? Right after, a dude messing with his bangs agreed. The head of the alliance is right. Then this guy sneered darkly, massaging his shoulder while adding, this Lu Sheng isn't a sect master yet. No matter how good his talent is, that's for the future. Not now. If I went all out with secret techniques, I might not even be weaker than him. This is the top-tier Extreme Path twin star of the dynasty. Then another guy shoved his hands in his pockets, smirking as he added, exactly. martial strength isn't something you measure by flashy stuff. He's the extreme path twin star of the Qing dynasty. Then Qing dynasty grinned broadly, clenching his fist and declared, "If that punk stood in front of me, I'd crush him for sure." Hearing that, Lu Qinghe stepped closer to them, forming a triangle of three, shouting excitedly, "Hell yeah! This is the spirit our extreme path twin stars should have." Finally, he raised his hand to his neck, making a chopping motion, his face darkening into a devilish grin as he excitedly announced, "If that's the case, I'll set up a little game for you guys. During the tournament, whoever meets Lu Sheng first will straight up kill him on the stage." Then he confirmed, "No worries about St. Martial University number 7. I'll back you up, don't sweat it." At the Superiority Martial Hall resting room, a girl sat scrolling on her phone. She looked at Lu Sheng inside, then blushed with wide eyes, excited, wondering, "Lu Sheng, huh?" Suddenly, another guy stood before Zhang Yu, asking her, "You really care about Lu Sheng?" She looked up, a bit startled, calling out, "Senior brother." The senior didn't get an answer, frowned, flexed his fingers, and said, "Don't worry, his aura isn't clear. He probably hasn't reached the martial will cultivation stage yet, so he's no match for you." Then he added that her target was the extreme path twin star, and remembered the other two, frowning as he pointed and explained. "Those two condensed sect master willpower 2 years ago. They've probably long entered the standard sect master realm by now." Seeing that, she looked down at her phone coldly and replied, "Got it." The senior looked awkward, wide-eyed, speechless, then changed the subject, waving his hands excitedly, shouting, "Don't be fooled by that freaky phenomenon. Though the freaky phenomenon of Martial Saint Mountain is real, nothing's absolute. Even if Lu Sheng has strong talent, he might not compare to you, and his strength is even harder to judge." Zhang Yu kept staring at Lu Sheng's photo without a flicker of reaction, while she squinted, lost in thought looking at him. "Since I was a kid, I've had a special talent. I can see ghosts and gods." Then she recalled his eerie walk this afternoon, and she blended into the crowd, thinking, "When I saw Lu Sheng reach the mountain peak, it seemed like there was a thick black bone aura behind him, covering all of Martial Saint Mountain." Then she doubted herself. Could I be hallucinating? The next morning, in the hotel lobby, a noisy crowd was buzzing. That's the power of the Demon King Lu Sheng. He triggered a freaky phenomenon never seen before. Then, excited, cheers erupted. "Damn, this time Lu Sheng's definitely winning. That's badass. Ha ha ha." In the distance, two silent men stared wide-eyed at the chatter. Then a tall guy recalled meeting him, squinting and frowning as he said, "Lucky I didn't challenge Lu Sheng to a one-on-one fight earlier, or my confidence built over 4 years of college martial arts would have vanished." Next to him, a man wearing a hat calmly said, "I'm living proof of that." The big guy nearby heard that and crossed his arms casually. Then he remembered the day Lu Sheng beat him, closed his eyes, bowed his head, and sighed. "I don't know what level you have to reach to withstand this kind of freaky phenomenon. Plus, his martial will has already formed. If I fought him again, it probably wouldn't be much different than last time." Suddenly, a hand rested on his shoulder with a comforting voice. "Don't underestimate yourself either." The old principal looked at the guy with the hat and said, "Let him be strong, just focus on your own path. This is University number 4, the old principal." Hearing that, the other guy gasped, "Old principal?" Then he clasped his hands, looking at his students, and said, "Our 7 universities are basically one. No need to treat Lu Sheng as a rival." Hearing that, the tall man nodded, saying, "The old principal's right. With Lu Sheng here, this martial arts tournament will be our pride." Then he calmly glanced at him and said, "This might be the year our St. Martial University number 7 finally has a shot at first place." The principal turned and confirmed, "That's great." Meanwhile, he was casually standing there with his hands in his pockets, staring off into space, shouting silently inside, "This kid is going to turn into a dragon someday." Next, Lu Qinghe glanced at him worriedly and yelled in his mind, "Why did I make it so clear but you still don't get it?" Then he added, "As long as you kill Lianya, no matter how the martial arts sect reacts, Master Lu Sheng will handle everything for you. Master Lu Sheng just wants to see your attitude." Behind Lu Qinghe, someone was watching Lu Sheng with disappointment, thinking, "Lu Sheng, you've seriously gone down the wrong path," and he left feeling a bit down and confused. Suddenly, his body emitted a strong golden light, making him blink in surprise. Then he realized the energy entering his body didn't just boost his strength a lot. He squinted and looked inside himself, grunting. Then he examined his natural power with 4 elements that had changed and commented, "There's an extra pattern shaped like a giant whale. Did I swallow it back then?" He finally muttered, "Then let's call it," but he cut himself off. His mind cleared like a mountain stream, and he looked up, closing his eyes to feel it, mumbling, "Nerve force. This is the power of the martial arts talisman. Like every move can unleash the force of heaven and earth." Then Lu Sheng smiled happily, thinking to himself, "This is a miraculous gain. If I face a grandmaster later, I'll definitely have the upper hand." Suddenly, he froze, eyes wide, sensing something. Then Lu Sheng turned his head suspiciously, frowning and watching the crowd, sensing a deadly aura, then cut himself off, searching. In the crowd, a punk with spiky hair stared right at him. He smiled with eyes sharp as a venomous snake. Lu Sheng clenched his teeth, his voice low and harsh. Then he frowned, annoyed, glaring at the guy, muttering, "So he's leading the level 8 grandmasters. If I fight him, I'd say I'm only about 60% sure to win, and only if I beat him within a minute while in martial god mode. Beyond that, it's uncertain." Then he imagined throwing a blazing golden palm strike that would blast that punk away, thinking, but if I break through to Grandmaster right now, my blood condenses and I enter martial god mode, then that punk won't last 20 seconds before I kill him. Then he sneered and said, "Ha ha, looks like quite a few people have their eyes on me." Then he walked on, smiling, hands casually in his pockets, thinking he'd just sit back and watch everything unfold step by step like in the script. If anyone refuses to cooperate, then I'll crush them all. Meanwhile, the crowd in the stands watching the fights was packed. A cameraman hurriedly carried his camera and ran off. The cameraman was in such a rush he bumped into Lu Sheng standing there. "Excuse me, please move," Lu Sheng asked. "Hey man, is this a live stream of the whole event?" The cameraman happily replied, "Yeah, the equipment's all set up. The tournament's probably about to officially start soon. Too bad we're late. I heard there was a spectacle earlier. You could see it from the foot of the mountain. Super epic. I only managed to snap a few photos. Luckily, the matches usually last 2 or 3 days, so there's still a chance to get more shots." Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, and everyone quieted down, turning their heads to look up. An old man with silver hair held a microphone and spoke. Old Hu Kwang-ha was the chief organizer of this tournament. On behalf of Master Dan Zhong Yu Sheng Wu, who presides over the Martial Arts Hall, he announced, "Now, I declare the National Student Martial Arts Tournament officially open. This tournament will use a draw to decide the matchups." As he spoke, he shuffled the drawing lots and reminded everyone, "Please line up neatly and draw your lots in order." Two guys from the Chow family and Chao Qing smiled wickedly at their lots. Xiao Yun looked worried, while Lianze Bei just smirked, his body radiating a dark, eerie aura. Lu Sheng was the most indifferent, watching his lot with a face that showed no concern. A red-haired guy at the front grumbled, "Damn, why is it Wang Han? He's a senior from a few classes ago, ranked second in our school." After graduating, he joined the Hai Long martial arts sect. The other guy was shocked. "Huh? Doesn't that mean we're gonna fight our own schoolmates?" The redhead pointed to the word 7th on his shirt and said, "Stop overthinking. Now the disciples of Hai Long martial arts sect are his real schoolmates. Us? We're just outsiders." Meanwhile, Lu Sheng was still staring at his lot, thinking, "Who will I face in the next 3 years?" Then a blonde guy cautiously asked, "Are you Lu Sheng?" Lu Sheng turned and asked back, "Yeah." The guy scratched his head, smiling nervously but still tense. "I'm a student of Dongning Martial Arts University. My name's Lu Ming. Although our surnames start with the same letter, I'm Lu as in path." Lu Sheng looked a bit confused but replied, "Nice to meet you." Lu Ming relaxed and turned around, saying, "I've heard of you for a long time, Lu Sheng. It's no surprise you're not ordinary." This time, mainly 2 juniors from the Eastern Martial Arts universities I know came along, saying they know you. "So I came over to say hi." Lu Sheng thought quietly, "So it was them." Then he waved. "Pikachu, huh?" On the other side, Lu Qinghe was waving excitedly, shouting his name. "Yeah, it really was him. I thought I had the wrong guy." Lu Ji was trembling all over, blurting out that he never expected him to be this skilled now. Lu Qinghe felt goosebumps too and added, "He's seriously fierce. Just standing in front of him now, I'm struggling to breathe, feeling the pressure big time." Lu Ji quickly pulled himself together, looked up with a smile, and said, "Witnessing the freaky event this morning, this was the first time in his life he felt genuine admiration, like he couldn't surpass someone his own age." 2 fellow disciples nearby overheard and asked, "You guys know Lu Sheng? Same class too? That's some serious luck. Better keep that connection tight. Wait 10, 20 years, who knows what huge benefits could come from it." Lu Ji got serious and replied, "Keep it? How? The gap's not just big anymore. It's a freaking deep abyss." He showed a deep crack with his hand. 10 minutes later, Lu Qinghe started reading the info again. Since 3 martial school contestants hadn't shown up, their draw numbers got cancelled. Contestants with these numbers automatically advanced to the next round, leveling up straight away, 03, 84, 04, 83, and so on, 01, 35. Lu Sheng saw his number there and was shocked, thinking, "Damn, going straight to the next round is sweet. Less hassle stepping into the ring. Might as well check out the skills of the other fighters this time." On the battlefield, everyone was brawling like crazy. Only the photographer and referees could move freely inside. The rule was simple. Get knocked out of the 20 square meter ring or surrender, and you lose. Next to him stood a girl and some fellow disciples cheering loudly. Senior brother Lu Sheng noticed and praised, "Whoa, that guy's got some serious skill." On the ring, a pair was fighting, one using fists, the other a sword. At first glance, the fist user had the upper hand. The fist user's eyes flashed, then he threw a punch that snapped the opponent's sword. The referee raised the winner's hand, and cheers erupted below. No doubt about it, Senior Brother's badass. This year, our martial arts hall will definitely crack the top 100. The so-called Senior Brother laughed with his juniors. The loser lay sprawled on the ring, face showing defeat. A buddy patted his shoulder. "It's okay, these martial school disciples are the best at the university, and after graduation, they come to the martial hall to level up. Whether it's talent or grind time, it's stuff we just can't match. Losing happens." The loser spat a purple wad in disdain. "If he's my age, he's definitely no match for me." The friend replied, "Of course, let's bounce." Lu Sheng kept watching, thinking many martial university students use age and training time as excuses after losing, saying stuff like, "If this or that, I'd be stronger." But in a real deathmatch, would your opponent care about that? Would they cut you slack for some lame excuse? Lose is lose. True warriors never make excuses. In a real warrior's dictionary, failure just doesn't exist. Thinking this, he smiled with determination. Martial Hall disciples have an age advantage over martial university students, but the university students have other perks like better training environments. The university gets resources from the school, so they use age as an excuse. Martial Hall disciples earn every bit of their resources themselves. For various reasons, they loosened the age limit to 30. Then the MC's voice boomed. "The first round is over. Lu Sheng number 0135 versus Shilong number 0247. Please head to ring number 3 quickly." Suddenly, Shilong knelt, gritting his teeth. "I surrender. I'm not fighting." The referee and Lu Sheng were stunned. The MC announced, Shilong number 0247 forfeits. Lu Sheng number 0135 advances." Shilong was trembling, thinking, "This dude's crazy. Wants me to fight a demon king." Even Bai Heng Xuan got scared stiff from one punch, almost lost his martial spirit. "I don't want to get my head smashed." Lu Sheng sighed, looking at his flaming fist. No chance to fight. Damn frustrating. While he was bummed, everyone around was shaking scared. Suddenly, the northern envoy noticed him from afar, smirking with contempt. "So he's the one on that mission?" "Mph." The crowd in the stands was hyped, yelling and hooting. The MC's voice came again. "Ladies and gents, the third selection round is about to start. There are 4 rings, ring 1, 2, 3, and 4. Lu Sheng, number 0135, and Minton, number 0452. Please enter ring number 4. Lu Sheng was hyped like a kid in a candy store, warming up his joints, saying, "Heh, finally hitting the ring, huh?" Then he pushed through the crowd. It was packed. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, thinking, if that's the case, Lu Sheng started radiating his spirit energy forward, pushing the crowd aside. "Damn, who did that? Whose spirit energy is this?" A green-haired guy got pissed and stepped forward to ask, "Hey, that punk's your kid, right?" Then he spat out as he charged a punch at Lu Sheng, yelling, "You're just begging to die." Lu Sheng turned around, confused. "Huh?" Then, with lightning speed, he closed in and punched that guy right in the gut, then leaned back and kicked him again, making him writhe in pain, tongue hanging out. Seconds later, the dude was sprawled out on the shattered stairs. Lu Sheng shut his eyes and turned away, annoyed, saying, "Who gave you the guts to do that? Fine if you throw a punch, but using your energy like that? Clearly someone out to hurt others." Everyone around was dead silent, not daring to breathe loud. After Lu Sheng stepped onto the arena, he glanced around and asked why the others still hadn't shown up. Lu Qinghe squinted, searching too. "Yeah, where's Shilong?" "Shilong from Namlong Martial Hall. If he doesn't show up here, it's basically a loss for him." Suddenly, a confused kid pointed somewhere and said, "The guy Lu Sheng just knocked out is Shilong. The blue-haired dude who got hit earlier is still passed out where he fell." "All right then, no need to fight anymore." Lu Sheng moved into the next round. He sighed, feeling kinda bummed. "Damn, didn't expect that." The third selection round ended pretty fast. The remaining fighters were all in the top 100, and the champion spot was about to be decided. Some were throwing punches, others kicking fiercely. The referee shouted as Lu Sheng knocked his opponent out with a single punch. Lu Sheng won and advanced to round 4. Up in the stands, a few people were tense. A blonde guy sighed. "This Lu Sheng from St. Martial University, number 7, is seriously strong." Meanwhile, others were cheering loudly. "Hell yeah, so badass." The blonde guy continued. "Wang Jinghong, top 20 in the last exam. Couldn't even land a hit on him. If you face him, you probably won't win." The guy next to him, with shoulder-length red hair, replied, "Let me give it my all and see. If that doesn't work, I'll pull out the trump card. Even though that move was created by our master just for you, specially designed to counter the Extreme Path Twins and the Supreme Saint Cat." The blonde guy warned, but the strength Lu Sheng showed is already on par with them. Using that move on him won't cost much. You still have a chance to break into the top 4? The red-haired guy asked. Yeah. There are 3 people up there watching us, Lian Zebei, and 2 underlings from the Chaojian Chaoqing factions. He sighed. Looks like this Lu Sheng is pretty damn strong. Then he flashed a sly grin. But that's good. If it was just Zhang Yu from Supreme Martial Hall, the pressure for this tournament would be way too light for you guys. Lu Sheng is a solid sharpening stone. Maybe you can use this chance to level up to Grandmaster. The other 2 showed excitement and greed, laughing wickedly together. Hehehe. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun down below felt like she was sinking into hell, endlessly worried. Scary. That Lu Sheng is seriously terrifying. Her senior brother beside her tried to calm her, saying, "Not that bad. Even though Lu Sheng is strong, at most he's on par with the Extreme Path twins, or maybe a bit weaker. Why are you so scared?" Xiao Yun was still really frightened. No, that's just how normal people see it. To me, Lu Sheng looks like a demon king. She silently prayed, hoping to meet him in the end, so she could just admit defeat without losing face, though her fear was obvious. 4 hours later, Lu Qinghe announced the 7th martial arts selection round was starting. Anyone who wins this round will be in the national top 10, Lu Sheng thought to himself. Wang Han, I think he graduated from St. Martial University number 7, so maybe he's kind of a schoolmate. Going up to the stands, he wondered. Should I go easy on him? His opponent now is the shoulder-length hair guy, who was worried earlier. That guy was called Wang Han by Lu Sheng. Wang Han saw him coming and worried. The Demon King Lu Sheng from St. Martial University number 7, I finally get to face him. Well, reputation is earned by strength, but who's stronger is still unknown. The referee shouted loudly, "The match begins." Lu Sheng calmly said, "You go first. Consider it some respect for your senior." Wang Han frowned, showing displeasure. "Before I graduated, I held the top spot at St. Martial University number 7 for 2 years straight." Lu Sheng gave a thumbs up. "Oh yeah? Then you're really something. Remember to go all out later." Wang Han got pissed by that attitude, drew his sword, gritted his teeth, seriously annoying. Then his eyes flared like a hell demon as he shouted, "If you're mad, then let's fight." The sword was drawn with a fierce aura like a storm, accompanied by Wang Han's screams. Everyone below got blasted by that light, amazed and impressed. Damn, just the force of that one strike already surpasses a top-level 6th-rank martial artist, comparable to the Grandmaster realm. Didn't expect Wang Han to be that strong. Lian Zibei up top had to shield himself, probably using some secret technique to boost his power temporarily. To explode like that, he definitely won't last long after this fight. Chao Jian gritted his teeth and added, "Heh, that burst rivals our full power." "Lu Sheng, how are you going to handle this?" Down in the arena, the sword was rushing toward Lu Sheng, but he stood still, calm as ever. Wang Han gritted his teeth, veins bulging all over. He swung his sword and shouted, "The fiery blood secret technique can boost my power more than 5 times. Even though I won't be able to unleash full strength for a whole month, using it on Lu Sheng is totally worth it." That move is called Fiery Blood Frenzy Triple Strike. Looking at it, Lang Fideng thought it was pretty damn strong, bro. The referee freaked out and reached out yelling, "This is bad! This is bad! Something's gonna go wrong! Stop now!" Nak's sword was about to chop down on Lu Sheng's head when Wang Hum shouted, "Just give up already!" But of course, Lu Sheng just calmly pinched the sword blade with 2 Shit. Lu Sheng just ignored him, turning away with a cold face. The referee shouted loudly, "Lu Sheng wins." He looked over and saw Wang Hum lying still on the floor, thinking, damn, he's probably passed out. Then Lu Sheng rubbed his chin, confused. Huh? No way. Did I just hit too hard? I only barely used a bit of super strength. I haven't even unleashed my star power yet. Whatever. I already held back. If he wants to hide it, then losing is on him. He sighed, feeling kinda down. The fellow disciples in the stands were freaking out. How could this happen? They wanted Wang Hum to face the Extreme Path twins and the Supreme Saint Cat, but now he just lost like that. They all whispered anxiously. The senior brother was sweating bullets. Losing wasn't impossible to accept. In martial arts, there's always a higher mountain. No one's guaranteed to be the strongest. But fate couldn't handle it. One punch from Lu Sheng and Wang Hum was done for. Just how strong is this guy? And what did he mean by that last line? Mocking him? Everyone kept whispering. Lu Sheng looked at the referee and said, "Can we call the result now?" The referee was startled. "Ah, yeah." Then he shouted, "Lu Sheng, number 0135, wins and advances to the finals." Inside, the referee screamed silently, "Holy crap, I was gonna stop this fight earlier." But Lu Sheng just crushed Wang Hum like he was swatting a bug. What kind of freaks showed up at this tournament? Meanwhile, everyone from St. Martial University number 7 was proud and cheering. "See that? That's the Demon King Lu Sheng from our university." "Ha ha ha, Demon King, Demon King, Demon King." Lu Sheng walked over to a chair and sat down. People around were whispering nervously, sneaking glances at him with scared eyes. "Look, the Demon King's back," they whispered. Some female fans were totally fangirling, hearts floating around them. The Demon King just sitting there looks insanely cool. Yeah, totally. Lu Sheng heard this and felt helpless, saying, Demon King? That nickname sounds so childish. I just got a new nickname. Isn't it too soon for this? The elders nearby whispered among themselves. His techniques are off the charts, his soul power is insanely strong, and he didn't even need to use his aura to instantly take down Wang Hum. He's definitely one of the top 3 prospects, a real monster. Yeah, I think the Extreme Path twins might not even be his match. Lu Sheng's probably gonna be the champ this time. Not so fast. The Extreme Path twins aren't ordinary geniuses. 2 years have passed. Who knows how much they've grown? Kuang Ha calmly stroked his beard and said, no need to debate, just watch and see. Everyone else agreed loudly. Meanwhile, he thought to himself, no wonder he's a seed player watched by Dan Zhongyu Martial Saint. He really broke all the rules. At this moment, 2 guys from the Chow family and Chao Qing laughed happily. Wang Hum didn't go all out? No wonder. I was watching him closely earlier. Didn't expect he's that dumb. But it's good. The Lu Sheng from St. Martial University No. 7 is getting stronger, so let's beat him. Then the Chow guy crushed his water bottle in a frenzy. Yeah, the aura we radiate will shine even brighter. Xiaoyun was still confused. Looking down, it seemed the shadow on Lu Sheng's body was spreading wider. From her eyes, you could see a dark aura instantly covering Lu Sheng. Scene changes to late night in a quiet mountain forest. Lu Sheng lay in bed in a room, thinking, today's fight ended early. I didn't even get warmed up. Tomorrow's the final. I'm really looking forward to it, wondering what it feels like to kill a grandmaster. Suddenly, his phone lit up with a new message. Lu Sheng turned and saw a text from his little sister saying, awesome, awesome, big bros on TV again, try to win another national championship and come back. Lu Sheng replied, every martial arts tournament is broadcast live on TV. It's kind of like the Last Life's Winter Olympics World Championship, you know? Oh right, don't let the parents watch tomorrow's fight, if you really want to look out for them, Lu Qinghe asked confused. Why though? Lu Sheng was momentarily speechless, then he sent a text, that's the deal, cause I don't want them seeing me kill someone. Then Lu Sheng let out a long sigh. Who? Then he texted again. Just kidding, but tomorrow's fight's definitely gonna spill blood. I don't want the parents freaking out. Lu Qinghe replied, damn dude, don't joke like that again. You almost had me thinking you were about to become a killer convict. Lu Sheng said, all right, I get it, I'll try. But the parents will probably want to watch the replay. Don't say I didn't warn you, sending a pic of a goofy chicken face. After texting his sister, Lu Sheng got a bright idea. Haha, I can't stop others from watching, but maybe I can block the live stream. Let's wait and see tomorrow. Suddenly, 5 new messages popped up. First was from Lu Kaiming, who praised his bro's skills. Then came from Zheng Dandan. Keep it up. I know you won't reply or even see this, but maybe under the starry sky? Sometimes I hear news about you, and I'm already so proud. She sent a rose emoji. Third was Qin Xiao Jun. Sick moves. I knew your brat could pull it off. Remember to come back here. Someone's really missing you. Who needs a wicked smile? Suddenly, Lu Sheng froze, seeing a message from Dong Qing. Lu Sheng whispered the name quietly. In his head flashed a scene of a bride and groom at their wedding. The bride had stunning blue eyes and red lips. Then Lu Sheng glanced at the moonlight outside the window. Man, tonight's sky is pretty damn nice for a walk. Xiao Yun was also walking in the snow, muttering about the minus 20 degrees cold. She went alone to a spot near the moonlight, still amazed, but the starry sky here was crystal clear. You could see the Milky Way. Suddenly, footsteps appeared. She quickly turned around. Huh? Seeing who it was, she froze stiff. Regaining her senses, she bolted away fast. Lu Sheng watched the girl sprinting away and was speechless. Am I really that scary? But he was puzzled. The number of names on the couple's list kept growing. Yet why did he feel like he had zero luck with the opposite sex? Meanwhile, Xiao Yun was hiding behind a rock, watching him panting. The black mist around this guy, she saw Lu Sheng standing there, emitting dark energy. Her eyes lit up with horror, and yet it blocked out the moon and stars? What the hell kind of freak is Lu Sheng? Lu Sheng's dark aura now truly engulfed the whole space around. Meanwhile, at the dining hall, everyone was happily carrying their trays. Lu Sheng kept pointing at dishes, telling the chef, this one, and this one too. Get it all for me. Suddenly, he looked up shocked. Spotting a girl sneaking a peek at him from the door, he was speechless. What the hell does she want? Suddenly, Bai Hengxuan got blocked and grumbled, hey, what's your deal? Move, let me through. The arrogant Trio TM guy said, you better pray you don't run into me in today's match. Bai Hengxuan frowned silently, thinking people said anyone who met him in past seasons got seriously hurt, some even beaten near death. Trio TM smirked nastily. I don't hit too hard, don't worry. Bai Hengxuan asked, annoyed. What do you want? At that moment, Lu Sheng appeared with a full tray. Calmly, he pushed Trio TM aside and said, move it, stop blocking the way. You got a bone stuck in your mouth or what? Trio TM yelled angrily. Who the hell's blind here? Lu Sheng turned to look since the guy shouted. He made a throat-cutting gesture with his finger, signaling, your brat won't escape either. Ha ha. Trio TM looked smug like he'd won, but then a familiar hand grabbed him. Lu Sheng casually lifted him by the collar, making him scream in pain. Lu Sheng squeezed so hard his mouth bled, the guy trembled all over. Lu Sheng's sharp gaze was like a warning from hell. Try acting tough in front of me again. See what happens. Triu TM was foaming at the mouth, terrified, thinking he was about to die. Suddenly, a loud voice called out, Stop! Lian Zebei angrily rushed over. He landed and tried to calm things down. Cut it out now. Then crossed his arms and lectured. The martial arts tournament hasn't even started. If you want to get disqualified, keep fighting. Lu Sheng looked at him calmly, then released his grip, smiling friendly. Just having fun. Triu TM collapsed, rubbing his neck but still cursing. Cough, cough. Damn brat. Lu Sheng bent down, smiling warmly, rubbing his shoulder. You got a nice neck. Then his eyes lit up as he whispered in his ear, Go home and tattle to your mom. Lian Zebei turned away annoyed. Go! Stop clowning around here. Triu TM nervously called after the leader, then panicked, quickly explaining. Leader, hear me out. Everyone there was shocked watching this. Damn. Lu Sheng took down the ultimate demon star of the twin path in a flash. The demon star Triu TM couldn't even fight back? Geez, just how strong is Lu Sheng anyway? Don't tell me he already leveled up to Grandmaster. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng was munching on chicken drumsticks, thinking if he went all out against those guys in public, he'd probably end up a wanted criminal and drag his family into this mess. Just hold on a bit longer. The moment's almost here. At that moment, a shout echoed from the Extreme Martial Dojo's restroom. What the hell is wrong with you? Lu Qinghe was scolding Trio TM. Trio TM lowered his head, confused and guilty. Sorry, Qinghe. I didn't expect him to ambush me, so I couldn't react in time. Seeing this, Trio Tan sneered and said, Trio TM, you're such a useless piece of trash. Trio TM spun around, gritting his teeth in anger, shouting, Fate. Say that again if you dare. Then he stood up and grabbed Trio Thon by the collar. Damn it, I was just about to get mad at you earlier. Trio Thon smirked mockingly. You're useless? Got beaten outside and now you're back to play butcher? As the two were arguing, a sharp voice cut through. Enough, Lu Qinghe said coldly. Figure out how you're going to wash off the shame you brought to Extreme Martial Dojo. Trio TM immediately bowed deeply and replied, Don't worry, Master. I swear I won't screw up like this again. Lu Qinghe didn't bother responding and just turned to leave. Later, the room was empty except for him, head down, all alone. He clenched his teeth, grinding them harshly. Lu Sheng was furious, stomping once and shouting, I want you dead. The innocent floor cracked under his foot. Fast forward an hour later at the arena, the crowd had gathered, eagerly waiting for the matches to start. Lu Sheng stood facing the three remaining vice principals, with Shilong by his side. Shilong reminded him, the Extreme Martial Twins have dominated the National Martial Arts Tournament for seasons. Don't underestimate their strength. Even if you got lucky before, don't let your guard down on the stage. Lu Sheng obediently replied, Got it. Then he put his hands in his pockets and turned to leave. The three vice principals watched him go and chuckled among themselves. That kid's calm as hell. No way he'll mess up. Shilong, this time it's our turn to take the championship. Ha ha ha. Shilong was still deep in thought, then sighed with eyes closed. Let's hope so. He silently wondered, how is Lu Sheng going to explain this to Dan Vothan? Down at the arena, the draw for the 8th round began. Lu Sheng approached the draw box and reached in. Reading the slip, he smiled and let out a soft, oh. Meanwhile, Kung Ha announced into the mic, Ladies and gentlemen, the final match of the 8th round is between Lu Sheng from St. Martial University, number 7, and Trio TM from Extreme Martial Dojo. The crowd in the stands was shocked and hyped. No way. The organizers did this on purpose, right? What a coincidence. This is some serious bad blood. They're gonna clash right in the ring. Lu Sheng already beat Trio TM with just one move this morning. Ha ha ha. Looks like he's a sure winner, one guy argued. Not so fast. Word was Lu Sheng's sudden ambush caught Trio TM off guard. Standing there, Lu Sheng noticed someone walking by. Trio TM clenched his teeth, cracked his knuckles, and growled, Ot Khan, you're about to die. Lu Sheng stroked his chin, staring at him like he was pondering something. Then he gave a thumbs-up slash across his neck and laughed at him. That face just makes me want to kill you even more. Kung Ha didn't keep everyone waiting and shouted, Everyone not involved, please leave the arena. The first match is between Bak Hoan Suyen from Martial University and Triu Viet from Heavenly Extreme Sect. The teacher was encouraging Bak Hoan Suyen before he went up. Don't stress about the outcome, just give it your all. He nodded nervously. Yes, sir. When he stepped onto the stage, Bak Hoan Shuyen frowned, clearly annoyed to see Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng just glanced at him and thought, Trio Thon's no pushover. This fight's gonna be brutal. Passing by, he cheered, Just fight, don't be scared. Bak Hoan Shuyen was stunned. Wait, Lu Sheng actually cares? Suddenly, Lu Sheng added, "If you get killed, I'll avenge you." Bak Hoan Shuyen blinked in surprise, then laughed and said, "Thanks in advance." Lu Sheng shrugged politely. "Nah, we're both Marshall University students. No need for formalities. Good luck." Then he stepped up the stairs as the stands buzzed loudly. Bak Hoan Shuyen took a deep breath, gathering his spirit. The referee's loud shout signaled the official start, and the crowd got even louder. Triothon smirked wickedly and arrogantly said, "Hey kid, I'll give you a chance to surrender." Bak Hoan Shuyen drew his sword and charged, replying, "Come and try." Triothon just chuckled softly and leaned back, dodging the sword strike. Bak Hoan Shuyen gripped his sword tight with both hands and jumped up to strike down on Triothon's head, but no matter how many swings he made, Triothon easily dodged them all. He even laughed mockingly. "Ha ha ha." Bak Hoan Shuyen got tired after swinging so much, lowering himself and worriedly thinking, "How can he dodge all my attacks?" The crowd in the stands buzzed with chatter. "Whoa. Didn't expect Triuviet's footwork to be this good now. You can only reach this level when you're super close to control mastery, right? Damn, that's scary. Everyone's buzzing about it." If he's that good at dodging, Lu Sheng stood up and got serious. Then his whole body started radiating a distinct power. Lu Sheng raised his sword and said, "Then try this. Extreme Ice Wind." Lu Sheng stabbed his sword hard into the ground, and sharp ice spikes immediately shot up, piercing the shadow on the central hill. Lu Sheng looked up. Success. But when the smoke cleared, the shadow disappeared. It vanished because it was just a clone. Lu Sheng freaked out. Suddenly, from behind him, countless illusions appeared, slashing him repeatedly with wild taunts. "Gotcha, you little shit. You really tricked me like that? Ha ha ha." Lu Sheng couldn't fight back, only screaming in pain. "Ha, the Qing dynasty dude showed up with a nasty grin. He. Then he kicked Lu Sheng while yelling, "Get lost." Lu Sheng's body was covered in cuts, and getting slammed onto the concrete floor made him scream in pain. Cough, a. The floor couldn't take the impact and cracked. Everyone panicked and rushed over, worried. "You okay?" Someone helped him up, checking him with alarm. "He's done for. He's badly hurt. 4 ribs broken, arms and legs fractured too." The Qing dynasty guy looked down with contempt, calling him trash. Then he glanced at Lu Qinghe and said, "Next up is you." Lu Qinghe placed a hand on someone's shoulder. He patted Lu Sheng's shoulder, comforting him. "You did well, but too bad. If you were hurt a bit worse, I'd have a reason to kill him." His whole body radiated a fierce killing intent, while Lu Sheng looked up confused, panicked inside. What the hell was that feeling on Lu Qinghe just now? At that moment, an illusion of a fierce lion facing off against a snake appeared. The shout rang out again. Next match. Zhang Yu from Jiao Viet Martial School versus Bing Hong from Yanlong Martial School. The crowd below buzzing nonstop. The girl closed her eyes. Her name was Zhang Yu. Earlier, S probably missed it and called her Xiao Yun after her senior. From now on, S will call her Zhang Yu. "Bros, cut S some slack." Zhang Yu was closing her eyes, focusing her moves. Her opponent Bing Hong silently judged her, surprised she was so calm. Could she really be dangerous? Suddenly she opened her eyes, her whole body radiating powerful energy. Zhang Yu unleashed that force at Bing Hong, who panicked. Spirit as a Dharma master, Then he quickly regained composure and countered with his own energy. "Fine, then I'll open your eyes for you. With my iron body," he shouted. Then their opposing energies clashed. After a moment, Bing Hong's energy vanished, but Zhang Yu's giant hands still reached out, terrifying him. "Huh? No effect?" Bing Hong screamed in pain as the giant hands squeezed him tight. "Huh, it hurts. My body's about to be crushed. I can't take it anymore." Bing Hong raised his hand to surrender. "Let go. I give up." The referee raised his hand and announced the result. Zhang Yu from Jiao Viet Martial School won, everyone silently impressed. Zhang Yu exhaled softly after the fight. The crowd below whispered, "That Saint Cat from Jiao Viet Martial School is pretty badass, huh? That spirit power was about level 4 poker chips, such a huge gap." Bing Hong's iron body was almost crushed. Lu Qinghe smiled, watching and evaluating. Not bad at all. Spirit power about 20% of mine." Zhang Yu noticed Lu Qinghe smiling at her. Then she bolted like a scared cat. Lu Qinghe was shocked again. "What, running away? Is she like Wei Lan? She saw me and just dipped, maybe because I looked too fierce?" The referee shouted again. Next was the final match. Because of the crowded venue at Jidao Martial School, Trio Tiem, who had been waiting for this moment, pushed through, annoyed. "Too crowded. Move aside for me." People nearby trembled and stepped back scared. Lu Qinghe from St. Martial University, number 7, had also been waiting there a long time. Jidao, Lu Qinghe finally stepped onto the stage. A senior in the stands watched seriously. Another friend excitedly said, "Great, this match is going to be lit. The earlier fights ended too fast. No fun at all." A hand touched the floor, then Lu Qinghe smoothly jumped onto the ring looking super cool. Little bro, just as you got up, Trio TM jumped up too. Trio TM arrogantly said, Lu Qinghe, according to Rule 32 of the National Martial Arts Tournament, during a match, if you kill your opponent recklessly, in a reasonable context, and make a scary face like a threat, you won't be held responsible? You get what I mean? Lu Qinghe just calmly replied, yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Let's start. The referee quickly ran off. Right. Better stand back or I might get hurt too. All right, I declare the match officially started. Now only two people stand face to face in the ring. Suddenly, Lu Qinghe casually warmed up, saying, yeah, I know you like to ambush. I'll give you time to transform, but my patience won't last long. So hurry up and throw all your best moves. Trio TM roared angrily. You'll regret this. Dark energy radiated from his whole body. That dude Lu Qinghe looked like he was totally soaked in that energy and smiled like he was some kind of badass. He unleashed the dark extreme technique, and dark energy started swirling all around him. Lu Qinghe charged forward, surrounded by that dark aura. Lu Sheng felt it too, and widened his eyes in surprise. Huh, so the folks up in the stands are freaking out just seeing this power, huh? This Lu Qinghe dude went even crazier, screaming like a maniac. But that's not all. His dark extreme technique at the second level kept stretching his body, and his feet started mutating in some seriously weird ways. Lu Sheng calmly raised his hand to block the dark energy. Lu Qinghe's second-level dark extreme form had fully transformed him into some white-haired monster with blank eyes, horns, and a mouth full of fangs. Everyone in the stands freaked out again. Whoa, what kind of soul technique is that? Feels like even a grandmaster wouldn't stand a chance. The pressure is insane. Damn. This is the real Lu Qinghe opening up the dark extreme. Last time he used the first form and wrecked the whole tournament. He's the top dog just below grandmaster level, and now he's hitting the second level. How scary is that? Zhang Nanak watched in shock at the scene. Too strong, but weirdly, it feels like this power isn't coming from Lu Qinghe's aura, but something inside his body. That feeling is just like a mutant beast. Zhao Taiyim and the vice principals were even more shocked and worried. How is that possible? He's giving off an aura similar to a grandmaster. Shit, Lu Sheng's in trouble. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng down on the arena stayed calm, analyzing. Oh, interesting. This power is already stronger than a normal grandmaster's, at least 4 times stronger. But his aura is really strange. Could this be a mutant martial artist? Thinking that, he smirked wickedly. Lu Sheng stood calmly, facing the mutated Lu Qinghe. Meanwhile, Alan and his crew up top arrogantly said, ha ha, Extreme Martial Hall? Why extreme? You're about to see. And Lu Qinghe glanced over at Zhang Nak, who looked confused, and smiled slyly, thinking, can't let you steal all the spotlight. Lu Sheng is yours, Zhang Nak is mine. Heh heh heh. Lu Qinghe then extended his sharp claws. Ha! You better not even think about giving up, or else... He lowered his stance and charged at Lu Sheng, shouting angrily. This dude kept throwing punches while yelling, Dark Extreme Martial Path. A wave of power shot straight at Lu Sheng, who just stood there waiting. The crowd held their breath, watching Lu Qinghe's power. Mr. Kwang Ha looked worried, and quickly told the bodyguards to be ready at any moment to prevent bloodshed and casualties. The bodyguards answered clearly. Lu Qinghe charged like a raging bull, screaming, Lu Sheng, I want you dead. His strike hit Lu Sheng directly. Everyone watching from above was shocked. The force was terrifying. A massive explosion rocked the arena. Alan laughed smugly. Ha ha, looks like Lu Sheng's dead for sure. But before he could gloat, a figure still stood firm in the smoke. Alan jumped up, horrified, shouting, No, no way. Lu Sheng was still smiling after the hit, his whole body emitting a solid, gentle power to block it. His body seemed shielded by an invisible barrier that Lu Qinghe's punch couldn't break. Lu Sheng asked, Is that all? Where's the third level of Dark Extreme? Or some secret martial skill even stronger? Lu Qinghe trembled, speechless. Huh? Lu Sheng stepped closer, glaring. What's up? Done already? Lu Qinghe kept retreating. Lu Sheng dusted off his chest, eyes cold. You call that the Dark Extreme Twin Martial Path? Then this punch of mine. Lu Qinghe was terrified now. No power left around him. His whole body shook, about to say something, but Lu Sheng's fist dropped with a warning. I call this the Violent Star. Lu Qinghe looked tiny standing in front of that fist. He only managed to scream, Huh, before the arena was engulfed in a shockwave of smoke. Alan panicked, shouting, Lu Qinghe. The smoke cleared, revealing Lu Qinghe kneeling before Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng stood coldly. Lu Qinghe's face was bloodied from the punch. Alan gritted his teeth and lunged forward, swinging a punch while yelling, Lu Sheng, how dare you? But 4 figures jumped out, blocking his strike. Lu Sheng's 4 vice principals stopped him just in time. Then both sides jumped back. Zhao Taiyim took off his glasses and coldly asked, Alan, what do you think you're doing? Kwang Ha stepped in to stop things, saying, You're all grandmasters. Don't you fear being laughed at if you start fighting here? Alan helped Lu Qinghe up. unwilling to accept defeat. That brat tried to kill someone, even tried to kill the future star of our extreme martial hall. He deserves to die. Suddenly, Lu Qinghe coughed. Cough, cough. Where's the medics? Hurry and carry me down for treatment. Two medics quickly rushed over with stretchers. Zhao Taiyim stepped forward to calm things. Alan, if Lu Qinghe isn't dead yet, then this matter ends here. No need to make a big deal. As for Lu Sheng, he's hiding behind me, so help him. Alan was furious. Remember this. Yeah. Kuang Ha grabbed the mic again. Then I declare this battle won by Lu Sheng from St. Martial University, number 7. The crowd above buzzed loudly with excitement. Lu Sheng is seriously strong. Zhao Jian used the 2-layered extreme demon strike but couldn't even hurt Lu Sheng. Isn't Lu Sheng supposed to be a grandmaster? But if he's already a grandmaster, then why did he just hide behind the vice principal? Earlier, he only used his spirit energy to block Zhao Jian, still not reaching grandmaster level. I think the head of this tournament is basically confirmed. What comes next is just for show. Lu Sheng is only 18. A demon for sure, but his real strength is insane, already beyond a normal grandmaster standard. Even the demon extreme star couldn't take a single punch from Lu Sheng. Right now, Lu Sheng is stroking his hair and walking with mad confidence. From now on, the era of the extreme twin sons is officially over. Demon King Lu Sheng will dominate the National Martial Arts Tournament. Ha ha! As Lu Sheng walks, Lu Qinghe calls him back. He stands with the other vice principals to reassure him. Lu Sheng, martial arts battles gotta spill blood, but as long as it's not intentional, it's not your fault. Don't overthink it. If you die, you only have yourself to blame for not being sharp enough. The school will help you handle the public pressure. In this world, the extreme martial saint isn't the only 9th level. Lu Sheng exhales deeply, bowing his head. Well, that's a relief. Lu Qinghe is thinking to himself. Someone as strong as Lu Sheng facing a real Grandmaster thief would be scared to truly earn the Grandmaster's respect. Not scared of a Grandmaster? That's 1 in a million. Lu Sheng's got insane talent, but expecting him to have a calm temperament? That's just asking too much. Too bad stepping into the Martial Saint realm isn't just about being excellent, it's a damn shame for Lu Sheng. Seeing Lu Sheng bow his head all serious, Lu Qinghe feels for him, knowing deep down Lu Sheng's soul is already jumping for joy. I'm freaking awesome, just now hiding behind old Zhao and putting on a show. That was pure genius, a high-level art move, damn near godlike. Then he turns away, soon heading to the final plan to have Shilong die by the hands of someone as elite as himself. Watching Shilong rage on the other side, he thinks maybe even lying in a coffin won't stop him from waking up. The 9th match, the semifinals, are about to start. The draw phase, everyone's buzzing with excitement. 4 contestants step up to draw lots. Finally into the semifinals. Huh? One looks pretty old. Deng Yue, 30 years old. The Heaven and Earth Martial Club watches the other opponents and evaluates. But honestly, I'm just lucky to get this far. I can't beat any of them. Inside, he's crying silently, begging the heavens not to make him draw any of them. Ding Qing is a freak. Lu Sheng is the scariest and most unpredictable. Only Zhang Yu is normal. If I get Zhang Yu, that'd be great. Thinking that, Deng Yue's whole body trembles uncontrollably. Then, he tries to act calm, coughing awkwardly. Meanwhile, his soul sneaks a glance at Zhang Yu. Cute face, chill personality, measured attacks, polite after fights, even apologizing if he accidentally hits too hard, like a perfect little angel of the martial world. Shen Du's spirit. Deng Yue sweats bullets looking at his lot, then pumps himself up again. Even though I can't beat those demons and freaks, I've got brains and luck. Lucky me, he obviously drew Zhang Yu. Meanwhile, Zhao Qing draws a lot, his face twisting in pain. Suddenly, a hand lands on his shoulder, telling him it's okay, don't worry, there's still time to buy some accidental insurance. Zhao Qing is genuinely freaked out. Lu Sheng's eyes gleam as he leans in and whispers, if not, I can hook you up with 2 policies. Top-notch reputation. I got a friend who just died yesterday, and the insurance money's already in his family's hands. Zhao Qing sweats bullets, hurriedly brushing Lu Sheng's hand away and running off. Lu Sheng calmly continues, why stress? I'm just kidding. If I kill you, don't you think the Grandmasters at Extreme Martial Club would handle me? That'd be weird. Zhao Qing says arrogantly but can't hide his trembling. Good you know that. And you think I'm some trash like Zhao Jian? Lu Sheng smiles coolly. Then definitely not. He steps closer, darkening his face. I think you're even more trash than little Jian. Then he brushes past Zhao Qing and waves. Catch you later. Zhao Qing, either pissed or scared, mutters Lu Sheng's name in his mind. The sun's high, but the crowd in the stands is still wild. Zhao Qing whispers something to Shilong, making him rage and hiss. Lu Sheng, sooner or later, I'll make you pay. The back and forth between those two is obviously caught by Lu Sheng. He's secretly pleased. Though he talked a lot of trash, the effect wasn't bad. That look like they want to tear me apart but can't do shit means the bait's hooked. To kill Shilong, you gotta have a legit reason that everyone agrees with. Otherwise, everything after will be a disaster. But it's all because I'm not strong enough yet, so I gotta play by their rules. Gotta act right according to what others set. If I were strong enough, I'd ignore all outside opinions, let alone that bastard Shilong. Even if I kill him, you gotta follow the rules set by others. If you're strong enough, you can ignore outside opinions, especially that damn Northern Alliance bastard who deserves to die a million times. Even if I kill him, no one else would have any complaints. The real strong ones are those who can break the rules, make new rules, and exploit the rules. After all, saving the martial path of humanity can't be done by those who just follow the rules blindly. So, I'm not strong enough yet, I gotta keep pushing. Right then, a shout rang out fast. The semi-final match of the 9th round, Lu Sheng versus Lu Qinghe. They fought for over 10 minutes before deciding the winner. Lu Sheng won. Up above, Lu Sheng was catching his breath, gathering strength. Lu Qinghe looked exhausted on the outside, finally done, but secretly smiling inside, proud to keep his face in front of those creepy weirdos. Ha ha, even Schiller thought this match was evenly matched. Very professional, but the next fight might get ugly again. He also noticed the murderous look in Lu Sheng's eyes. The crowd started buzzing again, saying this match was the first one that wasn't dramatic at all. The real hype was Lu Sheng versus Alan. Heard Alan almost had his spine broken by Lu Sheng. Lucky he got emergency treatment in time. Those Lu Sheng brothers deserved it. Every year someone gets beaten so bad by them they're bedridden, completely cut off from the martial path, but thanks to the extreme martial saint path, the rumors got suppressed. Plus, they don't just pull dirty tricks like this. Now karma's biting back. Lu Sheng's beating Alan. I bet Alan will need someone to help him, even just to go to the bathroom later. Ha ha ha. If he ends up crippled, just change his title a bit. Call him Heavenly Cripple Star. That'd be hilarious. Ha ha ha. Walking through the mocking laughs, Alan was stunned. As one of the twin sons of the Extreme Path Martial Hall, above the master level, I've never feared anyone. Only I can make others afraid. That's how it should be. But when did I start feeling scared facing an opponent my age? At the same level? Is this for real? He clenched his teeth hard. While Alan was dazed and slouching, Lu Sheng spoke up. Hey, snap out of it and get ready to take your beating. Alan gritted his teeth, telling himself not to back down. Then he tried to act tough, saying, Hey, I'm telling you, go grab your weapon quick if you want to make it. Or don't blame me for bullying you. Lu Sheng's eyes flashed bright, radiating pressure as he questioned him. You really want to die that bad? The fierce vibe from Alan instantly died out, replaced by panic. Then he started spitting insults. Who, big talk? Step into the ring, I don't believe you're that strong. The referee's announcement rang out fast. The round started. Lu Sheng versus Alan. The crowd went wild again. Alan tried to calm down and analyze how he'd attack. No matter how he planned to strike, I've got a way to dodge. Thinking that, he unleashed his dark power, eyes wide open. Then suddenly that power vanished. Weird, why isn't he attacking? On Lu Sheng's side, it was dead silent. He started sweating, thinking, but he's just standing there, and the air feels like something terrifying is slowly creeping toward me. He's not showing any openings. What now? Alan tried to calm himself, thinking if he won't attack, I'll just go on offense. I won't lose. Can't underestimate myself. Then his feet started moving. Alan used extreme speed to rush at Lu Sheng, aiming to finish this quick. Then a sword appeared in his hand. He used extreme precision, stabbing the sword straight at Lu Sheng's face. The crowd shielded their eyes. It was so blinding. That sword was amazing. Even Lu Sheng's 4 vice principals were impressed. Schiller gasped. Look, but when the smoke cleared, one figure was gone. Alan panicked. What? Where's Lu Sheng? Seeing the cracked crystal staff in his hand, Alan freaked out. His crystal weapon was cracked. Lu Sheng reappeared behind him, smiling. Sorry for breaking your staff, but you're just too slow. Alan spun around quickly, but was horrified again because Lu Sheng vanished once more. Lu Sheng kept circling him, mocking, too slow, too slow, too slow, too slow. Alan got dizzy and dumbfounded. Lu Sheng, appearing from all directions, drove him crazy. Still too slow. His eyes were wide in disbelief. What the hell is wrong with me? Alan painfully grabbed his head and dropped to his knees, questioning himself. I even saw him and still couldn't do anything? The words, too slow, kept ringing in his ears. Alan felt like he was falling into despair, groaning. What now? Suddenly, a hand grabbed his collar from behind. Lu Sheng lifted him up and asked, Are you here to clown around, giving up so early? Alan panicked, looked down, then screamed like crazy. Let me go! Extreme wind. Blue energy burst around him. Alan gritted his teeth, veins popping. Taste the power of wind seal, Lu Sheng coldly asked. What? You call that wind? Then Lu Sheng released his grip on Alan's collar. The energy faded, and he looked around angrily, shouting, Pathetic. Lu Sheng vanished in a blink. Let me show you what real wind is. Alan panicked. Where'd Lu Sheng go? He looked around confused as Lu Sheng spun around him like a tornado. The people upstairs were totally freaked out. What? Could this be some kind of afterimage clone moving so fast it looks like this? Lu Sheng is still moving at lightning speed, and he said, Find me. Touch me. Lu Qinghe was freaking out seeing so many Lu Sheng clones surrounding him. Suddenly, one Lu Sheng whispered into his ear, "Then you'll lose." Even Liu Kaiming and the other vice principals were shocked. He was sweating bullets, realizing that the afterimage was actually a visual residue. When the visual memory hasn't faded yet, the eyes send out signals again. That creates afterimage clones, and producing 5 or 6 clones in a short time is already insane. Lu Sheng's fight was so crazy it was beyond imagination. Lu Qinghe went wild, swinging his sword at those clones. They were all fake, all of them, only one was real, and I'm gonna find him no matter what. He gritted his teeth, yelling like a madman. I'm gonna find him. Ah! Lu Qinghe kept slashing like a maniac. Suddenly, the new moon divine wind reached out with both hands to grab his head. Lu Sheng's face darkened as he spun him around hard. The speed twisted Lu Qinghe's limbs all out of shape, his face all distorted, his arms and legs flopping like freshly wrung-out clothes, looking utterly disgusting. After finishing, Lu Sheng casually said he'd broken all his limbs and 8 ribs. This fight was even with Bai Hengxuan now. Lu Qinghe could only lie on the ground, trembling and writhing like a worm. The referee shouted the result. St. Martial University number 7. Lu Sheng wins. The people upstairs were amazed, saying Lu Sheng was insanely strong. Who could even stand up to him? Zhang Yu's senior brother was worried for his junior sister. Soon Zhang Yu would enter the arena, and he wondered if she'd be okay. Lu Sheng was terrifying. Zhang Yu was visibly tense. Guang Ha spoke loudly into the mic. Next up, Zhang Yu versus Lu Sheng. 12 fighters stepped onto the stage, startling Zhang Yu. Then she raised her hand. I forfeit the match. I admit defeat. I can't win. I'm not up for it. That was it. Everyone was shocked. What? Her eyes met Lu Sheng's. They stared at each other. Then she bolted like crazy. Lu Sheng was confused, wondering, what's wrong with this girl? At that moment, a giant fierce serpent appeared on Zhang Yu's face. Lu Sheng seemed like the source of darkness, a monster lurking in the nightmare of fighting him. She's probably lost it. Bai Hengxuan, now bandaged, happily said, This martial arts tournament ended kinda sloppy, huh? The teacher replied, Yeah. He looked down at Lu Sheng and continued, But so what? No one can beat Lu Sheng. Finally, St. Martial University number 7 took the championship. Our 7 Saints Martial University can finally stop bragging and puffing up like before. Half an hour later, Guang Ha coughed into his hand and announced loudly, This National Student Martial Arts Tournament ended perfectly. Every fighter gave their all, creating some seriously intense battles. Lu Sheng's image appeared on TV, and a cheerful girl said, Whoa, Yang Dian, your boyfriend is so cool. He won the championship in this martial arts tournament. Yang Dian, tying her hair, blushed and corrected. Boyfriend? I said he's just a classmate. But after seeing Lu Sheng looking handsome on TV, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh happily. He. At Lu Sheng's house, excitement was also breaking out. Yeah, Big Bro got first place. Lu Qinghe was overjoyed, shouting, Big Bro won the National Martial Arts Championship. Haha, his parents were just as happy. Mom turned to Dad and said, Call now and book a fancy dinner. Invite all the relatives and friends for a big feast. Dad quickly pulled out his phone, tapping away. Got it. Lu Qinghe pointed and reminded, Wait, the awards ceremony hasn't happened yet. That's the real glorious moment for Big Bro. Oh, right, almost forgot. Let's keep watching. Meanwhile, Zheng Dan was watching Lu Sheng's fight with her friend. Her friend exclaimed, Dan, Lu Sheng is seriously strong now. Zheng Dan replied with some worry, I think it's pretty good. I get to see him often, and I can even text him, though he won't read or reply. Over in the Eastern Military Zone, Qin Shaojun was pumped up, shouting, Damn, that kid Lu Sheng is insane. Sitting down, he marveled. Ha. The master must be thrilled to death. That little bit of mutant marrow I gave him wasn't wasted. Dong Ting Shui suddenly disagreed. Qin Shaojun asked, confused, What do you mean? Lu Sheng graduates college and comes straight to our Eastern Military Zone, right? Didn't we say that from the start? He's not the ungrateful type, Dong Ting Shui calmly explained. Lu Sheng really wouldn't go back on his word, but what if he can't come? Don't forget who's behind St. Martial University number 7. Marshal St. Tan Zhongyu already values Lu Sheng highly, and after this tournament, they'll officially announce Lu Sheng's induction. No matter how prestigious a historian is, they can't compare to a martial saint. Qin Shaojun sighed in frustration. What? I thought I'd be heading to the battlefield with that kid in just a few days. Dong Tin Tuyet looked up at the sky and said, That day will come. Just get ready. District 85 just found a new fault line. It's almost time to head out on a mission. Tan Xiaojun raised his hand in protest after hearing that. What a pain. Just got a few days off and now I gotta go out again. Hey look, Lu Sheng. Suddenly, a panicked voice made Dong Tin Tuyet glance over in surprise. On the big screen, Lu Sheng was seriously pointing and saying, I want a challenge. Lian Zhe, the northern sect master. Tan Xiaojun was confused by this and blurted out, Lu Sheng, What's he trying to do? Just a minute ago, Lu Qinghe, standing beside two disciples, announced, "On behalf of the National Martial Arts Association, I declare, the champion of this year's National Student Martial Arts Tournament is..." Before he could finish, someone interrupted. "Wait a sec." Lu Sheng bowed respectfully and said, "Chairman Lu Qinghe, I have an unreasonable request. I hope you'll agree." Lu Qinghe laughed heartily. "Oh, go ahead." Lu Sheng kept his head down, expression unreadable, and said, "Actually, this tournament." Then he looked up, scanning the crowd loudly. "I came here to sharpen my martial arts skills, to learn from the heroes here. But honestly, I'm disappointed in all of you." As he spoke, he pointed at everyone. Lu Qinghe was stunned. "Huh?" Lu Sheng continued, "None of you made me feel any pressure during the tournament. It's all so dull and boring." Everyone was left confused, not understanding a thing. Even the female vice principal spoke up, puzzled. "What's going on? Does Lu Sheng want to become the punching bag for every martial arts school in the country?" Zhao Taiyi was also a bit baffled. "I don't know. From what I know about Lu Sheng, he's not the type to look down on others or get so full of himself that he forgets who he is." Down below, Lu Sheng added, especially when he pointed firmly in one direction. The Extreme Path Martial School, his finger aimed straight at Lianze North. Lu Sheng started mocking again. "The Extreme Path twin sons they worship are trash. They haven't learned a damn thing from the Extreme Path's legacy. The Extreme Path Martial School is full of fame-hungry opportunists willing to die for glory and profit." These words drove Lianze North mad. His eyes blazed red like a raging bull ready to charge. He slammed his hand on the armrest and demanded, "Kid, what the hell do you mean by that?" Lu Sheng replied calmly, "I don't mean anything bad. I just want to use the strength of the Extreme Path to train my martial skills and break through to Sect Master level. But the Extreme Path twin sons can't even take one hit from me." His gaze sharpened. "So, I want to challenge the top-tier Sect Master Lianze North right here." Everyone watching, either in person or via livestream, gasped, "No way! A level 6 wants to challenge a top-tier Sect Master? Is he nuts? Bro wants to challenge a Sect Master?" Tan Xiaojun couldn't believe it and exclaimed, "Damn, Lu Sheng's seriously defying fate. Balls as big as the sky." Dong Tin Tuyet calmly guessed, "I think I get what Lu Sheng's thinking. He wants to use this Sect Master as the last barrier to break through the final window pane. Through this fight, he'll break through to level 7 Sect Master." At that moment, Lianze North quickly accepted the challenge and leapt down. "Kid, I'll grant your wish." Dong Tin Tuyet smiled and added, "If he pulls it off, Lu Sheng will become the first teenager in our Long Kingdom's history to reach Sect Master before turning 20. Scene shifts to Lu Sheng's arena. Lianze North landed and threatened. "I'm warning you, don't get yourself killed," Lu Sheng replied casually. "Once on the arena, life and death are up to fate. Don't worry, Sect Master." The female vice principal spoke up. "Lu Sheng doesn't have to stubbornly challenge Lianze North. If he wants to borrow Sect Master power to break through, he can just train with one of us." Zhao Taiyi explained, "No, Lianze North is a top-tier Sect Master, plus he's avenging the Extreme Path twin sons. He'll go all out. It makes sense for Lu Sheng to seek him out for a breakthrough." But inside, he couldn't hide his worry. Strangely, Lu Sheng didn't just want a simple Sect Master power breakthrough. Lu Qinghe down below stroked his beard, silently praising Lu Sheng. "This kid deserves to be at this level at his age. His mindset and courage are unmatched." Then he told the two beside him, "Watch closely during the fight. Don't let Lu Sheng get seriously hurt." The other replied, "Don't worry, the Seven Saints really adore Lu Sheng." Haha, and Lianze was still watching and calculating. "No matter how strong this kid is, he's still only level 6. I've been a Sect Master for over 20 years. How dare he? I'll use my powers to crush this freak." Lu Qinghe stroked his beard and said, "If no one objects, let's begin. Keep it moderate. Stop if it gets out of hand." Lu Sheng finally smiled with satisfaction. "I've been holding back for a long time. Forget borrowing power to break through. Forget the pressure of life and death." Lianze North quickly unleashed his aura and shouted arrogantly, "Kid, you ready? Get ready to feel the pressure of a Sect Master." Lu Sheng thought, "It's all just a game to me. I just want..." Lianze North, unaware of the disaster about to hit him, threw his head back and yelled. His body started to mutate, his clothes cracking as scales began to grow. Lu Sheng stood before that and thought. Lu Sheng didn't even realize the disaster about to hit him as he threw his head back and screamed. Mutation! His whole body started to change, his clothes cracking open to reveal scales growing all over. Lu Sheng stood in front of that and thought, "I just want to go all out in a life or death fight with you." Ending that thought, Lu Sheng charged at him with eyes blazing like a demon. Lu Qinghe was turning a sick shade of green and looked up in shock. "Oh, a saint's first strike." Lu Sheng got right up in his face, cool as hell, and said, "You want to invite the Lians to die?" His eyes lit up with madness as he kept throwing down all 3 moves from the Divine Ming King's pressure points. He focused all his power into one punch, like a star exploding with force. The combo of moves was called the Divine Shock Technique. Lu Sheng charged non-stop without blinking. Lu Qinghe was genuinely terrified, speechless. This was like facing the sun itself. All he could do was stand frozen and take the disaster meant just for him. A massive force descended like divine punishment, and Lu Qinghe couldn't dodge it. Liu Kaiming felt the power and freaked out. He jumped toward the arena, shouting, "I gotta stop him!" But the force slammed down on the figure. Rocks and dirt exploded everywhere, causing a huge blast that shot outward. When the smoke cleared, only a leg was left. Looking closer, Lu Sheng's punch had taken off both legs above the knees. Liu Kaiming was too late. "Lu Sheng, you sneaky bastard," he thought as Lu Sheng opened his mouth. "What's up, big master? You want to fight me too?" His eyes showed pure, crazy bloodlust. Liu Kaiming was stunned silent. This punk just killed a top-level 7th-rank master, and now he wanted to challenge an 8th-rank grandmaster like him? From above, Minton looked down and said, "Lu Qinghe's dead, and his body's gone." Then he realized something. No way. Lu Sheng didn't want to use the Grandmaster's pressure. He just wanted to fight a Grandmaster. The guys below were terrified. Is he really just rank 6? Minton slammed his hand on the railing. I get it now. Finally, I know what Lu Sheng's up to. From the start, Lu Sheng wanted to face off against the Martial Saint. He broke out in cold sweat. The image of Lu Sheng standing against the Martial Saint flashed in his mind. Lu Sheng looked up at Minton and thought, "Teacher Minton, looks like you finally get it. This is just my true heart." After Lu Sheng's strike, Lu Qinghe was left with only 2 legs. Liu Kaiming was stunned too. Could it be that Lu Sheng planned this from the start? He's not even 19 yet. And he already took down a top-level 7th-rank master in a blink. Unpredictable as hell. Lu Sheng was still in a punching stance, not satisfied yet, but Liu Kaiming just said, "I'll report this to the Extreme Path Martial Hall and to Grandmaster Dan Zhongyu. You handle it yourself." After saying that, he turned to leave. Lu Sheng watched him go, smiling, thinking, looks like he's not going to step in. I thought I'd get a sense of how big the gap is between me and an 8th-rank grandmaster. Too bad. Suddenly, a hand grabbed his arm. Minton hurriedly urged, "Come on, come with me down the mountain." Pulling him along, he said urgently, "I'm taking you straight to the 7th Saint Martial University to meet the Martial Saint. You went way too far this time. Lu Qinghe wasn't just any grandmaster. That guy is, I know," Lu Sheng replied calmly. "He's the Martial Saint's brother-in-law." "Stop right there," Minton shouted in panic. "You knew and still dared to do this? Nobody but Dan Martial Saint can protect you now." Lu Sheng shrugged his wrist and said, "Thanks, Professor Minton, but I don't need your help this time." Minton was pissed at this stubborn student and scolded him. "Are you crazy? Even if you're not scared, what about your family? What about your friends? You're still young, Lu Sheng. Some things you can't just act on impulse, or you'll regret it later. Hurry before your family hears the news and it's too late." He turned to leave, but Lu Sheng stood silent. He spoke up. "Yeah, if my family hears, it'll be too late. So, Professor, I'm not going with you." Minton gasped, realizing Lu Sheng's resolve. He sighed helplessly and said, "All right, I get it. I'll wait for you in the capital. Need me to see you off?" Lu Sheng passed by and said, "No need." Looking down the long stairway, Lu Sheng smiled and said, "Let's see how fast a grandmaster really is." Then he shot down at lightning speed. Minton watched, shocked. "Lu Sheng, what level have you even reached?" Meanwhile, at the high-speed train station, Lu Sheng's family was super worried. Mom kept asking, "How much longer?" Dad checked his watch and said, "Half an hour. That's the earliest train." Manhwa was just as restless. The live broadcast cut off right when his brother challenged the Grandmaster. Nobody knew what happened next. Mom was on the verge of tears, urging, "Can it be any faster? There's no earlier train. What if something happens to Tio Than? What am I supposed to do?" Dad turned to Kanhua. "Tio Hoa, please calm Mom down. I believe my son will be fine." She was startled. "Really?" But just as worried inside. "What should I do? He even wants to fight a grandmaster, and a 7th rank one at that. The provincial governor Ha Bin Nam came to our house last time. That's a grandmaster." She thought of her brother and panicked, but tried to stay calm and comfort her mom. "Mom, don't worry too much. My brother." Before she could finish, Kanhoa's phone rang sharply. She answered, her face tense. Her brother just said he'd be there soon, then relaxed a bit. "Oh, so that's how it is. All right." Mom and Dad were super worried, asking, "Is that little saint calling? How's it going?" Lu Qinghe immediately pointed at the phone and said, "It's all good. They said the signal on the mountain was unstable earlier, and the live broadcast on TV got cut off. The fight with the sect master was just part of the tournament script. The tournament was arranged, and my little sister said she was already at a disadvantage, so why stir up trouble with the sect master?" Mom finally relaxed a bit and said, "Oh, so that's what's going on." Then she grabbed the phone and said with a long sigh, "Who else scares people like you do? You don't know how worried we were." "What? You're about to go on stage to get an award? Then we won't bother you anymore. You better come home in 2 days so Mom can see you. And don't forget to apologize to that sect master, got it? Even if it's all staged, those words still sting." Hello? Silence for a moment, then Mom pointed at the phone and said, "That kid already hung up." Dad scolded her lovingly. "You're overthinking it. Little Saint will be fine." Lu Qinghe still sounded a bit doubtful. "It's weird. The tournament is super strict. I haven't heard of any staging. Really strange, whatever, just let it be." Then the three of them happily headed back home. Once home, they had to drink a few shots to calm their nerves. Oh man, don't forget to return the tickets. The handling fee isn't cheap. That's enough to buy some snacks for the old man. Why keep doubting? Being safe and sound is already lucky. They didn't know someone was watching them from a dark corner. The guy in the hat was observing and making a call. "They're heading home. Keep following. Polite as always. If we took the money, of course we'll handle this properly. Say more, and this deal's off. Got it. You're busy, sir." After that, the guy checked Lu Sheng's info. The northern sect master of the martial arts extreme path died, killed by Lu Sheng, the 7th martial saint of Martial Saint University. He thought to himself, "Damn. Unpredictable 19 years old and already killed a sect master." Lu Sheng, elsewhere, was checking his phone and muttering. With Master Zhao and Master Yu helping out, their safety shouldn't be an issue. A while later, he showed up in front of a technician's shop. He recalled what Zhao Taiyan said. "Do you know who the northern sect's Lian Tuo's sister is? Aren't you afraid the Lian family will seek revenge?" Lu Sheng stepped in and said, "Scared? Yeah, I'm scared. But I'm even more scared of losing everything I've got. Some things you can't do without fear. I'm more scared of living the rest of my life under their hateful stares." His eyes suddenly lit up. At that moment, Lu Sheng arrived at the entertainment club, Top Sheng Tian, room number 8. He immediately used his perception to scan the surroundings, peeking inside the club. In room 8, he saw a few shadows sitting there. Lian Ya sat with her head in her hands, saying, "My father is dead." The bodyguard next to her panicked. "What? Who killed Sectmaster Lian?" Lian Ya clenched her teeth, not speaking but signaling to hurry back. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go." She grabbed the door handle with a tight grip. Opening the door, Lian Ya saw someone outside and asked in surprise, "Who are you?" Lu Sheng's eyes gleamed as he said, "Hey Lian Ya, your father, the northern sect master, wants to see you. Let me take you to him." Meanwhile, outside the city, a villa nestled in the mountains, someone shook a glass of wine and asked, "You said my brother Lian Zebei is dead?" A woman in red darkened her face. "If the person calling Lian Zebei brother is here, she must be Lian Tuo's sister." The bodyguard knelt down, bowed his head, and said, "Sect Master Lian led the team in the National Student Martial Arts Tournament. After it ended, someone challenged him, and Sect Master Lian was killed on the spot by Lu Sheng from Martial Saint University." Lian Tuo went crazy, standing up to argue, "No way, no way. With my brother's calm and steady nature, how could he accept a challenge from another sect master? You think I'm stupid?" The bodyguard was terrified. Lu Sheng killed Sect Master Lian. He's a level 6 martial artist. When Lian Tuo heard this, the glass in her hand shattered. She radiated murderous intent, frowning. "What? Level 6? You think this is a joke?" The bodyguard immediately dropped to his knees, hurriedly explaining, "Madam, please calm down. Let me finish." After Lu Sheng's strike, he suddenly broke through to level 6 sect master, so that's why Lian Tuo laughed like a madwoman, throwing the wine glass and sighing. "Ha ha ha! I told you, level 6 martial artist." Then she knelt down, crying and laughing, holding her face, wondering, how could my brother be killed by a level 6 martial artist? Turns out he's a genius martial artist. Ha ha ha. Then Lian Tuo regained her composure. "If that's the case, then please do me a favor. Kill him." Her eyes showed pure cruelty, making the bodyguard even more terrified. "No, madam. Sect Master Lian was killed during an official duel. That's martial arts code. You can't take out your grudge on him." Lian Tuo grabbed his shirt, furiously questioning, "What about my brother? Are you just gonna let him die unjustly? Die unjustly?" Then she pulled out her phone, laughing like a madwoman. "He's dead. Ha ha ha. Fine, fine. You won't help me? Fine, then don't blame me." Lian Tuo's face twisted into a terrifying grimace. Meanwhile, outside the school, the kids were happily leaving class. Fu Jianming stood nearby, watching the kids laughing. Suddenly, he zoned out, staring in one direction. One kid was laughing happily, and he saw an image of his daughter. Suddenly, the girl opened her eyes and noticed his gaze. The kids panicked. "Ah, that's the crazy old man. Let's go fast. Watch out, he's gone mad and might catch us." Fu Jianming bent down to pick up some recyclables. Suddenly, the kids bumped into someone. Lu Sheng cracked a friendly smile, then stepped up to Alan and called out, "Alan, I'm here to collect what you owe me." Lu Sheng's cheerful tone caught Alan off guard. He tossed the bag down at Alan's feet and said, "I brought the item you needed. Take a look and see if it's right." "Ah, yeah, they said you can't insult a grandmaster. Even if you die, your body can't be chopped up like pork." Alan was stunned, sat down, and reached for the bag. Alan unzipped it, and light slowly spilled out. Lu Sheng continued, "So there was no other way. I had to bring you Lian Ya's head." At the same time, Alan saw someone's head inside the bag. Then Lu Sheng pulled out a photo of a family of 4. "Here, take this." Compared to the head, Alan was even more shocked seeing the photo. He reached out with both hands, eyes watering, then hugged the picture close with deep respect. Tears streamed down Alan's face as he bowed to Lu Sheng, saying, "Thank you. Thanks, man. Thanks." Lu Sheng just waved and turned away. After a moment, he contacted Zhao Taiyin. "Vice Principal, I'm done with the job." Lu Sheng was standing on a rooftop, staring at the sun. Zhao Taiyin replied from the other end, "Then hurry back. I've already told Grandmaster Shilong that Dan Wusheng will officially take you as a disciple and agreed to shield you from all the pressure from the extreme martial sect. You just need to." Lu Sheng fell silent and said, "Vice Principal, I'm not coming back." "Lu Sheng, what do you mean?" Zhao Taiyin was shocked. Lu Sheng added, "You're probably in your office, right? I remember your office has a huge floor-to-ceiling window. Looking through it, you can probably see that thing." Zhao Taiyin turned to look. On his glasses appeared the high tower. He frowned. Lu Sheng went on, "Vice Principal, do you know what I want to do after becoming a martial saint? One day, when I become a martial saint, I'll break the high tower and make everyone chant my real name." Zhao Taiyin grabbed his phone, sweating bullets, and asked Grandmaster Shilong, "What about this?" Shilong replied, "If he refuses, then let it be." Stroking his beard, he added, "Don't feel regret. He has his own path, just different from ours. Though childish and ridiculous, it's been a long time since I met a martial arts junior this interesting. Haha." Looking out, he sighed. Zhao Taiyin put his hand on his chest and bowed his head, as if defending Lu Sheng. "Master, Lu Sheng pissed off the Lian family of the extreme martial sect for us. With Lian Su's personality, you know she won't let it slide." Shilong said, "If it's Lu Sheng's choice, he knows the consequences and must bear them. But you're right. Here's what we'll do. Have Hua Yu protect his family. She might be able to guard Lu Sheng's family of 3. As for the rest, no more words." After the reminder, Shilong stepped outside. Zhao Taiyin was still bowed, thinking, breaking the high tower. "Lu Sheng, I can only help you this far." Outside, Lu Sheng was still staring up at the high tower, saying, "The consequences of refusing the martial saint? At first, I didn't even choose to reject Governor Ha Bingnan's kindness. Now I'm refusing Martial Saint Dan Zhongyu, who's 1,000 times above Ha Bingnan. It really takes guts. Under the Martial Saint's hand, I can only become the second Martial Saint. What I want is to surpass Martial Saints, have absolute power to level everything. Then, when I raise my hand, I'll truly flip the world upside down." His hand reached toward the sun above the high tower. That night, in a house, a figure looked out the window. It was a Lian Su woman wearing thin clothes, silently staring out. Zhao Ji walked in and asked, "Did you send Trang Kui already?" She turned calmly and said, "That bastard killed 2 of our Lian family." Her eyes went wild. Lian Zebei was just a useless grandmaster. His death didn't matter. But Lian Ya was the last heir of this family. Zhao Ji calmly said, "Lian Ya still has some children. You should know better than me." She retorted, "Then why would anyone want to wipe out the Lian family? Why can't I send Trang Kui to kill that guy?" Lian Su grew more agitated. One was her older brother, the other her nephew. No matter how distant, they're still her blood. She's just a woman wanting revenge for them. They didn't even get a whole body in death. It's brutal, Zhao Ji said. "I'm not blaming you. Trang Kui's strong, but still a bit inexperienced. She might not finish this." Lian Su panicked and asked, "Is that bastard really that strong?" Zhao Ji explained, "He's Dan Zhongyu's man. The Martial Saint will definitely send people to protect him. As long as Ming Yu Tang casually sends people, and it's Lu Sheng, Trang Kui's got no chance." Suddenly, she grabbed Zhao Ji's shoulder and leaned close. "Then help me send more people, higher ranked." He held her waist tighter and said, "No need. I already sent 12 shadow assassins with Trang Q. With them there, you'll get the result you want." Nu Mi looked up. "So you still care about me?" Then leaned in close to Zhao Ji's lips. Suddenly, Zhao Ji pushed her away and said, "Of course I'll help you, but next time don't just hand out extreme martial sect secrets to Trang Q." Lian Su watched and asked, "So what if I did?" "No need. I already sent 12 shadows with Lu Qinghe. With them there, we'll definitely get the result you want." Alan looked up. "So that means you still care about me?" Then leaned in close to kiss Liu Kaiming. Suddenly, Liu Kaiming pushed her away and said, "Of course I'll help you, but last time you recklessly passed the secret extreme path manual to Lu Qinghe." Luke To watched and explained, "So what if I did? Besides that, how the hell am I supposed to get the Lu Sheng master of the Extreme Way Martial Hall to work for me? You didn't give me anything else besides that," he replied coldly. He didn't want this to happen again. Then I just plopped down on the ground like I was losing my mind. Ha ha ha. You could even hear her savage laughter from outside the house. Ha ha ha. Cut to the next day at Tam Kwai Airport. A girl wearing dark sunglasses and headphones appeared. She was dressed super stylish. She was dragging her suitcase and talking on the phone. "I just finished the mission. Is it really that urgent?" This girl's name is Bang Hawai Nok, sent to protect the Lu Sheng family. "What? She's not even 19 and already killed a Lu Sheng master?" That's insane. She's even more badass than Hin Nagok Tung back in the day. Our Min Nagok Hall is about to get another hotshot. Bang Hoi Nagok was checking info on her phone and muttering. Hearing the voice on the other end, she suddenly panicked. What? Refusing Marshal St. Dam Trung Nuke? And killing the Lian family too? Then arrogantly challenging them all alone. This chick's nuts. Then why the hell am I even going there? The voice replied. The Marshal Saint can't take her as a disciple, but he doesn't want to see such a promising seed die. Her opponent is a Trang Q from the Extreme Way Martial Hall, solid 8th level power, so don't miss this chance. She answered, not too worried since it's not much compared to her. Alright, got it. Meanwhile, at the Lu family home, night had fallen, and the lights were blazing bright. Lu Qinghe pushed the door open and shouted, I'm home. Everyone looked surprised. Lu Qinghe's sister, Lu Kanhoa, came over happily. You're finally home. Mom and Dad were about to lose it. Mom looked happy inside but showed irritation on her face and asked, didn't you say you'd be here by 1? It's already late. Dad stepped in to calm things down. Honey, why say so much? As long as he's home safe, that's what matters. Then he turned to his son and said, come here and have a few drinks with me. Lu Qinghe replied cheerfully, yes, I'm coming. Then he tossed his fully loaded backpack to Lu Kanhoa to carry. She frowned. I'm a girl, you know. He just shrugged. So what? Well, you gonna carry it or not? There's even a gift for you inside. Hearing the word gift, Lu Kanhoa brightened up. Ha ha. Fine then. Lu Qinghe ruffled his sister's hair. Isn't that good enough? Lu Kanhoa stubbornly spun around and ran off, shouting back, now I get why you can't find a girlfriend. With that attitude, you deserve to be single. Lu Qinghe just looked confused. Mom chimed in, since you're 19 now, it's time to find a girlfriend. Otherwise, you'll keep fighting and killing all day. He just scratched his head and laughed. Oh Mom, I'm only 19, still got time. What's for dinner tonight? I'm starving. Ha ha. Suddenly, he sensed a presence outside, then went to the door and said, Mom, someone's here. I'll be out for a bit. You guys start eating. I'll be back soon. Mom reminded him, we're having braised pork and chicken wings. It'll be ready in 15 minutes. You better come back quick, or the food will get cold. Lu Qinghe's eyes sharpened as he replied, yes, 15 minutes is enough. A moment later, he stepped into the quiet garden. Then Lu Qinghe said, thanks for sticking with me all the way. Behind a tree, a figure appeared. The figure stepped out and clasped his hands. Just doing my duty, no need to be polite. He was sweating inside, thinking, this kid just killed a famous Lu Sheng master this morning. I bet his hands still thirst for blood. Plus he feels like a rare beast on the battlefield. Lu Qinghe turned back cheerfully. When you get back, please thank Master Du for me. Tell him I agree with his plan. It'll be done soon. The other guy nodded. Of course. Then vanished into thin air. Lu Kanhoa came out too, waving and calling, hey, what are you doing out there? Come eat already. Lu Qinghe started walking in while activating his energy, his spirit force spreading around. Within 100 miles, there was no sign of any masters. Looks like no one's coming tonight. Seeing him dawdle, Lu Kanhoa urged, hurry up, geez. A week passed quickly. Bang Hoi Ngok was sitting inside a tea house sipping water and saying, what's up with Thong Koi Tin? A whole week and he still hasn't shown. If he keeps this up, I can't stay here forever. He should have been here 4 or 5 days ago. Could an 8th level master really be that flaky? She looked out the window and saw someone stepping out of the shop. He told the guy in the car, boss, Bang Hoi Ngok, ranked 13th in Min Ngok Hall, is inside. The other guy said, no need. This must be the Trang Q sent by Alien 2 to deal with Lu Qinghe. He grinned wickedly. A week ago, maybe. But now, no. The driver smiled flatteringly. Congrats, boss. On breaking through to Grand Lu Sheng level. Let's head straight to Lu Qinghe's neighborhood. Yes, sir. The car sped off. Lu Qinghe was sitting cross-legged inside, meditating. He opened his eyes and smiled with satisfaction. Lam Min had been waiting a long time. This aura, it's a Grand Lu Sheng. Bang Hoi Ngok, drinking water. Noticed the car outside. She jumped up in alarm. It's Trang Q. A few figures were running behind him. Bang Hoi and Jock quickly spoke into her headset. Damn, the Extreme Way Martial Hall's Shadow Disciples are here. This is gonna get messy. Even though the Shadow Disciple's 7th level power was forcibly boosted by the Martial Saint's secret technique, he's still not a Lu Sheng master. She lifted her sword but then ran off. If she relied on the battle tactics personally created by the Extreme Way Martial Saint, it's Lu Qinghe. Behind him, a few figures were running after. Wei Lan hurriedly whispered into the earpiece. Damn, the shadows from the Extreme Martial Hall are involved. This is gonna get messy. Even though the level 7 strength of the shadows was forcibly boosted by the Martial Saint's secret method, they're still not grandmasters. She lifted her sword but then ran off. If they rely on the battle tactics created by the Extreme Martial Saint himself, 24 shadows might have a chance to kill a grandmaster, taking one down before dealing with the rest. She said this while rushing forward with her sword, chasing the shadows. Suddenly, crackling noises came through her earpiece. Wei Lan gasped. What did you say? They sent 20 shadows? At that moment, she was surrounded by a fresh wave of shadows. The car screeched to a halt, and a figure stepped out. Lu Qinghe stepped down with a sinister smile, dark energy instantly radiating around him. Wei Lan panicked and slid back, thinking, damn, Lu Qinghe. She lowered her gaze, glancing at him standing in front of Lu Sheng's house. Wei Lan worriedly said, this isn't good. From the other side came a question. Wei Lan, what's wrong? Wei Lan replied, Lu Qinghe, he's reached Grandmaster level. Both fell silent. Lu Qinghe stood there, exuding an aura of dominance, adjusting his sleeves as he muttered, I am Thong Koi Tin, one of the 28 constellations shadowing the extreme martial saint for 20 years, stuck at top level 7, unable to break the heaven and earth twin bridges to ascend Grandmaster. But now, I finally waited long enough. Blood condensed. Lu Qinghe clasped his hands, his face twisted into a savage grin. Invisible heavenly bridges opened, channeling heaven and earth. A dark power radiated from him, enveloping the surrounding space. Is this what it feels like to enter Grandmaster territory? He raised his hand to catch the streetlight's glow. It seemed like he could grasp the light, the beam transforming into a tangible object in his palm. Lu Qinghe now held the light like a weapon, his eyes blazing red with excitement, shouting, this feeling is freaking awesome. Thanks to Lu Sheng, if he hadn't pissed off the Martial Saint's wife, I wouldn't have gotten the Martial Saint's secret manual. That's how I broke my chains. The light in his hand morphed into a sword. He gripped the sword and approached Lu Sheng's house, smirking arrogantly. I heard Lu Sheng is a teenage grandmaster. Even Ming Jade Hall mobilized forces because of him. Such a promising sapling, I'll pluck it myself. Suddenly, footsteps appeared with a voice. What's up? Lu Sheng had already appeared under the streetlight, asking, did the Lian family send you here? Lu Qinghe replied, oh, the genius teen shows himself. Then he ordered his men, go to his house first. Remember, the Martial Saint's wife specifically wants to see his head. The two shadows nodded. Yes, ma'am. But the two shadows flew past Lu Sheng. Lu Qinghe swung his sword and shouted, come on, show me your opponent here. But as he got close, Lu Sheng suddenly vanished, shocking him, disappeared. Lu Sheng had already appeared in front of one shadow. A streak of light cut through the air. Instantly, the shadow's head dropped to the ground before Lu Sheng's raised hand. Yet he stood among a crowd of shadows, sneering. Is that all? Except for higher blood power, your Grandmaster stance is as thin as paper. You guys call yourselves Grandmasters? Lu Qinghe snapped his fingers, showing arrogance. If we met under different circumstances, maybe I'd choose to be your friend. Lu Sheng glared, radiating killing intent. I never make friends with the dead. Lu Qinghe smirked, amused by the cocky talk. Just a small-time Grandmaster who just leveled up. He stepped forward, slammed his sword down to form a formation, shouting, as a Grandmaster level 8, I'm the mountain and earth. Trees under my pressure break apart. Even the firmly nailed utility poles snap like the sun and moon. Then everything flew up with his momentum. After showing off, Lu Qinghe arrogantly said, can't wait any longer. I want you to feel the power of a Grandmaster level 8. Lu Sheng coldly said, after watching the show. His eyes widened and shone brightly. Lu Sheng used the Trin Tai Von Tun, a powerful formation. The shadows panicked. What is that? We can't move. Lu Sheng continued counting. 2. As his sharp power sliced the shadows into pieces. Seeing the parts fall made Lu Qinghe panic. What the hell? The remaining shadows were all killed by him. Lu Sheng's eyes glowed fiercely. He kept counting. 3. Suddenly, behind him appeared a fierce beast, opening its jaws like it wanted to swallow Lu Qinghe. He fearfully said, What? What is this? Though trembling, he still kept his mouth shut. Ha, don't think you can scare me. I'm different from them. I'm a Grandmaster level 8. Then his eyes suddenly grew serious. He stared in horror at the hand that had reached his chest. Lu Sheng pressed close to Lu Qinghe and coldly counted 4. I'm different from them. I'm an 8th level Grand Sect Master. Then his eyes suddenly got serious. He stared in horror at his hand that had touched his chest. Lu Sheng pressed close to Trang Kui and coldly counted to 4. He's seriously freaking out now, wondering inside, how the hell is this even possible? An explosion goes off, clearing his name after 20 years, finally waiting for this day to come. He just barely brushed past and already made a huge hole right through Trang Kui's body. He drops to his knees. No way. Watching his body slowly dissolve, he wonders, aren't I supposed to be a Grandmaster? Then his body vanishes into thin air. Lu Sheng also wonders, this is a Grandmaster, but I don't even care to say more. I'm a god. Meanwhile, on the street, a mother and her kid are holding hands walking back from the market. The kid is humming as she walks. La 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 la. Suddenly, she spots something and gasps in surprise. She points at Bang Huai Nagak and shouts, Mom, look at that woman. She looks like some idiot from a soap opera. Meanwhile, she's staring up dumbfounded. His eyes grow more and more unbelieving. Is this some kind of dream? looking like a dumbass in a soap opera. Meanwhile, she was staring up all dazed. His gaze grew more and more unbelieving. Is this for real or just a dream? Something's off up in the air. Then Lu Sheng appears, radiating a fierce aura. This is Lu Sheng. His bony, gaunt hand slowly starts to dissolve in midair. Lu Sheng looks down and wonders, so, this is an 8th level Grandmaster? Nah, feels way too weak. Not even half as strong as Kwang, huh? He guesses it's probably some unorthodox breakthrough, using some kind of dark arts to forcibly boost body and mind. But honestly, I probably could crush a normal 8th level Grandmaster already, which is kinda surprising. Then Lu Sheng looks at his hand, satisfied. He hasn't even used the Grandmaster's void-shattering martial skill yet, and his spiritual power still needs to be fully tapped. He's wasted resources before, only realizing how insanely powerful spiritual energy can be when in warrior god mode. Then he activates his senses and feels something Bang Hoi Ngok has caught his eye. Looks like she's here to help. There's one thing she can assist with. While Bang Hoi Ngok is dazed, a worried voice calls from the other end. Hoi Ngok, what are you doing? Can you hear me? She snaps back. Ah, I'm on the line, just asking. Freaking scared out of my mind. You're at the target's place already? What's the situation? Hoi Ngok falls silent for a moment, then replies, it's bad. The other side quickly concludes, is that so? No other way then. Facing an 8th level Grandmaster is really hopeless. Stay optimistic. Go back and help Lu Sheng's family with the funeral arrangements. Bang Hoi Ngok quickly denies it. You got it wrong, I meant. She's from the Jidao Martial Hall. It's brutal. Lu Sheng wiped out Grandmaster Tranquei and 12 shadow disciples in 3 breaths. No one left standing. The other side can't believe it, exclaims. What? Suddenly Bang Hoi Ngok panics. Wait, it sounds like Lu Sheng's saying something. Lu Sheng looks straight at her and points. Hey, could you help clean the floor a bit? The person on the other end is a martial saint, looking up and asking, Sir, did you hear that? The martial saint's eyes darken. Lu Sheng's getting more interesting by the minute. Fast forward 3 days, the sun's high in the sky. Lu Sheng's still inside, thinking quietly. It's been 3 days, and Jidao Martial Hall hasn't sent anyone else. Suddenly his phone rings with a sharp beep. He picks up. Hello, Vice Principal Zhao. Zhao Tai speaks quietly. It's all good now. Marshal St. Dam has clearly told me that the Jidao Martial Hall issue is settled. They won't bother you anymore. At least that's how it looks. Lu Sheng, surprised, asks back. Damn Marshal Saint stepped in to mediate? Zhao Tai replies, not sure. But from what I know about Marshal Saint, sending people from Ming Jade Hall to help you once is already pushing it. Then he reminds, no other business? Want to come to the Kyoto headquarters to get your Grandmaster certification? Being a young Grandmaster is a huge honor. Lu Sheng says, I'll wait until next time I get my diploma, then we'll talk. Vice Principal, if anything comes up, just call me. After hanging up, Lu Sheng's face shows surprise as he realizes the woman earlier wasn't here to clean the house. Haha, then he's confused again. But no way. Usually after small fights come bigger ones, and after big fights come even bigger ones. Jidao Martial Hall's revenge should be brutal. Suddenly, another call comes in. Lu Sheng's shocked. Master Yu, he quickly answers. Hello, Master Yu. Oh. Turns out Master Yu arranged this. On the other end, Doofy Y replies, Kid, you're impressive. Not even 20, and you've killed a bunch of Grandmasters. Even took down Thong Koi Tin, one of Jidao's 28 stars. I slapped you once before, don't hold a grudge. Lu Sheng's amazed at how fast this info spreads. How does the military department know so fast? He laughs. Haha, you scared the Watchers stiff. How could I not know you killed an 8th level Grandmaster? You're a demon. Lu Sheng explains briefly, that guy used some forbidden arts to force a breakthrough, so his real strength wasn't much. This time the military department forced Jidao Martial Saint to compromise, so they must pay a heavy price, right? Dufai Y purses his lips, silent for a moment, then replies, yeah, definitely, but not as bad as you think. Don't stress. The military department handles cases like yours every year. Lu Sheng, did you know? The 3 martial saints, still alive in Long Nation, none come from the military department. Lu Sheng stays silent for a bit, then he asks again, you get what I mean? Who knew you'd make him cough up blood in one sentence? I get it. Don't worry. Once I become a martial saint, I'll definitely promote you, Master. Goodbye. Ending the call, he smiles, thinking this outcome's way better than he imagined. After this Jidao Martial Hall incident, I'm officially considered family by the military department. Huang saw 100 battles through golden armor, unbroken through the ages. The military department is the real man's playground. Suddenly, he spots a roll of fabric on the floor. Ah, Tranquei used this forbidden technique? Then he casually tosses it into the contemptuous storage box. Meaningless. In the dream space, just use brainlight to find 100,000 loopholes. Trash. Then he closes his eyes. Been a while, Lu Sheng steps back into the dream space. Passing by zombies, he waves and laughs. No fighting today. Everyone take a break. Then he places his hand on a stone, following the old rules, checking personal info first. Walking past the zombies, he waves and jokes. No fights today, everyone's got a day off. Then he places his hand on a rock, following the old rules, checking the personal info first. Right away, those info panels popped up right in front of him. Name, Lu Sheng. Gender, age, lifespan, martial path. From 297 years and 6 months to 657 years and 2 months. Martial strength, super level 9 martial artist. Life experience, extraordinary heavenly realm. Won first place at the National Student Martial Arts Tournament. Killed the Northern Sect Grandmaster of the Extreme Martial Arts Pavilion. Took down a B-rank Grandmaster of the Extreme Martial Arts Pavilion in a flash. Joined the army the same year. Eastern Division, promoted to Grandmaster rank at age 25. Reached Martial Saint rank 9 at age 40. Killed the Extreme Martial Saint at Mount Martial Saint at age 50. The same year, fought and defeated the super-level Martial Saint twice in the Martial Saint Council. At 60, traveled across countries, defeated all level 9 fighters worldwide, earning the title of the strongest under the blue sky. 3,000 years in martial arts, one of the top 10 outstanding martial saints. Made huge contributions to discovering the path to level 10 martial arts. After reading the info for a while, Lu Sheng smiled with satisfaction. This time, living up to 300 years, this is definitely the highest lifespan in current history. Being a super level 9 martial artist means stronger than a level 9 martial saint, but the level 10 path is still not fully unlocked. As a pioneer, sooner or later, I'll truly step into level 10. Last time, the level 10 path opened after 3,000 years. This life, the level 10 path will be opened by Lu Sheng. When the path ahead opens, whether I take the Fire Tribe resource cache or not won't matter. Then, countless martial arts geniuses will bravely advance, inspired to create even more dazzling martial arts techniques. His gaze sharpened gradually. Killing the extreme martial saint is just his style. The losses I've suffered, I'll take back sooner or later. Done. He started tapping on the text on the screen, checking permissions, evaluating character history. 7-star Fire Tribe resource cache unlocked. Good. This time I can unlock the level 8 Grandmaster Realm martial arts. Then he called up the system. The system retrieved the next martial art, 7-star body refinement technique, natural breathing method, crystal water fist technique. Lu Sheng was about to study all 3 martial arts carefully. Standing among the 3, he yawned. The high-level martial art of 7-star body refinement is the 7-star immortal body technique. The 7-star immortal body technique is a blue-colored martial art manual. Turns out this is the core of the inheritance from level 6 to level 7. The most important thing is to condense martial will, fuse the essence, then return it to the body to upgrade the body by 1 level. Moreover, going from level 7 to level 8 requires even deeper demands, not just martial will, but a strong body that can smash the ground, powerful blood energy, condense blood energy into a pill, turning a mortal into an immortal. Martial will can condense like a spear or sword, opening a bridge between heaven and earth, connecting nature. Martial will tempers every inch of flesh on the body. Every move, every step contains the immense power of heaven and earth. Damage far surpasses level 7. That's the biggest difference between level 7 and level 8. Zhang Kui lacked this point. He pushed his body to grow fast, but his foundation was flawed, so he couldn't be considered a true level 8 Grandmaster. Lu Sheng analyzed this, then looked up at the martial art again, thinking deeply before suddenly exclaiming, "It's immortal cells. The true inheritance of 7-star body refinement is creating immortal cells, nourishing the body with blood energy, reaching the realm of 7-star immortal body technique. All things renew. I am not destroyed. Only this level deserves to be level 8. This is the body strength I'm pursuing. The main reason I can be as strong as a normal Grandmaster is because of my immortal golden body. At level 7, my physique can already rival level 8 Grandmasters like Kwang Ha, even stronger than Kwang Ha. The first step of 7-star immortal body technique is refining the pill of shattering. After refining, massive blood energy and martial will create new cells, that's immortal cells. When I first encountered 7-star body refinement and practiced the immortal golden body, I felt like a 7-star punch hit with the strength of 7 stars. This is a scientific comparison, just one martial path, like comparing a level 9 martial saint to the sky. So what if a true martial saint can exist forever like the sky? But now, 7-star immortal body technique has turned this impossible into possible, making myth a reality, proving eternity myself. If the Divine Radiance Emperor scripture is infinitely detailed, then immortal cells are infinitely vast. If every cell in the body becomes immortal, then it can live as long as heaven and earth, hold the 7 stars, never perish. Maybe Wang Ha hasn't reached that realm. This is a work even greater than the Divine Radiance Emperor scripture. Then the question is, What must be sacrificed to reach this realm? He imagined himself opening his mouth to swallow a star core but felt powerless. Swallowing a whole line of stars might not even be enough. Then he closed his eyes, telling himself, but anyway, this is a peerless martial art. Just one immortal cell can make my strength surpass grandmasters. 2 cells can dominate, 3 cells make me unbeatable. Anyway, in the dream space, no matter what problems arise, the impact on reality is minimal. No fear. At this moment, in Lu Sheng's hand appeared a pill absorbing spiritual energy from the surroundings. But this is exactly what maintains the blood energy throughout my body. Lu Sheng raised his hand. Do I really have to smash it? His eyes showed clear reluctance. Whatever, let's just try. Saying that, he slammed the pill hard against his chest and shouted, "Smash!" Immediately, the pill showed signs of cracking. The surge of power bursting from inside him made Lu Sheng cough painfully. He felt a sharp pain in his chest, growing worse by the second, then spat out a mouthful of blood. Suddenly, a massive shadow appeared behind him, born from that power source. The shadow's hand grabbed Lu Sheng's head. He closed his eyes, feeling calm within that grasp. The power from the pill began to spread fiercely, then merged into one of the cells in Lu Sheng's body. After a while, the process stopped, and his whole body emitted a wondrous light. Lu Sheng looked down at his fist, then slammed it down with all his might. That punch shot lightning bolts crashing into the city, shaking the nearby houses to their foundations. He exhaled sharply, then started analyzing. Damn, this is the power of immortal cells? I only used a tiny fraction of my body's strength, and it's already stronger than any punch I've ever thrown. The energy is like a fusion of stars, blood pumping like it's powered by stars, star fury, 4 levels of fist techniques all forged into this one punch by the immortal cells. Absolute power and absolute speed combined. This punch is called, he looked up at his hand, then confirmed, the Wrath of the Upper Realm. Lu Sheng clenched his hand in midair, but suddenly his eyes squinted. Why am I so damn tired? My whole body feels drained. I've only condensed 1 cell so far. Lu Sheng collapsed weakly to the ground. Lying there, he kept speculating, mostly about his blood deficiency, knowing he needed to gather more resources. Luckily, he was about to head to the Eastern Military Zone, where the battlefield was full of mutant beasts. Their danger came with resources perfect for replenishing immortal cells. If just 1 cell was this strong, what about 10? Could I fight a martial saint? 10 cells aren't enough? Then 100, or even 1,000 cells. Maybe with 1,000, I could knock a martial saint straight into a wall with a flick of my hand. Gotta take it slow, step by step. That's enough for today. Then he slowly closed his eyes. Suddenly, he jolted awake in reality, sat up, and checked the clock. Damn. He'd slept a full 12 hours. Then he started scanning the surroundings with his sensory powers. Outside, the 2 old men were still playing chess. Looks like no one from the Extreme Path Martial Hall is coming anymore. His little sister was practicing dance, and his mom was cooking in the kitchen. Looking out the window, he thought, yeah, the Extreme Path Martial Saint wouldn't just hunt down a 19-year-old kid over 2 worthless relatives. Zhang Gui still has some pride. Then he got out of bed and slipped on his slippers. But that crazy bitch, that snitch won't let this go easily. As he stepped down the stairs, he calculated, gotta crush this threat before it even hatches, find a chance to choke the snitch out. Grabbing a steamed bun from the plate, he told his mom, I'm heading out. She just sighed helplessly. This kid's skipping meals again. Then a voice from the TV caught his attention. Ha Lin too, he thought, was talking with the host on the Pharmaceutical 30 Declaration show. While chewing the bun, he thought, haven't seen her in days. Just the right time to look her up. After a moment, a voice announced, welcome, honored guest. The receptionist blushed when she saw him. Sir, may I ask? Lu Sheng coldly interrupted. Is Ha Lin to hear? The receptionist sighed inwardly. Damn, what a hottie. She pointed awkwardly. Huh? Lin too? President Ha? She's in the office? I'll take you there. Lu Sheng walked past and said, no need. Another staff member whispered, hey, you look totally dumbstruck. No, who was that handsome guy just now? The woman called Sister Lee answered, I heard he's a distant cousin of President Ha, and super handsome. Other hot boys don't even come close. They say he's not just good-looking, but a martial arts prodigy, the national martial arts champion. I heard he even won first place at some martial arts grand tournament. The receptionist blushed, thinking, damn, he's that amazing? I hope I get to see him again. Ha Lin too was inside the lab, still studying a blue liquid. Lu Sheng walked in and asked, is everything ready? She smiled. Yeah, all set. While putting on his jacket, Lu Sheng praised her. You did great. Ha Lin, hesitated. Sis, mom's starting again. When can you help me? Lu Sheng replied confidently. I know. Once I finish my stuff, I'll come help. Don't worry. Ha Lin watched him from behind, thinking, his aura seems way stronger now. How long has it been? Can someone really change their martial arts level this much in just 1 year? Scary. Lu Sheng's eyes lit up. Then let's get started. He used his mental energy to control the herbs and began mixing them together. The ingredients flowed in one direction, settling perfectly inside a glass tube. He exclaimed, "It's done." The honey-colored liquid poured out, then entered Lu Sheng's mouth. His eyes suddenly snapped open, feeling that spark again. He had another pill inside him. Now, he could condense blood pills twice, probably the only one who could. This material cost hundreds of millions, but if his whole body's cells could turn into immortal cells, that number wouldn't be an exaggeration. Looking at the pile of materials in front of Lu Sheng, he sighed, but then started to think deeply. Lin Tu's business here only makes a few billion a year. Then suddenly he slapped his hand and thought, right. I heard from netizens that as long as you hit the battlefield with real strength, you can rake in cash like crazy. Then he quickly left the crafting room. No time to waste. Hopefully, those kind netizens won't screw me over. Cut to Bakha Airport. Lu Sheng was sitting on a bench, tapping on his phone. The phone kept ringing, but he guessed the demaster must be super busy, ignoring the calls. He had already planned for Dong Tin Shui and Tan Xiaojun to pick him up, but plans changed. Could it be that the front line is in trouble and he's being sent there? Then he glanced around. Everyone was laughing and walking happily. He thought to himself, all this beauty is paid for by the soldiers on the front line, with their blood and lives. If I get the chance to personally protect this peace, I'd be honored as hell. He'd heard from a system before that in the distant front line of the Eastern Military Zone, there are tons of gold and silver mines, but now they're occupied by weird beasts, so probably untouched. If I want to make a quick fortune, mining is the only way. After all, it's not like I've never mined before. The image of him wearing a headlamp, working on the national land of Shi Kam Kai Guo, flashed through his mind. Soon, a plane was landing at the airport. From above, a girl reminded her friend, "Our plane's here." The other girl was still excitedly looking down. "Wait, why are there fighter jets too?" The first girl said, "Probably some mission." "Let's go," they announced, boarding. Going outside, they saw Lu Sheng standing there, smiling and staring into the distance. The girl thought to herself, this guy's way too handsome. Then she asked him, "Handsome guy, you're boarding too? Where you headed?" Lu Sheng smiled warmly and replied, "I'm not on the same flight as you two." The girl pointed outside and winked. "Huh? This is the flight from earlier. If you're not on this one, are you getting on the fighter jet?" Her friend covered her mouth and smiled. Haha, interesting. Outside, someone sitting in the fighter jet waved at them. The two girls waved back, imagining it was a greeting. "Hey, is that guy waving at us?" Then Lu Sheng stepped down, and the girls freaked out, realizing the fighter jet really came to pick him up. The man got off the plane and extended his hand. "Hello, let me introduce myself. I'm Tan Huaihu, subordinate of Major General Du Fei Yi from the 1182nd Division of the Eastern Military Zone, Colonel Tan Huaihu." Lu Sheng shook his hand and replied, "Hello, Colonel Tan. Is Tan Xiaojun related to you?" He answered, "Nephew and uncle." Looking at the colonel's rank, Lu Sheng thought, his rank is higher than Dong Tin Shui's. Then he asked, "We're heading to the Eastern Military Zone now. Why haven't they arrived yet?" Tan Huaihu hesitated. Not exactly to the military zone," he explained. "There have been cracks appearing in a new tomb recently. The front line is extremely tense. The Dumaster has been fighting fiercely for days. Our team is reinforcement and will reach the front line quickly after picking you up." Lu Sheng calmly asked, "Oh, how long until we get there?" Seeing Lu Sheng's calm expression, the colonel was shocked. "Aren't you scared?" Lu Sheng replied coolly. "No, I actually want to go to the front line." Tan Huaihu watched him and thought, is this the confidence of a young Dumaster? Then he looked down at his own hands, thinking about how he'd fought on battlefields for years, but was only at top level 6, never reaching Dumaster rank, and at 57, unsure if he ever would. Suddenly, Lu Sheng turned back and said, "Right, tell me about the situation at the front line." Tan Huaihu quickly replied, "The Eastern Military Zone front line has always been tense, but it's eased a bit over the past 2 years. But this time, a new tomb appeared, probably ranked A, making things extremely bad. The entire Eastern Front was pushed back because of it." Lu Sheng asked in surprise. "Rank A? Tomb cracks have ranks too?" He answered. "Yes. Based on the scale and strength of the dew beasts. At least rank A will have level 5 dew beasts. The deeper the tomb, the worse it gets. The strongest are SSS rank tombs. The whole world is exploring, and there are 9 in total. Luckily, none are in Long Guo territory." Lu Sheng asked again, "So what does a rank A tomb mean?" Tan Huaihu frowned, showing seriousness. "For example, even a level 8 Grand Master entering a rank A tomb risks danger." Lu Sheng felt uneasy. "That's scary? So even level 5 tombs, isn't it hard for a level 9 martial saint to survive and come back?" Tan Huaihu replied, "Theoretically yes, but that's just theory. No Grand Master or martial saint explores the deepest parts of tombs. As long as it's not too deep, even a normal level 5 or 6 martial artist can survive a rank A tomb." Hearing this, Lu Sheng smiled confidently. "Got it, it's like a game dungeon. The deeper you go, the harder it gets. But if you don't dream of beating the whole game, the monsters in the early levels are easy to handle." Tan Huaihu happily added, But this time, a new tomb appeared, probably ranked A, making things seriously bad. The entire Eastern Front got pushed back because of it. Lu Sheng asks in shock, rank A? Tomb cracks have ranks too? The reply comes, yeah, it's based on the scale and strength of the mutant beasts. At least rank A will have level 5 mutants, and the deeper the tomb, the crazier it gets. The strongest is the SSS rank tomb. The whole world is exploring, and luckily none of the 9 within range are in Long Country's territory. Lu Sheng asks again, the strongest are the SSS level tombs. Humanity worldwide is exploring them. There are 9 in total within range, and luckily none are in Long Country's territory. Lu Sheng asked again, so what exactly does a rank A tomb mean? Tan Huaiho frowns seriously, giving an example. Even an 8th level grandmaster entering a rank A tomb risks serious danger. Lu Sheng feels uneasy. That's scary? Then what about 2As or even rank 5 tombs? Even a 9th level martial saint would barely survive coming back. Tan Huaiho answers, theoretically yes, but that's just theory because no grandmaster or martial saint would explore the deepest parts of a tomb. As long as it's not too deep, even a regular level 5 or 6 martial artist can survive a rank A tomb. Hearing that, he smiles and says, got it, it's like playing a game. Tomb cracks are like game dungeons. The deeper you go, the harder it gets. But as long as you're not dreaming of beating the whole game, the monsters in the early levels are easy to handle. Tan Huaiho happily adds, the cracks in the tomb are like game dungeons. The deeper you go, the harder it gets. But as long as you're not dreaming of beating the whole game, the monsters in the early stages are super easy to handle. Tan Huaiho also happily added, most of them don't even need to enter the tomb, they just hold their ground far from it, set up a front line, defend, and wait. Just wipe out the freaks that run out. That's how our front line works. So that's how it is. Lu Sheng clenched his fist, then thought, if he could completely clear the SSS level tomb, maybe he could uncover the truth behind the invading freaks. Lu Qinghe continued, once you join the military zone, you'll probably get promoted to Major General Fong Junhan right away. Then you'll definitely get more access to the tomb. Actually, we guard outside all year round, and don't know much about what's inside the tomb, Lu Sheng asked with some confusion. You mean my development path is different from everyone else's? At this point, his expression relaxed quite a bit, and he replied happily, you're a level 7 sect master, a general spirit of the infantry. General spirits have their own ranks and battlefields. Level 7 sect master general spirits mostly fight in squads, forming groups to carry out missions. If you have outstanding military talent, you might even follow the path to command a corps. Recently, several SS-level tombs have had freaks go berserk multiple times, and it's speculated they're evolving toward SSS level. Maybe by then, you'll get a chance to get involved, Lu Sheng whispered anxiously. SSS? That goal's way too far and unrealistic for me right now. Suddenly, a panicked shout rang out. This is bad. The drone operator hurriedly reported freaks of level 7 appearing at Dusudo's front line. They're requesting backup. Hearing this, he was shocked. What? Level 7? Then he turned to ask Lu Qinghe. Is Dusudo nearby? Lu Qinghe answered, yeah, pretty close, about 3 minutes away. He was stunned to realize, wait, are you serious? The door slowly opened. Lu Sheng replied, that's right, maybe a bit much, but get me a pair of shoes, the best quality you've got. Then a dark, eerie space appeared beneath the floor. Lu Qinghe was extremely alarmed. Back at the front line, half an hour ago, a horde of freaks was rushing in, and slashes cut through them. Du Fai Duke was swinging his sword, telling himself, this has to be the last stand. The soldiers cheered. Sudo approached, handed him water, and said, you've worked hard. Sudo, drink some water. He took the bottle. Thanks. Then he tilted his head back and gulped it down. Oh, right. Has our reinforcements arrived yet? Has the General Spirit Squad gained any new members? Without strong fighters, it won't work. The soldier, a bit confused, replied that the infantry said to hold on, at most 2 more days before the General Spirit Squad arrives to reinforce. Du Fai Duke was furious, throwing the bottle to the ground and shouting, damn it, 2 days. Freaks of level 5 and 6 keep showing up now. The front line, made up of mid and low-level fighters, can barely hold. If a level 7 or even 8 freak shows up, there's no way to defend. Suddenly, a pair of shoes slid across the ground, sparking flames. It was Tan Xiaojun, excitedly attacking the monsters. Another person raised a hand to restrain a freak that was Dongqing Shui. She slashed and cut that freak down. After finishing, both landed on the ground to the soldiers' cheers. Then they approached Doofy Duck and called out, Suto, you're no longer angry, right? He smiled and spread his arms. Haha, these past few days were thanks to you two. Without you, I wouldn't have lasted this long. The soldiers whispered among themselves, saying, look, those two are just over 40, but already at the peak of level 6. Maybe our division can even train 2 level 7 General Spirit Masters. That'd make things way safer. Tan Xiaojun laughed, looking up at the sky. Not bad. After all, level 6 freaks are handled by Suto. We just deal with the small fries. Dongqing Shui added, I just heard, If this state holds for 2 days, we might survive. The first wave is over, Doofy Duke replied. Yeah, the next wave probably won't come until tomorrow. Suddenly, the two young ones sensed something was off. What's going on? The whole space is shaking and the ground is cracking. Doofy Duke spun around in alarm. This is bad. The epicenter is the tomb, he shouted in horror. On the surface, a crack appeared like something was about to burst out, and the spot started to collapse into a pit. From it, a long, snake-like body slithered out. Then a giant foot stomped, crushing the ground. A whole pack of freaks crawled out of that pit, looking terrifying. There were 3 level 7 freaks. Tan Xiaojun clenched his teeth, extremely worried. Damn, is this for real? How are we supposed to survive this? Dong Qingxue's usual calm was gone, replaced by panic. This is bad. Our morale just got a boost, and now it's completely crushed. Doofy Duck gritted his teeth and shouted, if it was just one, I could coordinate with the colonels to slowly take it down, but level 7 freaks go berserk before dying, causing massive damage every time, and now there are 3. Facing 3 giant freaks, Doofy Duke felt a bit crushed. Am I really gonna die here? Then he snorted coldly, gripped his sword tight, and yelled, Brothers, stop overthinking. Give me fire support. If you want to live, hit hard. Don't hold back on the attack. All fighters level 6 and above prepared. Follow me into battle. Everyone there answered in unison. 2 people, Dong Tin Tuyet and Lu Qinghe, stood behind him to back him up. Doofy Duke still held his sword tight, targeting the 3 level 7 mutant beasts, then launched a series of attacks at those 3 mutant beasts. Lu Qinghe had to raise his hand to shield his face from the blood splattering. Damn, if I'd known there were 3 level 7s, I wouldn't have gone all out like that earlier. Meanwhile, Dong Tin Tuyet remained silent and contemplative. She quickly noticed and was shocked. Lu Qinghe stepped closer and asked, Damn, why do your eyes look so red? Pink eye or something? Her eyes were bloodshot, and with a tired look, she threw him a line. Buzz off. I just drained too much spiritual energy. Aren't you covered in wounds too? Lu Qinghe wiped the blood from his mouth and replied, Just kidding, don't take it seriously. Oh right, that punk Lu Sheng is coming in a few days. Imagine when he arrives at the military zone all hyped up to find us, but ends up seeing 2 corpses think he'd freeze on the spot? Dong Tin Tuyet warned, Better zip it. You might live longer that way. Lu Qinghe quickly perked up. All right, I'll shut up then. I'm not ready to die just yet. His eyes lit up with excitement. At that moment, Doofy Duke shouted, Everyone get ready to charge. As he spoke, he raised his sword, and the others followed, lifting their swords to show their determination. Suddenly, a powerful light flashed across the hilltop. Everyone was stunned, wondering, what the hell is that? Dong Tin Tuyet and Lu Qinghe were equally shocked. That's a person. The image of Lu Sheng rocketing down like a missile appeared in everyone's eyes. Dong Tin Tuyet blushed and exclaimed, Could it be him? Then she panicked. Oh no, he's landing right where the 3 level 7 mutant beasts are. This is dangerous. Except for her, no one else recognized Lu Sheng yet, so Lu Qinghe laughed and asked, Hey, you know that show-off? Who is he anyway? The light from Lu Sheng's speed slammed straight into the giant insect, and he cracked a wicked grin before slicing the insect's elongated head in half, causing a massive shockwave to shake the ground. Dufidic's group was utterly stunned. What the hell? The severed insect lay curled up, lifeless. The familiar footsteps landed on the ground again. Lu Sheng radiated a powerful aura and remarked, The army's quality ain't bad at all. The dust slowly cleared, revealing the mutant ape with bloodshot eyes staring down at its fallen comrades. Lu Sheng stood there arrogantly and said, Hey, your turn. The ape's red eyes flashed, and it angrily swung a massive fist at the small Lu Sheng below. The punch hit the ground with such force that rocks flew up the hill. Surprisingly, Lu Sheng caught the giant fist with one hand effortlessly. I've seen this act before. Then he kicked it, sending the ape tumbling through the air, confused and stunned. Lu Sheng's eyes gleamed coldly as he attacked again, shouting, Take a kick from me! The kick was so powerful it knocked the ape's head clean off, which still looked dumbfounded in midair. What? Doofy Duck gasped. Are you kidding me? His face showed disbelief at the scene. Lu Qinghe stood there dumbfounded, mouth agape. Wow, Lu Sheng's battle style looks like something straight out of a movie. Dong Tin Tuyet, after calming down, smiled and said, Lu Sheng, he's gotten stronger. After finishing off the ape, Lu Sheng casually turned to the last one. Your turn. It was a giant mantis mutant. It hissed, looking dumbfounded, scared, and confused at the same time. Then it jumped away on its 6 legs, seemingly terrified and trying to escape. It headed toward the hole from earlier and prepared to jump down. But no way it could escape Lu Sheng's powerful hand. He raised his knee and hand, immediately unleashing energy that seemed to burn the mantis. It writhed in pain, its whole body squeezed by that force, then exploded midair. And just like that, the 3 level A mutant beasts were taken care of. Lu Sheng smiled and jumped up again. Above the hole were weaker level mutant beasts. Lu Sheng smirked coldly. Your guests here. No need to go back. Then he dove down, throwing massive punches. His blows pounded the shrimp-like mutants, instantly burning them in midair. After a while, a huge cloud of dust rose, mixed with shattered remains of the mutants. Lu Sheng returned and landed in front of Doofy Duke. He raised 2 fingers in salute, the rookie Lu Sheng, specially reporting to the master, radiating an aura no one could match. The 3 on this side stared, dumbfounded. Doofy Duck had to repeat, "Rookie." Then all 3 burst out laughing loudly. He couldn't help but shout, "Haha, well done, rookie." Cut to night at the East Military Battle Camp. Lights in the barracks were blazing. Even the cars had their headlights on. Inside, a cup of hot water was handed over. "Today, really owe you one." Lu Qinghe handed the cup to Lu Sheng and said, "If those 3 level 7 mutant beasts had broken in, we'd be dead." The defense line probably wouldn't have held. Lu Sheng asked back, "Marshal Qin, is an A-rank fan really this dangerous?" A level 7 mutant beast just showed up at the tomb entrance. Dong Tingshui calmly explained, "This tomb isn't just A-rank, it's at least triple A, otherwise it wouldn't be such a mess. Usually, a newly discovered tomb goes through a burst phase, then stabilizes." At this moment, Du Feiyu pulled back the curtain and walked in, cheerfully saying, "I used to doubt you killed Grandmaster Tong Koi Ting, but now I'm totally convinced. You've got what it takes to break into the elite roster, predicted to be in the top 50. The elite roster asked curiously, "Is it like the old-timers list in Marshall University?" He replied, "Almost. But the elite roster doesn't just consider strength, it also looks at achievements and contributions. The mutant beasts you killed today, I'll have someone tally them up, then convert that into contribution points, which you can trade for military resources, helping your future cultivation." Lu Sheng smiled and replied, "Thanks for the support." Du Feiyu immediately raised his hand in salute, saying, "All right, won't bother you guys anymore. We'll talk more later. You should rest at the military zone first. Don't think the battle's over yet. A bigger mutant beast storm could break out anytime soon. Since you're here, take over for me." Looks like the Marshal is really exhausted. Making a level 7 Grandmaster this tired, just imagine how brutal the fighting has been. Lu Sheng watched the old man's retreating back, thinking he had immortal cells, natural breathing techniques, and nearly endless stamina and energy, so he didn't feel tired. But he was getting a little hungry. His stomach was drumming non-stop. Qin Shaojun came up sharply and patted his shoulder, saying, "Let's go. You're famous for being a foodie. Today we're going to treat you right." Later, outside the tents, the lights were blazing, and inside, Lu Sheng was smirking at a pile of ready-to-eat food boxes. "Is this your idea of treating me right?" Qin Shaojun sighed and replied, "What else can we do on the front lines? Just eat this for now. Once this mutant beast outbreak is over, we'll head back to the military zone for a real feast." Dong Tingshui silently grabbed some food while glancing at him. Lu Sheng noticed the look and glanced back. Their eyes met, sparks practically flying. Dong Tingshui suddenly blushed and said nothing. Lu Sheng also stayed silent, blushing. "You guys know what's going on here. Hehe." Lu Sheng panicked even more when he remembered the notification board showing his future partner's info with Dong Tingshui's picture. Then he couldn't take it and scrambled out, twisting his legs as he ran. "I'm full. I'm heading out first." Qin Shaojun just looked on, confused. Okay." But then he looked at Dong Tingshui and asked, "What's wrong with you? You were so worried about a grandmaster seeking revenge on Lu Sheng, ready to find him immediately, but now you're just staring at him without saying a word." "She's weird," she just calmly replied. "That's my personal business." Suddenly, Qin Shaojun clapped his hands and cheered. "Oh, I get it now. Dong Tingshui, do you really like him?" Before he could finish, Dong Tingshui threw a food tray at his face. Then cries of pain echoed from inside the tent. "Hey, don't go." Lu Sheng outside looked up at the dark sky, sighing, thinking about today's battle, his blood boiling uncontrollably. Tonight's probably going to be sleepless. The front line is managed by the 1182nd Division, and it looks calm now because most mutants were killed during the day. In the distance, continuous artillery fire and fighting roared, just as intense as daytime. He activated his sixth sense, his spiritual energy spread around, then he moved toward the quiet forest, thinking maybe he should check it out. Nearby, mutant beasts still appeared and attacked. Everyone was struggling to hold them off. Soldiers hiding behind sandbag walls looked worried. "Damn, why are there still so many?" One wounded soldier getting bandaged spoke up. "This must be a mutant tomb mutation. Never happened before. When will reinforcements arrive?" The soldier bandaging him replied, "In this situation, they probably can't handle it either." Suddenly, a voice appeared. "All right, we expected this outcome when we hit the battlefield." A strong-bodied woman with fiery red hair spoke with determination. "Quit whining! Worst case, this'll happen again in 18 years. The soldiers all responded in unison. "Yes, Marshal." They silently resolved to keep fighting. "That's right. Even the Grandmaster level elite are here. We can't give up." Suddenly, a huge explosion from above threw nearby soldiers far away. The female marshal turned back in shock. What? It was a level 7 two-headed shadow leopard, a two-headed leopard with drooling jaws lunging forward. The female marshal's shock turned to excitement. Haha, bring it on. She jumped up, swinging her axe, just missing a little snack to go with her drink. Suddenly, its eyes turned upward. The female marshal swung her axe repeatedly, closing in on the two-headed leopard, then raised her axe and brought it down with a yell. All done? One of its heads was severed. The female marshal was also slashed by the beast and wounded. She dropped to her knees, coughing up blood. Ku-a-a! She stayed kneeling there, coughing harshly. The mutant beast was strong, but then another beast's paw appeared behind her. It came from behind. The female marshal was stunned, shocked to see it was a male and female pair. Asterisk, cough, 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 asterisk. The mutant beast is strong, but then another foot of a different mutant appears behind her. The female master is stunned beyond belief. Turns out it's a male and female pair. It's definitely a pack. The leopard's head that got chopped off earlier is now starting to fuse back together and heal. The female monk could only kneel helplessly before the claws of those two-headed beasts. Her eyes showed exhaustion, ready to close, when the terrified soldiers shouted. Suddenly, the monk seemed to sense a power gradually emerging and glanced over. That's our Lu Sheng. He always shows up just in time. Lu Sheng had already drawn his weapon, charging to stab the two leopards lunging at the female monk, who was panicking. It was a spear dangerous as hell, almost too late. Lu Sheng landed and said, while the female monk's face lit up with joy, the leopard he struck lay flat on the ground, tongue out. Suddenly, its tail opened up, revealing 3 claws that lunged to attack Lu Sheng. The female monk screamed in alarm, "Watch out for its tail!" But Lu Sheng stomped hard on its head, his eyes blazing, face cold and threatening. Silence fell. The leopard was sweating bullets from fear. Then the tail, ready to strike, stopped. Lu Sheng smiled warmly and petted its head. The meat of a level 7 beast is pretty tasty. It'd be a shame to tear it apart. I already shredded one last time. Then he made a finger snap gesture. He snapped lightly while using his star brain power to freeze the space, making it tremble, and the leopard's body bobbed like a brainwave. The female monk looked dumbfounded and confused. Huh? Lu Sheng stepped closer, grabbed its tail, then somehow stretched it out like a rope and tied the leopard up tight. Finally, he even tied a cute bow on it, happily shouting that the big job was done. Next, Lu Sheng stood up, planting his spear into the ground, facing the beasts ahead. I'll clean up these riffraff. His eyes started glowing like a hellish demon. He swung his spear in a slash, cutting all those small beasts clean in half. The female monk gasped. Holy crap, where the hell did this beast come from? From the camp to the tomb, even the SSS-level tomb, he's been wrecking everything. Wherever Lu Sheng went, he wiped out the freaks, freaking everyone out. On patrol, he even helped reinforce the front lines. Sometimes, he rode horned beasts, looking pumped up and making people panic. Who the hell is that? Crazy or what? After finishing, he landed, spear on shoulder, looking badass and said, "All right, I've cleared the whole nearby tomb area." Later, at the war zone outpost, a tent was still lit. Inside, Du Fayuk was drinking water and on the phone. After hearing the info, he almost spit out his drink and exclaimed, "What did you say?" Lu Sheng suddenly appeared, a hand pulling back the curtain. His clothes were a bit torn below, but his face was still full of life as he called out. The female monk dropped her cup. Du Fayuk was stunned and asked, "Dude, you've been out all day. How many beasts did you kill?" Lu Sheng gulped his water and replied, 12, 18, lost count. There were a ton of level 7s. I didn't count level 6. That means I couldn't bring their bodies back, so I left them for them. Then he casually said, "Anyway, I cleared the whole area. Bringing back all the level 7 bodies would be a hassle. Compared to the young lives lost on the battlefield, I didn't do much, just gave it my all." Du Fayuk was speechless, but thought, just giving it his all. Then his face brightened and he said, "No worries. Every front line has black boxes recording footage. When you return, we'll tally your achievements. They'll count every single merit you earned. No exceptions." Lu Sheng got super hyped. "That's awesome. Looks like it wasn't for nothing." Then Du Fayuk seriously added, "But your little backup team helps out, sure. Still, you're part of the 1182nd Division, so you gotta take care of your side first." Lu Sheng calmly replied, "Don't worry, squad leader. I promise, after wiping out the beasts here, I'll head out. If you're worried, just give me a comm device. If anything happens, just shout, and I'll come back immediately." Du Fayuk coughed awkwardly and said okay, feeling good inside. At first, the order was to keep increasing the amount of alien marrow. Honestly, it was the smartest move I ever made. Who knew it'd raise a hybrid dragon? Guess that's fate. Ha ha ha. Later, at a meeting, someone spoke up with stats. "Commander, the second crack outbreak is pretty serious. As of today, normal soldier casualties total 15,200. Also, officer casualties have reached 320. Level 7 generals lost 8, level 8 generals 1. The commander was shocked. "What? Even a level 8 general died? Who? The other replied. It was Grand Patriarch Zheng Wei Yi, ranked 28th on the general leaderboard. The commander's expression was unreadable. The funeral will be held with full honors like a top general. Let me know the time. I'll attend. Then he sighed deeply. The two armies only have 30 Grand Patriarchs, and now we lost one. Then he changed the subject. What's the situation in the tomb? Everyone fell silent, then started reporting, Commander, the current situation isn't looking good. There are tons of beasts in the tomb, and if reinforcements don't arrive, I'm afraid the whole army's about to get wiped out. A dark scene appeared in the military zone where the commander was studying the map. He pointed to a spot on the map and asked, How many troops can we deploy right now? Let me introduce the commander, Lu Sheng, the supreme commander of the war zone, also known as Commander Hongfei. The officer beside him replied, Very few, sir. We'll issue orders immediately, but the fastest reinforcements won't arrive until tomorrow. He pointed at the map again and continued, Then block the most critical gap. Prioritize support at point A. The officer shouted back in frustration, Commander, point B is just as important. Commander Hongfei gritted his teeth helplessly and said, I know, but the area behind point B is far from residential zones, with a vast open land in the middle. Even if the front line collapses, we can slowly rebuild there. But point A is different. Once it's breached, within half a month, the monsters could invade the nearest city, Shangyuan. Protecting the homeland is our top priority. The officers started whispering among themselves. After a moment, he added, If there are no objections, we'll proceed with this plan. Which division will defend point A? The officer raised his hand, saluted loudly, and said, Division 1058, led by Major General Sun Ji. He reported to Sun Ji, Even if you fight down to the last soldier, you must hold that line. Commander Hongfei ordered firmly. Troops in other positions could defend flexibly, and if necessary, abandon their current posts to reinforce point A. Meeting adjourned. A unified shout echoed, Understood. Meanwhile, at Division 1182's frontline, Du Feiyu paced anxiously in his room, wondering how many days he'd have to wait before reinforcements arrive. Lu Sheng calmly cleaned his wounds and said, Other frontlines have been critical lately, so reinforcements can't be sent to patch up the new tomb breach. He turned sharply and shouted, Support hasn't stopped, but what's missing is the high-level combat power of elite generals. You know how terrifying a level 7 monster is. But inside, he argued with himself. No, he actually didn't know. Lu Sheng was a weirdo, roaming between front lines for 5 days straight. His face was dark with sweat, fingers trembling with rage. Every day he returned smelling of monster blood. Even after washing, the scent clung to him. Seeing Du Feiyu still pointing at him dumbfounded, Lu Sheng asked, confused, What's up? He quickly covered it up. Nothing. But he couldn't help but sigh. You've been on the battlefield less than a week, and you smell bloodier than veterans who've fought 4 or 5 battles. You really are a chaotic demon dragon. Lu Sheng stood up, casually said, Not as flashy as you say. I'm heading out, Commander Hongfei reminded him. All right, be careful. Contact me if anything happens. Got it? After that, Lu Sheng pulled back the curtain and stepped outside, surprised. Everyone outside was lined up, saluting him in military style, wishing him success. They showered him with praise, calling him a young prodigy, a future elite general, confident this strike would go smoothly. Dong Ting Shui just stood silently watching him, then turned and disappeared behind the cheering crowd. Lu Sheng noticed her and wondered, I feel like Ting Shui's attitude is kinda cold. Did I mess up somehow? Then he pulled out 2 jade pendants, looked at them, and sighed. Whatever. Suddenly, Tan Xiaojun appeared, happily placing a hand on his shoulder. Hey, big hero, where you off to now? Lu Sheng replied, Commander Tan, stop teasing me. Then he dropped the 2 pendants into Tan Xiaojun's hand and said, These are small gifts I made myself before coming here. I forgot to give them to everyone. Please deliver them to Commander Dong. Saying that, he vanished into thin air, leaving Tan Xiaojun stunned and confused. What the hell? Just left like that? He looked down at the pendants and said, Handmade too. That's thoughtful. Suddenly, a hand snatched one pendant and said, That's mine. Give it here. Tan Xiaojun angrily shouted, Are you crazy? Dong Tingshui coldly grabbed it back and walked away. Later, somewhere no one could see, she clutched the pendant tightly and smiled with deep affection. Scene shifted to later. Lu Sheng activated his sensing skill again. Nearby, a soldier, ragged but determined, kept firing and shouting, Die, die, ha-ha! In front of him were several ferocious monsters. His bullets barely left a scratch. Suddenly, the soldier panicked as his gun ran out of ammo. Out of bullets! He threw the empty gun away and resolutely said, Then you all die with me! His jacket was strapped with countless grenades. Suddenly, he froze in panic, unable to move. A familiar step appeared. Lu Sheng strode over, glanced at the soldier, and said, Don't give up your life so easily. Then he narrowed his eyes at the monsters. His eyes emitted a strange glow. he said coldly. Silence. The monsters immediately panicked under that power. Seconds later, their heads exploded. The soldier gasped. Huh? Those are level 6 monsters. Usually, it takes at least 3 level 6 experts to handle them. Even if the commander is alive, it takes 2 or 3 strikes. But he just used one look. The soldier was totally stunned when Lu Sheng looked over and asked, "Which division are you from?" The soldier immediately stood at attention and saluted, reporting, "Commander, I'm from Colonel Liu Kaiming's 83rd Division." In his mind, Lu Sheng assessed silently. This kid's young but already insanely powerful. He's definitely going to be a top-tier strong warrior someday. Lu Sheng was thinking, the 835th Division, if I'm not mistaken, that's the main defense force bordering the 1182nd Division. Both their gear and martial strength are way stronger than the leftover troops here. Then he asked again, "Why are you here? Has the 835th's front line already expanded this far?" The soldier quickly explained, "No, that's not it. The front line was already broken through a while ago." Lu Sheng was shocked and blurted out, "What? The front line's broken?" He asked again, "The front line's broken?" Then he started activating his spiritual perception to sense everything around. The soldier was surprised once more. Damn, this is the commander's spiritual power, like he can see right through your soul. After observing for a bit, Lu Sheng opened his eyes and asked, "Does the military command know the front line's fallen? Where's the backup?" The soldier replied, "Backup? They keep saying there's backup, telling us to wait, but all we've gotten so far is an evacuation order." "Then why haven't you left?" Lu Sheng asked. The soldier lowered his head, confused. "The commander's still here. If he's dead, we're not leaving either. We want to kill at least one more freak before we die. Doesn't matter where we die, as long as we die with the commander." Lu Sheng asked again, "What happens if the front line's broken?" The soldier panicked. "The flanks will be affected too, and if we can't fall back in time to defend and kill the rampaging freaks, the outcome will be just like this city, tons of people dead." Lu Sheng's eyes grew serious. Then he turned and started to leave, saying, "Got it." The soldier frantically called after him, "Commander, that area's flooded with freaks like a tidal wave." Lu Sheng calmly replied, "Yeah, it's fine. I'll go check if there's any way to salvage the situation." Then he vanished into thin air, leaving the terrified soldier alone. Lu Sheng then leapt across buildings at top speed, activating his spiritual perception to sense everything around. Landing at a spot, he said, "The front line's probably just ahead." Suddenly, he felt something. "Freaks? Yeah, there's a lot. Seems like no one survived here recently. Let me see if I can turn this around." Suddenly, a few figures were hiding behind a wrecked car in a corner, killing more and more freaks. One guy with an amputated arm spoke up, "The commander's dead too. What do we do now?" The bald guy next to him fiddled with some grenades and answered, "What else can we do? Keep killing." Then he threw the grenades outside to fight the freaks. "Of course, keep killing. Just helped the commander kill a few earlier. Killing one more ain't a big deal." After throwing, he laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha." Then a burly man appeared, smoking 2 cigars at once, carrying 2 boxes. "Ha ha ha, killing one more is good. After I finish this ammo, I'll join you guys." The bald guy added, "I've saved up plenty of explosives, enough to level this whole area, so everyone can move around safely, leaving no scraps of those bastards behind." But suddenly, the guy with the amputated arm looked worriedly at an unconscious, injured comrade. "I'm afraid Lao Dao's not doing well." Suddenly, an explosion burst out, and the cigar-smoking man was blasted backward, his arm severed. "Huh, ay. The bald guy panicked, then furiously threw grenades behind him while shouting, "You damn freaks, I'll blow you all to hell." But suddenly, his pouch was empty. No grenades left, all gone. Commander, looks like it's time." Then he raised a remote control with a big red button. Holding the device next to his teammates, he thought, "My brothers are coming for you." Meanwhile, the freaks were closing in, ready to pounce. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind swept by, startling everyone. Where did that wind come from? A powerful gust spiraled down, and familiar footsteps landed. Lu Sheng appeared before the soldiers and said, "You okay? If you can stand, fall back now." They were all shocked. "What?" Then the bald guy couldn't hold back tears of joy. Reinforcements have arrived." Then he stomped and shouted, "Who wants to die if they can live? Everyone fall back." Lu Sheng immediately dashed into the freaks like a bullet, sending them flying into the air. The old soldiers were helping each other retreat when they looked up in shock. "Wait, guys, look, why is the reinforcement just one kid?" In front of them was a young teen, single-handedly wiping out the freaks. The bald guy was sweating and stunned. "Why do I feel like this one kid alone is enough?" Freak bodies rained down like hail. Lu Sheng swung his spear wildly, cutting down way too many. Maybe now I get why the 83rd Division's front line got broken. Endless freaks really pile on the pressure. After Lu Sheng finished off one group of freaks, another noisy pack came rushing in. Cold as ice, he stood on a freak's corpse. The illusion of Zhao Lingquan appeared behind him. Lu Sheng coldly used the frozen spear, followed by the prisoner's claw. Those two moves backed each other up, unleashing a massive burst of power that stabbed straight into the freak beasts. Ice and fire combined, Lu Sheng cracked a wicked grin. Not only had his elemental control leveled up, but he could even manipulate the coexistence of multiple elements. So this is the real power of natural breath technique? Fighting feels damn good. Then he raised a fist and shouted loud, "Thunder breath, fire breath." A surge of overwhelming power crushed those freak beasts. Roars erupted. Growl, growl. After that strike, he exhaled deeply and jumped up again. Two streams of water and fire energy sucked in the life force of heaven and earth, gathering toward Lu Sheng's spear. Earth breath, wind breath, he roared like thunder. All pests, back off now. Then that fierce strike slammed down, carving deep into the ground. His whole body radiated a fierce power that blasted those freak beasts away. His eyes blazed as he slaughtered relentlessly with his spear. Lu Sheng leapt into the center of the power vortex. His eyes shone bright with a cold, judge-like smile. Bugs, just die already. Meanwhile, on the western battlefield, the beast-tide war zone exploded, and Lu Sheng single-handedly wiped out wave after wave of freak beasts like a tidal wave. The bald old man gasped in disbelief. Has that guy been fighting for 3 days and nights straight? Looks like the freak beasts are thinning out. The cigar-smoking dude stopped puffing, stunned. The boss there was like the sun. Freak beasts kept rushing in like moths to a flame. While hacking away, Lu Sheng touched his chest and muttered, "The freak beast numbers aren't as many as before. Looks like I've killed a ton." Even the blood pill sex influence shrank a bit. Too bad. With so many freak beast corpses, I have no way to extract any marrow essence. If I had more resources, with this endless apocalyptic pressure, the harvest would definitely be huge. But this battle pushed me past my chains and shackles, entering an unmatched state where I can use both master will and elemental power at once. My fighting strength skyrocketed to a whole new level. Is this the perfect martial path I've been chasing? Suddenly a voice came through his comm. "Lu Sheng, where are you now?" While slashing, Lu Sheng replied, "I'm at a corner of the battlefield. The fight's getting intense," he silently thought. "A place this good for leveling up. I really don't want to leave." Then he told the other end, "Master, I'm afraid I won't be back for a few days." Dufiduk sounded worried, but just said, "All right, our front line isn't too tight, we can handle it." But the western battlefield's beast-tide war zone just exploded. Lu Sheng felt a twinge of unease. "What?" the elder shouted, a warning. "Freak beasts are everywhere, chaotic and brutal. Don't be reckless and go there, it's super dangerous. You absolutely must not go." Lu Sheng chuckled darkly. "Ah, don't worry, master. I'm listening." He turned and left. Dufiduk saw the mountain of freak beast corpses behind Lu Sheng and knew he definitely wouldn't go. Ha ha, he's confident. Suddenly, the injured old Dao opened his eyes. "Oh," the bald guy asked happily. "Old Dao, you're awake?" Old Dao sat up, holding his head, truly thankful to be alive. Suddenly, a giant freak beast corpse dropped nearby, startling them. Ugh. Lu Sheng landed on the ground, appearing and making both jump. Suddenly, Lu Sheng asked, "Got something important I need you two to help with?" Both stood at attention, raising their hands. "Yes, sir, just say the word," Lu Sheng asked. "Who knows how to cook rice?" Both looked shocked. "Ah, the 9th Battle Unit from the Eastern War Zone. This 5th-level riot is basically under control now. 2 days slower than expected. Everyone's in a tense meeting. Casualty stats have been sent to the general. This 5th-level riot wasn't humanity's fault, but exposed many defense and military weaknesses in the Eastern Military District. We must learn from this and stay alert. Also, our 9th Battle Unit's handling of the riot wasn't impressive. Soon, arrange a time, I want to talk with them." The speaker was General Ha Ding-jun, head of the 4 top generals. Someone stood up, snapped to attention, and said, "I'll arrange it right away." "Ha," Ding-jun said, "no rush, we still have bigger problems to solve, right?" Everyone was anxious. One spoke up, "General's right. Defense line number 8 got broken. Fungbok Thach's 833rd Division just sent a request for reinforcements." Ha, Ding-jun slammed the table angrily, scaring everyone. Even if reinforcements come, it's not Fungbok Thach's turn. Defense line 8 isn't even a secondary priority, yet Fungbok Thach has the nerve to ask for help? Tell him to reorganize the line. Tomorrow morning, I want to hear Defense Line 8's big victory. If I hear Fungbok Thach died, they all answered in unison, "Yes, sir." Then he stood, turned back to watch the big screen, and said, "In this battle, out of our 20 elite generals, 12 have died, and the lower-ranked soldiers, talents who were 7th-level masters being trained as top officers, are all crucial human resources. This time, the casualties are massive. Just look at all that red on the map. It's all emergency riot zones and deadly ground quakes." Suddenly, he spots something surprising. Yeah, the 1,882nd Division's front line. This is the only area where the battle line is reinforced. Who's leading it? A major beside him glanced at the documents and replied, "It's Major General Dufiduk." According to the reports, the 1,882nd Division's performance is outstanding. even sending leftover troops to support nearby front lines, making a huge contribution to strengthening other defenses. Doofy Duke and Ha Din Kwan started thinking. I remember not long ago, the army recruited a promising prodigy groomed as a reserve martial saint, nominated by Doofy Duke, named Lu Sheng. I clearly recall that kid wasn't bad, a young sect master, barely grown but already killed several sect masters, even dared to challenge the extreme martial halls. Then he chuckled and said, "Ha ha, once this event wraps up, have Doofy Duke come see me," the major responded. "An order, sir?" Hadin Kwan was shocked again as he looked closely. He glanced at a red alert dot and grew worried. This front line is what worries me the most. It's like a red hole surrounding that crack, but now that desolate mountain is still within expectations. Immediately, he ordered a detailed investigation. The order was given. The big screen started displaying data. Ha Din Kwan was stunned once more. Huh? Where are the mutated beasts? Isn't this front line compromised? Why can't I see any signs of mutated beasts? The screen showed a barren, deserted land. Losing his cool, he quickly ordered, "Cut the screen and search other locations. I want to see the battle status." The young man panicked. "Yes, sir." Ha Din Kwan focused intently again. The image revealed a tall mountain piled high with countless mutated beast corpses. At the foot of the mountain stood a young man on the crack. From him radiated an unmatched aura of dominance. His bright, dangerous eyes stared straight at the screen. Ha Din Kwan was startled and alarmed, exclaiming, "No way is that guy single-handedly holding the front line against the mutated beasts?" Then he excitedly grabbed the major's collar. "Who is that? Find out for me now." The major could only reply nervously, "Yes, sir. Working with a boss this easily triggered is seriously tough." Cut to the wildlands. Hong Nuk was slashing mutated beasts and counting the fourth kill. She wiped sweat and spoke into her earpiece. "Just took down 4, 3 level 5 and 1 level 6. Everything's normal." The other side replied, "We just killed 2. All normal. We have to head to the broken front line immediately. Rally at coordinate 30, Hong Nok ordered, and the teammate responded, "Yes, Captain." Then, she stood on a mutated beast corpse for a while, puzzled. Weird. Wasn't that front line supposed to have fallen? Why are there so few mutated beasts here? Meanwhile, at the rally point, members of Hong Nok's group, one guy scratched his head and said confused, "Captain, this is so strange. We've been roaming half a day and haven't seen a single mutated beast level 5 or above." Others chimed in, "Same here. No mutated beasts." Yeah, it felt more like the usual wildlands. Everything was too quiet, making people uneasy, even quieter than usual. It didn't match the reports at all. The front line collapsed, mutated beasts running wild. Hong Nok replied, "This is really weird. Logically, an AA-level mission shouldn't be like this. If there are no mutated beasts in the wildlands, maybe they're all hiding in the city." She gazed into the distance and warned, "Everyone be careful. If the mutated beasts really gathered in the city, the density will be way higher than we expect. It's going to be a brutal fight. Let's move." Saying that, she led the way with 3 teammates behind her. Later, when they searched elsewhere, no one was found. The guy checked the locator and said, "The scanner shows no danger within 100 meters south." Another teammate sheathed his sword and added, "North side is clear too, no abnormalities." Hong Nok frowned and said, "Too weird. The city's even more illogical than the wildlands. No mutated beasts at all. This doesn't add up." A teammate guessed, "Maybe they all fled to another front line?" She denied it. "If they moved, the higher-ups would have already ordered us to reinforce elsewhere. They pushed us to move just yesterday." Suddenly, her wristwatch beeped, announcing, "Hong Nok, how's your squad? Already wiped out the mutated beasts that fast? We've been patrolling the wildlands half a day without seeing any." She informed her teammates, "Lam Tin's squad just arrived. They entered the wildlands and are seeing the same situation as us." A teammate suggested, "Why don't we head straight to the tomb cave and check it out? We'll know right away if something's wrong." Hong Nok replied, "Okay, but let's send a drone to scout first. Going straight there's kinda risky." Then, a drone appeared. The teammate controlled it, flying it low near the tomb cave, zooming in with the camera. The screen displayed the drone's path. Everyone was suspicious such a front line, yet no mutated beasts at all. Going straight there is kinda risky. Then a drone appears. The teammate is controlling it in the air, moving closer to the tomb, zooming in the lens. The screen shows the path the drone's taking. Everyone's suspicious this front line is so quiet with no mutants around. Moving closer to the tomb, lowering down, zooming in the lens. The screen showed where the plane had passed. Everyone was suspicious. The front lines were so tense, yet no weird beasts showed up. Suddenly, the drone exploded. They freaked out. What the hell just happened? The drone got shot down. All 4 of them took off running. Hong Nok said, "Let's go check it out." "Got it." "Over here," the bald guy yelled. "Damn fate, man. You even shot down the army support drone." Black Tsu scratched his head holding the gun. "I thought it was some giant eagle. Wanted to shoot it down for a change of pace for tonight's dinner." The cigar-smoking dude stopped puffing and switched to cooking. He stirred a huge pot of food and said, all right, shooting it down ain't a big deal. The drone's operator will be here soon. He glanced over at Lu Sheng, who was tearing through mutant beasts like chopping firewood, and added, better to think about what to cook for those big shots instead. Lu Sheng was still soloing tons of mutant beasts like a total boss. The bald guy admired, damn, when will I ever be that good? Meanwhile, Hong Nok's group got closer to the area. She covered her nose. The smell of blood was overwhelming. Everyone, heads up. Suddenly, her eyes showed pure panic. What? What the hell? Right in front of them was a mountain of corpses, level 7 mutant beasts piled on top of level 6 ones. Hong Nok couldn't believe it. These are all high-level mutant beasts. Then loud thuds behind her caught her attention. She turned around. Lu Sheng's crew just dragged in a massive mutant beast and asked, what's going on? Cut to 3 minutes later, the giant mutant's head was cut off and placed by the fire. Lu Sheng sat on the car roof recharging, while Hong Nok's group stood watching. Lu Sheng casually chewed on a chunk of meat and asked, yet, are you guys an A-rank elite squad or just here for backup? All four snapped to attention and shouted, yes, we're following orders from the army command to clear out mutants. About 1,000 squads will come, and we're the first to arrive. Hong Ningok glanced sideways, stunned inside. Oh man, this massacre scene. This big shot has to be a top-tier powerhouse. Looks young but packs insane strength. She'd never seen an 8th-rank elite like this before. After finishing his meat, Lu Sheng jumped down and asked, so, the army command will send people soon to rebuild from scratch, right? In his head, he calculated, better not say anything. The cooking skills of those old soldiers these past days were way better than the 1,182nd Division's cafeteria. Hong Nok replied, we were supposed to clear everything first, then decide. But sir, I've already informed the army command. They should send people in about 2 to 3 days. Lu Sheng gripped his spear tight, finally feeling this could be over. His whole body radiated a powerful aura that made Hong Nagok's group shiver, but curiosity got the better of her. Sir, may I ask what your status is? Lu Sheng looked a bit confused. Status? Then said clearly, I'm a rookie under Major General Yu Fei of the 1,182nd Division. Just enlisted less than half a month ago. Hong Nok was shocked. Sir, are you kidding? He looked back seriously. Do I look like I'm joking? They all stepped back scared. Hong Nok thought to herself, enlisted less than a month and already fighting solo to protect a whole front line? That's insane. Still respectful, she said. Understood, sir. Would you like to come back to headquarters with us? With your strength, you'd easily be rated as an elite general. The benefits are way better than regular soldiers. Lu Sheng thought for a moment, then said, true. I do need to add some mutant marrow or something. Let me notify the commander first. Saying that, he turned and pulled out his phone. Hong Nok was super excited inside, thinking if he's really a rookie, now's the best time to buddy up with a young powerhouse. After some time, he might become the 8th wonder of the Eastern Division. At the military regional headquarters, they were chatting and laughing loudly. Hong Nok happily introduced, sir, this is the elite general area. Many elites bring their family and friends here. The community's grown, so it looks like this. Lu Sheng replied, oh, not bad, thinking to himself. Looks like I can bring my parents here. No more worrying about that crazy ex reporting me. Then he asked, by the way, how do I get a room? I want to take a shower. I'm filthy. Hong Ningok blushed shyly and boldly suggested, sir, since you've never been to headquarters before, you're still considered a civilian without status, so you can't stay here. So tonight, you'll have to stay at my place temporarily. Seeing her shy face, Lu Sheng was startled and panicked. Cut to Hong Nok taking a shower when a voice echoed in her mind. Hong Nok, as a female warrior in this era, we have one more important mission. She opened the door, and the mysterious woman continued, that is to leave behind some really strong jealousy. Yeah, what a noble mission, Hong Nok said, wrapping a towel around her wet body as she stepped out. She glanced at a sexy spaghetti strap dress in the closet, thinking about tonight. Over here, Lu Sheng was showering, sniffing his hand. Still smells. After a whole week of killing mutants, he felt like he'd been pickled with their corpses. He was just wearing a short towel around his waist when suddenly a voice called out, sir, are you done showering? Lu Sheng turned and replied, tonight's aesthetic vibe. Over here, Lu Sheng is taking a shower and sniffs his hand. Still smells. Killing mutants all week. Feels like he's been salted alive. He imagines himself soaking in a pile of mutant corpses. At this moment, he's just wrapped in a short towel around his waist when a voice calls out, boss, you done showering? Lu Sheng turns and says, done. Stop calling me boss. Just call me Lu. But then that grapefruit-sized thing hits his eye, making him stare wide-eyed at Hong Nok in a sexy dress, shyly asking, what's up? Lu Sheng blushes and looks away. Nothing. Let's go get that general certification done, all right? She replies, of course. Hong Nok bends down and touches his shoulder, asking, want to eat something before we go? Lu Sheng forces a smile, sure. Inside, he's gritting his teeth thinking, pretending not to be tempted is a lie. He's no saint, but this is moving too fast. Feels off. Right. I remember those male generals are really strong and not exactly young. Then he asks, sorry, Mao Mui, how old are you this year? Hong Nok brushes her hair back and says, I don't remember exactly. Probably over 50. Close to 60. Lu Sheng hears that and feels like he just got slapped, sweat pouring down like crazy. Hong Nok pats his shoulder and asks, what's wrong? Probably just 10 or 20 years older than you. Lu Sheng laughs it off. Yeah, about that. Haha. Inside, he thinks that's about his mom's age. Maybe just up to Dong Tin Tuyet's age. Suddenly, he blushes. Wait, why am I comparing her to Dong Tin Tuyet? Something's off. Meanwhile, at the inspection center, sunlight sparkles down below. The team members are waiting for Hong Nok. When she arrives, someone says, look, the captain's here. Hong Ngok and Lu Sheng show up together, making the three others happily chat. Wow, with that energy, the captain must have succeeded. Ha ha. Lu Sheng looks up at the huge building ahead and says, this is the Combat Power Inspection Center. Feels different from the Hong Shuyan Martial Arts School. Someone waves at Hong Nok. Hey Hong Nok, you're back? Just left yesterday. Mission done fast. This little brother looks unfamiliar. New guy joining the team? Hong Nok quickly waves him off. No, no way. If he could join, I'd hand over the captain's spot. The guy waves even more enthusiastically. That good, huh? Looks like the lake is about to sprout wings. I won't bother you anymore. I'm heading in first. Then A-Lan started walking and introducing Lu Sheng. This is the captain of another A-level cop team. Both personality and strength aren't bad. This is the main hall on the first floor, where they certify spirit generals and assess strength. The 23rd floor is where missions are received, and procedures are handled there. While talking, A-Lan pointed to one side. The receptionist was sitting when a voice rang out. Hello, I want to certify my spirit general status. The receptionist replied, sure. Please present the relevant documents and the military appointment letter. I don't have those. Can I just give my name? Well. The receptionist, seeing Lu Sheng's good looks, started to blush and get flustered. Lu Sheng continued, I'm Lu Sheng. The officer told me earlier that the documents were already prepared. I just need to give my name. All right, please wait a moment. The receptionist replied and started searching for the name Lu Sheng. After reading the info, the receptionist was shocked, then stepped away from her desk, bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle, and said, so it's you. All these procedures can be waived. Please follow me to measure your strength. Then she led the two inside. A-Lan followed along and asked, can I come too and get my strength measured while I'm at it? The receptionist happily replied, of course. Just fill out some info, and you're done. She still held Lu Sheng's info sheet. A-Lan looked over in surprise. Whoa, that's Lu Sheng, 19 years old. A-Lan was shocked inside. 19? She looked at the guy's profile and got even more fascinated, thinking, so he really is a genius. Across all 12 war zones, there probably isn't a second like him. No wonder when Lu Sheng glanced at me a few times earlier. Right now in the testing room, someone was channeling all their internal energy into a single punch. Ah! A shout echoed as the punch was thrown. Crystals appeared with sounds of admiration. Whoa! One guy threw a punch to test strength, while another kept praising. The second star has surpassed 1/4. Combat power is probably over 16 million. No wonder he's the captain. One punch like that, we might as well be hit by a cannonball. The underlings kept hyping him up, saying the captain's progress is so fast he might soon pass the Heaven and Earth Twin Bridge test to break into 8th level Grand Sect. I wish I was half as strong as the captain. The guy called captain smiled smugly after hearing that. Then he modestly waved his hand and said, passing the Heaven and Earth Twin Bridge isn't easy. Just passing one bridge means combat power is estimated at 30 million. I'm still far from that. The familiar footsteps entered the war zone. Do they always check strength like this? A-Lan followed and explained to Lu Sheng. Because Grandmaster's power is so huge, no matter how good the materials are, one punch would shatter the internal components, so they have to use synthetic crystals for testing. Lu Sheng asked again, how do they check vitality? She replied, Grandmaster's peak vitality fluctuates too much, so vitality values are discarded. They only test combat power, because combat power best reflects whether vitality is strong or not. The captain looked confident and came closer to ask, A-Lan, why didn't you say hi when you came? A-Lan just waved it off. Has Wei Lan gotten stronger lately? Ah, so this captain's name is Wei Lan. He thought she was praising him and smiled brightly as he approached. No, I'm just a Grand Sect disciple. No match for you. I wouldn't dare lift a finger against you. Haha, A-Lan laughed. Lu Sheng stood beside them, still smiling warmly. But deep down, he'd already thrown up a rainbow, talking like some slick dog. Suddenly, Wei Lan pressed his face close to Lu Sheng and asked, right, the person next to you is the new member. Looks way too young. Joining the Tiger Squad at this age. The future's limitless. Fiona quickly waved her hand to explain. He's not on my team. just a friend of mine. He stared at Lu Sheng, unable to hide his nosy vibe. Such a young dude. Then he circles around you, sizing you up, thinking he's better looking and stronger. Not bad for someone who just got in. Damn it. Wei Lan's steps stopped. He stood in front of Fiona, who looked worried, thinking, does this kid want to mess with the young stuff? Lu Sheng felt annoyed as Wei Lan inspected him like he was some specimen, thinking, damn it. Dealing with these lame love dramas every damn day is so annoying. Old women are such a pain. Eastern cult officials are way better. He suddenly thought of someone, then blushed and freaked out. Wait, what? Why am I thinking about Lu Qinghe again? What's going on, man? Everyone watching knows why, only I'm clueless. Lu Sheng stepped forward and said, let me get certified. Wei Lan sneered, looking down on him. Oh, really? No certification yet? Fiona's Tiger Squad girls are all elite squad commanders. How can some newbie without proof of skill just join you guys? Fiona's face hardened like a tough woman, glaring. Why do you care? I like old bulls grazing on fresh grass. So what? Then she smirked with contempt. If you chase me, you're just an old bull grazing on fresh grass too. You're almost 80 this year, right? Wei Lan got crushed by that 80, then his underlings dragged him away. Fiona, seriously say stop wasting words. Seriously check Lu Sheng's test. He's not even 20 yet. Just wait and see. Wei Lan asked stunned, what do you mean? I'm a top 10 elite commander in the entire 9th war zone. This kid's so young. What level could his martial path even reach? His words mixed with some jealousy. Then he pointed at himself loudly. So what if I'm almost 80? This is prime middle age. Soon I'll be storming heaven and earth with double bridges. An old but handsome man riding clouds appeared, and Wei Lan declared, before 150 years old, who knows, I might still be top-tier sect leader. Then he pointed at Lu Sheng and shouted, what's that brat got? Besides looks, what's he got over me? At that moment, Wei Lan's crew quickly grabbed some hair strands and started waving them around. Yeah, Captain Fiona. Our captain's no joke. She's a top-tier breeding target. Hard to find. Yeah. The top dog in Fiona's team stepped up and yelled, damn it. What nonsense are you guys spouting? Wei Lan's crew went silent, glancing confused, but the top dog confidently said, Captain Wei Lan, what if that guy's not just better looking, younger, but way stronger too? Wei Lan laughed mockingly. What are you saying? That brat's stronger than me. Way stronger? Are you still half asleep talking crap? Then a shocking blast happened. A blinding light that made everyone unable to see clearly. Everyone there freaked out, staring in one direction. Wei Lan saw clearly and his face dropped. This can't be real? During the test, stars began to light up. The shining stars kept increasing, no sign of stopping. It was Lu Sheng causing the aftershock. He stood silently watching. Finally, the stars reached their peak, his face still serious. The number displayed was 124 million. The recorder was so shocked he collapsed, trembling. 124 million combat power. Then Lu Sheng stood up, showing his joy. 12 stars lit up, that's top-tier sect leader level. Wei Lan was so shocked he started bleeding from his nose, looking more terrified than ever. Top-tier sect leader? No mistake? Flashback to a minute ago on the 2nd floor of the Elite Commander Center, where missions were assigned. People were bustling around. A group was chatting. Captain, the mission to help rebuild the front line is cancelled. The A-level mission to sweep the mutant beasts got scrapped. No idea why. The captain looked at the bulletin. Seems the front line wasn't broken. Suddenly no need to clear it out. Unclear reasons, no explanation. Forget it. If it's cancelled, it's cancelled. Then a bunch of new side missions popped up. Pick some again, another member replied, trying not to be discouraged. Suddenly, loud rumbling sounds erupted. Earthquake? Everyone panicked as everything shook. They sat down trying to keep balance. The captain was puzzled. How could there be an earthquake in the military center? No, this intense quake came from below. Seems something like this happened before. Others chimed in. Yeah, when General Chen Nungang Tin came to check combat power, the 2nd floor shook like this too. I saw it myself. The captain looked up and said, because below is the power test room, the combined energy pillars inside connect to the main shaft of the whole building. If the power's strong enough, it can pierce through the building and cause tremors. Everyone looked up at the Elite Commander Board and gasped. Elite Commander Board in the 9th War Zone, name Lu Sheng. Combat power 12.5 stars, merit value 0, not yet tallied. Overall rank, 1st place, total ranking, 8th. Name, Tranengang. Combat power, 9 stars. Merit value, 1,298,600, 67.67. Overall ranking, 2nd place. Total ranking, 12th place. Name, Lu Sheng. Combat power, 12.5 stars. Merit value, not yet calculated. Overall ranking, 1st place. Total ranking, 8th place. That team captain was shocked upon hearing this name, never heard of him before. Could it be that the new number 1 in the 9th battle zone is being tested for the first time? Then came the amazed shouts. Holy crap, Is he really that awesome? Where the hell did this Lu Sheng come from? Why have we never heard of him before? Insane. Combat power of 12.5 stars, 100 million damn. I'm not even close to his level. Does he really need to show off like that? At this moment, a fellow from the Wood faction got excited and spoke up. Ha! Now our 9th zone has another top-tier Grand Sect leader. His merit value isn't even calculated yet, and he's already ranked 8th overall. One day, our Eastern Division will definitely have an 8th Elder. Another blonde guy chimed in. Not just that, the 8th Elder is just a matter of time. What Eastern Division's 7th star could reach 12.5 stars? The highest I've seen was only 11 stars. He's ranked 8th overall because he hasn't got his merit value yet. We might be looking at a martial saint in the army. Then they all started rushing off to check out that Lu Sheng. Let's go see the new number 1. Let's roll. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng was still staring at his clenched fist in disbelief. It's already over 100 million? Didn't expect to reach this level. Makes sense. Back then I didn't have immortal cells yet, but I could crush a Grand Sect with one hand. Although Thong Koi Star isn't considered a true Grand Sect, imagine Thong Koi Star getting choked by me before it wasn't that weak either. I remember the minimum standard for a martial hero's combat power in a Grand Sect is 20 million, but this is exactly like the 100 million combat power threshold of a Sect Master, 124 million. The weakest combat power of a Grand Sect is only around 20 million, and with the first level breakthrough, it can increase to over 40 million. Level 8 realm is just too deep. The recorder was trembling all over as he looked at him, then bowed respectfully and asked, "Commander, do you want to check again?" Lu Sheng waved his hand to refuse. "No need." Then he turned and added, "I haven't rested much lately, so I'm just doing my best to get here." The recorder was shocked again. Damn, this isn't even the limit. Epic. Seriously epic. Then he bowed 90 degrees. "Yes, Commander, please wait a moment. I'll input the data right away." Lu Sheng then approached Hong Nok and asked, "Anything else?" Hong Nok was still staring blankly at him. Looking at this guy, she was full of admiration, speechless. Combat power, 100 million. Seeing she didn't answer, Lu Sheng waved his hand in front of her and called, "Hong." Hong Nok tried to calm her fluttering heart, cleared her throat, and regained composure. "Sir." Then she put on a charming expression and said, "Merit value hasn't been calculated yet. Nothing else for now. You can go pick a suitable place to stay." Turning to Lam Thien too, he saw him hurriedly kneeling on the ground with a scared expression. Lu Sheng noticed it too. Lam Thien too quickly bowed his head and begged, "Sir, I spoke nonsense earlier. Please don't hold it against me." He kept bowing his head while saying, I'm sorry. His subordinates also wisely knelt down to apologize on his behalf. "Sir, our captain's mind is messed up, always talking nonsense. Yeah, you're strong like our captain, but your head's got issues. No one else in the 9th battle zone is like that." That's right, Lu Sheng replied. "All right, remember to be careful next time." Lam Thien Tu's forehead was steaming from bowing, tears streaming down in gratitude. "Yes, thank you for your tolerance, sir." In his heart, he thought, if there's a next time and someone with that kind of power records me, damn. It turns out John Hong Nok has already grabbed a big shot's leg. So frustrating. Meanwhile, the blonde leader of the special squad downstairs got excited, hurriedly pushed the door open and shouted, "Lu Sheng Grand Sect Leader! Who's Lu Sheng Grand Sect Leader?" Lu Sheng was surprised and turned to look at the scar-faced blonde leading a bunch of fierce guys approaching and asking, "Lu Sheng, where is the Lu Sheng Grand Sect Leader?" The scar-faced blonde looked at the man kneeling on the ground. Why is he kneeling? He glanced around and muttered, no, everyone here looks old. Then he looked at Lu Sheng standing calmly. Could it be him? His subordinate whispered to him, "This guy looks unfamiliar. Could it be him?" The scar-faced blonde looked at Lu Sheng, hesitating. "So young? That's too much." The subordinate then thought of another idea. Maybe the Grand Master already left? The scar-faced blonde nodded foolishly. "Oh, that's possible." He anxiously turned to ask Hong Nok. Hong Nok pointed at Lu Sheng and said, "It's him, Sir Lu Sheng." The scar-faced blonde was shocked, mouth agape. Huh? The scar-faced blonde was stunned, unable to believe it. "Hong Nok, don't joke around. He's too young. How could it be him?" Hong Nok hesitated and replied, "It's a long story." They hadn't finished their conversation when more people showed up to join. A voice called from afar, "Colleagues, please make way for me." Everyone buzzed. An upper rank had arrived. 5-star General Ha Din Quan walked in proudly. General Ha Din Quan stopped in front of Lu Sheng. He glanced at Lu Sheng and praised, "Truly a young hero." Lu Sheng was still pondering as he looked at him, thinking. Ha Dingjun stopped in front of Lu Sheng. Ha Dingjun glanced at Lu Sheng and praised, "Truly a young hero." Lu Sheng was still pondering as he looked at him, thinking, a 5-star general isn't just a title or status, it's the symbol of the highest combat power in the Eastern Military District, right? Ha Dingjun laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, definitely worth celebrating and congratulating. Ha Dingjun reached out to shake hands with Lu Sheng. Our Eastern Military District just got a new 12-star general, top-tier Grandmaster. I'm Ha Dingjun, pleased to meet you, Grandmaster Lu Sheng. Everyone started buzzing. That's him for sure. A 12.5-star top-tier Grandmaster? Damn, so young and already that strong, and I heard he's not even 20 yet. Lu Sheng calmly extended his hand to shake Ha Dingjun's. Hello, General Ha. Inside, Lu Sheng was already sick to death of this fake act, wishing he could just avoid it if possible. Ha Dingjun enthusiastically invited, I've already sent someone to handle your formalities, and your merit points have been settled. Want to come to my office for some tea now? Lu Sheng flatly refused. Thanks for the invite, General Ha, but no thanks. I want to rest for a few days. Maybe next time. Saying that, Lu Sheng turned and walked away immediately. Ha Dingjun watched his back and silently admired. 19 years old, even my own kid isn't that young. Infinite potential can't even describe this prodigy. All I can say is, the fourth martial saint, our Eastern Military District might finally fulfill the long-held dream of producing a ninth-level martial saint. Ha Dingjun smiled quietly, already plotting, I need to get this news to the chief immediately. He's definitely gonna be thrilled. Ha ha. Ha Dingjun turned back and instructed Hong Nok. I know General Lu has been hanging around you all these past few days. He just joined the district recently, so if he's confused about anything, you have to help him out thoroughly. If there's any problem, come find me. Hong Nok bowed her head and replied, Don't worry, sir, we'll do just that. Suddenly, Ha Dingjun stared at Hong Nok silently for a moment, like he was scheming something new. He glanced down and said, You keep talking, but your eyes keep checking the map. Your words are shady, so if you've got an advantage, use it well. Ha Dingjun brushed past Hong Nok and added, General Lu's potential is way beyond what you imagine. His jealousy is precious. You get what I mean? Hong Nok blushed bright red. Although she had thought about it and was willing to give her all, the other person had to notice her too. Just as the Kote Kang left, Hong Nok was immediately surrounded by a crowd asking, Spill it, does General Lu Sheng have? Just like that, news about Lu Sheng quickly spread throughout the entire 9th battle zone, even across the whole district. Elsewhere, Lu Sheng's serious eyes stared ahead. This is the residence of the elite generals. A voice inside greeted him. Hello, Commander. Lu Sheng glanced around, silently judging that this residential area looked like some comedy movie from a past life. Though smaller in scale, every door had soldiers standing guard, standing straight with hair perfectly neat, very solemn. After all, it's the military district, so the quality was top-notch. Even the regular guards were 3rd or 4th level martial artists. At that moment, a guy in a suit stepped forward, bowed to Lu Sheng. Master Lu, I'm Wang Yan. Though this area isn't huge, it ranks in the top 5 of the 9th military district, specially prepared for you. Wherever Lu Sheng went, people bowed on both sides. Wang Yan added, The military also arranged several special vehicles for you. When you have time, feel free to choose. Wang Yan respectfully handed Lu Sheng 2 cell phones and said, If you need anything, just contact me. Lu Sheng took the phones, eyes gleaming. Perfect timing since he wanted to upgrade his phone anyway. After handing over everything, Wang Yan bowed and left, not wanting to disturb the master's rest. Merit points will be fully transferred by dinner time. Lu Sheng nodded and told him, All right, you can leave now. Lu Sheng strolled around and was greeted by a blonde maid bowing. Master Lu, she said. Lu Sheng told her to tell the chef to prepare some dishes for him, or if not, she could just serve herself instead. Nah, that's just some nonsense, someone said. Master Lu wouldn't say anything so inappropriate. The blonde maid obediently said yes and ran into the kitchen to call the cook. 10 minutes later, a table full of dozens of dishes was laid out. Lu Sheng ate like it was the famine of 1945, clearing the table in seconds like he was starving to death. Since when? Lu Sheng's chopsticks moved so fast he nearly teared up, finally free from canned food and mutant meat. His taste buds were about to die. While still munching on a huge bun, Lu Sheng was startled by a notification sound from his phone. His inbox had over 99 unread messages. Lu Sheng was shocked. Oh damn, so many unread messages. He quickly opened them. First was a message from his super chatty little sister, Lu Qinghe, in the family group chat. Bro, I'm about to become a 2nd level martial artist. Remember the citywide high school martial arts tournament last time? I took 1st place. Damn, every day some dumbasses come challenge me, weak but still acting tough. So annoying. Why haven't you checked your messages these past few days? Mom asked if you're coming home for Lunar New Year, with a sad face emoji. Lu Sheng quickly replied to the most important message at the bottom. Mom asked if you're coming home for Lunar New Year? Lu Sheng replied wearily, Got a new mission recently, forgot to check my phone. I'll think about it when Lunar New Year comes. On the other side, Lu Sheng's super chatty little sister quickly responded. Lu Sheng answered wearily, There's a new mission recently, I forgot to check my phone. I'll deal with it after the 10th Lunar New Year. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng's super intelligent little sister quickly replied, No way, you actually know how to reply? I thought you went MIA. Lu Sheng immediately reminded Lu Qinghe, girls shouldn't swear, and he even mentioned Qinghe's name. Then he mentioned Lu Sheng. Sons alone outside gotta be careful too, Lu Ni. Lu Sheng's mom also mentioned Lu Sheng's name. Sheng Ni, it's getting cold. Remember to keep warm, kid. Then sent a weird bamboo blessing emoji. She even sent a pic with a shocking message. Old martial master at level 5 caught a cold and lost strength. Lu Sheng sent a laughing emoji and replied, got it. Just after family stuff, Lu Sheng got a message from Old Tan. Lu Sheng, we're back. Lu Sheng immediately clicked to check. Old Tan, Tan Xiaojun, sent a message. Lu Sheng, we're back. With a photo of the three of them, and in the background, a glimpse of Qi Tong. Scroll down a bit and there's another pic of Qi Tong. Lu Sheng stared at it for a while, his eyes suddenly shining brighter. So the master and crew really came back from the front lines? Lu Sheng clicked on his friends list. Qi Tong was marked as a close friend, so she always popped up at the top. Lu Sheng opened the chat with her. Their last message was ages ago. After her message wishing him good luck, he replied thanks with a smiley face, then nothing since. Lu Sheng felt a little sad, mumbling. Since the last martial arts tournament, she hasn't messaged back. Lu Sheng tried to convince himself with some reasons. Maybe she didn't bring her phone or it died. His eyes showed clear disappointment, feeling their relationship lately was weird, not as natural as before. No clue why. Suddenly, Lu Sheng remembered something. Right, he immediately contacted the only person he could reach now, Wang Yan. Wang Yan picked up right away. Sir, this is Wang Yan. What do you need? Lu Sheng calmly said. Help me check on someone named Lu Kaiming, a rookie this year from the Eastern Military District, from White River City. Lu Sheng sat at the dining table listening to Wang Yan on the phone. There's a lot of people in the military. I gotta dig deep to find info. I'll notify you as soon as I find anything, Wang Yan asked. Oh, and if I find him, should I give him some help? Lu Sheng finished eating, wiped his mouth, and said, not for now, just keep me posted. You can go. Wang Yan acknowledged clearly and got to work on Lu Sheng's orders. After stuffing himself, Lu Sheng yawned big. When your stomach's full, your eyes just want to shut. Quickly, Lu Sheng fell asleep right in the dining room chair. In his dreamscape, Lu Sheng appeared on the street. Zombies saw him and charged, but Lu Sheng ran fast and told them, not fighting today. I'm dead tired. Maybe another day. He hurried to check info on the system, scrolling to see if there were any new power-up meds. After all, he earned a lot of merits lately. Gotta spend those resources. Meanwhile, at a meeting in the 9th Warzone Command, a hand slammed the table shouting, seriously? Strategy 12.5 stars. He's the Grand General? His face was unfriendly and pissed. Ha Dingjun stood before him seriously. Yes, I personally confirmed it. He really is a top-tier Grandmaster, way beyond me. The pressure suddenly lifted. The old Grand General laughed happily. Good, finally some good news. 19 years old, 12.5 star power, enough to crush all previous doubts about the military. A true talent worthy of beating the martial saint. The old Grand General turned away, unable to hide his joy in his smile. The flying spear of the 1,182nd Division is back, huh? Praise to you for finding such a prodigy for our military. Ha ha ha. Ha Dingjun responded clearly and followed through. Meanwhile, in the 2nd Military District, before anyone appeared, Tan Xiaojun's shout was heard loud and clear. Ah, my beloved military district. Tan Xiaojun's face was full of joy, eyes like two heart shapes. I'm back. Missed you to death. Qi Tong saw Tan Xiaojun's expression and thought it was way over the top. Her disgust showed plainly. Tan Xiaojun already had plans for today. You've been stinking lately. Later, let's go home, shower, and clean up. Then at night, we'll go find Lu Sheng for a meal. Qi Tong's eyes changed a bit hearing Lu Sheng's name, maybe even blushed. Qi Tong hesitated, then shook her head and turned away. I'm not going. You two go. Tan Xiaojun was shocked. Huh? Why not? He crossed his arms and frowned, questioning. Qi Tong, you've been acting weird lately. Since Lu Sheng came to the war zone, or maybe since the National Martial Arts Tournament, you've been like this. Every time I mention Lu Sheng, you act all strange. Tan Xiaojun got close, put his hand on Qi Tong's shoulder. Don't forget, we've been childhood friends forever, so be honest and tell me. Without hesitation, Tan Xiaojun asked straight up, do you like Lu Sheng? Qi Tong was caught off guard, her heart racing, gripping her sword tight. She tried to stay calm, coldly pressing the blade to Tan Xiaojun's neck, threatening, if you say dumb stuff again, I'll sew your mouth shut. Tan Xiaojun laughed it off, trying to soothe her. Hold up, let's talk this through slowly. Dong Tin Tuyet sheathed her blade and turned to walk away. Tan Thiuquan hurried after her but kept nagging, refusing to let her go. Hey, seriously, don't hide it from me. I haven't dated 1,000 girls, but I've been with a few hundred, and even got a couple of kids. Anyone blind wouldn't see what's on your mind. Dong Tin Tuet stood still, her head about to explode. She focused hard, and more sharp blades appeared floating around her, making the air around her suddenly cold as ice. Tan Quan used his body to block the incoming knives aimed at him. Ah, don't be mad, okay? But just a second later, the chill vanished. Dong Tin Tuyet retracted her blades and asked, "What's it like when you like someone? And when you don't?" She stood under the warm sunlight, looking totally confused about this whole thing. Tan Quan sighed in relief and tried to comfort her. "That's how it's supposed to be. Be honest with yourself a little. If you regret it, just tell him. Lu Sheng's got mad skills. Besides me, how many others could she find?" "Oh, you're not saying you think you're better than him, right? His martial talent's way better. His attitude's better. In every way, he's way above you, so you feel insecure." Hearing that, Dong Tin Tuet got mad and snapped, calling out, "Tan Thu Quan." She sighed deeply, her face showing clear gloom. Taking a deep breath, she slowly mouthed, "That's partly true." Tan Thu Quan's eyes went wide in surprise. "Damn, that look on your face. Are you serious? I was just messing with you. Didn't expect you actually like Lu Sheng." Tan Thu Quan turned away, shaking his head like his brain hurt. "He's your student. Do you know what that means?" Dong Tin Tuyet didn't know how to answer, stammering about it. Tan Thu Quan leaned in close, whispering in her ear, sounding downright dirty. Dong Tin Tuyet blushed from embarrassment but then got furious, shouting, "Tan Thu Quan," she yelled, "go die!" and charged at him, throwing a fake punch. The best move is to run. Tan Thu Quan made a pitiful face, tears streaming, begging, "Big sis, I was wrong. I was just joking. Stop hitting me, stop it. Who bathes twice in the same river?" Dong Tin Tuyet shouted loud, "I bet you'd die right away." After running a bit, Tan Thu Quan stopped, out of breath. Huffing, he couldn't run anymore. Dong Tin Tuyet caught up, and anyone who dares mess with her gets no good ending. Just as she was about to give Tan Thu Quan a beating, he collapsed on the ground, begging, "Please don't hit me anymore. I raise both hands and feet to approve of you two being together." Dong Tin Tuyet stopped mid-motion hearing that. Tan Thu Quan raised his hands again, explaining, "What era is this anyway? Age difference means nothing now. A 100-year-old master marrying an 18-year-old student isn't weird anymore. This wouldn't even make the hot search list." Tan Thu Quan, thirsty, bought a soda from the vending machine. "Honestly, I think you two are perfect for each other." He took a few sips and kept rambling. "Back in training camp, I just felt you two were meant to be." Dong Tin Tuyet, though secretly amused, asked sharply, "Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Tan Thu Quan quickly got serious, saying, "No way. I'm not talking nonsense. I'll help you find out how Lu Sheng feels. I bet he likes you too. And if there's anything, just say it. There's no teenager in the world who wouldn't like their beautiful teacher." Dong Tin Tuyet's face turned tomato red, her eyes sparkling with hope. She was touched for a moment, but in the end, she shook her head. "Forget it." Instinctively, she touched the silver necklace around her neck. "That's impossible." Tan Thu Quan stood up, confidently saying, "How do you know if you don't try? Scared of rejection and embarrassment? Don't worry, with me here, failure's not an option." Dong Tin Tuyet lowered her head, saying, "That's not it. They won't let me and Lu Sheng be together." Tan Thu Quan blinked in shock. "They? You mean your two brothers?" Dong Tin Tuyet's brothers, one was a top-tier general, the best in the Eastern Military District. The other brother, only 16, was accepted as a disciple by a transcendent martial saint, and by 20, he became a third-rank martial saint seed disciple. Dong Tin Tuyet said, "Though we share the same father but different mothers, they treat me like their own daughter. When you were little, didn't you often get beaten by them?" Tan Thu Quan rubbed his chin, thinking, "Makes sense. I never dared to make a move on Dong Tin Tuyet because of those two big brothers, but now, I'm not scared of them anymore." He stomped his foot on a chair and shouted, "No matter what, loving your sister too much is a sickness. When you get time, tell your brothers to get checked out. They scare the hell out of everyone else." Dong Tin Tuyet laughed and replied, "Looks like you can talk to them yourself. My third brother messaged me. He's coming to the military district soon to check on me." Tan Thu Quan jumped up, horrified, shouting, "What? Dong Thang Yi's coming to the Eastern Military District?" His face changed colors like a chameleon. He got close to Dong Tin Tuyet and said, "Right, if they meet Lu Sheng, maybe they'll agree. He's outstanding. What else could they want?" Dong Tin Tuyet said gloomily, "Whether I like Lu Sheng or if Lu Sheng likes me, it's not the point. Both of them said the family background and martial strength have to be recognized by them first." Dong Tin Shui calmly told Tan Xiaojun, "You already know my personality. If it's a dead end, why let it happen?" This time, it's Tan Xiaojun who's stammering because of Dong Tin Shui. Tan Xiaojun couldn't stand this lame situation, crushed a soda can, slammed his fist on the table and said, "No, there's gotta be a way." He stomped proudly and declared, "Family clan my ass. If I become a martial saint, I'll definitely arrange a marriage between you and Lu Sheng. Then let's see what Dong Fa Thian and Dong Thang Wai can do." Dong Tin Shui jumped up and said, "You better become a grandmaster first, then we'll talk." Dong Tin Shui walked past Tan Xiaojun and didn't forget to whisper, "But thanks anyway." After she passed, He lowered his head, clenched his fists, and softly called her name. Even after a while, Tan Xiaojun kept thinking about Lu Sheng and Dongtin Shui. He lit a cigarette, leaned against the wall, and rubbed his temples deep in thought. The plot was ridiculous, like a hot teacher falling for a student but still throwing in family clan obstacles. Just as he was zoning out, suddenly there was a rush of people running wildly. A guy at the front shouted, "Hurry up! Hurry up!" The crowd was hyped and excited like something huge was happening. Tan Xiaojun was shook too. Super curious, he grabbed a young guy from the crowd and asked, "What's the rush?" The guy immediately stood at attention like in the military and said, "Reporting, Chief." We heard the 9th War Zone just produced a 12-star top general who's now leading the elite generals list. He even broke into the top 8 overall. We're rushing over to see it for ourselves. Tan Xiaojun got hyped and skeptical. For real? Let's go check it out. Moments later, Tan Xiaojun arrived and saw the crowd packed tight. He had to admit, it was impressive. Like a celebrity suddenly showing up in some small town, you gotta feel a little honored. Haha. Tan Xiaojun struggled to squeeze through. When he looked ahead, his eyes went wide, sweat pouring like he just saw a ghost. Damn, it's Lu Sheng. The general's list for the 9th War Zone. Name, Lu Sheng. Combat power, 12.5 stars, merit value 3 million. Ranked first on the general's list, 4th overall. Tan Xiaojun read each number with total disbelief. First on the general's list, 4th overall, 12.5 stars, 3 million merit points. The guy next to him grinned and asked, "Chief, you know why? Lu Sheng's story is insane." He started telling Lu Sheng's legend. Rumor has it he joined the army less than a month ago and went straight to the battlefield. Single-handedly defended the A-grade tomb defense line of the 835th Regiment. They say he held the line for half a month straight after it collapsed. The whole battlefield reeked of blood. Bodies piled up. I heard 3 million merit points is just the tip of the iceberg. The guy stepped closer and asked Tan Xiaojun, "Crazy, right? Anyone else but Lu Sheng? I'd be shocked too." Tan Xiaojun twirled his finger in his nose and nodded. "Yeah, that's right." After flicking his finger, he snapped his fingers and said, "Pretty wild." The guy named Luyen Thai Tuyen got hit by that epic finger flick, covered his face, and ran off. Tan Xiaojun just stood there chuckling, thinking, how can this not meet the tiny demands of the Dong family? Hey. Tan Xiaojun immediately pulled out his phone and searched for Dong Tin Shue's number. He called her directly. "Dong Tin Shue, don't ask why, but after you're done fixing things, come eat with Lu Sheng. You won't believe it. Something huge just went down." Moments later, at the 9th War Zone headquarters, Doofy Duke frowned as he was led into the command room. The commander personally greeted him, which was a crazy honor. The last time he saw the commander was at the appointment meeting 8 years ago. Ha Din Quan opened the door and waved. "Doofy Duke, come sit." Doofy Duke responded shyly. "Yes, Commander." The old man Ha Din Quan smiled and praised. "You did really well this time," Doofy Duke humbly said, "thanks to having a good commander." Ha Din Quan laughed loudly. "Haha, that's got nothing to do with me. You've got good eyes for talent." Doofy Duke was shocked. "Huh? What do you mean, Commander?" Panic filled his mind. Was the commander's welcome not because of his contribution to the defense? What kind of talent recognition was this? Ha Din Quan handed over a file and said, "Just look and you'll understand." Doofy Duke took it and opened it, shocked again. This was about Lu Sheng. This twisted, dreamlike story. Doofy Duck flipped to the next page, which read, "Single-handedly defended defense line number 23 all day long. Preliminary stats showed Lu Sheng killed over 350 level 7 beasts, 7,600 level 6 beasts. Combat power, 12.5 stars, top tier." Doofy Duck broke out in cold sweat, utterly confused, and was a top-tier grandmaster. After reading, he was totally lost. He stood up, stammering. "Commander," Ha Din Quan calmed him down. "Sit down, relax." Ha Din Quan seemed to have expected this reaction and said, "Commander." Ha Dingjun reassured Doofy Duck. "Sit down first. Calm down." Ha Dingjun was calm, as if he expected Doofy Duck's reaction. He said, "I was totally shocked when I found out." Ha Din Quan slapped Doofy Duke on the shoulder and said, "Major General Du, this time you really nailed it, recognizing a talent, helping our Eastern Military District score an outstanding genius." Ha Din Quan declared that from now on, Doofy Duke would command the 1,182nd, 835th, and 794th Divisions, and his rank would be bumped up one level, enjoying the benefits of a lieutenant general. Doofy Duke was still in disbelief, stammering, Thank you, Commander." Inside, Doofy Duke was screaming, "Oh my god, I thought Lu Sheng was just joking." But really, over the phone, Lu Sheng said to me, "I got it, don't worry, Commander. When I become a martial saint, I'll definitely promote you. Goodbye." Even now, Doofy Duck was still dazed, truly promoted. This is the scene at Lu Sheng's home. Water was rushing from the faucet at the sink. Lu Sheng stood in front of the mirror, picking something out from his teeth. Lu Sheng looked at his perfectly white teeth in the mirror. Among the immortal cells, it was said that as the number of immortal cells kept increasing, the layers of his life force would also keep evolving. Unexpectedly, it had already started regenerating. Since the first immortal cell was produced, it seemed he had begun advancing toward the layers of some extraordinary life form. Lu Sheng wiped his mouth with a towel and muttered, hoping it wouldn't go beyond human form. He wasn't some martial arts fanatic who'd give up everything for the path of martial arts. This new upgrade required a huge amount of mutant marrow. Lu Sheng rubbed his chin, pondering if the merits had been tallied yet, wondering if he could exchange quite a lot. Just then, Wang Yan arrived carrying a stack of files to report. General Lu, your merits have been fully tallied. Here's the detailed merit deduction report. Lu Sheng grabbed the report to check the details. Over 3,800,000 merits, and a 7th grade mutant marrow only needed 100,000 merits. Could the adamantium really be that expensive? 1 gram costing 1,000 merits meant I could only exchange less than 4 kilograms, not enough to replace the handle of the Qitong dragon-patterned gun. Wang Yan forced a smile and explained, adamantium was a rare resource. The military stockpile was extremely limited, basically not enough to share with all the generals. This couldn't multiply like mutant beast resources, Wang Yan added, but the commander said, if General Lu's merits weren't enough, it was okay to spend an extra 10 million merits. Lu Sheng's face lit up with excitement, his eyes gleaming mischievously as he said, is there really such a good deal? Then arrange it for me. I want to craft a 7th grade rifle. The main material will be adamantium, and the remaining 13,800,000 merits will be exchanged entirely for 7th grade mutant marrow. Lu Sheng looked at the report and asked, oh right, is there any 8th grade mutant marrow? It's not mentioned here. Lu Sheng thought to himself, looks like I'll have to find a new adamantium mine myself to be sure. Hearing Lu Sheng's tough question, Wang Yan scratched his head and stammered, based on current technology, 7th grade mutant marrow can't completely eliminate the negative effects of mutant beasts. 8th grade mutant marrow is even harder to get, and right now the military doesn't have anyone who can directly absorb it. It's extremely likely to cause side effects. Lu Sheng didn't push him further and said, it's fine, just get me 5 units. Wang Yan bowed his head and replied, yes, the price is 10 times higher than 7th grade mutant marrow. I'll send someone to arrange it. Hearing the price, Lu Sheng felt like he'd been hit by lightning 10 times. Fine. Then cut it down a bit. Just get 1 unit first to try it out. Wang Yan quickly responded, yes, and I still have something else to report. General Lu? I also found information on Lu Qiming. Should we pay special attention to him? Lu Sheng nodded and said, yeah, but don't forget to tell Wang Yan not to let him into dangerous battlefields. Wang Yan replied, understood, and left to complete his mission. Lu Sheng recalled when he studied with Lu Qiming, who cared a lot about him, even if it was just when Lu Sheng dozed off in class. Why is Lu Sheng having nightmares? Or maybe he's just in a bad mood and doesn't want to hang out anymore. At home, Lu Kaiming still followed him around with a smile. Lu Sheng thought, I'm no saint. I can only protect the people I want within my ability. If anyone says I'm biased, then so be it. Suddenly, the phone rang. Lu Sheng saw it was an unknown number and picked up. Hello? There was a brief silence on the other end before a voice spoke. Lu Sheng, this is Dong Ting Shui. Hearing her voice, Lu Sheng was surprised but a little excited and replied, so it's Dong Jiaoguan, what's up? Dong Ting Shui invited him. Tonight, Qin Xiaojun and I want to invite you to dinner. Are you free? Lu Sheng immediately agreed without hesitation.